You originally went to Africa to work, but unexpectedly ended up as an international fugitive. It all started when you accidentally became the leader of a mercenary group, first taking out a team of Navy SEALs, then rushing into the battlefield between Russia and Ukraine, and even finding time to bomb Japan's Yasukuni Shrine. The root cause of all this? A black man mistook you for a wealthy Chinese heir and kidnapped you. The audacity! They didn't even realize your designer outfit was a bargain you haggled for on Pinduoduo after recruiting 98 friends to help slash the price. Just then, a Slavic white man was thrown in, bound and gagged. He immediately started cursing at the black men outside, infuriating the AK-toting captors who had clearly endured his insults the whole way. One of them yanked off your size 43 shoe reeking of authentic Hong Kong foot odor and stuffed the plastic socks you bought on Pinduoduo into the man's mouth. He instantly fell silent, turning to stare at your smoldering, stinking foot in disbelief, his eyes rolling back from the fumes. Anton never imagined he'd survive the battlefield only to nearly be killed by a group of black thugs with this biochemical weapon. The stench was so overpowering that the black man who'd been searching Anton earlier fled without finishing. When Anton noticed you looking, he began frantically signaling with his eyes. You shuddered, wondering why this Russian was batting his eyes at you. Did he have some weird fetish? Finally, after Anton squirmed on the ground, you grasped his meaning and asked, "You want me to pull the sock out of your mouth with my hand?" On the verge of tears, Anton nodded desperately in relief. Knowing you were too broke to pay any ransom, you said, "All right, how do I help you?" After another round of physical communication with Anton, you quickly reached a consensus. Since your hands were tied behind your back, it took you 3 minutes of twisting to barely adjust your position, and Anton also struggled to bring his face close to your hands. Just then, a long, soft fart gently ruffled a few strands of Anton's hair, leaving him utterly stunned. You hurriedly apologized. "I'm really sorry. I've been eating cassava non-stop since coming to Africa and couldn't hold it in." Fortunately, Anton was nearly numb by then and managed to suppress his anger. You also successfully pulled the sock off his mouth. After Anton recovered, he glanced at your knockoff streetwear and said, "Friend, I bet you can't pay the ransom either. I'm broke too. Want to team up and take a shot?" You nodded helplessly, thinking to yourself, is my outfit from Pinduoduo that obvious? Those black guys really had no eye for detail, mistaking you for a wealthy man. Luckily, they forgot to search you. Anton continued, "I have a small knife in my pants. Take it out and cut the zip tie on my hands." Without hesitation, you struggled to retrieve the knife and started cutting the zip tie, muttering, "This zip tie is way too sturdy. Did your country manufacture this?" Soon, you both managed to free each other. Anton stretched and said, "I'll take care of those black guys in a moment. After we grab their guns, follow me and run. Whether you can keep up is up to you." You didn't hesitate either. Though nervous, you immediately switched into combat mode. Anton had been keeping an eye on the movements outside the door. Half an hour later, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Anton, who had been brimming with confidence, suddenly paled. 3 people had arrived. You muttered under your breath, knew you couldn't be relied on. Walking up to Anton, you said, "There are 3 of them. Just hold off one, and I'll handle the rest." You nodded silently in agreement. At this point, there was no choice but to fight. In the tense atmosphere, the lock began to click and turn. Someone was picking it. Anton suddenly yanked the door open and, before the kidnappers could react, grabbed one by the collar and dragged him inside. Without hesitation, he charged at the 2 remaining kidnappers outside. The one flung toward you reacted quickly, reaching for the knife at his waist while flashing you a cruel grin. You didn't bother with fancy moves, just a swift headbutt straight to his chin. The kidnapper's eyes rolled back instantly as he crumpled to the ground. Influenced by years of domestic movies, you knew the importance of finishing the job. Without pause, you rained down elbow strikes on the kidnapper. In less than half a minute, the kidnapper's skull had caved in, splattering your sleeve with blood and brain matter. Yet at this moment, you remain exceptionally calm, calmly taking the AK from the kidnapper's back and silently loading it. Outside, Anton was struggling in a fierce fight with 2 kidnappers, worried you couldn't hold off the one inside. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and one kidnapper fell to the ground. You emerged slowly from the room, holding the AK. The remaining kidnapper was instantly terrified and turned to flee desperately, but no one can outrun bullets, and you easily took him down too. Anton stared at you in shock. After all, guns are banned in China, and many people don't know how to use them. Just moments ago, you seemed hesitant, but now you're fighting with such ferocity. Without time to think, Anton picked up the AK and spare magazines from the kidnappers and shouted, "Follow me." Without hesitation, you followed closely behind him, knowing the commotion must have drawn attention. Sure enough, as Anton reached the stairwell, he fired a long burst around the corner, accompanied by a scream. The 3 unharmed kidnappers recoiled in fear. But now, you 2 were also trapped at the stairwell. Anton frowned, scanning the surroundings, and muttered, "Damn, If only we had a steel plate, I'd charge out. Then, recalling ancient military tactics, you suggested, how about we fake a charge, fire a few shots to scare them, repeat it a few times, and then actually rush out? Anton's eyes lit up, and he shamelessly said, great idea, I was thinking the same. But before you could finish, Anton roared Yura, and charged down with his rifle. Immediately, the stairwell was riddled with gunfire from the kidnappers. Watching Anton charge halfway and then quickly retreat, you felt exasperated, thinking to yourself, what do you do when you encounter such a teammate in battle? After a barrage of gunfire, the two-story building fell into an eerie and prolonged silence. Suddenly, Anton roared again, firing a few shots downstairs, which triggered another round of frenzied shooting. You couldn't help but wonder if it had scared the enemies. It certainly scared you. Whether Anton was getting carried away or not, he charged back and forth several times. The black men downstairs cursed intermittently, firing only occasional random shots, clearly no longer falling for the trick. This time, after signaling to you in advance, Anton shouted Yura, and charged down once more, and without hesitation, you followed closely behind. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. One of the kidnappers downstairs suddenly saw Anton charging right at him and froze in shock, as if thinking, how did you get down here? After Anton swiftly took down the kidnapper, he immediately laid down suppressive fire toward the man on the left. You followed closely without hesitation, directly aiming at the right side. As the kidnapper's figure appeared in your scope, you pulled the trigger without a second thought. In those few seconds of the kidnapper's hesitation, the outcome was already decided. You blew the enemy's head off with a single shot, and all your strength instantly drained away. Anton was the same after taking down the enemy. A wave of exhaustion washed over him, but both of you remained vigilant, eyes locked on the main entrance. While reloading, you asked, should we call the police? Anton looked at you like you were an idiot. If you've got a death wish, wait until I'm gone before you make that call. It dawned on you that this old Russian clearly had experience. He was definitely a reliable ally. You immediately straightened up, extended your hand, and said, Tavarish, my name is Chen Yuan. I'm from China. It's a pleasure to meet you. Anton also grew more solemn, shaking your hand as he replied, Tavarish, I'm Anton Ivanov, from Soviet Russia. The pleasure is mine. Then Anton explained, think about it, how could these kidnappers openly abduct foreigners in a nation's capital without some connections? You really believe they're operating alone? Your expression darkened as you realized it was a case of cops and criminals working together. In other words, these kidnappers have accomplices, more precisely, a gang who hand over most of the ransom to the police as protection money after each kidnapping. So, doesn't that mean the two of you will be hunted by both the law and the underworld? You won't even make it to the Chinese consulate before disaster strikes. You can't help but think that with the police's manipulation, these kidnappers might somehow turn into law-abiding citizens, while you and Anton end up labeled as murderers. You quickly ask, what should we do next? Anton replies, the police won't react that fast. Let's rest first, gather some usable supplies, and then leave. As long as we can escape Nairobi, I have a way. Not long after, you and Anton walk out of the house one after the other, but an Asian and a white man walking together are too conspicuous, and the surrounding black people glance at you intentionally or unintentionally. After turning into a small alley, Anton suddenly turns around, raises his gun, and pulls the trigger, shouting, get lost, don't follow us. Two black men had been tailing you, staring at you expressionlessly, clearly experienced. The moment Anton turns and raises his gun, they bolt away, even losing their flip-flops in their haste. Anton leads you away, quickly ducking into several narrow alleys. Suddenly, at a corner, Anton stopped by the wall, stood silently for a few seconds, then raised his AK and opened fire. Confused, you watched as Anton motioned for you to keep moving. When you followed him around the corner, you saw the two black men lying in a pool of blood. You both knew you were being hunted. Anton led you through twists and turns, stole a motorcycle, and barely managed to enter Nairobi's largest slum. Finally, you found a dilapidated house full of holes and piled with plastic bottles to hide in. Anton plopped down on the broken plank bed and said, rest first, we'll figure out how to leave the city tonight. You glanced around in disgust and asked, won't leaving the motorcycle outside expose our location? Anton replied, my dear Eastern friend, this is Africa. Just now, that motorcycle outside with the keys still in it must have been stolen already. You look outside, your face filled with anguish. These people, if only they had that motorcycle, Ajabai could haul so many more bananas. Anton says impatiently, shut up, that motorcycle wasn't yours to begin with. Don't bother me, I need to rest. The threatened Wang Tao did not dare to continue to harass Anton, and could only study the AK in his hand, the gun for the Chinese who ban guns. That is a fatal attraction. Especially someone like Wang Tao, who had experienced the taste of shooting a gun, was obsessed to the extreme. Wang Tao's grandfather is an old hunter in the northeast. His ancestors are in the old forest in the mountains to fight the siege over the life. In Wang Daling has the name of Wang Cannon. A handful of gunnery can be said to be out of this world. Hunters for the integrity of the fur can be described as heartless, moving very fast animals, in order to sell more money for fur, is able to hit the head never hit the body, can be killed by a shot, and then open the second shot is a loss. Bullets are bought by the grain. As for the hands of the gun, is even more simple to the extreme. The earliest Wang Tao grandfather is with 16 hanging tube shotgun. That gun is still pouting handle on the bullet. It once can only be loaded with 2 rounds of ammunition. Dry bear blind black bear and the gun egg male bore only 2 shots of opportunity. I do not know how many hunters who hit the fence. These 2 rounds did not hit the right or did not kill. Let the mountain livestock to kick the totem. Wang Tao's grandfather to the beginning of 96. This is the blood of the money to buy a second-hand 56.5 Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. That 56.5 even rifling are almost worn out. Bullets hit out to the left side of the drift. Do not ask why buy a second-hand. There is only one reason: stingy. Luckily, I bought a used one, and the 5612 wasn't even ready for March when the state ordered a gun ban. That's right, guns were banned, and hunting was banned not 6 months later. To Wang Tao grandfather angry almost a breath did not come up. Anyway, love it is not paid, fortunately, is the rural areas of the tube is not so strict, but the ban on guns after the bullets have no place to buy. Although you can reload, there's no place to sell primers, and then there's the mercury fulminate that makes them, potassium chlorate, which is real easy to reopen when tossed around at home. Wang Tao, who grew up in his grandmother's house, is bound to inherit his grandfather's marksmanship. 15 or 16 on a daily basis to follow his grandfather to the mountains to hunt. Marksmanship is also inherited, with 56.5 150 meters within the moving target, said to hit you in the right eye by no means hit you in the left eye. Spent most of my vacation time in the mountains playing with guns until I went to Pheasant College and turned in that 5612 after my grandfather died. Wang Tao looked at the hand in 56.5 and the same product of the era of the AK that is quite intimate. Take the military knife from the dead kidnapper, cut a small piece of cotton cloth, began to wipe up the gun. When the AK disassembled, Wang Tao the whole person is stupid. This damn if not God blessing, this gun has long been blown up. Although the AK leather durable, but also cannot be a little bit of maintenance the appearance looks okay, the barrel and the outside of the garbage heap is no difference, sand oil mud and gunpowder residue. If not for the close range combat, this bullet hit out not necessarily floating where to go. And think of the gun as like this, then the bullet is probably not much better Wang Tao hurriedly returned the bullets in the magazine one by one. Good guy, do not look carefully and did not see, the thickness and size of the bullets are different, there are a few bullet shells are deflated, big brother, all this is still reloading it. Wang Tao had seen in the domestic video that Albro was unreliable, but he did not expect it to be so unreliable. It's simply joking with his life. Negro, I don't joke with my life. Know what a faith-based shooting is? One is the fear of being killed, the other is the fear of being killed by your own gun. Most countries in Africa don't have bullet production lines, most of them rely on imports, and the sellers are Tsarist Russia, South Africa, Egypt, Bharat, Bajistan, and Arlia, and of course the United States of America and China. The source can be described as complex to the extreme, which is the best quality when the United States of America goods, but is the price of people prohibitive, followed by the Tsarist bullets. Unlike the United States of America, that kind of wealth, all of them are made of copper, but not too much. Chinese bullets belong to the middle of the position, the quality of production that certainly does not say, but the material is not very good, is a steel bullet shell, rust resistance as compared to the old US all brass bullets much worse. Coupled with the environment of Africa, as well as this side of the humanities, that the old black brain simply did not have the concept of maintenance, directly hanging bullets on the body is wealth to show off, so the Chinese steel bullets are not hard currency. The bullets produced by the rest of the countries, especially Bharat, South Africa, and Alia, are identical in appearance, but it is hard to say whether they are loud or not, and whether the gunpowder burns well or not. Wang Tao to bring their own 4 magazines of bullets or back out, and then began to pick up. The method is also very simple, to see which bullet pressure hand, no damage to the appearance of the steel seal clear, that proper good bullet. The serious Wang Tao did not notice in the slightest that Anton, who had been snoring there just a moment ago, his snoring disappeared, and his closed eyes opened a small slit. At this time, in the rich district of Nebulo, in a mansion worth more than $3 million, Nandi, the head of the biggest gang, was elegantly sitting in front of his desk in a gray suit, dealing with various problems. If it wasn't for the bodyguards standing on the side with AKs in their hands and fierce faces, they would have thought Nandi was a businessman. The cell phone on the desk rang. Nandi picked up the phone, originally called Nandi's face, his face became more and more ugly. Nandi snarled into her cell phone, "Fark, do you take me for a cutie? Do. You're telling me that 2 guys with their hands and feet tied up then broke free and beat all 7 burly guys with guns to death. This isn't Hollywood. Jabari on the other end of the phone was also very aggravated, and said with certainty, "Boss, yes indeed, that's what happened. A whole street of people saw it, a Russian and a Chinese guy, with an AK, killed out of the building, and also killed 2 people who tried to follow them, and finally grabbed a motorcycle and ran away." Nandi heard the word Hwasha face and ugly a few points, to know that in recent years Hwasha's influence in the world is getting bigger and bigger, especially in Africa. This if people to run to the embassy, things will be troublesome. Nandi lowered his tone and threatened, "You dare to kidnap a Chinese person, and then actually let someone get away? If you let the embassy find you, you'll be finished. If not for your usual filial piety, I really want to kill you." Hearing Nandi's words, Jabari, who was holding the phone, came down in a cold sweat. It was good to know that he was not usually greedy, or else Nandi could have really killed himself, as he said. Jabari said with a trembling voice, "Boss, don't worry, these 2 people's passports and cell phones and wallets are in me, and get the news the first time to arrange for people to go to the embassy near the squatting. Now what to do, ah?" Nandi then calmed down a little and said, "I'll take care of the rest. You keep an eye on the embassy side, find 2 reliable brothers, and after you've killed the man, go and hide at the dump for a while." "Got it, please boss." Nandi hung up the phone and within moments received a picture on her cell phone that Jabari had sent to her, and with that, she tapped forward and forwarded it to the Deputy Chief of Police in Nebbiolo. The backing of the gangsters is of course the police department. The Chief of Nibiru is just a titular positive word family, a hand regardless of the specific things, in which country are generic, and specifically responsible for the police department a variety of things, and the real power of the police department is to be the second in command of the Deputy Director of the police department. Nandi privately gives the Deputy Chief $1 million a year in addition to his normal cut to the police department. Wanted, for a reward? $10,000. With 1 photo and 2 words, Wang Tao went from being a victim to a wanted man, and of course the kidnapper became an innocent civilian killed by the thugs. Chapter 0006 Can You Take Me With You? Wanted criminal Wang Tao looked at his well-polished AK, as well as all the good bullet magazines, was very satisfied, and the corners of his mouth could not close with joy. Anton suddenly opened his eyes at this time, threw the AK in his hand to Wang Tao, and then before Wang Tao could react, he snatched the AK out of Wang Tao's hand. That's right, it was directly snatched away, and by the way, he also took away the magazines. It is to be more sad and sick. Wang Tao is angry and directly red warm. Have seen the damage, have not seen such a damage. It is like Wang Tao gave birth to a daughter, and raised flowers, as carefully cared for from childhood, in the mouth for fear of melting, in the hand for fear of dropping. The results grew up, so that even the flower pots are held away. Wang Tao roared, "Anton! It's gone too far." Anton snapped his ears unconcernedly and said casually, okay, rookie, don't get so excited, I'll give you a brand new AK-12 when we're safe." The AK-12 is the latest change of the AK series rifles in Tsarist Russia, and Wang Tao, who was very obsessed with the gun, definitely knows it, and the temptation that is definitely there. But Anton was too angry, and Wang Tao felt that his anger couldn't be dispatched with an AK-12. "Give it back." Of course the tone wasn't as firm as it had been earlier. Anton, who had been in the underground world for a long time, knew that there was nothing that money couldn't fix, only that the price wasn't enough. Anton held up a finger and said, "Add another Glock." In fact, Anton insisted a little more, and Wang Tao, who hadn't seen much of the world, agreed, and it's true that the strong-willed guy gets more. "It's a deal." Wang Tao prettily picked up the AK that Anton threw over and started rubbing it. It smelled so good. Anton faked sleep again for a while. After about 3 hours or so, Wang Tao woke up after a nap after cleaning the gun, and it was only then that the owner of this broken house came back from outside. Ike entered his broken house, saw the 2 Anton and Wang Tao with guns, instantly raised his hands. In Africa you cannot know anything, just cannot not know how to surrender. A little slower can be reincarnated. Wang Tao was shocked at the proficiency of Ike's surrender. Ike's will to live was strong, and he hastened to show that he was harmless. "Don't kill me." Anton was obviously familiar with this kind of behavior of the blacks in Africa and didn't make a fuss like Wang Tao did. In order to create unnecessary trouble, Anton spoke out to appease Ike, "As long as you cooperate, we won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. After all, this house isn't very soundproof." As soon as Wang Tao heard Anton's words, he knew that Anton's is not a simple guy. This sentence inside the expression of 2 meanings. The beginning of the said "will not kill innocent people" is to indicate that there is no kill Ike's mind. The second half of the sentence "the house is not very soundproof" is to give the reason not to kill Ike. After listening to what Anton said, Ike immediately the expression of fear on his face eased a lot. If a person is under extreme fear, in addition to God who cannot predict what kind of behavior for the sake of life will do. With the hope of living, people will become cooperative. Surrounded by 3 queens, the ancients are true. Thinking about it this way, Anton chose this house after careful consideration. The empty bottles piled up all over the house showed that Ike was a person who had the habit of saving things, indirectly proving that Ike wasn't a short-sighted guy who could not have his head jerked around and risk being killed by ventilating the house. Ike, who never let go of his hands in the air, said, "I'll cooperate." Wang Tao thought a little bit and knew that this Ike was an important part of the next Anton's escape plan. Unsurprisingly for Wang Tao, Anton gestured at him in the universal gesture of the world, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. Wang Tao took the 76 American knives that he had recovered from the kidnappers out of his pocket and then was just about to hand it to Anton when he was interrupted by Anton. Anton pointed to Ike and said, "Give it to him, man, what's your name?" Ike looked at Wang Tao and the hands of the American knife, some overwhelmed, thinking, the hands have a gun, how are still ready to give the rent? Ike. This word reminded Wang Tao of the name of a hero in a game he had played. Ike, good name, I need you to do me a favor and buy me a calling card back. Anton glared at Wang Tao when he finished speaking. Give the money, asshole, what's the point of clutching $76 so tightly? Wang Tao smiled sarcastically and hastily handed the American knife in his hand to Ike. Ike subconsciously took the money, and his brain, which was already a bit inadequate, became even more inadequate. Ike subconsciously asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll take the money and run? Or maybe go turn you two in?" Wang Tao covered his head, feeling that this black man called Ike, his head seems to be a bit bad, is this something that can be asked? Anton wasn't surprised the blacks in this place were no smarter than monkeys. Anton said unconcernedly, "What are you afraid of? If you go and denounce the two of us, your house, all these things you've worked so hard to pick up, will all come to nothing." Wang Tao felt as if Anton was a demon after hearing this, a little thought about how long it would take Ike alone to pick up so much garbage. While the value of these things themselves may be low, the cost in time and physical effort to Ike can be quite a bit. Ike really changed his face, staring at Anton, half a day did not move place. Wang Tao also thought that Ike was Anton to get angry eyes. Half suppressed Ike pointed to the pillow under Anton's ass and said, "I've got a calling card, it's right under your ass." Well, Wang Tao admitted that he had overthought things. Anton also embarrassed up, the whole slip of 13 tricks, and coercion and enticement, and the result is to want the thing sitting under their ass. Ike took the money and stopped squeaking, minimizing his presence. Anton pulled out Ike's hidden cell phone from under his pillow, let's just call it a cell phone. The buttons on that screen were only 69 except for the one green and one red for pickup and call, the limited edition of battle damage. Anton also tried to turn on the machine, and the hello, motorcycle. The sound of the boot went off. Hearing this movement, Wang Tao, the whole person is stupid, if not mistaken, this shell is Nokia, right? Anton was clearly shocked as well, and decided not to continue working on the inquisitive sewing monster-like cell phone in order to prevent himself from being hard-charged for another minute. Wang Tao only saw Anton switching Ike's calling card to his Nokia, and when it was turned on, he pressed a phone number then dialed it. "Hey, it's Anton, I'm in trouble with the gangs in Nebulo, I need your backup, yeah, bring what you can." As soon as Wang Tao heard Anton's words, he instantly felt as if he had hugged a super thigh. "Okay, keep in touch." Anton hung up the phone after he finished speaking, then he confided in Wang Tao, "Someone will come to meet us both, but it will take time." "How long?" Glancing at the Casio watch he had pulled off the kidnapper, Anton replied, "It's 3:30 p.m. inbound plus catching up, it's going to be noon tomorrow anyhow." "Well, it's good to have some backup." Anton continued again, "One more hour of rest and it's time for both of us to move on, this part of Kibera the slums isn't safe anymore, we need to get back to the rich part of the city center." Wang Tao was a bit puzzled, so he asked in an inviting tone, "Aren't the two of us better off hiding in the slums? Why do we have to go back to the rich neighborhood?" Anton was obviously very patient with Wang Tao, explaining to him, "The slums may seem to be more chaotic, but in reality, the worse the survival environment is, the more the poor need to help each other to cope with all kinds of troubles in their lives, so as long as you look for the two of us carefully, you will easily be found." Hearing Anton say this, Wang Tao understood the meaning. This slum also had a set of its own operating system, and the relationship between people was also closer than he had imagined. Anton then continued, "And let's not forget that it's the mob that's after us, and this part of the slums is someone's home base." "Understood, then we'll leave now?" Wang Tao, who had finished speaking, immediately got up and prepared to move. Anton swung around a bit and said, "There's no rush, finding the calling card went so well it bought us an hour gap. I do not know as the pressure is forced out of the potential, or Wang Tao naturally adapted to this dangerous situation, heard an hour. Wang Tao also do not care that the iron frame bed buried or not, climbed on the bed to that leaning on the eyes close to seize the time to rest. Anton feigned an apologetic tone to Ike, who was still holding his hand up in the air, "Sorry about that, bro, still have to bother you here for an hour." Ike echoed Anton's words down the line. It's okay, my time isn't worth much anyway. With a shrug of his shoulders, Anton slammed his eyes shut and began to rest, and Ike lowered the hands he'd been holding up into a crouch in place, looking like he wasn't going to move anywhere for the next hour. But Ike's expression kept changing, at times timid and at times rigid, at times frantic and at times calm, his tangled heart making the exterior hideous. Anton also observed this, but did not care. People will have a variety of minds, as long as the final choice is right, the middle of the idea do not have to care, as for the wrong choice, it does not matter, then in the next life to reselect again. Wang Tao, who was overly tired, woke up after about half an hour of deep sleep. Keep an eye on it, I'll take a nap, Anton said as both eyes closed and went to sleep. Wang Tao stared at the Ike who has been squatting in place. The black muscle talent is not covered, obviously nutrition or poor Ike, but also a tendon meet it. If it wasn't for Anton here, Wang Tao felt that he wouldn't be able to restrain this Ike, under the premise of not using a gun of course. Time flew by, half an hour of time, almost an instant passed. Anton said to sleep for half an hour, so he slept for half an hour, not a minute before or after. After getting up, Anton took an old jacket from the bed and put AK in it, making a simple cover-up, not to walk on the street to attract attention. Of course Wang Tao also followed Anton's example. Go! Anton, who had rested enough, got up and was ready to go. Wang Tao of course followed Anton, just as the two crossed over to Ike. Ike suddenly spoke up, "Can you take me with you?" Chapter 000728 Big Bars. Ike, this sentence is not only for Wang Tao dry freeze, but also for Anton dry freeze. This child is afraid, not a little head problem, right? But anyone with a long brain can also see that the two of them are running for their lives, right? This Ike actually wants to play with the two of them. Wang Tao is very incomprehensible. Wang Tao does not understand the despair of living in the slums. Ike was born from the beginning of this life, can see the head. In front of him there are two ways, picking up a lifetime of garbage, and to join the gangs, but these two ways are not what Ike wants. But Ike was clearly piquing Anton's interest, so Anton stopped and stood still and asked, "Why? I'll give you a minute to convince me to take you with me." Ike instantly became excited and stuttered, "I don't want to be stuck in this slum for the rest of my life. My mom told me that the chance to change one's fate in one's life may only come once, and if you can't catch it, you won't want to meet it again in this life." Anton, obviously not convinced by this Ike's reasoning, continued to look at the Casio on his wrist and reminded, 30 seconds to go. Ike's head was sweating with impatience, and his lack of language prevented him from saying what he was thinking. 20 seconds. Anton's calm voice rang through the room. Suddenly Ike saw Wang Tao preparing to wear a hat, and inspiration came. Anton's meaning was very clear. He did not want to know what he thought, but his own value. Ike spoke extremely fast. "You guys are being hunted down right now. It's the most difficult time. If I can help you guys at this time, then you'll definitely be very grateful to me." "Help me." Wang Tao was speechless at the lack of foreigner's language, and the four-word snowflake, help coming and going, was just a waste of time. When Wang Tao thought that Anton had been convinced by Ike, who knew that Anton continued to count, 10, 9, 8. Ike was on the verge of tears with anxiety, not knowing exactly what he could say to impress Anton. Wang Tao was sympathetic to Ike now, not moving his skin with the index finger of his left hand that did not hold a gun, and said the word color silently with the shape of his mouth. If Ike didn't understand such an obvious hint, then it was better to stay in the slums and go out to die. If Ike hadn't had some brains, he wouldn't have been able to save all the bottles he could trade for money, and would have long ago joined the zombie kids out there in snorting glue. Ike said with unprecedented speed, "Skin color? The two of you, one white and one yellow, your skin color is too conspicuous here, and with me on board, it will definitely reduce the probability of you being spotted, and I also know the eyes of District 3 in the slums to help you avoid them." For the first time, Wang Tao knew that the gang that kidnapped him was called the 3rd District. "You have 3 minutes to gather your things." Apparently Anton was convinced by Ike, and whether it was a matter of skin color, or whether Ike knew about the eyes in the 3rd Ward, that's something only Anton knows. Wang Tao stood still and watched as Ike, with great speed, pulled out the things he was going to take away. Ike gave the mattress its entirety up, revealing a steel-framed bed with a locking chest underneath, which of course was secured dead. Ike took out the key from his neck, and then unlocked that box. Wang Tao took a good faith look at it. The box had very few things in it, just a little American knife, and a picture, and 4 pieces of chocolate. Wang Tao shrugged his shoulders like Anton, this black man really likes chocolate. After putting both the photo and the money in his pocket, Ike picked up a piece of chocolate and unwrapped it and stuffed it into his mouth. The sweetness filled Ike with hope for the future. "I'm good." Anton put his ducktail hat on his head and then walked out of Ike's house. Wang Tao also lowered his hat and followed Anton. Out of the house, Wang Tao realized that it was really the same as what Ike said. He and Anton were too out of place here, and everyone on the street had their eyes focused on them. Ike, who had made up his mind, didn't stay in the house and came out right behind Wang Tao. Out came Ike, who directly pulled the sheeting covering the wooden frame, and then shouted, "What's in this house is whoever snatches it." Ike's words set the whole street abuzz, realizing that the contents of Ike's house were hard currency here, money to put it bluntly. On the streets, men and women, young and old, all ran furiously towards Ike's house, fearing that they would be one step too slow to grab the good stuff. Wang Tao's appraisal of Ike went up a level, and just this hand drew the attention of the entire street away. Anton took this opportunity to quickly walk towards the outside. Wang Tao and Ike followed Anton closely. Wang Tao wondered how Anton could recognize where the road to where was in the chaotic ghetto. At every street corner, Anton asked Ike where there were eyeballs in the 3rd district, but Anton didn't avoid them every time, and there were times when he would purposely pass in front of them. But as a hunter, Wang Tao, the sense of direction that is quite good, according to the words of the northeast side, is to remember the road. If you connected the places Anton passed in front of the eye each time, and then extended them, it pointed to the depths of Kibera, whereas in reality they were traveling towards the city. It was unrealistic to keep relying on walking to try to walk back to the rich district. Wang Tao thought that Anton would grab a car like before, who knew that this big brother beckoned and called for a slum cab. How to say, this cab. Once he saw that Anton had ordered so much, Wang Tao thought that he had brought a share for himself and did not squeak. Obviously, after a period of time together, Anton apparently understood Wang Tao's thoughts better. Anton summarized a sentence as smart and naive ruthless. "Order yourself whatever you want, those are for me alone." Wang Tao awkwardly scratched his head. "Good guy Anton, this food is really big, 6 burgers can eat it all?" Wang Tao said to Ike, who was beside him, "I'll have a fried chicken, a side of fries, 2 burgers, and a Coke without ice." "Can you still drink Coke without ice?" "It's called nourishment, get it?" Ike didn't listen to these two fight here anymore, and turned his head to the waiter to order. Wang Tao had to admit that with Ike around, he and Anton received a lot less attention, and Wang Tao just wanted to ask Anton where he was going next, but once he thought that he didn't know anywhere at all, he gave up. And most of the attention of Anton in front of Wang Tao was focused on the outside of KFC, and his vigilance was very high, and his anti-surveillance ability was not covered. Wang Tao felt that he was out of the country, can still meet the kidnapping quite unlucky, but can meet Anton this expert, also counted the misfortune in a million fortunate. Only Wang Tao was curious, since Anton was so powerful, how did he let someone kidnap him? Driven by curiosity, Wang Tao opened his mouth and asked, "Anton, you're so powerful, how did you get kidnapped?" "Which pot is not open?" Anton's face immediately darkened. "That's what's bad about Chinese people, no sense of boundaries at all." Anton said in a bad mood, "Don't call me Anton outside, call me by my nickname Polar Bear, mixing our real name in this business, it's best if only close friends know the best." Wang Tao was very excited and said, "Polar Bear, I know your real name, in that case, wouldn't I be your close friend?" Ugh, Anton now hated to take back what he had said before. How could he be so touched by such a lackadaisical cutie? Touched by a word of comrade, and then even told him his real name, Sucka not listed. When Wang Tao thought of giving himself a nickname, it was like the first time he played a game to get a name, and he said to himself, "Then do I have to give myself a nickname too? The nickname must be loud, like the nickname Polar Bear is cheesy." Anton strangled this broken mouth in front of him. "What do you mean the nickname Polar Bear is cheesy? Obviously very powerful and domineering. How did the mouth of this guy in front of him became so bad? Tigers? Wolves? Wild boar? Foxes? Jail Dahan?" Wang Tao muttered words for various animals, obviously having been sidetracked by Anton's polar bear, and of course there was the fact that as a hunter, Wang Tao had an inexplicable obsession with animals. Listening to it, Anton felt like he couldn't listen to it anymore and spoke up to remind him, "These names suck, you'd better come up with a word that isn't so popular if you don't want to be renamed with someone else." Wang Tao then reacted, "This real world is the same as the game, cannot be renamed. This is difficult to do. Exactly what animal's name is appropriate?" Wang Tao's most wanted to use are the king of the forest tiger, but it was very difficult for Wang Tao to think with his heels that the nickname tiger must be rotten. Anton, who had been suffering at the hands of Wang Tao, used his afterimage to see Wang Tao's eating expression, and the corners of his mouth rose up, as if to say that you kid also has today. Chapter 0008 Siberian Tiger. Wang Tao thought for half a day, did not think of what nickname he should be called. His face was twitching together, like a bun. Being fast food, KFC's speed of delivery was nothing to sneeze at, and Ike had already brought over the burger and Coke, just missing the fries and fried chicken. Anton grabbed the time and began to eat, a burger 3 mouths into the stomach. The speed of Wang Tao was shocked. Ike on the side was no better, and like a starving ghost, the large cup of Coke went into his stomach in one gulp, making Wang Tao feel like burping. Have not been hungry, look at the speed of eating can be seen, Ike and Anton too look to be hungry, and the sight of the slow chewing Wang Tao and is too out of place. Wang Tao had a sudden flash of insight in his mind, since tigers are easy to rename, wouldn't it be easier to rename them by adding a prefix, just like Anton's polar bear? Wang Tao said rather excitedly, I figured out what I'm going to call myself, Northeast Tiger. The Northeast Tiger translated into English is usually translated as the Siberian Tiger, and as soon as Anton heard Wang Tao nicknamed the Siberian Tiger, he even forgot to swallow the burger in his mouth. Polar bear, which has the Siberian Tiger domineering not only domineering but also with the Soviet Union's logo, it is simply tailored for their own, how can you let this guy in front of you to call it? Anton hated the teeth are almost biting. Having played a suitable name, Wang Tao's mood was finally soothed, and at the same time, his appetite opened up and he quickly ate his burger. Ike got up and went to get the rest of the fried chicken and fries back. Wang Tao was also Anton and Ike, two people eating speed infected, changed from chewing to swallowing in 5 minutes or so on the full. I'm full. Wang Tao sighed up. The amount of KFC given here was really big, there was fried chicken and fries left over. Ike and Anton both also stuffed the rest of Wang Tao's chicken fries into their mouths in 3 tries. Anton took the 6 bottles of bottled Coke and distributed 2 bottles each to Wang Tao and Ike. Although Wang Tao did not understand why Anton did this, he knew that there must be his reasoning, so he took it and silently put it into his waistband. Coke is practically a must-have item for home travelers who kill and set fires, with the sugar in Coke for a quick boost of energy and the caffeine to keep the mind sharp. After replenishing his strength, Anton got up and left the McDonald's. Wang Tao followed behind Anton, after turning around in the streets and crossing about 3 blocks. Wang Tao felt how the nearby buildings and facades are so familiar. This is not the kidnappers detained their 2-story small building of the street. This Anton again killed a horseback And the small 2-story building had an old van parked in front of it at that moment, and Anton lowered his voice and said, cover me. After saying that, he touched towards the box van. Wang Tao picked up the AK in his hand, opened the safety in passing, placed the safety lever horizontally, adjusted it to full automatic mode and then closely followed Anton's back to make sure that Anton could go in to replenish the gun at the first time when he missed the shot. Anton with the knife touched the side of the van and realized that there was no one in the cab of the van, and there was only one possibility that the people were all in the building. Anton gestured a hand signal that he was going to enter the house before he remembered that Wang Tao was not a professionally trained soldier and could not read tactical gestures before he opened his mouth. If not shooting to subdue the people in the building buys us a night's safety, bet on it? Since it had come to this, Wang Tao was also very honorable and said, bet. I promise to take charge of solving one. Anton is very satisfied with Wang Tao. In the battlefield, how much your ability to say how much, never exaggerate, this will let teammates misjudgment, their own bad luck does not count, the enemy is also easy to break through from you, the teammates are also involved in death. Ike followed suit, I can handle one too. Anton had suffered more than once or twice in regards to black African words, so dismissed Ike's words as if he didn't have. Self-brainwashing is the most deadly. Wang Tao really calmed down and converted into a hunter-to-prey mentality. The door of the small building was open, and Wang Tao could vaguely hear the voices of people talking in the building. Wang Tao only saw Anton go to the doorway, and after poking his head in and looking at it, he stretched out his finger and gestured a 4, meaning that it was quite obvious that there were 4 people in the house. Wang Tao nodded his head towards Anton, signaling that he understood, and then Anton began to close his outstretched fingers one by one and started counting down. After collecting his fingers in 3, 2, 1, etc., Anton rushed into the room as soon as he could, and just picked the nearest enemy to pounce on, fighting to take care of one while they weren't looking. The fastest way to kill someone with a saber is to stab. Anton first feinted towards the nearest enemy's throat. The enemy instinctively raised his hand to resist, who knew that Anton immediately switched his saber from his right hand to his left hand, and his backhanded grip changed to a forehand grip. Since most of the clothes people wear in the heat of Africa are a layer of short sleeves, the knife easily fends its way through the clothes. The saber stabbed straight through the lower side of the rib cage from the bottom up, and the enemy's diaphragm was instantly pierced, the diaphragm being the separation between the chest and abdominal cavities, and still being the main respiratory muscle, the main organ that maintains intra-abdominal pressure. Once the diaphragm was punctured, it would lead to breathing difficulties, and just like that Anton wasn't worried, and twisted the hilt of the knife hard enough with his small arm to make the blade rotate inside the enemy, and with the blood groove on the knife, the enemy was instantly seriously injured. The extreme pain coupled with the difficulty in breathing, the enemy could not even utter a scream, and in an instant the enemy lost the ability to resist. But one disadvantage of stabbing so deep is that it's not easy to pull out. The injured muscles tensed and clamped down on the blade, plus the blood rushing out. The hilt of the blade was slippery, so Anton gave up on pulling the knife out of the selected line, and lunged towards the enemy who was ready to get up. Just as Anton stabbed the first enemy to death, Wang Tao followed suit and lunged with his knife towards the enemy sitting on the couch furthest away from them, but of course Wang Tao wasn't as harsh as Anton with his knife and was able to directly stab the vitals. So Wang Tao changed stabbing to scratching, and when the enemy on the sofa just got up, Wang Tao went up and slashed the enemy's arm, and blood flowed out instantly. And Wang Tao has been grabbing and attacking, holding the knife in his backhand and drawing a figure of 8, the enemy's arms are scratched with cuts, the enemy who suffers pain can only retreat backward, and he apparently forgot that behind him is the sofa. Just 2 steps or so back, the enemy's legs leaned against the couch, and at this point, the enemy knew that he was being forced back and sitting back on the couch, which was a dead end, also launched himself. If the enemy could resist Wang Tao's attack and directly hold Wang Tao's arm to restrict Wang Tao's attack, there was only a ray of hope, while the enemy had obviously watched too many TV dramas and actually attempted to seize the knife with his bare hands. Taking a knife with your bare hands is based on the fact that one fighting skill is higher than the other to make it happen, and it's not good enough to have this higher, it has to be a lot higher kind of thing to make it possible. See in front of the enemy toward their own hands, Wang Tao directly take the knife as a cut, the enemy's palm was directly cut open, vaguely can see the white stubble, at this time, not to mention grab the knife, even clenched fists are laborious. Taking advantage of your illness can be quite obvious in the battle. Wang Tao saw that the enemy's right hand was injured, so he attacked more frequently, the same as a berserker opening up. Not only did he slash with his knife, the whole lot of them lunged, knocking the enemy in front of him onto the couch, while taking advantage of his trance to punch his enemy in the temple of the head. Of course Wang Tao, this move is also from the TV series, after all, since childhood is to watch the martial arts film grew up, see also see will, should say not to say that era of martial arts film is really something. After a hard blow to the solar plexus, it can cause a shock to the brain's bit hearing center, and hearing and balance are linked together. The oval sac of the ear contains a small stone called an otolith, which is a vestibular position receptor that dominates the body's balance. Once the otolith is oscillated, it will make a person dizzy, and in severe cases even fainting, and being in a battle with this symptom is the same as becoming a lamb to be slaughtered. Wang Tao, who had struck the enemy's solar plexus heavily, felt that the enemy's resistance became weaker in an instant, and Wang Tao, who had opened his hand upside down, flipped his wrist and stabbed a knife into the enemy's neck. The carotid artery was pierced. Unless there is a doctor on the side of the first aid, within 3 minutes must die. Wang Tao did not stab too deep, see the blood bared out, then pulled out the knife. The survival instinct of the enemy in front of him made him reach out and cover the wound on his neck, but in the face of a broken artery it was destined to be futile, and resistance was even less to be sought. Death was only a matter of time. Reverse open air. Wang Tao hurriedly turned around and prepared to help Anton in Ike's favor. Just when Wang Tao turned around, he was surprised when he saw the battle between the two. The second enemy that Anton pounced on after killing the first one was the strongest one of the 4 enemies in the building, more than 1 meter 9 tall, and his weight had to be around 150 kilograms, so it would definitely take time to try to solve it with his fists. And the most tragic still belongs to the side of Ike. In the civilian ghetto to pick up rags for a living, Ike, how can not have a very heavy weight, to be at least 10 kilograms lighter than the black people who are the same height as him. Don't underestimate the 20 pounds of meat if you put in the boxing match is directly different from a level. There is nothing in the hands of Ike, and the enemy exchanged hands fell in the wind. Ike, living in the slums, can have a house and put so many mineral water bottles without anyone stealing them. You can't keep them without some ruthlessness. Ike fights his foes much like hyenas tearing each other apart, with the main attacks lying in eye gouging and, much like Tyson, the world's top boxer, here biting and kneeing his crotch in a gory and less than lethal manner. But the key point that decided the battle, Wang Tao had already taken down his opponent, and a win on Wang Tao's side would be like the first of the dominoes being pushed down, and the entire battle situation collapsed. Seeing Wang Tao rushing over with a knife, Ike used all his strength to hold his enemy in a death grip. As a hunter, Wang Tao knew how developed the wild boar's latissimus dorsi muscle was, and it was estimated that a human being was not too far off, so in order to avoid the knife being caught by the muscle or being stuck by the ribs, this kind of embarrassing situation occurred. Chapter 0009 Scavengers. Wang Tao chose to wipe the enemy's neck. Cutting the throat was the fastest and deadliest means of killing. The blade slashed across his neck, and this time, since he was doing it from behind, Wang Tao used more strength, so much so that the blade was almost at the cervical vertebrae. Blood spurted out of the artery. Wang Tao forgot that Ike and the enemy were hugging each other, and the still warm blood smeared Ike's mouth, nose, and eyes. Sorry. Anton, who is physically fighting with the enemy over there, feels that ever since he met this guy Wang Tao, his 3 views have been shattered. Big brother. This is a life and death situation, how can you still have the time to apologize? Ike wiped his face with his hand and spat, it's okay. Anton wanted to curse his mother's heart. Have these two mental illness have each other in that apologize for forgiveness of kung fu, cannot come over to help, that old black fist is not paper mache, hit people also thieves ga pain. Come and help. Wang Tao scratched his head in embarrassment. He thought that it was Anton who was in that expert fight, so he, a rookie, should not go up and make trouble. Seeing Wang Tao holding a knife to this, and Anton is fighting the enemy, began to panic. Fighting in the middle of once the heart is restless, will inevitably reveal the cracks. Being a master grappler, Anton saw a moment to dodge the incoming punch to the left, reached out and grabbed his foe's head before stifling a grunt of humph. The veins on his arm bulged, and then he made a clockwise effort to break the enemy's neck, and the good guy gave Wang Tao a neck pain. Awesome! Wang Tao also gave Anton a round of applause. And Ike, who had just pushed away the body pressed on top of him, in order to keep in line with his teammates, so he also applauded along with Wang Tao at the same time. Awesome. Listening to the two lesser guys praising, Anton didn't have an ounce of joy. Wang Tao watched Anton mending there, suspicion rose in his heart and he opened his mouth to ask, Polar Bear, what are these 4 people? Anton, who was in the process of pulling out the knife he had stuck in his enemy's body, replied, scavengers, the ones in the gangs who specialize in disposing of corpses. Wang Tao asked in surprise, there are gangsters who specialize in this? Anton said in a tone of little scene, what is there to make a fuss about? This gangster can't throw the street after killing someone. There are murderers who are responsible for collecting corpses, and there are even gangsters who have their own controlled crematoriums, and they directly refine after killing someone. Wang Tao was shocked to hear that the other side of the world is actually so dark. Then think about it like this, are not all the people you kill bad people? This is not to do justice to heaven? Suddenly Wang Tao's entire being was permeable. Of course this expression fell in the eyes of Anton was very shocked, to know that Wang Tao but only at noon to kill for the first time, how suddenly figured it out. To know his first time to kill people can be difficult for many days. Unable to think straight, Anton stopped obsessing and looked at the first floor, which was covered in bloodstains, and instructed, Ike, clean this up and I'll go see what's in the compartment. I'll follow. Wang Tao followed the two Anton out of the house as much as he owed Den, and the van parked at the front door. The back of the cargo box was not padlocked. Wang Tao saw that it was Anton who opened the cargo box, and it was so dark that he could not see exactly what was inside. Go to the cab and see if there's a flashlight. Wang Tao toward the van's cab, pulled the door, found that there is actually no lock. This gangster is really not afraid of people to steal, lamented Wang Tao. Drilled into the cab and began to rummage up, not long in the glove compartment to find a flashlight. After Wang Tao reached the rear of the car, he handed the flashlight to Anton who had already entered the van. Anton turned on his flashlight and saw the body bags piled up on the side. This look was the work of the two of them. Next to the body bags placed his 6 AK as well as a large pile of bullets. That's what Anton was looking for. The few magazines he and Wang Tao had brought with them were simply not enough to sustain a small battle. That's right, 12 magazines pressed full of bullets were not enough. A normal battle in which one enemy is killed with 30 rounds from a magazine would be considered a marksman, bearing in mind that US forces consumed an average of about 200,000 rounds of ammunition for each militant eliminated in the Iraq War. While it's true that the US Army is a little overly wasteful, it also goes to show that in a real battle, ammo is far more consumed than one might think, and Anton will have to kill it without knowing exactly where Nemiro can replenish his ammo. Northeast, Tiger, come up here and move all these guns as well as bullets into the building. Anton was obviously not very willing to call Wang Tao the Northeast Tiger. Okay, Polar Bear. Anton always felt that Wang Tao called Polar Bear something unsavory, but there was little evidence. Wang Tao also found Anton's paws, first secretly complimented up their own nicknames really bull, and then get on the car and Anton two together with the bullets and guns together to the house. By the way, Ike took 2 body bags, so that he can easily pack. At this point Anton found the van's keys on the body and moved the van to the back of the building and parked it. Wang Tao looked at the 6 AKs on the ground that was cold in excitement, squatted on the ground and began to drum up. That seriousness is no less than reading a novel. Anton, who came back from outside, saw this and was confused. Did he have bad eyes? Is this Agma good gun? Why are you so excited? The obsession that every Chinese has with guns is something that Anton, who has always had a gun in his hand, doesn't understand. Wang Tao felt that his AK spring was a bit aging, so he opened up the AK to dismantle it. With all 6 AKs being dismantled into parts, Wang Tao began to pick out a new spring. Anton, of course, didn't hang around, looking for a hose in the house, and went back out, not knowing what he wanted to do. Ike put all the corpses in the house into the body bag, and wiped the blood on the ground clean, so he sat aside and looked straight at Wang Tao drumming a gun. Envy was written on Ike's face. Since Anton didn't say anything, Wang Tao wasn't in a good position to make a decision on his own to give Ike the gun to use, so he could only continue drumming it up himself. Not a moment later, Wang Tao saw Anton came in from outside, and slipped a bucket of gasoline in his hand, which looked like he was ready to do something. Wang Tao opened his mouth and asked, "What are you going to do with this gasoline? Is it hard to believe that you're going to make a flask?" Anton's mouth couldn't close in surprise. Was it possible that Wang Tao could read minds? Wang Tao was able to analyze Anton's thoughts. The main thing was that after Anton entered the room, his eyes were glued to the beer bottles that were right on the floor, almost writing "I'm going to make Molotov cocktails" on his face. Yes, make some Molotov cocktails. The origin of the Molotov cocktail that Anton was talking about was a big one, and by the name I thought it was invented in the Soviet Union. It was actually invented by Finland, an enemy of the Soviet Union, and the name has a very interesting origin. Molotov was the Soviet Union's foreign minister back in 1939, and to express the Finnish sense of humor, he was more or less counted out for what happened that year. During the Soviet-Finnish Winter War, Finland had to face the tanks of the Red Army due to the lack of tanks, the lack of anti-tank guns, and the lack of ammunition for the artillery. So what the Finns came up with was borrowing this incendiary weapon that had been invented by the Soviet-backed Republicans earlier in the Spanish Civil War. When Molotov broadcasts to the Finnish people, declaring that they are not going to drop bombs, but only to send them food. Finnish soldiers and civilians called the incendiary bombs they prepared Molotov cocktails to entertain Soviet tanks. This Molotov cocktail can be described as very powerful and easy to obtain, requiring only fragile glass bottles, flammable liquids, a cork, and a small piece of cloth to make. The method of use is also extremely simple. Dip the cloth into the flammable liquid ignited and thrown out on it. Increase the power is also very simple, and then add a little thickening stuff to make the flammable liquid adsorptive. Anton commanded toward Ike, "Scrape some siding down." Ike went to the restroom and got a tub of water and splashed it on the wall, scraped a small tub of siding with a knife, and then added water and stirred it into the mud. Wang Tao saw Anton pour the mud into the gasoline, a stirring, and so even after the bottle into the beer bottle, probably more than half a bottle to take the cloth into the bottle mouth, the cloth hanging in the beer bottle in the air, did not contact with the gasoline. Wang Tao watched Anton make a flask to learn, and then began to make up, to say handmade this thing from elementary school to have handmade class. Wang Tao pure descending blow. Looking at the efficiency of Wang Tao's production, and then looking at his own side, Anton now had a feeling that he might as well have let the kidnappers fix him up. Was this Wang Tao sent by God to punish himself? Wang Tao didn't notice Anton's abnormality and was there concentrating on making 1. The 3rd district, known as Mungiki, is composed mainly of the Kikuyu, the largest ethnic group in Kenya, with a peak membership of 2 million people, which has only gone underground after suppression by the Nepiro government and public opinion in the international community, but is still strong. Especially the control of the slums. Before it was completely dark, the place where Anton and Wang Tao landed was investigated, and that efficiency was not known to be much higher than the police in Nibiru. Along the way with Ike, the groundhog, Anton managed to misdirect the investigation, thinking they were headed the other way, and checking out the 2 carloads of people half the night before finally realizing that he was chasing them in the wrong direction. It wasn't until dawn that the neighborhood of KFC was finally checked out, led by Lupe, who specialized in handling all sorts of dirty work in District 3. Ruby, who was covered in tattoos, learned that the 2 Anton and Wang Tao had returned to the place where they had fled, and the veins on his bald head bulged with anger. "Fark, isn't there a scavenger there to clean it up? Are 4 men pigs?" Ruby didn't even have to hunt for the 4 scavengers who had cleaned up the bodies, which must have now become corpses waiting to be disposed of as well. What should the boss do now? Is it to just do it? Hold on, I'll make a call. Ruby picked up the Nokia and just started pressing the physical buttons to dial out. "Hey, I'm at that crime scene. People hiding in the building have to be strong-armed. Need you guys to cordon off the scene. Can't be photographed. Got it." Once Ruby finished, she glanced at the time, 6:31 a.m., and started waiting in the passenger side. At this time, Wang Tao in the building was woken up by Anton. Due to the amount of activity yesterday, today all the muscles of the body are sore, rubbed with his hands, then got up from the sofa and began to move the stiff body. Wang Tao asked, "What's the situation outside?" Anton threw over a packet of cookies and replied, "The people from the 3rd district are already here, and it is estimated that they will attack in half an hour." "Got it." Wang Tao grabbed a cookie, and the 2 of them, Anton and Ike, were not idle, carrying the sofa to the top of the stairs on the 2nd floor and emptying the 1st floor. After the activities of the body of Wang Tao followed also went up to the 2nd floor, looking for the 2nd best position in the shooting world. As for the best one is of course Anton occupied. Seeing that Wang Tao was looking for a shooting position, Anton said, "The wall of this 2nd floor corridor is a single layer wall made of bricks. It won't be able to block the bullet shots. You need to find a pillar that's made of concrete." So, Wang Tao knocked the wall and made an empty sound. It really is very thin like Anton said, and bullets can really go through it after hitting it too much. So Wang Tao set his sights on another pillar, ready to use it as his firing point, but this half fence on the second floor is really a bit uncomfortable. Ike, help me move the couch. Good. Wang Tao and Ike moved the sofa together. The small two-story building is really good as a fixed point, just can only enter and exit from the courtyard entrance, probably because the gangsters do not have a back door in order to prevent the kidnapped hostages from running out. As long as the entrance to the first floor courtyard is blocked off at a high point, there are no worries. Wang Tao discovered something. Just now there were cars and pedestrians passing by on the road, but now there are no more. Is this a clearing? I didn't expect that I could actually have this treatment. It was simply too exciting. Watching a hilarious scene is not a big deal. This sentence to describe Wang Tao is not too much, even if it is his own hilarity. With the police sealing off the street, the ops team as a mob was ready to start attacking, and Lu Pei came out on both sides of the corner at a command. Chapter 0010. Anton couldn't raise a bit of energy when he looked at the group of gun-toting gangsters walking brightly down the street as if they were old ladies walking around, but Anton was used to it. The regular army was like that in Africa, let alone a gangster. Slippers, NBA jerseys, that would be the standard. If this is not a residential area, it is estimated that it would have been shot towards the sky while walking over. Anton, not accustomed to problems, raised his gun and shot. Bang! With the speed of this group of material rabble marching, with the word move to describe it is not too much, belongs to hit a fixed target, but also a straight line distance of less than 50 meters of fixed targets. Even a novice shooting for the first time, it's not hard to get a hit, and the enemy falls down in response. Anton's gunshot was the signal that Wang Tao could not wait to get ready for the big game. Bang! X 3-inch bang. In the interval between Anton's first and second shots, Wang Tao fired 3 shots in a row, shooting extremely fast. Anton just wanted to complain about Wang Tao blind ing shot, then saw really fell 3 people, 1 shot 1 hit also our head? Fark. Anton asked himself to play this operation on Wang Tao so shooting speed and such high accuracy, so many years have met 1 or 2 times, what is his? Not only the prey is moving, as the hunter Wang Tao is also moving, and there is also the cover of the branches of the hunting dog, the opportunity to shoot is few and far between, so Wang Tao has practiced some fast shooting skills. When Wang Tao's enemy was more desperate, but there was no pain, unlike Anton who was brown as hell on the side and was much more casual in order to compete with Wang Tao on who shot faster. This random does not matter. The person hit by Anton will end up in a more miserable situation, unless it is a direct hit to the heart. If the bullet is pierced through the lungs, or the stomach under the ribs, then for a moment to die, they will suffer great pain. So let the comrades give a pain, really a relief. As for why not give yourself, that would have to not talk about the shortcomings of the rifle, too long want to commit suicide that posture is not injured to do all the effort, not to mention under the injury. With one of the black men in a number 5 yellow jersey, finally reacting, yelling, spread out. Just a moment ago, there were more than 20 people in the group, but in just over 10 seconds, there were less than 10 people left who were still able to move. Don't look at the black people can't fight, but in the aspect of escape, that talent is really no say. The leg is long and pouring is fast, that speed is faster than a rabbit. After this movement, Anton started to empty his gun. The bullets were grazing the enemy's clothes, and with his haste the rhythm was a little disorganized. On the contrary, Wang Tao has not been affected in any way. Itself Wang Tao is in a high place, as the saying goes, high hit low hit stupid. In the battlefield why is it said that occupying the terrain advantage is the most important? This is the reason. Wang Tao 1 shot 1 kept his rhythm, and Killing Machine is no different. Wang Tao knows that if he falls into the hands of the gangsters, then the end must be extremely miserable. In order to survive, Wang Tao had entered an extremely focused state at this time, like the god of death who reaps life, 1 shot after another until there was not a single enemy in his sight. Over 20 people ended up with only 4 lucky ones running away, and Luca, who was sitting in the car at the far end, was dumbfounded to see the scene on the street. Fark! What the hell is going on? Ruby got out of the car and stopped one of her men who was running the fastest and asked, Coney, what's going on and why are so many people dead? The one called Coney had been scared out of his wits, muttering, Death, that house is cursed by the devil and anyone who comes near it will die. Die. Ruby was not hearing anything useful at all, and raised her hand to slap Coney in order to get the information quickly. It was true that 72% of the creatures that had been slapped would calm down, while the remaining 18% were likely to descend into more frenzy. P.S. China occupies 18% of the world's population. Coney's eyes cleared up as he described what had just happened. Harry was leading us towards the building where the target was when suddenly a shot rang out and Harry was killed, and then the nightmare came. With the sound of a gunshot, people were falling one by one and all of them were shot in the brow. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Luca would have thought that Coney was exaggerating, and the scariest thing about it was that the black man, who was used to bragging, wasn't bragging at all this time, but was a bit humble instead. I know. After saying that, Lupe didn't know what to do for a while. Counting the driver who drove for Lupe, there were only 6 people left. What more than 20 people didn't do? Was it possible that 6 people were left? The best thing to do now would be to call for help, but Ruby was in an awkward position. How the hell was she going to tell the boss? Hey boss, 26 of us let 3 guys kill 22 in less than a minute? Nandi wouldn't dare believe Ruby. It was a good thing that Tran, the driver of Lupe's car, was a little more flexible and gave Lupe the idea, don't tell it like it is, chief, make the losses smaller and the battle longer. Lupe was used to bragging and exaggerating his record, which made him keep a low profile for a while. Lupe picked up the phone and called Nandi. Seeing that the enemy was repulsed, Anton, looking at the dead and wounded on the road, took his gun and walked next to Wang Tao, staring closely at the monster that was Wang Tao. Wang Tao was furtively flabbergasted by Anton's look, goosebumps all over his body, and asked in a panic, Polar Bear, is something wrong? It's okay, Northeast Tiger, what's with the shooting? Wang Tao said with a bewildered look on his face, what's wrong with my marksmanship? What do you mean? Anton wanted to strangle the pretender in front of him right now. Just how shameless did one have to be to say what happened to marksmanship? Why are you such a good shot? Wang Tao was even more confused after hearing this, pointing his finger at his nose and asking, me? A good shot? Don't kid yourself, okay? Anton was so angry by Wang Tao's Versailles words that he was almost smoking. If he said that Wang Tao was not a good shot, then there was no good shot in the world. Do I look like I'm kidding? Looking at Anton's serious expression, Wang Tao shook his head and said, unlike, I watch movies where it's all one shot off. Besides, this distance is so close, it's not even a moving target. I still like to hit moving targets, that's more sensational. Anton did not know how to spit out Wang Tao's words. You also know that one shot one is a movie acting and then you hit it in reality? How far away can you keep it with that kind of accuracy? Wang Tao thought for a moment and replied, 70 meters. Anton heard the heart slightly balanced a little bit, although Wang Tao hit more accurate, is particularly accurate, but he cannot shoot from a distance. If he himself and Wang Tao to pull away from the distance can be killed this hanging bastard. While Anton was still in Naomi, Wang Tao came back with, if you exceed 70 meters, you won't be able to hit your eyebrow. Anton listened to a word and twisted his head and left, just ing never seen such a cheap one. Wang Tao looked at the strange Anton is very confused. This is what is wrong, this old hairy man is afraid not by their own smelly socks smoke stupid right? Ike was also confused at the side, listening to Anton's words as if Wang Tao was very powerful. But listening to Wang Tao's words seemed like he wasn't very powerful. Anyway, Ike felt that both Anton and Wang Tao were not very professional. Ike had seen people fighting in the war, they were all pulling the trigger and not relaxing, which was like these two people like a gun to open. When Wang Tao saw that there were no more enemies that could move on the street except for a few more that were still alive and howling there, he started to press and selected bullets into his magazine. Collectively said Ruby had Nandi cursed as usual. Soaking in the luxury bathtub Nandi anger burning, his own men how even some wine bags, first Jabari that stupid lack of the kidnapped hostages to let go, and then responsible for the operation of the Ruby dead more than a dozen thugs. Just to kill 2 people, why is it so much effort? As the underground emperor of Nibiru, Nandi was puzzled, so the movements of his hands could not help but increase. Accompanied Nandi with the sexy beauty of the bath, biting her lips for fear of their own voice to provoke the temperamental Nandi. The 2 headlights were pinched deformation, good thing it is the original, otherwise it is really easy to be pinched burst. As much as Nandi was upset with Lupe's performance, he recognized Lupe's ability, and the enemy was tough, that's for sure. The reasoning that the night is long is understood by Nandi. The sooner this trouble is solved, the better, so Nandi decided to send out the dark forces of the 3rd district. Lupe leads an action team that handles all kinds of dirty work, such as kidnapping, extortion, including but not limited to being a security guard for bars as well as brothels, similar to a janitorial role. And really responsible for fighting another set of teams are 3 districts from the army retired soldiers recruited, that is the murderous ruthless characters, belong to the 3 districts of the killer weapon too. Nandi waved his hand and pointed outside. The beautiful woman who accompanied Nandi to take a bath had the sense to just leave the bathroom. There are some things that are better not to know. Nandi picked up the phone, pressed a call number and dialed. Hey, Ruby's met trouble, take someone to deal with it. Okay, boss. 4. The other side of the phone was dry and clean, and Nandi, who hung up the phone, still didn't feel very reassured, so she dialed the deputy commissioner of the police department. Hello. Located north of Westgate, those two foreigners are powerful guys. I'm afraid my men can't handle it, and I'll have to trouble you to contact the Britannia Special Air Service to help. Got it, I'll send armed police to check it out first, but not a single cop can die. Otherwise the chief who's about to move up the ladder will be furious. Don't worry, I know the weight, I still have quite a lot of cannon fodder here, your people are responsible for suppressing it. The deputy director on the other side of the phone laughed, forget that Kibra is your backyard. Nandi let out the same laugh, it doesn't even cost anything, just gives them the hope of being the most loyal cannon fodder. After ending the call, Nandi didn't dry off and headed out of the bathroom with a sardonic grin on his face. Now the underground world of Inai Biluo, like a typhoon like waves, and in the eye of the storm Wang Tao and Anton and Ike, on the contrary, the wind and waves are calm. Around even the sound of the horn are not, with the same quiet as the field. Wang Tao sighed up the inhabitants of this place of curiosity is not heavy at all, which have shelved in the northeast that is estimated that the houses on both sides of the street are the head, holding a melon kowtow to watch the fun there. The residents of this place said, this place is easy to watch the war hanging, fighting both sides or shooting towards the sky, there may be a battle down both sides or nothing, the result of watching the hanging. Just as Wang Tao was there, bored and drinking a coke, Anton's Nokia rang. Hey big dumb bear, we can make it in an hour and a half, give me your exact location. Anton snarled, Fark, stupid bird, call me a big dumb bear again and I'll stick your head up your ass. Hey polar bear, you still can't take a joke, tell me exactly where you are. Anton suppressed his anger and said, I'm in a 2-story building 500 meters north of Westgate Mall, and there should be a police guard on the perimeter. Okay, big dumb bear, you have to hold on, don't become a dead bear. Then without waiting for Anton to curse out, the opposite party hung up the phone and Anton was almost pissed off back. Hiccup, what's the situation with polar bears? The foreign cola gas was really sufficient, and Wang Tao, who was rather bored with idleness, asked. Anton replied, our reinforcements can arrive in an hour and a half. Great, should we pack up our stuff now? After saying that, Wang Tao was thinking about the AKs on the first floor, that's a good thing to take with you. Anton was instantly somewhat speechless. Wang Tao, this guy was afraid that he didn't think that the 3rd district, which was the ruler of the underground of Nibiru, only had this much ability. If this is all the rabble there is, then what am I making incendiary flasks for? We're in the same situation as a bridgehead on a battlefield, killing one wave leads to a wave of more powerful ones, a steady stream until we're wiped out. This is not hit the young to come to the old? Old Maoist language is a lack of spit after Wang Tao mouth cannot be suppressed, said happily, then it seems to be able to play a painful. Anton now counted to see out, this Wang Tao properly is a fanatical militant. Wang Tao's eyes remind Anton of a comrade in arms during the Soviet Union, he is also the same, regret that in the Soviet Union disintegration of the day of the bomb to drink himself to death. Chapter 0011 Don't care too much about such small things. Anton instructed uneasily, be careful, the ones that come back won't be such a rabble. Wang Tao asked with a naive look on his face, could it be the special forces that are coming? Anton had a billion points of speechlessness and replied in a rather helpless tone, do you think special forces are something lame? Besides, are Konya's special forces considered special forces? Even the conventional forces of Russia, America, China, Britain, and France can't compare. Wang Tao was puzzled and said, this Konya is at least a country with a population of over 40 million, right? How come it can't even train a special force? Anton then realized that Wang Tao was from a big country and had a misunderstanding about this ordinary country, overestimating the military power of small countries. Anton said, those 20 or so people just now are the fighting strength of the normal armies of African countries, and the high-intensity battles over here are all paid for by the governments over here to find mercenaries to fight. Wang Tao cannot understand, such a large Africa actually have to rely on mercenaries to fight, so much population, the runt can also pick out a number of powerful right, how the whole thing is like this. What Wang Tao does not know is that it is not that no one has thought about it, but small countries are like children in front of big countries, there is no autonomy, Africa that is the backyard of France. If it were not for the United States of America's intention to weaken Europe over the years, France's national power could have been taken to another level, which of course gave Huaxia the opportunity to do so. Wang Tao asked curiously again, are mercenaries that powerful? Seeing that the follow-up troops from the 3rd district also didn't come, Anton changed to a comfortable position and replied, of course it's so powerful, mercenaries can be said to be the world's most battle-savvy group of people, of course I'm not talking about cannon fodder like Ike. Ike felt like he was being discriminated against, but due to Anton's majesty, Ike only dared to skim his lips. Anton then continued, ever since the United States of America lost too much money in the Iraq War, it's changed to a proxy war, and dangerous missions are almost always solved by PMCs instead. Interrupting, what's a PMC? Anton forgot that Wang Tao is a white boy who doesn't know anything. As to why Anton didn't use a rookie to describe Wang Tao, that shooting skill is better than his own is called a rookie. So what should he call himself, a rookie? Anton replied, PMC, full name private military contractor, that is, private military contractor is similar to mercenaries, but with a wider scope of business. To put it simply, it's a legitimate mercenary company. Famous ones include Blackwater, which was later changed to Arcademy due to negative press, Titan, Armor Group, Trilobal Palm, Wagner, and many more. With so many PMC companies, Wang Tao had heard of Blackwater or read about it in a novel, and as a result, it had changed its name. Wang Tao asked, so many PMC companies so which one is the strongest? The strongest are 4, of which the United States of America has the Armor Group, Titan, Trilobalpin, and Russia is Wagner. And what about Wachovia? As soon as he mentioned Huasha, Anton's face looked odd. His tone was slightly strange as he replied, Huasha is the employer who pays very painfully. If I were to say that I should choose which country's person to be my boss, then it would have to be Huasha. Is paying very quickly a plus? Anton said with a look of indignation, why doesn't it count, since Russia has been more strapped for cash over the years, and since the EU is interested in admitting Russia, President Putin has cut military spending, and the KGB Russian Foreign Intelligence Service has even less funding. Wang Tao looked at Anton's expression and knew that he had suffered a loss from the KGB, then asked rather curiously, isn't the KGB Soviet? How come you still call the Russian Foreign Intelligence Agency KGB? Get used to calling it that. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, KGB stood in for Russia's intelligence agency. So, Anton continued, so the underfunded KGB began to cheat. Often will find a variety of reasons to renege on the debt. In the underground world belongs to the proper old man. And the United States of America to pay is very painful, but it is paid to have a contract with a large company, and then the large company and then subcontract it out, and that's not all. After the subcontracting of the people also subcontracting, at least a task has to be subcontracted 4 times to get to the hands of the person who performs the task, and if any of these aspects of the problem, then the settlement of the bill will also be affected. Wang Tao thought that the Europeans and Americans were really working according to the contract, but it turned out that they were actually subcontracting as well, and it was even more excessive. Is that so excessive? Anton laughed and said, what is this excessive? The boss of the mercenaries still have to draw a percentage, and in the end to the hands of the specific implementation of the small soldiers, there is only 5% left is good. Wang Tao has seen what it means to be a capitalist. This pickpocket is really ruthless. How much would I make in a month if I were like me? As soon as Ike heard the question about salary, his ears perked up, curious about how much a mercenary could earn in a month, but of course Ike and Wang Tao's prices must be different. Anton took a sip of his Coke and replied, $200 a day base pay, not counting combat allowances of course. $6,000 a month and a commission, which makes Wang Tao, who is a poor man, moved, which is $500,000 a year. I couldn't help but interject, what about something like me? $50 American a day and double the combat allowance. Although the difference between and Wang Tao is a little bit more, but Ike is also satisfied. After all, Ike rely on picking up bottles, a month even $200 cannot pick up. Before Ike could continue to fantasize about what he would do if he made so much money that he couldn't spend it all, there was finally movement on the street. The armed police sent by the deputy commissioner were then put in place to start scouting for the enemy on behalf of the dark forces in Sector 3. A head appeared on the farthest street corner, and the sharp-eyed Wang Tao spotted it, lifting his AK to aim through the collimator and aiming, with his index finger on the trigger, just short of excitation. Polar bear, shoot or not? Although I know that Wang Tao shooting is good, but Anton still cannot help but be shocked. This has to be 250 meters away, revealing a head, in the machine scanning to see but the size of a coin. People have to die. Anton refused, no opening. Remember, if you can't move when you can't move and there's no solid cover, don't show off your marksmanship. Unlike in the movies, dealing with snipers isn't sending snipers to shoot against you, it's blasting you with artillery. Wang Tao extinguished his thoughts of showing off his marksmanship, skimmed his mouth and muttered in a low voice, I'm not a good shot, so don't bombard me with cannons, if you want to bombard someone else. Sometimes a proper show of weakness does reduce a lot of stress, especially when trapped and unable to move, and after scouting the general situation, the armed policeman retreated again. If Wang Tao had killed the armed policeman just now, then the situation would have escalated, and it wouldn't have been a private matter for the 3 districts, but would have turned into a fight against the entire Negro violent organs. Regardless of what the deputy director, who was the umbrella of the 3 districts, would pay in the end, but the 2 people, Wang Tao and Anton, were definitely dead. The reconnaissance was followed by nearly 10 minutes of calm, but quiet before the storm, and even Anton fell silent and began to adjust his breathing. As a hunter, Wang Tao is used to squatting and guarding his prey, and the more critical it is, the calmer it is instead, and his breathing gradually slows down as he waits for his prey to arrive. 5 Lingji jeeps without license plates, fast from the south quickly, can be such a rampant convoy, not the average person can afford to mess with, the road cars have to avoid up. The dark forces of the 3 districts finally arrived, 5 jeeps parked next to the police car that blocked the road, not yet parked at the door opened, the people in the car quickly got off, and then lined up. A look at the essence of the spirit, can be compared to those who were before the rabble don't know how many times stronger. Of course the equipment on the body is also very luxurious a lot, a black dress, bulletproof helmets, bulletproof undershirts also have, of course, are all the big road color, the rifle held in the hand has become a US M4 carbine. Don't look at these inconspicuous equipment, the average tycoon that can't afford it, just a common bulletproof vest, the army procurement price of less than $1,000, but the black market to buy it will have to quadruple. There is also the American-made M4 carbine, not counting accessories the US Army purchases each gun is quoted at $673. Black market sale will be a big $1,000, good quality can even be sold for 5 figures, plus helmets, as well as grenades. 25 heavily armed personnel, not counting salaries, vehicles, combat allowances, just simple gun body armor helmets, would cost nearly $400,000, and that's without machine guns. You can see how expensive it is to raise a troop, compared to $1,000 for an AK, which is more cost-effective. The leader of the dark forces of the 3rd district is called Mir, with a tactical mask can't see what he looks like, but the sturdy muscles as well as the hard temperament, must be the military origin is it? Ram, the captain of the armed police leading the team, introduced the situation to Mir. The robbers are 3 in total, located at the 2nd floor of the Red Roof. The battle scene I sent someone to see, there is no valuable information, your people in the road strutting past, without any cover, so that the enemy in the 2nd floor strafing all of them were killed. Mir was also aware of what was going on under Ruby, collecting protection money was fine, meeting a slightly more powerful enemy, this kind of end was quite normal. Mir didn't overestimate the strength of Wang Tao and the 3 of them, after all, what kind of expert could it be to have been kidnapped? Ruby, who was sitting in the car, also saw Mir arrive, and since the 2 weren't on good terms, she didn't go down there, but of course saved a few moments for the jokes. None of those who could make it to a mid-level position in the mob were simple cannons, and if Lupe got out of the car and went to tell Mir the truth about what had happened, regardless of what Mir could or could not believe first. Let's just say that if Mir with his dark troops had managed to eliminate these 3 without any losses, how would Lupe, who had lost so many men, have accounted to Nandi? If the armed police hadn't come in time, Lupe would have been sending some weapons and information to the enemies in the building, and it would have been better if the enemies in the building had given it a bit of a go and wiped out all of the dark forces led by Lupe. When you compare it this way, with so many of Lupe's men dying without good weaponry, and the same number of deaths in the dark forces that Mir had brought with him, then Lupe's rating on Nandi's side would surely go up a notch. Of course if Mir had really sent someone to ask Ruby about it, then Ruby would have told the truth and would not have left any handles, but unfortunately, Mir had a high opinion of himself and had always looked down on Ruby, a guy who only knew how to bully the weak. Once Mir understood the general situation, he picked up his binoculars and observed the terrain again, and began to formulate a battle plan. Mir commanded, split into 2 groups to attack, Night Fury you take 1 group in the front, Lighter take the 2nd group in the back, pay attention that the opposite side is an expert, remember to cover. Night Fury's voice was a little hoarse as he said, understood. Mir added, chainsaw, bring the car around and put it in forward gear to act as cover. The chainsaw in Mill's mouth answered and went to the jeep, and the police, who were policing the neighborhood, moved the blocking car out of the way. As for why Mir didn't take a luxury car like this Lexus LX 570 seriously, that 3rd district, as the #1 gang in Nebbiolo, smuggling luxury cars was also one of the big businesses. The chainsaw secured the steering wheel well and released the brakes once it was in forward gear, and the jeep and idle began to move forward slowly. 1 group hid behind the jeep and began to advance slowly in battle formation. Anton and Wang Tao spotted the unmanned jeep at the first opportunity and realized that the enemy on the other side had gotten smarter. Anton, no, what should Polar Bear do now? Wang Tao still hadn't gotten used to calling nicknames in battle. Anton pondered for a moment and said, let them through, remember to be careful to dodge the bullets, the enemy this time is not the cannon fodder from earlier. Understood. After saying this, Wang Tao directly put away the AK and hid behind the pillar, not even showing his head, for fear of being hit by bullets, exactly the same as a coward. Anton, who saw this scene with his afterglow, was quite speechless. Just now he was harvesting enemies like a god of death, and all of a sudden he turned into a little sheep. This sense of contrast was also a little too big. Wang Tao is not afraid of losing face, the bullet is not long eyes, was blindfolded to the death of the morong $6,000 a month they have not earned it, cannot die here. Speechless to speechless, but Anton's evaluation of Wang Tao is even higher, not afraid of God like enemies, only afraid of pig like teammates. This sentence is the most important in the battle, a teammate who does not even want to lose his life for the sake of face, how can he be trusted? Anton popped his head up from time to time and observed the enemy's movements, but soon Anton felt something was wrong. How did this become him observing? Good guy reminded after he became cannon fodder? Wang Tao said that Anton should not be too concerned about these small things, who called Anton experienced. This time the enemy looked professional, about 50 meters away, and suddenly 3 of them were in a group, and this group of 3 broke away from the back of the car and ran into the second floor of the building across the street. Anton judged that these 3 people should be responsible for occupying the high ground and for suppressing when attacking. Anton quickly informed Wang Tao about what he had observed. Northeast Tiger, left-hand direction, across the street, 50 meters, 3 enemies entered the second-story building with a blue roof, according to my judgment is responsible for the enemy's attack when the suppression. Chapter 0012 Crossfire. Wang Tao replied, Roger. After that, he also entered the battle state, poking his head out and quickly found the second floor of that blue roof based on the information Anton gave, memorizing the location that could attack them. The jeep went about 10 more meters and like before another group of 3 entered the house across the street. Across the street, the second story of the light green wall on the left-hand side has likewise been entered by 3 enemies. Copy that. Wang Tao's picture in his mind had already determined which 2-story building Anton was talking about, and in order to make sure that he didn't remember it wrong, Wang Tao probed and looked at it again, and indeed, he didn't remember it wrong. There were now 6 people left in the back of the jeep, just enough to hide everyone perfectly. Since there were people on the second floor across the street, Anton didn't dare to observe as freely as he did just now, but since there were obstructions to the view in the 2 buildings across the street, Anton could still observe when he found a good angle. As the jeep got closer and closer and was about to reach a large pile of corpses, Anton was ready to make his move. If the jeep was allowed to close in any longer, it would be easy for someone to rush into the building if there was any kind of accident that was pinned down. Indoor CQB combat, no bulletproof vest, bulletproof helmet, there is no grenade, plus the limitation of the terrain, the advantage of the shooting method can no longer be played out. Any Wang Tao and Anton, how powerful the 2 will have to be mangled to death. Northeast Tiger, I'm going to shoot. You're responsible for suppressing the enemy on the second floor. Okay. What Wang Tao does not know is that Anton chose to let Wang Tao cover himself, then recognized that Wang Tao's marksmanship was better than his, and the assault personnel responsible for attacking with the most pressure on the battlefield was responsible for covering and supporting. Teammates are likely to die in the hands of the enemy because of a small mistake on your part, so usually the sniper's responsible for cover, the pressure is very great, and there are all kinds of psychological problems after retirement. Anton was aiming at the tires of the moving jeep. Bang! After a gunshot, the battle was fought. The jeep's right front tire was blown out by Anton's shot and the vehicle veered to the right. The leader of the group behind the car, Night Fury, pressed the intercom and said, Thor, Hulk, take cover. We've got a flat tire and need to suppress the enemy. Roger that, X2. The 2 small team members in charge of the cover, each poked their heads out of the second floor windows and raised their guns, ready to fire and suppress. Wang Tao waited for them, his index finger pulled the trigger and the gun went off. Bang! Bullet right between the eyes. Bulletproof helmet? At 70 meters, I'm sorry, it's useless. The man at the window went limp and sat down on his knees, and Thor, who was on the sidelines, thought something was wrong. Hey, Coke, what's wrong with you? Thor shouted as he pushed, only for Coke to be pushed right back, with a bullet hole right where his eyebrow was. Without a bulletproof helmet, it's likely that brain matter would have to spew out of the back of his head and all over the room. Fark, what the hell? Thor couldn't believe his eyes. You could get shot in the left eye or the right eye, but not in the center of the eyebrow. Thor could have lied to himself that his enemy was blinded, but this was a battlefield, and lying to himself was tantamount to not wanting to live, just as Thor was about to use his walkie-talkie to say his situation. Wang Tao fired again, bang. The light green walled second-story window, the enemy was similarly shot in the center of the eyebrow. This time the enemy by the window was in a shooting position on one knee and was killed and fell straight to the ground, and when the Hulk was called aside and saw it, he picked up his walkie-talkie and roared. Masters! There is an expert on the opposite side. Don't show your head. Night Fury, hiding behind the jeep, hears the Hulk's roar over the intercom, and his whole body is confused. Master? Don't show your head? Night Fury picked up his walkie-talkie and asked, Hulk. Calm down, what master? The calm Thor picked up the walkie-talkie and explained for the Hulk, head, there are sharpshooters in the enemy, the man we lost here was shot between the eyes, the bulletproof helmet doesn't do anything. Hulk calmed down at this point and said, here's one dead too, same bullet in the eyebrow. And there is almost no interval between the two gunshots. Night Fury also realized the seriousness of the problem, specializing in the center of the eyebrow then the bulletproof vest bulletproof helmet they wore is equal to the waist. In Africa never lack of war to fight, Night Fury is also considered to be 100 battles, but this situation is still the first time to meet, of course, is also the Night Fury through the battle, then a certain country between the village and the village fights between the intensity of the battle are low. Another reason is that precision shooters, on the African side, are harder to meet than elephants, not to mention snipers, who perform strategic missions. Stay hidden, don't ever show your head. Night Fury clicked on his walkie-talkie and switched to the channel of the second group, reporting what had happened here to Mir. To say that the most disturbed now is not yet Mir, but show his head ready to shoot Anton, just ready to do a big job, as if the pants are off, the results tell you cannot eat ice today, as the same, to Anton the whole emotional incoherence. These two shots directly silenced the battlefield again. The last time Anton had seen this was during the Chechen War, but then the silence was caused by a D-30-122mm howitzer. The first troubling one appeared, then the second troubling one had to follow. Mir suspected that his ears had misheard after listening to Night Fury's report. What the hell was a punch to the brow? Mir, no matter how stupid he was, realized that there was something wrong with the mission target. Ruby's men were too weak, making Mir mistakenly think that the enemy was just generally powerful, not expecting that it was actually an expert. And of course Ruby's little mind was plain to see, wanting to fail as much as he did, or even lose a little more. Mir's face under the mask was as ugly as it could be. With all this intelligence being wrong, it wasn't even surprising that he was outright destroyed by the group. It's a good thing we found it in time, or Lighter would have been really powerless to press on with the second group. Of course this return to the sky meant confiding in Nandi, and as far as what happened to the trapped members of the first group, Mir was truly powerless to do anything about it. A sharpshooter who occupies the high ground without heavy weaponry is the equivalent of turning on cheats in a game, or Dragon Pride in a novel. If he was outside the city, Mir had countless ways to solve the problem of Wang Tao, but within the city Mir couldn't do anything about Wang Tao. After all, District 3 is just a gang, machine guns, armored vehicles, mortars, RPGs, the big guys like that wouldn't dare to take them out and use them in the city even if they had them. And it's not like the armed police, who have armored vehicles, are going to lend them armored vehicles. The question was unsolvable. Mir had dismissed a group of 12 people as dead, of course 4 of them in the building were allowed to retreat, but they needed to cross the line of command, and Mir decided to give up along with them. Fired 2 shots of Wang Tao that is quite depressed. I thought I could do a big job. Who knows that this heavily armed enemy actually became a shrinking violet, compared to the group of rabble just now is not as good. However, Wang Tao did not realize that this is not a soldier in the army. How can you expect a gangster to fight you to the death? Wang Tao waited for a while longer and realized that the enemy still didn't show his head, so he could only open his mouth and ask, Polar Bear, what should we do if this person doesn't show his head? You take control, I'll shoot the car. Understood. Ike, hand me your AK and you take another one. Anton said with all the bravado he could muster. Ike hastily handed Anton the one in his hand. After receiving the AK in Ike's hand, Anton set the AK to full auto mode and straight away stood up, shifting the position of his left hand from resting on the AK to pressing the AK, before pulling the trigger. Bang, X30. All of the bullets in the pike went out, and Anton's hands were really strong. The recoil of the AK was held down. Like the movie Hiding in the Back of the Car can dodge bullets or bull, ordinary vehicles can be 100% blocked rifle bullet shooting parts. One is the vehicle's engine, another position is the tire, other positions can only be said to play a role in slowing down the power of the bullet. A magazine hit down, hiding behind the car there are injured, although the bullet did not directly hit the fatal parts, but hit in the legs and arms will also make people incapable of fighting. Night Fury yelled into his walkie-talkie, Hulk, Thor, you guys press on. After switching to another channel, Chief, we need backup, 2 wounded need to be treated. Night Fury, hold on, we'll be right there. At the far end of the room, Mir said but did nothing, and the leader of the second unit, who had of course heard it over the intercom, was silent and did nothing as well. And the Hulk and Thor and the other 2, all silently glanced at each other, neither daring to poke their heads out of the window, let alone suppress it. Ack. To say that the most difficult still belongs to Wang Tao, lack of bullet stays used to seeing such a waste of the old heartache, plus more or less a little genetic factors, thrifty inertia especially what a bullet to eliminate an enemy. Just a little more than 3 seconds, another magazine was emptied by Anton and immediately replaced the third magazine, the firepower was renewed, Anton used this AK to fight the effect of a machine gun. Of course, the power is not machine gun enough. As long as the number of bullets is high enough, there will always be unlucky people who get hit, and the man hiding in the back half of the car, who didn't crouch down completely, got hit in the neck by a bullet and died through with his head lolling. Not dead people hiding behind the car can still be able to hide, once the beginning of the dead people cannot stay, just like Damocles hanging over the head. Did not kill people may not be much fear, but when Damocles in front of your eyes to really kill one of the time, and then hanging over the head, that the sense of fear is not the average person can accept. Anton's gunfire continued, bullets thudding against the jeep, and those hiding behind the vehicle began to get scared. Every seasoned warrior is a master of psychological warfare, to put it bluntly, playing tactics with a dirty heart, and Anton is even dirtier than that. While Anton didn't know what a siege was, Anton knew that people were best addressed when they were running away, and had to be given a way to live that they could see. Anton, who had finished his 4 magazines, threw the AK in his hand to the ground, then quickly switched his previous gun back to aim at the jeep. The atmosphere of the battlefield, which was suddenly quiet again, was even more nerve-wracking, especially for those hiding behind the cars. And Mir all but cursed, "Fark, asshole." The English curse words are just that, just flip-flopping. It would have been all over when Anton gave this guy hiding behind the car a beating to death and Mir found a reason to let them go. After this whole thing came out, the pressure was put on Mir. Time passed by, and the pressure grew instead as time passed. Of course, the people behind the car can also make a choice. Now in front of them are 3 ways. The first is to escape, the second is to continue to hide, and the third stubbornly waiting for help. Night Fury was no cutie pie either. The quiet streets, the voice on the intercom that never sounded again, the silence of the support team, all of it nothing but an indication that they had been abandoned. Wang Tao was so bored that he started to whistle, and had known that it would be better to let Anton take charge of the cover, and he himself would be in charge of the blitz over the top. Anton's meaning Wang Tao saw it at a glance. The snipers commonly use tactics corps to beat the backup. The enemy hiding behind the car is the bait, handing over the right to choose. Surrounding the corpses is indeed a good way except for the lack of moral points, just when Wang Tao was curious about how the opposite side could be cracked. At this time the white flag was raised behind the jeep. Wang Tao was surprised beyond words. This surrender was a little too fast, right? Polar Bear, should we accept their surrender? Is it a violation of the Geneva Convention to kill a prisoner of war? Anton listened to Wang Tao's question, a face of black lines. This guy's drama, why is so much you are also worthy of the Geneva Convention tube? Those are the rights of the big countries. Accepted, we need body armor and ballistic helmets and walkie-talkies, and a little intel on the other side of the fence, too. Polar Bear, is that an M4 across the street? Is that gun any good? It's better than the AK you're holding, but it's more delicate and needs to be taken care of, and the AK is still more reliable in bad situations. It's better to be reliable then. Wang Tao recalled the scene in the slums rubbing the gun. This old black with a gun is really not maintenance. Petite gun, let it go, really blow up the chamber will become a little cute. I'm not sure if I'm going to be too wrong to kill? When he picks up a gun, he should already be ready to die, and of course you should be ready to be given a death sentence. By picking up a gun you're a soldier, not a civilian anymore. I'm ready. Wang Tao is also a thrill-seeking guy in his bones, and if he is a person who dares to be bland, it is not possible for him to travel thousands of miles to Africa to see the elephants after winning the lottery. Ike, you go out there with the zip ties and tie up all 5 of these men, remembering to tie them with 2 buckles, one for the wrists, one for the thumbs, and one for the backs. Got it. Ike took the bundle of ties he'd recovered from the bodies of the kidnappers and headed downstairs. Wang Tao seems to have been casually chatting with Anton. In fact, the attention has been placed on the window side of the green building and the blue building, and I do not know whether it is really scared of the fight, or is ready to engage in any conspiracy and trickery, and there is no movement at all. With his afterglow, Wang Tao saw Ike go out of the first floor door and walk over to the 5 surrendered guys before he started tying them up one by one as Anton had instructed. Even one of the wounded whose arm had been wounded by a bullet was tied up as usual, and it hurt to watch Wang Tao. Ike was very handy, and in less than 5 minutes he had all 5 tied up and brought in. Northeast Tiger, keep an eye on the outside, call me if there's a situation, I'll go ask for intel. Copy that. Anton put away his gun and went into the house. Wang Tao did not look back to see what was going on in the house. The sound of talking could still be heard. Especially the movement of that big mouth. Wang Tao's face hurt when he listened to it, and soon Ike sent a bulletproof vest and a bulletproof helmet, and started to give Wang Tao a setup on his body. Bulletproof helmet flavor or smoked head, but for the sake of life Wang Tao chose to endure. Said bulletproof vest is actually a bulletproof undershirt, chest inserted a ceramic bulletproof insert. If Wang Tao turned it over and took a look, the origin on it was clearly made in PRC, purposely replacing the English of Huaxia with PRC so that it would be a little more dignified, and most people didn't know what the abbreviation RPC stood for anyway. After some friendly exchanges from Anton, Night Fury, and the five of them explained the color of their pants. After the questioning, Anton instructed Ike to control their feet and mouths. He returned to his original position and repeated the information he had overheard, picking the key points and repeating them to Wang Tao. Wang Tao did not expect that the 2 shots he fired would have such a deterrent effect that it made the remaining group not dare to continue their attack. But that was just as well. They could leave when the people picking up Anton arrived. Anton took 2 walkie-talkies in his hand, one switching to the fixed channel of their mercenary corps, the other still retaining its original channel, leaving a bridge of communication with the dark forces of the 3rd sector. Wang Tao did not know much about all this anyway. Everything was left to Anton. He only needed to kill the enemies within sight, simple and rough. Seeing that his men surrendered, Mir was relieved that no one was dead was the best case scenario. Mir also knew the truth that rivals can work together and found Ruby, who was in the car watching his jokes. Mir knocked on the window, signaling for Ruby to get out of the car to say something to him herself. The corners of Lupe's mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Seeing Mir in such a sorry state was not rare, but jokes were jokes, business was still to be done, and Lupe opened the car door and stepped out. Ruby asked knowingly, "Hey Fire Dragon, what can I do for you?" Mir's nickname was called Fire Dragon, but of course few people would call him that nowadays. It's all about the head or just the name. Ruby's flirty tone of voice made Mir feel uncomfortable, but things had to be said. "Considering a hand in cooperation? Now that we've both failed, there's no way to go back to Lord Nandi." Ruby shook her head. No, I did fail and you didn't. At most you died 5 people. Is that a failure? I died 22 people to be a true failure. Indeed, there was nothing wrong with what Lupe had said. Mir's dark forces losses were indeed small. At the very least half of them would have to die to be the same as Lupe's losses. And Mir didn't want the dark forces to lose too many people. If more than one person died, it would be better to re-recruit another batch of recruits, but it wouldn't be Mir who would manage the re-recruits. Ruby takes the flak, yes, but recruiting cheap cannon fodder, that's what he does, and with a little bit of money to fool around, it's just another bunch of teams. To put it bluntly, Mir is the contractor on the construction site, leading the team to work. If the men under him are gone, as the boss Nandi will only change the construction team. Mir also knew what Ruby meant and said directly, "Get right to the point, how exactly are you going to cooperate?" If he cooperated with Mir, Ruby was confident that Nandi would not be punished in any substantial way, even if she was angry. But the favors that should be asked for that must be asked for. Ruby pointed to the Lexus LX 570 that Mir had driven over and said, "These 4 cars belong to me." Mir thought for a moment and said, "Deal." The 2 each got their benefits, and Mir now only had one problem left, which was to negotiate with Wang Tao and the others. Mir picked up the walkie-talkie and hit the transmit button right in front of Ruby. "Hello, this is Fire Dragon, I'd like to talk to you." "Say." Anton returned the word. Mir didn't care about Anton's attitude and said directly, "There is no deep hatred between us, you are only seeking to live. As long as you don't kill the people who surrendered, I can make the decision to let you leave safely." Anton laughed disdainfully after hearing this. "Fire Dragon? I think it's a worm, and you're making conditions with me? If you have the ability, you guys can continue to attack. I'd like to see you guys not letting me go, suck an ole." Mir was unsurprised by Anton's grumpiness, typical Russian, high self-esteem, impatient, poor, doesn't like to admit mistakes, summed up simply in 2 words, poor and cross. Mir first needed to satisfy Anton's goodwill before the negotiations could continue, so Mir lowered his stance and said, "It's true that we can't do anything about you guys, but you'll still lose out if this stalemate continues." Anton's tone changed to a softer one, "Indeed. As compensation for your shock, we'll have a car, $10,000 in cash, and then we'll remove all the people from the surrounding area, but you'll have to keep the equipment and guns." "And if it doesn't stay?" Anton toughened up again. Mir was rather helpless. Dealing with the Russians was a real bore, full of robber baron logic. What you grabbed was your own. "If you don't stay, then the American knife will be gone. I'll keep your gear, but I want $15,000 and the vehicle to be a Jeep with a full tank." In a slightly embarrassed tone, Mir said, $13,000 is my bottom line. "Deal." Mir turned his head and went off to get the money and the car ready, and Ruby picked up the phone to help along, both wanting to get the 3 plagues out of the way as quickly as possible. Wang Tao looked at the corners of Anton's mouth, grinning to the sky. "When the time comes, I'll share 5,000 knives with you, haha, get rich." Anton finally broke his defense and couldn't help but laugh. Wang Tao didn't think he could actually get a share, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Do I still have a share?" Yes, it's the spoils of war, and everyone is entitled to a share, even Ike gets 1,000 cuts. Ike was overjoyed and hastened to thank Anton. Anton followed up with, those 6M4A1S, bulletproof undershirts, and bulletproof helmets are considered commissions for rescuing us. You guys don't have any objections to this, do you? Ike of course didn't dare to have any objections, so Wang Tao knew that Anton was asking about himself. No, how about counting this AK as well? It's okay, a mosquito is still neat. Mir was quick, and in less than half an hour everything was ready and sent to the door of the second story. Of course Ike hadn't been idle, putting everything he was going to take in his shrouded bag, ready to go when the pickup came. Just when everyone thought it was going to be over, the Britannia Special Air Service arrived. Mill and Ruby, two people, saw the arrival of heavily armed special aircrew. The whole person is stupid, either you come a little earlier, or you come a little later, but all the talks are paid. The special aircrew came, in this pinch point is not it. The British Special Air Service Regiment, or SAS for short, is the most famous special forces unit of the British Army, in addition to the 21st and 23rd Special Air Service Regiments, with the 22nd being active and the 21st and 23rd being reserve. The American Delta Force was modeled after the SAS. It is organized as follows. It is divided into 4 Sabre squadrons, A, B, D, and G. Each squadron consists of approximately 60 men, and each squadron consists of 4 squads, each focusing on certain areas of expertise. The squadron's headquarters element consists of the commanding officer major, second-in-command captain, operations officer, squadron sergeant major SSM, squadron quartermaster sergeant SQSM, and staff sergeant. Each team consists of 16 people, with each of the 4 teams focusing on a different area embedded approach, commanded by a captain, with each team member possessing special expertise, such as communications, demolitions, first aid, and languages. This time came the Special Air Service Regiment's 16th squad in the D team, and it was a 16-member full squad, and the equipment was even more luxurious, equipped with MP5A3 submachine guns, Mossberg 500 shotguns, L115A3 long-range sniper rifles, L119A1 assault rifles, L129A1 precision shooters rifles, Belgium's Minimi light machine guns, and M203 grenade launchers. But the most powerful point of the Special Forces is not the firearms, but a variety of single combat gear system, such as preventing noise on the battlefield, electronic pickup noise reduction headphones, bulletproof goggles, bulletproof helmets, bulletproof vests, MAL sub-packs, water packs, backpacks, and even knee pads, such as small pieces of equipment. The compatibility of various equipment, not to mention night vision devices such as big killers, not to say that the Special Forces non-power cannot afford to raise it. Of course it was armed police Captain Ram who was interfacing with the Special Air Service Regiment, and the 2 individuals, Mir and Ruby, couldn't even intervene to do something about it. Originally known as the Sunset Empire of Great Britain, these 2 years is really pulling. In order to point the remaining influence in Africa, the Special Air Service Corps, the Special Forces do anything. The deputy director of the police station in Nairobi Luo is like the wartime 2 ghosts. Meet what dirty work on the shouting Special Air Corps to do. This is not the armed police do not use, let the Special Air Corps to counter-terrorism it. Ram reported the scene to the commander of Special Air Service Regiment D. Of course Ram wasn't so stupid as to refer to the dark forces in Sector 3 as armed police. After listening to the report, the commander of Team D's face underneath the mask smiled disdainfully. A mere thug with a good shot had left so many people helpless, and had allowed 5 prisoners to be taken. As a soldier who had been on the battlefield for a long time, the commander of Team D knew the truth that he was not afraid of a godlike enemy, but was afraid of a pig-like teammate. I got it all, move all your cars and get all your peoples out of the way. Ram heard the disdain of the D-team commander in front of him, but wasn't offended at all. After all, who would get serious with a free hitter? Ruby, who was at the side of the car on the side of the road, touched Mir with her hand and said in a voice of only 2, "We can't let the Special Air Service regiments take those 3 alive. If the boss finds out that we're both cheating on him together, we're both dead." Mill knows that Ruby is right. Nandi is a very suspicious person. If Nandi knows that the 2 of them get together, then direct suicide is the best choice, or be caught by Nandi, then the end of how miserable to be as miserable as it is. So Mir got into the car after pulling the door open while the D was getting ready to attack, and laid down in the back seat to prevent the D from noticing. "I am Fire Dragon, answer when you hear me." Anton, who was dividing up the money, heard the walkie-talkie go off and picked it up and answered, "I hear you, what's up?" "The Special Air Service is here, taking over the scene, and there's no way I can let you guys go." "How many squads came? How many in total? Any heavy weapons?" Mir replied, "A full squad of 16 men, no heavy weapons, only 2 machine guns but shields." The squad's commanding officer had the perimeter police evacuated. "May I ask what help you need?" Anton had never seen such a thoughtful enemy, and asked what help he wanted. To the Gold Master Anton was very polite and comforting. "No need for help, Fire dragon, right? Don't worry about us being captured, you need to think about what kind of consequences this squad will have if it's completely wiped out, right? By the way, the next time we work together, the denomination of the American knife is a bit smaller. Mills? What do you mean, wipe out this squad? What kind of nonsense is that? You know this is a special air service regiment. What a battle-tested special forces unit. Chapter 0014 Full Band Blocking. Immediately after that, Wang Tao. The guy on the other end of the intercom named Tyrannosaurus snapped and smiled. Hey, don't be so grumpy, polar bear, don't worry about bringing the big guy this time. Anton didn't ask what happened to the big guy, and the big guy said, I'm getting ready. He didn't say anything else. Anton adjusted the frequency of the other walkie-talkie, then handed it to Wang Tao and said, this is the transmitter button, press it down and you can talk. Nah. Wang Tao didn't want to tell Anton that the broken walkie-talkies were 3 or 4 at the construction site themselves playing bad. Due to the lack of suitable high points nearby and the fact that the enemy had precision shooters, the commander of Team D didn't take the risk of setting up a sniper team and had the sniper team switch to MP5 submachine guns. Each member of the Special Forces team is multi-talented and can switch between each position, and once they are ready, the D team is on the move. With the shielded D team, there was no need to use the vehicle as a cover like the dark troops from the 3rd District just now, and the 16 people split into 4 combat formations began to rapidly approach towards the small 2-story building where Wang Tao was. Wang Tao saw the scene from a distance and hurriedly asked, Polar Bear, what should we do? Shoot at the shield? Anton replied, that's a bulletproof shield, so if you're bored, you can shoot a couple of them and try them out for fun. Wang Tao aimed at the shield at the top and pulled the trigger. Bang! The AK 7.62 bullet bounced off the shield with its curvature, leaving only a small white dot and barely causing any damage to the shield. Wang Tao fired another shot in disbelief. Bang! The result was still exactly the same. Wang Tao was a bit skeptical and said, is this broken shield so sturdy? Every time Wang Tao spoke, Anton had the feeling of choking on his neck. What does it mean to have a broken shield? Anton helplessly explained, this is a heavy-duty bulletproof shield, it's quite strong, don't want to penetrate it without a large caliber gun, or armor-piercing bullets. The good shot Wang Tao for heavy bulletproof shield this cannot penetrate the turtle shell, is quite abhorrent, viciously said, in the future to change the gun must be large caliber, all with armor-piercing bullets. Listening to Wang Tao's childish speech, Anton said in a tone of amusement, I hope you do what you say. Wang Tao said confidently, it has to be. Defended by their shields, the 16 men of Team D approached quickly in a tactical formation of zigzags, raising their shields accordingly as they got closer. This makes Wang Tao, who is in a high position, helpless, wanting to hit the feet cannot be hit, and the arms are all protected. Mir and Ruby in the car were desperate. This would have been a 100% live capture if the most CQB-savvy Special Air Service group had gotten inside the building and dropped 2 shock bombs to settle the fight. Somewhat anxious, Wang Tao proposed, Polar Bear, otherwise I'll go to the 1st floor, and the 2 of us will go up and down. Anton shook his head no, did you forget we have Molotov cocktails? Wang Tao's eyes lit up after hearing this, righto there is also a box of Molotov cocktails, this thing can even dry over tanks, let alone just these few people. Anton shouted, Ike light the flask for me. Ike did as Anton had taught him yesterday, first shaking the bottle of thickening substance, then turning the flask upside down and handing it to Anton once the gasoline had soaked the cloth and taken a lighter to light it. Cover! Wang Tao stood up, aiming his AK at the enemy on top of the shield in the street, preventing the enemy from shooting sideways when Anton threw something stiff. Anton's arm swung up and threw the flask towards the enemy, the black smoke from the flask, drawing a graceful parabola in the air. Anton's throwing posture was quite handsome, the same as a baseball pitcher. Then the incendiary bottle managed to land 5 meters to the left of the enemy. The glass bottle fell to the ground instantly broken, met the air was ignited by the kindling of gasoline, hula burst into flames, the water in the gasoline makes the combustion is not sufficient to smoke out of the rolling black smoke, inside the thickening material to make the gasoline mobility deteriorated, fixed in a place to burn. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Tao still had to take cover, he would have wanted to cover his eyes, it was too much of a deviation. Anton hurriedly put away his throwing stance and hastily explained, I'm used to throwing grenades, so I'm not used to suddenly switching to incendiary bottles, Ike will do it again. Ike hurriedly handed the lit flask to Anton, who took the second flask and threw again, proving that Anton really didn't have much of a talent for throwing, this time to the right of the enemy. Zuckerber, there's something wrong with this incendiary flask, it's going to run away on its own. Anton broke straight through the defense. Wang Tao do not know what words to use to describe Anton. Why don't you say that the flask has run away with its own long legs? The more dishes, the more you love to play? Blame heaven and earth will not admit that he is vegetable. Ike, who was standing next to Anton, volunteered, so, should I try? Anton felt as if he had been provoked, and his face became even more ugly, but this was not the time for bravado, and Anton could only silently get out of the way of the throwing position. Ike took a Molotov cocktail, didn't pose like Anton, and just threw it, as easily as if it were trash. Molotov cocktails are still glass bottles at the end of the day, and if you want to talk about the three people in the building who are the most familiar with bottles, it's not Ike who picks up the garbage, and throwing a bottle is a difficult thing to do. The incendiary flask managed to hit the foremost shield, and the rupture instantly blazed. Wang Tao complimented, "Cool. 10 points." Ike had a smug look on his face, and if they weren't in the middle of a battlefield, the two of them would probably have a high five. There was thickened gasoline sticking dead to the shields, and the fire snakes scorched the D-team combatants. If it had been ordinary soldiers, they could have almost been declared incapacitated, but this was the Special Air Service Regiment. Sunset Empire these years although weakened, but there is the United States of America, this big father in the back. As long as the money is not what equipment cannot buy, just spend more money, less problem. Special Air Service Corps combat uniforms are flame retardant, and there is not any inch of skin exposed. Of course, a short period of time is certainly not a problem, but for a long time what flame retardant also have to be burned. The group of 4 people who were thrown by the incendiary bottles quickly drew closer towards the nearest bunker, and after dodging Wang Tao's shooting boundary, the shield-wielding combatants threw their incendiary shields towards the ground, and each of them took out a small fire extinguisher, and swiftly began to start extinguishing each other's fires towards the nearest one. The shield that was stained with the most incendiary material was even easier to solve, only to see a member of the team took out a cylindrical object similar to a smoke bomb and smashed it on the burning shield. As the shell of the fire-extinguishing bomb shattered, the liquid inside instantly burst out, and the liquid with a chilling atmosphere instantly extinguished the flames. Picking up their already cool shields, the 4-man combat team then quickly came out from behind cover, and of course changed from being at the head of the line to the tail of the line. From hiding behind the bunker, to extinguish the fire is just a short but 20 seconds of time. In Wang Tao's view, with the same as magic, how to extinguish so fast it, Wang Tao puzzled. Polar bear, that flask fire was put out. Anton took the lit incendiary flask, and passed it into Ike's hand, and just stood up and looked at it, except for the fact that the shield was a bit blackened, and that the precise hit of the incendiary flask didn't do any damage to the enemy, but just slowed down the opposite side's attack a bit. Ike, don't just stand there, keep throwing. The frozen Ike was woken up by Anton and resumed throwing. It should be said or not that Ike's hit rate was real high. The incendiary flasks hit the enemy's shields with precision once more. The enemy responded the same way as before, hiding in a place Wang Tao couldn't see. According to this enemy will have to enter the house sooner or later. Wang Tao anxiously asked, "Polar bear, what should we do now?" "Don't panic, you keep racking your guns and make sure the enemy can't shoot." "Okay." Anton first pacified Wang Tao, and then quickly threw the still unlit Molotov cocktails outside the courtyard door. Close point throwing Anton is still more stable. Gasoline to the courtyard door outside about 10 square meters are covered. Anton threw another one towards the jeep that the leader of the dark forces in the 3rd sector, had just sent to fill up with gas, and then picked up his AK to shoot towards the location of the gas tank. The bullets in the movies that catch fire and explode when they hit the gas tank are fake, unless the bullet is a specialized tracer round that could explode, which is still possible. Anton knew this, of course, so Anton tried to break the gas tank to get the gas out of the car. Ike, throw a lit Molotov cocktail at the door. Wang Tao then understood Anton's meaning. With the heat of the flame as directed upwards, the incendiary bottle smashed on the shield before the temperature came up. It was extinguished. This time the whole ground was on fire. To see what they have to do. The D-team's commander, also sensing Anton's attempts, asked his team on the microphone how many fire-extinguishing bombs were left, and was relieved to learn that there were 12 left. Ike threw a Molotov cocktail towards the doorway, igniting the gasoline in the 10 Molotov cocktails Anton had thrown earlier, and the fire hooted and burst into flames that leapt more than a meter high. Ike informed Anton, "Polar bear, the incendiary flasks are almost out. Save your bullets, Northeast Tiger, don't conserve them, shoot to suppress." Wang Tao aimed at the shield and shot, rhythmically pointing up, trying to shoot in the center as much as possible. The D-team combatants with shields on top of them had their hands numbed from the shock, but their advance was unaffected. The D-team finally reached about 15 meters of the small building, and the shields were up over their heads. Wang Tao on the 2nd floor saw the shield below, threw out 2 cylindrical things like smashed into the flames. Almost instantly burning flames weakened a lot of the original more than a meter high tongue of fire, weakened a lot of black smoke also became more. The flames diminished as more and more extinguishing rounds were thrown from under the shield, and if it hadn't been for the jeep's fuel tank still burning, the last barrier stopping the Special Air Service Regiment would have been gone. When another fire-extinguishing bomb was thrown, Wang Tao knew that he was afraid that today was over. The flames were thoroughly suppressed, and the enemy began to advance again, and in less than 3 minutes could have gained access to the interior of the yard. Wang Tao said indifferently, "Polar bear, I don't want to be taken alive, and I don't dare to commit suicide, so I'll trouble you to help me in a while." Anton was just about to nod his head in agreement, when he heard the sound of a horn not far away, very rhythmic, drop drop drop, a long and too short, obviously to make people good judgment of their position. Anton was relieved. "Looks like you don't have to die, our reinforcements are here." Anson finished his sentence. The intercom rang out, "Polar bear, take cover, we're going to start our attack." "Polar bear, copy." Anton twisted his head and instructed Wang Tao, "Hide behind the pillar and don't show your head to shoot again." The commander of the Special Air Service Regiment, of course, was equally aware of the enemy coming from the rear flank. The lesser of two evils, the enemy on the second floor was only AK, and the enemy coming from the rear certainly had more firepower than the one upstairs. The commander then hastily ordered the two groups behind him to face their shields to the rear, and the front and rear shields, together with the shield over their heads, formed a perfect turtle shell. As for why Team D didn't just charge into the building, when confronted head-on the battlefield, if the difficulty level is 100 if you want to kill an enemy, then a fleeing enemy is 10, or even less. But the main reason, the commander of the D team is quite confident in the equipment on the body. The shield standing on the ground is 70 card with the ground. There are small mechanisms on both sides of the shield. Open the latch out of the two support sticks. The shield-wielding team members attached to the support sticks supported on the ground. With the support of the shield, it formed a simple fortification, and if a car crashed into the shield that had been fixed, the car would surely be shoveled up by the shield and thus overturned. That's not all, the shield also has a special shooting hole. On this one ordinary shield, how much ingenuity in it. Of course, the price is also extremely expensive. The enemy to be dealt with changed from melee to mid-range, so the MP5A was no longer suitable, and the entire D team switched to assault rifles. The D team's commander now regrets that he didn't bring the grenade launcher in his car with him when he considered it an inner-city battle, which puts him in the unenviable position of not having a weapon of face-killing power. Trained D team, these maneuvers lasted no more than a minute. Elite and non-elite differentiated themselves from here. Splitting life and death on the battlefield was a matter of a split second. Wang Tao's walkie-talkie suddenly rang in the intercom, and then began to emit a zippy sound, very harsh. Before Wang Tao could ask a question, Anton opened his mouth and explained, "Don't worry, Northeast Tiger, the walkie-talkie like this is a full band blockage initiated by my teammates to prevent the Special Air Service Corps below from asking for help. So, we had this full band blocking machine in the high school." Anton listened with a question mark on his face and asked in surprise, "Is this Chinese college entrance exam a war? As for using this technology?" Wang Tao thought for a moment and said, "It's a little more brutal than war." Chapter 0015. Whoever has the biggest fist has the right to reason. Anton couldn't imagine what it was like, but the zip was a real harsh sound. Of course, so did the D team on the road, and the commander, who was just about to call for help, looked at the satellite phone in his hand with no signal, while the subtle zip 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 sound came from the pickup headset and paled. Full band jamming. The communication system of the Special Air Service Regiment is from the United States of America. If it is interfered with, it will automatically frequency hop until it finds a channel that is not interfered with, and now this kind of zipping sound means that all the communication channels are interfered with. And there's only one family in the world that likes to do this the most, and that's the Ruskies, who, since Russia has always been behind in electronics and is often overwhelmed in combat, simply stopped struggling and just swung for the fences. The Russians rudely jammed all the communication channels and then pulled their own ING phone lines to communicate, yes, the same communication phone lines used in World War II. And the most important reason for the D team commander's face to turn pale was not because communications were blocked and he couldn't call for help, but because of the incoming Russians. You can say that the Russians were poor, or stupid, or unreasonable, but you can't say that the Russians were poor fighters. Slavic Superman was no slouch, and the Russians were superstitious about canonism, and their firepower in combat was never bad. And as D-Team received a mission statement for inner-city combat with specialized CQB combat gear, the D-Team commander couldn't help but explode. Rough Russians, FARC. It wasn't at all what the D-Team commander expected. 3 vehicles appeared on the street in a single turn. All 3 were clear Toyota Helix pickups, and they were high-end with machine guns mounted on the back. Next to the machine gun there were 2 rusty steel plates as bulletproof baffles, welded with a rough hand, and a burly man, maybe 6 feet 9 or so, stood behind the machine gun. Before Team D could fire, the pickup truck turned around with a flip, the rear of the vehicle turning into the front, and the machine gunner controlling the machine gun switched it around and ducked behind the machine gun baffle in a half crouch. Fire! Take out that machine gunner! Bang! Bang! Team D was the first to open fire. The bullets hit the rusty steel plate, leaving only shallow craters. The 3-centimeter thick steel plate without anti-material weapons, it was simply the existence of no solution. Team D experienced what Wang Tao felt just now. The gun in his hand became a burning stick. Of course, there was also the reason why he was hiding behind the shield and the shooting boundary was insufficient. But all sound was silenced as the sound of the heavy machine gun on the pickup truck rang out. Dang! 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 Wang Tao, who was hiding behind a pillar at this time, didn't see the people who came to the rescue because his vision was restricted, but with the somewhat muffled sound of a gunshot, or to be precise, a sound like a 2-kick. Then Wang Tao saw a scene that would last a lifetime. The bulletproof shield that was invincible just now was as fragile as paper under the large caliber bullets of the heavy machine gun, and the powerful kinetic energy. And like porcelain dolls, the men behind the shields were shattered by the bullets from the heavy machine guns, erupting into a cloud of blood, and when the turtle shells of the Ds were broken, there was only one thing that could happen to them: death. Heavy machine guns were like the scythe of death, harvesting the lives of the D team, and the special forces had trained in offense, in capturing prisoners, just not in how to escape. Every member of Team D continued to fire and suppress toward the machine gun without dying, but the commander was still calm and shouted, "Into the house, all of them into the left side of the house. The shields can't stop the heavy machine guns." The D team, already 6 dead, abandoned their turtle shells and ran, 2 by 2, toward the house on the left. Knowing that the heavily armed enemy is wearing bulletproof vests and bulletproof helmets, Wang Tao puts the shooting point on the enemy's legs, and Wang Tao doesn't believe that there are bulletproof pants? Wang Tao took quick aim and then pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and the 2 people who had just run out of the turtle shell fell to the ground, covering their legs and started howling. Fark! The D team's commander had said fark in those 5 minutes, in time for a 40-minute movie. With the enemy on their backs, no matter how good the D team is and how good they are in combat, under the disadvantage of firepower and the disadvantage of terrain, there is only one thing that can happen to them, and that is to be wiped out. The commander of Team D decided that he had to take a back before he died and ordered, "Defense grenades at the ready, 8 o'clock, throw." Grenades are divided into 2 types. One, like the offensive type of charge, is relatively small, but also lighter and easier to throw, mainly for control or suppression of the use of the other kind of defense grenade is more inclined to kill. The charge more weight is also heavier, broken fragments than the offensive type of more. When the shield lifted off that moment, Anton, who was familiar with combat experience, knew that this was the enemy's deathbed counterattack, and the target of the counterattack didn't even need to seek, it must be the closest to them. Get in the house and take cover. Wang Tao also saw this scene. This look is the dying before pulling a mat. As for why Wang Tao guessed so accurate, it must be so think chant. Just as Anton turned his head to see if Wang Tao had reacted, suddenly a black shadow crossed in front of his eyes and then rushed into the house. Anton fixed his eyes on Wang Tao's back. Fark! Anton just lifted his leg, and then saw a figure crossing over and rushing into the house. It was simply a race to be afraid of death, and the result was that Anton was the first to shout, and then landed in the penultimate. "I just have to run faster than you." The gold in that statement is still rising. Wang Tao covered his ears and didn't care about the smell, sticking close behind his captor. Anton saw this scene and had one thought in his head: Wang Tao, this guy sticking to his fur is more refined than a monkey. When Anton just got down, Wang Tao, who covered his ears, heard boom. The sound of a grenade exploding, followed by a tremor. Then there were grenade explosions, one after another and even 2 together at times, but fortunately the explosions were in the balcony position on the 2nd floor, and no grenades were thrown into the house. Of course the captive got his life back because of this. After all, human shields are not as sturdy as Kevlar. After about 3 minutes or so, all of a sudden it was quiet outside, and the sound of the heavy machine guns that had been roaring was gone, so it looked like the dust had settled from the battle. Wang Tao lowered his hands covering his ears and asked Anton, who was also similarly lying on the ground, "Is it over?" Anton got up from the floor and replied, "It's over." Feeling still a bit scared, Wang Tao continued to lie on the ground and asked, "What kind of machine gun is that?" Dong replied while tying his shoelaces, "Deshka heavy machine gun, more than 80 years old, although on the battlefield it is a trashy item, but against light infantry it is a descending blow. To fight this kind of vigilante warfare it is a proper killing weapon." Wang Tao has an inexplicable fondness for old weapons due to the fact that when he was a child, his village engaged in militia training year after year, using weapons from the World War II era. Pragmatist Wang Tao subconsciously retorted, "What's wrong with being older? Being able to kill is a good weapon." Anton, who was refuted, was not angry, but instead was very happy. That's a good point, a weapon that can kill is a good weapon. The walkie-talkie in Wang Tao's pocket, the sound of the zipper disappeared, and waited for a while before ringing. Polar Bear, the battle is over. Roger, heading out now. Anton turned his head and said to Wang Tao and Ike, pack up our things, we should withdraw, any more enemies should be armies. Only then did Wang Tao get up, then said excitedly, this I know. The police need evidence to make a move, the police need a list to make a move, and the army only needs coordinates to make a move. Anton was curious, this Wang Tao how so much knock it, said quite smooth. Taking all the things that should be taken, Wang Tao threw the bottle of Coke after drinking it, and then went out of the house and waited at the door for Anton Well to go downstairs together. Just as Anton reached the door of the house, Anton suddenly raised his AK and pulled the trigger towards the 5 captives. Bang, X5. Dunser headshots, 5 prisoners died before they could react, killing prisoners this scene, although Wang Tao felt uncomfortable, but he knew that at this time, if he was still merciful and soft, then it was really stupid. Anton saw that Wang Tao did not squeak, quite satisfied. If Wang Tao was a holy mother, Anton does not mind another human life on his hands, people can dish not stupid. Wang Tao and Ike both followed Anton down the stairs, putting the AK on the first floor and the magazines into the body bag, and then handed them all to Ike. Wang Tao admired the black man's pack capacity. Ike was holding 2 body bags in his hands, carrying 3 AKs on his back, and hanging 2 bulletproof helmets on his waist, proper mobile storage baby ah. Seeing Ike so easily, Wang Tao silently picked up the 2 magazines on the ground and stuffed them into Ike's pockets to help him break through his limits properly. After all, he still counts on him to help him carry things in the future battles. Ike looked at Wang Tao with grudging eyes, having seen a cheap one but not such a cheap one. Looking at Ike's grateful eyes, Wang Tao waved his hand and said, you're welcome. Wang Tao took the body bag containing the M4 and followed Anton's back. The air was filled with the smell of gasoline mixed with gunpowder and blood, which could be described as unpleasant. And when he walked out of the yard to the road, Wang Tao felt as if he had come to hell. The ground was full of broken human tissue, the bodies were either their chests were directly lost, or their lower bodies were shattered. Tick-tock. After the horn sounded, 3 pickup trucks stopped 10 meters away from the entrance. The man driving the vehicle had his face shielded by a tactical mask, but it was clear from the sun-reddened skin that it was a white man. And the burly man manning the machine gun in the back of the pickup saw Anton come out of the house and gave a sharp whistle. Anton shouted at the burly man, Tyrannosaurus Rex, I have a car, you guys drive in front and I'll drive behind you. Okay. When Wang Tao saw the personnel coming down from the pickup truck, he didn't mind the bloodstains on the ground and directly started to strip the Special Air Service Corps of their equipment. It's as if you finish fighting monsters and start picking up the exploded equipment. The whole Wang Tao's hand is itching to follow along, and the feeling of nausea disappears. As if $100 fell in the toilet, you have to hesitate. If the gold bar fell in the toilet, you hesitate for a second is an insult to the gold bar. Wang Tao looked at Anton's teammates, probably looking at about 10 people, each wearing bulletproof helmets and bulletproof vests. The goods were much better than the ones he had stripped off from the dark forces in the 3rd district. After Anton and Tyrannosaurus chatted a few more times, he waved his hand to both Wang Tao and Ike and ran towards the place where the boxcars were parked yesterday. Wang Tao followed Anton through the alley, and then Anton took out his car keys and opened the van that Scavenger had used to haul the body yesterday. Throw all the useless stuff inside the cargo box and then all get in the cab and squeeze in. Anton got into the driver's seat when he finished speaking, pushed in the clutch and twisted the key door, starting the van. After Wang Tao threw the stuff into the van, he let Ike get into the car first, then sat himself in the passenger seat outside so that he could easily open the window to shoot. Anton drove his car through the alley, met up with the convoy, and honked his horn. The 3 pickup trucks that had cleaned up the battlefield honked together, once in response, and began to head south, the tires of the vans wobbling now and then as they pressed against the bodies in the road. The machine guns on the back of the pickup trucks were also canvassed, and the convoy drove away from the city at breakneck speed. Third world countries all have the characteristic that the rich neighborhoods are even more prosperous than Washington in a way, and leaving them is like going back to an uncivilized primitive society surrounded by buildings, or inaccurately, thatched huts. No wonder Kenya is one of the best countries to see animals, it's hard for these animals not to multiply. And just as Wang Tao thought the convoy would continue toward the south, suddenly the pickup truck went off the road, driving on the dirt road raising dust. Located at the very end of the line, they had been eating dust, and if it weren't for the lack of air conditioning in the van, Wang Tao would have wanted to roll up the windows. What Wang Tao wants most right now is a tactical mask, and after a bumpy ride for about half an hour, suddenly the frontmost pickup truck stopped, and the absent-minded Anton crashed directly into the pickup truck in front of him. A cursing voice came over the intercom, "Fark, Big dumb bear, are you lacking in heart? If you can't drive, don't drive. Anton, that is willing to let people scolding people, pick up the walkie-talkie and roared, Spitfire, you suddenly stop, still have the nerve to blame me for bumping into you. Don't you know to remind me, don't scream inside the intercom, come, you get off the car and we both talk face to face. Wang Tao has never seen tailgating is still so righteous, not only cursing but also ready to get off the real PK. Anton was just pulling away from the car, ready to go to the one called Spitfire and use his fists to theorize about whether it was the right thing to tailgate or the right thing to stop suddenly, when he did. Spitfire's voice came over the intercom, Bear, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Wang Tao is quite shocked, this is upside down black and white. From this we can see that the underground world is who has a big fist who has reason, of course, like Anton so unreasonable is still in the minority. At the same time a somewhat hoarse male voice rang out from the intercom, okay, stop it, the boss will be here soon, and you guys are still going to send a save show along with it? After listening to the intercom's words, Anton closed the door and put it in reverse gear, and backed the truck up about 3 meters, and the back of the Helix was hit and suffocated, and the original paint instantly turned into an accident car. This wait is another 10 minutes up, the boss is obviously not very punctual, Wang Tao is somewhat beginning to be uneasy, what they did could be enough to make a world news. Chapter 0016 Payments Evacuation. Wang Tao is the peak of his career, Kanya's capital city of Nibiru downtown, killed nearly 40 people, but also wiped out a squad of the Special Air Service Regiment, a proper terrorist one. That polar bear, will there be international police after us? What is that thing called the international police? Anton was a bit confused by Wang Tao's question. Wang Tao put himself from the TV to see the international police, described to Anton, what the East Factory cannot manage I want to manage, the East Factory cannot manage I want to manage even more, preemptive imperial power concession. Anton listened with a kind of look at the little cute eyes at Wang Tao, this child is afraid that there is not a problem with his brain. But Anton, who was idle and indeed bored, explained to Wang Tao, that's the United States of America you're talking about, when did the international police get to meddle in matters on the battlefield? Don't worry, Britannia wants to cover this up even more than we do, and the 3 districts even more so don't want people to know our true identities. After hearing this, Wang Tao still didn't quite understand and asked suspiciously, why would Britannia and Region 3 cover up for us? Shouldn't they announce our true identities so that the world is looking for us? Anton asked rhetorically, do you think we're afraid of people announcing who we are? Wang Tao thought for a moment, since the mixing of the underground world, I think the false identity is very easy to solve, and wanted at most a country 2 countries, and then more will have to invest more resources, to put it bluntly on their little Karami, it's not worth doing so. Not scared. Anton continued again, that's not it, we're a barefoot, still afraid of them wearing shoes. The 3rd district to publish our identity, what good to him? Not to mention Britannia, the most elite Special Air Service Regiment let us these lousy mercenaries to destroy, say it out except let the other countries laugh, not a bit of use. Wang Tao figured out at this time, this is like a scandal, are desperately trying to cover up, are already like this, now can do is to try to minimize the loss. And how do they cover it up? Anton smiled and replied, just find a random hostile target to rely on, and you might be able to fight for more benefits if you operate well. So, then whose head will they put this on? Anton was shocked at Wang Tao's adjectives, whenever he heard them, on his head, it was a devilish description. Anton replied lightly, whose head to deduct is now up to us, what do you think we're waiting for here? The name of this total annihilation of the Special Air Service Regiment can sell for a lot of money. Wang Tao was greatly shocked after hearing this and asked in a tone of disbelief, this can also be sold for money? Anton shrugged his shoulders and said, what can't you sell? There's nothing in the world that can't be sold, it's just that most people aren't looking for the right real buyer. Think about it, if you're the head of a powerless KB organization and you want to make a name for yourself quickly, what do? Wang Tao subbed himself in and thought about it for a while, then replied, pair yourself with a dynamite pack and blow up the school, so that it has a deterrent effect and can also cause the students to feel good about themselves, so that there will be a constant influx of talent into the organization. After listening to Wang Tao's vision, Anton was silent for a long time and muttered, your thought process is really powerful. And normal people will pay for this kind of news, then package it as if they did it themselves and hold a press conference to take responsibility for the incident, so that they can quickly make a name for themselves. Anton dismissed Wang Tao from the ranks of the normal people. Wang Tao was so focused on being shocked that he completely missed the fact that Anton had expelled himself from the ranks of normal people. Then wouldn't a lot of what's on the news be the work of organizations that aren't? Anton took a sip of his Coke and said, right answer, but unfortunately there's not much of a reward, there are also opponents who fake their announcement of being in charge so that they can take advantage of the situation. Wang Tao has a new round of cognition of the underground world, which is simply nothing, actually can be traded for forgery. Suddenly a yellow smoke rose in the distance, a fleet of vehicles came from the distance. Wang Tao took a closer look, as if it was the same as the animal watching tour group. It was 6 Toyota's LC series SUVs. At this time, the intercom rang. "Don't be nervous, it's the boss who is coming." Hearing the briefing, Anton didn't let his guard down and took the AK that was placed on the dashboard in his hand. As soon as he saw Anton like this, Wang Tao also similarly took the AK from his feet to his lap. Although Nebula is considered a cooler place in Africa, the temperature is also very high in the summer. Wearing a bulletproof vest and bulletproof helmet, Wang Tao has been soaked to the skin. Replenishment of water is divided into the inevitable thing, Wang Tao with cola mixed with mineral water to drink. Since they crashed at the end of the line, they didn't see the exact transaction, and after about another 10 minutes or so, the voice came back on the intercom. "The deal is done, get your stuff, we're ready to change cars and go." Anton turned off the car as soon as he could, then waved his hand at Wang Tao. "Let's go, get your stuff and let's change cars, it's all over, I'll take you two to relax when we get out of Konya." Rather innocently, I asked with a curious look on his face, "How do you relax?" Anton replied with a wicked grin on his face, "The kind of relaxation that lasts a lifetime, and given that you're a newbie the first time is on me." Wang Tao, is also a novice, did not understand the hidden meaning of Anton's words, thought it was really ordinary relaxation, so said, "Yes, these 2 days are also too full of a little." Anton casually pulled a piece of cloth and handed it to Ike and Wang Tao. "Block your face." Wang Tao didn't even ask why, and took the cloth Anton handed over and stuffed it into his bulletproof helmet, acting as a mask for a bit and covering his face, only revealing a pair of eyes. After the three of them took down the contents of the trunk of the van, Wang Tao followed Anton towards the front of the convoy, and each of the mercenary corpsmen who came down from the Helix pickup truck greeted Anton. Anton also nodded his head in response, and when he reached the front of the convoy, Wang Tao finally saw his boss this time. Wang Tao was surprised when he saw it, and if it wasn't for the cloth blocking his face, he probably would have deformed that expression. The boss is a group of black people with bullet belts on their bodies. The most black people in Africa are black people, and bullet belts are everywhere, and Wang Tao is not so surprised. The reason for Wang Tao's surprise is that this group of black people are hooded. That's right, is the same as the Middle East around the headscarf. If it is not exposed to the outside of the black skin, Wang Tao thought that he was to the Middle East it. Anton purposely bumped Wang Tao, who was frozen in place, to make him stop his impolite behavior. Wang Tao, who had slowed down, suppressed the doubts in his heart and walked towards a Toyota LC76. Wang Tao put his stuff in the trunk and asked Anton, who was beside him, "Where do I sit?" "Co-pilot." Anton closed the trunk and got into the driver's seat. Wang Tao pulled open the door and sat in the car. The car cold air hit the full. This air conditioning made Wang Taojue, who was wearing a bulletproof vest and bulletproof helmet and was already about to pass out from the heat, come to life. Anton, who was an old Maoist, exclaimed, "Comfortable, riding in a car without air conditioning in Africa is torture." Wang Tao raised his arms up so that he could dissipate the heat quickly, and after a while, he watched the strong man who was more than 1 meter 9 and called Tyrannosaurus Rex, walking towards this car of his. Tyrannosaurus Rex pulled open the car door and got into the car, then opened his mouth and said with a loud laugh, "Polar bear, you're also too unlucky to find a girl to relax, but actually got kidnapped by a few punks, haha, you're killing me with laughter." With a black line on his face, Anton said in annoyance, "Shut up," who knew that the gangs in Nebula actually don't have any rules at all. Tyrannosaurus Rex, how can obediently listen to Anton's words, continued, "is not met ferry jump. This thing you cannot figure cheap, have to go to that have a formal place, expensive on the expensive at least safe and secure also not easy to get sick." Anton almost didn't pass out from the anger, and said in irritation, "I didn't, I just went shopping." Shopping. Wang Tao finally knows so powerful Anton, how can let a group of small punks in the 3rd district to the kidnapping, together with the figure is cheap to let to the ferry jump. Anton was also quite tall image, instantly collapsed. Tyrannosaurus Rex saw Anton really angry, also no longer continue to stimulate Anton. After all, to Anton angry eyes, really get beaten up is not guilty, so changed the topic and asked, "These two you do not give an introduction?" Anton took a deep breath and finished calming down, pointing at Wang Tao and introducing, "This is the Northeast Tiger with particularly good marksmanship, within 100 meters pointing where to hit, sitting next to you is Ike Rookie 1. Tyrannosaurus Rex listened to Anton's introduction, his expression was that of astonishment. One must know that Anton could seldom compliment people, if Anton complimented, then it must be really powerful. Tyrannosaurus greeted Wang Tao, the co-pilot, "Hi, Northeast Tiger, my name is Tyrannosaurus, I'm a machine gunner, nice to meet you." "Hello Tyrannosaurus Rex, nice to meet you too, what am I?" Wang Tao suddenly got stuck halfway through the introduction and hastily poked and cooed at Anton who was at the side. Anton mused for a moment and replied slightly perfunctorily, "Sort of an accurate shooter, besides, but just a bit shorter." Shorter Wang Tao was instantly furious. What is called shorter? A man can be said to be ugly and short, but he just can't be said to be short, fast. Wang Tao said angrily, I'm not short. You're the one who's short, your whole family is short. The two of them, Tyrannosaurus Rex and Anton, couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw the furious Wang Tao, ha. And Tyrannosaurus Rex completely ignored Ike, who was on the side, not even a greeting. The minimum courtesy is not there. It can be seen that the underground world is honored by strength. Fighting but not able to fight, say but angry, Wang Tao can only change the topic like Tyrannosaurus Rex, then why black people and Middle Eastern people are the same as the headscarf. Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was in the back seat, was obviously a chatterbox, and directly stretched his head from the middle of the seat and began to explain to Wang Tao. The buyer this time is the Somali Youth Faction, an extremist organization that believes in the Ashiran religion, and there's nothing wrong with you having to say that it's Middle Easterners. Somali Al-Shabaab? What are they buying this information for? All that AU nonsense. They like to target Kanya's side, and anyway, they're very rich with Yishran's background behind them. This side of Africa actually has the Middle East side, which is something that Wang Tao never expected. The Special Air Service Regiment's armband, as well as photographs of the battlefield, and 3 pickup trucks of van. After transferring it to the buyer began to pay for it, and took down 3 large bags from the car. The bags contained all the US dollars in change, and Anton's teammates began to count the money right there in the clearing. Wang Tao was very puzzled and asked, why don't you give the whole money? Is it deliberately difficult? Tyrannosaurus Rex is really a little bit idle, hurriedly replied, how can this be difficult? This boss payment is simply standard, can't be more standard, full payment, cash, not even number, change, this money is clean, can't be more clean, take it back to spend directly, don't even need to wash it. Wang Tao heard a sudden realization, if you give a large amount of new money with a consecutive number, it is easy to attract the attention of the cashier when spending money, and when depositing it to the bank, it will also attract attention. And Wang Tao quickly thought of the $5,000 in his pocket and hurriedly asked, Polar Bear, then the $5,000 that fire dragon gave us, isn't that a problem? $5,000 as far as this, but thinking that Wang Tao is a poor man, Anton replied, $5,000 is just don't worry about it too much, but that fire dragon really isn't very decent, the most the gangsters can do is petty cash, and taking the whole amount is just to try to pit us against each other. Tyrannosaurus patted his chest and said, don't worry, when the transaction is over I'll go to the calculator and have the calculator change these 5,000 knives into change for you, no handling fee. In response to Tyrannosaurus's gesture of goodwill, Wang Tao expressed his gratitude, Tyrannosaurus, thank you. You're welcome. After about 10 minutes or so of checking the two men, the calculator who counted the money and the other pencil, nodded at the owner and carried the bag of money and loaded it in the car. The bosses drove the 3 pickup trucks and the van with all the bodies still in the back, and headed quickly in a westerly direction. Polar Bear, how much did you say those 3 bags of money were, roughly? Anton put on the forward gear, then replied, about 150,000. Wang Tao was very impressed after hearing this, you're really good, you know how much is in that bag of money just by looking at it. The Tyrannosaurus Rex in the backseat didn't hesitate to expose Anton, Polar Bear is aware of the market rate, this news is worth $150,000. Anton, who was driving, threatened, shut the up, Tyrannosaurus, I've been putting up with you for a long time. Anton's threat was quite effective, and Tyrannosaurus stopped beeping, leaned back limply against the plush seat, and began to close his eyes. Just like that, Tyrannosaurus didn't take off the body armor and bulletproof helmet. Wang Tao also followed the example of not taking off the helmet, put the seat down a little bit manually, and got confused. After about 2 hours or so of driving, the convoy came to a stop and the calculator's voice came over the intercom, all unload your combat gear, we're clear. This Anton and Tyrannosaurus Rex began to take off the bulletproof vest and bulletproof helmet. Wang Tao and Ike also followed, the two also took off, and then changed into the trunk of the work clothes prepared in advance. Chapter 0017 Splitting the Money. The convoy had transformed itself into a tour group coming to see the animals, and if you lifted the trunk for a closer inspection, you wouldn't believe that the group had wiped out the Special Air Service Regiment squad with heavy machine guns in downtown Nebbiolo 3 hours earlier. The caravan drove all the way towards the south. Anton and Tyrannosaurus drove in shifts, except for getting out of the car to go to the toilet all the way, and finally arrived at the border station in Konya before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Normally it's 4 o'clock, but government workers on this side of Africa, there's one of a kind, all leave early, so it's best to be a little early or you'll have to wait for the next day, and of course you'll be late for the next day, and that's how you get the word grind, that's how you get it. There was a US-made LAV-25 infantry fighting vehicle parked right next to the checkpoint with a 25mm machine gun, and Wang Tao, who had seen the power of the heavy machine gun, couldn't help but get nervous. With the convoy more and more forward, Wang Tao saw that the inspectors are very careful. this if the inspectors open the trunk to check, this shall not be detained here The 4 words of being a thief to describe Wang Tao's mood at this moment, that is not too much, and the dreading Tyrannosaurus Rex's face is not the slightest bit worried, as if they are really a tour group. Wang Tao nervously asked, Tyrannosaurus, this inspection is so strict, there won't be any problems, right? Tyrannosaurus Rex laughed a little bit now. This laugh did not have any meaning of ridicule, it just felt that Wang Tao was a little simple and silly and a little cute. Tyrannosaurus replied, don't worry, there won't be a problem, as long as you have the money. This kind of checkpoint at the border is casual. Sure enough, the car at the head handed a pack of cigarettes to the staff member in charge of the inspection. Then Wang Tao saw the black man in charge of the inspection, put the cigarettes into his pocket, and then gestured, and the railing lifted up. To leave the country so easily, without even looking at the most basic passport, is simply heartless, and the soldiers with loaded guns on the side turn a blind eye to this. Wang Tao suddenly figured out why he was searched so strictly when he entered the country, and the good guy turned out to be asking for money. If he knew it was like this, he would still be questioned for so long. When entering Tanzania, it was the same operation. Wang Tao was not surprised, and drove for about 5 hours or so. At this time the sky was completely dark. The caravan found a remote hotel and stopped, and the calculator paid $500 for the hotel, and there were only 14 of them in the whole hotel. Can be $500 package hotel, the environment is no need to think about, can only say that barely able to sleep, but Africa on this point is good. Every hotel must be the bathroom, no bathroom that is really cannot live. Of course air conditioning that must not, this big old remote place, you still want to use electricity point air conditioning? Don't dream, there is an electric fan is considered a high-end electrical appliances. Wang Tao and Ike too divided into a room. Wang Tao's body clothes have been white, visible how much it sweats, put the belt bag and mess on the table. Wang Tao was just about to undress and take a shower when he heard a knock on the door. Northeast Tiger, open the door. As soon as he heard the voice of Tyrannosaurus Rex, Wang Tao opened the unlocked door of the room, and Tyrannosaurus Rex didn't enter the room and said directly, where's your money, I'm going to give you change to go. Tyrannosaurus came over to look for him, and Wang Tao forgot all about changing change, so he hurriedly went to his waistband and prepared to pull out money. And sitting on the bed, Ike finished anxiously, just when Wang Tao was ready to go out, held back a sentence, brother, can you change my American knife as well? I'll ask. Wang Tao didn't directly agree and turned his head to ask Tyrannosaurus at the door, Tyrannosaurus, can you help change his as well? Could be. With Tyrannosaurus's permission, Wang Tao then picked up Ike's money, which totaled $6,000 and handed it to Tyrannosaurus. I'll bring it to you after I change it. Thanks. Tyrannosaurus took the money and left. Wang Tao did not lock the door again, directly took off his clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. As for the hot water, that is no need to fantasize, but the cool water of this is not too cold. Sticky all over the body of Wang Tao, but also do not care about what cool water, hot water. Take a piece of little bitty soap, began to wash up. The domestic that little shampoo toothbrush simply does not exist, a piece of small soap to wash the whole body. Wang Tao had run out of soap when he suddenly realized that there was a queue behind him, and Ike apparently had to simply rinse off. Wang Tao just showered and dressed out. Tyrannosaurus Rex changed the money back, just now a very thin pile of US dollars, changed into a thick pile, holding in the hand that is called a solid. Tyrannosaurus Rex gave the money to the end of the Wang Tao, back to the next door to go to bath and sleep. Wang Tao took the American knife and looked at it. The denomination is 1020 yuan, there are about 350, a 100 denomination or not. Wang Tao counted 1,000 US dollars and handed it to Ike, then he turned on the TV with the big head and went to bed to lie down and get ready for sleep. This side of the TV channel on the few, the AU radio and television channels mainly in French, the jibber-jabber Wang Tao also do not understand, just to see a hilarious. And Ike, who was on the side, after counting the money, did something that shocked Wang Tao greatly and stuffed the $1,000 into his pants. Wasn't this the train routine in the 80s? Why is this old African hiding money in his pants? Anyway, Wang Tao cannot do this, their pants cannot be so big place to load those messy. Suddenly this time the program on the TV attracted Wang Tao's attention. Wearing a turban boss suddenly appeared on the TV, gibberish spoke a whole lot. Anyway, Wang Tao was not understand, but saw that the Special Air Service Regiment armband on the short sword, and open wings he can remember vividly. If it wasn't for the fact that the boss needed the armband as proof, Wang Tao would have wanted to take one as a collector's item. The boss announced that he was responsible for the incident, and then it was the host who started yakking and analyzing the photos of the battlefield, while the originators of all this, Wang Tao and Anton and Ike, acted as if they had never been there, and there wasn't a single photo of them until the end of the news. Wang Tao cannot help but sigh up, this world in the end what is really, and then pillows buried Labatao pillow, lying in there are all sorts of washing not clean stains on the bedsheet huffing and puffing. Early the next morning, Wang Tao was woken up by a knock on the door, and in a daze, he got up and opened the door. It was Anton who knocked on the door and spoke directly, "Pack up, we're leaving." Good. Wang Tao went to the toilet and washed his face with cool water, and once he was awake, he woke up Ike, packed up all his things and left the hotel. The car was still the original members, and with the rambunctious Tyrannosaurus Rex, the ride wasn't boring. Wang Tao, who had gotten acquainted with Tyrannosaurus, said, "Brother Tyrannosaurus, what's your real name?" "My name is Wang Tao." Tyrannosaurus pondered for a moment before answering, "Tobias Philip." The side-driving Anton faced some surprise. Tyrannosaurus Rex, this guy actually told Wang Tao his real name. Most of the mercenary corps will not in the new joiner to talk about their own names, and likewise will not take the initiative to ask the newcomer's name. It wasn't that the veterans were apathetic, the mercenary corps had an extremely high casualty rate, and it was very likely that the newcomers would hang up on a single mission, and over time the veterans would tacitly refrain from asking for names. And a lot of foreigners are very superstitious and don't want to give their name to a dead person who has a high probability of not living very long, and then have him take his name to hell, which would be taboo. So usually call code names, and when after a few missions, newcomers become old, rookies become old birds, which will exchange names with each other. Of course, like Anton and Wang Tao, such a life and death friendship can also be interchanged. That's why Anton felt very surprised when he heard Tyrannosaurus Rex tell Wang Tao his real name, and Anton apparently forgot that he told Wang Tao his real name very suddenly as well. And the reason why Wang Tao can make Anton and Tyrannosaurus two old greaseballs have a sense of trust is because Wang Tao before is an ordinary person and is living in a stable society of ordinary people, as if it is a blank sheet of paper, belongs to the same as the panda scares. Say the same in a car. Ike and Wang Tao are very different two kinds of treatment. Ike, that is what people, from the people eat people in the slums out of the guy, look as if it is ordinary people, in fact, more complex than Wang Tao. Tyrannosaurus tumbled out a new tactical mask from his backpack and threw it to Wang Tao. "Next time, don't learn from Big Stupid Bear. Remember to put your face on the gears when you do something bad. This time you're lucky you didn't make it to the news. Next time you're unlucky enough to make it to the news, you won't want to enter any big country through normal channels anymore." Wang Tao took the mask and thanked him. "Thank you." Anton said unhappily, "Was I that unprepared? Then I even took my ducktail hat to my face." Tyrannosaurus don't even bother to pay attention to Anton, the guy who lacks a root, the one who let Russia all pull the plug, and still lick his face to talk there, not afraid of losing face. "Brother Tyrannosaurus, where are we planning to go?" Tyrannosaurus replied, "Back to Sulistan. We're not done with the long-term mission we took on this time." "What do you mean by long-term mission?" Long-term missions are generally defined as being stationed in the area for a longer period of time, and the types of missions include participation in combat, security, military training, or logistical support, which, in layman's terms, is the same as receiving a monthly paycheck for your work, which is a little more tiring, but with a lower risk factor. Wang Tao thought that mercenaries' tasks were all combat, then opened his mouth and briefly summarized, "Isn't this just a fighter, bodyguard, coach, and courier?" Wang Tao this word out to listen to the mysterious and dangerous mercenaries, it becomes the same as the street lying live. Anton was so messed up from hearing the whole thing that the steering wheel almost didn't hold steady, and Tyrannosaurus Rex in the back even squirted water from his mouth all over Ike's face. Tyrannosaurus slowed down for a few moments before he eased his emotions and then said, That's a pretty good summary, next time don't summarize it." The talkative Tyrannosaurus Rex needed to heal his fragile little heart and closed his mouth, seeing how much of a shadow Wang Tao's words had cast on him. The convoy drove along the Kilimanjaro mountain range from morning until evening, finally arriving at the port of Dar es Salaam, the destination of the trip. The port of Dar es Salaam is known as the Bright Pearl of East Africa, with excellent port facilities and large cargo throughput, making it an important hub connecting the African continent with the rest of the world. Of course, it was also the most convenient place for smuggling, and for an illegitimate mercenary corps like Anton's and theirs, if they wanted to take weapons and whatnot with them, there were just two ways. One is air transportation and the other is sea transportation, and of course the price is one heaven and one earth, and Anton's mercenary corps is obviously poorer, so they can only take the sea transportation route. The caravan made 7 turns to the entrance of a villa, and it looked as if they would be staying here tonight. After entering the villa, the room is on the 2nd floor. The room is still Wang Tao and Ike room. Just when Wang Tao just finished packing things, the room door knocked. Anton's voice rang out from outside, "Downstairs, needing to split the money." "Good. Ike, go downstairs for the meeting." Wang Tao then went down to the living room on the 1st floor with Anton and found a seat. One after another, people came out of the various rooms, and soon everyone was there. Calculator took the bag containing the money and stood in the center of the living room, then coughed, signaling for the crowd to be quiet. Once it was completely quiet, the computer said, I declare this polar bear rescue operation a success." Anton got up and thanked him. "Thanks, brothers." Spitfire said unhappily, "Big dumb bear, cut it out." The others chimed in, "That's right." As the leader of the mercenary group, looking at the guys making a mess, Calculator was helpless at this time. "Be quiet, do you still want to split the money?" The Calculator brought out the big killer of pennies and it was quiet for a moment. The Calculator continued, "This time the owner paid very quickly, and all of it was in change, which can be used without washing, so it's considered a full income, totaling 180,000. After the Calculator finished its 180,000, the crowd had their mouths agape with laughter. And the information for this mission was provided by the polar bears, and of course the rescue of the polar bears, so the rescue fee and the information fee cancel out. Is that okay with you, polar bears? Information fee in general is to draw 10%, 180,000 of 10% is 18,000, which is obviously not enough for their mercenary corps out of a person once. Anton belongs to take advantage of course, is also Anton's character there, otherwise how could it be possible to go to the risk of rescue? Anton shook his head, no comment. When the Calculator saw that Anton was fine with it, he continued, "Subtract 36,000 for the regiment's draw and 30,000 for the road, 180,000 leaves 114,000, that's 8,114 for each of the 14 men, so I'll round it up to $8,120 per man." The first time Wang Tao has seen the whole thing to 10 digits, the Calculator finished a hush, but the Calculator is apparently thick-skinned enough. Calculator said again with the same tone of compulsion as a salesman, "Special Air Service Corps top equipment, anyone need? The cost price is out, buy is to earn, after this village will not have this store. No, split the money. Don't ink." Apparently the crowd wasn't buying the computer's argument and started bickering on again. The Calculator's plan to quickly dispose of the gear fell through, a helpless expression on its face. Chapter 0018 A Stingy Calculator. As a poor man, Wang Tao, in the face of cost-effective equipment, very heartfelt, this second-hand equipment temptation is simply the same as the supermarket to 8 o'clock in the evening discounted goods, so Wang Tao reached out and touched Anton. Anton also knew what Wang Tao meant and covered his mouth and whispered, "Wait, it's not good to press the price now." How can this mercenary group be so grounded? The stall like yelling even the price pressure is out. Wang Tao can be said to be an eye-opener. The computer saw that Wang Tao, the newcomer, didn't take the bait, and none of the old people cooperated, so it could only stop and said, "Then this equipment money can only be divided after the strike. Pencil, split the money, that northeastern tiger, the polar bear, and whoever that is, keep it for a while." The people in the living room have gone to find pencils to get money to go. Wang Tao and two people are still sitting in the chair did not move. Anton looked at the frozen two and said, "Go." Wang Tao was surprised and pointed at himself and asked, "Do I have a part in this? Can't you check the numbers? It's divided into 14 shares, which means everyone has a share, so what are you waiting for? Go get your money." Ike stuttered even more, "Do I have one too?" Anton covered his head as he looked at the two living treasures. For the first time Anton saw guys who were still not motivated to receive money. Of course Ike is letting Wang Tao to bring bias. Wang Tao does not move. Ike also mistakenly think that there is no part of himself. Anton can only explain to the two individuals, this money does not belong to the mission rewards in advance, belongs to the accidental income, is the extra loot. According to our mercenary corps rules, extra loot regiment draw 20%, the rest in order to avoid economic disputes, not in accordance with the size of the contribution, is in accordance with the equal share of each of the personnel involved in the battle. You two are also involved in the battle of course, qualify to share the money. Wang Tao listened and then asked curiously, "What about of personal loot?" Same thing, the regiment shares 20% as a draw and the rest goes to the individual. Wang Tao did not expect a mercenary corps to have such a clear distribution system, and thought that it was divided as much as it wanted. That's quite good. Before Wang Tao's words could fall, he disappeared into Anton's field of vision, and then appeared at the very end of the money-receiving line. That speed was faster than a rabbit. Anton is a little confused. Who am I? Where am I? Of course Ike was no less fast. Responsible for splitting the money of the pencil, counting money quickly, not a moment to line up Wang Tao, $8,120 of American dollars in the hand. Wang Tao has a kind of unreal feeling, counting the 5,000 given by Anton, just 2 days' time earned more than $10,000 off. Let Wang Tao cannot help but sigh up. The mercenary to earn money is really fast, the beauty of the money into the pocket, and return to the chair that sat, waiting to send all the money. Soon 3 bags of money were sent out. Smiling Calculator went to Wang Tao's heel, that a smile simply did not write on the face of the adulterer. When Anton saw that look on the Calculator's face, he couldn't help but say, "Tighten up, will you?" I'm afraid I'll go back tonight and have nightmares. Calculator also wanted to take the equipment of the Special Air Service Corps and fool around with selling it at a high price to Wang Tao and Ike, the two rookies, but with Anton the Stirrer here, the plan is afraid to fall through. Calculator cleared his throat, then said, "Ahem, you two want to join our mercenary corps?" Wang Tao, who had just received so much money, simply didn't even think about it and directly agreed, "Well, I want to join." Ike, who had never seen any money, was even more so, and not to mention asking him now if he wanted to, Ike couldn't even fight his way out of it if he hit him with a stick. Calculator held out his hand and said, "Then on behalf of the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps, I'd like to welcome you both." Wang Tao, who knew the name of the Mercenary Corps for the first time, also stretched out his hand to shake hands with the Calculator, while praising with his mouth, "Armed Forces, good name, this name is really leveled, who started it?" Calculator was complimented by Wang Tao's sentence, and the folds of his face smiled, showing how happy he was. Calculator did not answer who named it, but instead also praised Wang Tao, Northeast Tiger, right? Look at you, this nickname is also domineering, then what bear can be too much better, taste is really high. By the way, he stepped on Anton a bit. On the side of Anton disdainfully skimmed his mouth, copying the name of the Russian Armed Forces Cathedral is also good enough to be here in the United States, it, really shameless Calculator boasted Wang Tao taste the higher, that shows that his own level of name-making is also higher. The little mind makes Anton quite disdainful, but the Calculator is at least the head of the regiment, and Anton will give the Calculator some face. Wang Tao hemmed and hawed and scratched his head in embarrassment, he, it just happened to occur to me. Wang Tao, this smile is exactly the same as that landlord's stupid son. In the eyes of the Calculator, that is a naive young man, coupled with the information obtained from Anton, the Calculator can be quite a good impression of Wang Tao. The main thing is still Wang Tao's taste is high good ass padding, although the old soldier oil said that the fighting strength is not a problem, but the fighting strength of the paddling that is true, playing the wind war is not a problem, but if you gnaw on the hard bones, the probability of the feat of the oil as a deserter that is quite large. So Wang Tao, this kind of ability is strong, there is nothing ghost hard eyes of the recruits, belong to the national treasure, good training is the backbone of the mercenary corps, as the head of the Calculator cannot be interested in it. Calculator first said to Ike, think of a nickname for yourself, newcomers $3,000 a month fixed salary, settlement can be cash or transfer, but the transfer requires a 5% handling fee, combat allowance fixed 100 a day, can participate in the loot dividends, equipment regiment sends the most basic, there is no problem, right? No problem, I'll just take cash. Ike hastily agreed. You go to your room. For a rookie like Ike to go through the standard process, the Calculator didn't have much patience, and after sending Ike upstairs, the Calculator sat down on the chair next to Wang Tao, signaling for Wang Tao to sit as well. Once Wang Tao sat down, the Calculator spoke, "My name is Jason, Russian, nice to meet you." Wang Tao was flattered and said, "My name is Wang Tao, a Chinese, and I'm also glad to meet you. I've heard polar bears say you're a very accurate shot, is it convenient for Fong to tell me carefully how you practiced? As far as I know, guns are banned in Huaxia, and I guarantee that only the three of us know about it." Anton also added from the side, "Wang Tao, don't worry, Jason can still be trusted in this aspect of keeping his mouth shut." "Hey big dumb bear, what do you mean? What do you mean you can be trusted in this area?" "It means I can't do anything else." Anton gave a disdainful sneer, tell yourself why you're called a Calculator." Jason instantly wilted like a frosted eggplant, and Wang Tao also saw from just now when he put together the whole, the Calculator that calculates is really clear. Wang Tao replied, "I'm from Northeast China, that's the place near Russia, my grandfather is a hunter, I grew up in my grandfather's house, so I'm also a hunter, and I learned to shoot from my grandfather." After hearing Wang Tao's answer, Jason understood that many sharpshooters in the mercenaries were either athletes or hunters, and this answer from Wang Tao also allowed Anton to put the doubts in his mind to rest. Jason asked again, "About how accurate a shot are you?" Wang Tao thought for a moment, decided to maintain the fine virtues of Huaxia, 200 meters moving target replaced with a fixed target, said modestly, "I have not used the scope, machine scanning, if I am within 200 meters of the fixed target scatter is about the size of a coin, outside of 200 meters, if I have not hit do not know." Jason listened to the back of the mouth, cool air, they are picking up the treasure, machine scanning. 200 meters, scattered in the size of a coin, what is the concept, cannot be used to describe the good, have to use God to describe it, we must know that this is not yet equipped with a scope, if it is equipped with a scope, then it has to be another step up. If any mercenary group had a precision shooter like that, it would at least double its combat power. The reason why Anton, Calculator Jason, and Tyrannosaurus Rex Tobias, for Wang Tao and I, two individuals are very different attitudes, because a strong master, that can be the existence of a change in the battlefield. If Wang Tao was allowed to occupy the favorable terrain, 100 Ike could not possibly pose a threat to Wang Tao. the only way to solve Wang Tao's precision shooter was only one way: to exhaust Wang Tao's bullets with human lives. Somewhat agitated, Jason said in a slightly higher tone, "Fixed salary of $7,000 a month, allowances doubled if there is a battle, death compensation of 3 months' salary, death compensation will be sent to your designated family members, transfer paperwork fees are waived, and if there are any requests it is still negotiable." Wang Tao was surprised to hear that the salary was $1,000 higher than what Anton said, and there was actually death compensation. Wang Tao nodded his head and agreed, "Well, I didn't ask for it, I'm satisfied with this treatment. Happy cooperation, I'm sure you'll like our Armed Forces Mercenary Corps." Wang Tao smiled and said, "I like it now. I won't keep you from resting then, good night and sweet dreams." Jason got up and got ready to go back to the house to rest. Wang Tao poked and prodded Anton, reminding him of that Special Air Service Corps' used equipment. Anton spoke hastily, "Jason, stay for a moment, I have something to discuss with." Jason was uncomfortable with Anton, who had been calling himself Calculator, calling himself Jason, and was a little scared for a moment. "What is it?" "That Special Air Service used equipment." Jason faced black line, this big stupid bear now suddenly becomes smarted, combined just when the sales pitch of disinterest is pretending in this waiting for him. Anton also knew that he was being unreasonable, so he just hemmed and hawed and laughed nervously. Jason had just spent a large sum of money to show his attention to Wang Tao. Naturally, it was impossible to give up on this small matter, so he could only say 20% off the cost price. Wang Tao suddenly thought of something and hurriedly spoke, "Brother Jason, I remember you just told Ike that the troop isn't giving out equipment?" Jason had a really bad feeling about this. This kid wasn't going to whore himself out for nothing, was he? Jason replied, "Yes, basic gear will be issued: body armor, ballistic helmet, communications equipment, and a primary weapon." Wang Tao scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "That Special Air Service Corps equipment is also basic equipment, right?" This Wang Tao just joined their mercenary corps. Jason, even if the thick skin, is also embarrassed to say, their own mercenary corps issued the basic equipment is the cheapest kind. Wanna be good have to spend money to buy their own. Jason could only say stiffly, sort of." Wang Tao directly said, "I don't want a new bulletproof vest and bulletproof helmet, it's fine to use this used equipment." Sure enough, Wang Tao, this kid is ready to white whore, only called the wrong name, did not call the wrong nickname. Jason, the reason why the nickname called Calculator is because he is too stingy Iron Rooster, only to be given a nickname like this. Knowing that Asians are very superstitious, Jason struggled undaunted. "This is equipment stripped from a dead man, not very auspicious. The regiment has new ones and will issue you new ones." Ugh, what has this driven Jason the stingy to even say unlucky? Who knew that Wang Tao came and said, "It's fine, I don't care, isn't it normal for a hunter to kill his prey and then take the skin as a trophy? There's no difference between this equipment and that animal skin." Jason: "Brother, that's an animal, this is a human being, can it be the same?" Wang Tao said that if the enemy is treated as a human being, it should be vomiting up air now, or all look at it as a prey is better, belonging to their own brainwashing. Anton was worried that Wang Tao had been fooled by Jason, but he didn't think that Wang Tao had fooled Jason, and if it wasn't for the fear that Jason would be annoyed, Anton would have wanted to laugh out loud. Jason glared at Anton, who was watching the joke from the sidelines, and said rather helplessly, "A discount is cheap for you, limited to bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets, and communication equipment. The weapons are all clear MP5A you can't use, so don't even think about it." Wang Tao also did not prepare Jason, really do not want money to send him, can make a discount is quite good, did not expect Jason actually so generous. "Thanks, Chief." Anton spoke up suddenly, "Did the regiment come up with a primary weapon for precision shooters?" Jason's angry face instantly turned into a Kwanzaa, giving a Slavic person the satisfaction of seeing how angry he or she was. Jason snarled, "Get out and don't try to gouge another dime out of my hand." Anton bristled, "Che, little stingy like." Jason was afraid that if he continued to nag, without being angry, he would have to be scratched something else. Not only did he not sell his second-hand equipment today, but he also took out a set upside down, and his heart was aching beyond repair. Jason, who was talking about letting people rolled faster than anyone else, afraid that if he stayed a little while longer, he would have to hitch a ride on a weapon that was a big head. Anton stood up from his chair and said to Wang Tao, who was beside him, "Go get Ike and Tyrannosaurus to come down, I'll take you guys out to spend some money and buy a few new clothes and shoes while things are cheaper here." Wang Tao keyed up the strength to ask, "I'm not quite good this body, have to change?" Looking at the fake AJ on Wang Tao's feet, Anton seemed to recall something unpleasant, and his face was that ugly. Chapter 0019 Shopping. Anton gritted his teeth and growled, "Hurry up and call. Don't dawdle." Wang Tao also remembered that embarrassing scene, and was instantly vain. After all, the sock that was stuffed in Anton's mouth was still being worn on his feet. Wang Tao took a big stride and went upstairs, calling down Ike, who was counting money, and Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was drumming on his cell phone there. The four of them then headed out of the villa. The first thing they had to do was unload the contraband from the jeep. After all, less hassle is always better. Dar es Salaam means harbor of peace in Swahili. It is the former capital of Tanya and one of the most prosperous places in Africa. Dar es Salaam was also a tourist city with a pretty good nightlife and countless shopping centers, and Anton drove for about 20 minutes or so before he found the shopping center. After parking the car in the underground parking, the four people took the elevator upstairs, the mall cold air to give a very sufficient, Wang Tao feel goosebumps on the body. And Ike on the other side was as dumbfounded as Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, looking around. Anton didn't have the mind to stroll around, and went straight to Loa's specialty store, and the matter of changing Wang Tao's shoes was something that he didn't want to delay for a moment. After Wang Tao entered the store, he saw rows and rows of tactical boots on the wall. Most of them were desert color and the style was cool. But stare at the good guy $300. Instantly Wang Tao felt Loa boots ugly up, or their feet on the AJ good, domestic tactical boots only more than $100, changed to this placed in the store how to become so expensive. Wang Tao was quite distressed and said, "Polar bear, how about another one? This one I don't really like." Anton said in a bad mood, "Learn something good, don't learn to be so stingy with the calculator, okay? On the battlefield shoes are your second life, sometimes more important than the gun. Once you have problems with your feet, cannot move only waiting for death." Tyrannosaurus on the sidelines was similarly persuasive. "This is true, the shoes we each wear are not cheap." Anton said so. Wang Tao instantly feel not expensive, have to choose the best. Uncle Benshan said, "Well, the most painful thing in life is that people die, money is not spent, they cannot do that stupid thing." Wang Tao nodded, then shouted loudly, "I'll take it, waiter, I want the most expensive pair, size 41, 2 pairs of desert colors." Anton felt as if he had overstimulated himself, but anyway, Wang Tao, this kid had money, and he couldn't lay a baby if he kept it, so he spent it. Ike, who is used to living a hard life, really can't afford to spend $500 on a pair of shoes like Wang Tao. Good thing Anton, who was on the sidelines, said, "Ike, you don't have to be like Northeast Tiger, just get a regular model." At half the price less, Ike, which felt acceptable, said to the attendant, "1 pair, base model size 45 in desert yellow." The waiter quickly took out the shoes, and then squatted in front of Wang Tao was ready to give a change of shoes. Wang Tao suddenly thought of this old fake shoes taste old pun. How can this be good enough to let the waiter to take off? Don't, I'll do it myself. I don't know how much this store pays their waiters, that's quite a dedication, and the waiter said, "Don't be shy, sir, I'm a professional." Anton silently took a few steps back, kind enough to pull Tyrannosaurus Rex, who didn't seem to be too convinced and was still standing still. Wang Tao saw the waitress' attitude is very determined, also did not insist again. After all, yesterday also bathed, even if today's stew today is not too powerful. After all, the waitress said she is a professional. When the waiter touched Wang Tao fake shoes with his hand the moment, the heart felt a tremor. This touch seems a little wrong, but professional ethics, and just put out the cruel words, "I'll let the waiter ride the tiger," can only continue to take off. And Ike had seen the power of Wang Tao's shoes and ran away early, fearing that he would be a fish in the pond. The moment she took off her shoes, the waiter's expression didn't change. It was really professional, but she couldn't help but shed a tear, and it looked like she missed her mom. The disbelieving Tyrannosaurus Rex has seen the power of bioweapons, and the entire Loa boutique is filled with a foul odor. Anton heartily admired the degree of dedication of the waiter, actually had the courage to take off the other shoe. How much courage it had to take to do that. The good thing was that it was only the shoe odor, and after taking off her socks and shoes the attendant finally stopped tearing up, or maybe she was just getting used to it. After taking the new shoes out of the shoebox, the waitress suddenly looked at the devilish socks and got up straight away and ran towards the place where she had picked them up. Anton was even more retreating, purely and simply having a psychological shadow. Just when Wang Tao wanted to put on the sock himself, he heard the waiter who came out shouting, "Stop! Don't, put that sock back in the shoe, okay?" Wang Tao awkwardly threw the sock back into his shoe, and when the waiter saw that Wang Tao had already put the hazardous material back, he hurriedly ran over and handed Wang Tao a brand new sock. I didn't buy socks? A gift for you." Wang Tao just wanted to refuse, but saw the waiter's pleading eyes, and could only helplessly put his socks on, and then put on his new shoes. Don't say a penny, this tactical boots is really comfortable, and not too boring. Wang Tao stood up and walked 2 steps, shock absorption effect is also good, is very satisfied. Wang Tao, who was accustomed to frugality, habitually said, "Help me wrap up my old shoes." Anton, who had been disappearing just now, came out of nowhere and roared, "If you dare take your old shoes back, I'll hang you up and beat you." Wang Tao forgot that there was a victim present, so he could only shake his head sadly and throw his fake shoes into the trash can with a heartbroken face. Tyrannosaurus was curious as to why the polar bear was so angry over a pair of shoes. There must be a story here, he must go back and ask Wang Tao. Anton also noticed Tyrannosaurus's abnormality and spoke out threateningly, "Tyrannosaurus, if you dare to ask around and know things you shouldn't know, don't blame me for being ruthless." Tyrannosaurus shook his head sharply, "Don't ask no questions." Wang Tao took one step and turned back 3 times, reluctantly walking out of the specialty store and following Anton as he continued up the stairs. After shoes you have to buy clothes. Sauriston is very hot in summer. Sauriston has a Mediterranean climate with dry and hot summers and average temperatures can reach 32. And the destination of this mission was in the southern part of Suliston, a tropical desert climate with even hotter summers, where the maximum temperature can even reach 57.8. So the clothes must also have to buy the kind of outdoor quick drying, the fabric must also be the top 30 of weather, have to wear bulletproof vests all the time, there must be a very high degree of moisture absorption and breathability, can quickly transfer sweat from the surface of the skin to the outer layer of the clothing and evaporation, to keep the skin dry. Otherwise a little breakout in the skin doesn't love to heal at all, and over time it's a big problem, so what you wear on your body has to be good too. Wang Tao into the Arc'teryx store, the first time is to look at the price, look at the heart of the cool down, there's a broken t-shirt on the damn more than 100, which is all matched up with the finish shall not be bankrupt. Wang Tao was very sensible this time, and opened his own mouth to ask, "Do I have to buy it?" Anton and Tyrannosaurus both nodded. "If you don't listen to the old man, you'll lose out, and it's all for nothing anyway, so it hurts to spend it." As the Arc'teryx store things are very complete, Wang Tao simply put on the body of this miscellaneous brand or changed t-shirt directly to 4 desert color, pants of course cannot be less, but Wang Tao on the purchase of 2, their own diligence is not too late, there are also socks, pants, tactical masks, hats, sunglasses, a variety of small fast pendant. Out of the door a reckoning, small $2,000 and gone. Now Wang Tao looked at Anton as truly a little scared, into a store is consumption, this mercenary has not yet done it, first hitched in half of the body, there may be Wang Tao is too poor. See Cassio's English letters, this piece of Wang Tao can recognize, finally can breathe a sigh of relief, this time should not be able to spend more. Going in Anton said to the teller, 10F91W and 1G shock. The teller's face changed instantly after listening, F91W the watch is sold all over the world, and it is the kind of war record that can be checked, and the most famous spokesman is Osama bin Laden, and buying so many at once can't help but make people think more. But Anton didn't care, and the human teller really didn't think wrong, Anton bought it to use as a timer for explosives. Wang Tao habitually took out money, but the result let Anton stop it and said, "This watch, count it as my gift to you." Wang Tao scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Thank you." "You're welcome, I'd be dead without you." Wang Tao hemmed and hawed, "Me too." Anton paid the bill with alacrity, threw AF91W to Ike, and put the rest in the bag. The last thing is to go to buy a backpack, that must be the tactical backpack of the mysterious farm, another $400 spent, Wang Tao's assets have dropped from 5 figures to 4 figures, finally Anton said it was almost time. Wang Tao was relieved, who knew that Tyrannosaurus Rex on the side suddenly said, "And the tactical gloves." So another run to the mechanic's boutique, this mechanic is not a mechanic, it's a super mechanic, a store that specializes in selling gloves, it's serious. And spent more than 100 knives to buy 3 pairs of gloves, Wang Tao heartache cannot be extricated, just a common labor insurance gloves, why sell so expensive, so Wang Tao held the mindset of looking for faults to try on a little, really fragrant. And went to buy a Leatherman much shooter tool pliers, to buy the things that should be bought, and then Wang Tao's stomach are grumbling, so proposed, just find a place to eat here. Who knew that both Anton and Tyrannosaurus shook their heads together, then said in unison, the restaurants in this mall are too expensive. Wang Tao has a kind of want to spit but no place to spit, the powerless feeling, big brother you two just persuade me to buy things that strengthen it, several $1,000s are spent, eat a meal in this buckle on? Wang Tao is a Chinese and grew up in the Northeast, the bone is a bold person, coupled with the fact that since childhood is the people to food for days, wherewith can deal with deal, but the meal is absolutely cannot be fooled. Plus, the two of them, Tyrannosaurus Rex and Anton, had helped him a lot, so Wang Tao said boldly, it's my treat, no need for the two of you to spend any money. Have been accustomed to the AA system of Anton and Tyrannosaurus Rex, this performance is very surprised, did not understand why Wang Tao to be so generous, but do not say that this effect is very good, Anton and Tyrannosaurus Rex too are still very happy. Chinese people to make relations but then the average foreigner is too strong, just Wang Tao this one treat, just to Anton and Tyrannosaurus Rex too easy to pinch. Tyrannosaurus, talking to Wang Tao, who was treating the guests, lowered his stance and negotiated, I know a place where the food is delicious. Wang Tao didn't care and said, well, listen to you, I'll take care of the food and payment. Wang Tao first went to the toilet and threw away all the clothes he wore before on his body, and then threw away all the packaging, and after stuffing the things into his backpack, he came out refreshingly. People rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles, changed into a tactical clothes, duck tongue hat with a Wang Tao as if the United States of America GIs, this is not a curse, in the Middle East and Africa, can in the old United States GIs wear the same clothes, that belongs to as a symbol of strength. Don't look at the armed forces mercenary corps most of the Russians, in fact, the whole body equipment is still an ATOization, the Soviet weapons, although it has the advantages of strong, simple, cheap, durable, fierce firepower, etc., but when the skirmish, it must be as NATO weapons. The advantages of NATO weapons in small-scale local conflicts become clear, as NATO weapons are standardized, high-tech, and multi-purpose, all of which are particularly suited to small team operations. For the night vision scope alone, the NATO ones are an era above the Soviet ones, plus the NATO weapon parts are all very common, so that's why most mercenaries choose NATO weapons. Another most important reason is that mercenary corps become more expensive if they are all NATO weapons, that's right, just looking at the bluff can command a high price. After getting into the car and driving away from the mall, Wang Tao thought that Tyrannosaurus Rex would go to a high-profile restaurant, the whole point of steak wine to eat it, who knows that this big brother looked for the pizza store of Damien Lou and stopped. Anton was not surprised by this at all, it was just very damn grounded, making Wang Tao somewhat incomprehensible. Tyrannosaurus Rex, who was sitting in the driver's seat, twisted his body and said to Wang Tao, eat more, you won't be able to eat when you wait for Celestin. Wang Tao did not feel that this a broken chain fast food what is good to eat, but also to let people say to go to Celestin cannot eat, the whole is also quite regrettable like. Wang Tao didn't care and said, if you can't eat it, you can't eat it. Tyrannosaurus Rex and Anton hemmed and hawed after hearing this, as if they were waiting to see Wang Tao's joke. The four entered the pizza parlor and Tyrannosaurus and Anton asked for, straight up, a king-sized pizza 16 inches all by themselves. Anton was aware of Wang Tao and purposely said one more sentence, order your own, didn't bring you a share. Alas, when to hear the amount of food of the two individuals, Wang Tao went to feel shocked. Can I have a king-sized copy too? Ike's voice sounded at Wang Tao's side. Destroy it, tired, Wang Tao said lifelessly, sure, it's all paid for by me. Chapter 0020 I really did win the lottery. Ha! Anton and Tyrannosaurus showed contempt for Wang Tao, a rookie. Wang Tao, what kind of person is that, someone who puts his face in front of his money, heard the jeers of the two men and decided that he had to prove himself. So Wang Tao said to the waiter who ordered, I'll have the king-sized one too, plus 2 beef. Anton and Tyrannosaurus Rex both laughed even louder. This look at Wang Tao is a novice who has little concept of the size of inches, haha. I should say not to say that this Delta pizza is really cheap in comparison, but also do not have to pay a tip, so for large pizzas plus unlimited 4 drinks, on more than $100 out of the beginning, Wang Tao is very generous to pay the money. Tyrannosaurus Rex and Anton too directly did not sit at a table. Wang Tao saw this scene on the foreboding wrong seems to have a pita, so Wang Tao toward Ike heated a smile, and then sat on the opposite side of the Ike. Silly Ike still doesn't know Wang Tao's sinister intentions, and is there happily preparing to eat pizza. Soon the pizza was ready. When he went to pick it up, Wang Tao felt that the sky was falling. 16-inch pizza almost caught up with the table, and Wang Tao also added beef. It looked thick and couldn't be eaten. Looking at Wang Tao's crying face, Anton and Tyrannosaurus Rex too, if not good stamina, at this time has laughed out loud. This Wang Tao is simply too interesting. Everyone returned to their seats with their pizzas, and Anton and Tyrannosaurus both took sides of their pizzas and just started eating. And Wang Tao on Ike's table is a bit small, put down 2 pizzas a bit crowded wobble. Wang Tao spoke carelessly, why don't we just put them together? Yeah. Ike, who was mesmerized by the pizza, subconsciously agreed. Wang Tao then mixed all his pizzas with Ike's and sat down in his seat and started eating. When Wang Tao ate the first corner of the pizza, it was kinda normal to eat the one with your own toppings. When Ike was about to eat the second piece, Wang Tao picked up a piece of pizza with extra toppings and handed it to Ike, then said to Ike, taste how this piece of mine tastes. Wang Tao's small mind is described in one sentence, that is Sima Zhaoji's heart is known to all. At this time the vigilant Ike waved his hand and refused, I'll just eat my own. Alas, I can only enjoy it myself. After saying this, Wang Tao feasted on the food. After Ike ate 2 pieces of pizza, the vigilance is not so full, see the time is ripe. Wang Tao said casually, this drink is a free refill, I have to drink more. Free refills, Ike would be lying if he said he wasn't impressed, so he gulped down the drink, and a cup of Coke was soon in Ike's stomach. Then Ike went and picked up another cup of Coke and continued to drink it, due to eating too seriously. Ike didn't notice that Wang Tao in front of him had been eating a pizza for a long time. But Wang Tao made a zippy sound every time he took a drink, which made Ike take a bite of pizza and a sip of drink. It didn't take long for Ike to pick up another drink, and with 2 large drinks in his stomach, it was hard for Ike not to go to the restroom, so he stood up and went to the bathroom. Wang Tao, who had been eating slowly a moment ago, suddenly acted like a hungry wolf at this moment and started picking at the beef in the pizza and stuffing it into his mouth. Anton and Tyrannosaurus Rex, who saw this scene from behind, laughed out loud, and Wang Tao didn't care about the 2 people laughing at him, so he frantically ate the 2 portions of beef that he had added. Soon the beef was eaten out, and the pizza was mixed in a piece to see which one was which. When I came out of the toilet and returned to the table and saw this scene, he felt that the sky had collapsed, and the longest road that Ike had ever traveled was Wang Tao's set. And at this moment, Wang Tao looked like he had unloaded all his restraints, and spoke slyly, "Ike, you've got a lot of pizza left, you've got to step up your game." Getting a bargain and still selling out makes Wang Tao's interpretation the best. Anton, who had already finished their respective pizzas, and Tyrannosaurus both walked over and sat down to watch the action. Ike retorted, "Obviously you're the one who eats less." Wang Tao hemmed and hawed, "Where's the evidence? I want it with beef, look at the rest of them which are normal portions." Ike, who has no evidence, meditates on a way to break the game, and suddenly Ike has a flash of insight and begins to put together a pizza, with 3 extra pieces afterward. To the side of Anton and Tyrannosaurus Rex 2 almost on the joy of the fork in the air, simply with the same as the skit, Wang Tao that face how big pick up more than that 3 pieces, in a swift momentum, stuffed into the mouth of that open-mouthed smile Anton and Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then ate a piece of their own, smooth elimination of incriminating evidence. Ike said in an incredulous tone, "So that's like I didn't take a bite of pizza? I've been sitting here all this time?" "Exactly." Both Anton and Tyrannosaurus nodded together as well. Ike always felt like he was on the wrong side of the law. After joking about the crowd eating all the pizza and picking up a free refill, they drove back to the villa and went to bed. After a simple bath, Wang Tao was finally able to sleep comfortably until noon the next day. It was simply too much relief. Coming out of the house and down the stairs, he saw Anton and Tyrannosaurus and Spitfire there farting and chatting. Anton greeted, "The Northeast Tiger is awake, youth is good, the quality of sleep is really high." Wang Tao replied with a smile while descending the stairs, "The bed in this villa is quite comfortable, so I just stayed in bed for a while." Tyrannosaurus laughed a little and said, "Indeed, you'll have to miss the bed even more when we get back to Sulistan." The table placed a large pile, has been cooled burgers, this is the breakfast lunch. Wang Tao picked up 2, went to the kitchen to take the microwave hit, and then sat down on that while eating while asking, "Brother Tyrannosaurus, who is the main enemy of our mercenary group in Sulistan?" Tyrannosaurus replied, "The old US-supported Kurdish armed forces. The Sauristan Kurdish armed group is mainly the Sauristan-sensitive main force, which controls a large area of the eastern and northern parts of Sauristan, including the main oil-producing areas and food-producing. And Sauristan is the most important energy corridor from the Middle East to Europe. The Iraq War was launched by the old US under the banner of rescuing the Kurds, and also similarly intervened in Sauristan under the name of the Kurds, and Persian-Russian-backed government forces, and Turkish-backed Shamarak forces, forming 3 major factions of armed forces. Is this Sauristan so messed up? So we're employed by the government forces?" Anton shook his head, "The whole Middle East is such a mess, we're employed by Russia. Remember, never trust every country in the Middle East, except for that big injustice in Saudi Arabia. If you accept employment, make sure it's with a big country background or it's easy to turn your back on it and sell it to you." Wang Tao felt a bit of a collapse of the worldview, together with the Middle East chaotic or not. The P5 said he also thought that the Sulistan civil war is their own people to fight their own people, together with all the proxy war. "Got it, so are the Kurds good?" Spitfire laughed a little and said, "The Middle East is not powerful, you need to be careful of these armed behind the big countries. Sometimes the opposite fighting forces too pull across all routed when the big countries will send troops to sneak down the field, to stabilize the battle line to prevent the collapse of the battle line, so the poor enemy is not chasing, the gun hit the head of the head. These 2 words in the Middle East is particularly practical." Wang Tao counted long insight. This one a mercenary, there are so many curves it, just fight to win is not enough, but also need to know who the background of the person who fights. Tyrannosaurus Rex saw that Wang Tao was a bit intimidated, so he spoke out to pacify him. "A small and not to be smaller mercenary corps like mine would have a hard time trying to meet this, harder than if you were to buy a lottery ticket and win." Once heard then the lottery win is difficult. Wang Tao face is even more difficult to see, if put on others properly is comfort, and Wang Tao he really won the lottery and is the second prize, that is not to say that it is easy to meet. "Brother Tyrannosaurus, don't comfort me, I really did win the lottery." Tyrannosaurus Rex shut up at that moment, why he never wins the lottery when he buys a ticket. And Anton is even more superstitious. One point is that Wang Tao's luck is really good, even the Special Air Service Corps can still come out of Nibiru unharmed, is simply a miracle. 2 burgers quickly into Wang Tao's stomach, and Western food is always Western food. Wang Tao still eat not too accustomed to, so he asked Anton, "We go today not?" "If we don't go, the 4 jeeps parked outside will have to be transported to Sulistan as well, so there's no proper container ship today, and there won't be one until tomorrow night." Wang Tao said to Anton, "Then drive with me to the supermarket, I want to buy something." Anton happened to be bored with idleness as well, nodding his head and grabbing his car keys and getting ready to head out the door. Tyrannosaurus Rex, the idle fart of a guy, of course followed, and Spitfire, similarly silent, got up and headed out together. Visible Tyrannosaurus Rex and Spitfire, 2 people in Anton's relationship is very unusual, and with the rest of the mercenary corps is not so close. Wang Tao put this situation secretly in his heart. Of course, he is also considered to be a member of Anton's small group. As for the Ike, that is purely an add-on. After entering the supermarket, Wang Tao went straight to the area where seasonings were sold and looked around for a super happy lady. That's right, Lagonma chili sauce. Wang Tao he giggle up, is sighing big China's things all over the place. When saw the price tag of the moment, Wang Tao almost head did not tie that counter. $12.99 a bottle? Wang Tao doubted his eyes, did not even doubt the price tag. This bottle of Lagonma fast than that pizza is still expensive. Imported things expensive he knows, but did not expect so expensive. For the sake of his own mouth, Wang Tao decided to buy 10 bottles of Lagonma, saving him from eating that sweet bar of Western food every day, and then affecting his fighting ability. When Anton and Tyrannosaurus Rex, as well as Spitfire, saw that Wang Tao had spent more than $100 and bought 10 cans, the whole thing was not good. It was too damn wasteful, right? So they all began to laugh at Wang Tao the wrongdoer. Back to the villa on the road to the laughter never stopped. Waiting to return to the villa, I saw the calculator sitting on the table to calculate something. Wang Tao was just ready to say hello and go upstairs, when he heard the calculator shouted at him. "Northeast Tiger, pay for your equipment." Wang Tao excited to go to pay, receive equipment went, bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets, and a set of communication equipment. After discounting a total of $3,000, and paid the money, Wang Tao did not have the slightest reluctance, on the contrary, very happy. On the road, Anton said, "This paid equipment to Wang Tao own. If one day he does not want to do in this mercenary corps, this paid equipment can be taken away. That is to say, this equipment is the mercenary corps to Wang Tao's small benefits." Wang Tao, gorgeous with bloodstained body armor and bulletproof helmet and pickup headset and microphone and a NATO system of walkie-talkies, on the 3 pieces of equipment for the Special Air Service Corps equipment, in the outside world to sell, if $30,000 cannot buy down. As for the blood on it, you say, that damn are cheap into this mom like, that a little blood is still what stained with poop. Wang Tao have to say he fragrant. Tyrannosaurus dealt with this problem thief professional, threw over a bottle of hydrogen peroxide. Wang Tao began to clean up the work, which is professional, that hydrogen peroxide to the bloodstains on a white small foam together, and so a rub with the new. Ike looked at Wang Tao's new equipment, envious eyes are almost out. Do not say that this old NATO equipment is really handsome, especially with Wang Tao spend a lot of money to buy that one, who if you say that Wang Tao is a new recruit, it is estimated that all have to be beaten. Time flew by, and a day and a half went by as he farted and chatted with Anton and the others, getting to know the rest of the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps in the process. Wang Tao was watching a TV show in the house when there was a knock on the door outside. "Pack up and get ready to go." Good. Wang Tao has long been ready to back up, and then the duck tongue hat with a tactical mask around his sunglasses, in addition to the size of some small point, anyone cannot see that he is a yellow man. After leaving the door with Ike, Wang Tao followed Anton into the car, which still had the original 4 people in it, and drove in the direction of the harbor through the night. The convoy stopped when they reached the outside of the harbor and then all turned off their lights, observing the outside quite clearly from the shadows. That wait was half an hour before a Mercedes drove up from the direction of the harbor and flashed its headlights twice toward the convoy. Drip! The lead car responded with 2 honks, then the Mercedes made a U-turn on the road and headed for the harbor. The convoy followed the Mercedes-Benz. With the Mercedes-Benz's open road, the road was unobstructed. The port's gate guards acted as if they hadn't seen their convoy, and went straight into the harbor. The Mercedes with no license plate led the convoy and made 7 turns to stop in front of a simple tin house. Just as the car was parked, the calculator's voice came over the intercom. "All contraband is in the car. Everyone in the car except the driver stays behind. Get out of the car and separate the people from the car." Tyrannosaurus lifted up the backpack he was carrying and said, "Get out of the car." Wang Tao also picked up his own backpack and followed Tyrannosaurus Rex to get out of the car, and when the members of the car got out of the car, the convoy disappeared within Wang Tao's sight with another turn. The deputy chief's pencil pinched his voice outside the tin roof and said, "All go inside and rest, we'll board the ship when the delivery men return." Wang Tao, who was carrying a backpack, followed Tyrannosaurus Rex into the simple tin house, and once he entered the house, he found that someone was already here in the house. And dressed with them cannot be said to be similar, can only say cannot be said to be like, can only be said to be exactly the same, as far as Wang Tao, a novice, know as a peer. Chapter 0021 Embarkation. The peers in the house are all sitting on the right side, quiet, only breathing sounds. If they do not come in, all do not know that there are people in the house, and then tightly staring at them, which makes Wang Tao cannot help but tense up. The atmosphere grew tense, but was soon broken by the only black man in a suit. "All sit down and rest for a while, it'll be about 10 minutes before we can board, there's water here to drink at your leisure, and the Wi-Fi password is right there on the wall, so those who want to surf the web can do so for free." Everyone ignored the Negro's words, and all sought a seat, and as for the water, not one of them went for it. The black man wasn't embarrassed. The mineral water in his hand was placed back on the table and he continued to drum up his cell phone there. And with the exception of the black man in the suit, the room full of mercenaries didn't play with their cell phones, they just quietly observed the surrounding area. Wang Tao had a bellyful of curiosity, but he didn't dare to speak or ask questions, and could only just dry out, but fortunately, this situation didn't last long, and the driver who sent the car soon returned. After Anton entered the room, he sat next to Wang Tao, also silent, and looked at the opposite side. As far as the degree of weirdness in the room now, it is comparable to a horror movie, as if whoever opens his mouth first will be killed. Since they were all so silent, Wang Tao didn't do that thing of standing out, and just sat there silently. The wait was always long, and after about 20 more minutes of simmering, a man in a mask came in from outside and pointed right at the people who were in the house first. "You guys get in the car first." Located on the right side of the house, the mercenary corps have their backpacks to get up and walk towards the outside of the house. With the vehicle started, Wang Tao thought that he could talk. Who knows that his teammates still do not speak, even the chatterbox Tyrannosaurus Rex seems to be mute. After another 5 long minutes of waiting, the man with the mask from earlier came back and said to them, "Get in the car and get ready to board." Calculator was the first to stand up, and the crowd followed out of the house and then onto a slightly rickety ferry. After Wang Tao found a seat and sat down, there was another long period of silence, and the vehicle turned left and right before coming to a stop next to a huge cargo ship. The man in the mask spoke again, "Get off and board the ship." After Wang Tao got off the car, through the warspeed masker smelled a sea flavor, before Wang Tao were in the TV to see shipping containers of cargo ships, looking not big a little bit, which really stood under the freighter. That shock degree is not to be able to use words to describe. When the car was gone, the calculator, who was the head of the group, spoke, "Get on board, and see me for seasickness pills if you get seasick." Seeing that he could talk, Wang Tao asked Anton, who was beside him, "I've never been on a boat before, I don't know if I'm dizzy or not." "Then go claim it, and Ike, you go too." "Good." The two of them, Wang Tao and Ike, then went to the calculator and received 3 seasickness pills and took one as the calculator instructed. Then in turn began to board the ship. Cargo ship boarding have to rely on climbing. Thanks to Wang Tao has no fear of heights, or climb to half of the non-leg soft, visible stowaway is how bitter. Climb to the ship to reach the deck. Wang Tao smelled a rust smell and paint smell, the smell that is quite unpleasant. It is still the ship did not sway, it is a little nausea. Following the calculator in the direction of the hatch, there was nothing to see at all along the way, except for red paint, and then life preservers and assorted tools. It should be said or not that the ship was really big and the cabin they had been assigned was located at the stern of the ship, and it took almost 5 minutes to walk to it. The calculator pointed to the 3 cabins and said, "These 3 will be our cabins, so assign yourselves." Wang Tao was of course with Anton, and then there was Tyrannosaurus Rex and Spitfire, plus an Ike for a total of 5 people. Wang Tao thought that this cabin should be quite big, but the results of a door are skeptical. This cabin is not much bigger than a 20 yuan hotel room in the domestic town. 5 people? How can we live here? And still iron frame beds, divided into bunk beds of the kind, and the only difference between the dormitory is welded to the ground cannot be shaken. Anton see the strange throw the backpack to the bottom of the bunk, said, "I live here." Tyrannosaurus sat his ass down on the other bunk and said the same as Anton, "This one's mine." Spitfire helplessly tossed his backpack toward Tyrannosaurus' top bunk without even saying a word. The rest of the top bunk, of course, belongs to Wang Tao. But Wang Tao backpack is full of $13 a bottle of Laogan Ma, he cannot throw, if the fall broken to die of heartache. Wang Tao climbed to the top bunk, then smelled a whoosh and stinky flavor, but also a ing thief, and that do not bathe the old Indian armpit flavor almost did not spit out. Vomit. Anton terrible Wang Tao really vomit out, if this vomit the first to suffer is in the lower bunk of him. You throw down that sheet and quilt. Wang Tao hurriedly threw the flavor of the thief's sheets and were in pillows down, which was a lot better, put the backpack and fixed it with straps to ensure that it could not fall off. Waiting to dissipate the smell of the meeting, Wang Tao tried to lie down for a while, and found that his 1.78 m was just right, and any more would have to hit his head, and for the first time in his life, Wang Tao was glad that he was not tall. With Anton, Spitfire, and their respective 6'9" Tyrannosaurus Rex, it was a no-brainer to seek out either the head out or the foot out. It was Ike who was the worst off, not even mixing with a bed and having to sleep on the floor. As for why the very tall Tyrannosaurus Rex had to sleep on the bed and not on the spacious floor, one thing had to be said about the freighter: there were rats, and lots of them. As soon as it gets dark, they start coming out to feed, and it's easy to get bitten by rats when you're lying on the ground, and there are also creatures like cockroaches. Polar bear. Anton suddenly interrupted Wang Tao and said, "Don't talk about things in this house, let's go out and talk." Wang Tao was a bit confused. Generically, he kind of didn't understand why they all didn't talk from the moment they entered the harbor. 5 people together out of the cabin came to the deck to find an open position blowing the sea breeze. Wang Tao feel like his nose seems to be cleaner. As for the smell of paint and rust after the cabin of that bedding baptism, Wang Tao think it's quite good smell. Holding back enough, Tyrannosaurus said hastily, "Ask whatever you want." Wang Tao asked curiously, "Why did you all stop talking after entering this harbor, and why can't you say anything important in the cabin?" Tyrannosaurus replied, "You think smuggling is just earning you smuggling money? Your information is all money too, just that simple tin house is purposely made to let one's guard down. Don't think there are no cameras in there, but there are microphones, the top of the line kind." "A microphone?" Wang Tao asked with some confusion. "What's the point of having a microphone?" Tyrannosaurus replied, "Collect the soundtrack of your speech. This is the easiest biometric trait to obtain besides your face. After obtaining it, you'll be uniformly sent out to be packaged and sold to the intelligence traders. It's fine if you're not good, but if you're famous, then you'll be recognized as soon as you speak when you go to any sensitive place." Wang Tao sucked in a breath of cool air and said, "Wouldn't that mean that a lot of people have been hit?" "Yeah, and the Wi-Fi in that simple tin room is also high-tech, so if your cell phone is connected, then congratulations, you have no secrets. The hacking program inside will automatically copy the information from your phone." Wang Tao decided to definitely change his habit of rubbing free Wi-Fi in the future. This human heart is really sinister. Ike snapped, "So they're not afraid of losing business that way?" Tyrannosaurus and Anton and Spitfire all laughed together after Ike's comment. Tyrannosaurus stopped his laughter and replied, "This business is a monopoly. There is no worry about business at all. You love to go through, but if you want to go through the border with contraband, you have to put up with it." Wang Tao pointed in the direction of the stern again and asked, "And what's the situation in this cabin?" Tyrannosaurus replied, "There must be recording equipment in the hatch as well, but it's not as advanced as in the tin room, not clear enough for the sound, and the audio track is useless even after it's been recorded. It's mostly something that the crew does privately, to see what useful information they can overhear, and then sell it to the brokers who buy up the intel in the harbor." Ike was a little disturbed to hear that. "So is this safe?" Now there was no need for Tyrannosaurus Rex to answer the question. Wang Tao was able to explain to Ike, the corrosive nature of seawater can't even stand steel, and electronic products like the microphone are estimated to last less than 3 days in this sea breeze. Anton took a sip of his Coke and said, "Exactly, so talk about important things, come up on deck and talk about them, don't say anything other than rest in the cabin, and one more, Ike, you should get a nickname." Ike said with a bitter smile, "I really can't think of one. I've been thinking of one for 3 days, except for bottles or jars, or else paper shells, or else you guys can help me think of one." Anton, Tobias, and Vicky all stopped squeaking when Ike said that. What good name could the trio who could name themselves Polar Bear, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and Fire Breather come up with? The crowd cast their gazes unanimously at Wang Tao, who had the most domineering nickname. Wang Tao sighed, "Invincibility is so lonely, counting on this group of uneducated foreigners is not a chance at all, he still has to be his own shot." Generally, nicknames are characterized by personal traits. For example, Polar Bear is a typical old hairy guy, while Tyrannosaurus Rex is tall and powerful, and Flamethrower is unknown but presumably must have something to do with fire. And what Ike impressed Wang Tao the most was the scene where he threw the Molotov cocktail. The throw was really accurate, so Wang Tao couldn't help but think of a character in baseball. How about calling the pitcher? Ike just heard did not feel anything. The more you think about it, the brighter your eyes, you do throw things more accurate and very distinctive. Anton heard it and felt that it was also very graphic. It could also let Ike work towards specializing in throwing grenades in this area. If he really had the talent to come up with a god thrower, then their mercenary core fighting strength would be even higher. Ike nodded happily and said, "Good." Anton was quite agreeable, and Ike's nickname was settled, and the hatch was just too cramped, so the 5 of them gossiped for quite a while, and when they were all too sleepy to do so, they went back to the hatch and went to bed. Already sleepy Wang Tao, when really lying on that iron frame bed, and toss and turn cannot sleep, and stuffy and hot and smelly, which makes Wang Tao cannot help but think of those who were loaded in the container stowaway. The environment is not even worse. After rambling for a long time, Wang Tao then fell asleep listening to the sound of rats squeaking and the movement of cockroaches flying around. Probably slept for about 3 hours or so. Wang Tao felt that he was sleeping on the swing, which a meal of swaying open your eyes good guy is indeed swaying, if their backpack is not tied up on the fall. Not only was Wang Tao woken up by the shaking, but everyone else was also awake, and just as Wang Tao was about to come down from the ladder, he was stopped by Anton. Keep lying down, you're just getting used to being on the boat, you'll have to throw up if you skate around standing up. Aha! In this way Wang Tao lay back down again, laying hard for half an hour before getting used to the bumps and falling asleep again in a ghostly manner. When he woke up again, it was already the next morning. Wang Tao felt as if he had adapted a lot after coming down from the top bunk, slightly dizzy but not in the way. And Ike was really miserable. Not only was he harassed by rats and cockroaches all night on the ground, but he was also particularly seasick, so it was a good thing there was a bathroom in the house, and he threw up half the night before falling asleep half the night after. Wang Tao into the bathroom ready to wash up. The results of a faucet found that the guy this water is directly yellow, more dirty than his hands, not to mention brushing teeth and face. Fortunately, this ship is still relatively generous, gave 2 boxes of mineral water. Wang Tao used mineral water to brush his teeth. Anton saw that they were all up, so he said, "Let's go, let's eat." Ike waved his hand and said, "I'm just not going to eat it, I'm going to throw up afterwards." So Wang Tao followed Anton, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and Spitfire 4 people out of the cabin, looked at the signs in the corridor and walked towards the restaurant. Up and down finally arrived at the restaurant. Having had an overnight experience, Wang Tao was already psychologically prepared for this restaurant, but after entering the restaurant, Wang Tao was still shocked. There were just 3 dinner plates in all, 1 plate of what appeared to be stewed chickpeas, 1 plate of a sauce made of broccoli cream and mushrooms, and the last plate of pasta that had dried out. Just the moment he saw this thing, Wang Tao felt that he wasn't hungry at all. The restaurant was 24 hours, and of course the food was also 24 hours. Anton saw Wang Tao's thoughts and reminded, "If you don't eat it now, it will become rancid by noon." Tyrannosaurus Rex and Spitfire 2 people that are not polite at all, hurriedly took a dinner plate to clip the food. Listening to people to eat a full meal, Wang Tao also took an unwashed dinner plate, followed in line. After beating the meal and sitting at the table, Wang Tao looked at the food in front of him and felt that he was prone to GA halfway through the meal before he reached Sulistan. Of course, not only Wang Tao is so, Anton is not too much. Tyrannosaurus Rex Tobias in turn is not at all picky, holding a spoon on the cool dazzling up is really on the food no wonder can grow so tall. Wang Tao closed his eyes and dazzled to the mouth, as long as not chewing words can still be swallowed, no wonder the angle coefficient of foreign countries is high at, that old angle every day to eat this stuff, not high only strange. Just as Wang Tao was being tortured here, suddenly another group of mercenaries who were with them in the tin house yesterday appeared in the restaurant. "Hey Polar Bear, you guys back in Sulistan too?" Anton responded with a grin, "Well nah, vacation's over." This seemed to Wang Tao see stupid this is what happened Not buddies yesterday's atmosphere of the sword and crossbow? This every mercenary acting are pulled full Chapter 0022, Borrowing Money. And when the War Shield mercenary corps to play the meal, it gave Wang Tao look silly people have a small sign in their hands. After playing the chickpeas, broccoli and pasta, they handed the small sign to the side of the crew. The crew lifted the lid in front of him, and then there was a big pot of roast meat inside. A man gave a piece of clip to Wang Tao looking stupid. "This how there is a hidden menu?" Anton disliked Wang Tao who was giggling there and said, "Don't look, man, that's a VIP ticket." Wang Tao is a long time to see, but then again people that is a VIP ticket, that does not mean that they are ordinary tickets? What the hell, there are 3, 6, 9 grades of smuggling. The talkative Tobias, while eating, said, "You have to understand why our chief is called a calculator. That calculation is quite understandable, and you are guaranteed to be hungry, but certainly not full." Wang Tao had a feeling that he had gotten into a pirate ship, and after the things were swallowed into his stomach, he put the dinner plate back, and since he had just eaten, he would 100% vomit when he returned to the cabin and lay down, so the 4 of them came to the deck to blow off some steam. "Polar Bear, you know that mercenary group, don't you?" Anton nodded and said, "Recognize, they are a squad in the Battle Shield Mercenary Corps, they have cooperated once before during an execution, they are quite reliable." After a while of sea air, the sun rose, and as it was burning hot due to its position near the equator at this point, the 4 men went back to their rooms, and on the way the sailors were hammering rust and brushing paint with power tools in the hot sun. That flavor is simply, Wang Tao decided that in the future cannot sit on the boat will not sit on the boat, this crime is simply not a person suffered, then that northeastern old forest is still difficult. From the port of Dar es Salaam after the departure, the freighter all the way north around the road into the Gulf of Aden, during the passage of Somali, Wang Tao thought there would be pirates, the results of the white expectation of half a day, all the way to the wind and waves and even a cloudy day are not. Entertainment was basically poker and then farting and chatting, and finally after 3 days we arrived at the Suez Canal and broke down in front of it, ready to line up for the crossing. Ike is finally used to no longer seasick, during the period Wang Tao also and the other people of the armed forces are familiar with, although it is said that none of them know the real name, but nicknames are known. The Armed Forces Mercenary Corps, the leader is Calculator, the vice leader is Pencil, and since it's a small mercenary corps, the rest are all team members. Bananas, oranges, and apples, all three of whom were as black as Ike, and narwhals and dolphins, two Poles, both retired from the French Foreign Legion. The three remaining men, Thor, Birch, and Golden Lion, were all Slavs, from the Tsarist Russian Marines, and belonged to the head Calculator's loyal men now. Armed Forces Mercenary Corps, so a total of 3 small groups, but not divided, so understand, is relatively close to some, if so many people are still hooked, that also perform what combat missions, directly on the dissolution of it. Wang Tao, who was quite good at doing things, and after mixing well with them, each of them taught Wang Tao a little bit about what to do when fighting, which made Wang Tao's gains great. After about 10 hours of waiting in line, the freighter started to enter the Suez Canal, and since the water was shallower but more wobbly, Ike threw up again. Wang Tao is no better, originally thought that the African side is hot enough, who knows the more to the Middle East this side of the hotter, thanks to the speed drying clothes to buy expensive, or else it must be hot prickly heat. If all the cabins were like this, Wang Tao would have endured it, but as a result, he went with Polar Bear to skulk around the War Shield Squad's cabin, and found that there was actually air conditioning in people's cabins. Good thing there is still a day to dock and get off the ship, Wang Tao this hard to balance a little. But seeing that Anton, the old Maoist who was afraid of heat, put up with it, Wang Tao also continued to sit on the deck and blow the wind. After crossing the canal it was a quick trip to Sarastan's Latakia harbor, and the moment the ship docked Wang Tao couldn't help but cheer, and Ike did the same. To the side, the corners of Anton's mouth curved up, as if something interesting was about to happen, and so did Tobias the Tyrannosaurus Rex. After waiting about half an hour, the ship's crew came and told them to pack up and get off the ship. And Wang Tao and Ike too early to pack up, just like this is not enough, but also to help the slow Anton and Tobias to pack up, the fire is very anxious. The freighter had to unload all these stowaways before the inspectors boarded the ship, so Wang Tao quickly got his wish. And just the moment Wang Tao stepped on the ground, he suddenly felt a heavenly rotation, as if he had just boarded the ship in exactly the same way, and almost didn't fall down. Wang Tao asked suspiciously, "What's wrong with me?" After saying that, he tried to take a step and almost fell down. Ike is even more exaggerated, even standing on the ground did not stand, directly fell to the ground, behind the Anton, and Tobias deliberately is ready to see this hilarious, so unabashedly harumphing. Wang Tao and Ike are both like this, mainly due to motion sickness caused by the incongruity between the vestibular system, proprioception, and visual perception. This discomfort is usually caused by prolonged exposure to rocking stimuli on a boat, resulting in inconsistencies between the vestibular system responsible for balance perception and visual and proprioceptive sensations of body position and movement. Once Anton and Tobias stepped onto the firm ground, they stood still for a moment, closing their eyes to get themselves used to the feeling of standing on the ground. Wang Tao followed suit and closed his eyes, but Ike was stupidly still there trying to get up, and the more he tossed and turned the harder he fell. Finally Ike was on the verge of tears saying, "I can't stand up, am I going to hang up?" Hearing Ike's words, the others coming down behind him laughed together. After they had all gotten used to it, the crowd got into the van that had been prepared. That's right, it was a van, a total of 11 seats, stuffed with 14 people, so you can imagine how crowded it was. It's not easy to earn $7,000 a month, just this transportation is not for ordinary people to enjoy, and the most ruthless thing is that the back of that van doesn't even have a window. Good thing it didn't take long to get out of the harbor. The moment Wang Tao got off the car, he saw people. Warshield Mercenary Corps ferry car is a damn clear nanny car. Wang Tao can see the air deformation of the air, visible inside the cold air. Hit how sufficient. The Calculator, who was the head of the group, took the opportunity to greet people and blocked Wang Tao's view with his own body. There is a row of cars parked outside the harbor. If it is not the driver down to solicit passengers, Wang Tao also thought that the car was scrapped. It is a real war damage version. If I'm not mistaken, there are still shell casings on there, just from the location of the shooting. This ride can't be more dead. I just don't know how many soul rings are in the car. As soon as he saw so many people coming out, the soliciting drivers surrounded him, and the Calculator shouted, "How much do we need 3 cars to get to the Jasmine Hotel?" The drivers didn't argue with each other and didn't say a word, so there were only 3 drivers left, and then they opened their mouths and asked for a price, $5 American. Calculator shook his head. Do I look like a rookie to you? I'll call a cab if $2 American doesn't work. $3 American. The Battle Shield squad on the side was much more brash. The offer was agreed to straight away, and after greeting them, they got in their car and left. Even Anton, who was used to the calculator, was a little embarrassed on his face at this time, and it was a novel experience to stand here on this sunny day because of a few dollars. It's a good thing the driver wasn't so determined. It didn't take long to get a deal for $2.50 US. Anton purposely chose the car with bullet holes that had been weathered for a long time, which made Wang Tao very incomprehensible, so after getting into the car, he asked Tobias in a whisper, "Brother Tyrannosaurus, why did you choose this one?" Tobias replied, "If you're going to take a car in a war zone, it's best to choose a car that looks a little worse for where the drivers who can drive such a car are experienced and will help you avoid unnecessary danger." "What about the less experienced?" "All dead." The driver, an Arab, said in poor English, "Only the newbies who don't know anything about anything go for that shiny-looking car. See the bullet holes in my car. That's my best card." Wang Tao counted on a long time. That bullet hole actually became a military medal of the cab. The buildings outside the harbor were still relatively intact. As the vehicles gradually moved away from the harbor, the buildings began to fall apart more and more, while bullet holes in the walls indicated that there had been heavy fighting here, and pedestrians on the streets looked at the cabs with wary eyes. Compared to the Sulistan, the African side is a bit run down, but it's a lot safer. Just when Wang Tao thought that the stingy calculator arranged the hotel, or have to be the most inferior it, who knows that after arriving at the Jasmine Hotel, Wang Tao was shocked too. It is actually a 5-star luxury hotel. This calculator is suddenly so generous, Wang Tao cannot accept some. "Polar bear, why is this chief so generous all of a sudden?" Anton replied as he took his backpack from the car, "You can save any money in the war zone, only the accommodation money can't be able to be saved. You really think that the calculator can be generous? That's what it has to live." Wang Tao really thought that the calculator was generous just no choice. How can a stingy person suddenly become not stingy? Into the hotel. Wang Tao only thought of their own lack of identification, suddenly some panic, and Anton seems to simply do not care about this, right there straight to the hotel front desk that go. After the calculator showed a certificate of some kind, the 14 of them, the hotel receptionist didn't bother to ask any of them for identification information, just gave 7 room cards. Wang Tao received the room card. Now also do not look forward to live in any suite, as long as you can sleep a bed with a mattress is already very good. After entering the room, even the room did not visit, put the backpack on the table and threw Wang Tao head into the bathroom to take a shower. Do not ask why, ask is to whoosh a scripture. The beginner's quick drying clothes were already impregnated with salt from sweat, and as for why you don't wash your clothes on a freighter, the water that comes out of the faucets in the cabins is all you can do to flush the toilets, and no, peeing is cleaner than that water. What Wang Tao didn't know was that their cabin water was circulated for a week to end up in their cabin, and the water used by the captain's first mate's crew on the cargo ship was thief cool. Worthy of being a 5-star hotel, this time Wang Tao finally saw that there is a shower gel and shampoo cream, which is a big bath down. Wang Tao feels relaxed from the heart outward. "I washed my own clothes, and I heard a knock on the door just after I hung them out to dry." Unlocked door. Anton, who had similarly just finished his bath, walked into the house and saw Wang Tao hanging out his clothes there with a strange expression. Anton spoke up, "Don't you know that this 5-star hotel has a free laundry service?" "Me, you didn't tell me earlier, it's not a waste of time?" "It's still not clean." Anton said rather helplessly, "If you don't look at that menu, who are you relying on?" Wang Tao thought that the menu placed on the table was for ordering food, who knew that it was actually for introducing services. "By the way, what did you want to see me about?" Anton was so focused on the joke that he just remembered what he was coming for. Anton replied, "While it's okay to unload the truck today, I'll take you to buy the gun. How much money do you have left in your hand?" Wang Tao asked with some confusion, "Wasn't the regiment issued guns?" "I still have $6,500 left." Anton shrugged, "If you don't mind still using the most basic of rifles, then you can skip it." The old ancestor said, "To do a good job, must first sharpen their weapons. This gun is the future of the food thing, that can be used well." "Buy, now?" Anton nodded, "Well, being in a war zone means we'll have to leave at some point." "Like this? Then if we leave now, won't this hotel be a waste? Can I still get a refund?" Anton was like looking at a little cutie. "Like looking at Wang Tao," he said without a good mood. "What do you think?" Wang Tao also felt that his question was a bit two-dimensional, so he changed the topic and said, Can't, still waiting for Ike?" Anton shook his head, "Not with him, he's wasting money on a good gun." Wang Tao thought is also, on the ike that gun law, the dog gave a bun or better than him, with a good gun is really a waste, and on the ike that stingy like also cannot afford to spend money to buy. Picture, I'm going out with polar bear. Ike, who was in the bathroom taking a shower, called out, got it. Wang Tao put all the money into his pocket, put on his tactical mask and went out of the house with both Anton, who called Tobias, who was idling out of his ass, and didn't go out directly, but instead walked towards the calculator's room. Anton knocked on the door, then pushed right in. Calculator and Pencil were lying in bed watching TV and were surprised to see the three men who had come in. Calculator felt a little bad, but there was no back door to run to in this room, so he could only speak stiffly, "What can I do for you guys?" Anton didn't talk nonsense at all and directly pointed at Wang Tao. Northeast Tiger is going to buy a gun and get an advance of 3 months' salary. Calculator jumped up directly from the bed after hearing this, and said with a resolute attitude, "No, absolutely not, 3 months' salary, do you know how much it is?" Anton nodded seriously and reached out to dislike Wang Tao, got it, $21,000. Chapter 0023 Face Value is Battle Power. Wang Tao, how smart, received the signal on the shelves that began to pretend to pity, if I do not have the money to buy a gun, on the battlefield cannot play a role will be dragged back to everyone, to drag back to everyone I will be very tormented within the heart of this torment will let me get sick regiment is the same as the cost of raising a dragging bottle of oil. Calculator's head exploded as he listened, and directly spoke out to interrupt Wang Tao, who was just like the Tang monk, saying, "Okay. I borrow, shut your mouth." Wang Tao saw the good thing and immediately closed his mouth, eyeing the calculator. The calculator grunted coldly and said, 2,000 blades of interest per month, with a 1,000 blades fee up front. Wang Tao heard the interest. This is not usury? It's not much different from the ancient 9 out of 13 returns. Before Wang Tao could say anything, Tobias, who was on the side, coldly grunted, "Northeast Tiger, I'll lend you a hand, and pay less attention to this iron rooster." Anton also made a snide remark, "Alas, the loan sharks are putting it on their own family members, and I don't know if the other chiefs are like this, I have to ask them one by one to go and publicize it for certain people." Calculator heard let these two big mouth publicity, that tomorrow the whole Sulistan underground world will know. Calculator hastily curry favor and said, Don't, just kidding, you see you two so serious for what, don't want the interest is not okay." Anton said impatiently, "Don't dawdle, get the money." Wang Tao has not seen such a righteous borrowing of money, nor have I seen just now also 9 out of 13 back it, and do not want to interest. The head of the head does not look like the head of the appearance of the head. Soon Wang Tao got 21,000 knives in cash, put it into his pocket just to say thank you, let Anton dragged away, just like that bandit robbery. Of course Wang Tao in the hotel did not ask something, and so out of the hotel found that just now that war damaged wing cab is still in front of the hotel to solicit passengers. Anton then greeted him and said, "How much for a 3-hour package?" That driver thought for a moment and replied, $10 American to ensure your safe return. Deal. Wang Tao did not ask much, anyway, it is the difference of a few US dollars, are ready to spend a lot of money, but also care about this small amount of money for what? Anton and Tobias got into the car straight away, and Wang Tao had just pulled open the passenger door and was about to get into the passenger seat when he heard the driver say, "You, sit in the back." Wang Tao was a little confused, but since the driver had said so, that's when he pulled open the backseat door and squeezed in with Anton and Tobias. This is a small broken Renault class car, that rear space can be imagined what it is like, coupled with Anton and Tobias's physique, almost did not give Wang Tao squeezed to death here. The driver skillfully put it in gear and drove off with a kick of the gas pedal, then began to continue copying the unskilled English. "Don't feel uncomfortable, sitting in the passenger side is not a good thing, especially since you guys are dressed in a way that's especially likely to cause unnecessary trouble." Tobias leaned his body forward a bit to ease the congestion, then nodded. The driver was right, needing a combat co-pilot has a 70% fatality rate. Anton corrected, "Tyrannosaurus, you're being conservative, it's got to be 90%. Wang Tao, who loves to sit on the passenger side, vowed that he had to carry forward the spirit of friendship, and from now on, he would go back a little bit if he could, and would definitely not sit in the front row. The driver listened to the steering wheel with one hand and gave a thumbs up to praise. "Understand people, my name is Ron, this is my business card, there is my phone number on it, 24 hours on call, if you use the car in Sulistan then look for me to absolutely let you rest assured. Of course, at night the price of the car will be a little bit higher." Neither Anton nor Tobias reached out to take the business card, so Wang Tao, who had a thinner skin, reached out and took the card. This business card is also quite grounded, handwritten, and letters written wrong. To slightly obsessive-compulsive disorder Wang Tao hole a little difficult. A name popped out of Anton's mouth and said, "Go to the Abu Bazar Mosque." Copy that. Wang Tao began to ask about his doubts. Why would the headmaster want such a high interest rate? Tobias replied, for you newbies, that interest rate the calculator is talking about isn't high at all. Do you know what interest at risk means? Risky interest? It's just a lot of uncertainty. Are you saying it's easy for me not to pay it back? Isn't it a direct deduction from my paycheck every month? Don't I have to pay it back if I don't want to? Anton covered his head and looked like he had a headache. Tobias, who was a strong and talkative man, looked incredibly weak at this time, and opened his mouth for a moment and then closed it again and again to stop that difficult energy. Don't mention it. Driver Ron, who had been listening to the gossip, saw that they weren't continuing to talk, how boring the journey must have been, and opened his mouth to explain for Anton and Tobias. Don't you ever wonder if there's a chance you won't be able to pay it back? Wang Tao subconsciously said, still not on? It's not like I'm hanging. In fact, Wang Tao still didn't understand what happened in the calculator room when Anton and Tobias said those two words threatening the calculator. In fact, that was not considered a threat, but a guarantee. After these two people opened their mouths, if Wang Tao died in the battlefield, the subsequent debt problem has to be Anton and Tobias. The two intermediaries are responsible for paying back, so this is why there is an interest-free loan. But of course, the calculator is also optimistic about Wang Tao. Tobias said, new recruits, if they are new, usually don't survive more than a month on Sauristan's warzone. And after a month? Anton shrugged his shoulders, if you don't die, you're a veteran. Why do you think I ignored the picture for a long time? He'll most likely hang up in a few days. Wang Tao was suddenly a bit confused, not knowing if he had given Ike the right or wrong tip when he was in the Nibiru slums. Anton, who was sitting beside Wang Tao, saw Wang Tao's expression with his afterimage and spoke out to comfort him. It's his own choice, and so are you. Don't care about life and death if you've chosen to do this job. Suddenly Wang Tao heard the sound of a gunshot, followed by a huge explosion of movement, but the driver and Anton and Tobias were not surprised, even the speed did not change. What's wrong? Tobias said casually, sounds like a human bomb. I wonder what terrorist organization is trying to get famous again. The driver, Ron, suddenly said, have you guys seen Al Arabiya TV? The Al-Shabaab in Somali recently did a big job in Nibiru, wiping out a full squad of England's Special Air Service Regiment. Wang Tao's face was a bit odd. If he didn't wear a tactical mask, it was estimated that any individual could see that Wang Tao had an abnormality, which made Wang Tao sigh with the tactical mask. Anton casually replied, I didn't watch it, I've been on a boat lately and there's no TV on board to watch. Seeing that they didn't know, Driver Lang changed the subject and said, the world is getting more and more unsettled, and I don't know how much longer this cab job will last. Anton they did not answer, the cab became quiet, and the pedestrians on the street outside also seemed not to hear the sound of gunfire and explosions. What to do is still doing, the quality of the heart can be said to be quite strong. There are times when it is clear that you can drive through the road in a straight line, but the Driver Lang turned left and right around a big circle. Anyway, pick the road with pedestrians on the road to go, like what a small hut on no car in the place, never. What do you mean change tactical positions? Tobias paused again before saying, not so patiently, just run. To make being an escape so refreshing, Wang Tao decided that he had to learn all kinds of specialized vocabulary, otherwise how could he make escape sound so forced? Wang Tao asked while walking, Polar Bear, when you got on the bus, why did you say the address of the mosque? Anton replied, in the Middle East, especially in countries where Islam is prevalent, mosques are the coordinates, more recognizable than any landmark, but of course the NATO system is different again. Okay. Wang Tao found the neighborhood of each mosque. The building is intact and there are no traces of war. In the Middle East, mosque can be said to be a place free of war. In addition to the United States of America and the Daishang bird, there is no anyone forced dare to lay hands on the mosque. After about 50 meters or so, in front of a large, thick iron gate, Anton stopped in his tracks, then reached out and knocked on the door. Anton said bluntly, came to buy a gun. The person behind the door also did not respond, only heard the sound of unlocking the door. Wang Tao was curious why this opened a door so slow. Waiting for the door to open to go in, we know why. This iron door is actually hydraulic, there must be 15 centimeters thick, with the bank that the vault door is not too much. Sell a gun as far as the? But then Wang Tao was shocked. After entering the door is the open air square, probably can have more than 100 square meters, and this open air place actually has air conditioning? How luxurious it must be. Open air to the cold air problem is that there is still no one. This is not just to use the word waste two words. Passing through the square with cold air, he followed the person leading the way into the room, and when the moment he entered the door, Wang Tao felt as if he had entered a cold storage, and his body was covered with goosebumps. No wonder people wear suits. Wear but a little less, stay in this house for a month, years old cold legs certainly cannot run away. The American sat his ass down on the couch, picked up the leftover half of a donut, and asked as he ate it, sit down, and may I ask what kind of guns do you want? Anton pointed at Wang Tao and said, precision shooter rifle, optical scope, and a magnifier. After Anton finished speaking, the American man sitting on the couch instantly put down the donut in his hand, then wiped his hands with his suit and enthusiastically walked towards them. After shaking hands one by one, they introduced themselves. I'm Fry, nice to meet you guys. Anton introduced them one by one. My name is Polar Bear, his name is Northeast Tiger, and this one is Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fry gave a thumbs up and complimented, Polar Bear, Northeast Tiger, Tyrannosaurus Rex, all fierce beasts, what great names. Wang Tao is considered to have seen what is called a master of face changing. This Fry reality makes Wang Tao very uncomfortable. Fry then said, come on, let's go check out the guns. Wang Tao they followed Fry out of the door, went to the other side of the house, a house Wang Tao sucked in a breath of cold air. Good guy, all the guns on one wall, just like the movie. In the center of the room are machine guns, rocket-propelled grenades. The most attractive also belongs to the Javelin portable anti-tank missile. Wang Tao saw on TV once, this thing actually also have to sell? Wang Tao curiously pointed at the Javelin and asked, how much does this thing cost? Fry replied, $300,000 a set, feel free to use it. Wang Tao sucked in a breath of cold air. This Javelin is actually so expensive, one shot can buy a house in full? Fry also knew that Wang Tao was just asking, so he didn't continue to ask and turned towards the wall. Precision fire rifle, a semi-automatic sniper rifle equipped for use by the precision shooter of an infantry squad as an extension of the squad's firepower. It is also known as the squad sniper rifle and tactical support rifle. The Soviets even called this rifle an offensive sniper rifle based on its operational characteristics. Fry describes, I have here the Mk20 SSR produced under the banner of Bishop's FN that fires 7.62 by 51 mm NATO ammo, the Mk14 EBR from the United States of America, the M110, and the Deutsche HK that produces the G28. Wang Tao listened with a blank face. As far as he had been exposed to Soviet-style weapons, he did not understand what these guns were about. But I've heard the bureaus saying that the better looking the weaponry, the higher the combat power tends to be, and every gun in here is beautiful, so the combat power must be nothing to sneeze at. And what attracts Wang Tao the most in this is still the Mk14 EBR of the United States of America. There is no special reason, it is just that he has seen it in the game. Chapter 0024, Mk14. Wang Tao pointed at the 14 Malawian kwaches on the wall and asked, that Mk14 EBR from the United States of America, what's the price? Fry replied, good eye, the Mk14 EBR doesn't count for 6,000 knives for accessories. Wang Tao asked for Anton's opinion, Polar Bear, is this gun okay? The other three guns were more inclined to long range, not too far from sniper rifles, while the Mk14 EBR could be used as an indoor CQB by changing accessories, which was more in line with Wang Tao's usage scenario. As a mercenary, Wang Tao could not have the luxury of carrying two rifles, it would be too bulky to move around, and as a precision shooter, Wang Tao could not avoid temporarily acting as an assailant, so he could not use a pistol to defend himself. So the Mk14 EBR, which can be replaced with other parts according to the needs of the mission, is the most suitable gun for Wang Tao. Anton nodded, yes, this is a good gun for you to use, NATO-made gear and easy to resupply. Wang Tao said to Fry, I'll take this one. Fry nodded once, then continued, okay, what else do the fittings need? Accessories. Wang Tao will know nothing, just know a multiplier, the specific how to use it is not yet known. Anton knew that Wang Tao didn't understand, so he opened his mouth and said, with BAC function ACOG scope. Fry smiled, a connoisseur. Wang Tao asked without understanding, what is the BAC function? For solving the customer's problem, Fry appeared to be quite patient. The BAC function is simply the auto-magnification function of the scope, that is, when the weapon is in the process of rapid movement, the magnification of the scope is 1x, when the weapon stops moving or slow movement, then the scope automatically returns to the original magnification. Anton added, the BAC feature is the use of a high-brightness aiming point in a new prismatic ortho-imaging system, which enables the clear image of the aiming point in the mirror and the clear panoramic image obtained by the naked eye to be transmitted to the brain at the same time, thus avoiding the influence of the brain's forced choices on aiming, and enabling the aiming eye and the naked eye to work at the same time. Thus enabling the shooter to always aim with both eyes. Wang Tao heard the eyes instantly bright. As a hunter he is always accustomed to double eye aiming, coupled with the multiplier if the target is a large and small. It is easy to affect the reaction speed, which will greatly reduce the speed of aiming. And Wang Tao specializes in fast aiming. With this feature, Wang Tao will not be affected and can do absolutely fast. Wang Tao said with slight excitement, good stuff, I want this. Getting Wang Tao's praise, as a sales Fry is also quite happy, after all, which sales can refuse a customer who was there to support the show after introducing the goods. Anton continued, EOTech holographic sights. This Wang Tao knows, used when playing the game, belongs to a kind of basic scope. Fry shrugged his shoulders and cocked his head, good combination. Anton continued, barrel, adjustable stock, Picatinny rail, magazine, silencer, bipod, vertical grip, flashlight. As the more Anton reported out, the more Frey's smile grew thicker, and in the end, he was on the verge of bursting into laughter. This was a big customer grudge seed that comes along once in 100 years. Fry asked, is that all? No more night vision scopes? Anton shook his head, not that much money. Seeing that Anton had no intention of buying a night vision scope, Fry was sorry. I'll start the offer then. Looking at Frey's happy look, Wang Tao suddenly had an ominous feeling that the $27,000 in his pocket was going to be unprotected. Don't look at that Mk14 EBR body for only $6,000, it doesn't look like it's worth much, and the accessories are killing you when you add up the price. Fry didn't even look at the offer sheet and spoke directly, $3,300 for the 4x scope, $1,300 for the holographic, $1,000 for the barrel, $800 for the adjustable stock, $800 for the Picatinny rail, $200 for the magazines, $400 for the bipod, $200 for the vertical grip, and $2,600 for the silencer. Wang Tao subconsciously said the price out loud, 16,600 knives, so expensive. Anton and Tobias looked at Wang Tao as if they had seen a monster. This person was afraid that he was not a humanoid calculator. Fry is holding the cell phone to pull out the calculator to calculate it, pressed half a day actually really 16,600 knives. Frey looked at the numbers on the calculator in amazement. Fark, I can't believe I got it right. Wang Tao spread his hands a bit and said, what's so hard about it? Wang Tao's sentence made all three of them uncontrollably have the idea of punching this shameless guy. Fry said, if there's no objection to the price, you can pay, with a 5% transfer fee. Cash. After Wang Tao finished speaking, he took all the money out of his waistband and started counting it. 27,500 knives disappeared, 2/3 of it in a flash, which made Wang Tao's flesh ache. And how could Fry, who was obviously a competent salesman after collecting the money, be content not to take every last penny out of his customers' pockets? Fry switched back to that professional smile and said, the pickup will take a while, so why don't we go back to the lounge and have a cup of coffee, then take our time waiting for the pickup. Wang Tao subconsciously nodded. Now he desperately needed a cup of coffee to ease his heart. In just 5 minutes he spent out $16,000. This can be said to be the most money Wang Tao has ever spent in his life. So Fry took the three men right back to the lounge where they had just been, poured each of the three a glass of iced Americano, and ordered another pickup from the warehouse. While sipping an iced American Fry, he smiled and asked, what mercenary group are you guys from? Wang Tao heard someone so directly ask their origins for the first time, not to do this line or taboo to ask the origins of? Anton, however, replied without caring, of the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps. Fry asked with a grin, this is the new guy you recruited, huh? Met him in Nebbiolo? Wang Tao's mouth opened wide in surprise. How did this Fry know about what happened in Nibiru? Anton took a bite of his cookie and replied, yes, Sector 3 got us a marksman for nothing. Fry complimented, then you have to thank the 3rd District. Should not say that you guys did a really good job this time. Ruthlessly destroyed the prestige of the Special Air Service Corps. Save MI6 still think that England is still the Sunset Empire when it is. Wang Tao was now curious about Frey's identity. He actually even knew about the Special Air Service Corps, not that the Somali al-Shabaab had been declared responsible. Anton laughed bitterly, it's pretty for you guys, but for little people like us, this is a stain that can't be washed away, and if MI6 finds out that we did it, we won't be able to stop. Fry directly threw out an olive branch and said, why don't you guys hang out with me, and I'll take care of this for you, and make sure that MI6 doesn't dare to look for trouble from you. Anton pretended to think for a moment, then politely declined, we'd better get used to being free. Fry didn't continue to waste his breath on the subject of solicitation and changed the subject, I have a used PBS-18 monocular night vision device, I was wondering if you guys would be interested? Anton hesitated and asked, what price? $10,000. Wang Tao was very skeptical that Fry was looking at the money in his hand to quote the price. Anton shook his head, expensive. The 2nd generation, uncastrated version. When Wang Tao saw that Anton had blown up where he came from, he asked without hiding it, what do you mean by no strict version? Fry had a high tolerance for the paying Wang Tao and replied, the military version, which is a generation clearer than the civilian version on the market. Anton continued to shake his head, it's still expensive, and if I'm not mistaken, this thing hasn't been weighing on your hands for more than a day or two, has it? Fry was very chagrined, who knew that this thing could be pressed in the hand. This place is full of ing poor goods, rather use that old Maoist product of the last era, but also not to buy this good thing. Anton laughed out loud and said, You want to sell it out for fear that it will be difficult. The tycoon who can afford to use the PBS-18, how can he buy second-hand goods, and those who buy second-hand goods can't afford to use the PBS-18? Fry sighed with a meaty look, it's just smashed in his hands. Anton sadly said, Northeast Tiger he is used, but the price is really a little too expensive, beyond his budget, cannot borrow money to buy equipment, it really is not that we intend to cut the price, is also have to buy bullets, there are medical kits of miscellaneous small things if not for Wang Tao's psychological quality can still, this mouth of coffee will spray out, this money to buy a gun is not just borrowed from the calculator. Fry heard the first half of the story and thought Anton wanted to take advantage of the price, his face was a little hard to see, but it turned out that after listening to it, he realized that they were really out of money. It is impossible to reduce the price, but the big customers are spending so much money, sending something is always possible, so Fry opened his mouth and said to Wang Tao, Northeast Tiger, just do me a favor, don't haggle on this monocular night vision device, what with the bullets, medical kits, and miscellaneous little things, as long as the US Army has any active equipment, I'm giving it to you. Wang Tao had intended to want this night vision device, a listen to Fry also sent something, after all, who can refuse to buy drinks in the supermarket hanging above the bullet? So Wang Tao nodded decisively and said, okay, thanks then. Wang Tao does not know is that this is Fry rarely open mouth to say let people help, would have been a little embarrassed, did not think that Wang Tao actually agreed to be so fast, the character of northeastern people at this time let Fry feel very comfortable. Normal if ordinary foreigners, at this time when they hear that they cannot be sold, they will definitely have to take advantage of your disease to kill you crazy pressure, including Fry is also ready. Who knew that Wang Tao did not follow the rules and really did Fry this favor without any hesitation at all, which put Fry in a good mood. From the pocket of his grease-stained suit, Fry pulled out a business card and handed it to Wang Tao then said, here, my business card, if there's anything you can't handle in Sulistan, give me a call. Anton and Tobias saw the scene, the two of them opened their mouths wide in surprise, Fry actually gave Wang Tao a business card. Wang Tao simply do not know what is going on. Fry thought people are polite, casually took the business card into the pocket, and then began to pull out the money, and went out $10,000. Wang Tao just bulging bag, instantly deflated. Fry took the money and set it aside, then got up and said, come on, let's take you guys to the warehouse to get your stuff. Anton and Tobias' heads were kind of short-circuiting at this point, good guys into a warehouse? Wang Tao, on the other hand, is nothing special, thought this place with the kiosk is no difference, the front sells goods behind the warehouse, the night door is locked directly to sleep. Until followed behind Fry together into the warehouse, Wang Tao's face immediately changed, good guy this is into the munitions depot? How so many US Army active duty equipment? That's right, even Wang Tao, a novice, could see that the stars and stripes label hadn't been torn yet. Fry found a chair and sat down, pointing to pick up the stuff on the floor, take your pick of this pile, it's the capacity of a backpack. Anton and Tobias too directly sit on the ground, began to pick up, do not ask why not squat, Asian squatting this position can be said that 90% of Europeans and Americans cannot do it. Wang Tao didn't understand this and let Anton and Tobias both pick it up before skulking around. And when Anton saw the scene with his afterimage, his hand that was picking something stopped, big brother. Looking carelessly is killing people But Anton couldn't speak out to remind him, there are things that can't be ended if they are picked out. The warehouse not only has all kinds of equipment, but also piles up all kinds of documents, and there are 2 computers, and the desktop of the computer has the logo of CIA, but Wang Tao does not recognize it. What interested Wang Tao the most was the hand puppet next to the computer screen, a digital baby angel beast hand puppet. Wang Tao pointed at the hand puppet next to the computer screen and asked, you like angel beasts too? Especially how come you like digital babies too? Wang Tao nodded his head and said, well, I grew up watching this digital baby when I was a kid, and I like the holy angel beast after the hyper-revolution. Fry laughed out loud and greeted Wang Tao as he sat down, and the two of them started talking about digital babies. Anton finally sighed in relief when he saw this scene, as long as Wang Tao didn't wander around blindly in this house, anything would be fine. The bullet specification used for the Mk14 EBR is 7.62 51mm NATO caliber standard rifle cartridge, 7.62mm, and there are various models of NATO North Atlantic Treaty Organization caliber bullets. The military's 7.62mm NATO rounds are rifled at a higher chamber pressure than the civilian .308 Winchester, and the case walls are. Especially the scopes, it's hard as hell to find a new one in this part of Sulistan except in US Army depots, and scopes are the most prone to quality problems with second-hand stuff, who knows if they've been dropped. Although it is said to be a military product, but after all, it is an optical device, drop it may be a problem at any time, usually when practicing the gun is okay, really if the battle will have to die. So it's only because Fry is selling it here that Anton dares to spend a lot of money on it. If anyone else sells a used night vision device, even if it's half as cheap, Anton wouldn't dare to buy it. The reason why Fry dares to double the sale is because people sell things with after-sales service, and if something really goes wrong, you can really find him to return and exchange the goods, of course, provided that you have to live. Fry got up and sent Wang Tao and the three of them out, 3 people who went in empty-handed and came out full. Especially Tobias directly transformed into a mule, not only carrying a backpack stuffed with thieves' affordable backpack, both hands are not idle, also slipped 2 large bags. That's right, Anton didn't even bother to let the packaging be removed. This genuine packaging to go back to fine channels can also be sold for more than 1,000 knives, which can be money. While walking towards the cab, Wang Tao finally couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart and opened his mouth to ask, "Brother Tyrannosaurus, what kind of place is this? How come I don't look like a gun store that specializes in selling guns?" Tobias, who was holding so many things, replied without blushing or jumping, "What gun store can have this condition? Except for the old United States, who dares to sell murderous armaments in the vicinity of the mosque, in the open, belonging to the open secret of the underground world of Sulistan." Wang Tao asked again, "Polar bear, then why did Fry know about the things we did in Nibiru?" Anton explained, "Fry is the deputy director of the CIA's logistics division in Sulistan. That bit of business in Nairobi can be hidden from ordinary people. How can it be hidden from the CIA? Only that people CIA know our details, so they don't bother to take care of us." Wang Tao thought that they smuggled again, and someone came out and admitted it, so this thing would be godless. Who knows that it all spread, and as soon as you say the name of the mercenary group, people will know that it is you who did it. Wang Tao asked again, "Why don't you care if you know the bottom line? Think about it differently. If you were the CIA, would an unknown subject be scary? Or is it scary to know the bottom line? Unknown. So, once you know what's going on and file it, it's over. As long as you're not a threat to the United States of America, the CIA doesn't give a about you. Is it a bad night's sleep, or is it a bad moneymaker?" The 3 men took their things and walked out of this silent street, loaded them into the trunk of a cab, and headed back toward the hotel. Just now on the road is still particularly chatty driver Lang. This time, after getting on the car instead of shutting up, Wang Tao also did not make a special conversation. It took another detour to get back to the hotel, and the driver, Ron, didn't help carry anything when he got out of the car. When the money was paid, the driver, Ron, said, "Remember to call me when you use the car." Then he took off with a kick of the gas. Wang Tao 3 people took the equipment and went into the hotel, and the porter in front of the hotel was as if he didn't see them, and he didn't come over to help carry the luggage, and he didn't say anything to stop saying that the gun couldn't enter the hotel. The 3 people took the elevator up the stairs and arrived at the door of Wang Tao's room, and before they opened the door, they heard an indecent sound. This Ike was looking at what the hell in the room. The 3 people twisted their heads and went next door. After all, who all have a young time, especially Wang Tao is particularly understanding. After entering the house, Wang Tao could not wait to open the box. The packaging is really strong. Busy more than 20 minutes, only to remove all the packaging. Do not say that the original is good. Also with a gun box, Anton taught Wang Tao how to install accessories, and how to dismantle and the use of the scope. This tossing is an afternoon. Wang Tao evening meal is not very good to eat. Simply deal with a mouthful, and continue to drum up their new toys. Wang Tao took this 14 Malawian kwaches as a big toy. Good thing Anton reminded a word, don't take the night vision device and scope to aim outside the window, otherwise Wang Tao can drum up a night without sleeping. The next day early in the morning when he heard the sound of the slamming door, Wang Tao was confused and felt that there was something hard in the comforter. When Wang Tao opened his eyes and saw the gun, the moment he remembered that he slept with the gun in his arms last night. Ike got up and opened the door to his room, and without entering the room Anton shouted, "Pack up, we're ready to go." Wang Tao thought that he would have to leave at noon. Who knew that it would actually be so fast? So in a hurry, he started to pack up his things. It's a good thing that Ike has fewer things and can help Wang Tao clean up with him, and that's all that's left of the chicken and dog. After checking to make sure there was nothing left in the room, Wang Tao went downstairs with Ike. The 4 LC-76 in Kenya had been retrieved, and Wang Tao threw the stuff into the trunk. Anton threw Wang Tao a big cake and a piece of cold roast meat. Once the entire crew was in the car, the order came over the intercom from the calculator, "Go." For cars toward the south of the direction of Damascus set off outside the city. Within the city Wang Tao has no special feeling. Drove half an hour out of the city, Wang Tao feels as if he came to no man's land. In addition to desolate is desolate, if not there is a highway. Wang Tao thought it was into the desert. As the sun rises the temperature gradually began to rise. Anton pumped up the cold air much more sufficiently and also ordered at the same time, "Put on your body armor and helmet." Wang Tao obediently put on his body armor and helmet, and then Tobias handed his gun to Wang Tao. who put it between his legs, and this tension immediately pulled full. After driving for about half an hour or so more, there was another town, and this town made Wang Tao realize what the idiom of a ruined wall was. The first and second floor buildings are still relatively normal, and the higher buildings are only left with concrete skeletons, and it looks like they have been bombed, which is the first time Wang Tao realized the cruelty of the battlefield. The calculator's voice sounded again, entering the city and passing quickly without stopping. Instead of decreasing speed, the convoy began to accelerate steeply, horns blaring as it barreled down the road, and passers-by ducked for cover. Sitting in the back seat, Tobias took the gun that was resting between his legs and held it in his hand ready to fight, and Ike followed suit. Yesterday, after Anton's reminder, Wang Tao replaced the long barrel of the Mk14 with a short barrel, and the sights were fitted with holographics suitable for close-range combat. Wang Tao's adrenaline began to secrete, and he couldn't help but start to get excited, just waiting for the enemy to attack. Who knew that soon out of town, the convoy slowed down again. With one hand on the steering wheel, Anton said, "Okay, it's safe." "What was that all about?" Tobias, who was sitting in the back seat, replied, "Just a normal alert. This kind of town is easy to be attacked. If we're fast, we'll already be out of the town before which of those brainwashed guys reacts, so a quick passage will avoid a lot of trouble. Soldiers are precious." Wang Tao these 4 words out, Tobias directly from Tyrannosaurus Rex into wilting bar dragon. Wang Tao were ever good to say this simple and clear, so that Tobias feel as if he is a turtle-like. Under the scorching sun, the car glass has been sunburned. In order to prevent sunburn, Wang Tao put his exposed skin or covered tightly. While Tobias and Anton both wore a short sleeve, their white skin was stuffed red. Wang Tao was uncomfortable for them. The one who was most indifferent is Ike, a black man, as if there were no such sun. In addition to solving the physical problem, the fleet has not stopped, from the morning drive to the darkness of the nightfall, to Wang Tao sitting back pain, Anton and Tobias 2-shift driving. Finally, at about 8 o'clock in the evening, the destination Bab was reached, and instead of entering the city, the convoy descended the avenue and turned into a side road, and after about 2 more hours of driving, the convoy came to a halt at the entrance to a wall of earth, perhaps a manor. The room couldn't have been simpler, a single bed made of wood, plus a wooden table and chairs. After Wang Tao had organized all his belongings, Anton came over and brought over bedding for Wang Tao. Wang Tao took the bedding and asked in passing, "Anton, where do you wash your face?" "Don't wash today, the water in the tank outside has been sitting for a long time and I'm sure you don't want to wash your face in that dirty water." "Water jar?" Wang Tao suddenly felt as if he had traveled through the countryside of the Northeast in the 80s, when he used a dipper made of gourds to scoop up water to drink. Immediately afterward, Wang Tao thought of a question: "What about going to the restroom?" Anton replied, "There's an improvised toilet next to the generator." Wang Tao strongly suspected that the toilet was a dry toilet. This mercenary is too grounded, right? Tossed a day of Wang Tao, do not want to go back to experience the dry toilet, simply take the mineral water brought in the courtyard to brush his teeth, and then lie in bed ready to sleep. Don't say that this earth house looks buried and shabby, but the insulation ability is really no good. Through the silk coolness Wang Tao entered the dreamland. Early the next morning, Wang Tao simply wash up after the experience of the toilet, really admire the imagination of foreigners, a folding toilet chair to solve the problem that they will not squat. Unsurprisingly, this folding chair manufacturer is also estimated to be Chinese goods, foreigners for the toilet decoration that is quite important, and the toilet is so simple, it can only explain a problem, that is, Wang Tao were the mercenary corps poor. Why do you say that the US military is wasteful? Casually a toilet seat is $10,000. The congressional lords do not dare to spend like this, while the US military outside dare to spend like this, and also dare to report to the top of the report, wasteful cannot be wasteful again. Wang Tao, who came out from the toilet, made a decision. Tomorrow he must have to dig his own toilet to use, this broken toilet who loves to go on. A little after 7 o'clock, the deputy head pencil came to call them for dinner, and Wang Tao and the 4 of them went out of the yard to a side of the house. Calculator: the house was a 2-story brick building, much nicer than their little adobe house. Wang Tao, who now also knows what he is doing, is not envious, and the better he lives in the war zone, the greater the probability of being bombed. Suliston's food, in addition to roast meat, is a big cake. Wang Tao took a big cake and roast meat, found a corner and squatted down and began to eat. Calculator spoke up: "The situation has been a bit volatile lately, so we'll have to go on duty today." The white man nicknamed Banana asked, "Is it still the same bunker?" The calculator replied, "Well, you have to have an assistant all 24 hours, 3 shifts of 8 hours each." Anton took the lead. Me, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Northeastern Tiger, Spitfire, Pitcher, were in a group of 5. The vice captain's pencil also spoke up: "I'll bring bananas, oranges, apples, narwhals will be in groups of 5. The rest goes without saying. Thor, Birch, Golden Lion, Head Eraser and Dolphin work in groups of 5, for a total of 3 groups to start the shift. Eating the roasted meat calculator uneasily instructed, then it's settled, Polar Bear you brought 2 newcomers have to pay more attention. Anton nodded his head to indicate he knew as he ate, and the calculator went over some more details of the concordance and how the nearby teams had changed. Chapter 0026 First Mission. The calculator finished describing the surroundings, and the crowd had finished the breakfast in their hands. It is time to go back to catch up on sleep, and Wang Tao saw that Anton did not leave and knew that they were the first group on duty today. Anton waved his hand toward Wang Tao and said, "Northeast Tiger, pitcher, follow me." Wang Tao and Ike both followed Anton and headed to a side of the house. Wang Tao thought that Anton had something to tell the two of them in private, but it turned out that after Anton walked to the corner of the room and moved the table, he saw a tin lid that could be flipped upwards. Wang Tao looked at this cover, and recalled the life of the rural areas of the Northeast, every family digging cellar Canton cabbage. This ing Middle East people are the same? Know is to be a mercenary, do not know thought it is to planting it. Wang Tao tried to ask, cellar? Anton responded, then urged, well, the place where the weapons are kept, doubles as a bomb shelter, don't just stand there grabbing at straws, go down together and move the stuff, we'll have to leave soon. Anton took the lead down the cellar, Wang Tao followed closely also climbed down the ladder. This next Wang Tao suspected that this Sulistans people, also seen the movie Tunnel War, this cellar dug can be really big Wang Tao suddenly realized a problem, did this 2-story small building hit the foundation? It's not afraid of digging and collapsing Wang Tao felt for the first time that their mercenary corps was a little bit not very reliable the dim incandescent light in the cellar, people cannot help but think of it, as if that interrogation room. The left and right sides of the cellar placed 2 rows of shelves, filled with a variety of weapons, and attracted Wang Tao's attention is not the weapons, but that the placement of weapons shelves is built with angle steel, with the domestic small supermarkets to buy goods to put instant noodles that shelves. Wang Tao reached out and touched it, good guy so thin. It is not that the quality of things exported are good, how to foreign countries everything changed it, although the foreign devil's a little stupid, cannot be so fooled The Armed Forces Mercenary Corps, the main weapons used are NATO weapons, the rifle of course, the choice of the road color M4A1, the bullet is also 5.56 45mm specifications. Pitcher, here's your new gun. Anton casually took AM4 of decent color from the shelf and handed it to Ike. As for why not to use the captured from the Nebbiolo that a few M4, have to mention the problem of channels, this M4 and not only the United States of America production, the quality of production in various countries are not the same. Don't look at the 3 districts within the Biro called the Wind and Rain, reigning supreme, put in the Middle East this side belongs to the children over the family, from the black market to buy M4 if the second hand is okay, for fear of hand rubbing, and refurbished. This gun has any dark disease do not know, did not blow up the chamber counted them point good, and the armed forces of these M4 stock are from the US military warehouse to buy, do not look at the US military corruption, but are the price of the corruption, the quality of weapons really do not have to say. As for the bulletproof vest and bulletproof helmet that Anton took for Ike, it belongs to the big road goods, not too good and not too bad, if you want a good one then you have to spend money to buy it yourself. Anton got Ike another walkie-talkie, and just a few things Ike was ecstatic about. And Anton found his way to the front of the chest that had Polar Bear written on it, and after unlocking the combination lock, he began to take his gear out and put it on his body. Anton wearing is of course high-grade goods, all the color of the old US Army active bulletproof helmets and undershirts, of course, also divided into various versions, such as removable inserts bulletproof undershirts, field improved protective gear, soft bulletproof undershirts, MTV modular bulletproof undershirts and so on. And Anton's bulletproof vest is much more complex and thicker than Wang Tao. The insert is also a level 4 bulletproof insert, also commonly known as the heavy bulletproof vest, the crotch with a small triangle style, to prevent slipping injuries to the focus of the location. Anton's weapon is AM4 with a shorter barrel. This body of equipment a change is obvious. Anton's positioning is an assailant. Wang Tao is now more curious about what is the positioning of the flamethrower Vicky. And Anton took out another AK-12 from the case and handed it to Wang Tao. Nemiro promised you this, and this. Another Glock pistol was thrown in. Ah, that you remember. Wang Tao had forgotten about the gun thing, who knew that Anton still remembered it. Don't want you to give it back. Wang Tao shut up and did not pick up the stump. Holding the AK-12 is rare, to the hand of the thing there is no reason to return it. The AK-12 is a product of Russia's Future Soldier program, which is simply summarized as a modern upgraded version of the ATM, with rails and other accessories that are compatible. Anton again from the shelves, took 8 offensive grenades, 8 defensive grenades, gave 2 of each to Wang Tao, gave 4 of each to Ike, and took a level 4 bulletproof insert and handed it to the 2 individuals. Let's go, Northeast Tiger, you go back to the house and get your gun and change your gear, I'll get the car. The three people climbed out of the cellar, and Wang Tao, who was holding the bulletproof insert, returned to his house, and then began to put on the bulletproof vest and bulletproof helmet. NATO equipment compatibility is really nothing. The US Army can use the plugboard, England's Special Air Service Corps body armor can also be used, from the side to plug the plugboard after Wang Tao to the full match of the Mk14 to take a good, and I2 out of the yard door to wait. With a roar, Anton drove up in a Ural military truck. Wang Tao suddenly felt a sense of incongruity, a NATO outfit on a Soviet military vehicle, how presumptuous. This old Ural in the northeastern forests that are used to pull wood, this battlefield is still used, but this Ural can be different from the forest to pull wood, this Ural has been modified in a simple way. As for how simple it, so that the glass on the fence grill is welded threaded steel, bulletproof glass is glass adhesive stained up, the door plate two sides in order to prevent the bullet is also welded steel plate, said to be chicken welded or buried chicken. Wang Tao does not doubt that this car crashed, how many parts have to fall down? The most obvious thing about the Ural is the flag of the Surestonian government army that hangs above the car. But don't say sitting in the passenger. Wang Tao's sense of security is indeed full, of course, the feeling of heat is also full, this old Ural no air conditioning you dare to believe, I don't know how Anton they insisted on down. Tobias the heavily armed Tyrannosaurus Rex, and Vicky the fire breather, had gotten on as heavily armed as Wang Tao, and were sitting in the back of the truck. Tobias smiled and asked, Northeast Tiger, nervous about your first mission? Wang Tao replied, it's not bad, instead of being nervous, I'm more excited, I haven't shot a single round from this gun to my hand. Tobias said with a wicked grin on his face, there's not much else in this place but bullets, so you can let loose until you don't want to fight. Upon hearing this, Wang Tao's eyes instantly glistened, really? Enough bullets? Flamethrower Vicky also replied with a look of amusement, there's definitely enough bullets, our boss this time is Russia, and Russia lacks everything but bullets. Yeah, I'm going to have a blast. The three veteran soldiers in the car all laughed in unison, thinking of the time when they first touched a gun. What they don't know is that Wang Tao is a person who is used to living a hard life and can't wait for a bullet to be broken into two halves, and the earliest time when he practiced shooting was when he took a wooden stick and tied a rope in front of it to even aim at it, and he practiced for more than a year before hitting the first bullet. As the truck drove away from the village, only then did Wang Tao see the full picture of this village from the rearview mirror. There were about 30 yards surrounded by more than 30 families. Unlike the earth walls of the yards they were in, the periphery of the village was all stone-built enclosure walls, similar to a fortress, which showed that it had been a place of many battles since ancient times. After leaving the village, Anton headed north, and after traveling for about 10 minutes Wang Tao saw a rising mound with a concrete fortification that was square below and round above. Around the side of the bunker was a circle of trenches, while 3 lines of barbed wire were drawn facing north. The bunker, which didn't look too big in the distance, became huge as it got closer and closer, and could be as tall as a 3-story building. Anton didn't continue traveling to the bunker, instead he picked up the walkie-talkie he kept in his car, Armed Forces coming to change defense, identification code 7777, over. Roger, please wait in place for 5 minutes, over. Roger, over. After a brief conversation, the car stopped moving, and not 5 minutes or maybe 3 or so later, a Russian-made Tiger armored car opened up in the bunker. The 2 cars crossed back across the street and honked their horns. Anton did the same back, and then Anton put it in gear and stepped on the gas, and drove the Ural right down the only road into the bunker. The bunker also has a lot of space on the inside, with 2 trucks fully parked on the first floor. Anton turned the car around to put the fire out and said, "Get out of the car, stay here for 8 hours, then you can go back and rest." Wang Tao got out of the car and saw the ammunition boxes piled up on the side. He did not recognize the Russian language, but the Arabic numerals 7.62 mm and 5.56 mm written on it, Wang Tao was recognized. Wang Tao couldn't wait to ask, "Polar bear, I want to shoot a gun, will all these bullets work?" Anton nodded in confirmation before instructing, "Yes, Tyrannosaurus, why don't you take Northeastern Tiger in the picture to the guns, and Spitfire, you'll check the facilities with me." With a wave of his hand, Tobias said, "Follow me." Wang Tao and Ike followed behind Tobias as if they were elementary school students. Tobias first went to his room and found a bullet loader and stuffed it into his backpack, then he opened the ammo box that held the bullets and grabbed 4 large packs of bullets. The mopping up and taking things were of course all taken care of by Ike. Then Wang Tao followed Tobias out of the bunker and turned the corner into the inside of the trench. The trench is built with gravel and barbed wire. Wang Tao down the trench feel uncomfortable. This digging is also too brown pointed, said it is a tofu dregs project or counted to exaggerate it. Wang Tao watched the militia manual when he was a child, not so taught so he opened his mouth and asked, "Brother Tyrannosaurus, how do I feel wrong about this trench, foxholes, heavy fire points, crossfire points are not and this corner is also too slow, the shockwave cannot be blocked Tobias was surprised. You can dig trenches, huh? It was taught in the training manual I read as a kid. Tobias. This ing China how then the old US is still ruthless, the old US is to teach children how to shoot, but this actually teach how to dig trenches, who was a good man as a child to learn to dig trenches Wang Tao lived in the northeast countryside when he was a child, his grandfather's only a few books are this stuff, what the barefoot doctor, the military and the land both use the friend of talent, bored Wang Tao are these books to turn over the rotten. Tobias said, it would be nice to have trenches, most of the soldiers in this part of the world, most of them just charge right in with their guns or hide behind buildings that can't stop bullets. The most dangerous thing in the Middle East is not the soldier with a gun shooting toward you, but the civilian who looks at a harmless person. Ike, who hadn't read the news, asked curiously, Brother Tyrannosaurus, why are harmless civilians dangerous? Tobias replied casually as he continued on his way, man bombs, pointing out whichever civilian approaching you, AK barrel stock sawed short, bullets with heads filed into cross grooves for dum-dum bullets, tucked underneath his robes, and giving you a shot while you're unguarded. And Ike was already a bit scared. Wang Tao followed up with another sentence saying, especially since you're still covered in the desert color scheme of the US Army, plus being a black man, you're properly the target of a key attack. Ike instantly felt the body camouflage dress does not smell, did not enjoy the blessings of the US Army, but suffered the US Army's sin Wang Tao, however, is not very concerned. Anyway, he is a yellow man, surrounded by an old black and an old white. To fight is also to fight these two unlucky people, and Wang Tao is confident that he can find the target of hostility to him. After all, even the most will hide their own animals. Wang Tao can be found in the forested, let alone a brightly lit person. After following Tobias to a stone bastion fire point, Tobias stopped and said, "This is it, you to a mouth, there are targets outside. Northeast Tiger, you have experience to play on your own. If there is anything you don't understand, then ask me." Aha! Tobias first taught Wang Tao how to use the bullet loader, then went to train up Ike on the side. Wang Tao sat on the ground and started to use the bullet loader to load bullets into the magazines. With the bullet loader soon 6 magazines were full of bullets. Wang Tao took the MK-14 in his hand and walked to the shooting gap. Looking out about a kilometer away there is also a fortification. Wang Tao mounted ACOG 4x32 scope, adjusted to 4 times on the opposite side of the fortifications looked toward. Probably the shape is similar to their bunker, but not as strong as they are, is built with an iron cage filled with stone inside. The enemy on the opposite side is even more casual, not even a trench, just hide in the shade a lie, head with a blue lattice scarf, not at all worried about being pumped cold. Wang Tao is also admired. Received as stationed on the mission, Wang Tao also not hand-owed to go to the thing opposite the enemy. Wang Tao is ready to try the machine scan first, so the quadruple lens and holographic first from the rail off. Chapter 0027, Absolutely Fast. The right side of the fire point, I do not know who set up a thick iron plate as a target. The distance of 50 meters from the center of the target above has been worn, leaving a hole similar to the size of a ping-pong ball. The target's outer ring of bullet holes is much sparser. The 100-meter target bullet hole spread is much more spread out, but nevertheless the target still has more bullet holes in the center. 150 meters target is each bullet hole distribution spacing, then there is no difference. 200 meters target bullet holes are few, the target is hanging crooked, look like the number of the same. This was caused by the fact that the US Army, after the Aphrodite's War, had military analysts who believed that infantry light weapons did not need to shoot at 300-meter targets for the most part, and that it was sufficient to be effective at 150 meters. So the long-barreled M16, which had a long effective range, was replaced with the M4, which had great firepower at close range, and this move was well received by the soldiers in the Babylonian War. Because the Babylonian wars, which were largely urban, were fought much closer in the cities than in the mountains of the Afghans, and even if they were fought on the outskirts of the cities, none of these members of the mechanized forces had to use light weapons in their hands against targets 300 meters away. NATO's systematic warfare, coupled with a strong air force, which gives the US military a strong fire support system, the class can just call in an airstrike. To put it bluntly, light infantry finds a target, yells ING bomb you, 2 rounds if 1 doesn't kill you, 10 if 2 doesn't kill you. So due to the change in the way the US Army fought, all the countries after that no longer pay attention to the problem of the shooting range of light weapons. Light infantry main task from the attack to penetration reconnaissance, medium and close combat. So much so that long-range shooting is no longer a key training program, and the focus of training has become to adapt to urban street fighting in CQB mode. The effect of this change in the US Army, after more than a decade has passed, is that there are far fewer precision shooters at long range, and it's possible that they've all been blown up by artillery planes. Wang Tao did not unfold the hands of the Mk-14 with bipod, but directly end up Mk-14 to start shooting with a standing position. First of all, Wang Tao aiming at the target is the nearest 50 meters from the target. Since the center of the 50-meter target was broken, Wang Tao chose to aim at the outer ring of the target, and anyway, where is the center point is up to him. Bang! Because as a hunter, Wang Tao had become accustomed to shooting when he took aim, he pulled the trigger especially fast, giving Tobias, who was looking at Wang Tao with his afterglow, a shock. Boss, did you aim? You're just going to shoot? Is this gun practice or just for fun? Before Tobias finished being surprised, Wang Tao continuously pulled the trigger again, shot after shot. The magazine with a capacity of 20 rounds was emptied in less than half a minute. After emptying the magazine, Wang Tao shook his head, his expression not very happy. Tobias saw the scene, said, "Oh, told you to put aside this indiscriminate shooting, they cannot accept off-target it." Before Tobias finished despising Wang Tao, who knows that Wang Tao ghostly came to say, "This gun is a little too accurate, not used to actually off-target 2 shots." Tobias was glad he hadn't been so fast with his mouth. How embarrassing it would have been if he had just taunted twice. But a sense of annoyance made Tobias take it out on Ike, who was there practicing his shooting stance. And there was no rule against scolding recruits. Tobias lifted his leg and gave Ike a kick. "Focus, distraction my ass, keep your arms up." Ike? This Tyrannosaurus Rex knows how to read minds, right? How did he know he was distracted? Wang Tao is used to the relatively large recoil of the Kalashnikov gun family. Suddenly hit the recoil is relatively small Mk-14 always overcorrected, coupled with the fact that Wang Tao is to the edge of the target as the center point, slightly off the mark off target. If the center point to hit, Wang Tao want to get off the target is difficult, and Tobias mistakenly thought that Wang Tao hit the center of the target. If Tobias knows Wang Tao real results, it is estimated that it will be shocked off the jaw. Wang Tao changed a new magazine, began to hit the distant 100 meters target, this time the speed of shooting much slower, aiming to hit the interval of about a second or more. But for all that speed, it didn't look much different to Tobias' eyes than it had before, except that the gunfire was less rapid. And here the difference of more than 1 second. In Wang Tao, here the difficulty directly from the nightmare into a simple level. In the forest to meet the gun spawn wild boar difference of 1 second can be more than 10 meters away. Once grasped, the timing is not good. The bullets are very easy to hit in the dog gang body. Wang Tao, who has always had a steady control, relaxed the recoil control this time by firing, letting the Mk-14 in his hand play at will, just simply pulling back each time. Wang Tao found that the gun is really accurate, and the magnitude of the bullet drop is lower than expected, but the machine sight is not as comfortable as the AKs, and it is possible that the new use is not accustomed to it. Soon Wang Tao and empty a magazine, machine sights play almost Wang Tao holographic loaded, replaced with a new magazine, and then began to aim up 150 meters of the target. And at this time Tobias could no longer suppress his curiosity. Anton said that Wang Tao's marksmanship was good. Just how good was it? Pitcher, start practicing on your own. With that, Tobias pulled a long-prepared telescope out of his belt pouch, walked to a convenient viewing position, and began staring at the target. Wang Tao, who was seriously carrying out the shooting, didn't know that Tobias was acting as a spotter next to him, and started shooting up through the aiming point on top of the holographic. Wang Tao, who shot a gun with a holographic scope, instantly brightened his eyes. This laser holographic diffraction type scope can directly observe the point of impact. Unlike the traditional concept of 3.1 line aiming of ordinary machine sights, the holographic scope adopts 2.1 line aiming, which makes aiming extremely convenient and clear. Although Wang Tao is still not very adaptable, but the accuracy is nothing to speak of. The 150-meter target is right in the center of the target, and the discus is hit with a spark. Tobias, who was holding the binoculars, didn't observe the shooting. He thought that Wang Tao was aiming at the one at 100 meters, so he mistakenly thought that Wang Tao was off target. Tobias spoke up and said, "You can proofread your scope by hitting the target at a close range point first and then look at the scatter of the point of impact before slowly adjusting it. If you are off target and can't see the point of impact, there is no way to correct it." Hearing Tobias' words, Wang Tao was puzzled and said, "I'm not off target." Tobias was also puzzled. "I'm sure I didn't see the point of impact." Wang Tao used his afterglow to see that Tobias' binoculars looked in a direction that seemed off, so he asked, "Tyrannosaurus Rex, how many meters of target are you looking at?" "A 100 meter. How many meters did you hit?" 150 meters. Tobias now wanted to tear his own mouth. How can he be so indebted to it? How good it is to look a little longer before talking. Having Tobias as an observer, Wang Tao was instead happy. Practicing gunning in the old forest was really lonely. There wasn't even anyone to talk to, let alone having an observer. "I'm going to hit 200 meters. Tyrannosaurus, you help me out." "Aha!" This sound of Tobias was an octave lower, and if it wasn't for the fact that Wang Tao was wearing pickup headphones, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear it. Wang Tao aimed at the target of 200 meters, then pulled the trigger and fired. Tobias, this is also the first time to see the shooting more anxious than sleeping with a woman guy. Since Wang Tao was roughly estimating the downward trajectory lifting the gun a little bit, the point of impact was probably a little bit down from the center circle. Tobias clearly saw the sparks on the target, and asked himself that he could also hit such a score, but he needed time to aim and this Wang Tao had just chatted with him. It turned out that the speed at which he fired his gun was actually the same as the speed at which he moved his binoculars, which damn Anton, that big dumb bear was really lucky to be kidnapped and still abducted back a pervert. That's right, Tobias directly attributed Wang Tao as a pervert, after all, who is a good person who lifts his hand to inspire awe. Tyrannosaurus, keep an eye out for me, I want to try 200 rapid fire. What? Usually unhurried and slow Wang Tao, this shooting is like a different person, Tobias replied, this big brother with a fire but shot again. Bang, X-17. This time, Wang Tao directly shot the Mk-14 semi-automatic mode into full automatic, and the trigger pulled out the residual shadow. The 20-round magazine emptied again, and at that moment Tobias finally saw the point of impact in his binoculars, the sparks of fire that had been flashing in the center of the round of the iron target, scattered about the size of an orange. Tobias put away the binoculars, ran to the front of Wang Tao with his hand grabbed. Wang Tao excitedly said, "You kid is not hanging. 17 rounds of ammunition in 3 seconds to finish, 200 meters has not been off target. The spread is actually so small." Tobias is not even puzzled, but almost crazy. He cannot even dare to think of the opposite enemy of Wang Tao, how fast he will die. Wang Tao did not understand why Tobias was so surprised, so he asked, "Is it hard to hit all the targets?" "I can do it with my AK, but it's just not as fast as the 14 Malawian kwaches in my hand." Invisible pretense is the most deadly. Tobias did not even pick up the words, turned his head and walked toward the bunker. He wants to fight Anton to the death. Tobias into the bunker, down the stairs to the second floor, and rushed towards Anton. "Big stupid bear, I'll fight with you, sucka not listed, sour carrot do not eat." To Tobias are two whole language cursing, see how angry it is. Anton sneered disdainfully before charging up to meet Tobias. What kind of person who could serve as a raider wasn't a good fighter? Don't look at Tobias is much taller than Anton, the body shape is also much lanky, but Anton belongs to the kind of horizontal growth, big bones all over the tendon meat, height and Tobias difference of more than 10 centimeters, but the weight is about the same. A tiger's back, says Anton, plus it's shorter than Tobias, which gives it a big advantage in hand-to-hand combat. Since both men were wearing body armor and bulletproof helmets, and Anton in particular was wearing a heavy-duty body armor that was practically invincible, Tobias was also stupefied. When it was too late to come to his senses, Anton was already close, and Tobias, who didn't specialize much in fighting, panicked straight away and snatched his hand up to try and give Anton a push away. Both fists raised high under the empty ribs, Anton waited for this Tobias' first move, and the weak point of the bulletproof vest is the two sides of the ribs. Anton fist into a palm, finger slightly flexed, just pointing at Tobias's ribs under the 3 inches of the place. Tobias immediately forked, a moment of strength. Anton took advantage of the situation and put Tobias down, aimed at the ass as a kick. Tobias' screams echoed in the bunker. After about 5 minutes or so, the two of them, Anton and Tobias, walked out of the bunker together. It was Tobias who walked with a limp like a pissed-off little daughter-in-law. Wang Tao had already finished shooting all the magazines and was seriously loading bullets into the magazines with a positive bullet loader there. Anton and Tobias both came down the trench, and Tobias, who was already pissed off about getting beat up again, got even more pissed off, and kicked Ike in the face without a good reason as he passed by. "Why are the movements distorted again? You're slacking off when I'm gone, aren't you? Want to add a crime?" Ike is almost aggravated to death, but if you want to learn the skills, you have to suffer from this aggravation. You can only let Tobias continue to be a bucket of gas. Anton sat down beside Wang Tao and helped him press the bullets together, then asked in a low voice, "How did you irritate Tyrannosaurus Rex again?" saying that he wanted to fight with me as soon as he entered the bunker. Wang Tao was puzzled. "No, I just hit the target of 200 meters, all still fixed. Tyrannosaurus Rex is not poor marksmanship. Anton nodded slightly as the thief whispered, "Then I was almost." Although Anton's voice was particularly low, it couldn't escape the pickup of the pickup headset. Tobias, who was training pissing off Ike, sneered disdainfully, "A commando has the nerve to say he's a good shot?" As a machine gunner, Tobias despised up bragging Anton. This big stupid bear can only bully him at close range. Really, if you put it far away, a long point blank shot to Anton into a slag is really that kind of slag. And Tobias was so surprised because of the fact that he was a machine gunner's, and a machine gunner's worst fear was the precision shooter, followed by artillery, and in last place, fighters. As for why you're not afraid of snipers, a broken machine gunner isn't worthy of a sniper on a strategic mission in person. The main task of the machine gunner using the machine gun is suppression, and Wang Tao, this kind of absolutely fast gunner, as long as he catches the gap between Atox's bullet change, lifting his hand is a second, and Wang Tao also likes to hit the center of the eyebrow, which is a nifty bulletproof helmet is useless. Tobias was considering getting a bulletproof mask so he could still struggle a bit, but then a thought went wrong. This big brother had a box of armor-piercing bullets. So much so that Tobias came to the conclusion that the best way to deal with Wang Tao was to flee. Flee as far away as possible. Wang Tao gradually figure out the hand of the Mk14 ballistics, as well as the bullet drop distance. Today's main task is to adapt to the holographic sights, so Wang Tao will focus on hitting the target on the 200 meters of the target. Anton took the binoculars to Wang Tao to act as an observer to watch the hand. Look, not 20 rounds of ammunition, it is also with Tobias as autistic, which ing hangs it. Chapter 0028. Wang Tao more and more smooth hand, a penny this Mk14, but then that cheap AK can be much more comfortable. 200 meters of the target has been playing smoothly. Wang Tao will put the bipod support on the try, there is fixed if they can still be a little more speed not. Anton put the binoculars in his pocket, and then give Wang Tao as a watchman he is a dog, and the two of them went to train Ike together. Wang Tao took advantage of the fact that after the fight, he used the quadruple lens to look at the opposite side, and found that the enemy on the opposite side didn't have any reaction to the shots fired from their side, and that the enemy wearing the turban was still in the same position. When Wang Tao was loading bullets, he asked Tobias, who was training abusing Ike, Tyrannosaurus Rex, why didn't the opposite side even dodge when they heard the gunshots? Tobias replied casually as he was there correcting Ike's posture with a small stick he had found somewhere. Belongs to an unwritten tacit agreement. In general, this defense line solid garrison mission, the two sides, if there is no deadly hatred or orders, they are not disturbing each other, are to earn money to come who play life. This is the distance is relatively far away, otherwise you will see two groups of people with walkie-talkies chatting, exchanging each other's food. So it's just a mix-up? Tobias shrugged and said with a grin, that's right, it's the same as going to work and groping for a day. And what if the opposite side is ordered to attack suddenly? When Tobias saw that Wang Tao could ask this, it meant that Wang Tao was truly just a hunter, but anyone who had served in the army couldn't ask such trivial words. Tobias replied, those in charge of defense are just in charge of defense, it's almost impossible to transform into those in charge of offense. To put it bluntly, people above simply can't believe that we can't stay here for so long, and if we really want to attack, we will send troops specifically to attack directly. Wang Tao asked again, what about us during the offense? Just still here? It will be contained first, and when the battle is over someone will arrange for evacuation. And we have to be controlled? Isn't it a friendly force? Friendly forces? Who cares if you're a friendly army or not in a war? To put it bluntly, it's the people who wear the clothes of the same formation as you, as long as they're in front of the direction of the attack then they're all enemies. Wang Tao's three views have been turned upside down. Shouldn't friendly armies help each other? How did it turn into mutual defense? But Tobias's words made Wang Tao completely sober. Don't look at these war hyenas by the standards of your own country's soldiers. Not every country's soldiers have strong beliefs. Wang Tao pressed the bullet to continue practicing the gun to go. This morning can let Wang Tao play a cool, do not want a money bullets is good. For big packages of bullets to play Wang Tao feel the hand were shocked by some trembling, the shooting accuracy quality are down. So Wang Tao decided not to practice today, accurately said not to play. The midday meal was canned food, which, since the Sulistan government forces were backed by Russia and Persia, was in Russian, and due to halal issues, was all beef. Wang Tao with a knife pry open eat up with a spoon, the taste of it must be more difficult to eat, and fishy and stinky and no taste. I knew that bottle of Lao Ganma with good. After eating his fill, Wang Tao got a little sleepy, then yawned. When Anton saw it, he said, there's a bed there on the first floor, go get some sleep. Wang Tao is really a bit unacceptable, really like work and lunch break can sleep Of course this belongs to the privilege of Wang Tao's good marksmanship. In the underground world is quite naked, the winner takes all strength is honored, like Wang Tao like this will be able to sleep at noon, like such a rookie can only be outside the top of the hot sun training. Of course Wang Tao wouldn't refuse this preferential treatment. Anton and Tobias and Spitfire Vicky were all relatively reliable, and since they let him sleep it meant there was just no problem. Just now has been the house to sleep. Vicky heard Tobias speak after Wang Tao unreasonable shooting, greatly shocked chagrin their sleep missed such a good show. However, the stronger Wang Tao was, the stronger their squad's combat power would be, and the higher the probability of survival in the battlefield. Full concentration on practicing the gun is quite consuming, so Wang Tao this sleep directly to the shift change. The first day out of the mission in addition to playing the gun to eat is to sleep. A month of $7,000 of wages to take, the bullet is still randomly shot, which gives Wang Tao the whole old embarrassed. The group that came to change shifts was the one led by Deputy Chief Pencil, driving the same Ural converted improvised armored car as they were. After the original way back, just woke up Wang Tao idle out of the fart, TV did not, is a book also did not, a little to pass the time of things or not. Solely Wang Tao went to find Anton wanting to learn some fighting skills, when Wang Tao said his thoughts out. Anton agreed with a wicked grin on his face, yeah. Wang Tao said, is it too late for me to back out? Anton shook his head, then turned his head toward the house and shouted, Flamethrower, Tyrannosaurus, come out and watch the fun. Hearing that there is a lot of fun to watch, Tobias and Vicky, who are also very idle, hurriedly ran out, fearing that if they were late, they wouldn't be able to watch it. As for Ike, he can't get up from his bed after being practiced by Anton. Tobias asked with good faith, what's the buzz? Anton smiled and replied, Northeast Tiger wants to find me to practice some fighting. It just so happens that the two of you don't have much to do, so come over and help with the counseling. Wang Tao rolled a blank stare, watching jokes on watching jokes, but also counseling, said that called a good sound. Anton also paved the way by saying, if a halfway decent fighter like you wants to improve your fighting fast, there's only one way to practice, and that's to learn in real combat. Wang Tao was quite speechless. This big stupid bear didn't know what stimulation. How did he change his mind to want to beat himself up? Then let's do it for real, just don't interfere with my gun practice tomorrow. Don't worry, I promise it won't interfere with your gun practice. Looking at the face of a bad smile Anton, Wang Tao knew that he was afraid to suffer a little sin today, but this sin must be suffered. Mercenaries are the line of blood on the mouth of the knife. Don't look at now everyday idle boredom, can't say when you have to play life, more a skill in the body the probability of surviving is also the greater. Anton and Wang Tao, two people, walked to the center of the courtyard, Wang Tao just ready to pose for battle. Anton directly rushed over, did not give Wang Tao the slightest reaction time, lifting the hand and mixing the leg in an instant Wang Tao were put down on the ground. Wang Tao's entire body was dumbfounded as he muttered, I'm not ready yet. Anton said seriously, the enemy will give you time to prepare? Life and death struggle is a matter of a moment. You think it is an action movie, the two banging to play more than 10 minutes, more than a minute has not been killed across the table, these two people have to be gunned down, you forget that fight in Nibiru, the dead is a matter of a moment. Wang Tao thought about that cold weapon fight in Nibiru, and it was indeed a split second. Again. Wang Tao stood up and charged towards Anton. Anton saw the right moment to move towards the unsteady Wang Tao, and then reached out and pushed Wang Tao, breaking his balance in an instant, and Wang Tao himself fell down. Your lower body must be stable. If you can't stand yourself, how can you attack others? Wang Tao began to pay attention to his lower body, and Anton did not speak of martial arts to Wang Tao's upper body again, taking advantage of the opening. Wang Tao wanted to attack on Wang Tao's neck point. Generally against enemies with body armor and bulletproof helmets, the primary place to attack is at the neck, and then the crotch kick. Anton's words have not fallen yet. After Anton's education, Wang Tao did not give Anton the slightest opportunity to prepare, the foot directly ran to Anton's gear. By the time Anton reacted, Wang Tao's lower was already less than 10 centimeters from his crotch. Anton quickly merged his legs together and clamped Wang Tao's leg with the inner muscles of his thighs. Two words came to Anton's mind, so close. Although he almost overturned the car, but the pussy still has to pretend. Anton's face did not change, lightly said, this speed is poor, the force is not right, against ordinary people can still be, like me such an expert is useless. Tobias and Vicky, who were watching the fun, but the two people saw Anton in that pretending it, secretly laughing, which did not see Wang Tao's joke, but saw Anton's joke. After this little episode, Anton obviously took it much more seriously. Wang Tao didn't get any advantage next, sparring for about an hour, Wang Tao was on the thinking that he had to learn wrestling from Anton recently. Wang Tao wisely didn't say that he could play with this pressurized water well since he was 3 years old. Wang Tao pretended to be surprised and said, fantastic. As if he was performing, Anton went to the water tank in the storage aside and scooped up a small pot of water in a small basin, and then he started to perform how to press the water. If it wasn't an accident, it was an accident, and Anton was so meticulous in his explanations that the water poured less and didn't press out. Fortunately, Wang Tao is a professional in holding back laughter, or else Anton would definitely have to be annoyed, and another pot of water went down, and this pressurized well finally produced water. Anton pressed 2 times and handed it over to Tobias, who was idling out of his ass, and it should be said that the machine gunner was really strong, that the handle was smoking from the pressure, and a bucket of water was quickly picked up. Vicky easily took the bucket full of water, lifted it up and put it in the trunk, and when the 3 buckets were picked up the 4 men went back. When cleaning up the water tank, Wang Tao realized that it was all full of moss and all kinds of small unknown insects. No wonder Anton didn't let him use it yesterday. After cleaning out the water tank, the four men were finally able to simply scrub down. Not only did they have to wash themselves, but they also had to wash the white salt stains left by the sweat drying on top of the flak jackets and helmets they had been wearing all day, or else they would cause damage to their skin tomorrow. The convenience of quick drying clothes is now apparent. Good washing and drying also on the skin does not stimulate. After washing the clothes to the dinner time, go to the red brick building to eat dinner after coming back to bed. Early the next morning, Wang Tao felt the aches and pains all over his body, especially in his two arms. He shot too many rounds yesterday, so he had to collect his shots today. The five men got back on the Ural-modified truck and switched shifts with the group the chief's calculator had brought with him. Due to the pain in his arm, Wang Tao directly changed today, from a standing position to a prone position, and the scope was changed to a quadruple lens. Measured the distance with a rangefinder and found a rock at 400 meters to use as a target and started shooting. This is still the first time Wang Tao used a high magnification lens to shoot such a long distance at. Before in the northeastern forest rarely more than 300 meters straight line distance target, so Wang Tao test shot up. Bang! The bullet's descent is much smaller than Wang Tao imagined, and the intervention by the wind direction is also much larger. See this scene. Anton and Tobias and Vicky, the three observers, instantly feel a lot of balance in their hearts. There is always a weak point. I don't know that Wang Tao's skill is to cope with the wind, as well as the fall of the bullet. The northeastern forest is always blowing a gale, coupled with the fact that Wang Tao is using reloading bullets. The gun is still a second handgun, belonging to the hell of a difficult time. This again has a scope. The wind is not too strong. The initial velocity of the bullet is also fast. The scope can also be adjusted. The gun also has a bipod support. Wang Tao shot the second round to adapt. Since there is no collimator on the stone, Wang Tao took the point of impact of his first bullet as a bullseye, and coincidentally, the second bullet hit the point of impact of the first bullet. Vicky, who saw this, blurted out, "Fark." Anton and Tobias, two people have a psychological preparation is relatively calm. After all, just 400 meters away, then far Wang Tao will not be able to, well, is really their own comfort themselves. When shooting, Wang Tao was fully concentrated without the slightest distraction, and this time the trigger interval was a few minutes faster than just now. Bang! This time the point of impact finally didn't overlap, and was about a dime or so away from the previous one. Vicky saw it and then added, "Fark." And before this F's tone was even halfway through, Wang Tao was inspired again, and as if he had found the feeling, he began to hit the streak of shots. The three observers put down the binoculars and twisted their heads to leave. Watching too much is easy to break the heart of the Taoist, and in the future to take the gun have to have a psychological shadow. Chapter 0029, Beyond Effective Range. Prone position plus there is a bipod, which makes the Mk14 steadily fixed on the ground, so that the recoil is almost completely absent, and the physical consumption of prone shooting is also small, which makes Wang Tao, who is used to shooting a gun with recoil, very uncomfortable. People are sometimes cheap leather. This is no recoil and smacks no hand. This let others know. Probably have to give Wang Tao this for Sai guy hanged and smoked. With 400 meters of target shooting, Wang Tao shot about 100 rounds and got used to the feeling of using a quadruple lens, and the interval between shots gradually became faster with the same accuracy. When the prone position reaches a certain shooting speed, Wang Tao found that the constraints on his shooting speed is not the recoil of the gun, but the smoke raised by the insufficiently burned gunpowder residue emitted from the muzzle, as well as the dust raised by the airflow emitted from the air guide port. So Wang Tao got up and walked towards the bunker, looking for those three guys who crickets him behind his back. Of course, Ike is still standing in the bunker hall to train the posture of holding a gun. Wang Tao interrupted the three men's conversation and asked, "Polar bear, when I fired from a prone position, the dust that kicked up too much obscured my vision. Any solutions?" Anton, Tobias, and Vicky, the three have never seen such a contradiction in their lives. A pervert with good marksmanship, but otherwise not even an ordinary person. That ING 2000 plus knife silencer left under the small silencer. Anyway, Anton was used to being irritated and replied, "How about you take that long, black cylinder and try screwing it onto the muzzle?" A long black cylinder? Wang Tao almost thought wrong, and then remembered the silencer in the backpack. Can't you just talk properly? What's the point of being so weird? I'll try. Wang Tao took out the silencer from his backpack and went back to practicing his gun. Sometimes I have to say that human curiosity can't be suppressed. The moment Wang Tao exited the bunker, Tobias was a little bit unable to sit still, wanting to go and see just how sick Wang Tao was after installing the silencer. Want to go check it out? With one to make a suggestion, the remaining two people also pressed on. The three people, you look at me and I look at you, and then coincidentally got up, then took the binoculars up to the second floor of the bunker. Instead of going out and looking directly at it, these three teasers went up to the second floor of the bunker to peek in and cover their ears. When the sharp Wang Tao exited the bunker, he felt that someone was peeking at him, so he looked up. This glance gave Anton, Tobias, and Vicky, the three battle-hardened veterans, a fright. They confirmed that they hadn't made any noise, so how did Wang Tao find them? Surprised, Tobias even forgot to call Anton by his nickname and asked directly, "Sucka doesn't list." "Anton, what's going on? How did the Northeast Tiger realize we were watching him?" Anton slowed down for a while and replied after calming down, "Hunter's intuition. Do you remember when we were on a mission in the primitive forest of the DRC before we met that hunter who was in charge of guiding us?" With almost no vision, he relied solely on his senses to foresee all kinds of dangers. Tobias and Vicky both recalled the experience of that mission. The hunter had paid for a local guide called Plant, the Congolese word for plant. To know that the rainforest is full of dangers, mosquitoes, and all kinds of animals that are not afraid of people, maybe very small a poisonous spider can bite people's life, this is responsible for leading the way of the hunter, in the middle of the rainforest just wear a pants undershirt, and then as if hanging on to the same thing, every danger is found in advance. This makes their entire mercenary corps are very puzzled. Rest when asked this hunter why can this, people are very common answer, can feel. With the ing woman's sixth sense is mysterious. At that time, the entire mercenary corps was glad that this hunter couldn't use a gun, or else he would be a godlike existence in the jungle. Who knew that now I'd meet a flipper who could shoot and was a damn accurate and fast precision shooter. The silencer that Fry sold to Wang Tao was also a premium product, and after screwing it on, Wang Tao raised his gun and felt that his center of gravity was more stable, so he stood in a stance and took aim at a 400-meter rock and shot it. Beep. With the silencer fitted, the movement of the shot changed straight away, and it was much less noisy than before, probably about 60 dB worse than before it was fitted, which is audibly about the same level of noise reduction as a shooting range ear protector. And Wang Tao has always been with pickup headphones, for this noise change feeling is not obvious, but for the recoil change, Wang Tao can be said to be quite sensitive. A silencer in a precision rifle can suppress barrel resonance, thus improving shooting accuracy, and the projectile dispersion will become denser after the silencer is installed. And these precision rifles usually use high muzzle velocity, large charge ammunition. The sound of the gun and muzzle shockwave is very large. The main thing is to install a silencer. The sound of the gun and muzzle shockwave can be effectively controlled. Experiencing the Mk14 equipped with a silencer, Wang Tao muttered to himself, "Is this the legendary kryptonite for a moment, always kryptonite for a straight time?" Suddenly Wang Tao thought of his own night vision scope that cost 10,000 knives, which more than $2,000 silencers are so cool. Then that expensive night vision sights must not be more cool. Wang Tao shook his head to stop his fantasies and continued to return to the place where he had just shot from a prone position to continue shooting up. With the help of the silencer, Wang Tao had made great progress in both shooting speed and bullet dispersion, and it made a world of difference when an expert could make a tiny bit of progress. So in the bunker on the second floor to find abuse of the three, saw the stone with bullets painted smiley face, is really cannot laugh. Before the three are still fantasizing about how to deal with Wang Tao, it, now all dispelled. Anyway, Wang Tao is his own teammate, how to solve him is something that the enemy should consider, well, it's just really fragrant anyway. So the smile returned to the faces of the three people. Wang Tao this practice is a morning. The target is also gradually pulled away from 400 meters, 600 meters within the bullet dispersion can be maintained. Once more than 600 meters of distance, Wang Tao's accuracy fell off a cliff, 600 meters within the bullet scattered in the size of a basketball, but 625 meters scattered in the same size as a round table, not to mention 650 meters, the point of impact directly out of the scope of the scope. Wang Tao are skeptical of life. Why is this so wind speed and what not also considered, thought it was a silencer thing, unloaded and shot a few rounds or so. Fighting irritated Wang Tao put away the gun, and then huffed and puffed back to the bunker to eat lunch. Anton looked at the gas-puffing Wang Tao, full of? No, this is too powerful to be angry with the whole? Anton spoke up as he ate a can of beef rolled in a large tortilla tomato sauce and asked, Northeast Tiger, what's wrong with you? Wang Tao, who has little appetite for food, replied with a rather depressing taste, I started to drift the bullet over 600 meters, 625 meters can barely control it, and 650 meters are invisible at the point of impact. After Wang Tao finished speaking, Anton, Tobias, and Vicky all sprayed out the things in their mouths, and Ike, who was in the middle of Anton and Tobias, was the most unlucky to be sprayed all over his face. Immediately after Anton shouted angrily, the effective range of the ING Mk14 is 500 meters, what are you hitting at 650 meters? If it's not for your good barrel 500 meters should be like this, besides that bullet is not specialized in long-distance shooting bullets. Wang Tao was immediately embarrassed, and said in a slightly complaining tone, how come the effective range of this gun is so close? can't it be a whole lot farther? Anton growled again, what's a precision shooter like you doing taking a sniper's job? Long-range shooting is a matter of math, weather, wind, air humidity, and a spotter to help observe the target. Originally, Wang Tao was also looking to learn long-distance shooting, but when he heard that snipers need to learn so many things, but also have to count the number, he dismissed the idea and said, it's so complicated, I'd rather not learn it, I still have to count so many things, and I can suffocate to death if I shoot so slowly. After Anton heard Wang Tao say so, only slightly put down the heart, but do not damn this kid in the long-range shooting and talent, can strike dead individuals. As soon as Wang Tao saw that it was not his problem, he took out Lao Ganma chili sauce in a beautiful way and was ready to smear it on the big cake. Tobias suddenly rose in interest in the chili sauce that Wang Tao had been touching, so he spoke, Northeast Tiger, give me some to taste. Wang Tao warned, it's a bit spicy. It's okay. Wang Tao took out a spoon and gave Tobias a spoonful of chili sauce on his pie. Tobias learned from Wang Tao, used a spoon to smear the chili sauce on the big cake, then clamped some beef and rolled it into a cake and ate it. Tobias, after chewing a couple of times, instantly changed his face. Wang Tao thought it was spicy, and hurriedly took a bottle of mineral water and handed it over. Tobias waved his hand to reject it, then chewed half a day more before he could swallow it, giving a thumbs up, it's so delicious. Is this the Oriental magical deliciousness? What was all that stuff I ate before? As soon as Tobias' words of praise came out, 2 more cakes instantly appeared in front of Wang Tao, and Anton and Vicky both looked at Wang Tao with hopeful eyes. Wang Tao immediately had a very bad premonition. He was afraid that his 9.5 bottles of Lao Ganma chili sauce would be unprotected. Wang Tao gave one person a spoonful and muttered, it's a bit spicy oh. Anton and Vicky, that is also a human savant, this Wang Tao said this is obviously cannot give up his baby. No fear, X2. Anton and Vicky both eat, eyes are God. Wang Tao saw this scene, sigh up, no wonder foreigners a whole that movie old shoot what melancholy prince, together is not eat food ah. Then come down do not have to Wang Tao own hands, these 3 guys own hands, a spoonful of chili sauce followed by a spoonful of chili sauce, to Wang Tao see the heartache. Of course, also to the 3 foreigners spicy straight out tongue, just like this still cannot put down the spoon. So after the end of lunch, Wang Tao's nap fizzled out, don't ask why, ask is Anton, Vicky, Tobias unproductive guy eating can't walk, have to Wang Tao to the bunker on duty on the 2nd floor. Fortunately, there is an Ike a little spicy cannot eat, but also accompanied by Wang Tao chatting, otherwise the habit of napping Wang Tao dozed off. Day after day, every day Wang Tao morning shift, morning gun practice, lunch break at noon, night practice fighting, a wink of a month has passed, of course, in addition to the Lao Ganma was eaten, Wang Tao appetite plummeted, followed by a lot of weight loss. There were no recreational facilities here, and it was natural to stay for a long time with more fire, even Anton was no exception, so there were 3 more people at the morning gun practice. Tobias was the one with the most fire, grumbling as he fired, the thought of this day ending in 2 more months makes me want to kill someone. Ike had also mastered the basic skills of an infantryman after this month of intensive training, except for marksmanship of course. According to Anton's words, Ike refreshed his lower limit of poor marksmanship, bolting a bundog is better than him, and finally gave force to also not let Ike practice rifle. Straight up gave the whole thing a used Mossberg 500 pump-action shotgun, aiming in a general direction and firing, utilizing the advantages of a short-range weapons power and wide dispersion to compensate for Ike's marksmanship. To put it bluntly, it's just throwing grenades and going in with a shotgun to be reckless, either you die or I die cannon fodder, not even a raider. Just on the 33rd day of the mission, Wang Tao, who was practicing his gun there, suddenly realized that he felt a hint of wrongness, and he could not tell exactly where it was wrong. And a keen sense made Wang Tao turn on the walkie-talkie, then called up Anton who was resting in the bunker. Polar bear, come out here. Is this the first time Wang Tao used the intercom to call people? Lying on the simple marching bed, Anton Tang got up, took the gun placed aside and ran out. Of course Wang Tao made this call on his walkie-talkie, and the rest of Tobias, Vicky, and Ike heard it, and everyone got up from their positions and quickly went to their tactical positions. And Anton, taking 3 steps, went down into the trench to the firing point where Wang Tao often practiced his rifle. Dressed in a heavy bulletproof vest, Anton, running quickly to avoid gasping for air, then anxiously asked Wang Tao, what's wrong, what happened? Wang Tao spread his hands and said in a tangled tone, I don't know what's wrong, it just doesn't feel right, but I can't tell exactly where it's wrong. If this was an inexperienced soldier, he would definitely think that Wang Tao was joking or that Wang Tao was playing a trick on him, but Anton, who was a veteran soldier, took Wang Tao's comment that something was wrong very seriously. Anton pressed the button for the intercom to speak, then said solemnly, the Northeast Tigers have sensed an abnormality, all of them are on alert to enter a state of readiness. Roger that, X3. Wang Tao turned off the microphone of the walkie-talkie, then whispered to Anton, "It's not that bad, how embarrassing it would be if I felt wrong." Anton also turned off the microphone of his walkie-talkie. "Embarrassing what? On the battlefield one must pay attention to all information, whether it's a misinformation or not, but one must pay attention to the senses of each and every one of them. You know about earthquakes, don't you? Animals with keen senses know ahead of time. You must have felt something wrong, just didn't notice it, not no abnormality." Wang Tao understood what Anton meant, that is, being careful is the only way to be careful, foreigners' vocabulary is really scarce. Wang Tao nodded and said, "In that case, then I'll think carefully about what's wrong." Chapter 0030 The Battle Begins. Anomaly? Woke up in the morning to watch Anton bully Ike, got a little carried away, rode in a used, big accident all original paint lady's first hand car, and came to the bunker just to get 4 big packs of ammo from the ammo box. Then he put the bullets in a plastic bag, and like a grocery store, he carried the bag out of the fort and through the trench, which he was already very familiar with. After arriving at the shooting point, I realized that I forgot the bullet loader outside yesterday, and Wang Tao sighed that thanks to the lack of rain, otherwise the loader would have been damaged by the rain. Wang Tao put the plastic bag on the ground, then sat cross-legged on the ground and used the loader to press all the bullets into the magazine, and soon the magazine was full. Wang Tao got up and moved around a bit, ready to start today's gun practice, loaded the quadruple lens onto the rail, and habitually glanced at the opposite side of the fortifications before he started shooting. The bearded man who wore a blue lattice turban on his head and had been hiding and sleeping in the shade every day was missing, and it was important to know that the bearded man hadn't missed a single day in the past month. Wang Tao hurriedly said to Anton, "There is a bearded man wearing a blue lattice turban in the opposite fortification who didn't come today, and originally slept every day in the shade underneath the fortification. The person who was there daily, suddenly one day is not there. To say that this is not important, Anton would have died 800 times. Anton said seriously, "You stop practicing with your gun, change the NATO bullets you bought from Fry, and get ready for battle." Okay. After saying that, Anton took out his walkie-talkie and started to adjust the channel. There was a fixed repeater inside the fortress, so he could directly call the head calculator in the village. Anton, who had finished tuning the channel, immediately began to call out, "Calculator, this is Polar Bear, hear me, please respond." After about 10 seconds or so, the sound of the calculator rang out from Anton's pickup headphones. "Polar Bear? What happened to you there?" Anton said in a serious tone, "The Northeast Tigers have discovered anomalies. I judge that the enemy is going to have a change in tactics, and now that the defense here at the bunker is weak, I need your support." Calculator replied, "Understood," departing immediately, arriving in 10 minutes, let Northeast Tiger know so he doesn't have a mental burden. Anton glanced at Wang Tao, who was cursing and retreating bullets, as if he didn't need to be comforted. "Copy that. Whoever replaced who will have to curse, just painstakingly bala bullets are pressed into the magazine, not out of 5 minutes and have to be withdrawn. This Wang Tao temperament is considered good. To replace the fire thief Tobias too, estimated that the sucka does not list to have been non-stop. The main thing is that Wang Tao's national curse Anton can't understand. The 2 words through the change of tone can express surprise, doubt, anger, and happiness, which makes Anton there these foreigners how to understand." Wang Tao followed Anton back to the bunker, and then continued to press up the bullets. It is interesting to say, take the NATO system of Mk14, playing a month of Russian production of bullets. The only reason why the calculator dared to stick both of the individual newcomers in Anton's group was solely because of the fierce firepower of the 3 of them, and Anton, a top-notch raider, went without saying. Tobias is a standard machine gunner. For this kind of point with fixed cover, the machine gun can be invincible existence. The Normandy landing in 1944, 20 years old muck-winching machine gunner, Hein Severos with the MG42 machine gun alone in 9 hours to kill more than 2,000 plus Allied troops. Of course, provided that the opposite side does not have a guy like Wang Tao, the best shooting point on the 2nd floor of the bunker, there is a Russian Cliff NSV 12.7 heavy machine gun. Tobias and Ike both came over to the NSV heavy machine gun and began to load it with a chain of bullets. The NSV heavy machine gun uses a chain of non-discrete steel bullets and is supplied with bullets in a single pass. Don't look at this heavy machine gun, looks quite stupid. In fact, the accuracy is higher than the Mk14 accuracy in the hands of Wang Tao. With the scope with the sniper rifle is no difference. The high accuracy of the heavy machine gun is due to its large caliber, full power bullets, heavy barrel, and stable tripod. The tripod holds the gun in place to form a stable firing platform, thus making the heavy machine gun more accurate, resulting in a low extended, flat trajectory, and thus a longer range. If it wasn't so heavy with a fixed point, this thing would be unbeatable on a light battlefield without heavy weapons. The flamethrower Vicky is even more violent and is the team's bomb thrower fire support hand. The bomb thrower is the violent role responsible for providing fire support to the team, covering retreats, striking enemy fire points, and also doubling as an anti-tank missile hand. There were only two types of fire support for this class, the RPG and the grenade launcher, and since the gold master behind this mission was Tsarist Russia, all the heavy weapons in the fort were Russian-made, the RG-6 grenade launcher and the RPG-7 rocket launcher. Don't look at this and give you to prepare heavy machine guns, to prepare these weapons and bullets and supplies, that is in order to kill the price, these things on the shelves of the arms dealers that the thief hold expensive, but in the hands of the Tsarist Russia and cabbage is almost the same. Russia didn't even have to produce it itself, it could have just moved it from the huge arsenal of ammo that the Soviet Union had stockpiled for WWII during the Cold War, for the cost of manpower and oil, and Russia produces its own ING oil. If it was a package mission, ammo, weapons and all, the price of hiring them would be tripled at the very least. Wang Tao pressed all the magazines, then came to Tobias' side, and the two of them didn't say anything, both using the binoculars in their hands to observe the opposite fortifications. Looking through the binoculars there was not the movement in the fortifications across the street, not even a single silhouette, and that just meant there was. Wang Tao skimmed his mouth, staying in a turtle shell passively waiting for someone to come and fight is really suffocating. Time passed by, and there was still no movement from the other side. Instead, the sound of a calculator rang in the headset. Polar Bear, we're here, open the door. Anton pulled the big iron gate open and Ural drove in, with all the members of the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps present. The crew's combat savvy that's really nothing to sneeze at, getting out of the car and starting to get into their fighting positions. Calculator went up to the second floor of the bunker and pulled binoculars out of his belt pouch and looked over toward the opposite fortification. After a brief observation, the calculator knew that Wang Tao's feeling was not wrong. Now that he knew there was going to be a war, the calculator didn't mince words and said directly, combat allowance of $100 a day will be paid from now on. Yeah. That's very generous of you, boss. Finally, something to do. The comms channel seemed to explode, as chaotic as the morning market, and it was a good thing Pencil bared his soul in a loud gulp, watch out for channel cleanup. Wang Tao felt that although this group of people were talking about the matter of more money, their hearts were looking forward to fighting. Of course, he was also included. This garrison mission was really a bit too boring. If it wasn't for the fact that he could just play with the gun, Wang Tao estimated that he should have gone crazy a long time ago. Calculator took the satellite phone out of his pocket, went up to the very top of the bunker, aligned the antenna on the satellite phone with the star and dialed the number. The calculator reported the anomaly of the place to his employer, and just then a white smoke suddenly rose from the opposite fortification. The first to notice were Wang Tao and Tobias, though Wang Tao didn't recognize what it was that was rising. Tobias shouted hurriedly, mortar attack. Calculators hurry down. Mortars are low-bore guns with exit velocities below the speed of sound, and the trajectory of a mortar is usually in an arc at a certain altitude, and the velocity, compared to other types of artillery, is such that it takes a certain amount of flight time, which gives the calculator time to run down from the roof of the building. The distance of 1,000 meters probably took more than 4 seconds, and the mortar shells landed 30 meters in front of the left side of the bunker. Boom! With the noise reduction of the tactical headset, as well as the professional pickup microphone and echo cancellation, Wang Tao did not feel a great deal of sound, but the shockwave from the explosion of the mortar shells lifted up the dust and blew Wang Tao all over his face. Fortunately, there are tactical masks and tactical glasses protection, so that Wang Tao did not eat a mouthful of sand, confused eyes, thus showing the importance of equipment. Before the smoke from the explosion had cleared, the trailing flames of 3 more mortars slicing through the air rose up on the opposite side and flew toward them again. This time the mortar man corrected his coordinates and landed right on the upper floor of the bunker. Wang Tao's chest felt a stuffy, followed by a shock, did not say good to the gunnet, how not to talk about martial arts directly on the bomb. Mortar shells were fired one after another, not only the main body of the bunker was blown up, even the trenches around it had shells falling, and a shell fell on the place where Wang Tao had been practicing his gun. The shelling bombarded for about 4 rounds, and when it stopped, the calculator hastily shouted, all get into combat positions, the enemy is going to attack. Wang Tao looked out from the firing port as an armored vehicle with 2 Humvees with machine guns high on them came quickly towards them. Tobias's NSV heavy machine gun was the first to fire. The heavy machine gun's rounds were all armor-piercing but would have tracer rounds mixed in proportionally. Wang Tao saw a round of green tracer light shoot out from the muzzle of the heavy machine gun, cutting a straight green ray in the air and directly hitting the frontmost armored vehicle. The reason why tracer rounds are not red is because the main component of the luminol used in Soviet-Russian tracer rounds is barium, which glows green when burned. The ratio of tracer rounds in the NSV heavy machine gun's ammunition chain is roughly 1 out of every 4 or 5 rounds of tracer rounds, which is designed so that the shooter can judge the direction and effect of the shot by observing the tracer round's trajectory during continuous firing. Tobias' accuracy was pretty much fine, but the frontmost armored car was still coming towards this side fast as if it hadn't taken any damage. Seeing this, the calculator ordered, "Fark. Flamethrower, Thor, you two find a way to take out that BTR-wheeled armored delivery vehicle." Vicky responded and said, "Roger, Thor, follow me." Vicky and Thor, two a person, carried a already will rocket launching cartridges and shells connected ready to start the RPG-7 from the bunker's small door out of the two individuals one after another into the trench waiting for the BTR-80 armored delivery vehicle into the range of the attack. The BTR-80 armored transport vehicle came quickly in the direction of the bunker with a 14.5mm captivity machine gun as its main weapon and a 7.62mm PKT machine gun as its secondary weapon. As for why the United States of America aid the Kurd Soviet armored vehicles, that would be a middleman, and the aid program must have included active U.S. Army infantry fighting vehicles. But after a middleman's hand, it becomes a cheap BTR-80 armored delivery vehicle, and if you have a deeper background, it can be cheaper to buy it on IRMO's side, and this back and forth will directly earn a fly. The BTR armored transports began to counterattack, and the 14.5mm KPVT heavy machine guns began to start suppressing towards Tobias' fire points. Said heavy machine gun was actually almost as big as a cannon, hitting the concrete with a fist-sized crater, and it wasn't clear if Tobias was just being bold or looking down on the operator across the street. Tobias didn't even avoid it, continuing to fire his heavy machine gun towards the BTR armored transport to suppress it. The machine gun on the BTR armored transport was getting closer to Tobias' firing position as the crew continued to tinker with the sighting system. Feeling bad, Tobias finished a long point-blank shot and ducked to the side, followed by the next second the guard of the NSV heavy machine gun was pierced, leaving a crater in the wall behind the heavy machine gun. Tobias said hastily, "I can't offer suppression anymore." Vicky's voice rang out over the channel, "Roger, flamethrowers in position." Tobias, who was a machine gunner, managed to buy the most precious time by his superb shooting. Without the heavy machine guns to suppress them, the BTR armored transports, which didn't need to slow down, opened up and approached quickly towards the bunker. Without the threat of heavy machine guns, the Humvees, who were hiding behind the two multi-purpose BTR armored transports, also came out from behind the BTR armored transports. Humvee on the roof of the machine gunner, control the machine gun began toward the heavy machine gun firing holes, began to carry out suppression of fire, coupled with the BTR armored transport vehicle on the heavy machine gun, to the firing holes outside the beehive eyes. It can be said that the wind and water turn, this time replaced by the bunker, was hit. The calculator who saw this from his observation port had a very hard look on his face under his mask. At this point the machine guns on top of the two Humvees were a big problem. Flamethrower and Thor, two people shooting RPG is needed to get out of cover, and aiming lock still need time. These two machine guns exist, two people out is death. Chapter 0031 Changing Defense Zones. Humvees are like the infantry in a World War II infantry tank synergy. Armored vehicles, while strong and mobile, are completely inferior to infantry in terms of small range mobility, reaction time, etc., so infantry is needed for protection of the armored vehicles, as well as battlefield cleanup. So now the battle was centered on whether or not they suppressed the machine guns on the Humvees, creating an opportunity for Tobias, the machine gunner operating the heavy machine gun, to counter-suppress them. Still, the enemy on the other side kept them pinned down, and if they let the BTR armored transport get close enough to the bunker to unload the soldier in charge of the assault, a single thermobaric round could easily pull the nail out of their coffin. The calculator, who was the commander, gave a direct order: all team members fire freely, suppress the machine gunners on the Humvees, and create opportunities for the Tyrannosaurus Rex to fire. Bunker all can shoot the point, all toward the Humvee side pouring bullets, but little effect. This Humvee is the United States of America to support the Kurds, is just retired from the first-line troops. The U.S. military equipment has a characteristic, is particularly focused on defense. U.S. military equipment is to spend money can be, but don't die on the line. If you want to die, also don't die in the case of being in combat, or according to the U.S. military pension standards, miscellaneous plus together, die a person fast catching up with the price of an Abrams tank, not counting all kinds of accountability, as well as to deal with the media questioning, and so on it. By the way, U.S. military death pensions have to be in the middle of a mission to count, and this doesn't mean a mission assigned to you by your base commander, but the kind of mission with paperwork issued directly from the Pentagon, where the numbers of people and the routes can't be the slightest bit wrong, to count as killed in action. Of course, not counting the regular killed in action is also compensated, insurance to pay about $400,000 or so, so unlike the Tsarist Russia so focused on violence, the U.S. Army's equipment are defense pull full. The 6 ballistic plate machine gun shields for the machine guns on the roof of this Humvee were designed for this very reason, giving each machine gunner 360 degrees of elevated protection, except for less than 10 centimeters of clearance on the front. At this time, the Humvee is about 300 meters away from the bunker, and it is a high-speed moving target, only by the number of bullets for that drop of probability. Calculator, this decision belongs to the exhaustion, belongs to the same as buying a lottery ticket, gambling, bow so a little, win can get back the initiative, lose and wait to be beaten. And to talk about buying lottery tickets, this Wang Tao professional 300 meters of moving targets, to be honest, Wang Tao is really the first time to play. But now aiming to shoot, after a month of practice, Wang Tao had become Bang, X10. 2 rounds of green tracer rounds visible to the naked eye hit the Humvee, never mind that the BTR armored transport could easily withstand the NSV heavy machine gun armor piercing rounds, but the Humvee could not. Although the bulletproof Humvee has bulletproof ability, but the bulletproof level is not enough, just can defend against ordinary rifle bullets, like heavy machine guns. Ordinary bullets at close range cannot be defended, not to mention armor piercing bullets. 10 rounds of 14.5mm bullets directly to the members of the humongous Mali are shattered. What body armor bulletproof helmet, in the absolute firepower in front of the same as paper mache. The Tobias panning heavy machine gun swept towards another Humvee. This one was prepared and began to snake up and maneuver, but no more maneuvering than the muzzle of the gun could move. The roar of the heavy machine guns resounded again, and the Humvee took 5 armor-piercing rounds in the backside, and although it was still moving, the inside of the Humvee was in a horrible state, with blood splattering all over the place from the broken flesh. The driver of the Humvee had collapsed and simply abandoned the task of covering the armored car, hit a direction and directly escaped. From the exhauster seen to burn inadequate black smoke, visible as the throttle is almost in the gas tank. Wang Tao, who fired 2 shots, suddenly realized that he had nothing to do. This armored car's own gun was helpless, and the only Hummer that could be bullied ran away. In order to avoid the point back, the machine gun on that armored car gave him another shot, so Wang Tao took the gun and sat down on the ground to rest up. The calculator, who saw this scene with his afterglow, frowned. How could this Anton recommended person be so like this, actually wimped out when it came to fighting? Tobias didn't know the saying that the poor man can't be chased. Tobias did know to beat the dog. This Hummer's capable strength just now. Fuming, Tobias focused his attention and began to take full aim at the fleeing Hummer, pulling the trigger one at a time to fire point blank. After emptying more than 10 rounds, Tobias finally got a shot, hitting the rear of the Hummer, and I don't know where it broke. The Hummer's speed dropped sharply, which slowed down, and Tobias made up for it with a long point blank shot, and the Hummer completely stopped right where it was. After all, the sightseeing system for shooting this BTR armored transport vehicle was made in the Soviet era and belongs to the last century. The BTR armored transport vehicle has a large number of dead zones in the field of view, as well as a lack of stabilizers, high magnification of the scope, and the position of the captain in the hull, which makes it very difficult to use the scope to see while the vehicle is maneuvering. Shooting fixed spots like bunkers is fine, but trying to shoot nimble light infantry on the move with a scope is a real challenge. Fire support hand Vicky saw the 2 Humvees go down for the count, and without the Humvees to cover them, the only remaining BTR armored transports were lambs to the slaughter. Vicky jumped out of cover while carrying the RPG-7 and shouted with a laugh, "Ha, taste your flamethrower, daddy's big baby." With a preemptive strike, Vicky pulled the trigger, the butt of the launcher barrel creating a flame, and the RPG-7's armor-breaking rounds flew toward the front 3 meters of the BTR's armored transport. Driving BTR armored transport vehicle, as if intentionally catching the ball, the side received the RPG-7 warhead, the fuse hit the armor, detonated the explosives in the warhead. The polymer charge to form a high-temperature and high-speed metal jet is very easy to penetrate the BTR armored transport vehicle's armor. Hit, Thor, one more, wahoo! Vicky in battle was remarkably spirited, truly deserving of the name Spitfire. Thor hurriedly handed the RPG-7 ready in his hand to Vicky, and Vicky, who took the RPG, didn't even advance this time and just pulled the trigger. The BTR armored transport's particularly cooperative speed then dropped, and another RPG hit the front of the armored transport, the metal jet piercing the armor in a flash. 2 hits to settle the fight, ha ha ha. Vicky threw the launcher in her hand into the trench, picked up the 1 RPG that was still left, stood up and gave the armored car another shot. In fact, when the first shot hit in this armored car, it was already impossible for anyone to survive, and it was a pure waste to have another shot. But the biggest advantage of the RPG is that it is cheap, so cheap that it is not as expensive as ordinary body armor, so Vicky is not the least bit distressed, but of course the main thing is not his own family's stuff. The Armed Forces Mercenary Corps managed to hold off the first wave of the attack, which was also the most ferocious, and after the armored assault was knocked out, all subsequent attacks were cancelled, and there was no cover near a concrete structure bunker, so light infantry coming to the attack was a death sentence. The battlefield suddenly became extremely quiet, making it all feel not quite real, and to be honest, the calculator didn't quite dare to believe that no one was dead to fend off a surprise attack by 3 armored vehicles. It made the calculator wonder if it had been a little too lucky today, and the machine gunner in the Humvee had been blinded by stray bullets. So the calculator, in a good mood, said over the comm channel, Tyrannosaurus Rex, flamethrower, for the great work you just did, $1,000 each. Vicky, who was outside the bunker and hadn't come in yet, said, thanks boss. Tobias froze for a moment, sputtering, it's a bit disconcerting to be so generous all of a sudden. The calculator still had a smiling look on its face when Vicky spoke, and when Tobias said that, the calculator was full of black lines. Don't want the money, do you? Yes, boss, you've always been generous. That's more like it. Listening to the shameless conversation between the two men, the others were powerless to spit. And the one who contributed the most to this battle was Wang Tao, who killed 2 machine gunners with 2 shots, but Wang Tao didn't react much when he heard it. This lack of reaction is not that Wang Tao doesn't like bonuses, but he doesn't even know that he has made a big achievement. He thought that he was just playing an auxiliary for Tobias, and the Hummer was solved by Tobias with a heavy machine gun. The battlefield situation is complicated, and no one knows that those 2 shots were shot by Wang Tao without Wang Tao himself saying so. And after the battle was over, it was like going back to the days before, and if it wasn't for the fact that there were still 3 cars sitting there outside, Wang Tao would have thought that there wasn't that battle. Just as Wang Tao was listening to Tobias bragging about how godly he was in combat, the calculator suddenly came over and first gave Tobias $1,000 in US currency. Then the calculator said to Wang Tao, Northeast Tiger, I know that this is the first time you meet such a high-intensity battle. It's normal to be afraid, but the next battle I don't want you to still behave like this. By the way, there is also a reward for you discovering that the enemy has an abnormality today. The calculator then took $300 and handed it to Wang Tao. Got it, thanks. Although Wang Tao was dumbfounded by what was said, he still politely thanked him. Calculator couldn't say anything more when he saw this. If Wang Tao still cowered in the next battle, then he would have to be told to get lost. After waiting for the calculator to leave, Tobias was also a little confused. After so many days together, Wang Tao is not that timid person. Instead, he has an inexplicable fervor for fighting. The desire to attack that was quite strong, so much so that when he just realized that there was something unusual about the enemy, his first reaction was to give the opposite side a blow first. This kind of person, you say he was afraid? Tobias didn't believe it at all. But now this was a crowded place, so Tobias didn't ask in detail, waiting for the night after the shift changed to ask in detail to see if there was any misunderstanding in there. Wang Tao gorgeous $300 knife into the pants pocket, not at all annoyed, to send money to say 2 sentences how, and this time to learn a lesson, the next time to complete their own tasks, nothing to do when you have to pretend that they have something to do in the busy. After about an hour or so, Wang Tao saw that the calculator switched channels, and after matching the code word there, he opened the door of the bunker. Not long after the gate was opened, a group of heavily armed soldiers came in from outside. Unlike them, this time all of them were in Russian equipment. The armband on the soldier's arm is an impressive red outer circle with a black backing, featuring a white skull. In came a reinforced squad of 12 men, led by a commander who spoke to the calculator in Russian, with a flick of his tongue and no idea what he was saying. Wang Tao, who was used to practicing his gun, shot a total of 2 rounds today and felt uncomfortable, so he talked to Anton. Polar Bear, is there anything I can do about that bulletproof Humvee? Anton replied, you forgot, don't you have a box of armor-piercing bullets in your bag? Loaded up, 300 meters away, light armor like a Humvee can easily be pierced through. Wang Tao scratched his head awkwardly and said, there are still armor-piercing bullets, which I forgot about in a real fight. Anton does not blame Wang Tao. It is normal for newcomers to not be able to remember. After all, after practicing the gun for a month, just today, he shot NATO bullets. Calculator and the commander exchanged words for about 10 minutes or so before the two saluted each other and Calculator's voice rang out over the comm channel. Pack up your personal belongings, we're changing defense zones, bring what you need. As soon as he heard that he had to leave, suddenly Wang Tao was still a bit reluctant to part with this place, and today's smiley face hadn't been drawn yet. Anton whispered to Wang Tao, pack more grenades into your bag, don't be stupid and just pack your own personal belongings, and don't pack that made fake bullets. If it weren't for Anton's instructions to Wang Tao would really want to load a backpack of bullets, and the two got up and went off to organize their personal belongings and steal grenades. Chapter 00321 for you and one for me. Wang Tao followed Anton and the two of them walked to the front of the wooden box with grenades, opened the backpack and began to load it into the bag. Then Tobias and Vicky and I came over, 5 people in 5 backpacks, smothering his cuckoo to the bag. The hand is pouring out the stump. The deputy head of the Pencil saw the scene, really humiliating. But it was time to give cover, so Pencil pulled in 3 bananas, oranges, and apples to hang out there and act as a human screen to block the view of the changing soldiers. 5 people 5 backpacks, a box of grenades all stuffed in. Just like this is not finished, Wang Tao also put that loader also stuffed into the bag, with the ING bandits into the village like. Of course, others are not too much, what miscellaneous small accessories, a variety of bullets of anyway, everyone's bag is loaded full. Ahem. That commander kind of looked away and coughed to signal. The implied calculator was heard to speak, all aboard, let's go. The people have stopped the hand movement, began to get on the car in order. The soldiers who changed the defensive focused their eyes on Wang Tao, to be precise, it is Wang Tao's full-match Mk14 body. Soldiers with AK-12, the heart of the rise of a thought, dog big family. You're so rich to be a mercenary. Wang Tao's backpack is really too heavy, on the Ural truck are struggling, Anton pulled Wang Tao a hand this only threw the force up. Before I could sit still, the car started, and the 2 Ural trucks drove out of the bunker, and then went out down the only road. Wang Tao looked outside through the observation window, and 2 armored vehicles with turrets were parked on the roadside at the bottom of the hill. Curious, Wang Tao asked, Polar Bear, what kind of armored car is that armored car? Anton twisted to look and replied, the Soviet-made BMP-3 infantry fighting vehicle's main weapon is a wire board gun, so it looks like Russia's putting in the blood to stabilize this front as well. Wang Tao asked again, who is more powerful than that armored car just now? Anton replied, of course it's this infantry fighting vehicle, if 2 of these had come just now, the Tyrannosaurus Rex would have either been machine-gunned or shelled. Tobias said in a bad mood, shut up if you can't talk, it's really annoying. If you can't beat them, just shell them, my heavy machine gun will be gone before I get 2 hits. Wang Tao asked again, Tyrannosaurus Rex, what are you shooting at without a heavy machine gun? Tobias replied, like machine guns, convenient ammo specification uniformity, I am now using the M249 machine gun, if put aside elsewhere, I still like the RPK's grass-resistant solid, by the way to go back to the cellar I have to hide the machine gun out. Anton said, it all has to be taken out, so I guess it's time to change quarters in 2 more days. Wang Tao asked again, by the way, what kind of person was that changing defense just now? I see that the armband has a white skull on a black background printed on it, it looks strange and scary. The talkative Tobias replied, it's the PMC of Tsarist Russia, the legitimate mercenaries of the Wagner Group, real tough guys, extremely tenacious in their will to fight, and if they defect and get caught again, they'll be hammered bloody to the point of almost vomiting for me. Wagner? Wang Tao had heard Anton say a mouthful of it before, but he didn't expect to actually run into it here. Ike, on the sidelines, was quite curious, how was it hammered? Tobias, with a wicked grin on his face, started to give Ike a careful description, and sure enough Ike started to dry heave. Wang Tao think nothing disgusting, when he was a child when he went around the mountain, he also met a dead man who was hollowed out by a blind bear, that is even more disgusting. I didn't find anything going on the road, but there were so many military trucks on a road that was originally devoid of cars that even the slowest of people knew that there was going to be a war. Wang Tao cradled a backpack of grenades and sat on the car seat to review today's battle. He made the mistake of not knowing enough about the types of bullets to skillfully apply them. The 2 trucks quickly returned to the station. After getting out of the car, the calculator instructed, catch a break, by the way, pack up the things, I guess we have to leave early tomorrow morning. Polar Bear, you take so many grenades to share me a backpack. Anton's boss said unhappily, why should I share it with you if I took it with my skills? If I'm not there to block, you really think that Wagner blind do not meet to share half of the count you pick up, a backpack of defense grenades, do not take offensive grenades to fool me. The calculator anticipates Anton's small-mindedness and fools him with a whole pack of cheaper offensive grenades. This time, Anton was really unhappy and said nonchalantly, you bandit. Calculator nodded, yeah, it's robbing you, if you don't want me to get you that what? The moment Anton heard that 2 words, he instantly changed his attitude and said, here. This transformation caught Wang Tao off guard, what is it about? Let the heart of gossip burn. Especially since Vicky had Tobias on the side, and the 2 weren't the least bit curious about it, instead covering their mouths and laughing there. Calculator pointed to the 2nd floor with the cellar and said, okay, all dismissed, Polar Bear, deliver the grenades to the red brick building in 5 minutes, and don't say anything about not being able to find out where I am, it's the red brick building. Anton didn't even answer, huffing and puffing his head into their yard. Wang Tao followed into the house, found himself all wet. The whole of this mercenary is not a technical work, turned into a physical work. He had just taken his gear off and gotten comfortable for a moment when Tobias knocked on the door and called him. Northeastern Tiger, come out here for a minute and help me and Spitfire both to move things. Coming. Wang Tao put his gun on the table, threw his bulletproof vest and bulletproof helmet on the bed, and went out the door all fresh. Out of the door Wang Tao took a look at Ike was also there. Tobias walked over to the LC-76 that had been in the yard for a long time and lifted the cover of the machine to connect the disconnected battery cable. The crowd got in their cars and started them up, and Tobias twisted the key door and fired it up easily. Then Tobias drove out of the yard, not even waiting for gas before he got to the place. A distance of 50 meters can be said to skate faster than driving, after backing into the yard. The four men got out of the car and nodded to the calculator, who was on the phone with the satellite phone in the yard, and went into the house to get ready to go down to the cellar and move things. Don't look at that satellite phone, sounds like a thief. Use that is called a difficult to use. First of all, you have to be in the open outdoor environment. The weather has to be good. This point in that pleasant climate is okay, but put in the ing solist in this kind of hot sun burning place. Outdoor will be blood life. The calculator sweat all over the ground, drenched with water, visible when ahead of the head, is also quite not easy. The four of them went down to the cellar and found the 3 crates of Tyrannosaurus, Spitfire, and Polar Bear, and this time none of them opened them, and just carried the whole thing up. The box was so light that 2 men held it up underneath and 2 men pulled on top of it, and that's how the box was straightened out of the cellar. And that's not all. Tobias is a machine gunner, and since this is a war zone, there might be a fight when he moves. So began to pick up bullets and barrels and magazines too. Wang Tao sort of know why Tobias' physique is so strong. Their own small body, these things like to take it as bad enough, but also fighting When he climbed out of the cellar, he saw Anton coming too, walking with a stuffed backpack. Wang Tao has seen what is called, "You have Zhang Liangji, I have a wall ladder." The calculator just said only a backpack of grenades, but did not specify how big a backpack. I also don't know where Anton rummaged for the elementary school bag or the pink one. No, it's a compliment to say that the bag is an elementary school student. It's a kindergarten bag to be exact. The calculator on the phone saw Anton slipping that little pink bag. The whole person is ing stupid, if not still on the phone, have to fight with this shameless thing not. Anton walked over to the calculator and handed it the pink book bag. It is well known that people subconsciously take what is handed to them when they are on the phone, and calculators are certainly no exception. After finishing giving the book bag to the calculator, Anton turned his head and waved his hand toward the people who had frozen in place, and the 5 of them got into the car and disappeared from the calculator's sight. Calculator is simply hilarious as he makes a phone call while holding his little pink book bag. Back to the yard of the 5 people, into the house began to pack things. Wang Tao's things are very few. Can be said that in addition to an MK14 nothing else, just ready to grin a happy it. Just let Tobias call it out. As for why he called it out, it would have to mention Wang Tao's skill proficiency this month. To say that this month Wang Tao has done the most is 2 things. One is to practice the gun, the other is to press the bullet. I just pushed the bullet again today after pressing it, came out and repressed it again, and pressed as much in one day as I did in the previous 3. As a result, back to the resident began to press the bullet again, and still machine gun bullets, shooting a moment of pleasure, press the bullet crematorium Tobias's main weapon, the M249 light machine gun, also shoots the NATO 5.56 round, and the biggest advantage of the 5.56 specification is that it is light, allowing the infantry to carry more. This meant that more bullets needed to be pressed, so Wang Tao and Tobias and Ike, the 3 of them sat on the ground and started pressing bullets. This pressure is an hour up. Just now the battle did not give Wang Tao whole tired quite. This pressure bullet to Wang Tao whole back pain, leg cramps. After pressing the bullets and taking the canned food to simply deal with it, Wang Tao grabbed the time to rest, and with the experience of the morning, Wang Tao is considered to know what is called a surprise attack. After taking a nap, Wang Tao took out all the bullets he bought from Fry. And took out to buy night vision device to send a bunch of second-hand magazines. Black bullet armor piercing rounds pressed as special, sniper rounds and tracer rounds are also pressed as separate magazines, with different colors of tape on the top of the good to make a distinction. After packing up everything in the room again and loading it in the car, Wang Tao went to chat with Anton and the others. Tobias opened his mouth and asked Wang Tao, "Why did the calculator say you were scared when you were in the bunker?" Wang Tao replied, "Maybe it was a misunderstanding when I squatted on the ground to rest while watching the battle." Curious, Vicky asked, "What are you doing crouching down to rest?" Wang Tao replied, "I killed the machine gunner on that Humvee. There is no target of attack. I squatted down to rest, save stray bullets to me to kill. How aggrieved." The calculator said, "I said there is nothing wrong." Tobias stood straight up in surprise and asked in an incredulous tone, "What? You killed those 2 machine gunners?" Wang Tao nodded, "Yes. Should I say not to say that the muzzle velocity of this genuine bullet is really fast, feel good?" Anton suddenly sensed something wrong with Wang Tao and asked tentatively, "Are you this accurate at hitting moving targets too?" Wang Tao was embarrassed and scratched his head. "Hey, I have to be more accurate in hitting moving targets. To be honest, fixed targets always feel almost interesting. It just doesn't have that kind of feeling, you know?" Anton? What a strange feeling this is. Vicky, already autistic, do not want to talk. together with the protagonist of this battle in this, he can hit those 2 rounds of RPG is considered to borrow the light of Wang Tao. The talkative Tobias was silent again at this point. The money given by the calculator was hot to take. The more Tobias searched, the more uncomfortable he became. He got up and said, "No, I have to go to the headmaster to go. This Northeast Tiger has made such a great achievement, he can't just let it go." Seeing this, Anton spoke out to stop him. "Tyrannosaurus, sit down first. You went to the calculator and said that both of those machine gunners were killed by Wang Tao. Do you think the calculator can believe it?" Tobias blurted out, "What's not to believe?" And after saying that, Tobias felt bad. Vicky spoke up, "Tyrannosaurus Rex, if you've never seen the Northeast Tiger's marksmanship, can you believe me right now when I tell you that someone killed a fast-moving machine gunner with 1 shot from a distance of 300 meters, protected by 6 bulletproof plate machine gun shields?" Tobias shook his head. Whoever said that to himself was making a little cutie. Anton laughed bitterly. "There's no way to tell about this. If we could examine the body it would still make sense." Wang Tao said, "That Hummer moved real fast, hit the eyebrow did not hit, one hit off to the left, the other is hit off the bottom." Wang Tao's words sounded like he wanted to let smack him. Anton and Vicky both were now used to being struck. Anton said, "You'll have to show the calculator your marksmanship next time you get a chance, or there'll still be this misunderstanding." "Well, what about, wait until after the defense zone change, it's not like it's a day or 2 anyway." Wang Tao thought nothing, "And now the only thing I cannot afford to give up is the bullets in the bunker. I have not yet had a good time." The 5 people just pulled into the night. Wang Tao yawned and told them to go back to the house to sleep. Due to today's events, Wang Tao slept with his bulletproof vest and bulletproof helmet on the stool next to his bed. At this time at the bunker, Wagner's change of defense to reinforced squads, his bunker in various parts of the arrangement of points of fire, as well as the outside of the trench to re-dig a little. Wagner in the bunker, not carrying night vision equipment, did not notice in the opposite side of the fortifications, did not know when a flashlight-like laser guide appeared, shooting an invisible laser beam towards their bunker. Chapter 0033 Night Battle. The U.S. Army, having been struck dumb coin by the world's strongest light infantry night fighting after the war on one of the East Asian peninsulas, has intensified its investment in huge sums of money and desperate research and development of night fighting equipment. In serious study inherited the German invention of World War II night vision, aspect after re-innovation, has gone in the degree of perversion. From the time of the Babylonian War, the U.S. Army through the advantage of night vision equipment, firmly control the battlefield situation. Making the battlefield transparent to it one way, for example, the killing of KB's biggest KB leader Bin Laden by the U.S. military was fought at night, so most of the U.S. military operations take place at night. And the laser pointer, also known as the Death Leader, is specially designed by the U.S. Army for close air support guidance, belonging to the U.S. Army's Special Operations, one of the powerful striking means. The laser pointer shoots out a laser, an invisible IR laser, which can only be seen by night vision devices, so in a night battle with the U.S. Army, you can do without anything, but you can't do without night vision devices. And Wagner, at this point, due to misinformation, didn't even realize that the enemy across the street had turned out to be American. Mostly, the intel the calculator reported to Wagner's commander was a bit too far-fetched. A BTR armored transport plus 2 bulletproof Humvees raided and were easily defused by a single reinforced squad. Anyone who heard this would have to mistake the attacking enemy for those Kurdish rabble of the Rojava Solistan Democratic Forces SDF, or how else could they dish it out to such an extent? And the intelligence of the U.S. Army on the other side of the border also produced a miscalculation, and the combat team that raided the bunker in the morning was a Kurdish combat team trained by military advisors sent to Solistan by the United States Army on the mainland. In simpler terms, this Army military advisor is an intelligence officer in the Army's Intelligence and Security Command INSCOM intelligence organization. The mission of this visit to Solistan was to utilize the equipment available to the Kurds to develop some combat power through training, thus reducing the pressure on the American forces. Of course, this is all said to the top of the hearing, more bluntly is down to the gold-plated, on the Middle East people's fighting strength, fighting guerrilla warfare is still living, the other don't even think about it. This military advisor, who came to gild the lily, also took pains to work on this program, and of course this pains was not that it took pains to train this all-Kurdish group, but it took pains to pick a soft target. Then livestream a bit of the battle via GCCSJ US Army Theater Command and Control System, and think about doing a show of taking down a fortified fortification with a Soviet-produced BTR armored transport vehicle and 2 bulletproof Humvees. Since the military advisor was an intelligence officer, the entry point was of course intelligence, and from the Army's as well as the CIA's intelligence briefings, he purposely avoided the highly capable Wagner, and chose a Russian-paid PMC as the target of the mission. And also deliberately look at the price of hiring. A look at only $300,000 for 3 months on this cheap price shows that its fighting strength is not strong. Coupled with the laxity on the solid defense line, this mission can be said to be a hand-to-hand. Just like this military advisor is still not assured, afraid of any accidents, this Middle East people's fighting strength who all know what it is like, so the strength is not enough equipment to come together. The machine gunner in the Humvee was also a paid Kurdish veteran, and the rest of the combatants, who outright didn't even use their guns, all switched to Gustav RPGs, and 4 were armed with man-portable cloudburst bombs. As long as it is with the help of armored vehicles close to the bunker, around a flurry of fire regardless of the creatures inside were bombarded to death, just so after making sufficient preparations. The raid began this morning, with the particularly cool codename Thunderbolt, meaning as fast as the German Blitzkrieg in World War II. Not afraid of the second generation of rich people to play with things, but afraid of the second generation of rich people to hesitate, this came to the gold-plated military advisor as hesitant, so do not worry about it personally involved in the battle. The course of combat was all clear, and the military advisor was sitting on the getaway Humvee, broadcasting his death live through the theater command and control system. Of course Wang Tao's 2 shots were recorded, which made the Army Security Command feel uneasy. It was acceptable to die on the battlefield, but when did Russia have such a great precision shooter? The United States of America can be the country with the strongest military power in the world, and that's not all rice buckets, it's really exceptionally good military experts. As the most direct rival of the United States of America, Tsarist Russia is of course the most vigilant rival of the United States of America in the military sphere, mainly because of the old jerks who might just do something great. As for a certain Eastern power that isn't particularly radical overseas, so it's ignored. And this Russian under the mercenaries actually appeared such a powerful precision shooter, which makes the Army Security Command was shocked. Put aside in the battlefield, this phenomenal precision shooter cannot play much of a role. A missile will be resolved, one cannot be resolved, and then another round. And in the city, this phenomenal precision shooter belongs to the existence of a bug, with artillery bombardment with missiles to blow up that public opinion is too great, want to snipe at a distance and more cover, close range raids and cannot get close. The Army Security Command's intelligence researchers, having organized the available intelligence, were unanimous in their opinion that Russia was unaware of such a phenomenally accurate shooter. So simply by taking advantage of this information gap, the Army Security Command just decided to go ahead and take it on themselves, and gave the direct order for the closest Delta Special Forces to take care of this potential enemy. Wang Tao does not yet know that he actually deserves to be valued so much. If he knows, I guess the beauty of the big snot came out. And this changing of the guard, Army Security Command didn't even have access to this information, and if it had been a military order from Tsarist Russia, or even from the KGB, Army Security Command or the CIA might have had access to it. But it was ordered by Wagner, and it's ridiculous to say that a private PMC company is more capable of secrecy than a national military intelligence organization. The F-16C took off from the US base at Sulliston with Maverick air-to-ground missiles mounted. On the opposite side of the bunker from the fortifications, Army Ranger units, using laser target indicators, marked the top of the bunker as a target. The laser of the laser pointer in the middle of the dark night was quite conspicuous under the night vision equipment, and the F-16s in the air spotted the target to be bombed this time. Then the Maverick air-to-ground missile was launched, and for friendly missile identification, the laser pointers are equipped with coded lasers, this time with code 40931, and when the identification codes matched, the Maverick air-to-ground missile flew at the laser pointers towards the bunker. When Wagner in the bunker heard the roar of the F-16s, it was too late to escape, and the concrete structure, previously quite strong, was as fragile as paper in front of the missiles. Boom! The Maverick missile hit the target precisely, and the 2 reinforced squads of Wagner became Wang Tao's scapegoat. The main structure of the bunker was still there, and the laser pointers were still working, so the F-16 circled and fired another round of Maverick missiles. The Rangers in the fortification wanted to curse, "Fark, this Air Force doesn't feel a thing when it comes to spending taxpayer money." Of course this Ranger was just cursing and didn't think to turn off that laser pointer and leave the F-16s without a guiding target. At the same time, the sound of helicopter propellers rang out over the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps village. 2 Black Hawk helicopters landed in the northern part of the village, and the 16-member squad of Delta Special Forces, divided into 2 groups of 8 each, jumped from each of the 2 Black Hawk helicopters with open hatches. Each member of each combat crew each carries quadruple vision night vision, and the weapons are all chosen to be suitable for close quarters combat. For example, the SIG Rattlesnake short-barreled rifle is good for breaching raids Remington shotgun, and the submachine gun is the same MP5A3 as the Special Air Service Corps. Delta's 16-man squad didn't wait for the Black Hawk helicopters to take off before touching down in tactical formation toward the village. And the darkness of the night became the best cover, and Delta's squad, as seen from the sky, traveled with the clear goal of the red brick building where the calculator was located. When Wang Tao heard the loud roar of the helicopter, he was woken up in an instant. After a month of getting used to it in the war zone, the first thing Wang Tao did after getting up was to wear a bulletproof vest and bulletproof helmet. When Wang Tao got dressed and held the Mk-14 in his hand, Tyrannosaurus pushed open the door of the house room. Wang Tao shoved the magazines on the table into the tactical belt pouch on his chest while twisting his head and asking, "Tyrannosaurus, what's going on out there?" Fully armed Tobias replied, "I don't know, but this roar of helicopter propellers outside, hello there, if it's good we'll go to Anton's house and discuss." Vicky, who was a retired ranger, thought otherwise and opened his mouth to deny it. Air raids don't go out at night, and the only ones who like night combat the most are the US Army's Special Forces. Once Vicky's words came out, Anton and Tobias' faces both became even more ugly. Don't look at them in the mercenary circle as if they were the oldest in the sky and the oldest in the earth and he was the oldest in the world, but in front of the US Army's Special Forces, they were nothing at all. Don't look for them to have wiped out a squad from the Special Air Service Regiment in Nibiru. That was by using the heavy machine guns in the back of the pickup to bully the combatants who only had melee suits. If the position of the real sword dry, but also not necessarily how it, and in the war zone to carry out the mission of the Special Forces, dealing with fire points can be quite a lot of ways. Just now that the ground placed a high-power laser pointer, the Special Forces have handheld laser pointers. The Black Hawk helicopters responsible for transportation also have weapon systems, such as machine guns, Hellfire high-precision missiles, and Hatch machine guns, not to mention a point of fire, even if the King of Land Battles tanks give you a dry run. Anton laughed bitterly and said, "What makes us so good that the US Army would send out Special Forces to decapitate us?" While Wang Tao was busy with the matter at hand, he reminded, "Can it have anything to do with those 3 armored vehicles we annihilated in the morning?" Anton, also a bit confused now, replied in an uncertain tone, "I don't think so, a BTR and 2 Hummers don't cut it." As soon as Anton's words fell, a loud bang came from outside, and before the crowd could react it was another bang, 3 times in total. Wang Tao hurriedly asked, "What kind of movement is this?" Anton replied with a bitter smile, "The sound of the missile explosion, listening to the direction it came from was the bunker we were stationed in. It really made you right, it's really related to those 3 armored vehicles." Tobias laughed just as bitterly, "I've joked every day before about machine gunners being shelled, but this time I've really seen it, but not with guns but with missiles." Wang Tao had already installed the barrel and night vision scope, and then looked at the 3 people who were a bit confused, and knew that he should go up top. Wang Tao, who grew up listening to the resistance to the United States, does not understand the fear of various countries in the world for the US military, here including Tsarist Russia. To the US Army are like this, not to mention the top special forces in the US Army. Wang Tao needed to know the intelligence in order to decide what to do next, so he opened his mouth and asked Vicky, who was most familiar with the US Army, Spitfire, "Which US Army special forces do you think are out there?" Being one of the US Army Rangers' own, Vicky could be considered quite knowledgeable about the US Army. The 4 Special Forces units stationed at Celestin are Delta, Green Berets, Navy SEALs, and Air Force Special Operations Forces, and the latter 2 are rarely seen and can be ruled out for now. Wang Tao added, "Then according to your judgment, which unit do you think has the highest probability?" Vicky blurted out without thinking, "Delta, they're most active in Sauristan and the Kurds we dealt with this morning were army-supported proxies." Wang Tao asked again, "Then why don't you attack during the day? You have to pick the night?" Vicky replied, "The US Army's Special Forces are fond of night battles. Lending advanced night vision equipment can make the battlefield one-dimensional and transparent, making combat more efficient and reducing deaths and injuries." No wonder Anton didn't go to find the army to meet up. Now it is whoever goes out will die, but if he stays in the house, when the enemy touches up, he will also die sooner or later. Seeing that Anton, Vicky, and Tobias couldn't be relied on, Wang Tao began to think about a way to break the game. Wang Tao also had a night vision scope and knew how buggy it was at night, so he had to build on his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. Chapter 0034 Compatible. Wang Tao was thinking that they are longer than the special forces outside. What is the longest place? It is the familiarity with this village. After going to the bunker on duty to mingle every day, their range of activities was in this village. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that you can walk with your eyes closed, but every house and every path, Wang Tao and the others are imprinted in their minds. The helicopter landed in the northern part of the village, which was the only part of the village without a high point in the direction of the red brick building, and the closest point to the red brick building. The red brick building was in the center of the village against the north, while Wang Tao's house for them was located in the south of the red brick building, in the middle of which was a street that ran through the whole village. Since the raid is definitely speed-oriented, it is impossible to drill into the paths that are vulnerable to attack, so the probability is that the Delta Special Forces are attacking directly from the streets. Then that street right now was the most dangerous location in the village. Indeed, it was the same as Wang Tao guessed, if he used a drone with night vision to look down from the air. All of that street was swept by unseen IR lasers, and just as Wang Tao was thinking of countermeasures, he heard a voice coming from the pickup headset. "Porcupine, prepare to break down the door. Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Boom! An explosion sounded from the direction of the red brick building, followed by gunfire. To Wang Tao listening is a face of confusion, this ING headset talking who is ah. Wang Tao hurriedly disconnected the earphone's wire, then turned the external amplifier on, then asked blankly, who is this talking? Anton, Tobias, and Vicky were puzzled. With a large platform like a helicopter, there was absolutely no need to consider the problem of insufficient power, and the channel communication was 100% cut off, so how could there still be movement? Primary target eliminated, building confirmed secure. Moving to next target. Wang Tao's speaker outside. To these three people are listening to dumbfounded, this ING dryware Vicky asked tentatively, is this the Delta Communications channel? Anton and Tobias, two people with clear eyes like students who have not graduated yet, after fighting for most of their lives, they have not met Wang Tao for 2 months to stimulate it. Soon Anton eased out of his stupor and guessed, could it be because this pickup headset of the Northeast Tigers, as well as the intercom system, were stripped from the Special Air Service Corps? Vicky also agreed with Anton's conjecture, it should be. It is estimated that they are all made by the same company. Originally the Northeast Tigers walkie-talkie was in our channel, and this interference activated the automatic frequency hopping function. How could I imagine that this hopping, it jumped to the channel of the Delta Squad? NATO gear just does compatibility exceptionally well, so well that a walkie-talkie in the enemy's hand can jump frequencies along with it. And while Anton and the others appear to be discussing the pickup headphones, they're actually avoiding the fact that the people at the red brick building are dead. The calculator, the pencil, and the Thor, to be precise, all shot down by Delta. The more dangerous, the more calm. Wang Tao could see that these three people were a little distracted, so now he could only rely on himself to help the building to fall, to save the waves from falling, and to save himself from being coated. To put it bluntly, Wang Tao sort of see, this Anton, Tobias, and Vicky, three people are a good soldier, combat is experienced, combat literacy is also high, but if you let them make decisions that is similar to Ike. On the foreigner, that brain with the wood is no difference. Do not look at Wang Tao as an ordinary person only, but on the heritage to that called a deep, on the tactical strategy of the book to see all see over. What Sun Tzu's Art of War, what 36 plans, will be enough to deal with the current situation. Do not even need to move out of guerrilla warfare. 16 characters, such a big killer. Wang Tao's earphone's wire was connected, took over the command and said, all of them are lightly loaded, we don't go through the door, we go directly over the wall. The three men moved as if they were robots. With orders, Anton took the extra parts of the body armor and removed them. Tobias threw the M249 on the bed and replaced it with a lightweight M4. Go over to the west side of the house, picture you stay and help me. After Wang Tao gave the order, he made a gesture of action, and Anton, Tobias, and Vicky, the three of them, went out of the courtyard and went to get ready to go over the wall. The reason why Ike was left behind and Anton, Tobias, and Vicky went first was because those three were too clumsy and not as nimble as Ike, and going over the wall would require assistance and time. One of the most important qualities of a hunter is attentiveness. You have to be careful when chasing the pinch marks of your prey. If you are careless, you may lose the chase in one turn, and your day's effort will be wasted. Outside the Delta is the U.S. Army Special Forces, with state-of-the-art night vision, then compatible with a thermal imaging is not a problem, right? And now Wang Tao wants to create a situation in which no one lives in this house, then it must be considered the problem of thermal imaging. Anxious Wang Tao also did not care to call nicknames, directly called Ike. Name commanded, Ike, all the bedding, are thrown into the water tank. Okay. Although Ike was a bit stupid, he was really obedient, and didn't even ask why, he just agreed and went to work right away. Wang Tao also took Anton just took off the rebound clothing accessory with body heat and threw it on, and then the bedding rolled it and threw it into the water tank. Once Ike had tossed all their bedding into the water tank, Wang Tao scanned around, pondering what else was in the room that was above ambient temperature. Suddenly Wang Tao remembered the picture of his childhood in the bungalow, when the house lighting is also the same as this, from the beams down a wire, the top of a black lamp base, the bulb is screwed directly on the lamp base. At that time, in order to save electricity, coupled with the lack of brightness of the light bulb, so the wire down the extra long, so that from the Kong up often touched the hot bulb, Wang Tao as a child cannot be less hot. The light bulb that was just lit was also warm. Wang Tao directly took out the Lamanzer shooter pliers that he had bought in Dar es Salaam from his tactical backpack, then pinched the bulb with the lamp base. Wang Tao also could not eat which house lighted or not, simply pinched down the lamp base of all 5 houses and threw them into the water tank, then waved his hand at Ike, and the two of them cooperated together to go over the wall. Wang Tao listened to the gunshots outside, as well as combined with the conversation in the headset, and judged that the Delta's combat team had probably solved 3 courtyards, just the narwhal and dolphin made sporadic resistance in that courtyard, and the rest of them were all killed in the house without even resisting. Special Forces CQB combat is one that doesn't give you any chance to react at all, not to mention marksmanship or will to fight. U.S. Army Special Forces in the case of no mission, in the United States of America to spend a lot of money to build a variety of rooms and connecting corridors composed of shooting house in the day-to-day training, breaking, cover, search, capture, have become muscle instincts. And the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps? Most of the time on a mission they're groping and sleeping, so what's the resistance? After the Delta's combat team cleared the last yard again, it was Wang Tao's turn to take their yard. Wang Tao's plan was to wait for the Delta's combat team, the moment they started to attack, to use the cover of the gunfire to continue to the north side of the wall, and then hide in the courtyard that the Delta had cleared to avoid the wind first. Checking bullets, counting down to 10 seconds. The countdown was like a death knell. This compound that Delta's combat team was preparing to clean up was inhabited by a trio of bananas, oranges, apples, and fruits. The fruit trio is also quite friendly to Wang Tao, just went to the red brick building to eat dinner, but also joked with Wang Tao too, which is about to die, see the fate of the impermanent ah. Wang Tao listened to the conversation in the headset and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. No wonder Anton and the others were pretending to be ostriches there, it was difficult for anyone to accept such a thing. Bang! With the muffled sound of a shotgun, the battle broke out, and by this point in the battle, the fruit trio realized something was wrong, even if they were slow. And the battle doesn't seem to be going so well, with the word shot popping up in the dialogue of Delta's battle group. But Wang Tao can't wait to think more. The fruit trio can delay the Delta's combat team for 1 more second, then Wang Tao, the probability of their 5 escape will be greater. Sounds quite cruel. In fact, the battlefield is like this. Taking advantage of the fact that the combat team's attention was on the fruit trio, Wang Tao and the others grabbed the time to start going over the wall, wearing body armor and backpacks, and holding rifles. The 5 people's movements were all very clumsy. Especially the particularly sturdy Anton, who probably wouldn't have been able to roll over if Tobias hadn't had the strength to be able to hold him up. Possibly needing to patch up a wounded teammate, the Delta combat team didn't come out of the yard so quickly this time. This gave Wang Tao and the others a chance to take advantage of the situation, and in one breath, they went over about 5 walls, each of them panting. The helicopters hovering in the sky with very loud propellers also gave Wang Tao their cover, and I don't know if it's luck that there are no Apache helicopter gunships in the air to cover this mission. And this time the Black Hawk helicopter model, not for the implementation of Special Operations Mission MH-60K improved model. There is no night vision system, infrared forward-looking observation system and other advanced equipment, otherwise on the Wang Tao they are so unscrupulous over the wall, has long been served by machine guns. Wang Tao they finally reached the battle group cleaned up, the narwhal living in the yard, 5 people into the house, even flashlights do not dare to open, touch the dark to the innermost house to hide. Wang Tao, the only one with night vision equipment, lay down on the floor of the corridor, using the dolphin's corpse as a hiding cover and observing the situation outside. Delta's combat team, who had finished dressing the wounded, went back to executing the plan of execution, and with a command from the commander, the shotgun-wielding saboteur blasted a shot into the lock of the door with a bullet designed to break down doors. With it, the assault team of 3 men entered the house with MP5 submachine guns in hand, each aiming at their respective positions to ensure there were no dead spots to observe. Yard secure, shock bombs ready. 3, 2, 1, bang. Offense. Room unoccupied, no heat signatures, simple judgment unoccupied. It was repeated 5 more times in Wang Tao's headset, and it looked like the Delta combat team had finished searching the 5 rooms in that courtyard of theirs. Finally the commander, whose voice was very calm, said, "No one lives, probably out on a mission." Only then did Wang Tao breathe a sigh of relief. Before Wang Tao could be happy for long, that commander spoke again. "Fries, have the follow-up troops rush in, the porcupine needs to go back to base for treatment." The person called French Fries was silent for a long time. Wang Tao judged that he should be changing other communication equipment and was liaising with his superiors, in which case this one nicknamed French Fries should be the Delta combat team's communications officer. Chip's voice rang through the channel again. "Chief, it'll take another 3 hours for the ground troops to arrive." The commander said in a very impatient tone, "With this efficiency of theirs, no wonder the Sauristans Aristas say so, just this speed is slower than my grandmother." Chips agreed quite a bit. They didn't come in a car, they came on a snail. After a while, that commander spoke out again. "No more waiting for this bunch of inky guys, will you take the assault group and the support group to stay and wait, I'll take Porcupine back to the base first. Understood. The commander instructed, be careful to be vigilant, there must be other villagers in this village who are their insiders, and don't turn off the signal jammers, wait until the ground troops arrive. Bull replied, I plan to station myself at the high point of the red brick building, and when the ground troops arrive, I'll just evacuate and try not to cross paths with the civilians. Well, good, Iceman carry the Porcupine and we'll withdraw. Wang Tao, who was lying on the ground, listened carefully to the conversation of the Delta combat team, and his face was ugly and relieved, thanks to this is the black sky, or else he saw that he had to think that Wang Tao had gone crazy. Knowing that it was safe for the time being, Wang Tao stood up from the ground, walked into the house and sat down on the floor in the dark, and then began to introduce the situation to the 4 people in the house. Wang Tao's mentality is really good, opening his mouth is the classic quote, there is a good news and a bad news, which one do you want to hear? Where had the foreigners heard this conversation before? The 4 men, except for Ike, the remaining 3 said in unison, good news. We want to hear good news. Wang Tao shrugged his shoulders, since you guys want to know so much, I'll reluctantly tell you, my setup took effect, Delta's combat team thought that our yard was uninhabited, declared that they had completed the combat plan, and that they were ready to evacuate. Anton, Tobias, and Vicky, finally relaxing, coming back from the dead feels so good. Growing up in the ghetto, Ike always understood the truth that bad news is the most important information. Ike spoke up and asked, what about the bad news? Anton, Tobias, and Vicky instantly stopped hemming and hawing, and it was obvious that these 3 one-threaded guys had forgotten about Wang Tao's bad news just now. Chapter 0035, Feed Me Peanuts. There's an inexplicable feeling of exhilaration that comes from saying bad news, even if the bad news is your own. Wang Tao cleared his throat, Delta withdrew, but not completely, and left a squad of 6 people stationed on top of the red brick building. Anton didn't understand how this withdrawal of most of the men was bad news. Who knew that this guy Wang Tao was talking in a big breath, the ground troops will arrive here in 3 hours, and will conduct a thorough sweep of the entire village at that time. Well, now that's really bad news. Tobias subconsciously said, so that means we need to run away in 3 hours? Wang Tao corrected the error in Tobias' words, to be more precise, we have to take out the 6 enemies left behind on the red brick building and the helicopters parked outside the village within 2 hours, and then escape to a place where the American troops can't find us to hide within 1 hour. The red brick building is the best vantage point of this village. It can be said that after controlling the red brick building, the whole village is in full view, and Wang Tao and his men want to escape directly by car without alerting the enemy, which is simply impossible. Besides, there is a helicopter parked outside the village, that jeep can't run away from the helicopter even if the gas pedal is stepped on the fly. After hearing the bad news from Wang Tao, Anton wanted to give himself a shot in the head and just die counting. 5 people needed to take care of the 6 special forces that were occupying favorable terrain. And 3 of those 5 have questionable strengths, Ike, the rookie who was off target on fixed targets, Vicky, the fire support guy with no firepower, and Tobias, the machine gunner with no machine gun. Combined, it was just Anton and Wang Tao who were the 2 combatants with full combat power, and by the way, Anton didn't have any night vision equipment yet, and beyond 20 meters it was just open-eyed blindness. Wang Tao's good news isn't particularly good, but this bad news is really bad. Tobias and Vicky were both on the verge of tears after hearing this, and the talkative Tobias was in a bit of a trance, and pitifully said to Wang Tao, Brother Tiger, can you discuss something? Next time there is this bad news, can you not tell me, my tolerance is poor. Of course, the most optimistic or Wang Tao, in order to force the weak, what is the meaning of the weak to win the strong Jedi turnover is the most addictive. I think the vast majority of people back then thought that some country that hadn't even completed industrialization couldn't possibly defeat the most powerful country in the world at the time. Who knew that just such a country that could not even get enough to eat had won with weakness by virtue of tenacity, excellent tactics, and a spirit of no fear of sacrifice? Against the wind? Doesn't exist. The advantage is mine. Wang Tao had already conceptualized the battle plan in his mind and directly opened his mouth to arrange it. First of all, we have to wait for the helicopter that has just taken off and left to fly far away, so as to save the fight for people to turn around and support us, so now we have to seize the time to start doing the pre-preparation. Tobias never let the words fall to the ground, which is the language barrier, or to the comedy world will certainly be able to make a living. What do you do to prep? Why don't we just go over there? Big brother, you do not use head in the war. Wang Tao all for Ni by Luo was killed by Tobias to the Special Air Service Corps to feel choo-choo panic. If you let such a sinewy guy killed, Wang Tao to the bottom of the embarrassed to say how they are dead. Wang Tao didn't bother to explain to Tobias, and turned his head to inquire about Anton, who still had a bit of a head but not much. Polar Bear, do you remember that bulletproof shield the Special Air Service was holding when we fought the Special Air Service in Nairobi? Anton said heartily, remember, if it wasn't for Tyrannosaurus Rex and the others arriving in time, the two of us would have really let those broken shields screw us over. A sinewy Tobias forgot the bad news to the back of his mind, and is still here laughing gleefully. Ha, is not the feeling of God's soldiers in heaven, that's the first time I've ever had a heavy machine gun hit so cool. This Tobias is really capable of interrupting, Wang Tao said in no uncertain terms. Tyrannosaurus Rex, shut up. Tobias aggrieved Baba closed his mouth. This Wang Tao how to suddenly become so scary pinch. Wang Tao organized his emotions and continued, my plan is like this, use my advantage of being a good shot to suppress the enemy at the high point. The three of you form an assault team, approach the red brick building with shields, play the pitcher's specialty of throwing grenades accurately, don't even take a gun and hide behind the shields, just throw grenades into the building, throw as many as you can. If they don't die, they're lucky. Gulp. The sound of Tobias gulping was loud in the silence of the room. The reason why Tobias was scared to the point of gagging is because after listening to Wang Tao's plan to put himself into the perspective of the enemy of the red brick building, this is also too ruthless. You know that Ike backpack stuffed all the defensive grenades from the bunker, nearly 20. This is not counting a few of them backpack loaded it. If the words are concentrated in the words of 30, this much grenades all thrown into a two-story building, that is the concept of what? That proper artificial bombing zone. What body armor, what bulletproof helmets, people are blowing you to pieces. In the darkened room, Anton listened to the plan and was shocked with his mouth wide open. How can people be so smart? But the tone was calm and said in a serious manner, that's what I thought. Anton is so thick-skinned that he's probably bulletproof, the kind that can't be penetrated by a heavy machine gun. So now the question arises, grenades are there, pitchers are there, precision shooters are there, what about shields? Vicky listened to the reaction of both Tobias and Anton, and knew that these two lack-of-heart contraptions did not think of the most important issue in this plan, where to go for the shield to be made whole. Vicky asked, what about shields? We don't have any shields, Northeast Tiger, you can't handle 2 firing points, the roof and the second floor windows, all by yourself. Wang Tao casually replied, find a shield, how simple. We sit every day on the truck is not a pile of broken steel plated. Anyway, Tyrannosaurus Rex people stupid strong, take the rope a tie, let him hold up the chant. Vicky instantly shuts off the electricity, this is totally rubbing his intelligence underfoot. Wang Tao instructed, Spitfire, Polar Bear, you two have the most important task, as long as we fight on our side, that helicopter will definitely take off urgently to support the enemy in the red brick building, so you two have to find a way to get rid of that helicopter. To fight the helicopters hovering in the air, Vicky without man-portable anti-aircraft weapons did not have any method, but the helicopters parked on the ground, it would be a good thing to do, a round of RPG can be easily solved. And that Ural's truck had an RPG in it, don't ask where it came from, ask if it was salvaged from that bombed-out bunker, it's a valuable artifact. Vicky said seriously, leave it to me. Now the question that remains is where to run to after taking care of the Delta combat team and the helicopters. Running away? Wang Tao had an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if any Ibai Luo was also like this. Anton was really moldy. He blew up everywhere, and even lost his own mercenary corps. Anton. Feed me peanuts, feed me peanuts. Wang Tao put away his chaotic thoughts and opened his mouth to ask, Polar Bear, you're familiar with the nearby terrain, think about where we can hide after we've successfully resolved the Delta. Anton thought for a moment and replied, the nearest US base is about 200 kilometers away from us. If the fighters that were deployed were F-16s, it would take about 25 minutes from ground preparations, to emergency takeoff, to flying here, assuming our fight goes well, so that gives us only 20 minutes to make a run for it. Wang Tao asked, how far can we go in a 20-minute drive? Anton replied, driving at the Jeep's fastest speed will get us 15 kilometers in 20 minutes, enough to get us to the outskirts of Bob, where the calculator has rented a safe house so we can hide out for a while to get out of the wind. Okay, end the fight and meet in our yard. Wang Tao today is considered to find Anton, Vicky, and Tobias the right way to use it. These three of them are just a little more experienced than Ike in combat, and the brain is still a tool brain, to put it bluntly is to give clear instructions, they will do things for you. Rest for 20 minutes, grab your strength and start moving after 20 minutes. Wang Tao closed his eyes and faked a nap after he finished speaking. Of course Wang Tao, who had his eyes closed, didn't really rest, but constructed a view of the roof of the red brick building in his mind, trying to go to the truck to remove the steel plate, and to go around the red brick building to approach the helicopter, as well as his optimal firing point. Wang Tao's experience as a hunter and help him a great deal, the most important thing for hunters into the mountains is not a good shot, but must remember the road. If you can't remember the road to wipe hitchhiking lost, but also to play a fart hunting, directly dead in the mountains. So Wang Tao, with his memory of the terrain, and his familiarity with the village, utilized the geographical advantage and timelessness to the extreme. After the conception, Wang Tao took out a bottle of water from his backpack, and did not take a big gulp, just a sip, and then got up and walked to the corner in the dark to solve the physiological problem, and at this time did not care about the taste. 20 minutes passed in an instant, and Wang Tao, who had his eyes closed, had been listening carefully to the tone of the 6-man squad that the Delta combat team had left stationed there, chatting in the communication channel. In the first 10 minutes there wasn't much conversation, and after 10 minutes the communication between the players started to become more, and every now and then Wang Tao could still hear jokes between each other. Wang Tao learned that the code name of the helicopter is called Hen. That's right, it's Hen, and I don't know if this pilot is afraid of people laughing when he says it. Action. After saying that, Wang Tao took the lead and got up from the ground, then he went out of the house. The smell of blood in the corridor became even stronger. Wang Tao carefully avoided the dolphin's body and crossed the corridor to the courtyard. At this time, the sky did not have a trace of dark clouds, and the moon emitted a bright moonlight. This provided a great convenience for Wang Tao, who did not have night vision, to move, otherwise they would have to hit the wall even if they walked, not to mention avoiding the view of the red brick building and moving towards the place where the truck was parked. Wang Tao walked at the front of the group, looking back from time to time with his night vision scope in the direction of the red brick building to make sure they were in the blind spot of the red brick building's vision. Wang Tao twisted and turned through the path and over the short wall, tossed nearly 15 minutes, before finally arriving, and they just hid in the yard straight line distance of only 20 meters from the parking spot. Wang Tao saw this Ural truck for the first time, but also spit on the top of the steel plate sketchy as chicken welding it. Now is a change of mind. Thankful that this steel plate welding is not solid, this is all fish scale welding tonight, cannot be dismantled. Anton and Tobias, both of them, got pry bars from the truck's toolbox and started prying there. Looking at the steel plate with just a little bit of chicken welded to it, but it was actually quite strong, and it took 5 minutes of work for both Anton and Tobias to pry it off. Of course the commotion emanating from the middle also caught the attention of the enemies of the red brick building, but quickly dispelled their suspicions, thinking it was the commotion of the local villagers coming out to check on the situation. Anton and Tobias took the rope and tied it a few more times to act as the shield's carrying handles, and Wang Tao tried to take the steel plate that acted as a bulletproof shield, and it pulled up a little. Steel plate is about 10 millimeters thick, a square meter or so large. The weight of this steel plate came to 80 kilograms, that is, 160 city pounds. Wang Tao, the small body, can take the ghost. When Tobias tried it instead, though, it pulled up with ease, but tried to hold it up as a shield for a bit and it didn't work right. Lifting and pulling are two completely different strengths. Strong as an ox, Tobias cannot help but strain, if you look closely at the arms or rippling veins. Wang Tao looked at the straining Tobias and asked worriedly, "Tyrannosaurus, are you okay?" Tobias put his shield down and gasped, "Fine, just can't carry any other gear but a pistol." Wang Tao knew that although Tobias was a bit chatty, he was still reliable in his work, so he nodded and said, "That's fine, pitcher, in a moment, you help Tyrannosaurus carry it." Ike nodded, "Good." By this time Vicky had assembled 2 RPG-7s in the truck as well and got out of the truck. Everything was ready. Wang Tao directly ordered, "School time, countdown, 10 minutes, launch the attack on time." Anton, Vicky, Ike, and Tobias, all 4 lifted their watches up and together pressed the countdown on them. Wang Tao cat's waist toward the red brick building west of a small 2-story building touched the past. The road did not occur any problems, but to the small 2-story building courtyard gate, looking at the locks hanging on the gate, Wang Tao was a little dumbfounded. "I don't know how to pick the lock myself. I can't knock on the door, can I? And I don't know how rich this family is. The fence of this yard is built especially high, and there are anti-theft spikes made of glass ballast on the fence. Wang Tao wants to turn over, can't turn over." Wang Tao thought of being discovered by the enemy on the red brick building, and also thought of being killed by the enemy if he shot slowly, but he just didn't expect to be stopped by the fence and the door lock. What a ing surprise! Chapter 0036, The Battle Begins. Standing in front of the courtyard, Wang Tao began to scratch his helmet. This whole thief disturbed cannot change the plan because you cannot get into the courtyard, so Wang Tao can only be hard to knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Wang Tao's knock on the door seemed very eerie in the village where the battle had just taken place, and there were very few people in Sulistan who knew how to be polite already. After waiting for a long time, just when Wang Tao was ready to abandon this place to go to another preparatory location, suddenly the door opened with a creak. A man's manly voice, speaking a mouthful of Arabic, asked, "Who is it?" Wang Tao couldn't understand what was being asked, but he could probably guess that he should be asking who he was. Don't look at the calculator in any place or stingy search, but treat the village locals can be very generous. Food, candy and all kinds of necessities of life are from time to time to the locals to distribute some. Wang Tao that day idle boredom also deliberately asked the calculator a mouth. The calculator says, there is money that can be saved, and there is money that can't be saved, and they don't ask the locals to help them fight the war, they just ask that when they meet trouble, the locals can do a small favor that they can do. Wang Tao replied in English, I'm from the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps, can I borrow the second floor of your house? Calculator's little favor played a great role at this moment. As soon as he heard that it was someone from the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps, the man inside chose to open the door without the slightest hesitation. The courtyard door was opened. Wang Tao walked in. The man was dressed in traditional Arabian clothing, the turban was red lattice, not to mention it was quite nice. Just wait a minute, go inside and let my wife hide. Well, trouble. Wang Tao had also learned to be smart now, and took out a $20 from his pocket and handed it to the man in front of him. Thanks, hold on, I'll be quick. Sure enough, the attitude changed a lot. Wang Tao looked at the time on his watch, there were still 5 minutes, it looked like it was not too late. Of course at this time the owner of this courtyard changed his mind, then Wang Tao could only become a bad guest. Wang Tao put his hand on the saber at his waist and prayed that the owner of the house would not start anything. Come in. Wang Tao breathed a sigh of relief and walked into the house, a bearded man. The family only lit a candle for lighting, not that there is no generator, but cannot afford to spend that oil money. Don't look at Saristan to produce oil, but that is all within the sphere of influence of the US military, while the government forces side of the control of the area instead of the oil field, the more remote place the price of oil is more expensive. Take this ladder to the second floor. Wang Tao nodded his head and responded, okay, brother, don't come down when you hear any noise, and don't even come out of the house to hide. The man's face instantly changed greatly. In Sulistan each can survive, our life preservation connoisseur, curiosity is really will kill people. The man even asked not ask, directly drilled into the house. Look at the way Wang Tao called him not to bring out. Wang Tao climbed down the ladder to the second floor, and then the ladder was drawn up. The prevention of people cannot be, really if people to the room to draw the ladder, that can be the end of the calf. Wang Tao did not go to the window to observe. The focus of attention of the precision shooter on the roof of the red brick building must be near the window. If he went out to observe, a carelessness would be exposed in advance, and the focus of the entire battle was on Wang Tao. If you don't keep the precision shooters on the high points pinned down, then Ike will be killed by the precision shooters on the roof as soon as he bares his head to throw a grenade, really just letting people hit high and hit low and hit dumpsies. The time to decide life and death has come. Wang Tao made a ruthless change of the MK14's magazine into an armor-piercing magazine with a black bullet, pulling the bolt to load the bullets, so that the MK14 is in a state of waiting to be fired. Wang Tao, who was leaning against the window, adjusted his breathing up while looking at the dwindling numbers on his watch. As time passed by, Wang Tao could only hear his heartbeat and breathing. 10, 9, 8. 3, 2, 1. Wang Tao picked up the MK14 as sidestep and kneeled down on one knee before aiming towards the direction of the roof of the red brick building with the night vision scope. The scope saw a patch of green. Located on the roof of the red brick building there was a round object, and the building took on a different color. At such a close distance, there was no need to consider the direction of the wind. The bullet fell, and Wang Tao, whose heart was in tune with his eyes, used the center of gravity in the scope, aimed at the enemy's exposed head, and pulled the trigger. Beep. Gunshots with silencers rang out over the village as the battle was fought. The armor-piercing bullet shot from Wang Tao's gun accurately hit the enemy's brow on the roof of the red brick building, and the Delta Combat Squad's precision shooter archer was killed by a halfway decent mercenary. Struck by the bullets against the bowman limped to the ground. The deputy shooter, Aerocluster, who was also on the roof of the building, looked at the tactical glasses or broken the body of the bowman, and quickly informed. Bowman killed in action. The sniper position on the roof is lost, unable to judge the shooting position, unable to provide suppression. The enemy has a silencer and is shooting extremely fast and with great accuracy. The fact that the Aerocluster used 2 poles showed that Wang Tao was really scared of him. Bull's voice rang out over Delta's comm channel, Roger. Wang Tao's gunshot was the horn of battle. Behind the fence 30 meters away from the west side of the red brick building, Tobias, assisted by Ike, lifted the 160-pound steel plate and slowly moved out of cover towards the red brick building net. A steel plate appeared in the clearing, visible to anyone who wasn't blind, but Delta's combat team was having none of it. The enemy behind the steel plate shield was not the point. Bull had ways to deal with it. The most critical issue now was the enemy that had just killed the bowman on the roof of the building, the gunman that was hidden in the night. The strength of the bowman was known to Bull, and if this gunman wasn't on par with the bowman's strength, there was no way the bowman would have been killed without even reacting. Bull asked himself if he could not do this, realizing that while Bull served as a raider in Delta, it only meant that Bull was particularly good at the raiding aspect of the game, not that Bull's marksmanship was no longer good. Insofar as the combat roles of each member of the Delta Special Forces are interchangeable and not too far apart in strength, Bull's marksmanship is better than the average precision shooter when pulled into a normal unit. Bull was basically certain that the shooter outside was a top-notch precision shooter, so the top priority now was to find the shooter before the Delta combat team hiding indoors dared to make their next move. The Special Forces do not have much else. On the high-tech equipment, systematic combat is what I have you do not have. Bull ordered toward the special skillers in charge of the various equipment, counter-sniper systems ready. Chapter 0037, Anton? How can you blame me for this? Special Skillman carries an optical counter-sniper system, which is an optical counter-sniper system that scans for areas where snipers may be present by actively firing lasers. When the laser beam irradiated to the sniper scope and other optical equipment, it will be reflected. The system captures the reflected light, after computer calculations can determine the sniper position. This optical counter-sniper system is more suitable, now this kind of close combat battlefield environment, while the acoustic counter-sniper system is more suitable for overhand long-distance combat. The active firing of lasers is limited by distance and weather. The sound counter-sniper system, on the other hand, utilizes an array of sound sensors, so that when a sniper fires a shot, the sound waves generated by the bullet's launch are picked up by multiple sound sensors. The sniper's position is then calculated by a computer by measuring the time difference between the sound waves reaching each sensor. There are also even more powerful radar anti-sniper systems, direct-active jamming-type anti-sniper equipment. Of course, both of these require a lot of power consumption and are not suitable for single soldiers to carry. Special Skills Hand Screwdriver, put the triangle bracket quickly built, put the optical counter-sniper system mainframe on the tripod, and then fixed it and pushed it out. The optical anti-sniper system sends out a laser and starts scanning towards the outside of the window, if the scan ends without finding the gunman who killed the archer. The bulls can then proceed to take care of the two idiots that are holding up the steel plate. As for why not along the window out to throw grenades, the whole body out is a living target, low throw distance is too close, high throw smashed window frame, and then a careless did not throw out, it is purely since the mine. The optical counter-sniper system emitted a laser that was scanning the outside in every direction, looking for a source of reflected light. And the laser is also light. Wang Tao's MK14 on the night vision scope, accurately said the micro-light night vision scope, is able to see this naked-eye invisible laser. The laser from the optical anti-sniper system was just like that museum laser anti-theft mechanism in Hollywood, and a streak of light beams were dangling around in Wang Tao's field of vision. Wang Tao did not understand this brush flash, with the bar that laser light is the same thing as what the thing, in line with the idea that there are jujubes no jujubes to play a shot, it is towards the optical anti-sniper system that emits lasers host fired a shot. Beep. To be honest, if it is not to the time of life and death, Wang Tao, that small stingy character, which would like to use armor-piercing bullets to hit such a broken target, is really a bit of luxury, must be returned to change the ordinary bullets and then shoot again. The rookie Wang Tao, but also with Anton put harsh words, said that in the future all use armor-piercing ammunition. The results in the understanding of the price of armor-piercing bullets. Wang Tao mined just one sentence, he does not deserve. When Bull saw the shattered mainframe of the optical counter-sniper system, his entire body was dumbfounded, and his mouth blurted out, "Fark." Wang Tao on the headset to listen to clear, as if the bull stood in front of him to scold, but also cannot scold back. Genius is really suffocating. Optical anti-sniper system of course is not a setup. In the moment Wang Tao shooting bullets, scan to the location of Wang Tao, Special Skills Hand Screwdriver from the hand holding the tactical tablet saw Wang Tao's specific location. Screwdriver informed, target located, shooter is located at R2 o'clock. Understood, I'll check with the telescopic camera. Bull quickly unzipped his backpack, then pulled a night vision camera with a telescopic pole out of the backpack and connected the tablet used to display the screen to the night vision camera with a quick connect cable. Bull stretched the telescopic pole, so let's just describe it. That telescopic pole is the same as that floor stall $5 2 selfie stick, only that the material can be stronger. Bull carefully put the selfie stick, telescopic stick, raised it high and poked it out of the upper right corner of the window, doing so in the hopes that the opposite side would notice it a little later so they could find the exact location. Looking at the left side of the window corner out of the thing, this should be the bull mouth said the telescopic camera, this idea is really good. Wang Tao is ready to wait for this time to escape from the sky, they also make a simple one. Beep. Camera again by Wang Tao to burst, so expensive armor-piercing bullets are so wasteful, the genius is to let the stingy Wang Tao again began to heartache pain. But Wang Tao did not think of one thing, that is, his $10 a round of armor-piercing bullets. breaking things could be more than $100,000 of high-tech equipment. That optical anti-sniper system host is not counted. On this night vision camera alone, the US Army's procurement price will have to be in more than $50,000, $10 to break 5,000 times their own things. Wang Tao still have the good sense to be their heartache it. In fact, there is nothing wrong with Wang Tao's heartache, the $10 from their own pockets, while the Delta team that equipment money spent is the United States of America's taxpayers. That can be the same? That cannot be the same. The camera was shattered, and Bull, not to be dismayed, hastily pressed his finger on the tactical tablet's replay, slowing it down to view the exterior frame by frame. Bull focused on the windows as well as the roof, and soon discovered where Wang Tao was, to the left of the window of the two-story square earthen building at 2 o'clock to the west. Bull immediately began to inform Aero Cluster that gunman is 2 o'clock to the west, two-story square earth building, left of the second floor window, in a kneeling position. Hold on, I'll see how high it is, about 1.1 meters high. Bull also used the ranging function of the tactical tablet to calculate the height of Wang Tao's kneeling position. In fact, this would have been synchronized to Arrowhead's tablet if it hadn't had to remain interfering with the pictures on Bull's tablet. And that happened because the Black Hawk helicopter was not the latest model that Delta had professionally rebuilt, it was just a regular transport that Delta had borrowed for a bit. Wang Tao listened to the instant back cold. No wonder Anton, Vicky, and Tobias know that the enemy is the US Army's Special Forces. So pessimistic after it, do not serve people really cannot, is really powerful. Aerocloud on the roof replied, copy that, I need to use the camera to observe first. Once I've determined the exact location, you guys create an opportunity for me to try and take care of him. Understood. Cluster of arrows similarly took out a telescopic pole and, exactly like Bull, connected the night vision camera to the tactical tablet, then furtively peeked out from the roof of the building. Through the conversation in the headset, Wang Tao could be said to know the movements in the building, so Wang Tao deliberately ignored the night vision camera poking out from the roof of the building and pretended as if he hadn't noticed it. To be honest, the foreigner's head is a sinew, simply will not turn, often see the cover-up things, not to mention Wang Tao has night vision equipment. There is no night vision equipment, the roof of the building that is not indoors, the moonlight is very bright, want to ing do not find it is difficult. As a result, that Arrowhead was stupid enough to believe it, but of course it was possible that the Arrowhead had been hanging around this side of the Middle East for a long time, and had met enemies who didn't move their heads to the point of pulling down their IQ. Aerocloud informed, I have observed the enemy's position and am ready to fire. Bull said with slight excitement, okay, that'll create a shooting opportunity for you. Knowing that the enemy would strike the face, Bull jerked the bulletproof insert out of the chest of a syringe slinking against the wall. Syringe, asshole. What are you doing? What gives you the right to smoke my bulletproof inserts and not the razor ones? Do you think I'm a bully? Bull replied perfunctorily, you're not showing your head anyway, so lend it to me for a while, and I'll give it back to you after I've taken a bullet. Syringe, you cuss extremely dirty. Bulls also dare not offend the team's only military doctor, just as the syringe and the dog barking, scolded 2 sentences do not lose a piece of meat. Bull raised his bulletproof insert and held it in front of his face and started counting down, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Bull, holding up a bulletproof insert, came out of the window in a flash. Wang Tao, who heard the whole plan from the headset, wanted to fall for it, so Wang Tao let go of the Bull holding up the bulletproof insert and moved the aiming star up a little, aiming at the roof of the building. Arrow cluster arise, the end of the gun on the aim up just seen from the camera in the earth building's second floor by the window, but this aim on Wang Tao too on the eyes. Wang Tao's own speed of excitation was already top-notch, and then also pre-aimed. This hitting the arrow cluster that was exposed in a fixed position was simpler than hitting a 300-meter target in a bunker. Beep. The last thought of the arrow cluster, shot in the eyebrow, was, how did he know? The arrow cluster with doubt was also killed by Wang Tao. Aimed at the bull's front thigh as he ran, then moved back about 5 centimeters or so more and hit the bull's calf. Oio. Wang Tao did not know why, listening to the voice of the bull, slightly with a hint of femininity, is it turned into a female cow? After the bull let out a scream, he fell to the ground, and the syringe, who was leaning against the wall, rushed over and reached out his hand in preparation to give the bull a hand. Beep. Wang Tao saw a hand appear in his field of vision and gave a shot without even thinking about the subconscious muscle reaction. The right hand of the syringe was hit by a 7.62 size armor-piercing bullet, and the right hand was directly shattered by the powerful kinetic energy of the bullet, leaving only a patch of that skin drooping there. Fark, yank with the gun, don't reach. The syringe endured the pain and warned Razor in a loud voice. And at this time, Wang Tao could have continued to replenish the gun and killed the bull whose flanks were exposed, but the temptation to surround the corpse was just too fragrant, and the enemy would not have time to think about the situation outside when they rescued the bull. The Real kill shot came right away, and Tobias was up against his shield, and hadn't been attacked since, except for 2 shots through a side window when he first came out. Listening to the enemies who were making a mess in the headphones, Wang Tao's heart was at that moment greatly relieved, because Ike had already reached the throwing distance. After a month of special training, Ike's skill in throwing grenades can be described as pure. 15 meters of distance to throw a grenade into the second floor window can be said to be a handful. Of course 20 meters away Ike can also throw in, but it takes a lot of effort, is not 100% guaranteed accuracy, and the duration of the throw is also relatively short. Flamethrower, I'm ready to throw. Understood. Tobias stopped dead in his tracks, holding his shield up as artificial cover for Ike. Ike took out his grenade, and with his upper body, shoulders, waist and legs working together with the force, he threw it right toward the second floor window of the red brick building. The grenade drew a parabola in the air and went directly into the second floor window, as if it was the same as a basketball three-pointer, hitting the basket accurately, and it was still a hollow ball. It should be said not to say that this black man's motor nerves are really developed, but the ING mind is also really simple. Simple to what extent? The grenade was thrown without ING pulling the string. Razor, who was in the room on the second floor, clearly saw the grenade thrown in with the aid of the night vision device and hastily warned in a loud voice, "Grenade! Take cover!" Syringe and the other intact combatant, Lube, heard Razor's alert and hurriedly sought cover to defend themselves from the grenade's fragmentation attack. Waited for what could have been 5 seconds, grenade after grenade was thrown in, but none of them exploded, giving razor blades, syringes, lube, and a whole lot of confusion to the cow that was lying on the ground with no bird. This anyone damn cannot imagine, outside the enemy strength so strong, but also can make a grenade does not pull the string of this low level cannot be low level mistakes. It wasn't until the lube, hiding behind the couch, saw the grenade rolling in front of him that he realized it didn't have a string. The lubricant took the grenade and said with a palpitated heart, "The grenade didn't have a string, no wonder it didn't explode." What? Razor couldn't believe his ears. You tell me what it means to have a grenade with no strings pulled. The injured syringe, and the 2 cows even forgot about the pain. Is this a comedy movie? Wang Tao was speechless after hearing this, but he could also understand Ike. To blame also have to blame Anton that when the teacher, let Ike take the grenade to practice accuracy, did not teach people Ike to pull the string thing. It was a good thing that Tobias, who was holding up the steel plate, sensed that something was wrong, and Tobias sensed that something was wrong not because the grenade thrown into the second floor didn't explode, but because Ike threw it so fast, there just wasn't any pause, grenade after grenade after grenade. Pitcher, did you pull the string on your grenade? No. Tobias and Ike were both silent for a moment. Chapter 0038 Wages? Nothing? After about 3 seconds, Tobias spoke. The Northeast Tiger often says, "It's better to know your mistakes than to change them." Pitcher, you should hurry up and change. Remember to take the initiative to admit your mistakes to the Northeast Tiger in a while, or I'll have to be scolded as well. The Northeast Tiger is too scary now. Ike is also very innocent. That training when Anton let throw, also did not pull the string this off. Tobias live teaching. Ike finally learned how to pull out the grenade safety pin. And at this time the red brick building on the second floor of the Delta Combat Team members, know that threw in the grenade did not pull the string, have come out from behind cover, began to prepare to carry out counterattacks. The least we can do is to solve the guy who threw the mines, to save the real enlightenment on the end of the calf. The Black Hawk helicopter engines had been warming up all this time, and when he learned that the 6 members of the combat team left behind at the red brick building were under attack, the pilot Albatross began an emergency takeoff. The helicopter's propellers slowly began to rotate, and the powerful rotating and downward air currents swept up all the dust on the ground, filling the air all around with sand and dust. Black Hawk helicopter in the end how big it is, the body, the length of 15.26 meters, fuselage width of 2.36 meters, 5.13 meters high, with a semi-trailer as big. Touching the 2 of them, Vicky and Anton, who were 50 meters away from the helicopter, looked at the lights that were lit up on top of the Black Hawk helicopter, and the 2 of them let out a heckling laugh. Hearing Wang Tao's trademark gunshot, Vicky looked at his watch again and waited for 2 minutes to make sure that there was no counter-attacking gunshot. Vicky estimated that Wang Tao should have suppressed, at this time, the enemy at the high point of the red brick building. Since the Black Hawk crash in Soma, all the Black Hawk helicopters of the U.S. Army have been retrofitted with missile warning devices, infrared jamming equipment, in order to prevent further RPGs from drying them down can be described as painstakingly But all these additions were to prevent the Black Hawk helicopters from being shot down from the sky. No consideration was given to the Black Hawk helicopters being attacked while parked on the ground. Vicky took a sideways turn and aimed an RPG at the Blackhawk helicopter, and after hitting it, Vicky didn't even think twice about putting the RPG's launcher tube next to it and tossing it away without even thinking about twisting her head around and running. Whoosh! The Black Hawk helicopter's side-mounted 12.7mm machine gun opened fire, and any Vicky who ran any slower would have been shot to pieces by the 12.7mm machine gun. That's the bad thing about RPG, it's not very effective at destroying people on unclassified targets, and the metal jet will only shoot in a straight line at a single point. Vicky wasn't going to wipe out everyone anyway, so as long as she hit the helicopter and it couldn't take off, she'd accomplished her goal. Anton threw the second RPG he had prepared directly onto the ground, and then frantically ran wildly towards the courtyard where they were staying, so that he could prepare to pick up Wang Tao, Ike, and Tobias. At this point, the red brick building seemed to be woken up by the RPG that Vicky had fired, and the room on the second floor began to explode with a rumble that didn't stop. Seeing that Ike finally realized that the grenade had to pull the string in order to explode, Wang Tao was very pleased, otherwise it would have really delayed things. All that could be heard from the headset was the disorganized shouting of the crew, codenamed Hen, and the people who had been talking in the red brick building were silent at this point. 30 grenades have 7 unstrung, the remaining 23 were thrown into the second floor by Ike, not to mention that this battle group are on the second floor, or on the first floor. Shock was also shocked to death. It's also the case that the red brick building is a brick structure. If it were a dirt house in Sulistan, it would have been blown down. Red brick building, Delta Special Forces B Squadron, Team C, all 6 combatants remaining are dead. Delta Special Forces are also equipped with advanced equipment, and the personnel are all well trained, but there is no decisive heavy firepower, and once the situation is like this, without helicopters in the air to support, there is a lack of effective means of attack. But the main reason is that Special Forces are now doing a job that is not their specialty, and Special Forces are like the tip of a knife with offensive attributes pulled full circle. Once it became such a garrison mission, shifting from attack to defense, it was like becoming a shield, letting the tip of the sword become a shield, then it was understandable to have such a result. Wang Tao waited for another minute and made sure that no one was talking in the red brick building anymore, so he put away the handheld MK-14 and prepared to run downstairs. Wang Tao pumped up the ladder down the square gap, and began to climb down to the first floor. The owner of this house is really very wise, on the door of the house or not out. I'm leaving. Wang Tao left behind a sentence and ran out of the courtyard, heading for the intended rendezvous point in a fast and furious manner. Tobias did likewise, tossing the shield made of steel plates to the ground and making a mad dash for the rendezvous point with both Ike. The earliest to arrive were Anton and Vicky, who started the jeep and anxiously waited for Wang Tao and the others. The wait was always long, and a minute and a half seemed like 15 minutes before the two of them, Ike and Tobias, appeared at the doorway to the courtyard. And Wang Tao was the last one to appear. Wang Tao pulled open the passenger door to get into the car. Anton, a foot-throttle jeep, scampered out, turned a corner towards the direction of Bad Rapid Wild Ride. Tornado, the commander of Delta B Squadron's Group C at 10th Military Base in Sulistan, hadn't even gotten out of the Blackhawk helicopter yet when he learned that the members of the team he'd left in place to wait for the ground troops had been wiped out. Tornado was dumbfounded after hearing that. Hadn't he already exterminated all the armed force mercenary groups in the village? Why is this still happening? Suddenly Tornado thought of that empty yard, Fark. It's 100% about that last yard. Tornado gave the order, grab the porcupine and put it down, we're ready to head back, and have the F-16S grab some fuel and take off, don't let anyone get away. The 10th military base began to get busy, refueling fighters and refueling helicopters. The military literacy of the American Air Force was still extremely high and it took about 5 minutes to get everything ready. The F-16 took off with a whine, followed by the Blackhawk helicopters that were part of the Tornado combat team, and the Apaches that were in charge of support were close behind. Under the speed of life and death, Anton could not care less about what is hidden or not. Driving the jeep's headlights, speeding in the wild, should not say that Anton's car skills are still very over the top. At 100 kilometers an hour and still driving the car steady, unsteady and flipping it over. Wang Tao refilled the few rounds of armor-piercing bullets that he had shot out, and from time to time, he used his night visions to observe the situation. Chapter 0039, the money is gone and the people are still there. Anton managed to reach the outskirts of Bob in 23 minutes, thanks to his excellent car skills and a billion points of luck. When seeing the buildings in the suburbs, except for Wang Tao, the remaining 4 people are a little bit to tears, in a situation of certain death to escape from life, how hard it is, the joy of the aftermath of the robbery, as well as the adrenaline rush after the retreat of the feeling of weakness. After entering the suburbs, Anton traveled some more distance before it was time to say goodbye to this LC-76 that had traveled all the way across the ocean from Nebbiolo. What Wang Tao and the 5 of them did this night belonged to the category of poking the sky out of Sulistan, killing 6 official members in the Delta Special Forces and destroying a Black Hawk helicopter. Wang Tao is the peak of the debut, when the mercenary less than 2 months, with the world's top special forces have 2 hand, and are still all back in one piece. If there were a title, Wang Tao would be it by now, Killer of the Special Air Service, Sworn Enemy of Delta, Nightmare of the Army Security Command, with a verifiable war record. As an aside, Anton was disassembling the F-91W build timer he had bought at the Casio counter in the Dar es Salaam Mall, preparing to build a miniature bomb to act as a lighter so that he could ignite the LC-76 that had been poured full of gasoline. As for why the LC-76 car was burned, it was full of their biological information, and if it was really captured by a professional intelligence officer, all NATO countries should not look for normal entry in the future. Although it was said that the room where Wang Tao and the others lived, there was also biological information left behind by them, but because it was a war zone, there was a high probability that it could not be extracted due to various unfavorable factors. Examples include ground troops arriving, soldiers destroying the scene, and the fact that the Tsaristan government forces will counterattack at any moment, or the fact that the combatants didn't even think about it. It was always a good idea to gamble anyway, and Anton finished devising a 20-minute countdown before the group grabbed their belongings and headed in the direction of the safe house that the calculator had set up ahead of time in the BAB. Calculator, the head of the group, is still quite reliable. In addition to arithmetic almost, there are still people stingy. Other aspects of the work are very good, and thought of all very well. Most of the buildings in Sulistan are bungalows. The taller buildings have been bombed to rubble. The bungalow that the calculator rented was on the street side of the road, and in front of it was a bakery selling large pies, a Sulistan specialty. And a wall away from the pie store was the safe house that the calculator had rented, and after a 20-minute walk, which was about the same time that countdown went off in the LC-76 car, the 5 men were at the door of the safe house. Anton Tube Wang Tao borrowed his multifunctional pliers, and then stretched into the lock. I also do not know how to drum, but also just 10 seconds to the lock opened. 5 people into the house, hurriedly shut the door. The house is about 5 square feet, can be said to be very cramped. Just when Wang Tao wondered how to stay in this safe house, Anton took a flashlight and walked to the northeast corner of the house, fumbled for half a day, then lifted a block. Wang Tao is now very skeptical about one thing: this calculator is afraid that he has not really seen the tunnel war, right? He dug a cellar in the red brick building and dug a cellar here too? Wherever you go, wherever you dig? Anton waved his hand. You guys go down first, I'll go last. Wang Tao took the lead and then walked to the entrance of the cellar, then hung the tactical flashlight on the helmet's rail and climbed down the ladder. After going down after the Wang Tao, the whole person is stupid. This ING calculator is hired how many people ah? Frozen the underground dug out a 3-room hall, which if the calculator is still not hung up, Wang Tao must talk to the calculator. When a fart mercenary go to the 4-9 city to buy a first floor, dig out such a 3-room hall, directly can lie flat, play with life So the track is very important. Dig pit place is also very important. For example, Tomato Novel Network is a very good dig pit place. Here readers and handsome and rich, not seriously Hunan update, really sorry Not only Wang Tao was shocked, even Vicky, who had never been to the safe house, was shocked. This calculator is also a bit too wasteful, right? Digging such a big pit is not afraid of collapsing? Anton was the last to come down, and he was on the ladder to close the flap at the entrance to the cellar. Looks like we're going to be here for a while. After saying that, Anton found a metal box and threw in the cell phone he was carrying as well as various electronics. Tobias and Vicky were the same. As for Wang Tao and Ike, one was poor and the other stingy, so they didn't buy a cell phone at all and didn't have to worry about these things. Anton found the switch to turn on the lights, and turned on the exhaust air, not to mention that this underground 3-room hall is quite comfortable. Wang Tao began to undo the equipment on his body. He didn't feel anything when he was fighting, but after this equipment was all taken off, he felt uncomfortable all over. Sitting on the bed built with angle steel, Wang Tao realized one thing: his debtor appeared to be hanging. While drinking water, Wang Tao opened his mouth and asked, "Polar bear, ask you a question. What do you say when a debtor dies and you owe him money? Is it burning paper to give him back? I'm afraid to pay back more than that, and he'll personally come to my door to find me again." Anton could understand every word, but couldn't connect the dots. What did burning paper mean? Is it for heating? The first half of Anton was understood, so he opened his mouth and replied, "A person's death and debt are eliminated, not to mention that you've avenged the calculator, so you shouldn't have a psychological burden." Wang Tao listened to a long sigh of relief. This feeling of owing money is really bad. The relieved Tobias listened to the conversation between the two Wang Tao and Anton and realized a problem. Tobias asked with a hard look on his face, "Have we not been paid this month's salary yet?" Anton replied, yes, not only did you not get paid for a month for nothing, but I have to tell you the solid fact that your accounts can no longer be used either. The calculator account is in Pencil's possession, and the book where the account names are written down is also in Pencil's possession, and it's 100% possible that the CIA could find out and freeze it, and that freeze would also include every one of our accounts that have had dealings with the calculator. Uncle Benjamin said it very well, the greatest sorrow in life is that people have no money left to spend, and the greatest pain in life is that money is gone and people are still around. Tobias and Vicky were both about to be killed just now, and hadn't cried out yet, and this after hearing this news, the two strong men both fell into tears and cried like tearful people. No more debtors do not have to pay back the money. Wang Tao, at this time it is not good to show so happy, can only accompany the sighing together. And Ike howled along with him at that moment, and as to why Ike howled, it was because Ike knew that he was afraid that the money he had hidden in his pants would not be kept. Ike now belongs to what is the situation, this house is all man-eating hungry wolves, and he is fat little fat sheep. Just going by the knuckleheads, sorry, none of the four, surely they would have confiscated the money he had saved. 4 of the 5 people in this room are poor, and Wang Tao, needless to say, belongs in the negative if the calculator is still alive. Anton, Vicky, and Tobias, 3 guys without safety accounts, are among the guys who just went broke. The cash the 3 men possessed on them was the same $2,000 reward the calculator had handed out to both Tobias and Vicky when they were in the bunker. Debt-free Wang Tao appetite, before not happy to eat canned beef, in the absence of Lao Ganma, directly built 2, and then lie on the simple bed on the beautiful sleep. The US Army is like the Emperor of Saristan, the Emperor's wrath ambushed millions of corpses, bleeding, Saristan's underground world is like an explosion, the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps is now completely famous. Under the sneak attack by the Delta Special Forces, it was still able to kill 6 of them back, so it can be seen how strong it is, and if the calculator didn't die, the commission of the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps can now be doubled tenfold. The Army Security Command was trying to keep this under wraps, but who knew it would be blown out of proportion? And burst out of this news is not someone else, but the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps employer Tsarist Russia burst out, this old Maoist sometimes head is just going to jerk, their own men say sell, no scruples to speak of. Otherwise, the KGB, the Foreign Intelligence Service of Tsarist Russia, has such a bad reputation, asking for money is not going to sell their own people, is really the mudslide of the underground world. Once the CIA received the Army Security Command's request, it began to compile information on the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps. The reason why the word organize is used instead of collect is that it goes back to the process of acquiring intelligence in the United States of America. Like in Tsarist Russia, which has been weakened to the point of no return over the years, the KGB's way of obtaining intelligence, due to the reduction of funds, is to collect whatever information it needs. The disadvantage of this way of obtaining is slow. Take the initiative to collect intelligence to give the time-tight task. It is easy to expose the intelligence personnel. The acquisition of the time required is also relatively long. It is likely to delay some important things. And the advantage of this kind of access to information is that it saves money, people, and trouble, so the main tactics of the KGB in order to get information quickly are kidnapping, threats, blackmail, and non-payment. The United States of America, on the other hand, which is rich and powerful, acquires intelligence in a passive manner, such as the PRISM program exposed by Snow and others, which is a passive way of acquiring intelligence. To put it bluntly, it is to ask for all kinds of intelligence, and then pack it up and store it, and when it is needed, it will be organized directly by professional intelligence researchers. The advantage of such a passive way of obtaining intelligence is that it is fast, accurate, and the way of obtaining it is hidden, so that it is not easy to expose the intelligence personnel of their own side, and the disadvantage is that it costs a lot of money and is prone to breeding corruption. But bad is not always bad sometimes. There is a saying, you don't take it, I don't take it, how does Commissioner Smith take it? Or how come there are so many intelligence agencies in the United States of America? CIA organized the recent activities of the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps, and suddenly discovered that the Special Air Service Corps D-Team 16 squad that died in Nebelo actually had nothing to do with this Armed Forces Mercenary Corps, and more accurately, it was them who did it. This is where it starts to get interesting, and with so many intelligence checkpoints along the way, it's amazing that no biological information has been collected, and so much surveillance hasn't captured the full frontal faces of everyone. So now all the information available to the CIA is that the head of the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps is the Russian nicknamed Calculator, as is the deputy head, Pencil. Not afraid of God-like enemies, but afraid of pig-like teammates, and what's even more pitiful than pig-like teammates is that a god-like teammate is a guy who deliberately drags his feet. That's right, the reason why there is so little information on the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps is, of course, the good work of Fry, the CIA's deputy director of logistics. What is called professional conduct, what is called perfect after sales, this is called perfect after sales, Wang Tao, they went out in front of the foot, Fry after the foot to monitor the deletion, and by the way, the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps information are also streamlined. Don't look at Fry's state in the logistics department is just an idle position without real power, but the level of deputy director is there. CIA Internal Senior Intelligence Officer System SAS, Frey's authority is a SAS 3 level, converted to the United States Government Common Grade Pay System GS to calculate, probably in the GS 15 level. The highest level of the CIA, SAS 5, has only one director, and the deputy director as well as the other leaders of the headquarters are a SAS 4, so it is clear how high the gold content of Frey's authority, SAS 3, is. P.S. The CIA regular position is just titular, not involved in the specific management of the CIA, usually appointed by the president, and of course, all the other dry things are deputies. Fry's SAS 3 level authority, the same level is not entitled to check the investigation, so if you want to check what Fry has modified, you must be a SAS 4 level authority to check it. What is this concept? To put it bluntly is that the Sulistan American military base was bombed. It is estimated that there can't be a SAS 4 level character to check, not to mention that the dead are not CIA people, so it seems that this 26,500 knives spent by Wang Tao is really worth it. And Wang Tao didn't have to worry about the biological information in the courtyard where he lived. That village where the battle had just occurred had been blown to rubble by the aerial bomb at this time, as for which force had blown it up, it was unknown. Anyway, the Tsarist Russia-backed government forces blamed the Kurds for this, and the Kurds supported by the United States of America blamed the government forces for bombing them by mistake. In the end, it was the criminal organizations that came out and declared themselves responsible, wrapping up everything, with the main idea being that the lice are not itchy and the dead is not a problem. The only trace of the village left behind is the little pink school bag under the ruins of the red brick building, I'm afraid. Wang Tao, who was located in the safe house in Bob, was in a state of silence at the moment, unaware that so much was happening outside, but of course even if they weren't in a state of silence, they didn't have a source of intelligence. After a simple breakfast, Wang Tao met a most embarrassing problem. This calculator forgot to repair the toilet. The light has 3 rooms in one hall, there is no place to go to the toilet. Wang Tao looked around and found a mound next to Ike's bed. Digging with a shovel seemed to be able to serve as a makeshift bathroom. As for Anton, Vicky, and Tobias, there were dirt pits by the beds as well, and they were deeper than the one by Ike's bed, and Wang Tao was as blind as if he was blind. Chapter 0040 The Straw Team. Ike got up, looked at the deep pit next to the bed, that expression is alive and well aggrieved baga, and then fell into a state of brain downtime, which he in the end is used or not. After Wang Tao dug he was still not on, holding it for a long time and waiting for Tobias to go first. This Wang Tao only went to solve the physiological problem. Thanks to the exhaust air installed underneath the ground, or else the smell probably wouldn't have been able to dissipate. It's just a pain in the ass for the bakery that sells big pies outside. Today the owner always feels that the pasta is not too fresh, and I don't know if it's my sense of smell that's wrong, or if it's really bad pasta. And the streets have become more crowded today. The F-16 that took off in an emergency in the middle of the night yesterday has been circling the skies looking for signs of the escapees, only to find that by the time it was discovered, the jeeps had already entered the city limits. These 2 years the US military is really a lot of convergence, if you put aside the previous 2 years, regardless of his city or not, direct missiles on the bombing down. After that there was a tertiary incident, and only this morning I poured out time to find someone. Since it wasn't one of their own who died, the CIA didn't give a about the Army's. The Army's intelligence agency, the Security Command, trains intelligence officers mainly in the military, and is relatively weak for urban infiltration, and this Wang Tao and the 5 of them drilled their way into the city, so the Army's intelligence officers had little to do. So the intelligence officers who are now looking for Wang Tao's group and Bob are hired by local intelligence brokers at the expense of the Security Command. The first thing they found was the LC-76 that Wang Tao and his men had burned, and upon seeing the LC-76 burned to scrap metal, the intelligence officers lost their enthusiasm for the mission. A connoisseur knows whether there is one or not, do not even need to look closely to know whether this clue can continue to pursue, can will do time bomb to burn the car into ashes, how can leave obvious clues. There is no surveillance, where to find if the CIA is willing to personally hand, but also through certain high-tech means can be chased down. Another reason why the gang is so interested in the car is that intelligence can be broken down and sold for money, just like the biological information in this Jeep can be sold separately. And most of the low-level intelligence officers did not have that put a long line to catch a big fish idea, can be in the hands of the exchange of money is good intelligence, and the strength is not enough as easy to be dragged into the water by the big fish, to become the food of the big fish. After Wang Tao ate breakfast, he began to think about where to go next. This gun has been bought, money has been spent, and has not yet returned to the capital, the mercenary group is gone. So this mercenary work still have to do, of course, Wang Tao mouth because he cannot afford to give up the gun and money, the actual fundamental or want to seek stimulation, the pursuit of life and death between the adrenaline secretion of the kind of excitement experience once will not be able to quit. Another is really earn money 7,000 knives a month, converted into a total of $45,000 a month. Wang Tao tired to earn so much, once you taste the sweetness of course, go back not to go. But after experiencing this, Wang Tao realized a problem, this being a mercenary cannot work for others, or how to die do not know. This time it was lucky that the walkie-talkie automatically jumped frequencies on its own and mistakenly went into the communication channel of the Delta Force in order to retrieve a small life. But what about next time? What about the next time it's another special forces unit? This if other people know the idea in Wang Tao's head, I guess it would have been a big curse, who good people can always meet the special forces Wang Tao opened his mouth and asked, Polar Bear, this our mercenary corps is gone, do you have any ideas? Are you ready to retire? Anton laughed bitterly and said, retired? Do you know why mercenaries are called hyenas of war? It's that once you get used to this kind of life you can never go back to the life of an ordinary person, you will keep fighting, traveling between life and death, and finally enter the embrace of the god of death. Neither Tobias nor Vicky picked up on it. If the money was still there they could both possibly consider it, now they couldn't even think about not doing it. Tobias spoke up, now we're free mercenaries. Free mercenaries? Sounds pretty good. Wang Tao repeated it with his mouth. Vicky and Anton both covered their heads, and only then did they remember that Wang Tao was a newcomer to the underground world. Numbnuts, this newcomer's experience is also a little too rich. Tobias, who couldn't keep his mouth shut, immediately explained to Wang Tao what was going on with the free mercenaries. Tobias said in a slightly saddened tone, free mercenaries are trash that no mercenary corps want, to put it bluntly, they're just temporary cannon fodder, battlefield consumables, when there's a war going on somewhere. Hoping it was this freedom Wang Tao thought it was the carefree one. Wang Tao asked in disbelief, then can't we set up a mercenary corps of our own to take on missions? The 5 of us are no worse than the average person, right? Anton replied with a helpless face, we don't have a channel to receive the mission also don't know the intermediary, before the calculator in Tsarist Russia as a soldier, the comrade in arms as a commander of the Tsarist and Wagner, can receive this kind of easy-to-station mission. Wang Tao asked with a surprised expression, this mission is still easy? All the way for the special forces to come down personally? Anton said rather depressed, this is an accident who knows that Delta head jerk actually will personally down to do it, I guess we are also unlucky, for Wagner to block the gun, this Delta certainly intelligence error, thought we are Wagner's senior. Tobias also added, tough luck, gotta stay away from that Wagner from now on, it's too damn pitiful, fark, my money. Wang Tao's sixth sense told him that it seemed like he couldn't rely on Wagner, so he continued to open his mouth and asked, then in that case, we've really become free mercenaries, how do free mercenaries take on missions then? A heartache cannot breathe look, Tobias drank a mouthful of water to ease a bit, his own excited mood said, Valley Dog above find a recruitment phone, call over is, right now that also someone recruitment. So random? Wang Tao was a bit unable to accept it, and asked in a tone of disbelief, something so obscure as put on the internet in a dignified manner? Tobias, also puzzled, asked rhetorically, where do you put it if not online? That's posting a recruitment ad on the street? Wang Tao asked, isn't there any specialized website or chat software? Tobias replied, you're trying to say darknet, right? It's too high-end, you expect a free mercenary used as cannon fodder to use the darknet or professional chat software? Valley dogs are struggling to use it. Wang Tao felt that this world was a giant straw man, and the director of this movie was damned. Giving Wang Tao a fool's errand was like some author. Chapter 0041 My destiny is mine but not heaven's. This hiding was for 15 days, and the pit beside Ike's bed had piled up as high as a hill, and as for what was piled up, indescribable things. People for an unexpected event of the attention cycle, the first week is a high degree of concern period. This period will increase efforts to investigate, to explore the truth of the matter, and even some important cases, even more golden 72 hours to solve the case of the critical period. The second week is a period of moderate attention, to this time, the peak of attention has fallen back, but still remain at a high level, of course, no longer as extensive and in-depth collection of information as in the first week, mainly on the screening of information research and judgment. And starting on Monday of the third week, it's a period of low attention, with occasional active interest in what's going on. So Anton was almost certain they were fine, 5 people going crazy underground, there was food and water, but no entertainment. It's not accurate to say there's no entertainment, it's just playing poker, and giving the poker all the disc batter. As far as all the money goes, it's like playing Monopoly, redistributing at the start of each round. Ike loaded money pants deflated, of course, this is all a joke. Wang Tao shot is really ruthless, directly with a certain thief handsome, began to start to fool Ike to come. Ike, think about it. I with my skill as a gunner, Anton's rich experience, Tobias' violent machine gun, and Vicky's abundant fire support, your grenade's one of the gods' hands, our mercenary troop has a very promising future. In order to fool Ike, Wang Tao is not even face, directly called up the real name of each person, nickname and real name. Huge sense of contrast, let Ike feel a huge sense of contrast. Ike couldn't help but nod. Well, I believe that we can break into the world, my destiny is my destiny. Wang Tao covered his head, feeling that these 2 days idle boredom, to the child said 2 days of Chinese characteristics of entrepreneurship short story, a little to the child to fool big hair strength. Wang Tao saw that Ike had taken the bait and then revealed his original face. Then Ike, do you have the idea of investing in our mercenary corps and obtaining the original shares? If you don't want to, that's fine, then you are also the patriarch of our mercenary corps, it's just that missing out on this angelic investment, I'm a little bit feeling sorry for you. Ike didn't have a cell phone, so he couldn't install the anti-fraud app, so he was tricked by this guy Wang Tao. This thing shows that you must install the anti-fraud app or you will be tricked like Ike and lose all your money. Boss, I vote. I'll vote for all of them. After Ike finished talking, he gave all the money to Wang Tao from his pants pocket. Even a US dollar did not leave, that is, Ike has no status. It is estimated that if there is a status, they have to give Wang Tao a loan to invest. Just like this is not enough, Wang Tao's face is still a look of reluctance. Well, who called you my good brother? Just give you 5%. And with that Ike said with great gratitude, thanks. Ike's pants now really become just pants, no more wallet function. Ike is now poorer than the slums of Nebelo. So think Ike in the slums also belongs to the well-off, to have a house, to deposit mineral water bottles, a day to go out to sneak around to earn more than $3, proper life winner. Once this Ike met Wang Tao and Anton, his home was gone, his mineral water bottle was gone, and even his income was gone. And while Wang Tao was seriously counting Ike's money, suddenly two people, Tobias and Vicky, stood in front of Wang Tao, scratching their heads in embarrassment. A look of wanting to speak badly, a shy look, white pale face turned into a red-faced Quan Gong. Wang Tao, who finished counting the money, raised his head and looked at the two strong men like iron towers, and almost did not scare out of his trembling voice. After calming his little heart, Wang Tao asked, "What's the matter with you two?" Tobias, who was over 5 feet 9 inches, was like a little girl who hadn't left the house at this point, and stammered, that. For half a day. It's a good thing Vicky can still talk, we're both in as well. Wang Tao wanna spit, do not know where to spit. Good, this ing fooled stupid Ike, how these two people also fell for it. Wang Tao was actually limited by his own perspective. Before he was in the familiar territory of both Tobias and Vicky, he felt that both of them were particularly powerful. And in fact Tobias and Vicky, apart from being great at military skills, can be said to be inferior to Ike, or even, to put it badly, to the elementary school students in the country. Ask any child who has not been fooled by their parents about the New Year's money, mom holds it for you first, and when you grow up, it gets spent. In terms of management skills, elementary school students can beat them. What group leader, study committee member, class president, class representative, and many other positions can be practiced. As far as investment is concerned, if this Tobias and Vicky knew how to invest and how to manage money, would they still be working as mercenaries after so many years? The final result is also seen, hard work for more than 10 years, once back to the liberation of the former, the pocket is left with 1,000, but also in this initiative to Wang Tao, want a point of the original stocket. Wang Tao hesitated for a moment and said, "Don't." There are two reasons for the refusal. One is that Wang Tao is a little bit not too good, and the second one is also the most critical one. Wang Tao cannot beat these two bad head guys. And they still have to stay together every day. Maybe at some point these two simple-minded and four-legged guys will slow down and beat him up again, for 2,000 knives really can't afford it. Shy Tobias squeezed 3 words through his teeth, "Please." Wang Tao, who was a professional in enduring laughter, said with a grudging look on his face, "Okay, alas, who told you too that I am a brother?" Said Wang Tao on the two people in the hands of the money pumped over, into their pockets. "Good brother. When we go to war, I can't even let you die if I die." Aha, that's what I thought. Wang Tao feels that as long as he continues to fool these two people, the sinking of 1,000 knives can make these two people give themselves a lifetime of work, and meet the danger can block the bullets for him. As for why Anton didn't come over, it's not because Anton has a better head on his shoulders than Vicky and Tobias, it's because Anton doesn't have the money, and if he did, he'd vote. So Wang Tao so easily became the boss of the four people. Of course, in the future they are a small mercenary group. The decision of where to go in the hands of Wang Tao. Now in front of Wang Tao's first problem is how to go. The clothes on their 5 bodies are too conspicuous, a color of the US military desert color scheme. Out of the safe house in less than 5 minutes will have to let people to find. And take advantage of the night when no one goes out. They do not have transportation. In Sulistan, such war-torn countries are not used curfew. Who good people go out in the middle of the night? All shots certainly have a wronged, but every other one shot definitely have missed the net. Pulling his hair and thinking for half a day, Wang Tao suddenly remembered the only 2 outsiders who came to Sulistan to contact, who said that strangers are not contacts. The driver of that sense of fun Lang can be used is not just spend money. Now Wang Tao is brought up, 1,000 knife cannot be 2,000 knife. Anyway, spend is not their own money. Wang Tao is not heartache. No wonder that to get angel investment in the company, they are vigorously to spend money out of the heart. Do not hurt at all this feeling is not too good From the shielding box, Wang Tao took out the patchwork cell phone with a Nokia case on the outside and a Motorola ringtone on the boot, then climbed up the ladder and lifted the cover blocking the entrance. Back to the ground. Wang Tao took a deep breath, really fresh I don't know which of those 4 Yakuza down there are on the big one again. Bab's infrastructure is still kind of a little bit. The cell phone has 2 more signals. Wang Tao took the business card and called the driver who was soliciting work in Damascus and called Lang. Doe. The phone was picked up after 1 ring. Hello, this is driver Ron, at your service 24 hours a day. What kind of car needs do you have? Wang Tao of course does not expect the cab driver who pulls so many people a day to remember them, and directly opened the door and said, I need to use a car and Bob to return to Damascus, and how much do I need for a total of 5 people? Ron hesitated for a moment before declining. Sorry, can't take that job. Wang Tao directly opened the price, 200 knives. Ron subconsciously retorted, no way, that's more than the price of a normal car. This isn't downtown Damascus, it's required to get out of the city, and the toll would be $50. Wang Tao is intentionally driving a low price, otherwise how to let this driver Lang can continue to talk about the money down. And saying that this low price will give the driver, Ron, the feeling that this money is already in his pocket, and the next thing you want to say no to is the illusion that you are pulling money out of your own pocket. Not surprisingly, Wang Tao expected, the driver Lang directly talked about the cost of this road line, so Wang Tao continued to add money up, 500 knives, this price is not low, you think about it. The driver, Ron, hesitated again. He was making $50 a day in roughly, and after taking out the gas money and protection money, he would only be left with $20, which was quite a temptation for $500. As for Wang Tao and what they are, the driver Lang do not even need to guess, certainly not a good person, otherwise do not take the formal way to Damascus, looking for him as a local snake for what? Wang Tao was not in a hurry and waited for Lang on the opposite side to make a decision. The driver, Ron, tentatively asked, can I get another $100? Wang Tao, for the driver Lang this little mind, can be said to be disdainful, just hesitated so half a day. In fact, the heart has already accepted the price of 500 knives. This sudden extra $100 isn't about asking for more, it's about being smart to assess the risk this time around. If Wang Tao promised painfully, it means that Wang Tao is in danger, then the driver Lang who went to pick them up is even more risky, and the driver Lang will not hesitate to refuse this mission. No one who can make it in a war-torn country is an easy guy. Wang Tao, where can let the driver Lang lead the nose, directly refused. Cannot, not only do not add money but also reduce money downward. Sorry, now it becomes 450 knives. Ron, the driver on the other side of the phone, changed his tone instantly, as if the 50 knives had run out of his pocket. Where has driver Lang seen this routine before? He said angrily, no way. If you say 500 knives, then 500 knives, how can you reduce it downwards? Wang Tao is like a fishing master, see the fish bites the hook, and no longer in a hurry, stretched for a while waiting for Lang on the other side of the phone to calm down a bit. Only then did Wang Tao speak, but his tone turned serious. Since I called you, it means that I believe in you. This 50 knives is the price for playing mind games with me. Of course, if you come in time, it's still according to the price of 500 knives. Ron immediately apologized. I'm sorry boss, I'll go change cars right away and set off. If things go well I'll be there around 3:30 in the afternoon. Not to be seen. The 2 people who hung up the phone changed their faces and laughed. The reason the driver Ron smiled was that he knew where he could bypass the checkpoint, in which case he could save most of the cost of the outing and just pay for the gas. And Wang Tao smiled as finally relieved, and this Lang actually did not manage to ask him for a deposit, otherwise he does not know anyone in Damascus. After organizing his mood for a while, then Wang Tao took out the business card of the second one he had put in his pocket. Fry, deputy director of the CIA, Digimon enthusiast, donut tasting expert, information streamlining guru, aftermarket perfectionist, rookie seller who can't sell anything. The reason why Wang Tao dared to call Fry was because the Delta Special Forces gun and armor-piercing bullets that Wang Tao had killed, as well as the most important night vision device of the whole battle, all flowed from Fry's hands. This led to the fact that Wang Tao and Fry now belonged to a grasshopper on a rope, and if Wang Tao was really captured alive, this Fry wouldn't be able to run away. There is also the most important point, that is, Fry is in charge of logistics, under all the civilian staff without the ability to act. Even if you know that Wang Tao position want to start, there is no way. Wang Tao entered Fry's cell phone number and pressed the green dial button. No one answered the phone until the ringing ended. Wang Tao envisioned half a day, made enough mental preparation, and thought of every situation, just did not think that Fry did not answer the phone. Wang Tao instantly stopped being cheeky. Wang Tao simply sat on the ground, looking at the phone that called it tangled. After about 5 minutes, suddenly the phone began to vibrate. Wang Tao hurriedly picked up the phone, who knew that what came from the other side of the phone was the driver Lang. Hey, I forgot to ask about your approximate location in the BAB. South side of town, call me when you get there and I'll tell you exactly where it is. After Wang Tao's hand just now, driver Lang learned his lesson and stopped asking questions. Good. Wang Tao, who hung up the phone, looked at the cell phone again dumbfounded, and inwardly it was called an anxiety. Chapter 0042 The Northeast Tiger and Fry. It wasn't that Fry hadn't heard the call, but he was using the computer on hold to locate it, to see who was calling him at this sensitive time. To put it bluntly, it is a technical deadhouse, not out in the field a little scared, and Fry probably estimated that the call came to the Northeast Tiger. After all, more than half a year on the lull out of the 3 guns, the first 2 were letting people give a dead body, on the probability of this one is alive. The Armed Forces Mercenary Corps backstabbing Delta was pretty much known to everyone in Sulistan, and Frey's look at the mission briefing, combined with the intel that Nibiru had obtained earlier, made it 100% the work of the Northeast Tigers. Asshole. Fry now regrets selling him that night vision scope. This is not a digital baby lover that is purely a troublemaker in Nebulo kill Special Air Service Corps, in Sulistan kill Delta. Special Forces killers? Not a high-end game not to be played? Fry looked at the precise location of the caller displayed on the computer screen. BAB, that must be the Northeastern Tiger. Fry thought for a long time, picked up the phone and dialed back to Northeastern Tiger. Wang Tao suddenly felt the cell phone in his hand vibrate and almost didn't throw the phone out. After pressing the answer button, he took the lead and asked, "Hello, is it Fry?" "I'm Northeast Tiger." Fry said, "Well, I'm Fry, what's the matter with me? Is there a problem with the MK-14 or the night vision scope?" "No, brother Fry, something has come up for me here, and I'd like to ask you for a favor." Once Fry heard that Wang Tao was so direct, although he felt very surprised, his tone was still very calm. "What is it?" "Do you know about the 6 members of that Delta in Mville who were killed?" "Aha." Fry hummed slightly. Wang Tao continued, "I did that thing, I killed 3 of Delta's team members and injured 2 more. Fry from the mission briefing are aware of the specific situation, and even watched the combat dialogue. Professional intelligence researchers have expressed to the shock, this Northeastern Tiger's marksmanship is not only fast, but also exceptionally accurate. The few Deltas that were shot, they were all shot between the eyes, the bulletproof helmets didn't do any good at all, and one had both legs shot out in the middle of his body, and Fry felt a little scared when he saw it. But Fry was now very curious as to why this Northeastern Tiger was telling himself about it, and while he didn't find the whole thing to be a problem, in the Northeastern Tiger's perspective it was all about the US Army. Fry asked the question that was on his mind, "Why did you tell me about this?" Wang Tao scratched his head in embarrassment and replied, "I think it's better to be honest with your friends and tell you things as they are, so that even if you can't be friends, don't become enemies." To Wang Tao's such a straightforward answer, Fry felt very incredible and subconsciously asked, "Aren't you afraid that I'll send someone to arrest you?" Wang Tao answered honestly again, "Not afraid, you're a civilian in charge of logistics, and you don't have any operatives under you, and you can't mobilize the troops, so how can you arrest me?" Fry. This big truth is so damn solid. This Northeast Tiger is right. Fry has high authority, high status, but no real power, no one under his command, no power, or else he would be selling arms to make money? The logistics department appears to be quite rich in oil and water, but in reality there is no oil and water at all. If the operations department wants to make money, it can overstate the attrition and blackmail the local tycoons. As for the intelligence service, which has the greatest authority, it doesn't even have to rake in the money, someone just comes to the door and gives it to them, and there are countless ways to rake in the money. Logistics department on the 2 words before the war in Babylon or a fat job, a note can be approved a large number of arms, equipment, but after the change to full intelligence. Logistics office would be silly, how much equipment, how much budget, computer automatically calculated, the human involvement in it dramatically reduced, logistics office directly into the warehouseman. Originally, the warehouse administrator had a bit of access to the bar, until the subsequent development of QR codes. The outgoing imports are ING recorded, so there's a lot more going in. And now it is directly warehouse management system, automated access management, radio frequency identification system automatically identify the goods information, record the time of entry and exit, quantity, automatically update inventory data. Meh, not even administrators anymore, the logistics office has turned directly into transit drivers, and I guess even the drivers will be AI in another 2 years. Fry was rooted to the core, but his favorability towards Wang Tao was directly pulled full, as a civilian employee of the logistics department. In fact, Fry was very fearful of the intelligence or operational aspects. People who worked in intelligence were horrible, the word spy struck fear into the heart. Ordinary people might think nothing of it, but Fry knew that not a word of truth came out of this group's mouths, so the quality Fry valued extraordinarily was honesty. And the Northeast Tiger's solid words were, in turn, skewed to Fray's liking. Fry changed his tone with Wang Tao's previous chat about digital babies and said in a very relaxed manner, "You're right, I'll do this favor, it's inconvenient to say it on the phone, I'll talk to you in detail when you come to me, by the way you're on your own one." Got it, thanks brother Fry. You're welcome. Fry then hung up the phone, and then began to operate the computer, deleting the communication records with the Northeast Tiger, and by the way, added a permission to this phone number of the Northeast Tiger. After doing this, Fry picked up the Coke in front of his computer and took a big swig before taking another bite of the donut. Wang Tao did not know that Fry had already put his phone number on the authority. Wang Tao carefully turned off his cell phone, and then snapped off the battery and took off the phone card, which made him go back to the 3 underground rooms. The 4 people under the ground are even more tormented than Wang Tao, and when they saw that Wang Tao did not come back for such a long time, they thought that something had happened, and they were all pacing there. Wang Tao went down and didn't sell out, and said directly, it was agreed with that Damascus driver that he could come and pick us up at 3:30 in the afternoon. Due to Frey's delivery, Wang Tao didn't tell the 4 Anton, Ike, Vicky, and Tobias about him. Great. Finally we can leave this hellhole. Fark, Strawberry Tower. Ike took the shovel and just went to attack the unnameable tower thingy, seeing what it had driven the kid to. Of course, with this attack, the ground couldn't stay down, and the crowd covered their noses and gathered up their belongings before climbing out down the ladder. Anton was the last one out, and using the explosives the calculator had left in the safe house, he made another time bomb and pressed it against the support, and the 12-hour countdown kicked in. Wang Tao, 5 of them really go wherever they blow up. Is to pity the front of the big cake seller. First of all, smelled 15 days of stench, this tomorrow morning the backyard will blow up, can be said to be life is everywhere is bumpy. Chapter 0043, Small Bench. Wang Tao's MK-14 had already been replaced with a melee accessory, and the multiplier and night vision scope had been put away. Tobias, who was a machine gunner, put all the M249s in the case as well and only took an M4 rifle. The 5 men were traveling light this time, not heavily armed like when they arrived, and the bulletproof vests as well as the bulletproof helmets were put away, trying to present themselves as normal as possible. When there was strength, there was nothing wrong with waving around like that, and when you met a battle, you could handle it in time, but now there was nothing, so it was better to keep an honest low profile. If you let someone attack you halfway, it doesn't make any difference if you wear a bulletproof vest or a bulletproof helmet, you have to be the one who gets killed. It's better to be killed outright with one shot. If you get injured and let the KB organization take you alive, you'll have material for the live broadcast, no, consumables, to experience what it means to have a human head. Soon it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Tao turned his cell phone on punctually and waited for driver Lang's call. At 10 minutes past 3, driver Ron called. I have arrived in Bob and am now in the area north of the Great Mosque of Bob. Where is your exact location? Reporting the location in Sauristan was all according to the mosque, and Wang Tao was used to it, so he opened his mouth and replied, we're about 500 meters south of the Great Mosque of Bob behind a store that sells big cakes. The driver, Ron, replied, you'll be out in 3 minutes, I drive a silver van. Good. At this time, Wang Tao and the driver Lang, who did not hang up the phone, Wang Tao to prevent the driver Lang to do things. The driver Lang is afraid of Wang Tao pigeonholing between people as a little bit of trust is not there. The ambivalence about this sense of abject mistrust, which instead makes it seem like this could still work, is a truly bizarre feeling. Soon the horn sounded, and at the same time the horn sounded on the phone. I'm here, you guys come out. Go. Wang Tao waved his hand when he finished speaking, and the 5 people went out of the safe house where they had been hiding for 15 days, and Anton, who was the last one to go out, closed and locked the door. When Wang Tao saw the van, the whole person is messed up, actually is the god car of Chioming Mountain, there are reflective strips on it, together with this driver Lang is to send them as goods Driver Lang urged, get in, this place is not safe, I see a lot of sneaky people on the street. 5 people from the side door of the van on the car, and so on after the car. Wang Tao 100% sure that this van is domestic transport, and also ing second hand. In addition to the front seats, the 2 rows of seats in the back were all removed and replaced with 5 small benches. This is properly used for delivery and the back of the car glass directly is the tin seal, simply did not install the glass. Wang Tao sitting on this small bench is still some affection, but Tobias is not a little affection, more than 1m9 strong man, squeeze in this van is already cramped, and then sit on that small bench, simply do not be too funny. This bench is a bit of a bad seat. Tobias had just sat down, and the words had barely escaped his lips when driver Ron scampered off with a kick of the gas. Tobias, who doesn't know the Asian squat, and the fact that this little bench isn't very stable, leans right back. Domino's no, right, at this time the car is Domino's, sitting behind Tobias, no surprise is the unlucky Ike behind the seat is Vicky. Ike and Vicky weren't sitting very still, and now they all fell to the floor. Wang Tao and Anton too covered their mouths in that laugh, this foreigners it sometimes a sinew, that bench sitting is not stable, do not sit on it, directly sit on the ground cannot? Hey, these 3 people do not, struggling to get up, and then ing sitting on the bench, the driver laying in a break, the results fell again. The 3 guys who fought and sneaked a battle with that Delta Special Forces unit, all uninjured, fell on their noses in the van. Good guy, these 3 people are you hit me and I hit you, with the ing bowling like, to Wang Tao look very helpless. And the limousine hired for $500 is so limousine that it doesn't even have air conditioning, or to be more precise, it does have air conditioning, but it's been dismantled and sold by unscrupulous middlemen. It was suffocating and clanking again, and Wang Tao now had the urge to keep going back to the ground to continue smelling the stench. Out of the city finally, it wasn't a kick of the brakes and a kick of the gas before this driver, Ron, glanced in the rearview mirror. Driver Lang smiled and spoke, it's you guys, who did I expect? Still going back to the Jasmine Hotel this time, or to the Abu Dhabi Mosque? Wang Tao sighed up that this driver Lang's memory was really good. And the reason why driver Lang was so impressed with Wang Tao and the others was because they had gone to the CIA to buy something. This profound reason is not about fear or other factors, but simply feel that Wang Tao and their stupidity is the wrongdoer. The entire Sulistan who does not know that the CIA sells things black how can this great injustice seed not be profound? Wang Tao was very generous and said, Jasmine Hotel, let's open a suite this time and enjoy ourselves. Tobias, who was suddenly still falling around, instantly stabilized himself and hurriedly said, forget it, that Jasmine Hotel is too expensive, let's just go to a cheap one. Ike, who was usually not a talker, said at this time, yeah, we're not asking for much, just a shower. Vicky hurriedly said, we can just take a standard room for the 3 of us, I can hit the floor, don't be so wasteful. The 3 investors were afraid that their money would be used in places where it shouldn't be used, and humbly prayed to Wang Tao, hoping that Wang Tao would be a little more merciful. Anton was really ashamed of these 3 humble guys, but nevertheless he was also heartbroken about the money for staying in a 5-star hotel. Anton followed suit, actually, it's not that dangerous to not live that well, Ron, do you have any recommendations for affordable and particularly safe hotels? Driver Lang smiled and replied, yes, $150 for a standard room with 2 beds inside for bathing, how many people can stay is up to you, as long as you don't mind the crowd. This is good. Chief, we'll get 1 room and that'll be enough, you and Polar Bear will take the bed and the 3 of us will just sleep on the floor. That's good, that's good. If Wang Tao remembers correctly, before they also spit out the calculator stingy, live 2 people a standard room, now how to spend their own money, just 5 live a standard room. Driver Lang smiled and did not say anything, this is the first time he saw this boss said to live in a good hotel, the men shed to save money for the boss it. Professional people do professional things, the driver Lang this way off and down the road, take the bumpy dirt road, but actually did not meet a checkpoint, which makes Wang Tao feel surprised. Thanks to him, he was worried about checkpoints along the way, they didn't have passes, a whole lot of guns before letting them be held, but it turned out there were no checkpoints at all. No wonder this driver ran all the way, smiling mouth cannot close it, in addition to stopping to go to the toilet, 8 hours did not stop, and finally before midnight 12 o'clock to Damascus. The group stayed in the small and introduced by the driver Lang, looking at the less than 5 square meters of the house into the middle of self-doubt. How had I gotten so spooked that I had agreed to these 3 people's request? The bathroom didn't even have hot water, and again, there was only a soap a little bigger than my thumb. Wang Tao made up his mind that he must switch to the Jasmine Hotel tomorrow. It's not good for anyone to say anything. After 15 days in the ground, you can imagine the smell of the body. Wang Tao after the bath felt like he was reborn, tossing and turning all day and tired, so he lay down on the bed and went to sleep. As the biggest investor in order to Wang Tao get up tomorrow to negotiate successfully, not to spend $2 to go downstairs to the boss to buy his soap, to Wang Tao's clothes washed overnight, can be said to be well-intentioned. Early the next morning, Wang Tao slept in a daze, and as soon as he got up and prepared to go to the restroom, he stepped on Ike, who was bunking on the ground. Ike. Sorry, boss, for delaying your foot landing. Wang Tao was a bit embarrassed and could only say, pay attention next time. Then went to just rinse a cool. This cool is really cool, just pumped out of the ground well water, not a trace of temperature of the kind. Wang Tao changed into the clothes that Ike washed overnight, and went out alone to go to the mosque in Abu Bazabi. Damascus in the morning is very lively, pedestrians on the road with a smile on their faces, as if it does not look like a war zone, or perhaps they are already accustomed to the war. The driver of this cab talks very little. The car is very dull, because I do not know how long to stay. Wang Tao did not let this driver wait, paid $2. Wang Tao got out of the car. Still familiar streets, still familiar formula. Wang Tao rang the doorbell, then waited for half a day. No one opened the door. So Wang Tao, who had no choice but to take out his cell phone to call Fry. Da. After a long time, a confused voice rang through the phone. Hello, who? So early? I, Northeast Tiger, have arrived. Wait a minute, oh. There was a sparse noise on the other side of the phone, and after what could have been 5 minutes, the large, thick iron door opened. Fry, who looked like he hadn't woken up, appeared in front of Wang Tao in a nightgown. After waiting for Wang Tao to come in, Fry, who closed the door behind him, walked towards the courtyard while asking, come in, why are you so early? Don't you sleep? Wake up from your nap. Fry was silent for a while and cursed in his heart, damn Roll King. It could all have been easy to muddle through. It was the appearance of guys like Wang Tao that made the job difficult. When Wang Tao saw Fray's silence, he asked curiously, you're living by yourself in such a big place? Fry nodded. The staff all went home to sleep. I didn't feel like tossing and turning, so I just stayed on shift. Wang Tao followed Fry through the plaza with the cold air onto the parlor where he was waiting before. Fry asked as if he were a friend, have you had breakfast yet? Wang Tao shook his head, nope, just woke up and came here. Fray didn't know where to start when he wanted to spit, so he walked over to the front of the refrigerator and brought out 8 donuts, and a large bucket of cold milk. Taking the pre-made donuts, he put them in the microwave and warmed them up, then took out 2 cups and poured a cup of ice milk each for Wang Tao and himself. Drinking cold milk in the morning? This foreigner's stomach is really resistant to manufacturing. Wang Tao, also embarrassed to say anything, can only follow the customs of the country. Small sip drink. Fry, being the typical American redneck, poured a whole glass of cold milk straight down his gullet, and when the microwave dinged for good, he went to fetch the warmed donuts. Giving 2 to Wang Tao, Fry took the remaining 6 and sat down on a chair to eat them. Watching Fry take less than a minute to eat 2 donuts into his stomach made Wang Tao admire him. So Wang Tao also tried it, almost didn't choke himself to death. Good thing the ice milk on the side saved him. Don't say this milk tastes really good. Wang Tao didn't drink a lot of milk in Sulistan, and the first time he drank one that tasted so good, he opened his mouth and asked, how is this milk so good? Fry replied casually, well, I like the Organic Valley brand of milk, so I had it specially flown in from the United States of America itself. Wang Tao stared with wide eyes after hearing this. This local so much milk, actually have to specialize in using the plane from the mainland to transport, so extravagant. Wang Tao, who didn't wear a tactical mask, was close to writing what was in his heart on his face. Even though Fry was said to be a civilian, he still knew a little bit about the most basic micro-expressions. So Fry thoughtfully added, it's part of the US military's practice now, for fear of water or poisoning. Even the bottled water is shipped from the mainland or allied countries, and is rarely procured locally. So, it still feels a bit extravagant. Fry laughed a little and said easily, I also felt unable to understand when I first came here, but then I slowly got used to it. By the way, Northeast Tiger, I still don't know your name? My name is William Fry. Wang Tao, a Chinese, surnamed Wang Tao. Fry repeated it twice and still couldn't quite pronounce it, so he simply addressed Wang Tao as Tao. Tao, you describe the details of the battle that night to me in detail, don't leave a single point behind, I'll see what you've missed. Wang Tao was also not suspicious, and directly put the process of the battle that night, all carefully told Fry, and Fry heard Wang Tao say that his walkie-talkie automatically jumped frequency. His eyebrows tightly frowned. When Wang Tao finished the part about escaping to Bob and setting the jeep on fire in preparation for going into a safe house to hide, Fry spoke up and interrupted Wang Tao. Well, without further ado, the walkie-talkies you got from the Special Air Service and the pickup headsets are no longer usable. This good walkie-talkie, also anti-jamming, automatic frequency hopping, why not allow the use of it? A very puzzled Wang Tao asked, why can't that walkie-talkie work anymore? Fry replied angrily, "Fark, those assholes in the army, they actually don't trust the CIA, they hide information as important as your device's identifier. It's a good thing I asked you about it, otherwise you'd have used this walkie-talkie again where there's US Army passive monitoring equipment, and the equipment recognizes it, and you'd have an automatic alarm with the unique identifier in this walkie-talkie." Wang Tao was scared after hearing Frey's words. If he didn't know, he would definitely continue to use this equipment, in which case hiding these 15 days would be in vain, and he would definitely be discovered. Chapter 0044 Luck is also a part of strength. Army? It's okay for you to drag your feet and sell out your teammates, but I'm keeping a secret from you, and you have the nerve to call me names? Fry, this reckless look, or to restrain a lot of it, to put aside a few years ago did not DHS the United States of America Department of Homeland Security rose, in the president's support, grabbed a lot of the CIA's power, the CIA even more crazy. And after Wang Tao was scared, it was a heartache, he was just that 2.5 pieces of equipment, and he was also blocked half of the pieces, which made the family that was not rich even worse. Fry felt a pang of amusement when he looked at Wang Tao, who had a meaty look on his face. Undeterred, Wang Tao asked, "Brother Fry, you're so powerful, can't you think of a way to change the identification code for me?" Fry. I'm in ING charge of logistics, not technology, and this identifier has a high level of authority. Are you sure you want to change? $1 million US, no counter offers. Wang Tao instantly felt that this second hand does not smell good. Who loves to want who wants, anyway, he does not want, and so go back to find a furnace stuffed inside the refining, destroy the body. What kind of equipment? I don't have it, I don't know. Fry told him about how he had already finished wiping Wang Tao's ass, and in the meantime, he briefly introduced the Army Security Command situation to Wang Tao. Wang Tao hurriedly got up to say thank you. This by gun of more than 26,000 knives to spend is really worth it, otherwise it is estimated that now they will have to be arrested even if they are not arrested cannot re-entry into the NATO countries. Fry waved his hand. You're welcome, you said on the phone you wanted to ask me something? What was it? Wang Tao said with an embarrassed look, wasn't the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps that I stayed with destroyed, only 5 of us are left, and I don't dare to do it for anyone else after experiencing this. I'm looking to set up a small mercenary group myself, but I don't have many connections or channels, so I want to trouble you, big brother, to introduce some work to me. Although Fry feels very good about Wang Tao, but Wang Tao's strength is really a little too poor. 5 people cannot even put together a class. If it is Wang Tao, a person is just, by virtue of the shooting method Fry to arrange into the CIA is not difficult, but look at Wang Tao, that look does not seem to be able to. You long lived under the guy. Fry also happens to need a helper, not a gunman who does black jobs, the main reason being that it's a bit of a shame to let Wang Tao do the job of a killer who shoots black guns. And Wang Tao's record is there, exterminating the world's first-class top special forces, although there is more water in it, but this luck is not fake. People have the ambition to rush to the sky, but not the luck cannot be self-propelled. Wang Tao, this guy's luck is quite good. And Fry and very superstitious, not to mention the Chinese superstitious, in fact, foreigners are more superstitious, watching Wang Tao all the way. Fry convinced that Wang Tao will certainly have a big development in the future. Fry still understands the reasoning of sending charcoal in the snow, and Wang Tao is also very honest, and his reputation is certainly not to speak of. Fry believes that if Wang Tao is developed, it is impossible to treat him poorly. Don't look at the underground world as the weakest and the strongest, following the dark law. In fact, the underground world is more focused on character. If you have a bad reputation, it can be said that it is difficult to move. Thinking about Fry for a long time, and then thinking about it for a long time, this Wang Tao and their mercenary corps are too poor. Fry's position is too high, and the resources in his hands are too high-end. Wang Tao cannot eat up. Seeing Frey's difficult face, Wang Tao mistakenly thought that Fry was in the way and could not refuse, so the sensible Wang Tao immediately said, Brother Fry, if it's too difficult, forget it, sorry to trouble you. Fry shook his head and said, it's not hard to be difficult, it's just that your strength is too poor to eat with the resources I have on hand for you who can't even put together a class. Wang Tao's face suddenly became embarrassed. Indeed, their strength was really poor, not to mention the number of people, even the equipment, not much to put together. Wang Tao tentatively asked, then I'll recruit some more free mercenaries? Without even thinking about it, Fry held out a finger and shook it. Don't recruit that crap, you've got to play to your strengths, and right now the 5 of you have a pretty good structure. Fry first complimented Wang Tao and the others, then continued, things like the machine gunners, the raiders, the fire supporters, and the grenade throwers are all considered to be the best of the combatants, and with you, the top precision shooter, you can be considered a small mercenary group. Wang Tao was embarrassed by the compliment and scratched his head and laughed nervously, hey, so? I'm considered top-notch? Fry didn't answer Wang Tao's nonsense and continued, if you join the trash that have been mixed up for a long time, your cohesion, fighting power, will all be affected, and instead of being strengthened, your strength will be lowered. Fry was imparting his experience, and with this discerning teacher, Wang Tao hurriedly grasped the question, what about when I want to recruit new people? Fry replied, look for the kind of soldier who just retired home and doesn't fit into normal society. The army has already screened and trained people for you, obedient to commands and stupid, not so much. Wang Tao thought, I also want to find the problem is that there is no channel But Wang Tao suddenly thought of a point. Fry said so surely he has channels So Wang Tao cheekily said, brother Fry, can you introduce me to a few? Fry covered his head, this Wang Tao were all good, is that this basic knowledge do not understand a little let a person helpless, he a pipe logistics on where to recognize retired soldiers to go In the spirit of helping others to the end and sending the Buddha to the West, Fry pondered for a moment and said, tell you what, you go take a shower and rest here for a while, I'll introduce you to someone at noon, if you have any questions just ask him, don't worry it's someone from the Navy, not your arch enemy the Army. Fry even joked. Wang Tao sniffed his body, and since the well water was so cold, it did still stink, and scratched his head in embarrassment. Yes, please, brother Fry. Fry smiled and said, it's no trouble, I'd be happy to do you a little favor. Fry said on his lips that it was a small favor, but Wang Tao couldn't really take it as a small favor, so Wang Tao hurriedly got up and thanked, when I'm powerful in the future, I'll definitely repay you big brother. Fry laughed louder, I'll be waiting then. Chapter 0045 Forgot to leave money. Wang Tao was very skeptical that Fry said that he introduced him to people at noon and was preparing to go back to sleep. What Wang Tao predicted was exactly right. Fry sent Wang Tao to the guest room and twisted his head back to continue sleeping. Nothing was more important than sleeping. Wang Tao also knew that this was a sensitive place and dismissed the idea of going out and sneaking around himself. CIA is really rich, this one guest room is better than the 5-star hotel he stayed in, just one bathroom is bigger than the standard room he slept in last night. Wang Tao did not realize a problem, the hotel room is graded, and the calculator that small stingy must be open the cheapest, as for what suite, in Wang Tao's eyes basically does not exist. So 5-star hotels, Wang Tao are in accordance with the price from low to high order, the lowest price of the room, it is the same as all the rooms in this hotel. Things that don't cost money don't have to equals lose money. Wang Tao took off his clothes as fast as he could, drilled into the bathroom and started to wash up. Sometimes things are too high-end, it becomes complicated, just like this shower head, adjusting the water temperature you get the whole red and blue was, hey, this high-end is not. I don't know what you're doing with all those buttons and functions in the shower. Wang Tao this cell phone or drumming not quite understand the electronic idiots, on where will this high-end shower head is really a mountain pig cannot eat fine chaff. For things that cannot be drummed up, Wang Tao chose the simplest way is to blindly press, and I do not know which switch was pressed, and suddenly bared the water from the center. Wang Tao rushed to avoid, this first out of the water can be drawn cool, their own morning, take a cool shower to wash out the shadow, and hit the body scattered water beads tell Wang Tao this water is warm. This thing how come out of the water is hot. Wang Tao was really shocked, what kind of high-end technology is this? And the next wash up, Wang Tao and began to doubt life, this water house, bar slippery it, the body has not hit the body wash on this bath can still. This set of specialized water treatment, water softening equipment are more expensive than the T-80 main battle tanks in Tsarist Russia. Of course it's not a matter of conscience, but Americans like to bathe, and it's especially hot in Sulistan, like Fry has to bathe at least 3 times a day, and that's with all the air conditioning outdoors. If this bath water doesn't have a water softening feature, it's no easier to spot than sand in an iron gate, so this cutting corners is also a skilled job. It's as if this iron door is filled with sand, and it was discovered that only this safe house was attacked or blown up, and who cares if there's sand in an iron door when the CIA's safe house was attacked by KBE? Wang Tao pressed left and right, finally figured out how this shower works, and the water in the bathtub over there automatically filled up. Wang Tao first took a bottle of Coke in the side freezer, turned on the TV in front of the bathtub, and stepped into the bathtub to start soaking and enjoying himself. Just when Wang Tao was enjoying himself over here, those 4 people in the small and also woke up from their sleep, and in the stifling hot and still unventilated room, the 4 burly men had their heads down, holding their backpacks and rummaging around there. Since Wang Tao was in a hurry to leave in the morning, he forgot to leave money for these 4 unlucky people, and the only $2 Ike had on him also went to Wang Tao to buy soap. Anton knew what he was in for. There was literally not a penny in that pocket, but just wouldn't die trying to find money in the moneyless combat backpack. I didn't. Neither do I. My $2 bought soap last night. Anton shook his head similarly, indicating that he didn't either. Anton sighed, we'll just have to wait for the boss to come back. I should have known better than to bring 2 canned goods from the safe house. Tobias said in a bad mood, you still have the nerve to say it. If it wasn't for you saying something like this canned food is enough, never eat this stuff again, saying something like it's too heavy to meet the battle is a drag. Anton. How the hell was I supposed to know this was going to happen? Anton thought about getting caught on the way out the door, getting attacked halfway across the country, and everything else, except that he didn't think he'd actually run out of money to eat. Now the 4 people are hoping that Wang Tao can come back earlier after finishing his business, or else these 4 unlucky people will easily be hungry and anxious to go to the street to grab food. Don't ask why you don't care if the innkeeper borrows it. Where is this? This is Sulistan, a war zone, and when the innkeeper realizes there's not even money for food, he'll chuck you out in a second, no hesitation at all. As for waiting for Wang Tao to come back and make up the money, this boss apologizes to you again like a third grandson, and his mouth can be described as realistic to the extreme. Sulistan, CIA safe house, guest room, bathroom. Wang Tao falls asleep in the bathtub while watching TV. After about 3 hours or so, Wang Tao heard the doorbell ring, and Wang Tao put on his bathrobe and went to open the door. After opening the door, Wang Tao saw a woman wearing a white uniform. She had deep and charming big eyes. The color of her eyes was brown. Her eyes were dynamic and emotional. The high nose makes the face more three-dimensional, and the lip line is also very beautiful, and the smile is very infectious, giving Wang Tao a moment to look dumbfounded. Hello, my name is Lila, I'm the attendant here. Mr. Fry asked me to bring you a suit, and by the way I was asked to ask if there was anything else you needed? Wang Tao listened to the face of confusion. The CIA safe house, how there is still a waiter? It shouldn't be forbidden for idle people to enter. Wang Tao also do not think, on the United States of America that loose look, want to let them clean up their own health, that is not a dream? That's why the United States of America's Secret Service, year after year, there are cleaning staff, steal the thief's important documents to sell things. Wang Tao retrieved his rambling thoughts, then giggled, hey, Big Brother Fry is quite thoughtful. Mr. Fry is always thoughtful. With a trademark smile, Layla handed a new bird's house dress to Wang Tao, who took it and saw that the good guy even had the exact yardage. I'm fine, bye. See also can mix a free clothes. This Wang Tao to how happy, so finished directly to the door, twisted his head to take the new clothes, went into the house, ready to try. Layla, who was quite confident in her beauty. Looking at the closed door of the room, her mouth opened wide in surprise, and her white teeth and pink tongue were frozen in place, just like the fairy that the Monkey King had fixed by stealing the peaches. Wang Tao, that is what people are, that is the proper old single dog, met the first reaction of the beautiful girl is to hide, and see this free clothes is more directly transfer the attention. And just now the reason why Layla gave Wang Tao a dumbfounded look, it was because Wang Tao had never seen an Arab woman without a headscarf, that's why she was dumbfounded. It took a long time for Lila outside the door to catch her breath, and with a grimace she walked quickly towards Frey's bedroom, ready to report what had just happened. Wang Tao, who had changed into new clothes, lay on the soft bed and just watched the TV there waiting for Fry. Time soon arrived at noon. The house son of the landline suddenly rang. Very boring. Wang Tao hastily picked up the phone. Hey Tao, people are here, come to my office. Okay. Wang Tao got up from his bed, put his things into his bag, checked to see if anything had been left behind, and then left the house and went straight to Frey's office. Arriving at the door of the office, Wang Tao knocked on the door. Frey's voice came from the house, enter, the door is unlocked. Wang Tao twisted the door handle, then pushed the door to enter, said Wang Tao the first time to come to Frey's office. The office is a very typical American decoration, solid wood desk, American large sofa, look not like very luxurious, but let a person feel very relaxed. The man Fry had said he would introduce to him had been waiting in the office for a long time, also a white man, with a hard face and a straight, firm figure, but with his bare skin reddened by the sun, and looking like a man who had often worked in the hot sun. Fry got up and introduced, Tao, this is my cousin, Ruben. This is that gun king Northeast Tiger I told you about, Wang Tao. Wang Tao was confused by Fry. When did he get this name? The first is not the first, the second is not the second, this is a name that will not be called out to make people shoot in the dark. Looking at the hard and rich military temperament of Ruben, but instead the attitude is very modest, took the lead in extending his hand to say with Wang Tao, Northeast Tiger, glad to know you, my name is Ruben, is the United States of America Naval Center Command Senior Operations Staff, the rank of Colonel. Wang Tao, who came back to his senses, hurriedly stretched out his hand and shook Ruben's hand. "Senior Combat Staff Officer, this is a big shot." Wang Tao also said politely, "I'm glad to meet you too, my name is Wang Tao, a mercenary." Ruben was amused by Wang Tao's bluntness, really exactly the same as Frey's introduction. This child is also too honest point, but as a soldier Ruben is very much like to have words straight, do not like to beat around the bush. Ruben quipped, "Mercenaries are good, so much freer than us." Accompanied by Fry, who stood together, said in a rather impatient tone, "Also are not outsiders, hurry up, that sit down, you two again polite, I want to curse." It's also hard for Fry, who's particularly heavy, to stand with two people. Chapter 0046 Whoring for Nothing? Ruben laughed a little and went to sit down on the couch, as did Wang Tao. Ruben took the lead and said to Wang Tao, "Just now, Fry gave a brief introduction of your situation, and I think that this small mercenary group of yours has a lot of promise and good prospects for development, so I don't mind giving you some favorable treatment." Wang Tao's face was ecstatic as he hurriedly said, "Thank you." Ruben waved his hand, signaling that Wang Tao did not need to be polite, and continued, "Fry is always not in the army, and does not understand what is going on here, and soldiers under the retirement of ordinary troops are not suitable to be mercenaries." As soon as Fry heard Ruben talking about himself like that, he was a bit unhappy. "I'm the world's #1 intelligence organization of the CIA, there are still things I don't understand? Wait for me to check the information." After saying that, Fry opened the group chat and started typing, "Who knows about mercenary corps recruiting? Wait online, it's quite urgent." Ruben ignored the huffing Fry and continued, "The reason I say that ordinary soldiers aren't suitable for mercenaries is that ordinary soldiers are good at being systematic combat, with the state behind them taking care of all kinds of supplies. You're only recommending common soldiers if you're a medium to large mercenary group, the kind with armored vehicles or artillery support. One is cheaper and the other is better managed." Wang Tao suddenly realized, indeed, the light infantry of the big countries are all synergized operations, there is a system there to support it. What do you have? There are arrears. At this time the three debtors almost did not starve themselves to death, in the small and that lying corpset, along with Anton the unlucky egg also followed along with the starvation, thanks to the borrowing of Wang Tao is not much, otherwise it is estimated that it will have to be the same as Wang Tao's last debtor. Calculator? Feed me peanuts, feed me peanuts. Wang Tao took a sip of the iced American that was placed on the table, which numbed his tongue with bitterness, and then asked, "Then General Ruben, what kind of soldiers should I look for? And where should I recruit from?" "What general, just a colonel." Although Ruben's mouth denied Wang Tao's words, the expression on his face had already betrayed him. "Almost every Chinese person understands, you damn tube deputy director called deputy director, then you are really guapi, deputy director must call director ah." Ruben smiled again and said, "You need to be specializing in particularly powerful soldiers, for example, Special Forces retired would be a good fit for a small mercenary group like yours." Wang Tao felt the iced American in his mouth become even more bitter after hearing this, and said with difficulty, "General Ruben, not only do I have no equipment, I also have no money, and my pockets add up to less than $6,000. Ruben was confused and asked, "What kind of equipment? What money?" Wang Tao at this time than Ruben more confused, voice murmured, "Hire people shall not give people to buy equipment, spend money? This Special Forces retired shall not be more expensive than ordinary soldiers ah." Ruben's brain hurt from listening, knowing that this kid was honest, he didn't expect to be so honest. Ruben said with hatred, "You are the head of the mercenary corps, not a philanthropist, righteousness is not business, mercy is not in charge of soldiers do not know? If you want them to die, you should let them die, and then recruit another batch after the death of one batch. That's really how medium to large mercenary groups operate, even some PMCs are like that, they don't even give insurance, they just die $100,000, and even some poor countries, they give $20,000 to get rid of." Wang Tao's main focus is to cherish the lives of teammates, as for the enemy that are deserved, double standard dog A, identification is complete. However, Ruben immediately dismissed the idea of continuing to teach Wang Tao, the reason why he and Fry are willing to help Wang Tao, is not at Wang Tao's sincerity? If they really taught them, they should not feel at ease. Ruben, who figured it out, hurriedly changed his words, "Normal mercenary groups are all pressed for a month's salary up front, and small mercenary groups all bring their own equipment." Wang Tao's mouth opened wide in surprise, this can still be played like this? So he can hire someone for nothing? No wonder he is poor. Although Wang Tao was more heartened to hear that he wanted to recruit 10 or 8 laborers who did not spend any money, he was a bit weak when he thought about the money in his pocket. "Then I don't have enough money to hire too many people for a few hotel nights." Ruben had never seen anyone so honest since he was a kid. If he had just answered these questions, would Fry have brought himself here? Ruben took a big sip of his ice American as well, then pointed to Fry, who was there checking out the information, and said, "Guess what this guy hired me for? I'm getting you a job that has to be paid in full up front, and the Navy can give you the necessary support, but only if you guys know how the US Army calls." Is this the power of connections? Who says foreigners don't care about favors? Then what is this? Wang Tao hurriedly replied, "We have a retired ranger." Ruben pointed to Fry again and said, "Well, when the time comes, have Fry give you a man-portable communications kit, and if you need something, just call it in posing as a US soldier, since the Pentagon automates its missions by computer anyway." Fry waited half a day, realizing that none of these fellow CIA members had any serious questions to answer. The most classic answer, how easy it is to recruit mercenaries, all you need is a leader and then recruit a bunch of magnetos. What a mission would a takedown, just blow it all the way through. ING playing red alert. Fry, who read it carefully, barely threw his mouse out. As soon as this Ruben provoked him, Fry directly transformed into a berserker. "I've put up with you for a long time. Ruben, I will fight you to the death." Of course Fry was just talking and didn't even get his butt out of his chair. Ruben acted as if he hadn't heard, and buckled his ears in disgust at Fray's noise. Wang Tao, sandwiched in the middle of the whole old awkwardness, can only speak out to ask a question to change the topic. "General, that thing of mine that wiped out the army's Delta Fry told you about, didn't he? Do you mind?" Fry laughed a little. "What do I mind? What business is it of my Navy when that army dies? You should have wiped out the Delta combat team in its entirety and we in the Navy could have had a champagne celebration." Wang Tao listened to a whole shock. He knew that the brat Navy and the Army have contradictions. This how the United States of America also so? What Wang Tao doesn't know is that the US Army's Navy, Army, and Air Force all despise each other, but the common denominator is that they despise the Marines, and yes, the Marines are fourth class. The US Army has a saying that first class sea, second class air, third class land, and fourth class horse runners, which shows how low the Marine Corps is. Taking advantage of the presence of professionals, Wang Tao grasped the opportunity to ask, "General, if I recruit enough people for a reinforced squad, what kind of mission would be good to take?" Ruben replied, "A blanket attack mission with a mission objective, like the garrison mission the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps took before, is not very proper. One is active and one is passive." Think about it, active has a higher risk factor or passive? It's not like you haven't seen an active Delta before, this is still a rookie squad in the Delta. Wang Tao realized that the ones he annihilated were newbies, but he was also a newbie, so it wouldn't be considered bullying them. Only 1,000 days to be a thief, which has 1,000 days to prevent thieves, if it is not Wang Tao's resourcefulness, found the anomaly in advance, but also used to send out the Delta? The first wave of that BTR armored transporter and 2 bulletproof Humvees, it gave the Armed Forces Mercenary Group to destroy. Wang Tao said with great approval, "It's better to be proactive, at least you can take the initiative in your own hands." Ruben continued, "The type of mission you choose, also try to choose inner-city combat, and utilize the advantage of your small mercenary group's strong stealthy raiding power." Wang Tao and Ruben, this can be said to benefit a lot. High vision is really different. Before he felt that the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps has been very powerful, was Ruben so analyzed, if not their own point of view is good, and now afraid of the grave or long grass. Fry picked up another chocolate donut and ate it there, while underneath the table there was another acquaintance that Wang Tao had just met, making unspeakable gestures. That's right, there were a total of 4 people in this room. Of course Wang Tao didn't know about this and asked about Ruben again. "General, what other roles do you think I'm missing in this mercenary group?" Ruben thought for a moment and replied, "Fire suppression is enough with you and that machine gunner and the fire support man, while the assault man just 1 is simply not enough, at least 3. Ruben heard the sucking sound and got an irritated look on his face, so he coughed and reminded certain people to tone it down. Ahem, there is also the communications soldier. Jamming communications and counter-jamming is also a top priority. Just like your battle with Delta, if you have a communications soldier, you can counter-suppress with specialized equipment so you won't even be able to counter-attack. And by the way, there's also the need for a good medic, a medic not just a doctor." Wang Tao heard the focus of what Ruben said, that is, military doctors. Although Wang Tao has not read military writings, but read anime, a certain anime in the legend of the big fat sheep, but said the importance of medical ninja. If you want to reduce casualties, you need to find a military doctor, so Wang Tao hurriedly asked, "General, can you introduce me to a military doctor?" Ruben shook his head and refused. "I can't, military doctors can be like national treasures in the army, there are mercenary corps that booked them before they even retired, and the good ones can't look at you." The big truth is so solid. Chapter 0047, The Fixer Mission. Wang Tao had learned everything he needed to know, so he found an excuse and excused himself. Of course, being a colonel, Ruben of course couldn't run things for Wang Tao in person and gave him a phone number to contact a fixer called Robert. Wang Tao came out of Frey's office, took his backpack and went through the open air-conditioned plaza after going out the door, which was at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the hottest time of the day. Did not walk 50 meters, Wang Tao felt that he was already soaked, visible temperature, after getting into a cab, went straight back to the small hotel. When Wang Tao went up to the second floor and knocked on the door of the room, because of the bad soundproofing, he heard a grunting sound. It was Ike who opened the door, and then the first thing he said was, "Chief, you're back." Listening to Ike's urgent voice, Wang Tao was a little bit confused by the whole thing. What is this child aggrieved ah? And the three people in the room said breathlessly, "Hungry, X3. Wang Tao this just remembered their own gang of brothers. I should have known, so shelved fry that takes them do not want money to eat, rounded up equal to the loss of 100 million ah. Wang Tao, who had eaten his fill, handed the bag in his hand to Ike. "I'll go buy you guys some big cakes." The four people in the room who said in their mouths that they would never eat another big cake again were silent, fearing that if they said something they shouldn't have said, Wang Tao wouldn't even buy a big cake. This Sulistan's big cake is really cheap, 25 cents a piece, a US dollar can buy 4, Wang Tao big hand to buy 12, the main hit on the luxury. Anton, Vicky, Ike, and Tobias' eyes lit up the moment they saw the big cake. Of course, the four people did not dare to ask how Wang Tao did not buy some barbecue meat in the place where the big cake was sold, for fear that Wang Tao would mess up a little bit of money. When the employees are your debtors, you will experience what is called tolerance. While the four were eating there, Wang Tao hurriedly picked up the cell phone that Fry had given the encryption to and called the man called Robert. The bell rang and was picked up. "Hello, this is Sun City Counseling Services. President Robert is pleased to be of service." If this phone number had not been given by Ruben, Wang Tao would have thought it was a scammer. Sun City? How does it sound like the name of the village KVT? Wang Tao said, "This is Northeast Tiger, Colonel Ruben told me to call you." Robert immediately changed his tone and said, "Told you so, Colonel Ruben has already told me. See when it's convenient for you to bring someone over here directly, so I can tailor the mission for you." Wang Tao was very excited and said, "Then I'll move now?" "That's great, I'm in the 10th military base. Call me at the gate and I'll come out and get you." "Okay." Wang Tao hung up the phone, then said to the four people, "Got the job, you guys hurry up and eat, we have to get ready to go. If we dawdle for a while, it's time to pay the room fee for another day." Upon hearing that it would cost another $150, the four men ate 3 times faster, fearing that they would be allowed to ask for more money. If it is not Wang Tao to the four of them to pass the water, must choke to death too to finish, eat enough of the four people quickly pack up things, finally rushed before the boss came out of the house. In the lobby of the first floor, Wang Tao called his full-time driver Ron in Sulistan. Ron was happy to hear that it was another big job, and this time the fare was much cheaper than the previous trip to Bob, mainly because it was a safe place to go to, a US military base with no checkpoints along the way and all. The militants who did that aren't stupid. How many ING bombs would have to be dropped on their heads in case they killed a US soldier with a little backstabbing? It's useless to hide in a residential area. If you go in the morning, you'll be reported at noon. Don't ask if there are any who don't report it. If you do, they'll all be blown up. Driver Long got out of the Damascus City area and got on the highway, was quickly arrived at the 10th military base at 5 o'clock. The outside of the US military base is just like the outside of a college school in the country, with all kinds of restaurants, and all kinds of stores, and indescribable places. Wang Tao, who had paid for the car, called Robert and told him that he had arrived. Soon 2 Humvees drove out from the base. These 2 Humvees look to be a low-profile version. Is the roof machine gun is also not, is the bulletproof kit is also not, but the style is still quite a bluff. The Hummer stopped in front of Wang Tao and the 5 of them, then a black man got down from the car. Robert asked, "Which one is the Northeast Tiger?" Wang Tao took a step forward, then extended his hand and said, "You're Robert, right?" Robert and Wang Tao shook hands and said, "I'm Robert, this isn't the place to talk, get in the car and go back to the company to talk." Company? Wang Tao was a bit confused again. What kind of company actually opened in a US military base? Get in the car. 5 people were on 2 Hummers. Wang Tao felt crowded as soon as he got on the car. This Hummer is a 4-seater. There is a huge platform in the middle, similar to that old bus engine in the 80s. Comfort can be said to be no wonder the US Army GIs cursed it. If it is replaced with Wang Tao, it is really fragrant. And into the US military base gate guards, that is quite flaccid. See, as a Humvee did not hesitate, directly raised the bar. Wang Tao can be sure that this Humvee does not have any special signs, is simply a Humvee. After entering the US military base, Robert drove to the right. Wang Tao does not know is that the US military base is also divided into many levels, like the right side of this area belongs to the lowest level. That means just hanging around, no secrets at all, mainly rented to some PMC company as a branch, purely as a revenue generator. The closer you get to the base gate, the more expensive the rent gets. After about 5 minutes or so of driving to a nook and cranny, the two Hummers finally stopped. Sitting in the passenger side of the Wang Tao through the car glass saw a simple house. The roof stood on the same sign as the motel in the United States of America movie, the upper English letters Solar City Sun City. And most let Wang Tao feel surprised. The simple house actually have solar panels, to know that this way other simple house residents. After listening to Robert's words, it is known that this intermediary ability is certainly no problem. Wang Tao's feeling is particularly accurate, so there is no need to judge. Sometimes the first feeling is very important. Intelligence research and judgment, the first feeling can be used as an important reason. Robert pulled out a folder from a side table and said, the first mission was a cleanup mission. A group of 30 armed anti-Americans came to the village near the Omari oil base, and the CIA received information from an informant that the group was planning to attack the oil field in a week, and that a timely cleanup was needed. After hearing this, Wang Tao subconsciously felt that he didn't like this task, so he hurriedly shook his head. When Robert saw Wang Tao shaking his head, he didn't continue further, then flipped a page of the document and added, okay, the second mission is a decapitation mission for urban combat. There are wooden inns in Idlib. The organization wants to plan attacks against the Kurds to expand its influence. This mission requires decapitation of factories that make humans eat. Wang Tao subconsciously felt that this quest was very interesting, and he wanted to see how this bomb was actually made. Wang Tao said, this reservation. Well, Robert flipped another page, then read, this mission needs to be kept secret, and you'll have to keep your mouths shut. Everyone nodded their heads. People who were not even strict with their mouths would have been straightened out in the underground world a long time ago. Robert, after the warning, said, this mission is also an urban combat mission in Idlib, but unlike the previous decapitation mission, this one is a hostage rescue. Salih's niece Sarah, an important Kurdish figure, has been kidnapped by the sham organization backed by the Turkeys, and since the Turkeys are a member of NATO, the US military is not in a good position to step in directly, so mercenaries are needed to carry out this mission. It is good to save people. Wang Tao thinks that this mission is also possible. One is to satisfy curiosity, and the other is also to satisfy curiosity, so hard to choose. Since the entanglement was toward money, Wang Tao opened his mouth and asked, is it convenient to ask about the commission for these two tasks? Robert shrugged his shoulders and said casually, of course, the commission for the decapitation mission is 150,000 knives. I charge a 10% brokerage fee, and it's 135,000 knives to you. And the commission for the hostage rescue mission is 250,000 knives without brokerage fee. Wang Tao asked in confusion, hostage rescue mission, why don't you charge an agency fee? Robert answered patiently, the employer paid the agency fee in advance. Okay. Damn dirtbag. Wang Tao sighed. Chapter 0048 Emphasis on Intelligence. After listening to Robert introduce the mission roughly, Wang Tao opened his mouth again and asked, there's one thing I don't understand about the hostage rescue mission. Why didn't the Kurdish leader send his own men to rescue the hostages? Since he's a big shot, he must have some good men under him, and with the CIA providing information, wouldn't he be able to save someone? After listening to Wang Tao's question, Robert first laughed bitterly and then said mockingly, at the first moment of learning that Sarah had been kidnapped, the CIA got the specific information about Sarah's kidnapping from an informant and immediately told Salih the information through an intermediary. Who knew that Salih turned around and told his men all the information, and then not surprisingly the intel leaked, even the ING source of the intel. Wang Tao really knew what it meant to be a pig teammate this time. So pitiful? Robert said disdainfully, but don't bury the pig is smarter than them. Salih sent out his most elite henchmen, and then the sham organization that had the intention of counting was ambushed, and then the informant of the CIA was also screwed up by the live broadcast, and I heard that the informant was quite miserable. And that's not all, the videotape was sent to the CIA, which made the CIA's intelligence service in Sulistan so furious that they just left it alone, and Salih's own men weren't capable of rescuing the man, so in the end the matter fell back on the army. Wang Tao asked again, then why didn't the army do it themselves? Robert shrugged, do not want to take responsibility, that Sarah is not the United States of America, reported to the Pentagon's computer pre-screening cannot pass, and finally Salih had no choice but to spend money to release the rescue mission. Like this, let me think about it. Wang Tao knew the general idea of the mission and continued to just sit on the chair and contemplate. Robert wasn't in a hurry for Wang Tao to hurry up and make a choice, he just waited there patiently with an ice coke. And Anton, Vicky, Ike, and Tobias, all four agreed that that hostage rescue mission was really appealing and looked at Wang Tao's intentions very much the same. Also after about 3 minutes, Wang Tao spoke up, I'll choose the decapitation mission. Wang Tao's answer, not only that Anton, Vicky, Ike, and Tobias were shocked, even Robidus didn't expect Wang Tao to actually choose the decapitation mission. But Robert was very much convinced of Wang Tao's choice, and directly answered, "Good, this is the detailed intelligence of the mission. What can be written in a document is real intelligence, you can trust it. As for the other intelligence, I'll find someone to ask you again." Wang Tao, who had always watched spy dramas, but knew the importance of intelligence, so he opened his mouth and said, "Good, I'll pay for the intelligence, don't exceed a quarter of the commission, don't even need to discuss it with me, you just make the call." Robert was even more shocked than just now after hearing Wang Tao's words. He contacted so many mercenary corps, PMC, none of the teams valued intelligence. And for someone like Wang Tao who was willing to spend a quarter of the commission, Robert stayed in this line of work for so many years, not to mention having seen it, he had never even heard of it. This is not to say that Wang Tao bought intelligence to spend a lot of money at a high price, but to be willing to spend this percentage, Robert but know that Wang Tao is really poor, which is even more rare. The United States of America, for example, spends no less on intelligence than it does on the military, and in some places even more than the military. Robert, with the experience of so many years in the intermediary this line of work, to see Wang Tao if not halfway die, 100% will become a party big brother. In fact, a lot of big projects, big investment companies, the main thing is to see what the implementation of the project is like. Even if the prospects of a certain project is good, the implementation of the person is not reliable, is useless. Robert gave Tao a peace of mind. "Good, don't worry about the intelligence, I'll give you this guarantee, if it's because the intelligence is inaccurate, 10 times. Robert feels like his brain seems to be a little bit to smoke. "I'm afraid it is a little overloaded. Why do you need to be afraid of rescuing the hostage to the hostage killed? You shot so well, can't you aim a little?" Anton, who had never recognized himself as a czarist, suddenly came up with a Russian counter-terrorism joke. "Robber, come to the rescue, you got it. Hostages, who's coming to the rescue? Hijacker, Alpha. Hostage, give me a gun, I'll kill out with you." The Russian counter-terrorism mainstay is not an inch of grass. 5 robbers, 2 hostages. Alpha, Roger. 7 targets. 5 armed. After waiting for a while, the temperature of Robert's head dropped before he opened his mouth and asked, "So look at it where this decapitation raid mission is suitable for you guys. By the way, what's the name of your mercenary corps? I'll register it and then transfer the commission to you right away." Now it was Wang Tao's turn to have a pig brain overload, which reminded him that the mercenary group still needed a name. And transferring money, he has to have an account, and I don't know if a domestic card is good? Wang Tao would like to post a question: people in foreign countries without identity information, how to replenish the card? Online wait quite urgent. Wang Tao held back half a day whole out of a sentence. "There is no name yet, you wait a little bit, I and my teammates to think of one, and I do not have an account. Is a black account." Robert knew that Wang Tao and their mercenary corps were newcomers, but he didn't expect it to be so new, not even a name, and the accounts for collecting money were not available. Robert gave Wang Tao an idea. "You do not have a relationship with the CIA, right? Let him give you the whole can collect money security account. Although the account of the CIA on the United States of America has no privacy, but first deal with the user can be used. Transfer it when time is long and you have your own contacts, or your own finances, by the way. Don't pump black money into it, there's no problem using it to collect commissions from regular channels." Aha! Right-o, looking for Fry the unorthodox CIA. So Wang Tao got up and went out to the outside to call Fry. Hey, Fry still had that same lazy tone. Wang Tao was very straightforward. "I need a secure account to collect the money." Fry of course didn't hesitate and agreed straight away. "Okay, I'll send it to you in a moment, let me know when it's in the black so I can use my permissions to clean up the traces." Wang Tao hung up the phone and walked back into Sun City Consulting. After entering the room and sitting down, Wang Tao spoke up. "The account is there, now it's time to think of the name of our mercenary group. Polar Bear, Flamethrower, Tyrannosaurus Rex, and Pitcher, all of you come together to help think of it." Seeing that Wang Tao had done the security account thing so quickly, Robert was inwardly shocked. The speed as well as the strength of this promise showed that the relationship was quite close. Coupled with Ruben's relationship, Wang Tao really had amazing potential. Tobias took the lead and said, "Call the dinosaur army. Head, you don't call it the Northeast Tiger, directly change it to Tyrannosaurus Rex, it's dominant and powerful. If you like tigers you can also call it saber-toothed tigers." Vicky couldn't stand the idiot Tobias a bit. "Tyrannosaurus Rex, you uneducated guy, Tyrannosaurus Rex and saber-toothed tiger are from the same time period." "Not a period?" Tobias suspected that Vicky was fooling him, and turned to the others for help. Robert spread his hands a bit and shook his head. "No." Tobias shrunk at once, and of course the name Legion of Dinosaurs broke with it. Seeing Tobias' disgraceful appearance, Wang Tao wiped his cold sweat. Yes, Wang Tao is also an uneducated guy, thinking that the saber-toothed tiger and the Tyrannosaurus Rex are from the same period. Anton said, Blizzard, I like that. ING Ruskies, no, Soviets just no cold. Before the vote could be taken, Robert denied it outright. Sorry, there's already one by that name that's now ranked second in the medium-sized mercenary group. Wang Tao was surprised after hearing this. Mercenary groups also have rankings? Robert said, yeah, there's grading. Wang Tao looked at Anton and the few of them with a puzzled gaze. This they didn't tell themselves either. Wang Tao was afraid that he did not realize a problem. Anton, they contacted, the circle is too small, and also too low end. The world is so big, can rank on the top 1000 mercenary corps, put in any region belongs to the existence of the same as a phoenix feather. And Anton and the guys are just a henchman taking missions from the henchmen of the Tsarist Russian-backed government forces, which is frankly a little better than that newbie cannon fodder, i.e., experienced cannon fodder. Wang Tao asked curiously, so the Armed Forces Mercenary Corps, what level is it? Robert said, you're talking about that mercenary group that's been pretty hot lately. Before they didn't screw over the 6 guys from Delta, they were rank D, which is the lowest rank. Now it's been changed to rank C, but it's been delisted. Wang Tao asked again, there are a total of 4 levels of mercenary corps chanting? Robert replied, 5, there is also an S-class, usually out of the normal scope of discussion, a class mercenary corps out of a mission commission, 3 million knives from the ceiling. Wang Tao sucked in a breath of cool air after hearing it. Is the price so high? Chapter 0049, Why is the power out? Robert purposely said the matter of the commission of the A-class mercenary corps to arouse Wang Tao's greed, to make his ambition more inflated, not to limit himself to this commission in front of him, and to give Wang Tao the motivation to raise the level of the mercenary corps up. Who knows that Wang Tao is to sigh a number, continue to cast their eyes on Vicky and I too. The name of the mercenary corps is not yet good at. Think of those who do not do what, now 300 are incense, still 3 mil. Lion? Robert does not understand the pragmatism of the Chinese people. Drawing a big cake, also have to look at with whom to draw. Wang Tao painted a big cake, still do not know to whom to eat it. Vicky said, Northern Wolfpack Mercenary Corps, Lingering Cold Winter Mercenary Corps, Emperor Mercenary Corps. Or Vicky give power a breath of 3 names, you do not care whether it is suitable or not, the amount of large tube full not like I held back the face of the red to come to a junkyard. Wang Tao actually thought of the name a long time ago, just to see if the 4 of them could come up with a better name. Hey, the result still has to come by itself. Wang Tao said to Robert, we are called the Polaris Mercenary Corps. Robert shook his head, sorry, it's been renamed. Wang Tao is not a good person, but he is not a game world. Wang Tao feels that the whole person is not good, an underground world, and damn not the game world, but also damn not to rename. Wang Tao, who had broken his defense, roared, don't eat the sour radish, where is this Polaris Mercenary Corps now? I'm going to screw him even if I take out a loan. Robert did not seek a name. Can make has been very calm. Wang Tao break defense, but Robert is really less insightful point. That play the game prohibit renaming up half an hour did not get up. The computer smashed, but a lot of people. Given that Wang Tao wanted to use this name so badly, Robert opened his computer and logged into the agency's website, inquiring about the Polaris Mercenary Corps, which had actually been written off half a year ago. Robert also wanted to follow a sour carrot, don't eat it this time, but on second thought Wang Tao is a newcomer, and he doesn't know about this intermediary website. The 4 people sitting on the sofa immediately raised their hopes again. This Wang Tao's choice of name does not work. Will not they have to choose a name from the 4 of them said? Who knew that Robert suddenly spoke, and still spoke with his eyes open. I just inquired. The Polaris Mercenary Corps was written off in the first half of the month. You're just too lucky. Congratulations on being able to use it. Well, on that note, we, the Polaris Mercenaries, are formed today. As soon as Wang Tao's words fell, Wayne, who had gone to the cafeteria to get food and came back in his Hummer. Wayne entered the house. Come on, 2 of you go out with me and carry the food. Wang Tao was a bit puzzled as to why the word move was used. The 2 closest to the door, Ike and Tobias, then got up and followed Wayne out to carry the food. When the 3 people came in, Wang Tao was dumbfounded. There were 3 dinner plates the size of half a book table, and on them, in order, were Texas barbecue, pizza, and a variety of fried goods, fried fish, French fries, fried chicken, and apple pie. Wang Tao said in shock, this is too much, isn't it? Robert had a bashful look. It's not because I saw you guys coming, so I bought some more, don't be polite all. Wang Tao admitted that he was a little underestimating the strength of the Sun City Consulting Company. There are solar panels on this rusty simple house. It is possible that it is environmental protection to be like this. After all, the foreigners are always engaged in what environmental protection parade. Maybe Robert was such a person, but Wang Tao didn't notice that when Robert spoke boldly, the corners of Wayne's mouth twitched as if he was holding back something. If Wang Tao had visited the US Army cafeteria, he would have known that the cafeteria dinner menu was barbecued pork ribs, cinnamon rolls, spaghetti, and T-bone girl bubbles. And the ones who were most dumbfounded at the sight of so much meat were the members of the Polaris Mercenary Corps. Anton, Vicky, Ike, and Tobias, but they had just eaten 12 large pies, so to speak, and were holding up well. But the 4 had been in the safe house for another 15 days, and the attraction of fresh food that pulled right through, and the 4 were now both inedible and thieving. Followed Wang Tao. Mixing physical torture is not enough, the mind must also be tortured. Wang Tao, but hungry, washed his hands, and began to eat, which gave those 4 people gluttony. Halal all flowed out. Robert said as he gulped down the beef, "Recruit tomorrow, the day after that you guys familiarize yourselves for a day I'll gather intelligence, and the day after that we'll prepare for action, what do you think?" Wang Tao agreed, "No problem, act early to save a long night." The reason why Wang Tao dared to agree so painfully was because the level of danger of the mission was related to the commission, and this 150,000 blade mission didn't include equipment. Counting the loss of equipment, as well as the purchase of intelligence, personnel combat allowance, divided down, Wang Tao can also share 30,000 knives top day, if the dead, and then give the settlement Wang Tao is equal to lose money. That is to say, if there was stubborn resistance, Wang Tao was a mission that he could choose to give up without any consequences. After all, the price wouldn't be the price of playing with his life. Robert asked, "What all do you need to recruit? What is the exact commission given?" Wang Tao twisted his head and said, "Deputy Polar Bear, wipe the harumph from the side of your mouth, stop staring at the roasted meat there, and hurry up and think about what we're all missing." With a strong will, Anton took his eyes off the roast and his hand quietly took an apple pie and stuffed it into his mouth. Anton answered as he ate, short of 2 commandos, a submachine gunner, a communications officer, and a medic. Robert swallowed the meat in his mouth, and then said, "Don't even think about the medics, the communication soldier this must be encountered as well. This mission has American troops on the outside to provide you with support, it can be used for the time being, so let's just start by recruiting 2 commandos and a submachine gunner." Anton nodded, "Yes. Okay, I'll go ahead and post the information." With that said, Robert took his grease-stained hands and went to work on the keyboard and mouse. At this time Fry also sent over the open security account. Wang Tao took it to Robert, who incidentally transferred the commission paid in advance to Wang Tao. With money, Wang Tao felt his waist also hardened, continued to feast up. That temperament with the landlord's stupid son is not much difference. Seeing the 2 of them, Wang Tao and Anton, eating up, Vicky, Ike, and Tobias couldn't help themselves and started to move towards the roasted meat and stuff. Gave Wang Tao a worried look, afraid that these 5 people will hold themselves up here. After Robert released the task, this newly established Sun City consulting company is just Wayne and I. There's plenty of room in the dormitory, so you guys shouldn't go out and look for a place to stay. Although Wang Tao is now also a huge sum of money in hand, that habit of economizing stingy is still there, and he hastily agreed, "Thank you." Of course the 4 more stingy Iron Rooster, once heard that there is a free place, but also happy mouth cannot close, this an air conditioning and water heater, and free food, then the small hotel do not know how many times better. Those 4 people seemed like hungry ghosts. If not for Wang Tao's timely realization that they were about to blow up their stomachs, they were still eating there. When they were all done eating, Wayne took the dinner plate and was ready to dump all the leftover food into the garbage can, which gave Wang Tao and the 4 of them a straight heartache to watch, except for Vicky, the retired ranger guy. Wang Tao hurriedly spoke out to stop it. "It's still edible, why throw it away?" Anton and Tobias both nodded their heads as well, while Ike also took out a plastic bag and filled it with the fried goods that were still on the table. Gave Robert the whole that was called an embarrassment, so opened his mouth to explain, "This thing can't be put away, no more than 2 hours should be broken." Wang Tao pointed to the refrigerator in the corner and said, "Isn't there a refrigerator there? Put it in the fridge and heat it up on the induction cooker tomorrow." Wayne, who was holding his dinner plate, was beside the trash can in a state of desire, holding his face red, and had no choice but to take his things back again. "You guys put it on then," Robert said and went back to drumming on his computer. Wang Tao and the 4 of them found clean plastic bags, so they put the rest of the food into the plastic bags and put them into the refrigerator that looked dated at first glance. Taking advantage of the solar water heater, the 5 grabbed a hot shower, washed the clothes that had been placed on the floor where they could stand up, and went to bed in the dormitory. As night fell and the cold air from the air conditioner blew, the crowd that had tossed and turned all day went to sleep. Time passed by, and soon it was 10 o'clock in the evening, when suddenly the air conditioner hummed twice and stopped spinning, and the refrigerator did the same. The temperature of the simple room rose sharply, and within half an hour it reached 30 degrees, and Wang Tao, who was still covered with a blanket, was awakened by the heat. Wang Tao walked to the light switch and pressed the switch, but the light didn't come on. "Is this a blackout?" The US military base will also power outage? Wang Tao groped the dark and found a flashlight from his backpack, opened it and then walked to the window by the light of the flashlight, ready to open the window to blow the wind. As a result, when I got to the window, I realized that the lights outside were brightly lit, and there was no blackout here, right? Wang Tao also thought that it was a separate problem on the side of the open company, so he opened the window and went out of the simple room of the Sun City Company, and then found that the two company plaques next to it were still lit up, so he was even more confused. A power outage? This US military base is also treated differently? Before Wang Tao could figure it out, Anton and Tobias and Vicky came out. Having been in Soliston for so long, the three could actually tolerate the heat here, but the immediate change of having air conditioning before going to bed at night, and then suddenly falling asleep and becoming without it, was very disconcerting for all three. A confused and wide-eyed Anton asked, "What's going on? A power outage?" Wang Tao shook his flashlight for a moment, then replied, "The ones next to us didn't lose power, just us." The three men turned their heads and saw that it was indeed so. What the hell is going on here? That's when Wayne came out of the airstrip as well. Wang Tao hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, "How did the power go out here?" Chapter 0050 Recruitment. Hearing Wang Tao's question, Wayne replied in a rather helpless tone, "Owed the electricity bill and let the US military base pull the plug." Wang Tao thought of the US Army's differential treatment, thought of the reason because of the circuit, just did not expect to be able to owe the electricity bill. Anton asked stupidly, "Then how come there's electricity during the day?" Hearing Wang Tao straight cover his head, "Anton, this is the typical end of not having 9 years of compulsory education." Wayne pointed to the Terra energy panels on the roof and said, "It wasn't out of the question to get used solar panels, and used batteries." Wang Tao realized why Wayne was so reluctant to put the food in the refrigerator, and the good guy turned out to be a power outage at night. Wang Tao said, "Knowing that the refrigerator is broken, you still buy so much roasted meat, but buy less." Wayne said with a hard look on his face, "That's the price for one piece, and the same price for a bunch." Why? Wang Tao was getting more and more confused the more he listened. Vicky, who understood the reason for this, sighed helplessly, "That's the way it is in all US Army canteens. You have to make enough for a fixed amount of food at one meal, and if you can't finish it all in one meal it has to be dumped, and of course there are people who will pay money for all this food, and a piece and a pile are all the same price." Wang Tao first sighed at the wastefulness of the US Army, and then sighed up the dilemma of this Sun City Company. Wayne also agreed with a look on his face, "Robert and I also tried to put things in the refrigerator to eat the next day, and the result was that all of them stunk at night when the refrigerator lost power, and for that reason, we even bought a second-hand induction cooker for nothing." Another used induction cooker, then I guess the refrigerator is also used. Wang Tao was quite curious and asked, "Wayne, can you tell me a little bit about what isn't used in this Sun City Company?" Wayne pointed to the plaque on the airstrip and said, "This one glows Sun City's plaque." Wayne's answer tickled Vicky's curiosity. "As far as I know, US military bases can owe electricity, huh? Rarely do they actually pinch the electricity." Wayne helplessly replied, "The boss thought the base's electricity bill was too expensive, so he took it upon himself to privately connect a line that didn't use a meter." Not using the meter wiring? Isn't that stealing electricity? How dare you steal electricity from a US military base? Robert is such a head case. Wang Tao pointed at the Hummer parked in front of the entrance of the simple house and asked, "Then this Hummer, also?" And today Wang Tao mainly practiced the project as full automatic, due to the conditions in the bunker is not good, so Wang Tao has not touched the full automatic, this time with convenient conditions, as well as carrying a huge amount of money, that must be a luxury. Bang! Bang! Wang Tao, who pulls the trigger and does not let go, feels that the recoil is almost heavenly, 100 meters away from the target off nearly half of the bullets. It is true that the reality is different from the game. Prone position plus have a bipod. Wang Tao tried it okay, 100 meters distance target bullet dispersion can be maintained in a basketball size. Of course the full automatic bullet consumption speed is also fast. Soon Wang Tao emptied 10 boxes of bullets, 800 rounds of NATO 7.62 bullets, sold at the range is $800. Checkout time, Wang Tao's heart is dripping blood, so a moment to dry an 800 knives, more expensive than the pearly gates to listen to rhyme. No wonder the Pentapolis are selling arms it. Waiting for the way back to the Sun City Company, Wang Tao suddenly thought that this money is not their own that rounding up is equal to free which makes Wang Tao in a comfortable mood. Back to the dormitory, simply took a shower, changed clothes. Wang Tao went to the reception room to wait for the interview. Around 10 o'clock, someone came to the phone to apply for the job, and the task of initial screening was of course given to Robert, a mid-level professional. Robert didn't listen for more than half a minute before he simply said, "I'm sorry, but you don't fit in with our Polaris mercenaries." Fark. Farking rabbit. Robert cursed and hung up. Are all these newcomers so hot? Before Wang Tao could sigh, the phone rang again. Robert picks up the phone, a look, or that, these two people on that scolding on, this scolding is 10 minutes, anyway, flip-flopping is fark, a little novelty is not, to Wang Tao listened to all fast asleep. In the end, it was Robert's skill, or perhaps it was the opposite side of the heart of the phone bill, the applicant and HR battle came to an end. Robert rejected several applicants. Wang Tao suspected that Robert is here to fool around. Finally a candidate, Robert satisfied with the position reported about 3 o'clock in the afternoon do not see each other. After another half hour, a total of 3 people were needed, so Robert made a deal with 3 applicants and rejected all the rest collectively. Wang Tao took advantage of Robert's gap in answering the phone and opened his mouth to ask, "How did you know from the phone call whether the applicant was suitable or not?" Robert laughed a little and replied, "It's something that's easy to say and difficult to say. Get them to say what troop they retired from and what country, ask them about a few little habits in the troop, make sure it's true and that they're happy with the troop they're in, and then you can set up a time." It is true that professional people do professional things, Robert said very easily, so many countries so many troops, not to mention the small habits, even the name can be remembered is considered powerful. Robert added, one was a commando from the French Foreign Legion, another commando was from the US Marines, and the last machine gunner was retired from the Russian GRU Special Forces. Robert bites the retired too hard, indicating that this retired machine gunner of the GRU Special Forces is certainly not young. Wang Tao asked suspiciously, the retired ones from the GRU Special Forces are also here to apply for the job? If I remember correctly, that was the top special forces of Tsarist Russia, right? Robert shrugged, that's right, but not from the army or airborne branches, but from the navy branch. An old codger over there, Anton, in that disdainful grunt, undisputed Tsarist Russia, the Soviet Union left so huge navy, actually mixed into this point now, even the GRU retired veterans cannot be retained, let out to play the miscellaneous Finnish thing. Tsarist Russia's navy over the years has been, indeed, all over the place, and only the northern fleet can be looked at, the rest can be said to exist in name only. Robert instead laughed a little, if it wasn't for Tsarist Russia like this, where would you guys go to spend such a small amount of money to hire such top-notch soldiers? It's well known that nowadays Tsarist Russia's mercenaries are the most cost-effective, good value for money and inexpensive, and the genus rolls down the wages of the mercenaries. Wang Tao did not expect that the Tsarist Russia actually rolled like this, but the place where the roll was rolled was a little bit of a pit. Wang Tao asked in disbelief, if the Tsarist mercenaries are so cheap, why don't they all use Tsarist ones? Robert said insinuatingly, if you don't want your mercenary group to be full of brainless fools, you'll hire Russians. Anton and Tobias, 2 Slavs, was Robert angry face red, but there is no way to refute, indeed it is so, Anton and Tobias cannot accept their teammates are Tsarist Russians. Robert sighed again, that's it, the Tsarians are cheap to the point where even the large PMC companies in the United States of America, such as Titan, Armor Group, and Cloverleaf Poncho are starting to hire Tsarians. Tobias also sighed, alas, even cheaper cannot be cheaper than Irmau, Tsarist Russia in the past 2 years to pull across, Irmau than Tsarist Russia is even more to pull across, $1,500 a month are people to take. Ike suddenly feels like he's worth $3,000 a month as a real aroma. These few people were here spouting off about the mercenary market for the whole noon and went to eat, and when Wayne was going to return the rented Hummer, Wang Tao suddenly stopped Wayne. Wang Tao asked, how much does this Hummer cost per day? Wayne replied, it's $50 American. With such a cheap price, Wang Tao felt very shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, so cheap? Wayne pointed to this Humvee and said, this Humvee is all retired old stuff, don't you see that there is not even an air conditioner on it, you as a baby thing, this US Army still has to spend money to deal with this Humvee. And just this Hummer is still assembled from dismantled parts, or do you think my boss could afford to rent it? Wang Tao always thought the US military still used Humvees, so how come they were retired? Wang Tao saw how cheap it was, and said directly, then renew the lease for 2 more days, and I'll borrow this Hummer to support my brand. Okay, you just pay for it. I'll pay for it. $200 for a 2-day Hummer rental was still worth it, and soon it was 3 p.m. as promised. Wang Tao took Robert, as well as Anton and Tobias and went out in 2 Hummers to pick up the people, in order to show the strength of their mercenary group. Wang Tao also made it a point to let everyone change their bulletproof vests and bulletproof helmets, for which Robert was quite unhappy until Wang Tao took out $20 to make Robert shut up. Yes, that's right, it was $20. The 2 Humvees pulled out of the gates of the US military base and then drove quickly toward a restaurant called the Crescent Sands, which sells the traditional Surestonian dish of shawarma. After driving for less than 3 minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the Crescent Moon Sand, and Wang Tao saw 3 men in full camouflage uniforms. Collected $20. Robert is very dedicated, first opened the door to get out of the car, and then bumbled to Wang Tao to pull the door of the passenger side of the car, forced to instantly pull full. After waiting for Wang Tao to get out of the car, Robert walked up to the 3 applicants and said, "Applying for a job, right? We are from the Polaris Mercenary Corps, and this is our leader, Northeast Tiger." Wearing a tactical mask, Wang Tao is very bluff, walked forward 2 steps and stretched out his hand. The 3 applicants are also very sensible, have taken the initiative to walk over to shake hands with Wang Tao. "Hello, welcome." Wang Tao just said these 4 words, making people feel mysterious. Robert said from the sidelines, "All aboard, this is no place to talk." The 3 men nodded and then followed Robert right into the Hummer. The 2 Hummers turned around and headed towards the military base, again driving straight in without stopping them, which left the 3 applicants equally shocked. The mistaken belief that the Polaris mercenaries had a US military background raised the idea that all 3 had to join. Soon the convoy arrived at the entrance of the Sun City Consulting Company. Wang Tao and the others knew what was going on in the Sun City Consulting Company, but these 3 people did not know. "We're here, get out of the car." Robert, who was in charge of driving, twisted his head and finished, then got out of the car, and opened the door for Wang Tao with his ass again. And at that moment Ike, Vicky, and Wayne, who had stayed in the airstrip, heard the car and came out of it fully armed. The desert yellow color scheme of the US Army was quite a bluff to look at, and these 3 managed to be intimidated. When he entered the house, Wang Tao followed the previously discussed plan and sat behind the only desk. Robert then stood on Wang Tao's right side, Tobias stood on Wang Tao's left side, and the 2 were just like the protector Vidra. Wang Tao was the first to speak. "Hello you all, let me introduce myself first. I am the leader of the Polaris Mercenary Corps, Northeast Tiger. Our mercenary corps has just been established not too long ago, and we are in dire need of some excellent combatants. Please introduce yourselves in turn." The person on the far right side first took off the hat that was shading the sun, and Wang Tao saw that this person's skin color was brown, and his hair was black and more curly, with the shadow of the Europa race. And the most eye-catching part was that the man had a scimitar pinned to his waist that was well known in the game, the Gurkha saber aka the dogleg. "My name is Ajia, a Gurkha, who joined the Foreign Legion in order to emigrate to France, and retired at the end of my contract last year. It's a commando of the Infantry Combat Squad of the 1st Foreign Infantry Regiment, won military medals, and has carried out missions against the law." Ajia even saluted towards Wang Tao after he finished speaking. Wang Tao does not know anything. Is a vase arrangement, the real question asked or Robert, true or false on the phone has been confirmed in the end. So Robert sidetracked into the character of the man. "Ajia, why would you come out as a mercenary now that you have French citizenship?" Ajia replied bitterly, "I couldn't find a job after I retired from the army. I had a mom to support and had to scrub dishes, but this year with Germans Merkel opening the borders to refugees. As soon as there were a lot of refugees, scrubbing dishes jobs were being madly sought after. I couldn't scrub people and lost my job, so I had to come to Sulistan to try my luck." Robert also feels aggrieved on behalf of Ajia. Europe took in the refugees from Saristan, squeezing Ajia's job out of him, and then forcing the dignified Ajia to come to Saristan to make a living as a mercenary. Chapter 0051 Ordering People. Ajia's Gurkha status adds to his credentials. Gurkhas have a tenacious will to fight and loyalty. The Gurkhas have been known as a mercenary group since time immemorial, plus the fact that Ajia has a mom to feed is another plus, and of course the biggest plus is being poor, and being poor means a good bargain. Robert nodded in satisfaction, then said, "Okay, next." The one located in the center was from the United States Marine Corps, also a black man like Ike. Blacks don't actually age as well as Asians, but this one looked old at first glance and had wrinkles on his face. The moment he opened his mouth, he said, "My name is Jason, I'm Congolese, I served in the United States Marine Corps, Expeditionary Force, a reconnaissance battalion, participated in the Babylonian War, Operation Odyssey of the Dawn. Specializing in close-range combat, skilled in the use of various squad weapons, experienced in combat, definitely not the kind of guy to fish in troubled waters, trust me, I can be the point man." In fact, Robert had drawn an X in his head at first glance, seeing this Jason with such a pale face. In the way of Jason tossed so far away from the road, but also embarrassed to let people go back directly, they sought to pull over to go through the process, and then said it was not appropriate to give a road fee to send Jason away. The Marine Corps is one of the direct forces of the President of the United States of America, which means that it can be mobilized directly by the President to carry out a mission without congressional approval. So most of the Marines deployed on home soil don't understand the ways of the US military in overseas bases, plus Jason retired early, mistakenly believing that the US military was continuing to use Humvees. The US Army has actually long since switched to LATVs, light all-terrain combat vehicles made by Oshkosh. So the Earth-old man Jason really thought that the Polaris Mercenary Corps is a US military background. Of course, Wang Tao is not all bluffing. Wang Tao, in addition to the poor point, or really have a background, including Robert actually have, just do not know why also so poor. In this way it seems that Wang Tao spent $200 to renew the lease of these 2 Hummers for 2 days, which is really value for money. Jason knew that this opportunity was rare, and that it had to be seized after the village, so he fought tooth and nail to prove his worth. And the point man in Jason's mouth just now was Jason's offer to sell his body, and Robert immediately changed his mind about sending Jason away after hearing that. Robert said purposely, I understand that 4th class Maroon. Oh, no, Marines get quite a bit of retirement money after they retire, so you should be relatively well off, right? Jason's face instantly turned ugly when he heard Marouin's insulting word, but he could only endure it because of his job search. Jason said in a slightly offended tone, retirement money is certainly plentiful, and I have various bonuses from my participation in the war, so I can call myself wealthy, and I bought a mansion with a low interest rate home loan through the VA, and I'm ready to enjoy my good old days. Jason's comment made the entire Sun City office want to kill the Versailles guy. Jason went on to say in a sad tone, my family and I were out on vacation in the Aloha State when I suddenly got a call that my house was on fire. I flew back from the Aloha State non-stop and my home was in ruins. Wang Tao said politely, sorry. Never mind. Jason started back with a calm tone, then started to get angry, his hands clenched into fists. I ended up asking my neighbor why my house was on fire, and my neighbor told me that a homeless man got high and tumbled into my house and set it on fire. What's even more of an asshole is the insurance company. The adjuster told me it was arson and not covered by the claim, FARC. What am I paying $10,000 a year for fire insurance for? Asshole. Wang Tao thought he was unlucky enough to go to Africa to see the elephants and be kidnapped by the kidnappers, and Jason still seemed to be acceptable. People's sadness and happiness are not connected, but they will transfer. Ajia's face was still depressed a moment ago, and now it seems to be a bit more thoughtful. Vicky understandingly handed over a cold Coke, which Jason took and sipped, thanks. Then, as if he had found someone to talk to, Jason began to vent his frustrations again. I lost my house, but I still have to pay my 32-year mortgage, and I need money to clean up the debris, and most of all, the most infuriating thing of all is that I still have to pay property taxes, and I still have to pay the average regional rate even though my house burned down, FARC. Overnight I became poor. Robert said professionally, no, you're not poor people don't have debts, you're a debtor, and by rough math, you're at least 1 million knives in debt or more. Jason looked at Robert with eyes like he was looking at the devil. Eyes that seemed to say, are you still a human being? Coughing, Wang Tao cleared his throat to ease the awkward atmosphere. Alright, next. Sergey, who retired from GRU, thought he was the worst one, but after hearing Jason's words, he instantly felt that those things about himself were no big deal. Sergey said, my name is Sergey, I'm a Tsarist, I used to serve in one of the units of the GRU branch of the Navy, I can use all kinds of squad weapons proficiently, and I can drive all the armored vehicles produced in the Soviet Union. Robert didn't even need to ask Sergey why he was a mercenary. With the economy of Tsarist Russia right now, it would be strange if he didn't come out as a mercenary. Robert asked, will it be with NATO equipment? Sergey replied, NATO light weapons will work, but armored vehicles and high-tech won't. Wang Tao listened to the sweaty face, I also have to be able to afford high-tech. Robert said to the three, sit down and rest for a while I discuss this with our leader. Aha, X3. After saying that, Robert and Wang Tao, 2 people, went to the house in a pretense. Wang Tao sat down on the chair and asked about the doubts that he had just held in his heart. What's with that Jason, retired from the Marines, talking about point people, huh? Robert leaned against the table and replied blandly, the point man usually refers to the first team member to enter a room or breakthrough point in a CQB battle, and is also the first to be exposed to danger, so the probability of dying in a battle is extremely high. Wouldn't that be earning your life? Robert, listening to the words of Wang Tao, and Fry, Ruben, the 2 people's mood that is exactly the same, big brother. You say this as if you are not taking life to earn money. Robert resisted the urge to spit and said, if that Jason hadn't said the words about being a bit of a human being, I'd have opened my mouth and chucked him out long ago, based on the fact that he's older than that big dumb bear. Wang Tao nodded, then grew suspicious, in that case, why don't you want the older ones? Aren't veterans more experienced? Robert replied, the physical functions of the older age, the reflexes are declining, simply can't even compare to the young. You don't want to be in a situation where you're halfway through a battle and say you can't run anymore, right? Wang Tao simulated that scene from his mind and instantly shook his head, but he asked again without dying, then there aren't any of those particularly powerful veterans? Robert pondered for a moment before answering, there are, but they're too rare. The kind of exceptionally powerful veterans you're talking about are the ones who have fought in wars all their lives and lived to be so old. This kind of veteran is what we call a legendary old man. It's an existence that can't be met. Like, how can I meet a legendary old man when I pay to advertise for a job on Push T? So it's always counted as normal. If Wang Tao remembers correctly, this Push T seems to be a social software, right? The agency is really so grounded? After feeling that it was about time, the two this came out of the house again. Wang Tao mused, I'm satisfied with all three of you, now it's time to talk about salary. The three people who had just sat down immediately stood up and stood in front of Wang Tao's desk, listening to the salary package. Robert had already listed the prices for the three men and then said, fixed salary of $6,000 a month, combat allowance of $200 a day, death pays 3 months of fixed salary, 1% of the spoils of war dividends, and the equipment takes care of itself. The three paupers were quite happy with that salary, but this last one, that the equipment takes care of itself, is beyond the means. Ajia scratched her head in embarrassment. What about that one without equipment? Sergey and Jason both had the same look on their faces. Me neither, X2. Robert kind of wouldn't either. He hadn't met any poor dinky hires like this one before when he was working for Titan. So Robert raised his hand and poked Wang Tao, telling him he didn't know what to do with it. And Wang Tao for this situation, that is quite experienced. No equipment is good, loans to buy equipment, do not buy on the neglect, Wang Tao heatedly smiled and said, given that the three of you are more to my liking, coupled with the fact that the Polaris Mercenary Corps has just been formed and is opening for a big reward, a special loan to buy equipment has been launched. As soon as Jason heard the word loan, he twisted his head and wanted to leave. After retiring from the army, he let the loan pitch to little, this prepared to be a mercenary to play for his life, and another loan? Ajia and Sergey, two people, not like Jason reaction so big. They also interviewed a lot of mercenary groups. People look at you, do not have the equipment directly, even self-introduction, do not have to introduce you, directly rejected. This Polaris mercenary group can give loans as one of the best. Of course there's the free handout of gear, that's of dismal quality, and it's all second-hand. Just how does a body armor bulletproof helmet get to be second-hand? The soul rings on them have to glow brightly at night. The meaning of Wang Tao's words was obvious, that is, they were an elite team, unlike the kind of cannon fodder mercenary group that took human lives for nothing. No at all, Sergey said patronizingly, I'll take a 3-month loan on my salary, and I want good equipment. Wang Tao didn't even think about it and said directly, 5% interest per month. Are you purchasing on your own or going through the channels of our mercenary corps? Wang Tao is really a bit of a talent for being a crooked businessman. Chapter 0052. As soon as one person takes the lead, the rest begin to waver and become dissolute. Wang Tao is what kind of person? Watch 3 years of skits, under the master of the big fool, a belly of fooling tricks, against these two silly foreigners, there is still no way out? Wang Tao said in a kindly tone, you two think about it, this loan to buy the equipment, is not the combat power is strong, this combat power is strong in the execution of the mission, it will be easier to survive, right? Ajia and Jason both nodded. If you pay off your loans in a couple months, do you become senior members, and then I'll have to give you a raise? Wang Tao first wished for a wage increase and then started to draw a big pie. If you really do a good job, complete more tasks, and accumulate enough points, there is also the mercenary group's equity incentive, so you can sit at home and collect money without having to take part in battles at that time. And this time, before either Ajia or Jason could answer out, both Wayne and Robert spoke up. Robert, who was standing beside Wang Tao, said, Northeast Tiger, aren't the two of us, Wayne and I, considered part of the mercenary group? Wang Tao had a good feeling that the fish caught here didn't take the bait, but the turtle on the side couldn't help itself and climbed up the bank into the fish trap by itself. Wang Tao smiled professionally and said, count on it, good brother, I announce that you two are now part of the Polaris Mercenary Corps. Robert pointed at Wayne and then pointed at himself and said, then we both want to invest and buy the original shares of the mercenary group. We don't want equity incentives, we just spend money and invest. Wayne nodded his head hastily as well, signaling that he felt the same way. Can welcome shareholders to invest. Wang Tao agreed to a very painful, can't wait to have a few more shareholders, anyway, the money to their own pockets on the line, as for the return or not, with the ability to borrow money, why return? Then wait a while and we'll talk. Robert turned his attention to the two men who were still hesitant, exactly like NATO. With a clench of his teeth, Ajia said, I'll borrow, also for 3 months. Just when the crowd thought that Jason did not agree, who knew that this big brother came to say, I still have the 13,502 knives that I swiped out of my credit card before I left the United States of America, so it counts as 1 share of my share. Equipment loan to buy. Tough loan. said Jason. Began to unbuckle his belt to take off his pants. To Wang Tao, scared, thought Jason to go crazy. Who knows, this big brother is also the same as Ike. Hide the money in the pants? Wang Tao cannot help but sigh. This hiding money in the pants is the will of the great universe? Wang Tao took the money that was still hot, and his heart was mixed, or his heart was too soft, and he had to learn to be more ruthless in the future. With a look of flesh pain, Wang Tao pulled out a bill from the pile of money, then handed it to Jason and said, "Keep this 2 knives as pocket money." As for why Wang Tao did it, it was because he was good. Jason directly refused. "I want money, but also owed more than 2.5 million knives, plus interest rolled over I cannot afford to pay back in this life, head of the group. If I die, can the mercenary group's dividends be given to my daughter to inherit? Don't worry about the inheritance tax, I understand, just follow the United States of America." "Do you still have to pay taxes on your inheritance?" Wang Tao was confused, so Jason gave the money to his daughter, who knew. "IRS Revenue Service, taxed you of the United States of America, you better have your own army, what do I have you ask?" "Sorry, I have an army too, and special forces that are just as good as Delta. Let's put it this way, the United States of America's official website in China to access the fastest is the IRS official website, but also friendly to provide the Chinese." In this way, Wang Tao not only didn't spend a penny, he collected 3 hard laborers who don't need to spend money, but also harvested 13,502 knives, this 2 knives to emphasize. After solving the matter of recruiting people, the following should consider the matter of arms. Wang Tao went out of the simple room and called Fry again. At this hour, Fry answered the phone that was pretty fast. "Tao, what's up?" Wang Tao opened the door and said, "Brother Fry, my mercenary group has taken a mission and will be going on it the day after tomorrow, and now there is a shortfall in weapons and equipment, and I don't know where to buy them from." Fry didn't hesitate much, and said very directly, "I have all the NATO equipment here, but it's all light weapons. Send me a list of exactly what you need, and I'll arrange for someone to send it to you, and for heavy weapons, I'd suggest you stick with Soviet weapons." Wang Tao asked in confusion, "Why?" Fry said very politely, "I'm afraid that you'll have a heartache with it." The subliminal meaning in the words was that Wang Tao couldn't afford it. Wang Tao thought about the pocket, is more than 175,000 knives of money, silently stopped asking why the heartache. "So where do I buy Soviet weapons?" Fry said, "Find Mikhail, the arms dealer in Saristan who sells Soviet weapons, just go there and say I referred you, I'll say hello to him later and text you the phone number and address." "Well nah, thanks big brother Fry." "You're welcome." Fry hung up straight away. Wang Tao, who was standing under the hot sun, waited patiently, and after about 5 minutes, Fray's text message came. The address that Fry sent Wang Tao couldn't read, so he could only go to the house and get a pen, copying down Mikhail's address and taking it to Ask Robert. Wang Tao opened his mouth and asked, "Do you know this address?" Robert replied, "Got it." "Is it far from here?" "It's not far, about 50 minutes away." Wang Tao heard 50% of the distance, that is quite close, and now this close to the evening, it is a good time to do things. "I'll go make a call." After saying that, Wang Tao went out of the house again and went to make a call. The phone rang twice before it was picked up. "Hello, this is Mikhail." A voice speaking with a flicking tongue sounded from across the room. "Fry introduced me to you to buy weapons." Mikhail said, "Mr. Fry just called me, you're the Northeast Tiger of the Polaris mercenaries?" "Yes, I'm Northeast Tiger, what time are you free?" "I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry to buy weapons." "Weapons are bought in a hurry, no need to be embarrassed, I'm free right now, you can come to my door anytime. Did Mr. Fry tell you the address?" "Told, I'll be there in about an hour then." "Looking forward to your arrival." Wang Tao hung up the phone, feeling that this Mikhail is quite polite, just do not know whether the arms sold are black or not. Sure enough, the $200 were not spent in vain, the 2 Hummers were used again. Wang Tao left the newcomers at Sun City Consulting, took Anton, Vicky, Ike, Tobias, and Robert 5 people and got into the Hummer and drove towards the address on the note. The US military base is like a big Buddha, sitting in the place where the demons and monsters are afraid to make trouble. Of course, the big Buddha also has to be attacked sometimes. Waiting for the Hummer to drive for about half an hour, Wang Tao felt that the car began to jitter up abruptly. Forget that this Hummer is assembled from dismantled parts. Wang Tao prayed that this Hummer do not give him thrown on the road. I do not know as Wang Tao prayers work, but also as the incidental phenomenon, after 5 minutes or so on the smooth again. With a voice over the intercom, in place. The 2 Humvees then went down the road and drove inside the dirt road. Wang Tao fantasized that the place where he bought the arms should be quite lofty, who knows, it is the same as the compound where they lived in the village where they were stationed before. Just but the courtyard wall is a little bit higher. Wang Tao pressed the horn, the gate was opened, the way to open the gate, actually is an automatic gate, which makes Wang Tao feel very surprised. This is the first time he saw automated things in Sulistan. The two Hummers drove directly into the yard. The good guy outside looks unremarkable, but inside the yard is something else. The width of this yard entrance may seem narrow, but in fact the depth is deep, and there are anti-tank cones made of concrete, leaving only a gap that is wide enough for a truck to drive through. The gap was flanked by the Great Czech Hedgehog, an anti-tank obstacle made of angle iron. This is a type of steel crossed with an L or H section. This arms dealer is as terrifying as it is, and the two men in Russian camouflage uniforms, who moved the Czech hedgehogs with great effort, waved their hands toward Wang Tao and the others. The two Humvees drove past the anti-tank cone, and after driving what could be about 15 meters, they saw a wall, and Anton, who was driving, stood there with a kick of the brakes. Followed by the Hummer also stopped. Sitting in the passenger side of the Wang Tao for a moment is also a little confused. This house how to build, actually no door. After what could have been 2 minutes, the two Russians moved the Czech hedgehog back to its original position and came toward the Hummer. Copying a mouthful of Russian, he said, "Drive forward and don't be afraid." Anton replied in Russian, "Isn't that a wall ahead?" "No, there's a mechanism, you just drive forward." Anton will be convinced to put on the forward gear, slowly step on the gas pedal toward the wall. Close to the wall about 5 meters or so, it felt the front end of the car suddenly sink down. That's when the soldier shouted again, "Keep driving forward." Anton then did not step on the brakes, and drove for about half a meter. The wall in front of him disappeared, and a passageway appeared just like the entrance to the underground parking lot, and there were lights above the passageway. This time he saw that there was a road in front of him. Anton then dared to accelerate and drive forward. After traveling through the passageway, the Hummer went down to the first floor, and it was suddenly clear. The underground layer can probably have the size of 2 basketball courts, which is parked with all kinds of armored vehicles. Even the BTR armored transport vehicle that was met during the bunker has 2 units, and there is also a T-72 tank. This makes Wang Tao feel very shocked to know that this distance from the US military base is also about 50 kilometers away. Actually hiding such an arsenal, this Mikhail strength can be said to be really powerful. Anton drove off to the right in the direction of someone, and when he stopped the car he saw a bearded czarist standing there waiting. Chapter 0053 Mikhail. Wang Tao was the first to extend his hand in greeting when he got out of the car. "You are Mr. Mikhail, right?" The bearded Mikhail shook Wang Tao's hand, then patted Wang Tao's back and greeted him warmly. "Well, the Northeast Tiger welcomes you, and so does the Polaris Mercenary Corps. I like your names." Mikhail made no effort to hide his identity as a czarist, and especially felt satisfied with Wang Tao's nickname of Siberian Tiger. "Thanks. Let's go inside first." Mikhail took the lead toward the only place on the basement level with glass doors. Just as Wang Tao wanted to follow Mikhail towards the house, he let the bodyguard who was standing beside Mikhail just now stop him. The bouncer's tone feigned a slight apology as he said, "Sir, I'm sorry, a search is required." As if he hadn't heard, Mikhail opened the glass of the door and stepped inside, directly avoiding any unpleasantness. Wang Tao thought that he was a small person, so he could not lose a piece of meat if he was searched, so he was very cooperative, and he did not carry a weapon anyway. Seeing that Wang Tao was so cooperative, the others took the pistols off their belts and threw them on the Hummer's seat. After a brief body search, Mikhail's bodyguard, with his hand extended toward the automatic glass door there, said, "Sir, please come in." Wang Tao hit the head toward the glass door. Wait until the glass door. Wang Tao also thought it was the same as the domestic automatic induction, but also in the same as Mikhail just now, waiting for the door to automatically open it. Who knows that half a day did not open. Wang Tao thought that the sensor was broken, and waved his leg twice, but the result was that the bodyguard who had just searched the body looked at Wang Tao as if he were looking at the eyes of a retard. Then the bouncer took a card out of his chest and swiped it towards the doorstop. "Drop, senior citizen card." Wrong movie set. The same sound as getting on the bus and swiping the bus card, and then the automatic glass door slowly opened. Wang Tao. This broken door still recognizes people? Wang Tao did not think about it. What is this place? It is the territory of arms dealers. How can it be an automatic door? That automatic door is a separate back door set up specifically for Mikhail. It was still Frey's face to let them come right in without searching them outside, otherwise they would have been searched on the ground. Glass door open when the motor movement is muffled. Wang Tao look at the good guys have to have a tie 150mm thick, is bulletproof glass. Cold air poured in, and the interior wasn't too big, only about 80 square feet, decorated in typical Russian style, with a huge solid wood desk located in the center of the room. On the desktop were several heavy books, an expensive fountain pen, and an old-fashioned telephone. Wang Tao how to feel déjà vu. Suddenly the Godfather movie screen appeared in the mind. Numb nuts. 1-to-1 replica with his previous purchase of high imitation So ing convinced of this old six, watching Mikhail sit at his desk and start puffing on a cigar there. Have a no, it's authentic Cuban. Thanks, no. Wang Tao politely refused Mikhail's kindness. Mikhail said in a tone of pity while holding a cigar and cutting it, "What a pity, cigarettes, wine, beauty, power, the four great pleasures of life, you are missing one of the great pleasures of life." As Mikhail went down with a snip, it seemed to be a bit too much, causing the outer wrapper of the cigar's leaf to fall apart. Before Wang Tao could say anything, Mikhail silently put the cigar back into the box and said, "Since I won't smoke it if you don't, what weapons do you all need? Callie, bring our list over." One becomes talkative when one is embarrassed, and Mikhail's hands are busy there. Wang Tao changed the topic and said, "Do you sell NATO weapons?" Smoothly, Mikhail replied, "Sells, but it's all low-end lines and knockoffs." "Are there replicas of the weapons too?" The big man is always friendly to newbies, and Mikhail replied with a smile, "Of course there is, weapons are just you copying me and me copying you, but the weapons you buy from me are not as good as NATO-produced quality, but there's certainly nothing wrong with using them." At this time Mikhail's assistant Callie brought over the arms brochures they had made, and by the way gave Anton and them all a copy each, which was really similar to the car sales brochures, with various pictures on it. As soon as Wang Tao flipped open and looked at the catalog, the AK-74 assault rifle, the AK-74U short assault rifle, the RPK-74 light machine gun, the SVD sniper rifle, the PK general purpose machine gun, and the PKM light machine gun. These were not the focus of Wang Tao's attention. What Wang Tao needed was class support weapons. Turning back 2 pages, Wang Tao finally saw it. Rocket launchers, the top color are all Soviet-made, RPG-7 rocket launchers, RPG-18 disposable rocket launchers, RPG-22 rocket launchers, RPG-26 rocket launchers, the caliber is one bigger than the other. There are also mortars, PM-40 50mm mortar, 37mm mortar, 2B14 cornflower 82mm mortar. But mortar Wang Tao they do not have a professional artillery, simply skipped, and the next large caliber heavy machine gun is the main event. 12.7mm heavy machine gun, NSV Cliff, Deshka DSHK. As for the bigger 14.5mm caliber, Wang Tao didn't look at it because it was too heavy. Wang Tao grew up with a phobia of insufficient firepower, grew up nonetheless not good, but heavier, which in the country can only look at the picture to get over it, but this can be all the physical objects that can be bought. Further back in the page were armored vehicles, artillery, and the like, with spot and futures prices thoughtfully marked on them. Wang Tao watched carefully, and Mikhail was not in a hurry to rush. The customer is God, wait a while is not in the way. Looked at the face of the tangled Wang Tao, suddenly closed the brochure, to Mikhail and his assistant startled, how this is still pumping it. Wang Tao directly turned his head to the several people who were still there flipping pages and said, "Can't see more. Seymour should not be able to sleep. Tyrannosaurus Rex heavy machine gun, which one do you want? Flamethrower bazooka, what do you want, how many?" Tobias didn't even think about it and answered directly, "NSV Cliff heavy machine gun, all rounds to be armor piercing, and tracer rounds, for barrels." Vicky looked also straight drooling, in the bunker when the Tsarist Russia to provide all our RPG-7 anti-tank high-explosive bombs, and anti-personnel grenades, there is no high-end goods, and this actually have temperature and pressure bombs, this attack on a round of what do not have to look at. Vicky spoke directly, 2 launchers for the RPG-7, 10 anti-tank high-explosives, 10 anti-personnel grenades, 1 RPG-26 rocket launcher, for thermobaric rounds, and 2 anti-tank rounds. Mikhail was a bit confused about the situation. What kind of mission was this Polaris Mercenary Corps preparing for? Carrying so much squad support firepower? Is it possible that the US Army is about to make a big move? Mikhail was intimidated by this group of old men. The reason why Vicky and Tobias dared to ask for so much was because Wang Tao had instructed them before arriving to count according to 2 battles, and the preparation had to be sufficient. This was the first battle of the Polaris Mercenary Corps, and it had to be fought with authority. Never mind what the opponent looked like, the tactics had to pay attention to the enemy. Ike said, offensive grenades, defensive grenades, 40 more. Anything else to add? Wang Tao asked. The crowd thought about it and shook their heads together. That's all. As soon as Wang Tao's words left his mouth, Mikhail's assistant, Callie, began to make offers. RPG-7 launchers, 2x $4,500 equals $9,000. RPG-7 anti-tank high explosive, 10 rounds x $450 equals $4,500. RPG-7 anti-personnel grenade, 10 rounds x $225 equals $2,250. RPG-26, 1x $3,000 equals $3,000. RPG-26 thermobaric, 4 rounds x $1,500 equals $6,000. RPG-26 anti-tank rounds, 2x $900 equals $1,800. NSV heavy machine gun, 1x $30,000 equals $30,000. NSV armor piercing ammunition, 4,000 rounds x $7.50 equals $30,000. NSV tracer, 1,000 rounds x $7.50 equals $7,500. Offensive grenades, 40x $100 equals $4,000. Defense, 40 pieces x $80 equals $3,200. Final total $96,750. Is this armament so expensive? Wang Tao had lost his previous broad-mindedness in the slightest, and now his heart was weak. What kind of person is Mikhail, an arms dealer, the best of the best? Immediately saw Wang Tao's thoughts. This is a big order. How can I let Wang Tao reduce things downwards? So Mikhail smiled and said, since you were introduced by Fry, there's nothing much that can be done about the price. I'm not bargaining on anything here, but I can send you 5,000 knives of things. Mikhail said this just like a shopping guide. Wang Tao calculated this giveaway of 5,000 knives, that would be a discount of 95%. Rounding up would be equivalent to saving $100 million, so Wang Tao said, deal, Polar Bear, think about what's still missing and make sure to raise enough 5,000 knives. Mikhail listened to Wang Tao's aggravated tone, and immediately felt that this little guy was really funny, with a thick skin just like those big shots, of course here also included himself. People want to be shameless, the world is invincible, Wang Tao, but know this truth, there is a cheap knot to take advantage of. Anton thought for a moment. Plastic explosive C4, do you have it here? Mikhail shook his head, no, but there is a plastic explosive PVV-5A made in the Soviet Union, would that be okay with you? Anton nodded a bit, although PVV-5A is not as stable and sticky as the C4 produced in the United States of America, it's not far off, it'll do. Wang Tao heard that Anton wanted to buy the same PVV-5A as C4, it was as if he had become a villain yet. But Wang Tao's curiosity was also hooked up, this C4 explosion in the game saw a lot of times. But put aside the reality but did not see, this mission to blow up a hand, listen to a sound? If Mikhail knew Wang Tao's idea of this extra-legal fanatic, he said that he could not sell this PVV-5A to him, which really blew up in the city, and it would be a ghost if he, the seller, could be good. Wang Tao, who was there casually flipping through the introduction manual, saw a shield that said it was a Tsarist Russian Vant VM heavy bulletproof shield. To say that the most impressive scene in Wang Tao's experience, but also feel the most desperate moment, is the Special Air Service Corps top bulletproof shield toward them, Wang Tao hand proud of the gun, not the slightest effect, the feeling of despair came to the surface. So Wang Tao pointed to the picture of the shield with his index finger, I'll take 2 of this shield. Mikhail heard to Wang Tao want this heavy bulletproof shield, in the heart of ecstasy, this thing has been pressed inventory for several years, today is finally marketing out, first do not care if it is not spend money to buy, which as long as it is taken away, they do not have to look at this money losing goods bad. With these 2 shields plus plastic explosives, as well as detonators, these 5,000 knives instantly gone, Wang Tao added more than 2,000 knives for this. Mikhail stood up from behind his desk and shook hands with both Wang Tao, happy cooperation, in the future, despite what you need, give me a call, we don't only have arms sales, but also battlefield support, as well as home delivery. It was a pleasure to work with you, and I'll definitely be back the next time I need something. Say hi to Fry for me. Aha! The meaning of Mikhail's words to send off his guests was quite obvious. Wang Tao was still wondering about stuff when he saw that Mikhail had gotten up and was ready to send him off. Wang Tao suppressed his doubts and headed out. When he got out of the glass door, Wang Tao knew what was going on, the boxes with weapons had all been placed next to the Hummer. Mikhail said, the stuff is all here, and the bullets gave you some extra. Thanks. After Wang Tao thanked him, he waved his hand to Anton, signaling to go and take an inventory of his things. Anton took Vicky and Tobias and then went to count. The list was completed very quickly due to the exceptionally neat placement. Anton gave a no-problem gesture to Wang Tao. Then, Mr. Mihaly, we will take our leave. Mikhail smiled back and said, have a safe trip. After saying that, Mikhail twisted his head and went back. Wang Tao and a few of them moved things to the Hummer, the weapons with the outer packing box, that volume can be said to be quite huge. This 100,000 knives of arms, the 2 Humvees stuffed to the ground, came to the ground. At this time outside has been dark, or the 2 heavily armed soldiers, the Czech hedgehogs, moved away after the 2 Humvees drove out of the yard, toward the direction of the US military base. Wang Tao on the road, the more he thought the more wrong, their budget on the 50,000 knives, how confused to spend 100,000 knives, the whole thing with the same as buying a car, 100,000 budget into the store, out of the first 100,000 became a down payment. Wang Tao sat in the co-pilot and asked, Anton, who was driving there, big dumb bear, do you think I'm being fooled? The corner of Anton's mouth twitched. When he first met Wang Tao, Anton's big brother was long, Anton's big brother was short, then it became Anton, then it became a polar bear. This Polaris mercenary corps had become a big dumb bear after its establishment, and the 3-month designation had changed a little too quickly. Nay, people have to bow their heads under the eaves. Anton is not afraid of Wang Tao himself, but is afraid of Wang Tao's debtors. To say that now the most afraid of Wang Tao problems is this group of investment in Wang Tao guys. If on the battlefield, if Wang Tao meets any danger, can give Wang Tao blocking bullets. This Anton, if you show a little bit of disrespect to Wang Tao's seedling, not out of 5 minutes will have to be rounded up. Big dummy bear on big dummy bear. Anton helplessly accepted this name. No, this Mikhail selling things is not too black, just 10% higher than the market price, but more than this 10% have after sales. Wang Tao nodded. Then I'm relieved, this won't go bad for a while anyway. Chapter 0054 Combined Exercise. Sulistan in the darkness of the night is particularly silent. The sound of the Hummer engine roar makes Wang Tao feel very uncomfortable. It seems that the pickup headset and walkie-talkie have to be done in a hurry. The Humvee was pretty strong and made it back to the gate of the US base without much trouble. At this moment, Robert, who was leading the way in front of him, did not drive directly into the US military base, but instead turned a corner and drove in front of a tall building that was rarely seen in Sulistan. The US military base thing, Wang Tao will not even question Robert. Anyway, all of Robert's body is here in him. I believe that Robert pit anyone will not pit themselves. Sure enough, Robert's voice came over the intercom. All this heavy firepower needs to be stored. Really bring it in and let it be discovered, and it's really going to get whisked away. Got it. Wang Tao took a walkie-talkie and returned. Without this depository, if you really want to bring these dangerous things to the US military base, Wang Tao's heart is really a bit guilty of it. This supermarket depository, no, weapons depository is very modern, actually has an elevator. Wang Tao's perception of modernization is that having an elevator is modern. The two of them, Tobias and Ike, pushed the cart right into the cargo elevator and deposited their things in a room on the 3rd floor. This room is quite intelligent, and there is a password lock. Wang Tao drummed for half a day, and successfully set the password. It is 7777. Once out of the hosting office, the two Humvees drove back into the US military base and back to the office, lodging, dining, and all in one Sun City Consulting, which, by the way, had to lose power in the middle of the night. Wang Tao this time simply learned sharp. First turned off the air conditioning in the house, so that it does not have to be cold for a while and hot for a while, really a little witty. And both Robert and Wayne followed suit when they saw this and turned off the air conditioning in their house and opened the windows to air out their beds. Although Wang Tao was also soaked to the skin this night, he didn't wake up in the middle of the night because the temperature didn't change much. When Wang Tao was about to get up and go wash up, he passed by the 3 newcomers in Ike's house, and felt something was wrong. Why is there cold air? The air conditioner is actually running? And these 4 people are sleeping like crazy. Wang Tao thought for a moment to know how it is. The battery power with 4 air conditioning cannot take, but with that is more than enough. With the air conditioning turned off in this house of his own, and Robert learning to turn it off from himself, plus the air conditioning in the office turned off as well, wouldn't that be enough power to last until the next morning? Wang Tao threw the glass on the door, coldly smiling at the 4 people who were sleeping especially well. Tonight must let them experience what is called the unbearable heat. After a brief wash, Wang Tao first instructed Anton to familiarize themselves with the fit today, as well as receiving the NATO equipment that Toffrey had bought for them in a while. After the instructions, Wang Tao took the gun bag containing the Mk14 to the range. Do not ask why come so early, ask as Wang Tao to save money to buy 1000 free 500 discount. Now there are still more than 500 rounds of ammunition did not finish it. And the most pitiful rule of this shooting range is that there is a time limit, 3 days must be finished. On Wang Tao this stingy, how can let the bullets go to waste? 500 rounds of ammunition, Wang Tao played a full 2 hours, climbed the body is sore. If it is not a bipod to reduce the vibration, it is estimated that Wang Tao's arms have to be numb. But these 500 rounds of ammunition were not without gain. The accumulated effect of nearly a month's worth of daily gun practice finally allowed Wang Tao to break through the tipping point, and his gun sense rose another level. The reason why there can be this qualitative change at the range is because all the shooting at the bunker is a fixed target, making Wang Tao, who is used to shooting moving prey, very uncomfortable. And in this range practice gun is a moving target. These days to fight down, Wang Tao to find the feel in the old forest in the northeast. Yes, Wang Tao now has not reached his previous peak. Back at Sun City Consulting, Wang Tao took one of the frozen pizzas that Robert had bought at the US Army cafeteria in the morning, threw it into the microwave to heat it up, stuffed it into his mouth and went to find the crowd that was training together. The US military base can be said to have everything, of course. What to do? Have to spend money. The training ground $500 a day without payback. Wang Tao heard also some heartache. but a careful questioning of this money hangs on the account of the Sun City Consulting Company. Wang Tao instantly wanted to ask if he could discuss with this administrator, first rent for a month, people cannot come, and then sublet to other people, and then split the bill in 37. Alas, later Wang Tao thought that Robert had invested his entire fortune in the pockets of Wang Tao of the Polaris Mercenary Corps, so he couldn't bear to do it. Of course, that's one of the reasons, the main one being that the training ground administrator said that Sun City counseling was down to $675 in credits. The training ground of 500 knives is different, all the cameras on it, and there is also a laser simulation training system. Wang Tao, who didn't enter the field outside to see it quite clearly. The strength of the three veteran players like Anton, Vicky, Ike, and Tobias goes without saying, and the rest have played consistently except for Ike, who is a bit of a mouthful. This playing consistently is a very high compliment. In the middle of a battle, if you can play consistently, you can already exceed over 90% of the people. And although the performance of the three newcomers was said to be still relatively rusty, but as far as Wang Tao, a layman, could see, there was also a level, especially the two old guys. Jason and Sergey, two people performance, nothing to make people bright things, but just give people a kind of feeling of flowing water. Wang Tao's keen sixth sense realized that these two people are not ordinary cannon. After a group of training, when the 7 people came out from the field, they saw Wang Tao there. The talkative Tobias was the first to speak up. "Head, you done practicing with your guns?" Wang Tao nodded. "Well, I just got a little bit of my hand back from practicing, so I came to see how you guys are practicing. By the way, Agia, Jason, Sergey, I still don't know the nicknames of the 3 of you." "Anton? What do you mean, your touch came back a little? So you didn't have the touch until now?" Agia was the first to introduce herself. "My nickname is Snowhawk, which means Eagle of the Snowy Mountains." The 4 words of the Eagle of the Snowy Mountains, which makes Wang Tao appeared in his mind, the world's first peak of Mount Everest picture, and thought of the Gorkhas in the place. Agia, this nickname is very image. Jason was a little less talkative. Iron felt. "Aha!" Wang Tao answered, indicating that he knew. And with Sergey's next self-introduction, Wang Tao realized why Jason had so few words. "My name is Hammer." Sometimes people are so speechless that they just giggle awkwardly. Hey, good name." Anton, Vicky, and Tobias, the 3 of them skimmed their mouths in unison. It seems that the headmaster is also an ordinary person? The Iron Felt was silent for a moment, just silently being hammered. After Wang Tao finished laughing awkwardly, he waved his hand and said, "You guys keep practicing. Snow Eagle, you're right, it just so happens that I have a good hand today, so I'll practice with you guys." After saying that, Wang Tao went to change his equipment. The 4 older members of the team were there secretly holding back, waiting to see the joke. The reason why both Sergey and Jason didn't say anything wasn't entirely because of the awkwardness of, well, Hammer, Felt, and the 2 designations. During the joint practice, the 2 men found out that in addition to Ike, who was a new recruit, the rest of Anton, Vicky, and Tobias were all experienced veterans, so how could they not let Wang Tao join the joint practice just because he was the leader? You have to realize that this is a battlefield, not a house. A small mistake may bury the whole team. This seems to be that Wang Tao must have some special features that are out of place in the team, and when you think about Wang Tao's identity as a precision shooter, the result is obvious. Wang Tao's shooting skills are surprisingly good. Wang Tao, who had finished changing his equipment, took a training gun with MK14 and walked out. "How do you practice?" Wang Tao's interest rose. Seeing that the crowd was silent, Agia said directly, "Group up, 1 group to attack, 1 group to defend." The quickest to respond was Vicky. "I'm with the head group." Next up was Anton, Tobias, and Ike, and all 3 picked Wang Tao together as well. Who knows that Wang Tao doesn't follow the routine at all? "Pitcher, you're with me, we'll both guard as a team, and you'll be in charge of offense." After saying that, Wang Tao walked towards the building in the training ground. The remaining 6 people, "You look at me, I look at you." For a while there was nothing to say. Seeing the lack of interest from all 3 of the older men, Agia knew it was time to step up to the plate. Tyrannosaurus Rex and Iron Hammer with the machine guns will take care of the suppression on the outside, and the 3 of us, myself, and Iron Felt, and Polar Bear, will be in charge of the break-in. Except for Jason and Sergey, the 3 remaining men gave a breathless of no objection. When Wang Tao reached the high point, he pressed the button that was already prepared. Ding, training begins. That's when the training gun's lasers got good, and Tobias had pulled the trigger first thing, toward the pre-sighting point. But the trigger speed of the machine gun, which has the speed of the rifle trigger fast, this is not counting Wang Tao and Tobias' 2 reaction speed gap it. Tyrannosaurus, out. Hammer, out. Iron Felt, out. Polar Bear, out. Agia listened to the battlefield broadcast. The whole person was dumbfounded. This ING system is not broken. This does not allow the use of grenades, does not allow the use of rocket launchers, who can take Wang Tao have away. The careful Wang Tao purposely left Ajia behind, leaving Ike, the rookie, in charge of giving the solution. As Ajia, who was frozen in place, was disposed of by Ike with a single pike, the battlefield announcer rang out, "Victory for Blue." Chapter 0055 The Attacking Polaris. Wang Tao. This hand operation completely let the crowd wilt. Bar, Anton, Vicky, and Tobias have long been prepared mentally, but really hit his head, but also cannot accept And Jason and Sergey, two more living hell. Look, they also expected the Wang Tao gun law good, but did not expect this Wang Tao gun law is fast and accurate, the first enemy fire to do the ultimate. Ajia, on the other hand, was directly struck by Wang Tao like a wilted ostrich, and was close to sticking his head into the ground. As for this open behavior of Wang Tao, the remaining 7 people have started to vote, and with an absolute advantage of 6-1, Wang Tao was kicked out of the training ground. Ask who voted for that one? After Wang Tao returned to Sun City Consulting, he looked for Robert to arrange things for tomorrow's assignment. Sitting in his chair, Robert said to Wang Tao, "The 75th Ranger Regiment will be sending 2 JLTV joint tactical vehicles to provide ground fire support for your entry into the city of Idlib. Your mission will be to enter the buildings and be responsible for clearing out the factories where the explosives are made." Wang Tao nodded his head to indicate that he knew. Robert went on, "The Rangers will not get out of the car and participate in your combat. They will only wait for you at the agreed-upon exit point. You have half an hour to perform your mission. If you exceed that time, the Rangers will withdraw without hesitation." "I know, and if we don't take it down in half an hour, I don't think we'll survive many of them." Seeing that Wang Tao, who was a newcomer, was so understanding, Robert had less to say. Robert said, "Here's a satellite 3D map of the streets I got from the US Army for you to look at." Wang Tao took the tablet in Robert's hand and just looked at it carefully, thinking that this must be one of the intelligence that Robert had paid for. The accuracy of this American map is really high, just like the real scene. Wang Tao focused on the high points, and already had a battle plan in his mind. Robert added, "The closest enemy to you is a company of combat troops at the Sham organization site 5 kilometers to the north, so if the evacuation isn't timely, don't run north, run south." Got it. Now that everything was ready, Wang Tao began to dismantle the NATO equipment that he had spent 65,000 knives to buy from Fry. That's right, the Polaris mercenaries now had a deposit of 1,000 knives. After waiting for the people to come back, Wang Tao again took the people to the depository to unpack all the outside packaging of the weapons bought from Mikhail, making sure that they could leave directly after picking up the equipment early tomorrow morning. After tossing and turning for so many days, Wang Tao finally enjoyed a night with cold air. In addition to the big-hearted Wang Tao, the other people all got up early and began to prepare, and when Wang Tao woke up from sleep, the other people were already fully armed and ready to go. After Wang Tao finished dressing, the 2 JLTVs were already parked in front of the Sun City Consulting Company, and the vehicle that the US Army had prepared for Wang Tao and the others was still a Humvee, which was different from the one that they had rented, and it was a Humvee that had been retrofitted with a bulletproof kit. After saying goodbye to Robert, Wang Tao got into the Hummer driven by Anton, and the 4 vehicles formed a convoy towards the outside of the base. Got to the stuff that was hosting the weapons, loaded it all into the Humvee, and started driving fast towards Idlib. The hegemony of the US military can be seen in the middle of the drive, not slowing down at all along the way, as horizontal as a crab walking. After about 2 hours, the convoy reached Idlib, and the rangers in charge of clearing the road informed, prepare to enter the city and make a quick breakthrough. Having said that, the roof of the JLTV at the beginning, drilled out, was a machine gunner, under the cover of a 6-flak plate machine gun shield, watching for possible dangers. Rapidly breaking into combat avoids 90% of the potential risk of leaving the enemy too late to react. The convoy sped quickly through the streets, and the local civilians, who were experienced at first glance, all ducked into their houses when they heard the sound of the cars, and did not want anything that was lying on the ground. Car 1, who was driving the road, informed, "Focus, 3 o'clock, second floor window." The machine gunner in the car then aimed his M240 machine gun at the 3 o'clock window, when suddenly there was a figure flashing out of the window there. The M240 machine gun on the roof of the car then took the lead and fired, shattering the man next to a long point-blank window. Threat target cleared. After this one hiccup, the convoy reached the back of the bomb factory, the destination of this mission, without meeting any more resistance along the way. The ranger informed, "Destination has been reached, Polaris mercenaries, you may move, but be safe, today is very off, the road was a bit too smooth." "Roger, see you in a minute." "See you in a minute." With Wang Tao's cry, "Dog! Dog!" rang out, the Polaris mercenary corps got out of their vehicles and began to move according to the mission plan. The bomb factory was a converted school, and the perimeter fence was filled with the kind of barbed wire with razor blades, the windows of the main building were boarded up, and sandbags were piled up at the main entrance, making it a fortified fortress. Since the door of the main building was a large open space, Wang Tao and the others had to occupy a high point if they wanted to enter. Therefore, Wang Tao chose the primary target of attack to be a 3-story abandoned building next to the school, which was the high point of the entire area. If Wang Tao, a top-notch precision shooter, occupied this high point, it would mean that the Polaris mercenaries took the initiative of the battlefield into their own hands. That's when the raiders came into play. The abandoned buildings that had had their corners collapsed by the bombs and their doorways piled high with sandbags showed that it was manned. Snowhawk. Break in. Jason was ready to burst in. The broken door wasn't the one that was blocked with sandbags, but the boarded-up window off to the side, and on the battlefield going through the door unless it was the only entrance would have been a little better to go through the window. Ajia took out a small explosive device designed to break down doors and stuck it right on the boards, and as the countdown ended, boom! With a bang, the boards on the window were blown away. Jason, who was the point man, rushed in with an arrow in his hand with his M4A1 CQBR, which was specifically designed to be shot in indoor combat, which was a brave move, followed closely by Anton, and then Ajia. After what could have been about 5 seconds, Jason's voice sounded in Wang Tao's headset, "The first floor is cleared." Wang Tao was informed of the safety notification, then also entered the building from the broken window. Because the windows were sealed up, the house was very dim, only a few beams of light from the boards on the ground. The scattering effect of the Tyndall effect made this beam of light obvious, causing Wang Tao, who had suddenly entered a dim environment, to fall into a dark adaptation situation due to the light adaptation mechanism of his eyes. The first time Wang Tao put the tactical flashlight mounted on the Mk14 rail, opened and adjusted it into the scattering mode, and then followed the footprints on the ground toward the house door that walked quickly. As Wang Tao crossed the corridor to the stairs, he heard a gunshot, bang, X5. Anton informed, Ironfell picked up the enemy, eliminated 2, not hit, over. Jason's informed, second floor cleared. Sure enough, this high point was manned. Wang Tao was not wrong in his prediction. Hearing Jason's briefing, Wang Tao went up the crumbling stairs to the second floor. The first thing I saw was the 2 bodies lying at the mouth of the room on my right, blood spilling out. Since he still had to attack the building, Wang Tao hurriedly got out of the way of the stairs, saving himself from disrupting the rhythm of the assault team's 3-man attack. At this point, the enemy on the 3rd floor reacted with energy and fired directly ahead of time at the stairway there for suppression. Jason was too pinned down to show his head. Snowhawk, prepare the grenades. Give way. Jason leaned down and gave position to Ajia, who, with the grenade in hand, took advantage of the lull in the gunfire and threw the offensive grenade up the stairs. Throwing a grenade like that wasn't without consequence. Ajia took a bullet in the chest, but it was deflected by a ceramic bulletproof insert, which left him alive. But the powerful kinetic energy of the bullet was like a sledgehammer on the chest, and Ajia, who hadn't been able to fall back in one breath, fell to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, looking at the whole eyes exposed on the stairs, Wang Tao couldn't help but be a little worried about the quality of this building. These 3 rash goods are also a little too violent. If Jason, Ajia, and Anton knew what Wang Tao was thinking, they would probably have the heart to strangle Wang Tao. In fact, this place should use flash shock bombs, but because that thing is too expensive, Wang Tao heartache money did not let fly by. Anyway, offensive grenades can also be replaced? Anton saw Ajia fall to the ground and hurriedly informed, Snowhawk is hit. Northeast Tiger checking in. After the briefing, Anton followed Jason's lead and ran quickly towards the stairs. It wasn't that Anton was hard-hearted, but if he checked Ajia's injuries and thus missed this opportunity, then Ajia's shot would have been in vain. Don't look at Jason and Anton 2 years old, but that the degree of courage can't be said, and combat experience is also rich. Jason arrived at the staircase jogging platform, then began to Ajia grenade wounded 3 people to replenish the gun. Jason gestured with Anton, signaling for the 2 hooks to enter, and then sprinted up 3 steps at a time, while Anton took 2 steps at a time on short legs. After the 2 arrived on the 3rd floor, Jason attacked in the direction of the right corridor, while Anton's attacked in the direction of the left, and realized that there were no enemies in the corridor. The 2 people who managed to control the corridor were not in a hurry to continue clearing the room, and waited there for Wang Tao and Ajia's support. At this time on the 2nd floor, Wang Tao walked to Ajia's side and just wanted to squat down to check where Ajia was shot. Ajia then came back to her senses. It's fine, the bullet hit the... Wang Tao was aiming at the corridor on the right with his gun, making sure that no enemies would pop up at the mouths of the 3 rooms to attack Jason, who was preparing to do a room clearing. With Wang Tao's cover, Jason then put down the short-barreled M4 in his hand, and then took out an offensive grenade from his chest and threw it into the first room. Boom! An explosion went off, and under the cover of it, Jason quickly grabbed his short-barreled M4 and rushed into the house. Jason's dynamic entry quickly lined up all the dangerous places in the room. Cleared, no enemies. Anton over there did the same, both had different tactical maneuvers, but the process was exactly the same: throw mines, break in, line up, brief. In fact, the two experienced ones, Jason and Anton, seeing that the first room was empty, were basically sure that the remaining 4 rooms were also empty. On the battlefield anything can happen, both people also dare not slack off, so the process that should go as the same did. After another moment, Wang Tao saw that the 3 people hadn't moved, so he anxiously asked, "Big Dummy Bear, Iron Felt, Snow Eagle, what's going on?" Anton said in a very backward tone, "Head, I don't know what words to use, come and see for yourself." Wang Tao, who had already been itching for a long time, ran toward the last room on the right with his gun on his butt, and the moment Wang Tao went in. What's in a room that contributes curse words in 4 languages? Gas cans. Wang Tao roughly counted, this house has at least 20 gas canisters, and just now Jason also threw an offensive grenade, there are damn 3 or 4 gas canisters are deformed by the explosion. This more than 20 gas canisters, if really let the grenade to detonate, that power, not to mention Wang Tao in the stairway, let's say in the first floor, is estimated to be shockwave to the death. Whoever saw who shall not curse, not directly limp legs on the ground, counting the psychological quality of the strong. Jason looked at the gas canister estimate have to have a psychological shadow, mouth muttered, head, discuss a thing chant, in the shock bomb on don't save money, this thing really can't be used as a grenade as a flat replacement. Anton was even more afraid of the aftermath, he had just thrown a defensive grenade into the house when he cleared the house for the sake of convenience. Offensive grenades, the explosion power is smaller, mainly relying on the shockwave to kill the enemy, the thrower's own threat is also relatively large, while the defensive grenades, the explosion power is larger, producing a large number of high-speed fragmentation, killing a wide range. If it had been Anton's turn to clean up this room, the broken skin of that defensive grenade and the power of the explosion would have really set off this gas tank. So Anton also hastened to say, head. There's money that really can't be saved. Wang Tao listened to the guilt, their own in order to save money is not supposed to figure cheap, with offensive grenades instead of shock bombs, simply two should not? That's not true. It's not like I have any money and I'm in a lot of foreign debt. Wang Tao was very upset and said, ha! Who am I saving this shock bomb money for? Iron Felt, you say a funded party did not squander, to you investors to save some money how? Still complaining about me here, Big Dummy Bear, I see you've been drifting lately. That's when the comm channels came alive, and Tobias, Vicky, Ike, and Sergey, who were staying on the first floor, started blaming Anton. After all, everyone knew that Anton was not taking out a single penny to invest in the Polaris Mercenary Corps, so the vocal criticism was inevitable. Jason listened to Wang Tao's words, and instantly felt that this offensive grenade is still quite fragrant, and what psychological shadows are not shadows in front of the poor. Anton, you guys who are standing around talking, you deserve to be fooled by this Wang Tao guy. Wang Tao was afraid that the gas tank really had a leak, so he went to open the window, saving it from really blowing up again. Wang Tao saw that it was almost time, so he opened his mouth and said, alright, just let the unlucky bear go this time, and hurry up to find somewhere to get on the roof. Anton? In just 3 days, you've gone from polar bear to big dumb bear to bad luck bear? Does this self as the deputy leader of the Polaris Mercenary Corps still want to lose face? Later, when Anton thought about the fact that Wang Tao had a group of fanatical investors behind him, he thought that this unlucky bear was quite a good pinch. Soon the first room to the right of the stairway was spotted with a gaping hole, and the two of them, Anton and Jason, moved a table and a chair to build the improvised ladder. Wang Tao stepped on the table and got onto the chair, grabbed the edge of the gap with his hands with super mechanic gloves, and then climbed to the roof of the building. Waiting to come up that moment, Wang Tao would like to curse the mother, this movie played that sniper is how handsome, how dashing. This reality is how so miserable. That's right, the roof of the building is empty, above the black waterproof material sends out bursts of heat waves. Wang Tao do not dare to think a moment to lie on the top of this thing to be more hot, quite, his little brother again have to suffer with their own. Wang Tao, who was afraid of being burned, took advantage of the fact that the assault group hadn't left yet, and hurriedly said, unlucky bear, Iron Felt, the two of you will help me find a blanket, and then the whole 2 sandbags. Okay. Anton agreed the fastest this time, and he also thought about what kind of situation was on the roof right now. In order to get rid of the title of unlucky bear as soon as possible, he had to try to kiss ass. Human potential is infinite. Also do not know Anton from this building where to rummage out a woven bag, and give to find 6 wooden sticks, also to Wang Tao or hand it up. Wang Tao was really satisfied and said, it's still a big dumb bear that sounds better. Just as Wang Tao was setting up a sniper position up there, those who were downstairs were not idle either, bringing down the NSV heavy machine gun that was mounted on the car and setting it up at the window of the room on the second floor facing the main building. Improvised machine gun positions were also made from readily available sandbags, and the reason for choosing the second floor, rather than a higher elevation, was that the negative angle of fire from the heavy machine guns would affect accuracy, ammunition supply, and heat dissipation. So the location on the second floor was the most suitable place for heavy machine guns. In that case, the Polaris mercenaries had accomplished the most difficult task in the plan of occupying the spot. It seems to have been quite a long time, in fact, from Wang Tao they got off the car to the end of the fight, but also in the past just 5 minutes. The battle is never long, life and death is a matter of a moment. On the roof of the building Wang Tao began his own performance. At this time the enemy of the main building, even if it is slow, also noticed the abnormality of the high point, and is there to take binoculars to the abandoned 3-story building to observe it. Good novelty not only kills the cat, but also kills the person holding the telescope, especially since the reflection of the telescope's lens is almost shaking Wang Tao's face. Bang! Wang Tao fired without hesitation, and the observer located next to the window on the second floor of the main building fell to the ground in response. Wang Tao quickly scanned every window of the main building with his 4x lens, and found 2 more window slits with silhouettes flashing by. Wang Tao directly pulled the trigger. This time Wang Tao also do not want to save, all replaced with better stability of the sniper rounds, and sniper bullets have a higher muzzle velocity than ordinary bullets. In the distance of 150 meters is almost shot that is hit. After Wang Tao's 3 shots, not to mention that someone would show their head to observe, even passing by a window with a gap in it would have to be considered. Wang Tao informed, "We have suppressed the main building and can attack as scheduled." By now Anton, Jason, and Adja, who had returned to the first floor, had joined up with Ike and Vicky, plus Sergei. With the 5 men in a tactical formation, they exited the abandoned building through the window together, then headed for the Humvee parked next to the fence. In this case it's Sergei, who is a GRU, and Anton, a Soviet paratrooper of unknown origin, 2 people who can drum up explosives. Since Anton had to be in charge of driving, Sergei was burdened with the task of blasting the fence and making way for the Hummer now. The approximate amount of PBV5, a plastic explosive you want to blow down a wall of about 5 meters, is about 350 grams, and the bullet is the best unit of weight if you want to accurately determine the weight in combat. And the M4 in Sergei's hand uses NATO ammo 5.56 45mm green tip bullets, and the M855 weighs about 12 shells or so in full. The magazine has a capacity of 30 rounds, the total weight of the rounds is 360 grams, and the weight of the magazine is 100 grams, so if you take out just 10 rounds, that's about 350 grams of weight. Chapter 0057. Sergei quickly pulled out a loaded magazine, then quickly withdrew 10 rounds and compared them to the PBV5, a plastic explosive cut in his hand. Once he felt the weight was about right, Sergei attached the PBV5, a plastic explosive, to the top of the fence, inserted the detonator into the plastic explosive, attached the detonating cord and quickly moved away from the blast site. Being an old Maoist, Sergei had an inexplicable distrust of Soviet-produced things, knowing that 10 meters was a safe distance. Sergei purposely backed off an additional 5 meters, 15 meters before he felt comfortable twisting the detonator. Boom! After a puff of smoke and dust, nearly 10 meters of the wall that was expected to be blown down was gone, and Sergei cursed the bastard who might have drunk antifreeze like it was wine, and added more than the right proportion of black sod gold when he made the plastic explosive. As unreliable as plastic explosives is Sergei, normally 300 grams of plastic explosives will be able to completely collapse the fence. This big brother is a little uneasy and loaded with an additional 50 grams. It's a good thing it's not your own house that's blowing up, more or less is a big difference, and it's good to get the obstacles cleared anyway. Sergei, this pass operation to the JLTV car rangers are looking stupid, this ing break a wall to the hole so much noise? The crowd of the Polaris mercenary corps on the Hummer didn't have time to spit on Sergei's roughness, and when Sergei got into the car, Anton scampered off with a kick of the gas. The 2 Humvees lurched a bit through the barrier where the fence had fallen, then headed over toward the main building. The enemy, who was on the main floor, was on the surveillance and observed the situation, but nay, they didn't dare approach the window and could only watch the approach of the 2 Humvees. Anton slammed the Hummer across the room, and then parked it roughly 10 meters away from the main building. The second Hummer that followed behind stopped on the side of Anton's Hummer to give Anton, the Hummer trunk, cover. Vicky, who was sitting behind Anton, was the first to get out of the vehicle, pulled open the trunk of the Humvee, and just started picking up the already assembled RPG-26, and was ready to attack. Tyrannosaurus, help give me a lock on the target. Copy that. Tobias operated the heavy machine gun and started shooting up towards one of the walls of the main building, all the tracer bullets loaded on the front of Tobias' bullet chain were tracer bullets. The green tracer bullets marked the trajectory clearly, and hit the wall in a very conspicuous way. Northeast Tiger cover. Copy that. With a sidestep to take the RPG-26, Vicky fired the thermobaric rounds towards Tobias, who was in the distance, targeting him with a heavy machine gun. In the building of the enemy at this time has not realized the seriousness of the problem, still staring at the monitoring in that search, this machine gun whined towards a wall shooting indiscriminately. The subsequent appearance of Vicky made the who were in front of the monitor feel out of place. Why is this guy's RPG? Temperature and pressure bombs were maximized in this bomb factory, and the instant a temperature and pressure bomb exploded, it would generate a super high pressure shockwave, and due to the small space in the main building, the shockwave would continue to reflect and superimpose itself inside, and the pressure would accumulate rapidly. From there, the boards that sealed the windows in the main building, as well as the sandbags and the fragile glass, were burst by the powerful shockwave, and the whole building exploded just like that firework. Wang Tao, who saw the scene upstairs, sighed that the 1,500 knives were well spent. If a professional were here, he'd probably be pointing his nose at everyone in the Polaris Mercenary Corps right now. Where the hell is this? This is a bomb factory. How many leopards have you eaten, daring to use cloudburst bombs? You don't have a brain. Just when the crowd thought it was over, there was a bomb martyrdom in the northeast corner of the main building away from Anton and the others. Boom! Wang Tao, who was on the roof of the 3-story building, felt the shockwave and could imagine how violent the explosion was. The nearly 6-ton Hummer was shaken by the shockwave, which shows how powerful it was. The 6 people in the 2 Humvees were dumbfounded, especially Vicky, the originator of all this, who stayed in place, having made such a big commotion in his life. It's worth it even if he dies here. Thanks to this explosion location from the 2 Humvees far away, plus the building absorbed the main impact. Otherwise Vicky this cloudburst bomb, not only to the terrorist to eliminate, but also incidentally hand to eliminate the vast majority of Wang Tao's debtors. The smoke and dust raised by the shockwave of the explosion fell, and Wang Tao saw a quarter of the main building, and the northeastern corner of the building where the explosion occurred directly disappeared. Now this place was really quite Sulistan. A good building in the hands of the Polaris mercenaries didn't last more than 15 minutes before it was turned into an abandoned building. Wang Tao, who made the plan, appeared to be running to take his debtor's life, and customized the extermination plan. The ranger in charge of the pickup outside was lost in thought at this point. Were the people in this bomb factory terrorists, or was the Polaris Mercenary Corps, dressed in U.S. Army desert camouflage, terrorists? Making so much noise, the ranger felt a twinge of sympathy for the middleman who had subcontracted this task. Wang Tao, who had a big heart, was the first to slow down and hurriedly roared over the communication channel. Don't just stand there dumbfounded, take a picture. Then run away, damn it. With all this commotion, we're sure to alert that company of the San Mother organization. The 6 men at the Hummer came back to their senses and realized what a big commotion they had made. With his camera in hand, Anton began taking pictures of the crumbling main building, focusing especially on the northeast corner. This cleanup is really thorough, even the building has been blown up. I guess there is not even ash left, really even raise the ashes for you. Anton said, finish filming and prepare to evacuate. The crowd had gotten into their cars, ready to pick up Wang Tao and Tobias to go back to the U.S. military base to turn in their mission. Wang Tao got up from the blanket that was still not very warm, so he was ready to go downstairs to meet with Tobias, and then he was ready to evacuate. Wang Tao suddenly wanted to stand on this high point and look at the scene around him. I guess this city won't come back in the future. And it was this thought that made Wang Tao realize something was wrong when he glanced to the north. Why is there smoke? Wang Tao hurriedly took out the binoculars that he had snatched from Anton and glanced in the direction of the thick smoke. About 2 kilometers away, there was a convoy of 4 JLTVs that were fleeing quickly towards them here. Why did you say flee? Wang Tao looked into the distance again. There were at least no less than 4 armored vehicles behind the convoy that were chasing the group. Wang Tao first briefed the situation. There's a situation to the north. There's a convoy of 4 JLTVs that are moving in our direction, and there are several armored vehicles behind them that are chasing them. Anton, who was the deputy chief, asked in disbelief, what? Wang Tao repeated it again. It took Anton a moment to catch on, and after a moment's thought, he said, inform the rangers who are meeting us to ask about it, but we have to be ready to evacuate on our own. Okay. Wang Tao pressed the button on the intercom and it automatically switched to the ranger's communication channel, informing the ranger of what he saw while looking in the direction of preparing to evacuate the south. The ranger was dryly confused by Wang Tao's 2 words and asked in a puzzled and anxious manner, what? I don't understand the word. Wang Tao said with a bitter smile, the road we came from has been blocked. there is a T-72 tank with 3 trucks heading towards us. The Rangers understand what really ing means. The communication channel with the Rangers began to go silent, and Wang Tao immediately switched back to his own channel and told Anton and the others about the situation he had briefed the Rangers on earlier. After listening to the briefing, Ajia fell into self-doubt. This damn in the French Foreign Legion is a soldier for so long, not to mention met this situation, even heard of it, this his first mission met? To say that the Polaris Mercenary Corps was one of the most calm about the fact that they were trapped, it would have to be Anton. Since I met Wang Tao, I have seen a lot of big scenes, but also anyway, more desperate but also desperate acrylic socks gag moment. Anton, still quite experienced, said directly, we can't leave, don't expect any support from the Rangers, this is the main urban area of Idlib, it's unlikely that the US military will send in an air force for a direct strike. On one side, Vicky added, what we are doing now, we should stay away from the Rangers, it is more dangerous to stay with them instead. With Vicky and Anton's throwbacks, Wang Tao, who was standing at a high point, fought clearly, and the tank sounded quite bluffing, and it was actually quite bluffing. But in the street battle honestly not much of a role, but more like a mobile iron coffin, Wang Tao in the hands of Mikhail bought those bazookas, can be anti-tank. And the only high point control in this area is still in Wang Tao's hands. Wang Tao so thought finished, the advantage is in the So Wang Tao began to give orders, whatever happened to the Rangers, now move all of the Humvee's weaponry into this building I'm staying in, and when everything's finished, flamethrower and hammer, you two drive the Humvee in from the northeast corner of the main building that blew down and hide it. Roger that. The members of the Polaris Mercenary Corps began to move. Chapter 0058 The Oven. The Rangers who were responsible for receiving the Polaris mercenaries, on the other hand, didn't stop cursing after they got the information from the communication channel. The 4 JLTVs being chased were carrying out a hostage rescue mission that Wang Tao had refused for fear of beating the hostages to death, and had already fallen into the trap once, only to fall for half a trap this time. The reason why it's on the halfway point is because the information about the hostages is true, the location where they're being held is true, it's just that one key piece of information is missing, a company of soldiers is ambushed outside. And the mercenary group that took over this task, speaking of which is still someone Wang Tao knows, is that from Dar es Salaam harbor together set off to Sulistan, the ships that wore Shield mercenary group. Wang Tao also envied the VIP meal that people can eat it. The War Shield mercenary group was stationed in Sauristan, and was picked up early in the morning by the 4 JLTVs of the Rangers before setting off into Idlib, and the convoy entered just as smoothly as Wang Tao's and their convoys did when they entered. The task of rescuing the hostages had some twists and turns injuring 2 people, but when they were ready to evacuate, they heard a loud bang, and the War Shield mercenary group thought that some place in Idlib had been blown up by a missile. Just as the Battle Shield mercenary regiment was exploring what had been blown up, that's when they discovered the encirclement formed by that one company of the San Mother organization, which was immediately completing its encirclement. The Battle Shield mercenary regiment had spared 4 of its members, which barely opened a gap and fled frantically towards the south. To say that at this time the most ing depressed is not Wang Tao them, and is responsible for receiving the Polaris Mercenary Corps, the 2 JLTV car Rangers have a kind of day Teddy feeling, really ing served It clearly felt more reliable to stay in place to establish a defense position and then wait for support, who knew that the order from the superior was to go and receive, and wondered if the person who issued the order had his head in the clouds. I don't know if it's in the water or not, but the money is definitely in the pocket, and yes, Uncle Salah, who was kidnapped from Sarah, sent $1 million to Major General Nick, the top commander of the Army's Joint Task Force. Wang Tao, who saw the Rangers withdrawing from the roof of the building, was relieved. If the Rangers stayed behind, if they were really attacked, would they help or not? If they helped, they could easily get themselves in trouble, and if they didn't, they'd have to be blacklisted by the US Army later on, which would have nothing to do with them now that the Rangers had gone off on their own. On the first floor of the abandoned building, the Polaris mercenaries were desperately moving things, bullets, rocket launchers, grenades, and all sorts of miscellaneous things. Anton's biggest regret at this point would have to be not buying anti-tank mines, anti-infantry mines, and directional mines from Mikhail. Who the hell knew an offensive mission could use mines? Wang Tao on the roof of the building is saving for a rainy day. He is on the roof of the house, although it is now quite safe, but if the downstairs is captured, then there is no wings on the roof of the building. Wang Tao on the roof can only be a dead end. Wang Tao measured the distance from the top of this building to the top of the school's main building with his scope, which was about 100 meters, which made Wang Tao think of the ropeways that transported wood from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain in the northeastern forest. Isn't it possible to build an improvised ropeway, so wouldn't you be able to evacuate directly from the ropeway yourself? Wang Tao grabbed and ordered, "Bring me the nylon rope from the Hummer." The use of rope on the battlefield is a lot, so that inexpensive nylon rope is a necessity, of course. Wang Tao, this nylon rope is taken from the Sun City Consulting Company, did not spend money. Copy that. In less than 2 minutes Ike sent the rope to the gap, and Wang Tao took it up and found a load-bearing post, so he tied the rope, and then threw it down the side of the building. Spitfire, I'll throw down a bundle of rope and help me go hang it on the roof of the main building. Copy that. The rest was not something Wang Tao could worry about, so Wang Tao focused on that T-72 tank. If it were the plains, not the middle of a city, the tanks would have driven the 2 kilometers. And this city just happened to be the place controlled by the Sand Mother organization. It cannot be like it is not their own home territory. Rampage. Wang Tao and this T-72 actually feel careful. Anyway, the later they arrived the more time they were given to prepare, and the best case scenario now was that this Sand Mother organization was focusing on the target of the siege on that US military convoy. The members of the Polaris Mercenary Corps were also quick with their hands and feet, and in just less than 5 minutes, they had transported everything from the Hummer into the building. Vicky and Sergei plus Ike, who had put the rope on Wang Tao, drove towards the main building in the 2 Hummers. The Hummer had just driven into the main building. The T-72 arrived, but the T-72 didn't stop and continued to the north, followed by 2 of the Sandmaid organization's homemade Sandmaid 1 armored vehicles. Sand Mother 1 type armored car. How to say it, with the armed forces with the Euro-modified armored car is not too much, accurately said it is not as good as it, not to mention anti-RPG. Wang Tao doubt even 7.62 bullets to prevent all the effort. Wang Tao looked down from the roof of the building. Sand Mother 1 type armored car. Inside the car crew members can see clearly, plus moving speed and particularly slow, hit or kill completely in Wang Tao's thought. But the background of people hard, in front of a tank Big Daddy there, followed by 8 pickup trucks, Wang Tao is not dare to mess with. Wang Tao said hurriedly on the communication channel, "Don't show your head, silence." Silence. The convoy soon drove past Wang Tao's feet. Wang Tao's hanging heart finally put down, now waiting for the battle to start over there. They can take advantage of the chaos to slip away on their feet. I didn't think that the T-72 was less than 100 meters away from Wang Tao, and they stopped at a dotted intersection, and the soldiers on the car started to get off and build up a position. The tail end of the convoy was also just 50 meters away from the abandoned high-rise. Not only Wang Tao started cursing, the communication channel had now exploded, cursing everything. Wang Tao observed around, found that people stopped. This is not unreasonable. This road should be the only avenue to the south out of the city. The rest of the small road is too narrow. JLTV is not to drive through. From the Sand Mother 1 type armored car down the soldiers, the simple fortifications to build a good T-72 smoking black smoke slowly backward. Wang Tao is very incomprehensible. This T-72 in front of the top more good. Wang Tao, this belongs to the typical thinking of the big country. That T-72 in the strong country really belongs to the dog. Look at a glance on the discarded things, but in this small country here, belongs to the treasure of the town family. Is there more money than there is room to spend, or do free people not smell good anymore? There is life after death, but if the T-72 is broken, you really have to pay to fix it. Not to mention that the T-72 is a product of the Soviet Union, not much technical content, but really let the Tsarist Russians come to repair, plus buy spare parts. These people can ask you for a sky-high price. That the old thief fine Barat are letting the Tsarist Russia fooled into what kind of behavior? The Super Sun King aircraft carrier deal, T-50 fighter project, Su-30 fighter procurement, not to mention that the 5th-generation aircraft cooperation project. Put the customer as God. This argument, in selling arms that cannot work, do not treat the customer as a grandson to fool, even if the seller has a conscience. So this T-72 retreated 100 meters straight back before stopping to act as a second layer of defense with 2 of the fighting in the Middle East is really cannot use the brain. Wang Tao there, this abandoned 3rd floor, is the only high point in this area, actually no one to come to check, even the 1st floor no one to take a look. And even more so that Wang Tao was shocked, the T-72 crew actually climbed out of the T-72, next to find a shady place and that began to smoke up. Big brother, this is a war it? This is a war? Wang Tao asked in the communication channel in disbelief. Instead of staying in the tank, this T-72 crew actually all ran out to cool off? In addition to Ike, the remaining members of the Polaris Mercenary Corps were all speechless for a while, not coming out to cool off but still smothering inside. That is really can stew cooked, to know that this is in the middle of the day, the outdoor temperature has to reach more than 36, the T-72 and at least 50 or more, in extreme cases maybe as high as 60-70. Naiha Wang Tao is their debtor. No one dares to laugh at Wang Tao. Tobias opened his mouth to explain up to Wang Tao, there is no air conditioning in that T-72, and the engine is in the interior of the tank. There is not much difference between the inside and the oven. In order to avoid heatstroke surely you have to come out to take a cool ride. I'm surprised there's no air conditioning in this tank, and I don't know if it's the short version. It was only after hearing Tobias' explanation that Wang Tao saw the rolling heat waves on the T-72 and said, in that case, it's good to let them continue to ride the heat. After Wang Tao made sure that no one was paying attention to their building, he focused his observation on the north side, where the two JLTVs responsible for picking up the Polaris Mercenary Corps had converged with that escaping convoy. I don't know if it was the two extra JLTVs that gave the group courage, or if the commanding officer's head was jerked around and he actually engaged the pursuers after them. Chapter 0059 Moto. Do not say that the combat quality of this Rangers that really is not covered. Gustav recoilless gun, used is quite skillful. Come up a round of flanking fire to the responsible for the opening of the road BMP-1 infantry fighting vehicles to destroy. The automatic grenade launcher on the JLTV then started firing towards the pursuing convoy, for a moment making Wang Tao mistakenly think that the Rangers could counter-suppress it. The people from the San Mother organization started to return fire, and they didn't use any special means. It was a round of unintimidating RPGs firing in unison, and the two JLTVs that were blocking the front of the line were directly hit by 4 RPGs. Since the JLTVs were all desert-colored, Wang Tao couldn't tell for a moment if it was the Rangers responsible for picking them up or not. After losing 2 JLTVs, the remaining 4 JLTVs continued to flee in the direction of Wang Tao and the others. Wang Tao had already cut off the communication channel with the Rangers at this time to avoid unnecessary trouble. The 2 JLTVs that were destroyed were operated by the Battle Shield Mercenary Regiment. How could the Rangers fight to the death to stop the San Mother organization there? If they were really in a desperate situation, it would be a straight-up surrender. The Code of Conduct for members of the Armed Forces of the United States of America allows soldiers to surrender anyway. The 4 remaining JLTVs were almost all American troops, along with 1 hostage, Sarah, plus the only 2 remaining members of the Battle Shield mercenaries. It was indeed exactly as Wang Tao had predicted. The Rangers were calling for the Polaris Mercenary Corps, the only saving grace right now. Rangers are never expected. Polaris Mercenary Regiment leader Northeast Tiger, all the way to talk and laugh. This turn of the face on the communication channel off. Also do not call what the Northeast Tiger, called the Smiling Tiger, got. If Wang Tao knew that the Rangers thought of him in this way, he would probably have to greet the 8 generations of ancestors of the Rangers, and it is really only the officials who are allowed to set the fire and not the people who are not allowed to light the lamps. This Ranger left the Polaris mercenaries behind without saying a word, got beat up, saved their lives, and now they're thinking of them, and they're taking all the good things? Wang Tao was now waiting for the forces organized by San Mother to wipe out this convoy and then withdraw so they could scamper away. Just when Wang Tao was watching the drama there, Wang Tao's assembled Nokia suddenly rang. Hello, Moto. It almost didn't scare Wang Tao's heart out, but it was good that the tank's engine was loud and didn't let anyone notice the abnormality. Wang Tao picked up the phone. Who? No caller ID is just bad, but unfortunately this Sulistan business office doesn't have this business. Me, Robert. As soon as Wang Tao heard that it was Robert, gas got even bigger, put his hand over the cell phone's microphone, and then started cursing. Fark, sucka don't list, murd French 4. Robert turned his ear away from the microphone. Wang Tao quite calm people how to be so grumpy. Robert thought about Wang Tao's current situation. It seems that he can understand a little. Robert said hurriedly, Northeast Tiger, stop cursing for a moment, there's a very high-priced mission right now, I don't know if you'll take it or not. Wang Tao continued to curse, no, get lost, I'm completing this mission well, let someone mess up, the Rangers responsible for receiving also ran away, now I'm caught in the middle like a burger patty, and you're still letting me take the mission? What was the situation of the Polaris Mercenary Corps now? Robert was quite aware of it, or else he wouldn't have been able to have this call. It turned out that the Rangers couldn't contact the Polaris Mercenary Corps and had no choice but to ask for help from their superiors, so the Ranger superior, the commander of the Joint Task Force, started contacting the intermediary who issued the mission again. The intermediary contacted the Sun City consulting company that took the assignment again and offered Robert a sky-high price, which Robert only went to contact Wang Tao again. Luobit was afraid that Wang Tao would hang up the phone and hurriedly said, Northeast Tiger, it's really a heavenly price. Heavenly price? Wang Tao was more curious about this heavenly price, so he opened his mouth and asked, how much? Seeing that Wang Tao had loosened his lips, Robert said hurriedly, 500,000 knives, the intermediary fee is paid by the other party, and the 250,000 from the commission of the hostage rescue mission all goes to you as well. What hostage rescue mission? Wang Tao had completely forgotten that mission behind his head. Robert explained, it's that Kurdish bigwig Saleh's niece Sarah's rescue mission, ring a bell? Wang Tao asked in confusion, well, what does this have to do with us? Robert replied, "The fleeing caravan you saw was the Warshield Mercenary Corps that took on the hostage rescue mission, and now there are 12 Rangers, 1 hostage, and 2 members of the Warshield Mercenary Corps in the 4 remaining JLTVs." As soon as Wang Tao heard of the Warshield Mercenary Corps, he felt familiar. Warshield Mercenary Corps? Sounds so familiar? Anton heard it over the comm channel and reminded, "The Warshield Mercenary Group is the one that came to Sulistan on the same ship as us." Anton so reminded, Wang Tao then remembered, before on the ship when still old and Warshield Mercenary Group people together chatting to relieve boredom this is dead left 2 people? Robert introduced the mission. This mission doesn't require you to escort, all you need to do is take out that enemy in your way and you'll get 750,000 swords. It's a lot of money to earn but not to spend. $750,000 to fix a T-72 plus a platoon of soldiers? Wang Tao did not even think about it and refused. "Do not answer, if there is nothing else I hang up. Oh, this hilarious has not finished watching it." Robert said, "You reconsider? Bye." Wang Tao hung up after saying that. The 4 JLTVs had 300 meters to go before they reached the first line of defense, and by now the machine guns in the position had begun to open fire, with bullets hitting the bulletproof glass of the frontmost JLTVs. The machine gunners on the JLTV also began to use their machine guns, suppressing the enemy in the defense line, and there was a great deal of gunfire. The grenade launchers also began firing high explosives toward the position, and the position, which had just been relatively regular, was instantly torn open. The members of the T-72 crew quickly boarded the T-72, and before they could close the lid, they started the T-72, which had never been turned off, and drove toward the first line of defense. The 125mm smoothbore gun on the T-72 fired right at the JLTV, and a tail-stabilized strip armor-piercing round shot out of the chamber, hitting the lead JLTV with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The reputation of being the king of tanks in land combat is not something to be blown out of proportion, and the JLTV actually has anti-tank weapons, but who would have thought that it would be just a run-of-the-mill urban raid that would actually need a tank? This is not equipped with anti-tank weapons JLTV, so buy a gun. Should not say that this Sand Mother organization is really hard, really dare to take on the US military. The phone rang again at this point, Moto. Disturbing Wang Tao, who was enjoying watching the fun. Wang Tao helplessly picked up the phone as it kept ringing. "I've told you, don't take it, I have a life to earn this money, and I don't have a life to spend it." Wang Tao's sentence made Ruben on the other side of the phone embarrassed, so he had to wait for Wang Tao to finish before speaking out. "Northeast Tiger, this is Ruben." Wang Tao was also embarrassed and said, General Ruben, I'm sorry, I thought it was my agent's call." "It's okay, it's normal on the battlefield, Northeast Tiger, since we're more familiar with each other, I'll get right to the point." "Good." Ruben changed his previous condescending tone to a pleading one. "Major General Nick, the top commander of the Army's Joint Task Force, is a friend of mine, and he took 1,000,000 knives from Sala to make this hostage rescue mission possible, but 4 Rangers are dead now, and no more Rangers can die." Wang Tao understood the meaning of Ruben's words, and was trying to get the Polaris Mercenary Corps to step in and save the Rangers in those 3 remaining JLTVs, as well as the hostage. Wang Tao pondered for a moment, thinking about how to open his mouth to rebuff in order to give both Ruben and himself a good step down. Ruben also sensed Wang Tao's refusal and quickly opened his mouth to talk about the price he had paid, or else if he really waited for Wang Tao to say the words of refusal, Ruben would no longer be able to open his mouth. "Northeast Tiger, don't be in a hurry to reject me first. If it's true that the danger of saving people is very high and the probability of failure is extremely high, then you should pretend that I haven't made this call, and I'll take phrase guarantee that I won't complain about you. But if you're sure, I'll owe you a favor if you make a move whether it succeeds or not." Wang Tao began to be silent. The phone side of the Ruben is very patient waiting up, as long as it is not directly rejected, that means there is slow. Ruben opened the conditions can be too tempting to know. Ruben is the United States of America Naval Center Command Senior Operations Staff, Colonel rank, belonging to the real power figures, that a favor is not measured in money. Wang Tao is indeed moved, but the mercenary corps is not his own, playing life's work that must refer to the opinions of the big guys. So Wang Tao covered the phone's microphone with his hand and closed the mic manually, then asked, "Brothers, now there is a solid colonel of the United States of America Navy, begging us to come to the rescue, should we say yes?" Wang Tao bit down hard on this word beg, indicating that it was the kind of beg that paid off. Just when Wang Tao thought that they would have to consider for a while, he didn't expect the gang to say, "Hurry up and promise." "Promise. Chief, there's no more stores after this village." "Do it, after this one, our mercenary group will take off." Wang Tao seems to have forgotten that his team members are all investors in the Polaris Mercenary Corps, and they are all counting on the Polaris Mercenary Corps to skyrocket and realize freedom of wealth, and they are much more daring than he is to fight for their lives. This downstairs, not to mention a T-72, is 3 T-72. These people dare to agree. Wang Tao's thinking is actually still the old people's thinking. There is no consciousness of taking life for money. And this Polaris mercenary group in the people, which is not always in the life for money, survived not because of their strength is strong, but they are lucky point just, so continues sooner or later have to be dead. Instead of going on like this is doomed to end, why not such as a fight for their lives is very good at it, and there is a great grasp of the fight to win. Listening to it, Wang Tao had the illusion that he would be the ancient sinner of the Polaris mercenary corps if he missed this opportunity. Okay, I'll promise. Wang Tao removed his hand covering the phone, then said to Ruben, I promise. Chapter 0060 The Great Friar. Wang Tao's side finished saying yes, and the members of the Polaris mercenary corps over there had already begun to move. Vicky, Ike, and Sergey, who were in the main building, were preparing to head back for support. Jason, Anton, and Ajia, the three men first helped Tobias move the heavy machine gun to a firing position on the street. Then the three raiders began to set up sandbags on the second-floor stairway, ready to deal with the enemy's attack, all without Wang Tao's command. This group of people did the work themselves. And when Wang Tao, who was on the roof, hung up on Ruben, he restored the communication channel with the rangers. Wang Tao called, Polaris to Ranger 1, come in when you hear me. The ranger replied in a rather sultry tone, Northeast Tiger, you finally agreed to resume communications. Ha, just pressed the wrong button. No, you wait a moment. Wang Tao suddenly thought of a problem. After promising Ruben, will that 750,000 knives be returned or not? The ranger hurriedly said, Brother Tiger, Master Tiger, stop it. This is a war, go on and wait for people to die. Without hesitation, Wang Tao cut off the communication again, then picked up the phone and called Ruben. Hey, is that 750,000 knives back or not? Ruben said without hesitation, here, I'll do the honors and put together $1 million for you, there's an ingrate to pay for it anyway, this isn't really a favor. Thanks, I'll get back to work. Wang Tao hung up again and resumed communication with the rangers. Hey rangers, I'm back again. Rangers at this time by Wang Tao training is a little temper is wooden, really afraid of a bat really hung up the phone again. The ranger took advantage of the fact that Wang Tao was still in a good mood and hurriedly said, I remembered that you guys brought anti-tank weapons. No, we didn't bring it. Fark. Cannot come to someone to this asshole killed, he saw, this Northeast Tiger actually still dead not admit. Naiha people under the roof had to bow their heads, the ranger said in an aggravated manner, Master Tiger, beg you to knock out the T-72, and leave the rest to us. Wang assured you that we will definitely fight to the death. I thought you guys could surrender? Rangers. In my life, I've never seen a communication channel nattering on the battlefield, so I'm really convinced that Northeast Tiger is an old six. Do not answer and do not dare, can only speed up the speed of speech said, if there is no dead people can still surrender, this is already dead, the opposite side is determined to want to wipe us out Tiger, cannot be faster the T-72 and aiming. Wang Tao, who had been looking at the T-72 with a 4x lens, had a manhole cover next to the T-72's tracks, which made Wang Tao, who was from the northeast, squirm. And this seemed deja vu Wang Tao childhood naughty on New Year's Eve, but to the well cover thrown in the firecrackers, well, and then the methane gas in the well cover exploded, the well cover collapsed up more than 20 meters high. So Wang Tao had a bright idea, pulled out the tracer bullet clip with red tape from his chest, pushed out a red-tipped tracer bullet from it, and then loaded it into the Mk14 aiming at the manhole cover and pulled the trigger. When a tracer round is fired, the tracer is ignited and the element strontium reacts in a flame-colored reaction at high temperatures, producing a bright red light that cuts through the air and leaves a red trajectory. A precise hit on the manhole cover, the incendiary material on the tracer ignited the methane gas in the sewer well, not exactly methane, but natural gas mixed with other flammable gases. And with that was an earth-shattering explosion that rang out, boom. The shockwave of the explosion shattered the glass in the windows alongside the street, due to the fact that the sewer pipes underneath the main street where the fighting was taking place were all connected. A whole street about 5 kilometers or so, by the Wang Tao shooting that well began from near and far chain detonation, on the roof of the Wang Tao side, a manhole cover flying up one after another, and then an urine also followed the explosion out. The methane gas explosion would still do a lot of damage to unarmored infantry, but to armored vehicles protected by armor, it basically couldn't do any damage. But then again, no damage to the armored car doesn't mean no damage to the ground. The whole 5 kilometers of street, the smooth road surface has basically disappeared, leaving a long gully. The T-72, which has a lightning protection design, certainly didn't suffer any damage, even the bottom of the fragile side of the vehicle didn't blow up. But the explosion had collapsed the ground and the T-72 weight was there, the extremely heavy tonnage added to the already poor support. If all collapsed okay, but the T-72 left track, the ground underneath has not yet collapsed, just the right side of the track underneath the right side of the pressure on the manhole cover collapsed, the T-72 so directly into the pit side crooked. So, do not listen to the old man suffered in the eye, do not let you step on the manhole cover have to disobey, now well, fell into the pit. Wang Tao's first reaction to seeing this scene was, I can't afford to pay for it even if I sell it. That's why the saying goes, a pervert racks his brains for a lifetime, not as much as a cutie. The aura of it. Now the number one dangerous person in Solistan, that is not Wang Tao. After the explosion the whole city of Idlib was filled with stench. Wang Tao's hand explosion is art, not only let the San Mother organization lost a lot of money, and the Rangers are not much better. Even the T-72 with tracks got stuck in a ditch, the JLTV with only 4 tires got stuck in a ditch and couldn't get out. If it wasn't for the sewer methane explosion that paralyzed the light infantry and that light sedan, JLTV would have taken an RPG. Wang Tao's shot was purely a self-defeating one. It stinks, the Rangers self-defeating 99, and the San Mother organization self-defeating 999. Do not ask why the San Mother organization lost so much, the city is in the scope of control of others. Bombing cannot repair the road. Ranger on the Calm channel, FARC. Northeast Tiger, what have you done? Other things can be admitted, this death cannot be admitted. Anyway, there is no surveillance, empty talk, why say I did it? Wang Tao said in a very confused tone, I don't know, it suddenly exploded, didn't you guys use some kind of high-tech weapon? Hi your sister. Rangers from Wang Tao smooth statement, know that this explosion and he cannot get out of the relationship, can ing in the main building of the bomb factory to do so much noise, but also dare to say that this explosion has nothing to do with you? Master Tiger, can you provide support quickly, we're trapped. Wang Tao refused without even thinking, I can't, I've already helped you with the T-72, if you want to live to find our rendezvous yourself. Rangers. Look at that, admit it, you're the one who made the big noise. The Rangers that had already been tamed by Wang Tao were that obedient, alright, please give us fire support. Okay. Wang Tao briefed the crowd of the Polaris Mercenary Corps about what he had just done while taking the Mk-14 and clearing up the enemies that were still frozen in place. When the people of Polaris heard Wang Tao finish saying what happened outside, they felt that the whole person was bad, they were all ready to fight for their lives, but this guy was so good, a tracer bullet took care of all of them. Wang Tao ordered, right, the flamethrower gave a cloudburst to that T-72 lying in the ditch, saving the T-72 from growing another leg to climb out of the ditch. What a hell of a picture of a tank with long legs crawling out of a ditch. Just arrived at the second floor of the Vicky, did not listen to the remarks of Wang Tao, the weapon idiot, picked up an RPG-7 and came to the window, aiming at the side crooked into the ditch of the T-72 as to pull the trigger. Whoosh, boom. The T-72's turret's reactive armor exploded against the anti-tank heat rounds. Anton observed this and asked, flamethrower, can't you just blast it with a larger caliber RPG-26? Vicky aggrieved Baba said, I do not seek to save some money at this T-72 a moment and a half and cannot open out, I use RPG-7 slowly grinding, there are 2 or 3 how to also solve it. Anton roared, are you ing lack of heart, then the picture does not count. That RPG-7 anti-tank high-explosive shells, do you know how much money, 450 knives a round? The RPG-26's anti-tank rounds with high explosives are 900 knives a pop, so do the math and figure out which one fits. Sucka not listed, I'm just plain stupid. Reprimanding himself, Vicky hurriedly put down the RPG-7 in his hand, then hurriedly replaced it with the RPG-26 and gave the T-72 another round of RPG-26. T-72, am I being punished by God? Since Anton and Vicky have been fighting vigilante wars on this side of the Middle East for so long, they didn't even realize a very important thing, which is that Soviet tanks are prone to martyrdom. Due to the way the ammunition is stored, a large amount of the T-72's ammunition is stored in a carousel-type autoloader and is stored in 2 tiers, with cartridges on the upper tier and projectiles on the lower tier. In addition, spare munitions are scattered in other locations within the T-72, a layout that makes it easier for the munitions to interact with each other to trigger a chain reaction that can lead to martyrdom in the event of an impact or fire. Vicky's round of RPG-26 anti-tank rounds with high explosives came in through the connection between the turret and the hull, and the metal jet set off the T-72's ammunition. So Wang Tao, who was on the roof of the building, saw the famous scene of the T-72 flying the turret, and due to the angle at which the T-72 body was tilted, the turret flew into a small 2-story building. Luckily it is the people of Sauriston. As soon as they saw the battle, they ran away, otherwise they would be able to see a tank turret in the living room of their home. I just don't know if this thing can be used as a dining room table. If it can be used as it can be said that it is quite grand. This bombing up is endless. On the roof of the building Wang Tao are a little unacceptable. The Rangers have become immune to explosions. Go ahead, the Rangers don't believe it, the Polaris mercenaries can make any more big scenes? As if the martyrdom of the T-72 had pressed the play button, the soldiers of the Sand Mother organization finally returned to their senses and began to organize themselves in preparation for resistance. The two pickup trucks that were parked in the second line of defense, with their heavy machine guns, started firing towards the 3 floors where the Polaris mercenaries were located. Chapter 0061 10,000 Gold Towers at the sound of machine guns. The commander of this Sand Mother organization, even if he was slow, knew that there was something wrong with this abandoned high-rise, so the main target of attack was changed to the abandoned high-rise. Wang Tao on the roof, on the other hand, was responsible for covering the retreat of the Rangers, so the burden of fire suppression fell on Tobias, the machine gunner. The NSV heavy machine gun began to roar, all light armored targets could not be blocked, and with the advantage of having a field of view, Tobias' suppression was much more powerful than Wang Tao's. The Wang Tao Mk14 on the roof has a silencer, although it is said that it cannot achieve the same silent effect as in the movie, but it is not very obvious in the noisy battlefield. And the heavy machine gun's armor-piercing rounds hit everything in pieces, but of course they hit and turn into pieces, and collecting 10 pieces won't combine into anything. As far as this firepower configuration of the Polaris Mercenary Corps was concerned, it was violent beyond words. Chief, the pickup truck machine gun at 6 o'clock needs to be dealt with. Okay. After Wang Tao took care of the only 2 enemies closest to the Rangers, he grabbed his Mk14 to run towards the roof on the other side. When Wang Tao put the Mk14 on the ground, the person just plopped down on the ground that moment, experienced the feeling of steak on the iron plate, did not burn out of the soul. Wang Tao hurriedly stood up, and no longer in order to save energy to improve accuracy, and the use of prone shooting, if then prone shooting Wang Tao's little brother will really become a roasted sausage. When the people in the communication channel heard the word, they thought that Wang Tao had done something big again. I do not know how, the world's terrorists are accustomed to use as the back of the pickup truck mounted machine guns, and machine guns are also thieves unified as the old man Deshka, next to the welded steel plate Wang Tao are suspected to be a manufacturer of production. And the angle at which the steel plate is erected is a complete defense against bullets coming in flat, like bullets coming down from a high point, which this crude steel plate doesn't take into account at all, except for the US Army's 6-side ballistic plate machine gun shields that can be defended against it. Beep. Beep. Wang Tao pulled the trigger twice, and the bullets hit the 2 machine gunners tentatively called machine gunners with precision. The Deshka heavy machine gun, which had lost its operator, just went straight to mute, and one thing you had to admire was that these soldiers of the Sand Mother organization were really fierce and fearless. Running toward the back bucket of the pickup truck knowing that there were precision shooters aiming at the machine gun positions from high points, and that the soldiers were largely without body armor or bulletproof helmets. Wang Tao's sniper bullet in the gun is really a big material, killed or run over a. Wang Tao hit no half 20 rounds of magazines, which is the backside of the soldiers all cleaned up. And kill these 10 soldiers. Wang Tao with time is just a short more than 10 seconds, in the possession of the heights of the precision shooter, within the city is the existence of invincible. The Army Security Command places a high priority on Wang Tao for this very reason. Without mortars, artillery support, or airstrikes, there is nothing anyone can do to take Wang Tao. After resolving the enemy behind him, Wang Tao went back to lying down on the blanket and continued to cover up the Rangers. The Rangers who had abandoned JLTV, with their only remaining hostage, Sarah, were converging in a tactical alignment in Wang Tao's direction. At this time, the distance between the Rangers and Wang Tao was at 300 meters, while the company of soldiers behind the Rangers was 50 meters away from the Rangers. The distance of 350 meters was just within Wang Tao's best range, and the initial velocity of the sniper bullet was extremely high, plus the wind within the city was also small, and the deflection of the bullet was less and less. Moreover, the direction of the enemy's movement was still facing Wang Tao head-on, which made Wang Tao's marksmanship to the extreme, and for a while it was as if an invisible imaginary line had appeared, and once someone stepped over this imaginary line they would inexplicably die. That's the difference between a regular army and an unorganized ragtag army, which, if it were a regular army, would have had to know from the comms that there were precision shooters on the roof of the building. Not to mention the solution, the suppression had to be there eventually, right, and luckily it only lasted less than half a minute before the commander on the other side of the building noticed the anomaly on the roof. Beginning to have the machine guns on the pickup trucks, and the infantry fighting vehicles that couldn't travel, pressed toward the roof of the building where Wang Tao was. Wang Tao just heard the gunshot for a split second and shrunk his head back, then ambled away with the gun. Not more than 2 seconds later, the position that Wang Tao had just shot it was just like committing a heavenly offense, and the bullets hit the eaves of the house like raindrops. So many people are a big deal, huh? Well, it's a big deal to have a lot of people. Wang Tao can suppress one squad, 2 squads can be fine, suppressing a company? Novels don't even dare to write that. Then the cover of the Rangers was handed over to Tobias, and after this transfer, the Rangers suffered. What kind of man is Tobias, a Slav, a people who don't take their own lives seriously, and you expect to take yours seriously? The bullets from Tobias's heavy machine gun flew right by the Rangers. If they were all armor-piercing it would be fine, with the noise cancellation of the tactical pickup headset it wouldn't be so scary, but 4 armor-piercing rounds every other round in the chain of the heavy machine gun would be a tracer round. A bright red trajectory passing by, so damn exciting. The Rangers feel that all the courage in their lives are used up today. Go back and retire this soldier who likes to be whoever they want to be. Anyway, they are not inappropriate. Tobias's situation was much better than Wang Tao's. There were sandbag formations in those 2 heavy shields that Wang Tao had bought, plus the window area was also small, plus the short floors allowed the infantry fighting vehicles on the opposite side to have no shooting angle. After about a minute and a half, the Rangers at this point reached 200 meters from the tall building, and due to the drag of the hostages coupled with the weight of the battle, the Rangers needed to take a short break. The Ranger informed Wang Tao, "We need to rest for a minute." "Roger." After Wang Tao replied to the Rangers, he repeated to in the team channel, "The Rangers need to rest for 1 minute." Tobias saw that the barrel of the heavy machine gun was already glowing red and hastily shouted, "Chief, I want to change the barrel." "Roger that." Wang Tao changed places and showed his head and started to take over the task of Tobias' suppression. "Hammer, change the barrel." The moment Tobias stopped firing, Sergei, the heat-insulated gloved submachine gunner, opened the magazine cover directly, pressed down on the magazine cover catch chute and flipped the cover upward. Sergei then removed the bullet chain and, after unlocking the barrel retention device, used a barrel wrench to turn the rear barrel retaining nut counterclockwise and jerked the already reddened barrel straight out and threw it on the ground. The new barrel, which had been prepared long ago, was pushed into place against the barrel seat on the front of the receiver, and the barrel wrench was used again to turn the barrel retaining nut clockwise. Finally, the process of replacing the barrel was completed by putting the chain on and closing the magazine cover, which Sergei did in a minute and a half, which was quite skillful. The war-burning money also has to be this heavy machine gun a sound of gold, not fake. 1,000 rounds of armor-piercing bullets is 7,500 knives, a gun barrel 2,000 knives, just lasted 2 minutes to hit the gun. As the NSV heavy machine gun roar sounded again, Wang Tao upstairs then ducked back again. Heavy machine guns are at least still suppressed. Wang Tao shot is to kill people, and Wang Tao, the guy most attracted hatred is that, in order not to let their own sniper bullets in vain, this big brother specifically picked people with bulletproof vests and bulletproof helmets to hit. Just think about it in a stupid way, what kind of person would have a bulletproof vest and helmet in a unit where even the machine gunner doesn't have one? It must be the commander. On this heavy machine gun stop this 1.5 minutes, Wang Tao killed 4 such commanders, not to attract hatred of ghosts. This is also the opposite side no means, or else must be the whole building to be all blown up. To the commander of the San Mother organization of the whole are nervous, heavy machine gun sound, but feel more at ease a little bit, but do not stop and let the roof of the building which the god of death Israel continue to come out to harvest life. The Rangers who had rested enough, continued to use the cover of the heavy machine guns to frantically flee towards Wang Tao's side. The ground was cratered by the methane gas explosion, making the Rangers marching difficult. And as a hostage Miss Sarah, more incomparable miserable, Sarah how miserable it, so to speak, was kidnapped when she grew up watching her bodyguard, was shot to death in front of her. After being kidnapped, she had been afraid of what the kidnappers might do to her, but fortunately, due to her family's status, she hadn't been victimized. The Warshield mercenaries saved Sarah like a god, and within 2 minutes of being happy, they learned that it was a trap, and then one Warshield mercenary after another died in front of Sarah. In the end, it was hard to kill a bloody road, and I don't know what kind of monster the American soldiers in the car contacted, just finished not 2 words the whole street blew up, almost didn't give Sarah a scare to death. Once the explosion had passed, Sarah realized that the armored car was stuck in a pit and couldn't get out, which meant that they would need to walk through a hail of gunfire, and after about a minute with the loud gunfire Sarah got out of the car along with the American troops. This off the car does not matter, a pungent stench filled the entire street. Wang Tao with methane gas detonation is the sewer, the entire street is now most of the feces and urine mixtures. Pampered Sarah where experienced this thing did not walk 2 steps and accidentally stepped on the mixture. Sarah finally cannot help but vomit, so describe it, in Biro kidnapped Anton are not as bad as Sarah. Rangers at least have a tactical mask to block the flavor. Anyway, between life and death, where there is a gentlemanly manner, if not Sarah's family made a good price, the Rangers have long given Sarah this burden to throw down, scampering away. The firepower suppression of the Polaris Mercenary Corps would only last for another 10 minutes at the most, so Wang Tao, who didn't dare to show his head on the roof of the building, began to think about retreating. Chapter 0062 Gas Cans. Vicky first detonated the bomb in the main building with a cloudburst. Wang Tao then blew up an entire street with methane gas, then Vicky blew up a T-72 with an RPG, which gave Wang Tao a lot of inspiration. And Wang Tao's feet at this time is more than 20 filled with liquefied petroleum gas tanks, anyway, have blown up half of the building, a street, a tank, and it is not bad for a building, right? Wang Tao ordered over the communication channel, "Big Dummy Bear, if your assault team is okay, move the gas canister that Iron felt almost detonated to the first floor." Once Wang Tao said this, the channel that was still quite lively instantly quieted down. To be honest, as a Slav, Anton was already very bold, but when he heard Wang Tao's words, he was still a bit scared. "Head, this is not good, is it? Isn't it a bit too much of a commotion to blow up like that?" Wang Tao said in a very relaxed manner, "What are you afraid of? Isn't it just 20 gas canisters? It's not a big problem, and don't you forget that we're wearing desert camouflage, and there's the US Army's Rangers, the great enemy species, to take the fall." Rangers. Brother, I'm listening. It turned out that Wang Tao had forgotten to switch the communication channel. Anyway, the Rangers don't care, and they don't dare to care, just according to the degree of Wang Tao's pissiness. You bare your teeth 1 second, and the next second you'll give you a stranglehold on your little chain. Anton came to a realization, righto, this US Army is too bold to bomb Idlib like this, TSK, it's so heartless. Ha! Anton the big dumb bear pointed and cursed. Wang Tao was ready to wait for the end of the mission. He would have to toss Anton the dishonest guy. Wang Tao suppressed his thoughts of revenge against Anton, so he ordered, "Big dumb bear, can you make a remote control bomb? Stuff a whole one into the gas tank." Jason was happy to give the army a hard time, and hastily volunteered, "I'll do it, and I promise to blow up loudly and accurately, so that the enemy won't even be able to recognize their own mothers." Wang Tao encouraged Jason, "Ironfelt, I'm optimistic about you, yo, let go of your hands, I'll be the first to hand you over when things go wrong." Jason, no he. The reason why Anton said that the gas canisters were moving too much was because the gas canisters, which were filled with liquefied gas, contained roughly 15 kilograms of liquefied gas 690 megajoules, which was equivalent to 165 kilograms of TNT equivalent, and 20 of them together were equivalent to 3.3 tons of TNT equivalent. The US Army's Mk-84 Hammer aerial bomb is only 460 kilograms of TNT, due to the delivery method as well as the explosion, and the efficiency of the explosion is different, of course, cannot be directly in accordance with the TNT equivalent of that calculation. As a military aerial bomb, the Mk-84 is designed to release a large amount of energy in an instant with a more concentrated and destructive blast. The explosion of a gas canister may not have the same destructive effect as an equivalent Mk-84 aerial bomb because of its dispersed distribution and insufficiently concentrated energy release. But the gas canisters are better than the amount of estimates of 20 gas canisters of the total energy of the explosion is probably more than 7 times that of the Mk-84 aircraft bomb, enough to destroy a medium-sized building. The assault team that received Wang Tao's order, plus Ike and Vicky, the 2 guys who had nothing better to do, the 5 of them went up to the 3rd floor and started to move the gas canisters. Having a professional is different. Anton and Jason discussed it and felt that the gas canister would be best and less likely to be found if it was placed on the 2nd floor to blow up. 20 gas canisters, 5 people, 2 trips to move finished, and in Jason there to make remote control bombs. Anton also do not know where to find thatch, sort of to the gas canisters covered with a small quilt. Could it be that Anton is afraid of the gas canisters cold? The heavy machine gun had been replaced with the barrels of 3 of them, and while there was still 1 last spare barrel left, the remaining 8 Rangers entered the building with the hostage Sarah. Anton said to Wang Tao, who had no vision, "The Rangers and the hostages have arrived in the building." Wang Tao directly ordered, "While the enemy is still pouncing on us now, you guys hurry up and retreat towards the main building. If you really let the enemy bite you, it's going to be a struggle to run." Anton asked again, "What about you?" Wang Tao replied, "You forgot, I have a rope, suppress it for a while longer, I'll paddle over with Tyrannosaurus 2 hanging on, right, Tyrannosaurus, you finish the last barrel, go up to the roof and meet me." Anton didn't know about Wang Tao's whole zipline to the main building, and Vicky nodded toward Anton to tell the real thing. Tobias, who was operating the machine gun, said in a rather distressed tone, "What will happen to this heavy machine gun when we withdraw?" Wang Tao said, "Destroy it. It can't be left for the enemy." Tobias was even more distressed. What a fine heavy machine gun, I can't afford to part with it. For Tobias, this stingy guy, Wang Tao was very speechless, but still have to coax, so coaxing said, when we escape out of the money, then buy you too. Only then did Tobias reluctantly reply, okay. While Sergei was changing the last barrel on Tobias, Anton and Jason both took fishing line and set up trick mines at the entrance to the first floor. Of course there weren't too many laid out, just one, and the rest were bluffs with fishing line wrapped around them to impede the enemy's rate of entry. Sergei finished changing the barrel. I'm done. Withdraw. Anton signaled the rangers, and the group quickly withdrew toward the main building of the school, following the windows that were out of sight of the enemy. The rangers also automatically joined the Polaris mercenaries channel, and then Wang Tao heard, Bomb Tiger actually blew up this main building like this. If I hadn't seen this topographical map before I moved in, I don't think I would have recognized this as a bomb factory. It's almost as bad as Aleppo. These two must be the same rangers responsible for picking up Polaris. Wang Tao cursed in his heart, asshole, how can the trash T-72 not aim a little, and give these two things a shot? The T-72 with all the turrets still in people's living rooms, feed me peanuts, feed me peanuts. Tobias has been operating the heavy machine gun for 10 minutes, both arms have been shocked and congested, and the accuracy has dropped a lot, and Wang Tao upstairs has also been figured out the routine, left and right have been preempted by the enemy, and he has almost not been killed. The soldiers of that company of the Sand Mother organization began to approach towards the tall building where Wang Tao and Tobias were, and the closer the distance the lower the suppression law of the precision shooters and machine gunners, until Tobias was hit by a stray bullet in his chest, and only then did this heavy machine gun go out. Tobias took out a defensive grenade, put it on his heavy machine gun, and then created a simple trick mine, and ran towards the roof of the building, while Wang Tao had already put away all the Mk14s and prepared the locking clips of the two ziplines, waiting for Tobias to come up from downstairs. The gunshots all stopped for a while before Tobias came up, and Wang Tao gave Tobias a hand while asking, "Why are you so slow?" Tobias said, after struggling up from the gap, "Didn't I hear you say, destroy it, don't leave it for the enemy? I'll just set up a booby trap for the heavy machine gun there, and make sure whoever touches it blows up." Wang Tao listened to it and said with a heartbroken face, "You a lack of heart, the 20 gas canisters, the heavy machine gun is estimated to become iron, you have to waste a grenade to do farda, deduction of money. You have to deduct money." Tobias then Wang Tao also heartache, that grenade rounded up equal to their own out of the money. Head attendant of Tobias turned his head to want to go down from the roof of the gap, to remove the trick mine to take away. Wang Tao hastily dragged Tobias, but this simple-minded guy's limbs are really developed, really like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Wang Tao was dragged by a planted flabbergasted. Wang Tao hurriedly said, "Don't, brother Tyrannosaurus, I won't deduct your money, I'll reimburse you for that grenade, really. Please. But I'm still heartbroken." Wang Tao swore that he would be a puppy dog if he ever teased Tobias, a headstrong guy, again in the future. "Don't be heartbroken, hurry over, you'll lose more money if you're slow in a while." This Tobias just walked to the side of the zipline, and just after hanging on, he said to Wang Tao, "Head, I'm a little afraid of heights." "Go you." Wang Tao used the quickest method to make Tobias overcome his fear of heights. That's right, it was God's kick. Boom. The trick mine that Anton had set up on the first floor had exploded, and the enemy was running quickly towards the upper floors. That's right, those fishing lines Anton went to all the trouble of laying out. These guys aren't scared at all. What's a fishing line? A mang is done, as long as it doesn't blow up it's safe. Tobias quickly slipped through and arrived safely at the main building. Fearing that the enemy would come up when he hung up the zipline, Wang Tao took out a defensive grenade and threw it into the gap, and then hung up the zipline and started to slide towards the main building. Look is almost the same as shooting a movie, but handsome is not handsome a little. Wang Tao almost did not die of fear, this rope not only shaking also old creaking sound. At this time, Wang Tao has just one thought, some money is really cannot save also do not know where Robert shunned this rope from. Wang Tao had the thrill of sliding all the way to the main floor and joining up with Tobias, who had a 42-yard low footprint on his ass. Tobias took his saber and cut the rope, and the two men ran quickly toward the northeast corner of the main building. And by now the two Hummers in the main building, which had been hidden in advance by Vicky and Sergei, had been transformed into vans of ominous legendary strength. It was literally stuffed with a truckload of people, 8 rangers, 1 hostage, plus 6 people from the Polaris Mercenary Corps, and still had to vacate 2 spots for Wang Tao and Tobias. Rangers without status experienced what it means to be cramped, for in the trunk of the Ranger, just one thought in the future: to buy a car will never buy a Hummer. When Wang Tao pulled open the door of the passenger side, all stunned and frozen, in the end how to stuff people in? If it is not this situation is urgent, Wang Tao said would also have to let them go down and re-up again. Anton, who was in charge of the car, took one foot off the gas and drove off quickly towards the west. Chapter 0063 The Big Bang. The Hummer drove through the back roads, which were fortunately wide enough to take 7 turns away from the bomb factory, and certainly away from the tall building where the gas tanks were stored. Jason, who was in charge of the remote-controlled demolition, asked, "Is it 300 meters from the building?" Wang Tao, who has been on the roof of the building, can be said to know this neighborhood quite well, and when he saw a big red billboard, he knew that he had arrived 300 meters away. "Here it is." Jason took his cell phone and dialed the preset number, beeping. Boom! Wang Tao then felt the earth shaking, the glass on both sides of the street exploded, the Hummer was all shaken up. If there was no building in the way, the people standing here were all affected by the waves. The ranger felt that he could not carry this black pot himself, which is a Class A war criminal after the dam. The ranger drilled through that machine gun platform in the middle of the Humvee and then asked angrily, "Northeast Tiger, you asshole! What have you done?" Wang Tao was still relatively calm. After all, his egg was almost half ripe, and towards the ranger, who came over like a long insect like mayfly chrysalis, he stretched out a finger and shook it. No, it's not what I've done, but what you've done." The ranger who broke defense roared, "You bastard! I'll fight you." Wang Tao did not even make a move, sitting in the back seat of Jason and Tobias, 2 people to lie on the machine gun platform of the rangers subdued. Alas, as a debtor is so easy. The consequence of this bombing by Wang Tao is that Idlib, no. The whole underground world of Sauriston is boiling. Sorry, it's been boiling since the bombing of a street. Now the water is boiling dry and the pot is giving out. At this time at the United States Naval Command in the Middle East, located in Bahrain, in the senior staff office, Ruben was relaxing with a cup of coffee and listening to rock music. Suddenly his cell phone rang, and when he saw that it was Major General Nick, he knew that Wang Tao and the others had done the job. Ruben picked up the phone in a beautiful mood, and before he could speak, he heard Nick roaring over there. "Ruben, you idiot, is that mercenary group you found called Polaris a Russian sleeper spy?" "Fark, I asked them to rescue people, not to engage in demolition. They blew up a 5-kilometer street, a school, and a mushroom cloud in the center of Idlib, so I don't think they should call it the North Star and just call it the Exploding Star." Ruben was all dumbfounded by Nick. Just Wang Tao's 5-man mercenary group? I have to dare to believe it even if you dare to say it. Ruben is also not a guy to be messed with. After coming back to his senses, he said with a straight face, "You come less, how could my people do this? It must be you rangers who did it. I'll let it go when you scold me, don't want to renege on the reward for the mission." Nick was pissed off and pounded on his desk, now that the Sand Mother organization in Sulistan was going crazy. Originally, the Kurds and the Shemu organization had a kind of tacit understanding that their common enemy was the government forces in Sauristan, and although they did have nasty things to do with each other, the general direction was the same. And this incident could well be called a black swan event for the Sand Mother organization and the Kurds. Dead people do not matter, the bomb factory was destroyed is no excuse, after all, is an international terrorist, T-72 to blow up is also justifiable, after all, it is the 2 armies fighting, mutual casualties is also very normal. But what's up with you blowing up 5 kilometers of street? Well, it's kind of like the Sand Mother organization doesn't know how to maintain public facilities, and it's happened in other countries around the world. But in the end you hole out then the super bomb explosion also violent mushroom cloud, then no one can explain it. To put it bluntly, this piece of information to sell on the black market, no organization dares to buy, before the foot announced on this matter is responsible for, after the foot of the groundhogs will hit the door. Nick held back the anger in his heart. There is really no reason to be angry at the Polaris Mercenary Corps, but big brother, you slightly convergent the explosion is reduced by half, even 1/3 can be justified Nick said seriously, "Ruben, I'll have Saleh's men call you with the money right away, and I'll ask for just one thing, for the Polaris Mercenary Corps to get the hell out of Sulistan, including that asshole Robert, who stole the electricity bill from the US military, pack it up and get the hell out of there." Ruben actually understand how it is, on the Wang Tao that boy's degree of trouble, this is not surprising. If Nick knows before the new formation of the Delta also with Wang Tao cannot get out of the relationship, I guess Nick more to jump feet. Ruben agreed painfully, okay. Anyway, he was in charge of the Middle East, and the Middle East wasn't just one country, Sulistan, so going to Babylon was also a good choice. Nick hangs up the phone and goes to arrange for someone, Ruben, to transfer the money, and it's not just about the money, Nick owes Ruben a favor. At this time, Ruben was also a little bit weak. To be able to make Nick pull the Polaris Mercenary Corps into Sulistan's blacklist, something big must have happened. So Ruben called Fry, and before the phone could ring for a second, Fry picked up. Fry looked like he was watching the fun and said, "Hey cousin Ruben, Polaris did a hell of a job, way better than a Hollywood blockbuster. This Polaris Mercenary Group is a big boss in a Hollywood blockbuster." Ruben said anxiously, cut the crap and hurry up and tell me what happened so I can hurry up and wipe their asses. Fry smiled and said, no need, Tao has wiped his ass clean. The CIA all think it was the Army Rangers who pulled off the masterstroke, even though the Polaris mercenaries are now going out and admitting that they did it. There isn't even anyone who believes it. After all, who would have thought that a mercenary group that was founded 3 days ago could make such a big commotion? It's obviously taking the fall for the army. Fry told Ruben again what Wang Tao had done in Idlib with the Polaris mercenary corps as it was. Ruben listened to some misgivings. In the end, to send Wang Tao to Baghdad in Babylon? Don't ING go for 3 days to blow up Baghdad again. Wang Tao's exit from the city was smooth. The attention of the Sand Mother organization was attracted to the explosion point, and the people who rushed into the tall building could be said to have no ash left. Tall buildings have been blown away, leaving a deep pit, 100 meters within an inch of grass, but within 200 meters of any gasping for air were shocked to death. 250 meters without shelter were subjected to concussive injuries. Do not die in the future will not be able to do heavy work. People 300 meters away who did not cover their ears, or had pickup headphones, had varying degrees of hearing damage. Of course, the civilians in the neighborhood as one did not die. The people living in the war zone look at the war. The first time is to drag the family to run away, a no eyesight or not, even if there is also hung up a long time ago. A company of the Sand Mother organization was almost certainly wiped out, and as far as the Sulistan government forces were concerned, in all their time, not a single battle had been so fruitful. The journey was peaceful, and if it wasn't for the rangers there who kept uttering words, Wang Tao would have fallen asleep. Wang Tao consoled perfunctorily, it's really nothing. If there's something wrong, you can rely on your top boss. Ranger, my boss just died in battle. Wang Tao. Sometimes I really want to call the police. Fortunately, back to the US military base there is a highway is very flat, all the way unimpeded. Finally after 3 hours, saw the gate of the US military base. Just when everyone thought they could drive straight in it, who knew that was the soldiers at the door stopped. The soldier at the gate guard came over and knocked on the glass of the Hummer, signaling for Wang Tao to roll down the window. Wang Tao rolled down the window and then said, I'm from City Consulting, please lift. That's a familiar voice. Why does it sound like Robert? Before Wang Tao finished guessing it, Robert appeared in Wang Tao's line of sight. For US soldiers clamped Robert and Wayne, 2 people came out, followed by a broken 7-handed old pickup truck. The 4 men threw both Robert and Wayne out of the military base, and the 7-handed pickup truck stopped in front of the 2 men. What's going on here? Wang Tao pulled open the car door and walked towards Robert, who was still there trying to struggle to break into the US military base. What's wrong with you? Wang Tao didn't mention in the slightest that he had been blackballed by the US military base. The US military base has no credibility. Don't they say the theft of electricity is over? Why are you still looking for the backstory? I still have a week before my rent is due. What gives you the right to kick me out early? Robert said that a call of aggression. Do not know the people fought that the US military base to steal Robert's electricity. Wang Tao said without a blush, our mission is complete, and this consulting firm of yours is gone. What are we still going in there for? Let's be brothers and wander the world together. Robert was moved to tears. Good brother, if I make money, I'll still invest in you. Well, welcome to the Corps. Wang Tao waved his hand at the vehicle and gestured a few times, signaling for Anton to unload the rangers from the vehicle. Anton twisted around in the car and said, the Northeast Tiger told you to get out of the car. When the rangers saw that it was the Northeast Tiger who said this, they dared to get down from the car, which shows how much of a psychological shadow Wang Tao has left on them. Of course the hostages of this hostage rescue mission followed along and got out of the car, and Sarah's eyes kept staring at Wang Tao who was there talking eloquently with Robert. The ranger held out his hand and gestured for Sarah to follow them into the American base, who knew that Sarah suddenly said to the ranger aside, do you have a pen and paper? The ranger subconsciously nodded, yes. Chapter 0064, Selling a Car, Repossessing a Car. Sarah took a pen and paper from the ranger and then put her social account and phone number on the paper towards Wang Tao who was there comforting Robert who was in the process of snooping around to see what other goodies were in the pickup truck. Sarah dropped her hand and said, thank you, here's my contact information. Wang Tao looked at Sarah a time a little confused. This woman why to give me contact information and now the question came, ask how the black and white screen of the phone under the online and so on. Quite urgent. Foolish Wang Tao and Sarah's eyes more mysterious, this is to save people are ready to whisk away, powerful, mysterious, cold, simply a young girl, young woman, killer Sarah took the initiative to pull up, shaking the hand of Wang Tao who was there with his head a bit short-circuited and said, remember to contact me. Then he followed the rangers into the US military base. Robert was no longer trying to enter the US military base at this time, and his attention was all on Wang Tao's body. No, to be precise, it was on the note in Wang Tao's hand. You know Sarah, that is the niece of the Kurdish big brother, in this piece of the Middle East blood that is quite important, and Sarah's father and mother must also be a big man, if Wang Tao evening out is not take off? Wang Tao which have time to think so much. Now Wang Tao's attention is in the two Humvees, since the US military base to Robert to Black, is not the two bulletproof Humvees do not have to return? So Wang Tao stuffed the note into his pocket in a casual ball, and after getting into the Hummer, he said to Anton, "Hurry up." Anton didn't know what was going on, and could only obey Wang Tao's orders, quickly hitting a handful of directions to quickly drive away from the US military base. Of course, the homeless, penniless Robert and his loyal henchman Wayne, two people on the old 7-hand pickup, followed by Wang Tao, two Humvees behind, also left the US military base. Wang Tao picked up the phone and called Ruben, who soon picked up the phone. Ruben was pleasantly surprised and asked, "Wang Tao, you came out? How was it?" Wang Tao replied, "There's a scare. I just arrived at the entrance of the American base. How come I can't even enter the gate?" Ruben didn't look for Nick to react so well or so quickly. He thought he could slow down for a day. Who knew Nick hadn't slowed down for an hour? "Your mission was accomplished excellently. The employer is also basically satisfied. The commission has already arrived, $1 million US. Ruben first said, "Good news." Salah also really basically satisfied. To the enemy's home or bombed, cannot be satisfied. Then Ruben's words changed again, but since the impact was a little too great this time, the intermediary persuaded me half a dozen times, and asked me to find you a place farther away from Sulistan to take a vacation and have a good rest. This said half a day, is to let them from Sulistan rolling calf. Wang Tao thought indeed their own bombing a little hard, damn brats, drawing the anime harm people. And the one who pulled the plug on us? The middleman, Major General Nick, the one who asked you to save the Rangers. Wang Tao suddenly feel that this Sulistan do not stay also, people always have to see the world, where to mix is not mixed, people move live, tree move dead, what is that called? Right, change tactical position. Wang Tao changed the topic and said, "By the way, we still have two bulletproof Humvees here, and this US military base has blacked us out, and we can't return them." Hearing the meaning of Wang Tao's words, Ruben almost didn't spray out the coffee in his mouth. You want to hack the Hummer that was lent to you? But then again, why pay back what you borrowed on merit? If Ruben remembered correctly, Nick seemed to have scolded him twice, so 2 Hummers to pay back. Ruben said easily, "If it's so much work, you don't have to return it, can you handle it yourself?" Wang Tao thought for a moment, thinking that since Mikhail sold arms, he should also receive arms, so he said, "Yes." Ruben instructed, "Then you'll have to deal with it yourself, it's about 50,000 apiece, it's not expensive, there are channels that are about the same price as scrap metal. 2 Hummers 100,000 knives, really do not poke ah." But Wang Tao knew who it was, so he said to Ruben, "How do I call you for your share?" "No, I've had enough, in fact I have you to thank for that, after all, I only moved my lips, it's you guys who really play the game." Wang Tao didn't continue to be melodramatic with Ruben and said, "I'll be polite then. Well, you take care of what needs to be taken care of and then contact Fry and he'll make arrangements for you to leave Sulistan." "Good." Wang Tao hung up the phone, then opened the communication channel. "Guys, we're rich, the commission of 1 million knives has arrived." All the members of the Polaris Mercenary Corps were all happy and smiling, never mind how this money was divided, as long as the Mercenary Corps made money, then the investors were just happy. Wang Tao continued, "Another good news is that these 2 Hummers are also ours, and I'm going to sell them to Mikhail." Ike looked very excited about this, picking up something for nothing. "Head, don't you have to return it? Why should we return what we borrowed with our ability? Now this Hummer belongs to us." Wang Tao's sentence made the investors shiver. Anton asked again, "Why is this Hummer for sale? Isn't it good for us to keep it? It's a Hummer that has been modified to be bulletproof, it's not too easy to encounter, and our mercenary group will be able to use it when we take on missions in the future." Wang Tao said helplessly, "We have done too much noise this time, we need to leave Sulistan for a while, stay here also place to put, directly deal with it." The crowd realized why they couldn't get into the US military base, so that's how it was, so wouldn't Robert be implicated by them? Thinking about it, the crowd silently swallowed this into their stomachs. Anyway, Robert thought that they were kicked out of the American base because of their own electricity theft, so they would just continue to pretend that they were dragged into it by Robert. The group didn't even take a break before traveling again towards that underground armory of Mikhail's. To say that Sulistan were the most scouts, that is bound to be the US military base. Wang Tao and his party out of the US military base was stared at, coupled with no hidden tracks, brightly in the main road speeding, other people wanted do not know or difficult. The convoy quickly arrived at Mikhail's place, and Wang Tao didn't call this time, and directly honked the horn at the door. Waiting can have 5 minutes before someone to open the door, and all armed guards' attitude is also extremely bad. Check and check, pick a lot of faults, but also let Wang Tao they take down the weapons and so on. The helpless Wang Tao could only make a call to Mikhail, and after connecting and telling Mikhail about their situation, he was able to smoothly enter the courtyard. Wang Tao finally knew what it meant that the little ghost was difficult to deal with, and Wang Tao suspected that Mikhail was doing this on purpose, and anyway, he had to withdraw from Sulistan after he sold these 2 Hummers. It was the same familiar basement level, the same familiar glass doors, and this time there was no Fry to call, and Mikhail didn't even come out to greet them, he just sent his assistant, Callie, out to greet them. But the attitude that should be there is still there, Assistant Callie said enthusiastically. Northeast Tiger, welcome welcome, very sorry my boss Mikhail went out to do business is not here, so I will receive you, inside please. Wang Tao directly opened the door and said, it's fine, I'm here to sell these 2 bulletproof Hummers, I don't know if you'll take them? Assistant Carly said with a formulaic smile, collect, we're also in the hot business of acquiring just these 2 Hummers aren't we? Wang Tao thought for a moment, the bazooka is estimated to be inconvenient to transport, so it is better to sell them all together. So spoke up, and the bazookas you sold us, I wonder if you recycle them? Acting as if it was hard to talk, Assistant Callie replied, recycling, but the price for Soviet weapons is a bit low. How low? 1/10 of the asking price. No wonder Callie was having trouble getting a word in edgewise. Wang Tao listened to the decision to rather find a place where no one, the bazooka ought to listen to a sound or not for sale, this is not a ing cabbage price, but the price of rotten vegetable leaves. Callie knows that Wang Tao is not happy, but there is no way to explain, cannot tell Wang Tao that the only cost of selling arms is the freight right, this is still in the face of Fry, or else how to sell out of the arms, their own money to buy back the business So Callie could only change the topic by saying, these 2 bulletproof Hummers, my authority can give up to $55,000 apiece, Mr. Northeast Tiger, do you find this price satisfactory? The price given by Callie was 5,000 knives higher than the reference price given by Ruben, and Wang Tao nodded his head without hesitation and said, satisfactory. Of course, Wang Tao agreed to such a pain, there is another reason is that this Hummer is a story in the body, and then to ask for a higher price belongs to the pit. Wang Tao added, there's something going on with these 2 Hummers, they're not from the right path. Callie was very unconcerned and said, it doesn't matter, none of our arms come from the right way either, and of course this price for the Hummer is charged according to the price of the stolen goods, if it's the kind of formal with formalities, this bulletproof Hummer has to be sold for at least 300,000 knives. Wang Tao just wanted to say that he did have formalities for this Hummer, and then he thought that he had caused such a big deal, and people Mikhail was able to collect the Hummer, so there was really nothing wrong with letting people earn some. Wang Tao stretched out his hand and shook Callie's hand to signify the deal, then said, happy cooperation then, but with these 2 Hummers sold to you, we won't have a replacement vehicle. Callie this time from the bottom of his heart happy, and Wang Tao while shaking hands and said, happy cooperation, I do the Lord to send you 2 mobility scooters, but it is the car is not too good, just will be able to drive. It's fine, I'll just be traveling instead. Wang Tao does not care, anyway, immediately go to Damascus to find Fry, and then estimated that the night to roll away from Sulistan overnight, what car cannot deal with are from the hard times. Until Wang Tao saw the 2 Alto, the whole person is silly, big brother. This is not very good to drive the problem? This is not sitting Chapter 0065 I'm familiar with this one. And Callie paid painfully, the arms dealer appearing to be short not of cash, but of laundered bank deposits. Wang Tao harvested a bag of $110,000 in change, and then took Anton and the 2 of them in Robert's 7-handed pickup truck, that Alto is whoever is happy to sit. Jason, Tobias, Ajia, and Sergey, 4 tall guys, looked at Otto in front of them, looking weak and helpless at the moment. Finally, in Wang Tao, the guy who was not too big to watch the incident, urged the 4 people squeezed into the Alto car, really is not difficult in the world, only afraid of people After Wang Tao exited Mikhail's yard, he waited for the convoy to drive away for about a kilometer before there was a phone signal, and it seemed that Mikhail's place also had signal shielding equipment. Wang Tao picked up his cell phone and called Fry. Fry picked up the phone and complimented, great job Northeastern Tiger, the bombing was nothing short of art, the whole San Mother organization is already going crazy, and now everyone except the army isn't laughing. Wang Tao was very helpless and said, I'm also very helpless alright, originally all finished the mission, that friend from the Navy suddenly called me and said that he wanted me to do him a favor, as a friend of course I have no way to refuse. Fry, who knew that Wang Tao had a teammate by his side, understood that the Navy friend in Wang Tao's mouth was Ruben, the guy with the lack of heart. Yeah, just blame him for any pots, that army is suffering enough, lighten up on the woe is you, within a month first Delta was wiped out, then the Rangers blew up a city controlled by someone else's San Mother organization, enough for that Nick to drink a pot of water. Wang Tao added, I also sold 2 Humvees from the army. Fry laughed out loud after hearing this. Selling is right, I've contacted the plane for you, you'd better go back to the 10th military base, there just happens to be a plane to Baghdad's that will take off in about 3 hours, and there will be a CIA person at the gate who will meet you and arrange for you to board. From the moment the Polaris mercenaries started the Humvee back outside the 10th military base, it had been on the radar of intelligence agents, but of course due to the unspoken rules no one dared to take a shot at the convoy until the US military put the word out that they were giving up. Naive Wang Tao thought that the US Army had really forgotten about his 2 Humvees? In fact, they would rather not have these 2 Humvees than to be retaliated against by the crazy San Mother organization. The reason why Nick did not allow the Hummer to enter the base was for this reason: if Wang Tao did not listen to Nick's advice and insisted on staying in Sulistan to rely on not leaving, then the retaliation of the San Mother organization came. Of course, if Wang Tao obeyed and left Sulistan with the Polaris Mercenary Corps, then everything would be borne by Nick, which belonged to the default unspoken rules. So what Nick is looking at is that Ruben arranges for the Polaris mercenaries to leave Sulistan, no? If not arranged, Nick considers the Polaris Mercenary Corps as an outcast, then can take this outcast to take it out on the San Mother organization. Finally, after an hour and a half, Wang Tao and their 3 cars returned to the gate of the US military base, and at this time, the receiving CIA staff arranged by Fry was already waiting at the gate. Both looked dumbfounded when Loon, a CIA staffer, saw the 2 Altos. Loon was a CIA employee specializing in pickups at the military base in Tanf. Loon had been through the ringer, even big shots that could only be on the news had been entertained, just not ones that came in a little Alto, and an Alto with a burly man stuffed in the driver's seat. The steering wheel was about to be squeezed off. Loon was still a professional and held back his spitting before opening his mouth to fire off a question. Is it the Northeast Tiger of the Polaris Mercenary Corps? Wang Tao opened the door of the passenger side. Do not ask why it is to open the door, ask is the 7-handed old pickup's window lift button is not good. I am the Northeast Tiger. Loon formulaically said, I'm Loon, CIA specialized receptionist, please follow me to the back of my car. Okay, but please drive a little slower. Wang Tao felt that the Jeep driven by others was fast at first glance, and the Alto driven by his own brethren probably couldn't keep up. Loon was silent for a long time before he came back to his senses and said, yes. Loon drove slowly just ahead of him in his modified bulletproof Explorer, and when he got to the gate of the military base he showed his work ID, then after telling the guards that he was followed by the CIA, he started the vehicle up again and drove quickly in towards the center of the US military base. Of course, after driving less than 50 meters, it was a kick of the brakes. I'm sure Loon remembered the Alto behind him. When it was Wang Tao's turn to enter the pickup truck towards the base, this time the guards didn't squeak to stop them, while Robert, who was driving the car, opened the door and started to taunt, I, Robert, am back again. Slippery. The guards didn't bother with the psycho. Wang Tao couldn't stand Robert's guy's humiliating behavior anymore and shouted Robert, who was still mumbling there, back. Come on, we're still in a hurry. Robert stopped there and whisked the black Explorer in front of him in his pickup, and the 4 vehicles drove deeper into the base, and this time the checkpoints were just as tight. There were large hazardous materials inspection equipment, and military dogs, and some things Wang Tao couldn't name, but Loon's documents were still very powerful, so he really passed without inspection. The people inside the car were looking towards the outdoor of the car window, curiously looking at everything in the US military base, which was actually nothing special, just a piece of simple houses. What attracts the most attention is the several large hangars, as well as the runway for aircraft landing and takeoff. At this time the runway is parked on a giant C-130 Hercules transport aircraft. The Explorer in charge of leading the way in front of them, headed straight towards the C-130 transport aircraft, and the 3 vehicles of the Polaris Mercenary Corps followed suit, with the American troops passing by all saluting the 2 Altos. Soon the convoy drove to the tail of the C-130 transport plane, and Loon finally stopped the Explorer, otherwise Wang Tao was worried about driving straight into the plane. It was not known what Loon had said to the ground crew, and it was soon over before he walked towards the pickup truck that Wang Tao was in. Wang Tao felt a heat wave when he got down from the co-pilot. The sun had scorched the runway of the airport. Loon was the first to speak up, just drive right on up, I've made all the arrangements, you'll have a crew to instruct you on what to do when you get to the transport, have a safe trip. Wang Tao was a bit confused and asked, is it good to just go up there? Loon was also a bit confused and said, what's wrong with it? It's a privilege of the CIA, this military transport plane is still better except that the ride experience isn't particularly good, pay attention to the plane and don't take off the pickup headphones, this Hercules is rather noisy. After Loon spoke for half a day and didn't get to the key point, Wang Tao pointed to the 2 Altos in the back and said, these 2 can also go on the transporter? Loon nodded in affirmation, yes, there's enough room in there. Wang Tao thought for a moment that he would have to use a car in Baghdad anyway, and there was nothing wrong with bringing an Alto, so he waved his hand with Loon. "We're off then, bye." "Bye." Then back to the co-pilot. Wang Tao gave the order, boarding. The three vehicles then headed for the rear hatch ramp of the C-130, and Robert in his pickup truck went up easily with a kick of the gas, just after parking. The comm channel then rang with Tobias' voice, "Chief. We can't get our car up there." With the power of the Alto, plus three big men sitting in the car and a whole lot of weaponry, it's hard to drive on a flat road, let alone uphill. Wang Tao envisioned the boarding party would meet all kinds of problems, just didn't think that Otto couldn't open the rear hatch ramp of the airplane. The crew of the C-130 transport also expressed shock, having flown every mission and pulled everything, just not Otto. This is also regarded as a precedent for air transport. On this broken car can even C-130 transport aircraft fuel money zero estimates are not worth. Loon, who was just about to leave, covered his head and was quite speechless, so he had to coordinate with the ground crew again, and finally had the two Ottos yanked onto the C-130 transports with a winch. At that moment, the 10th military base, outside Mikhail's arsenal in Sauristan, suddenly lit up with an IR laser invisible to the naked eye. The intelligence officer of the Turkey, who was tuning the laser pointer, aimed the laser pointer shot at the entrance to the yard of Mikhail's arsenal. After making sure that the laser pointers were set correctly, the intelligence officers of the Turkey began to contact their superiors by satellite phone. "Laser pointers have been placed. Copy that." Then the F-16CS, which had long since lifted off the groundhogs, mounted laser-guided bombs on command and invaded the skies over Sulistan, turned on the boost and began to fly over toward the north. "Wagner, this scene is familiar to me. I'm too familiar with it." Chapter 0066, The Unlucky Mikhail. At this time, the 10th Military Base Sentinel radar system began to ticking early warning. Is there leisurely drinking a cold Coke blowing air conditioning staff a hole or confused? Could it be that the Tsarist pilots had another brain cramp and started to report urgently? Colonel Bowen, the highest commander of the military base in 10th, hurried inside the command hall. Looking at the fast approaching target on the monitor, feeling a touch of absurdity, coming from the north, wouldn't that be a Turkey's airplane? Report, the fighter has a NATO identification code, still seems to be an F-16. For a moment Colonel Bowen's brain was also a bit short-circuited. The groundhog is a NATO member, and although it belongs to the country's huskies among dogs, it's only a little bit stupid. It's not like it's crazy. Report, the F-16 has been transmitting its own NATO identification code, but the call is unanswered. The Turkey's F-16C was silent, just a pair stating US forces I am a friend. Tuja is not only not stupid, but also very smart. By having a NATO identification code to fight is that the US military dare not arbitrarily shoot down their own. Of course, this set of methods is limited to the US military, if the Tsarist Russia? I do not care what you are dry on the end. Colonel Bowen picked up the red phone and could only urgently contact the Pentagon to get the Pentagon in touch with the Turkey. Tuja certainly know this set of operational procedures, and so communication is completed, the mission is also executed. Do not believe that your US Army in the city to make a so big explosion. I bombed you next to a small yard, you will flip with me? The F-16C, with its HGK-84 lab laser-guided bombs, arrived over Mikhail's arsenal in less than 5 minutes. Exactly the same as the US Army used laser-guided bombs to blow up that bunker, only it was a billion points more ruthless, circling twice and dropping 4 HGK-84 lab laser-guided bombs. Czech hedgehogs, anti-tank cones, and dug underground bunkers. Even the US side of the military have greeted $1 million a year protection fee paid. Mikhail can be said to think of everything that can be thought of. Even the Tsarist Russian backstabbers thought of it, purposely placing the arsenal next to the US military base with the help of the US air defense radar. But how could Mikhail not have imagined that the Turkeys would actually send out F-16CS bought from the United States of America to blow up his arsenal? And it's still 4 HGK-84 lab laser-guided bombs, which can be too much for Mikhail. Of course there was also a lag in intelligence. All the forces behind Mikhail were essentially in Eastern European countries. Tsarist Russia was the main source of intelligence, and the poor swanky KGB was actively gathering intelligence. In the specific case of the big explosion that happened in Idlib, practically no one from any other power knew what was going on, except for the San Mothers organization, the Turkeys, and the US Army, the CIA, and the people involved. It's not so much that the people in the San Mother organization have a good sense of secrecy, it's that the operatives who knew the inside story were blown up, and most of the organization's means of obtaining intelligence relied on bribing these soldiers or junior leaders to find out exactly what was going on. The soldiers were blown up, the small leaders were killed by Wang Tao, and the main fight was that none were spared. Of course there were those who survived, but they were deafened and in the hospital. The KGB, which was in a rival camp, had no idea what was going on, and certainly Mikhail had no idea what was going on. HGK-84 lab laser-guided bomb down, not to mention a simple underground fortification, even concrete to dry broken, not to mention Mikhail has so many arms. The Turkey intelligence officer outside who was in charge of setting up the laser pointers, well, after watching a free fireworks show, Mikhail could basically declare bankruptcy and experience a man alive with no words for his money. Wang Tao, because of the too alto, endured all the way to the onlookers. That old foreigners also so gossip for what? Not just alto. How have not seen a cheap car? US troops on a C-130 transport plane, seen it, but not in a cheap ride on a military transport. After being a monkey all the way, finally the C-130 arrived at its destination, Baghdad International Airport, located on the outskirts of the city of Baghdad, the capital of Babylon. When the C-130's hatch was lowered, Wang Tao unbuckled his seatbelt and stuck his head into the passenger side of the pickup, and this broken alto is whoever likes to sit. With Wang Tao's example, the crowd of Polaris all flocked as if enlightened, and began to move for the seat of the grabbing pickup truck. Don't say anything Robert and Wayne, two people before is driving a pickup truck up. Mercenary world is who fist big who say, of course, except Wang Tao, this funded person. Robert is the most disobedient and also received the most punches, but received a king's fist began. Robert recognized a fact, their own from the president of the Sun City Company, reduced to the Polaris mercenary corps of ordinary members. Soon not use 2 minutes to decide the winner, Anton, Tobias or rely on force, or rely on brute force, there is a Sergey and Jason, these two old men rely on experience. And Agia is too young, joined the battle too early so was set on fire, get punched is also the second most, as for Ike and Vicky, two people are very self-aware, press simply did not go to grab directly to go to autosit. Baghdad International Airport is a dual-use airport, so it is also more crowded and busy. But when that seven-handed pickup truck with two altos got out of the C-130, it was undoubtedly the brightest boy at Baghdad International Airport, bar none. The tactical mask was a really good thing, the desert yellow color scheme was also a good thing, and the M4 on his body was also a good thing. Anyway, Wang Tao had already brainwashed himself into the American army. In this way, even if it was humiliating, it certainly wasn't humiliating for the Polaris Mercenary Corps. That's right, Wang Tao, they haven't even left Baghdad International Airport yet, they have already become famous. And now everyone's point of curiosity is which god uses a C-130 transport plane to transport alto? It's true that the world of the rich is something we can't understand. Out of the airport is very smooth, but after going out, Wang Tao realized a problem. Reuben Light told them to come to Baghdad. Where is the reception? At this time Reuben arranged for the pickup, standing as the side of the C-130 transport aircraft, appear to be at a loss for words. Receiving people saw a pickup truck and two alto from the C-130 transport aircraft down. The head does not run over a little dead, a time did not react, who met this situation can react Then the three cars ran straight towards the airport, before the receptionist could shout, they disappeared within the airport, the receptionist was almost shattered at this moment. Wang Tao asked, which one of you is familiar with Baghdad? What's the best place we should go? Baghdad was a place where almost anyone who had been a mercenary had been, except of course for Aja, Ike, and Sergey. Anton replied, Green Zone, we need a break. Indeed, in the morning it was on a mission in Sulistan, this afternoon it was in Baghdad, Babylon, a bit of a shift really. Good. Wang Tao agreed quickly, but the question came, but what's the Green Zone? Anton was a little speechless for a moment, having been to the Green Zone in Baghdad many times, but what the Green Zone was Anton really didn't know how to describe it yet. Good thing Jason in the back knew that and spoke up to answer. Head, the Baghdad Green Zone, officially known as the Baghdad International Zone, is located in the Karka district of central Baghdad and covers an area of about 10 square kilometers, and was used by the coalition forces to overthrow Saddam's regime as a temporary administration as well as the location of several diplomatic embassies of various countries. After listening to Jason's description, two words appeared in Wang Tao's mind, Rent World. Wasn't this Green Zone a proper 21st century version of the Rent World? Anton added, the Green Zone is surrounded by a tall concrete blast wall and a large number of sandbagged barricades to separate it from the rest of Baghdad, and entry requires strict security checks, and it's impossible to bring a gun inside except for special personnel. After Anton finished adding is more like a rented community, Wang Tao suddenly realized a problem, do we belong to the special personnel? Jason thought for a moment and replied, belonging to those who are in particular need of focused vigilance, or special agents for short. Wang Tao heard the first two words of the time also a little believe it pinch, who knows Jason's next words, simply is solid to the extreme. Wang Tao threatened, Iron felt, you're afraid you want to deduct money. Jason shrugged his shoulders and stated indifferently, I already owe so much money, am I afraid you'll deduct it? Wang Tao laughed disdainfully, Iron felt, I'll give you another chance to organize your language, you're not the only one of my debtors. Jason suddenly realized a problem. He was not afraid of Wang Tao. It does not mean that he was not afraid of Wang Tao's debtors. These people just did not have the slightest bit of softness when they laid their hands on Robert. Anton, who was driving the car, skimmed his mouth. Wang Tao called me big stupid bear every day and I didn't dare to squeak. This Jason actually wanted to challenge Wang Tao? Jason thought about it for a second before immediately admitting his mistake. I'm sorry. Wang Tao knows the truth, that is, as long as you borrow enough money, or enough debtors, you are invincible existence, who messed with you do not need to do it yourself, your debtors to deal with it. The road from Baghdad International Airport to the Green Zone, known as the most expensive and dangerous cab route, the Highway of Death, is of course a better security situation in Babylon today. But the security situation of this road is still more sensitive. The key sections and intersections on the road are set up checkpoints and patrol posts. Wang Tao along the way cannot spend a lot of dollars. The 20 kilometers of road cost $50, which made Wang Tao quite distressed. Of course, this is also to see that Wang Tao and their fleet drove a car too worn out, otherwise this price would have to be a little higher. The convoy drove for almost an hour on the short 20-kilometer journey before arriving at the checkpoint in the Green Zone. Wang Tao looked at the equipment, which was even stricter than the airport security, when suddenly an Arab, also dressed in a desert yellow, knocked up the window of the car on Anton's side. Since it was a Green Zone checkpoint, security was definitely not an issue. After all, 2 armored vehicles were sitting on the side of the road, and there were snipers at high points all around, so Anton rolled down his window. The Arab asked in fluent English, "Does the owner want a parking space?" Chapter 0067, Entering the Green Zone. Parking space? Wang Tao was confused and was just about to ask what was going on when he heard Jason in the back seat take over and ask, "How much a day and what company underwrites it?" Kareem replied, $50 US a day, $300 US a month for a monthly subscription, $800 US if it's a quarter, guaranteed by the Cloverleaf Poncho Company. Here's my contract. With that said, Kareem took a contract out of his pocket that was in a waterproof bag on the outside and handed it to Anton, who was driving. Anton saw the Cloverleaf Puffs logo right through the clear waterproof bag, added the signature, and handed it back to Kareem. Kareem asked, "Boss, do you think it's okay?" Jason nodded and said, "Yes, you lead the way." Anton rolled up the window and Wang Tao began to ask curiously, "What the hell is a parking space?" Jason replied, "Unauthorized vehicles like ours have to undergo very strict inspections to enter the Green Zone, and there are restrictions on driving in the Green Zone, all of which have to be paid for, so it's not as convenient as taking a cab." Anton added, "And with all the heavy firepower in the car, if you were to rent a warehouse, it would be at least $100 a day." Wang Tao's brain hurts after hearing this. Are you sure this is the Green Zone? It's not the money zone? Just do what you guys said. Wang Tao silently recited that he was a rich man, and there was still 1,000,000 knives in his card, Following Kareem on his scooter, the group turned a few corners to reach the underground parking lot, where the temperature dropped instantly, making the ones in the unair-conditioned Alto very comfortable. Following Kareem's lead, the 3 vehicles arrived at the front of the parking space, and Anton was the first to park the pickup truck, which was painted to be quite large. Knowing that guns were banned in the Green Zone, Wang Tao put the MK-14 in his gun bag and put it in the back seat of the pickup truck. After Wang Tao got out of the car, Kareem asked, "Boss, may I ask if it's on a daily or monthly basis?" Wang Tao asserts in accordance with the meaning of Ruben's words, they will have to mix in Baghdad later, and how to stay for a month. So Wang Tao said with the mindset of saving money, by the month. Kareem knew that Wang Tao would definitely choose monthly rent, so he said, "Monthly rent, right? Let's put it in front of you, this is the price to park here for a day, and this is the price to park for a month, so you can't back out after you pay the money, no problem, right?" Monthly rent is definitely the case. Wang Tao nodded with approval, but renting a few parking spaces must be nagged. "No problem, but I'll rent 2 for this one, $600, right?" After saying that, Wang Tao started to pull money out of his pocket and count it. Kareem's head kind of didn't spin dangling and he asked hastily, "Aren't you 3 cars? Is one of them going?" Wang Tao shook his head, "There's no go. This parking space is so big, I can park 2 cars in one space." Kareem. He's been a parking meter for so long, he's seen renegades, he's seen people parked for a day to get a refund, he's just never seen 2 cars parked in one space. Just as Kareem dangled, Vicky and Ajah, who were in charge of the car, quickly backed up the Alto one after the other, and backed it into a parking space according to Wang Tao. By the time Kareem slowed down, the person had actually parked both cars, and the most important thing was that it really didn't go beyond the line painted on the parking space at all. As the members of the Polaris Mercenary Corps listened to the conversation between Wang Tao and Kareem, a thought came to their mind: no wonder Wang Tao can be the boss, just the excuse that people are so stingy, they can't think of it even if they live another 100 years. Kareem just felt something was wrong, but just couldn't say it. Anxious Arabic was coming out, gibberish, and didn't know what he was saying. Wang Tao was very dry and shoved the $600 into Kareem's hand, twisted his head and asked, "Where is the exit?" Kareem had no choice but to put the money away, then led Wang Tao and the others towards the elevator. The $600 spent is really worth it, and there is a special security channel, do not have to go to the gate that line up. And the next Wang Tao who entered the green zone was a little confused. Where should this go? Right, find a 5-star hotel accommodation. Today the King of Heaven to come also have to live in a good. Wang Tao waved his hand boldly and said, "Let's go, brothers, we are rich, live in a 5-star hotel, eat good and expensive food." Except for Ike, who didn't know anything, all of them had a helpless face, and then turned their eyes to Jason, who had just said that he wasn't afraid of Wang Tao anyway. Jason helplessly undertook to tell Wang Tao the solid reality of the situation and stammered, "Head, none of the hotels in this green zone are cheap." Wang Tao thought about the 1 million knives in his card, plus the 110,000 knives of cash in his hand, and his own waist was incredibly hard. Wang Tao patted his chest and said, "It's fine, we have money." Jason whispered stiffly, "Taxis in this place start at $10, and the average hotel is $200 US a night." Wang Tao thought along with Jason's words, counting Robert and Wayne, the Polaris Mercenary Corps would be 10 people, and according to a standard room in an ordinary hotel, it would be 1,000 knives a day. If this is according to Wang Tao's 5-star hotel, 500 knives a room, a day will be 5,000 knives, and this is not counting the price of eating and traveling. Want to understand the Wang Tao think ordinary hotel is also quite good, 5-star that are fooling people, that room bed is too soft, sleep is not comfortable. But this Jason guy is really too annoying. Wang Tao took out a small notebook in his heart and gave Jason this guy a mark. Wang Tao asked, "Ironfelt, do you have any hotel recommendations?" Jason: "Where do I go for hotel recommendations? I'm hearing all this from my comrades." It was good to have Anton relieve the situation by saying, "Go to the Land Hotel." With a goal in mind, the crowd started taking cabs, and the cabs in the green zone were like 2 worlds away from the vehicles on the road outside. Not only the appearance of clean car inside is also quite neat, but soon the Polaris Mercenary Group met an extremely difficult problem, in the end, whether to play 2 cars, or to play a car. When Anton asked the question, Tobias, Jason, Sergey, Ajay, and Robert, 5 of the taller guys, had faces greener than the green zone. The bastard are tired into this demeanor, cannot be generous a hand, the last or habit prevailed. 10 people played 2 cabs to the Land Hotel. The Land Hotel is said to be a hotel, but it is actually a small hotel, but the security is really nothing to speak of. The soldiers standing guard at the entrance are at least loaded, and there are also 2 machine guns at the entrance. In fact, Wang Tao paid most of their rent to this security company. Wang Tao or the old look in Ika room, don't ask why don't live well, ask as Wang Tao is willing to share the pain with the players. Definitely not heartache the $200. After a simple wash, Wang Tao's fatigue came up, from the morning did not stop. If not for the good health, Wang Tao would have been exhausted. Wang Tao lay down on the bed and huffed and puffed, while Ike did the same, and after Wang Tao got off the transporter, he forgot the matter of turning on his cell phone at the back of his mind. Ruben arranged to pick up the station people Chris, hurriedly on the side of the Humvee. Do not ask why is all Humvee, ask as the US Army do not want the second-hand goods cheap. Chris was on the phone the whole way and pressed the gas all the way to the floor, but the Hummer's speed was that balanced, plus there was a queue to get out of the airport, so he really lost the Polaris mercenaries. Chris saw how this Polaris mercenary group had to line up at the checkpoint in the green zone. Once he inquired it could be good to get into the parking lot. The reason Chris was in such a hurry was that Ruben had called and specifically instructed Chris to make sure that he must not let the Polaris mercenaries out of his sight, and that the mission he was carrying out must definitely be away from the city. On the Polaris mercenary group's ability to cause trouble, Ruben told Chris he was afraid. Who is Ruben? That is the colonel of the United States of America Navy, where are considered a big man. If such a person was afraid, it could be seen how intimidating the Polaris Mercenary Corps had to be, and it was such a dangerous Polaris Mercenary Corps that Chris had lost them before they even met. So Chris had to use up his contacts in the green zone and spent $3,000 to find the hotel where the Polaris mercenaries were staying, the Land Hotel. After listening to the address given by the intelligence provider, Chris was skeptical. Big brother, you know the colonel of the US Army, and you're still so plain? Without saying a word, Wang Tao made a man spend $3,000 for him. May I ask what kind of strength is that? Chris was really afraid that the Polaris Mercenary Corps had disappeared from sight again, so he directly spent money to let the hotel attendant, move a sofa and table, and sat and waited at the door of Wang Tao's room. Wang Tao, this sleep that is quite comfortable, daytime sleep daytime up, yes, is the next morning. Sore Wang Tao, at this time the stomach has been almost hungry flat, hard to get up from the bed, to the side of the Ike woke up ready to go to eat breakfast. After a simple wash, Wang Tao opened the door and saw a white man with a pair of panda eyes, sitting on the sofa in the doorway staring blankly at him. Wang Tao? Isn't this a safe hotel? How come there are still messy people coming in? Does this have to be refunded? If you let Chris know Wang Tao this idea has been paralyzed, Chris now immediately have to jump up on the sofa. Big brother, do you know how hard I look for you to find? Waiting for how long? The reason why Chris didn't get up from the sofa when he saw Wang Tao come out was that he wasn't sure if he was hallucinating, because all through the night Chris had felt that the door had opened numerous times. Chris asked tentatively, is it a northeastern tiger? I am? Hoping that this was still an acquaintance? Wang Tao was even more confused. Chapter 0068 Procedure? Chris, who had dark circles under his eyes, felt a pang of aggravation when he looked at Wang Tao's guarded look. Chris was still very professional. I'm Chris, who is in charge of receiving you, hello. And Chris seems to be like a cat with fried hair, his hair strands all exploded with anger, said through clenched teeth, I just stood next to you guys getting off the transporter, who knows, you guys didn't even stop for a foot of brakes, you guys ran in front of me and I chased after you, and that's all it took for me not to catch up. Wang Tao remembered, no wonder Chris looked familiar, so he had seen him in Baghdad International Airport, because Chris had a black circle on top, so Wang Tao didn't recognize him for a while. You didn't catch up with me in my Alto, did you drive a Mazda? Chris, who had been fast asleep, let Wang Tao gasp in spirit, I drove a Hummer. Bulletproof Hummer. You guys out of the airport on the traffic jam, I was blocked inside, a turn of the eye on the disappearance, to call you, you turn off the phone. Only then did Wang Tao realize that he had forgotten to turn his phone on, and awkwardly scratched his head and apologized, I'm sorry, I forgot to turn it on. Chris also sort of let Wang Tao get the whole thing, and hurriedly said, I've prepared a place for you to stay, and by the way, the colonel said that the things you're carrying are a bit dangerous, and there are also safe houses outside the checkpoint, so you can leave your things there. Suddenly Chris saw Wang Tao covering his chest, leaning against the wall with a look of heartache, and thought that Wang Tao had an accident. Chris rushed to Wang Tao's side and prepared to give him CPR. Wang Tao hurriedly waved his hand and said, I'm fine, it's just a momentary heartache, belonging to an old problem. Wang Tao had gone to great lengths yesterday to save money on parking, as well as spending money on lodging, just because he got off the transporter and left the airport that much faster. Soon Wang Tao thought, this car is not he drove, the money is not his own alone, since the heartache that must be everyone together. So Wang Tao hurriedly stood up, went from house to house to knock on the door, called up everyone in the Polaris Mercenary Corps, and told them about how they had lost the toll, parking fee, accommodation fee, because they had driven a little bit faster. Chris then saw everyone in the Polaris Mercenary Corps leaning against the wall with their chests covered just like Wang Tao, with a look of heartache. Can it be that this is some new infectious disease? When Wang Tao transfers his pain to others, he himself is free of pain. Chris, so we're leaving now? Chris wanted to take a break for a while, then on second thought, these big brothers don't disappear again all of a sudden, so he took a drink of the coffee on the table and said, grab your things and pack them up, I'll take you guys to your place of residence first. When Wang Tao knew that there is a free residence, food, Chris, this person wants to disappear from his sight, that is not even possible. The crowd stuffed everything into their bags at a rapid pace and then checked out of the hotel. Now the question is, how do you cram 10 people into one Hummer? Chris had never seen such stingy guys, he couldn't even get them money for a cab himself, and that hotel security looked at them like they were watching a monkey show. This made Chris feel ashamed. It was a good thing that the land hotel was so low end that there were no people who knew Chris, otherwise Chris would have to find a crack in the ground. Chris was looking to take Polaris to a good stew, now, huh? Chris drove a wave of dominance, barreling through the green zone, with cars on the road dodging the Hummer. Soon arriving at a detached villa, Chris honked the horn and the door opened, but of course there was security outside. This security personnel can be a lot more professional than the land hotel, the whole body of color NATO equipment, in addition to not having any accessories, the rest and Wang Tao they are no less expensive at first glance. Chris parked the Hummer in front of the villa's entrance, and said to the butler beside him, this is my important guest, help me settle down, I'm going to take a rest. Then Chris said to Wang Tao again, I'm going to sleep for 4 hours, I'll get up and find you then, just order Bill if you have any requests. After saying that, Chris hurried off to catch up on his sleep, and just halfway there uneasily walked back to the butler, Bill, and instructed with his ear, don't let them out of the villa while I'm sleeping. Bill nodded slightly, indicating that he knew. Before this Chris went upstairs to bed. Wang Tao is still the first time to hear the word good high end of the housekeeper. I did not expect Chris is actually a. While waiting for the food, Wang Tao finally thought to turn his cell phone on and called Fry. Fry, who picked up the phone, said, "Northeast Tiger, you finally called me. I'll tell you something funny, Mikhail's arsenal was bombed by Tochis with an F-16C. Wang Tao was dumbfounded. Is Mikhail breaking the rules of heaven? Bombing with an F-16? Why? Fry replied, "Aren't you selling Mikhail 2 of those bulletproof Hummers? The Tuja's intelligence officers have been watching your convoy. They don't know you're there to sell bulletproof Hummers. Thought that was your old stomping ground, and just went ballistic and dropped 4 aerial bombs down and gave Mikhail's arsenal a run for his money." After listening to Wang Tao was a little embarrassed. This Mikhail carried the thunder for himself. "I'm kind of weirdly embarrassed to hear you say that." Fry on the other side of the phone was speechless for a while. "Big brother, you sell him to buy, one hand to pay, one hand to deliver. As long as you go out of the store, is that humongous molly loaded with bombs, are not related to you in any way, of course, you buy the same thing." Wang Tao listened to a burst of shock and said, "Like this? Mikhail said he has after sales Fry covered his head. This Wang Tao guy was good at everything except being a little too naive, and too capable of causing trouble. Fry said, "He has after sales, the arms are not his production. The United States of America do not guarantee that every weapon is 100% good. Besides, you do not think, you fight the war when the weapons do not work well, then you can survive? When the time comes, the ghosts will look for him to ask for after sales Wang Tao was dumbfounded by this call from Fry. "Righto." Fry added, "If there is anything in Babylon, my Sai can also see the whole out of what a big deal. Give me a call in advance. By the way, you have to buy a satellite phone, otherwise in the wild in an emergency you do not even have a way to ask for help." Okay. After talking to Fry for a bit more about digital treasures, Wang Tao hung up the phone. Of course 4 hours for a meal is a bit of an exaggeration, but 2.5 hours is still something. Wang Tao visited the villa under the leadership of the housekeeper Bill, and then went back to the cafeteria to eat. Do not ask why, ask is not full. Luckily, this time it wasn't a French meal anymore, but a prepared pizza, which the Polaris crowd was able to fill their stomachs. And Chris came down the stairs at that moment, walking over to the table and grabbing a slice of pizza. Chris said as he ate, "Northeast Tiger, come with me." Wang Tao similarly took a slice of pizza, and just after following Chris, the two of them came to a European decorated study. Chris shoved the pizza into his mouth and then held out his hand to introduce himself. "Hello, Northeast Tiger, let me introduce myself, Chris, a Frenchman, previously a special counselor in the United States of America Navy, retired from the military and joined the Titan Group, in charge of the group's business in Babylon, 3 years ago, because of too much stress at work, so he resigned and became a fixer to make a living in Baghdad." It turned out that Chris was also from the United States of America Navy. No wonder Reuben let him be responsible for receiving them. Wang Tao also stretched out his hand and shook hands with Chris and said, "My name is Wang Tao, I'm from China. I was a hunter before I was a soldier, and now I'm the leader of the Polaris Mercenary Corps." Wang Tao's self-introduction was full of mystery, and Chris certainly wouldn't delve into Wang Tao's identity. After the two introduced themselves, Chris got straight to the point. "Colonel Reuben told me briefly about you guys, that you just finished a combat mission. Did you need to rest for a while?" That mission took all of one morning at full capacity, so there shouldn't be any need for a break, should there?" Wang Tao shook his head and said, "No need to rest." Chris asked again, "Did you bring the paperwork for your mercenary group? Give it to me so I can register." "Formalities? Does a mercenary group still need formalities?" Wang Tao wasn't quite able to understand. Chapter 0069 The Importance of Identity. Chris from Wang Tao, a confused expression, detected a hint of wrong. Reuben Colonel but in the phone swore that the Polaris Mercenary Corps has carried out the mission of the US Army and completed a very good. How can there be no formalities? But it turns out the Polaris mercenaries just don't have the formalities, and the Celestin side is all a bit more casual due to it being a war zone and the fact that the US military is weak over there. Well, Robert wasn't a proper intermediary, and when he helped the Polaris Mercenary Corps to receive tasks, he was also pretending to receive tasks from other mercenary corps, and anyway, the main focus was just to claim the commission. Of course the main thing is that a mercenary group that was founded 4 days ago could possibly have legitimacy? Wang Tao scratched his head in embarrassment. "No, our mercenary group was established for a relatively short period of time." Chris guessed as much, so he didn't make a big deal out of it. "Then give me your passport, or driver's license or something valid." Wang Tao scratched his head again in embarrassment. Before Wang Tao could say anything, Chris felt a hint of uneasiness. "I lost all my passports for some reason." Chris knew that bastard Ruben must not have been holding his farts to make himself a nursemaid. Chris said rather helplessly, the US Army is already very formalized in Babylon, and if you want to take missions from the US Army side, the Mercenary Corps must be registered as a company, with a formal business license, tax registration, and other relevant documents, making it clear what military-related services the company provides. When Wang Tao heard it, his head felt big. This still have to pay taxes off? I don't have this experience at home. Wang Tao asked curiously, no registration, okay? Chris nodded, of course it's fine, then your mercenary group can only take on garbage missions that have been subcontracted 7 hands. By the way, this garbage mission is not that the mission is simple, but it's the kind of garbage mission where the pay is low and dangerous. As soon as Wang Tao heard the low remuneration, he instantly put the matter of digging the corner of the United States of America behind him. I register, I pay taxes. Chris, I knew this kid couldn't spare tax dollars. Chris added, the problem of identity, you have to rely on your own channels, with my ability can only give you a false identity, but cannot withstand the investigation. For long-term consideration I think your identity is still real a little better. Of course, Chris said that the lack of ability is just a pretext. Wang Tao is after all Ruben's people, and on this identity issue inside the said can be a lot, so Chris first put the words of rejection in front. Well, I'll be back in a few minutes to think of something. Chris believes that with Wang Tao's ability, the identity is certainly not a problem, really cannot spend money to buy their own on it. CIA, FBI have this business. In addition to the price is a little more expensive, there is no privacy for them a little bit, that is, the real identity. So Chris continued, Baghdad has the most protection missions, and I just looked on the computer, and there are 2 missions that would be suitable for you. Wang Tao actually spoke out and interrupted Chris' conversation, sorry to interrupt, is there any offensive mission? Our mercenary group is especially good at offense. Chris. I still don't know you mercenaries are good at attacking, how about yourself, can't you have some self-awareness? That Ruben told me to keep an eye on you guys so you don't get into trouble. Chris, whose acting skills were still on the line, babbled in a serious manner, no, the US Army has Baghdad under control, and apart from the occasional attack, there are no offensive missions, it's all protection missions, and the commissions for protection missions are high. Chris is considered to have captured Wang Tao's soft underbelly, and once he heard that the mission commission was high, Wang Tao felt that it was good to protect the mission, and he executed more and loved it. Alright then, introduce me to the mission. Chris said and walked over to the computer. The Kurdish day after tomorrow is coming. A guest into the green zone needs armed protection for a period of 1 month. The price of the payment is $200,000, and in the event of a fight an additional $500 per day per person. There's also a mission with a Shia businessman who has pissed off ISISBY saying things he shouldn't have, plus he's pissed off the Kurds in the past, so he needs 3 months of protection, and the commission price is 300,000 knives a month, which is a 1-bite mission, and that's the same price with or without a fight. Although the commission for the latter mission was a bit higher, the danger factor was not a fraction of a star higher than the previous mission. Moreover, the identity of this person in the back was a merchant. Surely the scope of activities was not only in the green zone, then the Polaris Mercenary Corps, which was not familiar with Baghdad, could easily encounter an inexplicable fight. The first one, I am quite familiar with the Kurds. Wang Tao is also right, the first one is familiar with the third one. Chris nodded, okay, you'll have to hurry up with your identity then, and if you need to go out, that bulletproof Humvee is yours to borrow, but you'll have to say hello to me when you're out of the green zone. Okay, I'll get my ID then. After saying that, Wang Tao left Chris's study and went downstairs to find Anton to discuss the identity issue. Of course, also called like this, the 3 of them came to the room that Bill had arranged for Wang Tao. Defensively, Anton first checked the room for listening devices, then the 3 of them entered within the bathroom. Anton was trying to drown out the chatter with the sound of running water, an old-fashioned but good idea, but of course it wouldn't have worked if Chris had put on fancy equipment. Wang Tao leaned against the wall, then lowered his voice and said, Chris just said that when you take on a mission over here in Baghdad, you have to register your company, and it looks like you have to pay taxes. Anton nodded his head and said, that Chris is right, the formal process of receiving quests is like this. Before we received quests in Sulistan, Robert guessed that he received quests using other mercenary groups. Seeing that Anton felt that Chris was right, Wang Tao continued, then the problem comes, the 3 of us don't have identification documents. Ike was born at all, no one told him that there is such a thing as documents. Go out is also smuggled out, not to mention the replacement of identity documents, really is a black identity. Anton chimed in, the ID I lost in Nairobi was also fake. Wang Tao said, although I can replace the identity documents, but do this line of work is better not to use the real identity is better. I decided to find Fry through the channels of the CIA to do a United States of America's identity, you too? Ike, of course, had no problem with that. I'm afraid I don't have enough money for my identity, do I? Ike is also considered to follow Wang Tao all the way to the bottom of the class. Wang Tao said, how much is the difference? I'll give you out. It's kind of a benefit for you to mix with me. Thanks. Ike was grateful beyond words. While Ike had no more questions, Wang Tao turned his attention to Anton. And Anton's brow was furrowed at this point in time, a frown on his face. Wang Tao said directly, Anton, I've always treated you as a big brother. We've gone through so many lives and deaths. If there's anything you have to say, just say it. Anton let out a long sigh and said, don't you think you're tied too deeply to the CIA? Don't think that saying it's a fake identity is a fake identity. If you really do it, it's a real identity, unless you can give up all the wealth and power you'll gain later. Wang Tao nodded and smiled bitterly. I understand the importance of obtaining this identity, and just now Chris was also indicating that this identity is important, but I don't know anyone else besides Fry, and Frey's channel is the CIA. Anton said, I have an idea. Wang Tao skimmed his mouth, knowing that this Anton guy had something in his stomach that he finally gave out. Wang Tao pretended to be curious and asked, what method? Nay, Wang Tao's acting skills are still a bit poor, Anton said in no good humor. There's no way. A while later in the afternoon the two of us go out. By the way too, Chris, borrow a camera, take a picture of Ike. Wang Tao laughed a little, and no longer continued to stimulate this old guy Anton, lest he really irritated. Since Anton has a way to give Wang Tao a whole identity, then Wang Tao is not in a hurry. After all, cannot use the CIA's channels, do not use the CIA, just according to Wang Tao's ability to get into trouble. This thing is not guaranteed to go wrong one day. After the two Anton and Ike left, Wang Tao took a shower and changed his clothes, rested for a while, and it was afternoon. Finding Bill and taking the car keys, Wang Tao spoke to the team and drove out with Anton and the two of them. Anton drove the Hummer just around in the green zone, and did not ask the passers-by for the location, and did not look at the map, do not know what place to look for, all to Wang Tao a little turned confused. Finally, after turning around for more than an hour, Anton saw a rotating tricolor column that was used to decorate the entrance of barbershops in the late 90s in China hanging in the doorway of a very ordinary house on the street, which made him stop the bulletproof Hummer. After Anton got out of the car, he instructed with a serious expression, go inside and don't talk nonsense. Aha! Anton was tied up by the kidnappers, small life in the hands of others, have been unchanged face cursing mouth did not stop, and then to the front of a plain house, but a serious expression. Thinking with his ass that this place was definitely not simple, Wang Tao nodded his head a little to indicate that he knew. Just like that, Anton reached the door and instructed once more in an uneasy manner, when you go in, no matter how curious you are, hold it in for me. I promise to be a mute. After saying this, Wang Tao made a zipper pulling up motion in front of his mouth. Seeing that Wang Tao really realized the seriousness of the problem, this Anton was relieved to pull open the door of the barbershop. Wang Tao thought that this barbershop was like the movie. Once you push the door in, there is a different world. Who knows that the barbershop inside is very ordinary, and can even be said to be simple. The barbershop has only 3 appliances: ceiling fans, incandescent lights, and a barber's pusher, minimalist and simple. A middle-aged white man in a suit with extremely plain back hair asked in a Cockney accent, welcome, is it a shampoo, cut, or color? Why use the word extremely, Wang Tao? As long as you close your eyes, you cannot recall the kind of fall in the pile of people outside cannot be found. Chapter 0070 True-False Identity. Entering the barbershop, Anton pointed to Wang Tao and said an option not given by the white man earlier, shave and purify your face. The white man said with a formulaic smile, I wonder what style of beard the guest prefers. Anton replied, Jericho-style beard. If it is not Anton commanded in advance, Wang Tao cannot help but open his mouth. What the hell is a Jericho-style beard? Ah, and then again his own face beard shaved only last night, and now just a little beard stubble. Ah. Please follow me. With that, the white man walked towards what was obviously a restroom. Anton waved his hand at Wang Tao and followed this white man into the toilet. Wang Tao expressed considerable resistance to this, going into the toilet with a man with a London accent. How can I think of it? I think it's dangerous, alright. Wang Tao walked towards the restroom while tightening his tactical belt to pray for a little more persistence. Upon entering the door of the toilet, Wang Tao knew that he had thought too much. There was another invisible door inside the toilet, which was now being opened, and the white man stretched out his hand, signaling the two of them, Anton and Wang Tao, to enter inside. Still exciting with Anton, Wang Tao are in the underground world for more than 2 months, which is a little bit of the feeling of the movie, Mysterious Organization, I Am Coming. After entering the dark room, Wang Tao saw a medieval decorated living room similar to the movie, while a portrait of Pope Alexander III figure hung on the wall. Of course, Wang Tao did not recognize this old man. Inside there is also a white man sitting at a desk, combing his back. Suit is drawing with a pencil. and what attracts Wang Tao's eyes most is the suit sleeve hoops made of gold on the white shirt. The gold cuffs are full of traces of age. Wang Tao estimated that according to the current price of gold, these two cuffs are not cheap, and I don't know whether they are pure or not. Behind the desk, the man who looked older than Anton didn't even look up and said, also in a Cockney accent, 9, you're out. Okay. After waiting for the very ordinary man to go out and close the door behind him, Anton and Wang Tao sat on the sofa and didn't say anything, just waiting for the man behind the desk to draw. After waiting about 5 minutes or so, the man threw his pencil down on the table, then balled up the drawing, which by the look of it had been a long time in the making, and threw it into the trash. Charles smiled with a very genuine smile. Hello, my name is Charles, nice to meet you both. Anton rose, my name is Anton, and it is also a pleasure to meet your excellency. Wang Tao followed suit and said, my name is Wang Tao, nice to meet your excellency. Charles waved his hand, no need to be so polite, sit down, may I ask what identity this Mr. Wang Tao needs to clear? As the officer who receives you, it is necessary for me to remind you not to conceal and not to deceive, and if, because of these two reasons, the identity cleansing fails, it is none of our business. Anton replied, it's not a whitewash, it's a need for a new identity, we're from the Polaris Mercenary Corps, he's the leader wanting to register a company, and he needs a legitimate identity. Charles's eyes flickered when he heard the Polaris mercenaries, but he quickly regained his composure, and it was this change that caught Wang Tao's attention. If Charles was sitting face to face with Wang Tao, even if his change in expression was particularly obvious, Wang Tao wouldn't necessarily be able to see what was going on. But with his afterglow, Wang Tao, who was a hunter, had spent a long time in the old forests of the northeast and had a keen sense of danger, and instantly detected Charles's abnormality, which was a feeling of extreme danger. However, Wang Tao's abnormality was also noticed by Charles, who acted surprised and laughed happily after the surprise. The Northeast Tiger deserves to be called the Northeast Tiger, it's really as alert as a tiger, I don't have any hostile intentions, I just know about the Polaris Mercenary Corps, and I know what your Polaris Mercenary Corps has done. Wang Tao was dry frozen by Charles's bluntness, and muttered, why are you explaining all this to me? Charles spread his hand out, treating customers requires sincerity, and since you've sensed my abnormality, it's better to pick it apart rather than burying a thorn in your heart after letting you do so. Mystery organization is the organization structure is mysterious, rather than talking in a cloudy way to make people guess, instead, the mystery organization should speak with special clarity and understanding to prevent any misunderstanding by the clients as well as the members. Wang Tao scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, I thought you guys had to talk in code kind of way. Charles was happy to hear it and said with a smile, I've rarely run into a little guy as interesting as you are, coded messages? It's possible that it will be encrypted, but it won't streamline the content of the intelligence. If you know the intelligence community, unless communication is inconvenient, most intelligence officers choose to pass information face-to-face, and even if they don't pass information face-to-face they choose to communicate by voice, except under special circumstances when the information is turned into a short sentence. Wang Tao spat out, the movie is so pitiful. The sight of Anton blowing cold air cannot stop the sweat on his face, this is really ignorant and fearless. Wang Tao forgot all the words he instructed him to enter the door. Charles sputtered along, indeed, I sometimes have the urge to ask the director to change the script. Wang Tao nodded approvingly, yes Chant, it's too misleading, I thought that intelligence transmission was just a sentence, a text message. Charles continued, I've seen what you've done in Nibiru, outside of Bob, Idlib, and honestly you're too much of a troublemaker for a little guy, aren't you? Gave Major General Nick all the time in the world to up and retire. Wang Tao scratched his head in embarrassment, I didn't want to do that either, I was forced there every time. Charles, who understands the causes and consequences, also understands Wang Tao, but understanding is understanding, that price still needs to be increased. Charles's smile turned into an impish grin before saying, given all the great things you've done, the price of that status has gone up. Wang Tao instantly smiled on the frozen, this old man ghost head toad eyes of a look is not good stuff, together with the previous said so much as to increase the money? How much? Charles held up a finger, 1 million nines no haggle. Buy. Wang Tao suspected that this lackluster old man was looking at the balance in his bank card to open the price. Wang Tao got up from the sofa and was ready to walk out, who knew that Anton's ass was like it was glued to the sofa, with no intention of leaving. Anton said, Wang Tao, this price is not expensive. If he hadn't known Anton for such a long time, Wang Tao would have thought that Anqing was a trustee of this lackluster old man. Wang Tao said rather excitedly, this isn't expensive, spending 1 million knives just to buy an identity? I'd rather have the CIA check me out, I can't afford to spend this kind of money. Charles smiled at the scene and didn't rush it like he didn't care about the business. Anton at this time also annoyed to the extreme. This called Charles has no professional conduct at all, cannot say a few more sentences to introduce the 1 million knives are spent in what place. Wang Tao swept Charles's look with his afterglow, that look of obvious amusement, as if he didn't care if the deal worked out or not. Wang Tao, who had been bickering with both Anton just now, suddenly popped out with a sentence, "Mr. Charles, can you introduce me to what the 1 million knives have been spent on?" It's always okay to ask for the details of the item before the customer buys it, right? This sudden change in Wang Tao caught Charles a bit off guard. The corner of Anton's mouth hooked up. Wang Tao, this brain is really not long for nothing, actually did not use him to say it, and then reacted. Charles took a breath and began to introduce Wang Tao. "What you did in Nibiru, outside of Bob's city, Idlib, you don't need me to tell you that it's unspeakable, right?" Wang Tao nodded. What Charles said is not wrong, and Wang Tao has always been worried about this. England, the United States of America, and finally, the Turkey, which thing is really defeated out. Wang Tao unless back to the country a hide, or wait to be hunted down. And why was Charles talking up these 3 locations? Wang Tao's head turned to know what Charles meant. You mean you can help me out? Charles nodded helplessly. Yes, it's 750,000 knives to solve these 3 things. Honestly, you're really lucky. Every time someone inexplicably takes a bullet for you, and you haven't let anyone ever get caught with any substantial evidence, otherwise you'd want to solve it for a lot more than that. Wang Tao sipped his water and asked, "What's the price then?" Watching Charles stretch out 3 fingers, Wang Tao realized how lucky he was. Charles continued, $250,000 for an identity is kind of a discount for you. Normally it's $300,000 a identity. Wang Tao knew Charles's problem of not asking or telling, so Wang Tao continued to ask, why is this identity so valuable? Charles said, true, the new identity has absolutely no intersection with your original identity. Wang Tao still didn't get it. I still don't really understand. Charles showed patience with his client. If the CIA were to do it for you, it would be to go through the Federal Witness Security Program system, which is, to put it bluntly, a way for those who are traitors to the United States of America to obtain United States of America status, and with this program the CIA can obtain intelligence for little or no money. Wang Tao listened to the moment after the idea of obtaining an identity from the side of the fry, which if the acquisition of the end, but also back to the fart country ID cards will be confiscated directly. Charles continued again, and the identity that we got you was a real fake identity. The real identity that you acquired was born in the United States of America, grew up in the United States of America, and went to school in the United States of America. There's no intersection at all with your original identity. All of it is real except for the fact that you as a person are fake, and by the way, you have a United States of America social security number. Wang Tao listened to the end of the cool air. If in accordance with the words, the identity of 250,000 knives can be too much value, that in the country to find the immigration agent this price cannot be under the price of conscience. The old man how to be so affable it. Chapter 0071 The Magic Hairdresser. Wang Tao asked curiously, can you run for president? Charles, who was bragging a moment ago, instantly shut his mouth. Don't you know what's going on with you? Fake identity. No matter how real it is, it's still a fake identity. And Charles thought of Wang Tao's battle record, lost his original lightheartedness, and yelled, no, you go to the United States of America in the future also give me honest, cause trouble carefully I want you to double the price of wiping your ass. Why is this old man so grumpy? Wang Tao nodded obediently, and thought of Chris saying that he should prepare a satellite phone, so he opened his mouth and asked, Master Charles, do you sell satellite phones here? Charles. Where am I getting old? Clearly this is called the settling of the years. Sold, $10,000 a piece, with a fixed monthly fee of $2,000 a month for protection against ordinary listening, $5,000 for protection against medium-grade listening, and $50,000 for high-grade. Wang Tao asked curiously again, how is this anti-surveillance level calculated? Charles replied, ordinary is the police of each country, medium level on the CIA's General Employee Investigation, Tsarist Russia, England, France are also in this echelon, high level of course, is the special case kind of investigation, your little thing cannot be used, and cannot afford to use. Wang Tao skimmed his mouth, this Charles's mind's eye is really small, but Wang Tao said with a pleasing face, look, I've spent $1 million on buying my identity, don't I have to give away something? Anton? How dare this kid? Charles was all exasperated by Wang Tao. Didn't you hear me say that I said no bargaining? Wang Tao said with a straight face, that do identity things, I really did not haggle. I'm a new customer door to door. The old man you and so handsome, shall not give somewhat gifts. Really, business is bad out there for the old man, and now they're giving away stuff when you buy arms. I spent 100,000 knives with an arms dealer, and he gave me 5,000 knives worth of stuff. In order to prove the truth of his words, Wang Tao took out his only big spending. Charles Hurt almost did not put the mouth of the coffee sprayed out. How do you have the face to say out that Mikhail let you huahuat into what kind of heart does not count? Charles didn't want to talk to this shameless guy much longer. I'm sending you a satellite phone on my private initiative, and the satellite phone will be couriered to you along with your identity. Express? Wang Tao hurriedly said, wait, did I hear wrong, or did you say wrong? Express delivery. Courier for such an important thing? Shouldn't you arrange for someone to come to the door to match the secret code, or should I come and pick it up in person? Charles is helpless, although my decoration is medieval, but the people are not medieval. Charles explained, why don't you use something as convenient as a courier? You have money and no place to spend it? That thing is real. The big deal is that the insured price is just a little bit higher, and if it's really lost you'll just go to the Embassy of the United States of America to get a replacement. Wang Tao thought about it for a while, and what Charles said wasn't wrong. This courier was indeed quite convenient. Suddenly Wang Tao thought of a thing. I want to be more urgent. Remember the courier to expedite. Oh, right, remember to pay postage. Do not cash on delivery. Charles was Wang Tao. Angry forehead veins are up. Sex actor not acting. Directly out of a camera. Open a cabinet, which has a variety of equipment. To Wang Tao the Sky Live production up the United States of America identity to come. Of course this is all on the surface. Privately from the United States of America Social Security Administration SSA to change the photo to change the identity is the real strength of the embodiment. Proof of identity in the United States of America is generally provided by a paper birth certificate, a social security number SSN card, and of course the most commonly used document is a driver's license, so Charles is working on both a birth certificate and a driver's license. Charles asked, think of a name. Name? Naming difficulty. Wang Tao was instantly a little confused. It can't be called a real name. After thinking for half a day Wang Tao held back a cat and mouse in Jerry. Jerry, surname you help me think. Charles convinced all, Jerry, I'm a bit older but I've seen cat and mouse, I guess. And Charles, who was confused by Wang Tao, subconsciously said, Jerry Delorme. Wang Tao directly affirmed, okay, this is it. At this time Charles suddenly changed his words, or you change one, this surname is not very good, or surname Li, Chen, which are rich in Chinese characteristics, in the United States of America is also a big surname. Wang Tao shook his head and said, I like this one, I hope you can respect your client's choice. Okay. Charles. Hesitantly, he typed Jerry Delorme inside the computer and began to print it up. Wang Tao pointed at Anton and asked, how much to produce an identity for him? Charles's face instantly turned ugly and said in a very icy tone, since you're a newcomer, I won't bother with you this time when you play smart, he's 3.5 million knives. Wang Tao hurriedly apologized, I'm sorry. Seeing that Wang Tao realized his mistake, Charles's face changed back, please don't be smart when it comes to intelligence, any intelligence comes with a price, and money is one of the least expensive things in this. Wang Tao nodded his head to indicate that he knew. Soon a brand new birth certificate and driver's license were produced, and Charles took out another satellite phone, handing the items to Wang Tao as he did so. The social security number card will wait for you to go to the United States of America to make up for it yourself, and with this driver's license, and this paper birth certificate, it will solve any problems with your identity. Wang Tao said, okay, lend me the computer and I'll transfer the money to you. Soon Wang Tao transferred the 1 million knives in the card to the account designated by Charles. Seeing that the transfer was complete, Charles began to rush people, good cooperation, congratulations on becoming our junior member, goodbye, no, for nothing. After saying that Charles handed Wang Tao a business card and then reached out his hand to signal that this troublesome fellow could leave. The old man was not at all likable, and he kicked them out after paying without saying what he would buy them a drink. When Wang Tao and Anton both went out together, Charles hurriedly closed that dark door. When a burst of heat hit his face, Wang Tao had an unreal feeling that the old electric fan was creaking there, and the white man called Nine was still standing there, as if he didn't recognize Wang Tao. Nine, bye. Wang Tao habitually greeted Nine and went out the door with both Anton, where Wang Tao could not see. Nine suddenly smiled. Sitting on the Hummer's co-pilot, Wang Tao looked at a driver's license in his hand, and a satellite phone had an unreal feeling. Dumbo, I'm afraid I'm not dreaming, am I? 1 million knives for these 2 pieces of paper? The corners of Anton's mouth twitched uncontrollably again, and just like that he hadn't forgotten to call himself a big dumb bear. Anton said, it's not an expensive status at all. When Wang Tao was just about to ask something, Anton gave Wang Tao a silent gesture. Since it was inconvenient to go back to Chris's villa to say anything, Anton casually found a McDonald's, and Anton casually ordered something before the two of them went up to the second floor with Wang Tao. Anton picked up his burger and ate it as he said, if you have any questions, just ask, and I'll try to answer what I can. Wang Tao was actually just curious about Anton's identity and didn't have any intention to look deeper, so he spoke, "What kind of organization are we going to that barber store for?" Anton replied, "The Order of the Brothers of St. John the Purifier, which had its origins in the medieval profession of barbers, was founded in 1163 by the Council of Tours, when Pope Alexander III, believing that surgical operations that saw blood were detrimental to the purity of the soul, issued an injunction forbidding the clergy to perform surgical operations." Wang Tao in that dark room was really fooled by Charles. He naively thought that it was just ordinary doorway, a little bigger organization. And then what? Anton took a big gulp of his coke and continued, "So surgery was pushed to secular practitioners, and barbers, because of their constant use of knives, obediently took over bloodletting, tooth extraction, amputation, and other bloody operations, and the three colors of that rotating trichromatic column at the doorway, red, blue, and white, represented the arteries, the veins, and the gauze, respectively." Wang Tao knew for the first time that the rotating light box at the entrance of the barber store actually had such an origin, and thought it was a decoration. Wang Tao said in surprise, "So the medieval barber was the Surgeon General?" Anton nodded. In 1540 King Henry VIII charter, the London Guild of Barbers and the Guild of Surgeons officially merged into the Federation of Barber Surgeons, marking the legalization of their medical status. From this point on, barbers began to go out on a limb in bloodletting therapy, and the emblem of the organization is a bandage-wrapped column, but at the top stands a gold basin symbolizing the vessel that receives the blood in bloodletting therapy. Wang Tao recalled the arrangement in the dark room, and there was indeed this sign. Anton continued, "Due to the rise of modern medicine, this organization moved from the surface into the underground, becoming an underground organization dedicated to powerful people." "What other services are there besides being able to do ID?" Anton replied, "St. John's main business is money laundering, covering up and solving all kinds of problems and troubles for the powerful, such as dealing with the loose ends of the hands after a murder by the powerful. All kinds of troubles you can think of are within the scope of St. John's business." Wang Tao asked again, "What's a junior member then?" Anton replied, "The membership level, that is, your permissions, the speed of task processing, and services and such. I only know about the junior members. As for the other levels, I haven't seen them yet." Wang Tao seems to understand slightly more than Anton. This is not the recharge of that VIP, what exclusive customer service, special privileges, the name of the luminous, old-fashioned, but it is really quite tempting. Wang Tao continued to ask, "All right, last question. I spent all the commission from the last mission. May I ask how I can go back and explain to them?" Anton thought that Wang Tao, the guy who was curious about everything, was going to ask where he came from, who knew that he would actually ask this question. So Anton said casually, "Don't you always say why should you pay back money you borrowed on merit?" "Okay, I'll go back and tell them that you told me that I don't have to pay them back." After saying that, Wang Tao started to eat his burger with his head down. Anton, I've never seen such a guy in my life. Chapter 0072, Renting a Car. The two of them, Wang Tao and Anton, ordered another 100 knives of McDonald's, returned to the Hummer and went back to the villa with a kick of the gas. As soon as Wang Tao entered the door, the crowd of Polaris who were sitting and chatting in the living room cast their eyes on Wang Tao, the McDonald's in his hand to be precise. "Look at this, look, morning French meal shadow still long cannot dissipate, these people like a hungry wolf pounced on food, just began to take and eat." Aside Chris Butler Carl also feel that he did too much yesterday. After asking Bill where Chris was, Wang Tao went upstairs with his new American driver's license and knocked on Chris's room door. Soon Chris opened the door. "Please come in, what do you want?" Wang Tao entered Chris' study and found a sofa to sit on. Wang Tao handed Chris his freshly minted driver's license and said, "Here, this is my identity, please help me with the company." Chris was amazed in his mind, realizing that he still didn't say anything about his identity until 10:30, and this was done at 2:30 in the afternoon? "You're faster than even the American embassy, and on top of that, Chris is an American, and this license is identical to his, there's no difference except that it's newer." "I'm on it, so you're sure about taking that mission to protect the Kurds, right?" Wang Tao nodded, "Okay." Chris said, "Then I'll call you back with the commission in a few minutes, and by the way, the agency fee employer paid off." After paying the agency fee? Why does this sound so familiar? Wang Tao has some ominous premonitions in his heart. Wang Tao thanked, "Okay, please." Chris instructed again, "The employer you're responsible for protecting should be out of the green zone, and the thing to keep in mind if you're out of the green zone is that you either keep a very low profile so that people don't recognize that you're connected to the US military, or you get a high profile so that people fear you guys, the same way the US military does when they go out." Wang Tao heard the meaning of Chris's words, that is, it is useless if you are powerful in yourself, you have to make others feel that you are powerful, and then they will be afraid of you. Hoping that, like Sulliston, mercenaries with NATO equipment would be a bit more expensive. Wang Tao, who figured it out, laughed bitterly. We can't keep a low profile even if we protect our employer. Chris said, then take a higher profile. At the very least your carrier should be sturdy. The most common thing here is remote control bombs and mines. Mine protection is a must. My bulletproof Hummer can be borrowed for you guys to use first. Listening to people to eat, and Wang Tao has spent out 1 million knives today. It doesn't matter if he spends more. If this mission puts the name of Polaris Mercenary Corps in Baghdad, won't the commission of the next mission come up? Wang Tao's heart was hardened, and he gritted his teeth and said, is there an armored car for rent? I want to rent 2 of them. Chris has never seen such a contradictory person. You say he's stingy, he's willing to spend a lot of money to rent an armored car, and you say he's generous, he can't even afford to take a cab more than one. Wang Tao said it's called riding to the bar on your own, and it's time to save and spend. Here, come over here and see what kind of armored car is needed? Chris waved his hand towards Wang Tao. Wang Tao got up and walked to the side of Chris's computer and watched as Chris opened a website similar to Taoshishi, which had pictures of various armored vehicles with price tags underneath. Wang Tao pointed at the computer screen and asked, are they all this advanced now? Chris looked at Wang Tao with skeptical eyes after hearing this, and then asked in a very skeptical tone, are you not from China? My friend traveled to China this year and said that you can even order food with your cell phone and then have it delivered to your door in less than 10 minutes. Wang Tao. This Chris has to be silenced. He knows too much. I'm just lamenting, can this armored car be put up for sale online too? Chris said, sure, but registration requires proof of your company, and if it's the dark web the verification will be a little stricter, it's got to be by invitation. Wang Tao was energized at the sound of the darknet and hurriedly asked curiously, darknet? Is it the kind of darknet that has everything? Chris nodded, yeah, I'll go over it with you if you want to learn about it someday when you have the time to work on it. Okay. Wang Tao pressed his curiosity and looked at the website for renting an armored car there. Well, the US Army is really making the most of this outsourcing business. M1A2 Abrams main battle tank, $120,000. M3 Bradley infantry fighting vehicle, $85,000. Max Pro mine resistant counter ambush vehicle, $70,000. RG-31 Nyala mine counter ambush vehicle, $62,500. Puma mine resistant anti-ambush vehicle, $55,000. MATV light tactical vehicle, $67,500. Armored Hummer, $30,000. JLTV light tactical vehicle, $47,500. Stryker armored wheeled vehicle, $90,000. M1117 ASV wheeled armored vehicle, $47,500. MATV special operations vehicle, $85,000. Buffalo MRV special operations vehicle, $105,000. Wang Tao probably looked at it and realized that the US Army is letting the anti-American forces in Babylon use landmines to blow up the Fira. Wang Tao pointed at the first main battle tank and asked, that Abrams tank can be rented too? Chris nodded, of course you can, this is just the price of the tank rental, the deposit is 10 million knives, the self-contained crew, the maintenance has to be done by the US Army itself, and if the miscellaneous things are counted together, this price will have to be more than tripled, and if it's accidentally damaged, it's estimated that in this life you'll have to work for the US Army. Since the Abrams thing was too big to find a parking space, Wang Tao didn't hesitate to extinguish the idea of renting one for fun. Wang Tao asked, can you type me a copy of this price list? I'll go and discuss it with my team members. Chris shrugged, sure. With that, he made a copy on his printer. Just while printing, Chris began to register the company for Wang Tao, and entered Wang Tao's social security number 409-317777, and it was actually really good, and it is true that the person who can get in touch with Colonel Rubin is not a simple one. Chris asked, is it okay to call Polaris International Security? Can. Adding the word international, it instantly became elevated, and Wang Tao was quite satisfied with this. Chris randomly Googled a picture of Polaris and then used it as Polaris company logo, the main focus being casual, and it's true that the world is just a giant straw man. And Jason also said at this time, but the Bradley expensive the body is also particularly wide, driving in the city in a lot of places cannot get in, while the M1117 flexible 4-wheel independent drive system, turning radius is small, in Baghdad's narrow streets more flexible. Suddenly Robert interjected, for those of you who chose Bradley, have you thought about the fact that you'll have to buy ammo for that Bradley fighting vehicle, and with the little money we have, is it enough to fight for a few minutes? Anton, Sergey, Tobias, shut their mouths at once. Bradley's 25mm M242 Big Viper chain machine gun, 7.62mm M240C coaxial machine gun, that one firing could be more expensive than the NSV heavy machine gun. Wang Tao directly decided, then one M1117 and one JLTV, there are only 8 of us in total, 3 armored vehicles are a bit of a waste. Robert counted several times, how to count how are 10 people so he opened his mouth and said, not right, we are not 10 people? Wang Tao replied, the 2 of you and Wayne count as additions. Robert was infuriated by Wang Tao's words, but there was no way to refute them. Seeing that the decision was finished, Wang Tao took the list and went back to Chris, telling Finish that Chris wanted a JLTV and an M1117. Chris was very quick to give Wang Tao an order, and with Chris's guarantee, Wang Tao didn't even have to pay a deposit, which was really convenient. And Chris, unlike other Americans, was very efficient, and at this time had already registered the Polaris International Security Company, and the commission for the mission had already hit Wang Tao's card. Wang Tao retrieved his driver's license, gave Chris his new satellite phone number, thanked him, and left Chris's study. And at this time, Chris looked at Wang Tao's back as he left. He felt that something was wrong, as if he had forgotten something important. In the end, what was it? After Wang Tao returned to his room, he first put away his documents, then he took his new satellite phone and called both Fry and Ruben, telling them that this was his new satellite phone number. Ruben repeatedly told Wang Tao on the phone, do not make too much noise in Baghdad, there are now a lot of people over there, and it is not good to cover up what happened. Chapter 0073. Wang Tao patted his chest to ensure that he would definitely not cause trouble, which reassured Ruben a lot, and Wang Tao also entrusted Fry to give Ike and Anton 2 people to do a fake card, going to the CIA Federal Witness Security Program system. It's fine to be able to enter the country to deal with the usual cops and stuff, nothing else matters. Wang Tao found with the US Army to do things, you just spend money to spend in place, that efficiency is really no say the afternoon under the rental car order, the evening was delivered, or hot it. This is hot as if it had just been snatched from the hands of a soldier, who had just finished using this armored car on duty today, and had it delivered in the evening, and the GIs who delivered it were fully armed and then beat the car away. Wang Tao looked really thoughtful, even the oil insider filled, which must let Chris give a 5-star praise This time the commission cost half of it straight away, and the crowd could not wait to live in these 2 armored cars. And Wang Tao suddenly went from house to call all the people up, making the people of Polaris think that something had happened, who knew that Wang Tao was holding a printed map of Baghdad, just like handing out test papers to elementary school students. Tobias had a bad feeling holding the map. Head, what are you? Memorize it, you can't hang out in Baghdad without memorizing all the maps, and I don't ask for much, the big places on the map have to be memorized to save us from finding our way when we run away from, change tactical positions. Then 9 strong men appeared in the living room, took the map there and began to memorize it. Of course, Wang Tao is also memorizing these is not a joke, this is a real life-saving existence. Don't say there's any GPS, you won't have time to pull your cell phone out of your backpack when a real fight breaks out. These people thought that Wang Tao was going to take the test soon, but the result was that this big brother came slyly and said, spot check tomorrow morning. Ha! Don't want to sleep well today, but like Sergey, and Anton is not worried, Special Forces instant memory method to understand. But early the next morning, I don't know what Wang Tao's head was thinking, sending a piece of paper to Anton and Sergey and Jason, the 3 old guys. Wang Tao was very sweet and said, don't say I don't take care of the old man you 3 don't need to memorize, just draw directly, save the writing. The 3 old guys who cheated by relying on the instantaneous memory method of the Special Forces were directly dumbfounded. Aren't you examining the names of places, how did you change it to drawing a map? Wang Tao said, you guys underestimate my understanding of the test, tell you what to test bias is not what to test. Other than these 3 old guys, everyone else answered the questions perfectly and did a great job, including Robert and both Wayne. Wang Tao didn't make things difficult for these 3 guys, just gave them the map and told them to memorize it. It's this map that's gone from Baghdad to Babylon, and Anton, Sergey, and Jason, who's vying to be the point man, look at the map in their hands, and their entire brains explode. The corner of Wang Tao's mouth hooked up a cold smile, these 3 old guys are not honest at all, back to the house and huffed and puffed, Tobias, Aja, and Vicky told him in the morning. Soon Wang Tao brought 2 thick manuals for JLTV, M1117, armored vehicles, and the faces of the 3 men were green. Head, I was wrong. I was wrong too. I'm still wrong. Recognize the wrong trio instantly on the goat, that instantaneous memory method is to memorize a few pages of paper, and then the anthropomorphism or into a paragraph of the story, but memorization that is really have to be rote learning If the 3 of them could memorize a book, what were they doing as mercenaries? It was a good thing that Wang Tao was just letting them familiarize themselves with it, saving them from not being able to operate it, and familiarizing themselves with the driving of the 2 armored vehicles in the morning. By noon Chris had finished the weapons license for the Polaris Mercenary Corps, and Wang Tao and the others gained the qualification to carry guns in the green zone, but of course things like bazookas were not allowed to be carried. But Chris told Wang Tao, "You rent an armored car as a regular US Army number, through the checkpoint is exempt from inspection." After hearing Wang Tao face green, Wang Tao naively thought that the green zone was really the safe zone in the game, but Chris ended up telling him that the US Army's armored vehicles could ignore this rule. So the first thing Wang Tao did was to drive an armored car to bring back those big treasures he had brought back from Sulistan. Don't why, ask his insecurity. After going out for a few drives and all familiarizing myself with the basic operation of the armored car, I'm ready to pick up the plane tomorrow. Anton calculated the ammo he had brought over from Sulistan, and it was still enough for a small encounter, so Wang Tao was in no hurry to buy it. The next morning, less than 7 o'clock, Wang Tao slept and woke up, put on the bulletproof vest, bulletproof helmet, magazines are stuffed, and went out to eat breakfast. The plane arrived at 11:45 at noon. Wang Tao decided to leave at 8 o'clock. After all, pick up this thing is not in a hurry. If delayed, this Polaris mercenary corps reputation in Baghdad stinks. After a brief breakfast, they all got on the buses as they had been assigned to set up yesterday, with Anton, Ajah, Jason, and Vicky sitting on M1117 to clear the way for the group. On the JLTV it was Sergey who drove the car, Tobias who operated the machine gun on top of the car, and with Ike, the three provided fire support for the team. As for Wang Tao, the precision shooter, he took Robert and Wayne, the two additions responsible for making a strong statement, and drove the Humvee to freely choose a combat position. When out of the green zone, Wang Tao had only one feeling: the advice given by Chris, a professional, was really good. The benefits of renting the US Army's armored vehicles to be invisible were too great. The checkpoints along the way did not have an inspector who dared to stop the convoy for inspection, and the ordinary vehicles as well as pedestrians along the way saw the armored convoy avoiding them, and the armored convoy was just like a crab rushing across the road. The convoy of armored vehicles traveled unimpeded, exactly like a certain regiment. Polaris armored car fleet to the airport did not have to queue directly from the US Army's special access to enter the Baghdad International Airport, a time force directly pull full. The three armored vehicles drove directly to the exit of the terminal's arrival hall, and Wang Tao waited for his employer to come out with his legs crossed in the Hummer. After staying for about half an hour, a convoy of 5 Land Cruisers came and stopped directly in front of the 3 armored vehicles. Not taking the Polaris mercenary corps seriously at all, Wang Tao frowned at this convoy. Who knew that the man who came down from the Land Cruiser wearing loose pants, a long robe and a Kurdish cap on his head came in the direction of the Hummer that Wang Tao was in? Wang Tao thought it was looking for someone else, didn't care, and continued to look at the map of Baghdad in the co-pilot, to see where there are gas canister storage points, in order to facilitate their own pick up some gas canisters for cooking. Who knew that this Kurdish man stopped when he walked next to the Hummer, then knocked on the car window and signaled Wang Tao to open the door. Outside the car, Hakim Barzani's forehead was sweating, and this sweat was not from the sun, but from Tobias on the roof of the JLTV, who was pointing a 12.7mm caliber M2 Browning heavy machine gun at his head. Now Wang Tao's life is very precious. Polaris Mercenary Corps have account one, rather than their own accident cannot let Wang Tao this investee accident And how could Tobias be at ease with a man in a hat coming up to him, which was the M1117 being blocked from view by the JLTV, or the 12.7mm M2 HB machine gun the assault team had on the M1117 would have to be pointed at his head. Hakim left his body robe open for a bit, signaling that he didn't have a bomb on him, and only then did Wang Tao dare to open the car door. Hakim said respectfully, "Hello, are you the leader of the Polaris mercenaries, Northeast Tiger?" "I'm Northeast Tiger." This looked like one of his own who had picked up his employer, so Wang Tao gestured toward Tobias for safety. This Hakim just feel his hanging heart put down. Hakim mind now on a thought. This his cousin has to spend how much money to hire such a powerful mercenary group to his daughter is really win the treasure. Hakim held out his hand. "I'm your employer's uncle. My name is Hakim, nice to meet you." Wang Tao shook Hakim's hand. "I'm glad to meet you too. I hope we work well together. By the way, give me the communication channel of your fleet." Hakim waved his hand toward his men, who then bumbled over a walkie-talkie. Wang Tao was quite satisfied with Hakim's sensible demeanor, and then reported his phone number to Hakim, so that he could call himself in case of an emergency. In fact, what Wang Tao didn't know was that most foreigners were almost snobs, and Hakim could be so modest because of these 3 armored vehicles, or else Hakim could still come down personally. If not, Hakim would still be able to come down personally? He would have to send his men over with their nostrils turned up. Words press the gentleman, clothes and hats shock the villain. First honor the Luo clothes and then honor the people, in foreign countries can be quite good. Hakim will go back and spread the word about Baghdad and the emergence of a powerful mercenary group. After exchanging pleasantries with Wang Tao for a while, Hakim returned to the Land Cruiser, and together the 2 convoys were waiting for their employers to emerge from the terminal. Robert, who was in charge of the car, said, "The Barzani family is one of the influential families within the Kurds of Babylon, and it looks like the person we picked up today might be a big shot as well." Wang Tao for today to pick up the person began to be curious. In the end is what character it cannot be with the skittering chicken as much as any place to go people. This Baghdad in addition to the green zone, or not too peaceful. Wang Tao looked at the Casio on his hand. It was 11:45, it should have landed. Wang Tao said in the communication channel, "Leave one person in a car, the rest get off the car to meet our employer. I'll take the gun to get enough momentum, must make our employer satisfied." The Polaris service consciousness is straight up. Chapter 0074 Acquaintance. After Wang Tao got off with Polaris, Hakim couldn't sit still in the car and followed him down. And of course there were Hakim's bodyguards. The saying that people die by comparison and goods get thrown away was well illustrated when the two groups stood together. The Polaris side is a colorful collection of NATO equipment, plus Fry, the deputy director of logistics, sells them used equipment that is brand new and completely alive and well for the US Army. In contrast, Hakim's bodyguards, and those in casual wear, were a mixed and very inconsistent bunch, and certainly didn't dare to stand outside the terminal carrying guns as blatantly as Polaris. Hakim thought in himself whether to give the bodyguards also change a desert yellow clothes, so that at least can look bluff a little bit. Do not ask why not change the NATO equipment, ask just cannot afford to give up money. After waiting for not 10 minutes, someone walked out, and through the transparent glass of the airport, Wang Tao saw a familiar person. As soon as Wang Tao shrank his neck he used the almighty urination method. "Big dumb bear, you take the top first, I'm pissing, I'm going to the toilet." Anton was getting used to his new name, good. Wang Tao twisted his head to the Hummer, to the crowd looking dumbfounded. Hakim heart rose a trace of admiration. This Polaris mercenary corps can be really professional. Even go to the toilet, do not go to the bathroom in the airport, in the car to solve. This is a kind of spirit of how dedicated. Under this comparison, Hakim glared at his own bodyguards in a bad mood, and thought, in the future they have to follow this standard, the old nothing to run what toilet, and then buy a car in the future or in the car to urinate. Wang Tao got on the passenger side and put the seat down, hiding inside and saying nothing. The moment their employer came out this time, the crowd of the Polaris mercenary corps finally realized why their leader ran back to the Hummer. Good guy turned out to be Sarah, but obviously the monk can't run away from the temple. Sarah, and not only know Wang Tao won, Polaris mercenary corps other people also know. Hakim turned toward the line of people heading out of the airport, then with the man at the front of the line, said in a warm embrace against his face, "Brother Kamil, welcome to Baghdad." Camille was filled with laughter as well. "Brother Hakim, it's been a long time." Hakim turned his attention to Sarah and said, "This is Sarah's niece, isn't it? She's gotten so big in a flash." Sarah gave a timely greeting, "Hello Uncle Hakim." Although the Kurds practice Islam, being pro-Western, there are few restrictions on what Sarah can wear or talk about, just not how revealing she can be. After a few more moments of pleasantries between both Hakim and Camille, Sarah stepped in front of the Polaris mercenaries to begin docking. Sarah's father, Kamil Ayub, had spent his younger years campaigning for the plight of the Kurds, so he had never married or had children, and it was only when the Kurds were nearly 40 years old and the United States of America had come into their favor that he had Sarah as a child. Camille had no other heirs, so he groomed Sarah as an heir, and the fact that a woman was in politics was right in line with the values of the United States of America. So Sarah actually has a great deal of say in the Kurdish population of Saristan, and in the Kurdish-occupied areas of the entire Middle East, or the San Mother organization would not have chosen to kidnap Sarah. Sarah looked at the familiar few, a smile hidden in her deep eyes, but her face showed nothing out of the ordinary. Sarah turned toward Anton and asked, "Hello, you're the mercenary group that the US Army put in charge of our security, aren't you?" Anton also pretended not to recognize Sarah and replied, "We are the North Star Mercenary Corps of the US Army in charge of your security, mission code please." Polaris, what a beautiful name. After complimenting the name of the Polaris mercenaries, Sarah took out her cell phone and showed Anton the mission code. Anton took the cell phone and checked the mission code before entering Wang Tao's satellite phone number in Sarah's cell phone, then said with a smile, "The Polaris Mercenary Corps is happy to be of service to you. This is the satellite phone number of our leader, Northeast Tiger, so you can call him if you have any needs." "Okay, thanks." Sarah thanked as she took the phone. Wang Tao, who had heard the two conversing over the comm channel, threatened, "Big dumb bear, you're screwed." The smile on Anton's face instantly froze, finished forgetting that he could hear Wang Tao even when he spoke. Sarah returned to her father, Camille, signaling that she was done with the mercenary group in charge of their security in Baghdad, before being guided by Hakim to the Land Cruiser parked on the side of the road. The members of the Polaris mercenaries also returned to their armored vehicles, and the M1117, which was responsible for driving the road, was the first to move, heading outside Baghdad International Airport. Then the notified Land Cruiser convoy launched to follow M1117, followed by Wang Tao's Hummer, and the JLTV that was responsible for padding the rear. With the armored car opening the way, out of the airport or using the US military special lane, and Hakim, who was sitting in a car with Camille, asked curiously, "Where did you find the mercenary group? I've never heard of such a powerful mercenary group in Baghdad before." Camille smiled and said, "Your niece Sarah arranged it. I'm not really sure, I think it's Sarah's connections on the US Army side." Hakim had originally heard through the grapevine that Kamil and his family, having offended the Sand Mother organization and the Turkeys behind it in Sauristan, couldn't make it in Sauristan and had been whisked away by the US Army to Baghdad to escape the storm. This Hakim at first glance is not so this again have armored vehicles to open the road, and a mysterious mercenary group appeared. It seems that the relationship between the Camille family and the US Army did not appear any problems, but instead, it is more intimate. Hakim assumed straight away that the group, called the Polaris Mercenaries, was in fact active-duty US military personnel under the guise of a mercenary group that had come to purposely protect the Camille's security in Baghdad. Hakim decides to go back and investigate this Polaris mercenary group that has suddenly appeared to see what the origin is, and if it is really personnel sent by the US Army, then the Barzani family will have to change their attitude towards the Camille family. Wang Tao did not know that he had such a deep impact in order to make a name for himself in Baghdad. And now the most important question in front of Wang Tao is whether to give Sarah the initiative to make a phone call. How can this world be so small? One has run Baghdad of Babylon, why can one still bump into Wang Tao did not think about why people stayed well in Sulistan and came to the unfamiliar Baghdad to avoid the wind, and it was not his doing. With the armored cars open road, let Hakim experience a US military treatment, all the way to the checkpoints directly released, and also give them a salute, as the Barzani family fringe characters Hakim were to enjoy this treatment There were no problems along the way except for the very cranky Wang Tao, who was looking for trouble with Anton all the time. When they reached the checkpoint in the green zone, the convoy was also given priority to pass through, and of course none of the armored vehicles were inspected, just the 5 land cruisers, which convinced Hakim even more that the Polaris Mercenary Corps were the US Army's own people. The villa where Camille was staying was also prepared by the Barzani family in charge, and after giving the convoy a ride in, the Polaris Mercenary Corps parked their armored vehicles in front of the villa. Wang Tao got off. The first thing is to observe the nearby heights. Others do not know why the Sarah family came to Baghdad. Wang Tao cannot know it. The predecessor of the Sand Mother organization, the Nusra Front, and the Al-Qaeda in Babylon were closely related, which made Wang Tao have to be vigilant. While observing the nearby terrain, Wang Tao said through the communication channel, "We have to prepare for the worst. What's going on with this Sarah is not small." The crowd was speechless for a while after hearing this. So what happened on Sarah? However, there was nothing wrong with Wang Tao saying this. Neither the Sand Mother organization nor the hyena behind it knew what role the Polaris Mercenary Corps played in it. Anton chimed in, "The enemies in this place are no slouches, not like the kind you meet in Sulistan, guys who just wail and charge with their guns." What Anton said is exactly right. How long has it been since the US Army occupied Babylon? You can say the US Army is bad, but you can't say the US Army is a dish. To be able to maneuver around the US Army for so long and still have the strength left to put up a fight, that means the enemy is not to be underestimated. Sergei added, "And watch out for mines, Chief, especially you are the one who has to watch out, you don't have much experience." "I have experience, when I hunt in the forest, not only have to guard against mountain livestock, but also have to be careful of the traps under my feet, otherwise my legs would have been lost long ago." And Wang Tao hasn't even said it yet. Since he was a child he grew up watching mine warfare, and during militia training he was taught how to arrange mines, how to prevent mines, and he was close to being taught how to dismantle mines. Sergei's one-time extroversion was traded for introversion for the rest of his life. What's a hunter doing studying landmines when he's not hunting properly? But when Sergei said that, the crowd thought of an infantry nightmare: directional mine. Tobias was the first to say, "Heads, gotta find somewhere to buy directional mines, especially since you'll need them more as a precision shooter." Hearing Tobias say this, Wang Tao also remembered the Type 66 anti-infantry directional mines from the militia training. On the front side is printed, "This face to the enemy for big words." Let Wang Tao is quite impressed, is not seen the real explosion, do not know how the power of directional mines. Wang Tao said, "Okay, I will call Chris now and ask if I can buy it. If it's not possible, I'll find a CIA channel to buy it, and hurry up with anything else you need." Sergei seemed to have awakened some attribute. As soon as he heard that Wang Tao wanted to buy equipment, he hurriedly said, "Head, the plastic explosives are almost used, but also need to buy some more, and not too much, come to 20 kilograms will be almost the same." Chapter 0075, Payment. After hearing Sergei say that he wants 20 kilograms of C4, Wang Tao knows that he can't find Chris, and if the US Army hears that Wang Tao wants 20 kilograms of C4, it is estimated that the US Army will be the first to arrest Wang Tao without anyone else doing anything. And Tobias opened his mouth even more. Chief, the heavy machine gun is low on ammo. I want 5,000 rounds of armor piercing, 1,000 rounds of tracer, 200 rounds of incendiary, and 3 spare barrels. Wang Tao listened to the head or big circle, this ing needless to say in accordance with the procurement price of the US Army. Tobias this mouth on the 100,000 US dollars gone. Sort of renting a car and refueling, this trip is not only a waste of time, but also a little bit of a hitch. Not when the family does not know the price of firewood. Wang Tao finally understand why the terrorist boss in the movie to send a handful of AK, and at most to give a RPG-7, other things are not to give, combined with the dam is not willing to give up money And Wang Tao suddenly realized a problem, this rent armored car so cheap, is not waiting for them here in the ammunition. Wang Tao hurriedly opened his mouth and asked, the 19 Malawian Kwacha's automatic grenade launcher on that door of M1117, did you have to buy ammunition as well? Anton replied, well, 10 high explosives were left for the rental car, and 40 more had to be bought. Wang Tao felt black in front of his eyes, no, must find a way to let Sarah add money, a month of white work he also recognized, cannot still owe some money. Money is gone can still be earned again, but the cow and horse that earns money is gone, then there is really no money. Wang Tao felt that the money to buy weapons still cannot be saved, so he picked up the satellite phone and called Fry. Ruben, you don't. Wang Tao this time not even acting, even with Chris said did not say, for fear that Chris to Ruben called, it is not easy to stand firm in Baghdad, do not Ruben another phone call, and then give them the whole Afghan to go. Afternoon Fry answered the phone that was pretty fast, hey, Bomb Tiger. Wang Tao flipped the little notebook in his head and made a note for Fry Lau to give himself a random nickname. Wang Tao was not polite with Fry and said straight to the point, I want to buy arms, do you have channels in Baghdad? Fry said excitedly, yes, NATO, Warsaw Pact, or do you want some special big guy? Fry was not afraid to watch the fun, fearing that Wang Tao had made a little less of a commotion. Wang Tao said breathlessly, what do I need the big guy for? I'm such an honest man, I'll just order ordinary NATO arms. Fry. One hill is higher than the next, and Fry has kind of seen thick skin, honest? Plain old NATO arms? How cheeky do you have to be to put those words together? Fry inquired, make a note, 3rd floor of the Rashid Hotel on Goldie Street, room 333, knock directly on the door, don't bring a weapon. Wang Tao said, okay, I'll change clothes and take a cab later. Wang Tao hung up the phone when he finished speaking and turned the walkie-talkie on, Tyrannosaurus Rex, come out with me. Okay. With Anton sitting here, plus this green zone, the bodyguards provided by the Barzani family plus the bodyguards Sarah brought herself, it shouldn't be a big deal. Wang Tao and Tobias returned to the armored car and started to change into their civilian clothes, and by the way, they took the pocket of cash with them, and the two of them called a cab and went straight to Goldie Street. After coming for about 3 days, Wang Tao this is the first time to come to the center area of the green zone, the tall buildings and the metropolis do not have any difference, this feeling is like Swan and Pie City. The most numerous thing on the streets of Kindy were the embassies of various countries, no wonder Fry reminded himself not to bring weapons, the green zone wasn't too big in total, and the cab soon arrived at the Rashid Hotel. Sure enough, not waiting to enter the door is the security check, not only have to go through the security gate, but also have to have explosives detection, loaded with money the bag was opened and turned over, for fear that there is something special inside. However, Wang Tao and Tobias one is yellow and one is white, so the inspection is not so strict, and after talking to the hotel to find the guests of room 333, someone directly led the two of them, Wang Tao and Tobias, onto the elevator. The walls of the Embassy of the United States of America in Babylon were visible all the way to the 3rd floor corridor of the hotel. Tobias was slightly shocked, Chief, this is blatantly selling arms next to the American Embassy? Wang Tao was disdainful of Tobias fussing and replied, think about who the biggest arms dealers in the world are. This street is technically full of arms sellers, it's just that people do it big. Tobias heard what Wang Tao said, think there is nothing wrong, these people sell some high-end goods, next to the hotel to sell some low-end goods how, small arms dealers are also business. When he arrived at the door of room 333, Wang Tao knocked on the door. A voice came through the door is unlocked, go right in. Wang Tao pushed open the door and went in, and saw a very typical American redneck sitting on the sofa, watching the basketball game on TV there. Wang Tao was the first to greet, hello, I'm the Northeast Tiger that Fry introduced me to. Gordon said casually, hello Northeast Tiger, my name is Gordon, since you were introduced by Frey you're one of our own, relax sit anywhere. Redneck originally referred to white farmers who worked outdoors in the southern United States of America and got rednecks from the sun, but later referred to white people who worked in manual labor. Wang Tao has been in contact with Fry for a long time, and knows that rednecks are just so casual and relaxed, with no disrespect in them, so Wang Tao casually found a sofa and sat down. And as if Tobias had entered into a sort of bodyguard role, he crossed his arms in front of him and then stood behind Wang Tao's sofa. Gordon was very direct. Tell me, what all do you need? I've got all the NATO equipment except WMDs, and I've got the Warsaw Pact ones too, but they're a little more expensive, so if you're going to buy them, you'd better get Fry to introduce you to another one who sells Warsaw Pact equipment. Gordon is very direct. Wang Tao is very like this kind of transaction. Direct point is quite good, like Mikhail that in picture book and assistant. Wang Tao is really a little uncomfortable. Wang Tao said directly, I want 20 kilograms of C4, along with matching detonators as well as detonating cords, and 40 high explosive rounds for the 19 Malawian Quachas 40mm grenade launcher. NATO 12.799mm, 5,000 rounds of armor-piercing ammunition, 1,000 rounds of tracer, 200 rounds of incendiary ammunition, 3 M2 Browning heavy machine gun barrels, and 20 M18A1 broadsword directional mines. After Wang Tao said 20 kilograms of C4, Gordon Tang stood up from the sofa in a flash, and the expression on his face was no longer as casual as before. Gordon said in a rather unpleasant tone, Are you kidding me? What are you going to do with 20 kilos of C4? Bomb the American embassy? Wang Tao said seriously, I'm not kidding, I just buy more out of habit, and then again what am I doing bombing the American embassy? It's not like anyone is paying me, I'm a law-abiding American citizen. Het, Gordon sneered in his mind, if you're a law-abiding citizen of the United States of America, I'm the ING President of the United States of America. If it wasn't for Fry calling him, Gordon would have said anything to get rid of this Wang Tao guy. Gordon softened his tone and said in a consultative tone, the C4 is not for sale, I'll figure you a cheaper price on the other stuff. The no sale in Gordon's mouth is not the same as no, and Wang Tao's attitude turned tough. I want C4, I'm a proper registered company mercenary group, not one of those black guys. The fact that Fry can introduce me here means that these things definitely won't be used on the US military. No, you arms dealer, what are you afraid of if I don't blow up the US military? Gordon nodded when he was so fooled by Wang Tao. Right, if you don't bomb the US Army, I don't care who you bomb, the whole thing is your own people. Het, this Gordon isn't CIA. Wang Tao ripped Anton's head off and gave it to Gordon as a ball. Wang Tao changed his face again and said, yeah, his own people give a favorable price. Gordon also hemmed and hawed like Wang Tao, small business, no bargaining, no credit. After saying that, Gordon picked up a pen and wrote on the side. It was also less than 3 minutes before the handwritten price list came out. 20 kilograms C4, $17,600. Matching detonators 10, $500. Matching detonating cord 20 meters, $200. 40 high explosive rounds for 19 Malawian Quachas 40mm grenade launcher, $32,000. 5,000 rounds of NATO 12.7 by 99mm armor-piercing ammunition, $75,000. NATO 12.7 by 99mm tracer 1,000 rounds, $10,000. NATO 12.7 by 99mm incendiary ammunition 200 rounds, $2,400. 3 M2 Browning heavy machine gun barrels, $15,000. 20 broadswords, $10,000. Total, $162,700. Wang Tao looked at the end of the eyes in a black. This ING C4 is absolutely doubled. Gordon, this old boy wilted bad ah. Wang Tao said with a pleasing face, Brother Gordon, look at me spending so much money, can you give some freebies ah? What did I give away when I bought arms before? Gordon was bemused. I'm sorry to have to tell you what I have to tell you, but you're the client I've spent the least amount of money on in the last 6 months, no nearly a year. Wang Tao's only thought now is to put his 20 kilograms of C4, hooting on the face of Gordon who looks like he owes a punch, is really solid ah. The most annoying thing is that what Gordon said should be true. Wang Tao gestured to Tobias standing behind him, then said, lend me the computer, 100,000 knives for you to transfer, the rest of the $62,700 in cash, Tyrannosaurus Rex, pay up. Gordon for Wang Tao's payment method expressed very surprised. This Gordon sold so many years of arms, but also the first time to see the hybrid payment option. It belongs to the long knowledge. Wang Tao was there transferring money with his computer, and Tobias placed the bag of money he had lifted on the table, and the momentum was quite sufficient. A doubt in Gordon's mind at this point was why they had to transfer 100,000 knives if they had so much cash. It wasn't until Tobias pulled the zipper on the money bag, revealing that the denomination was only $5, $10 in US currency, that Gordon's doubts were gone and he was left with a sigh of relief. Ugh, Gordon let out a long sigh and turned off the TV with the remote control, ready to start counting his money. Chapter 0076, Selling Out an Ally. Gordon also knows that this change is sought after in the black market, and it is also particularly convenient to spend. The problem: Gordon is not afraid of someone checking him. He walks the CIA account. The last time the person who checked the CIA account has gone to see God. And the most depressing thing for Gordon is that Tobias, this lanky guy, counting money is out of sound, 50 knives, 55 knives, 60 knives, was not good at math. Gordon, and counting messed up. After the transfer of accounts, Wang Tao walked to the table to accompany the count up. With the addition of Wang Tao, the speed of counting money became much faster. More than 62,000 knives were quickly counted out. Well, only less, not more. Tobias scratched his head and said, "Head, I seem to have miscounted." As soon as Tobias' words came out, Gordon's heart thumped, and before Wang Tao could say anything, he spoke first. "Wrong is wrong. It's okay, I'll grab back a handful for you guys, it's kind of a discount." Wang Tao was very principled and said, "No, we can't take advantage of you, heavy number." Tobias counted the money and put it back and started counting again. Gordon has never seen such a twisted person, just now also in that to be preferential. This deal backfired seriously. This Northeast Tiger is simply contradictory to the extreme. The $62,700 in change counted and placed on the table was actually quite a bluff, especially for Gordon, who was more impressed by receiving this money than he was by receiving a box of dollars. Gordon said after writing the pickup address on a piece of paper, "Here's the pickup address, it's staffed 24 hours a day." Wang Tao, who received the note, took a look at the address outside the green zone and knew that he would have to make another trip out of the green zone. Okay. Wang Tao put the note into his pocket and led Tobias out the door. Taking the elevator downstairs, the good thing was that there was no need to go out for security check. The two of them took a taxi and went back to the villa. The Polaris Mercenary Corps, which was in charge of the peripheral vigilance mission, didn't really have too many interactions with their employer. Polaris is mainly responsible for his armed protection, limited to respond to the attack of the ground combatants, the specific employer's personal safety, but also the bodyguard to do. To put it bluntly, Polaris is a hitter, and the bodyguard is like a bulletproof vest. So Wang Tao's main object of communication was Sarah's bodyguard, Captain Federico. Wang Tao picked up the walkie-talkie that was specialized in communicating with the bodyguards, so he contacted Federico to ask if his employer had any plans to go out. Federico replied, "There are no plans to go out today, but tomorrow I'm going to go out of the green zone to visit near the Mehdi Mosque in the Radiata district." Wang Tao took the walkie-talkie and said, "Got it, now we're going out of the green zone to pick up something in the red zone." Federico didn't ask what exactly it was, and simply said, "Yes, the villa is secure, has a basement, and can hold out for at least 30 minutes if attacked." "Understood, keep in touch." After saying that, Wang Tao greeted the manpower, going to an unknown place in the red zone to fetch arms. Of course, the whole team had to act together. The Polaris Mercenary Corps all got into the armored vehicles and then set off towards the outside of the green zone, and just as they were about to exit the checkpoint, suddenly 3 armored vehicles were stopped by the soldiers at the checkpoint. Wang Tao felt incredible. Due to the United States of America after the withdrawal of troops from Babylon, the Green Zone checkpoint was transferred to the responsibility of the security forces in Babylon. Of course, there are American military advisors in here to supervise. These are U.S. Army armored vehicles, transferred from the U.S. military base over at Baghdad International Airport, and this Babylonian security force stopping 3 armored vehicles is like a grandpa going out and his grandson slamming the door behind him, trying to check what's in grandpa's pockets. Anton, who was in charge of piloting M1117, asked, "Chief, what do we do?" Wang Tao thought for a moment and replied, "Stop the car, ask what's going on, and be tough." Anton opened the side door of the M1117 and got out, saying in a rather nonchalant tone, "Why did you stop us?" The soldier from the Babylonian security forces, who was in charge of checking security, saluted towards Anton, reporting, "Sir, the latest order is that any vehicle entering or leaving the green zone needs to be checked." Anton asked rhetorically, "Does that include this infantry fighting vehicle as well?" The soldiers of the security forces were also dumbfounded by the question. "This infantry fighting vehicle is of no use after you have finished checking it, and that grenade launcher is sitting there, so you can't dismantle it." So the soldier said toward Anton, "One moment." Then he went to report to the American military advisor, and soon the soldier came out, and with a wave of his hand, he let them go. One look at the U.S. advisors inside told me what was going on with this M1117 and JLTV, so they let it go with little concern. The reason why the U.S. military advisors dare to rest assured and boldly release, precisely because the Polaris Mercenary Corps is not the U.S. military, but rather if the U.S. military active soldiers, the U.S. military advisors in turn do not dare to do so. The probability of active duty soldiers of the U.S. Army screwing up is many times higher than that of PMCs and mercenaries, and the PMCs and mercenaries who can rent armored vehicles are those who have backgrounds, credibility, and money, and are much more reliable than the big-headed soldiers who have to pay for their own uniforms. As the convoy traveled towards its destination, Anton said over the communication channel, "Chief, there must be a reason why this checkpoint has suddenly raised its intensity." Wang Tao, listening to Anton's nonsense, is very speechless. This is not obvious. It must be because of the Sarah family came to the thing. The Middle East is this point is not good. Between the country and the country a little sense of boundaries or not, I'll take the faction of religion to the argument. For all the things you mess with in Sulistan, you have people from other people's factions even when you hide in Babylon, and they're all of the kind that have something real on them. Wang Tao replied, "It should be that the CIA has gotten information that someone is going to retaliate against the Sarah family, thanks to the fact that the arms thing is done today, or else something will really happen tomorrow that should be caught off guard." Jason's voice came over the comm, "Chief, I have a question, why didn't Sarah get the message?" Assuming the CIA got wind that someone was trying to attack, shouldn't they have warned Sarah's family not to go out tomorrow? When Jason said that, Wang Tao realized that there was a problem. If Sarah's family knew that someone was going to carry out an attack, it was unlikely that they had plans to go out and visit tomorrow. Sarah's mind, Wang Tao guessed a little bit, that is to take advantage of the fact that their family had just landed, take advantage of the fact that the Babylon branch of Al-Qaeda, which was affiliated with Al-Qaeda in the same way as the San Mother organization, was not ready, and after visiting all the people who should be visited, they shrunk in the green zone and did not come out. But the way things were going, it looked like Al-Qaeda was reacting a little bit faster and a little bit more forcefully than Sarah had anticipated. But the main thing is still the attitude of the United States of America. Wang Tao does not believe that the CIA cannot guess who the target of the base attack, in which case things are intriguing. Anton spoke up with his own speculation, "Do you think it could be that the United States of America gave up on the Salats?" Wang Tao inferred according to the current clues that the implication of the United States of America abandoning the Shala family was quite obvious, and Wang Tao responded, "It should be." Although Wang Tao had a good feeling about Sarah, he had to face the reality that the level of risk of this mission had now become higher, and the strength of their mercenary group was no longer enough to deal with what happened next. Without the United States of America behind them, and having left Sulistan, where they had influence, the Sarahs are now lambs to the slaughter. Anton asked the most crucial question, should we abandon this mission? Sitting on the bulletproof Hummer, Wang Tao began to weigh up, not that it has anything to do with Sarah. Wang Tao tangled point is that this is the Polaris mercenary corps in Baghdad to take the first mission, if so voluntarily give up, in the future will not be able to take any decent mission. The three armored vehicles were moving quickly on the roads of Baghdad, and just as Wang Tao was hesitating, suddenly Tobias spoke. "Head, with Chris's strength and relationship with the US military, he won't give us this kind of mission where the risks and rewards aren't proportional. Think about it, even if Chris has this in mind, your relationship won't allow this." Tobias did know about Reuben, but with the newcomers in the mercenary group, he hid Reuben's name. Anton also felt that Tobias was right after hearing that. "Head, Tyrannosaurus is right, Chris can have a villa in the green zone, plus he can get us out of renting 2 armored vehicles. That's not a normal relationship with the US Army." Jason, who had served in the Marines, understood the ways of the world in the US military and spoke up. "Chris's back office would be the Pentagon. There's definitely something wrong with this mission. My advice is to ask Chris directly." "Okay." Wang Tao turned off the communication channel, took out his satellite phone and called Chris. After the phone was connected, Wang Tao directly opened his mouth and asked, "Chris, let me ask you a question. What should we do if the mission we received to protect Camille Ayoub's family is upgraded with a danger level?" Chris was a bit confused and said in a very sure tone, "This mission I've found for you guys is pretty much a mission to get money for nothing. I won't hide it from you. Colonel Reuben is afraid that you guys will cause trouble. He has repeatedly explained that I should not give you offensive missions, and those 2 protection missions are both carefully selected by me. They are all non-dangerous missions, including that merchant's mission, which is just a little bit more tiring and troublesome." Wang Tao listened to the corner of the mouth a twitch. "Reuben, this is what I mean, I can cause trouble that I am happy to cause? Which time the trouble is not all their own door." Wang Tao told Chris about the abnormal situation, and Chris lost his usual calmness after hearing it, as if he was as grumpy as the one who waited for them all night that day. Chris started slamming things down on the other side of the phone. "Fark, assholes, those irresponsible assholes at the CIA, the people the Pentagon is trying to protect, they have the nerve to just say they're selling them out. When did the United States of America become like this, relying on selling out their own allies to get intel?" Jason's guess was right on the money. Chris' back office is the Pentagon. Wang Tao saw that Chris was really anxious, so he did not give Chris another copper a certain Peninsula War. The US Army often do this. England and the 2 Turkeys did not suffer a lot. Chapter 0077 What do you need a uniform for? Wang Tao found out, this American cursing is just flip-flopping those words. Chris vented on the other side of the phone for a while before calming down. Chris suddenly said, "Northeast Tiger, where are you now? I need to meet with you. There are some things that can't be said over the phone." Wang Tao suddenly had the feeling of skipping school and being discovered by his teacher, and stammered, "I'm not in the green zone, I'll probably go back in half an hour or so." Chris instantly raised his guard and said, "Where the hell have you been?" Wang Tao said sheepishly, "My rented armored car left too little ammunition, I'll go replenish 1,000,000,000 points." This Wang Tao is also an asshole. His side has regular channels to replenish, the price is still relatively favorable and the US Army's own purchase price is not much different. Why would Wang Tao want to buy from another source? Chris thought with his ass to buy what he couldn't buy from him. Chris was silent for a long time. "Call me when you get into the green zone and I'll come find you." Wang Tao was very good and agreed, "Okay." Then Wang Tao opened the communication channel and repeated Chris' words to the team. The first to speak was Jason. "So did the Marines. I've even been bombed by the Navy when I was on a mission." That's right, the Marines were bombed by the Navy's Air Force. Wang Tao felt like he was listening to a tongue twister. This Marine was a little too miserable, but when he thought of Jason's experience, well, it was still Jason who was a little more miserable. Sergey, who was in charge of driving the JLTV, said, "Chief, we're at the place." Wang Tao, who had been concentrating on his thoughts, didn't even notice that the convoy had already reached its destination. And this Gordon, this arms depot, and Mikhail's exaggerated underground fortress were completely at opposite ends of the spectrum. Gordon's arms depot was in a very ordinary four-story building. There is also a plaque on it, Nari's Corporation. It is very simple and not much security personnel. You know that this is in the red zone, so blatantly good. Simplicity in a dangerous area means no simplicity, like Mikhail arming himself like a hedgehog as an arms dealer means being so soft on the inside that he can only expose his dangerous side to the outside. And the reason why arms dealers like Nari's are not defended is to show that even terrorists know that this company cannot be messed with. Attacks on important facilities in the United States of America, at most, is to condemn you, arrest or not to see the leadership is not too much trouble. If you really move people's private money bags, you know what is called the Russian counter-terrorism, Ashar for you to raise. Wang Tao got out of the car and took Wayne, Ike, Aja, Jason, 5 people into the Nari's company building to pick up the goods. Before Wang Tao could say pick up the goods, the receptionist of Nari's company took the lead and said, "Hello, you are Mr. Northeast Tiger, right? This is your goods, please check." Wang Tao looked all ready. Jason and Aja knew that Wang Tao didn't know too much about these armaments, so they took the list written by Gordon from Wang Tao's hand, and started to match it up one by one. There wasn't too much stuff, and it was all in its original packaging, so it didn't take 5 minutes for the count to be over, and the 5 men started moving things outside. The Babylonians on the street all looked as if they were used to it, none of them bothering to look at it much, and Tobias on the roof of the JLTV had a feeling that the neighborhood was safer than the green zone. It took 5 guys 4 trips to toss everything into the JLTV car and then it was a circle back toward the green zone. To the green zone checkpoint, Wang Tao ordered to stop the car, let the people put the 20 kilograms of C4, as well as the bazooka brought in Sulistan, are stuffed into the parking lot on the Alto, save Chris saw that the grinding Titan would probably sleep with their eyes open if they knew they had 20 kilos of C4 in their underground parking. The Polaris convoy had a smooth ride through the checkpoint this time, and Wang Tao knew that this smooth ride was only superficial. The increased number of soldiers next to them, as well as the 2 extra striker-wheeled armored vehicles, all indicated that the green zone had raised its alert. And it's so obvious anyone can see it, it's telling Al-Qaeda just don't around in the green zone anywhere else you want. It's funny how the CIA really doesn't even act, and the Kurds in Babylon act like they're stupid and don't even inform the Salas either. After entering the green zone, Wang Tao called Chris and told him that he had entered the green zone. Chris told Wang Tao to wait for him where he was, and it wasn't 5 minutes before Chris appeared in Wang Tao's line of sight in his Escalade. Chris drove so aggressively that he parked the Escalade right next to the Hummer, blocking. At a distance of about 100 meters is a medium kill range, and steel balls from broadsword mines can cause serious injury. Broadsword mines have a maximum killing range of 250 meters, and although their lethality is greatly reduced at this distance, they can still cause damage. And the most frightening thing is that directional mines can be connected in series. Connecting multiple directional mines in series can expand and superimpose the killing area of directional mines. The broadsword also contains a C4 charge of about 700 grams, and the 20 broadsword mines together contain 14 kilograms of C4. Blowing up improvised fortifications and destroying vehicles is also easy and can be used perfectly as an offensive weapon. But if the broadsword is a little less powerful, Chris cannot be angry like this. This is still Chris does not know the Polaris mercenary group. There is a single thermobaric bomb and 20 kilograms of C4 it, if you know more to jump feet. Northeast Tiger, come with me for a moment. Chris, who held back his anger, called Wang Tao to his bulletproof Escalade. Chris opened the door and said, "The danger level of this protection mission is beyond the commission. Now you have the right to refuse to continue this mission, and by the way, none of the commission has to be refunded." Wang Tao asked in an unbelievable tone, "Meaning I don't have to return the money even if I take someone and leave now?" Chris nodded and replied in an affirmative tone, "Of course, the basic information of the mission was all wrong, and the one who breached the contract was of course the employer, and it's not like you have any responsibility, there's no need to refund the commission at all." Wang Tao knew that Chris was in such a hurry to find him, not just to tell the mission that he could refuse the mission to refund the commission. With that warning from Charles, Wang Tao felt that he shouldn't play smart. There isn't a single stupid person who can hang out in the underground world. You treat others as little cuties. You're the biggest cutie pie of all. Wang Tao said very directly, "Chris, we're not outsiders, so just tell us what you want us to do." Chris, for Wang Tao so direct, feel very shocked. Ruben talked about Wang Tao as a sincere person. At first Chris still do not believe it, this time Chris really believe it. "I want you to continue to protect the family of Camille Ayub, whose daughter, Sarah Ayub, is very much to the Pentagon's liking and wants to turn her into a female Kurdish leader," Chris said. The CIA, on the other hand, thought Sarah's future was so uncertain that they didn't want to invest in Sarah, and wanted to just take the Camille's and trade them directly with the Tsarist organization to cause trouble for the Tsarist Russians in Tsaristan. Wang Tao understand how it is like the Pentagon and the CIA found a valuable antique vase. The Pentagon believes that this antique vase can be appreciated to become more valuable, while the CIA is that the antique vase may have depreciation of the risk of crumbling, want to sell out now to realize the cash. The reason why Chris was able to tell Wang Tao such a detailed story about what was going on behind the scenes was because of Wang Tao's directness just now, not refusing to prepare to raise the price first. Wang Tao nodded, indicating that he knew what was going on behind the scenes. Chris continued, "And since the Pentagon couldn't order the US military to protect the Camille's directly because of concerns about a certain NATO member, the task of protecting the Camille's fell to me." Chris does not know that NATO member states, Wang Tao but no is not the deployment of F-16C to Mikhail's arsenal to blow up the Sky Turkey. Wang Tao said, "I can promise you to continue protecting the Camille family." Chris directly opened the price. "The previous commission does not count, now start as long as your daily commission is $20,000, the occurrence of combat from 300,000 knives, as long as the sound of the gun is counted, specifically according to the difficulty of the fight, guaranteed to be higher than the industry standard. And do not require you to die fighting, see cannot be done can be withdrawn at any time." Chris's sincerity can be said to be pulled full. Wang Tao listened to swallow a little saliva. As long as the gun is ringing to give 300,000 knives this temptation who can resist As for why he didn't consider a daily salary of 20,000 knives, that's because Wang Tao knew his situation quite well, and it was considered a burn for him to receive 3 days' daily salary. Although the commission given by Chris was extremely tempting, Wang Tao still had some sanity left and hastily shook his head to reject it. Seeing Wang Tao shaking his head that instant, Chris was a bit confused. This said commission how to turn back to the refusal? This commission price is not low. Wang Tao said with a bitter smile, "Let's put the matter of commission aside for now. There are only 8 people in our mercenary troop who can fight, there's not enough manpower." Chris heard a long sigh of relief. Chris thought that Wang Tao was refusing because of other reasons. Chris hurriedly said, "Of course you Polaris isn't the only mercenary group responsible for protecting Camille's family. I have a dark troop and have hired a D-ranked mercenary group. If a situation occurs in the battle where you have to send someone to their death, the dark troop will take the initiative to take it on." Wang Tao was relieved to hear this. He thought they were the only mercenary group, so he spoke, "I want 10 sets of Babylonian uniforms." Chris? Chapter 0078 The Vest. Wang Tao looked at the confused Chris and knew that he should teach Chris a lesson. Wang Tao was the first to ask, "Chris, do you know what's the most important thing about coming out?" Chris replied, "Credibility." Wang Tao shook his head and said, "If you really mess up, your father is the president who can't even wipe your ass." Chris shook his head again and said, "Yes, the president has the power of pardon, and as long as you don't have a face, it's possible to rub it in." Wang Tao now has a kind of want to kill Chris's feeling of a gun. Too damn can lift the bar. This Chris should not do intermediary, directly to participate in the weightlifting games, on this hand to lift the bar's ability, that is certainly invincible. After Wang Tao spat on Chris, he didn't sell the story and said directly, "The most important thing to come out and mix is the vest. Think about it, even if you have a relationship that can wipe your ass, must not give people a reason. Chris listened to Wang Tao's brown can no longer brown words, instantly eyes lit up. No wonder Wang Tao caused a big deal, without a father who is the president, but also can be a whole body. Did you know that in ancient China all wars had to be fought with a division? No you don't. When Wang Tao was in the middle of his sentence, he remembered that Chris was the barbarian and hurriedly answered the question himself. Who knew that? Chris nodded. I know, Xiao Qiao holds the emperor hostage, and that envoy during the Han dynasty made a crazy attempt at death just to make a name for himself. Wang Tao now has the mood of seeing Anton Day Dog. This Chris is god to see that he lives too comfortable, sent to torture himself. Wang Tao simply and directly said, the terrorists who retaliated against the Camille family are the enemies of the Babylonian government forces, and what's wrong with Babylon taking a little public pressure when we're wearing Babylonian uniforms and helping Babylon fight the terrorists? Chris listened to Wang Tao's words and instantly opened his mind. Right, the Babylonian government forces are under so much pressure anyway, and it's not so bad for so many billions of points. You're right, I'll let someone go straighten it out right away, Northeast Tiger, just let it go, I'll wipe your ass if something happens. Chris patted his chest and assured up. Okay. Wang Tao had a well-behaved look. Chris didn't avoid Wang Tao either, and directly picked up his cell phone and started making calls. Wang Tao listened to the content of Chris said cold sweat or under 2, he thought he would be able to dump the pot enough, who knows Chris behind the big brother more ruthless. 3 mercenary corps directly transformed into a real Babylonian government forces, or the regular establishment of the kind, the United States of America to take Babylon is really not serious. After Chris made the call, he patted Wang Tao's shoulder and said, do it big, let the CIA know that the Pentagon isn't to be messed with. Wang Tao nodded his head and said, then I'll go get ready. Chris said with confidence, go ahead and start counting from today and have the money in your account every morning at 9 o'clock. Wang Tao answered and got out of the car to go back to the Hummer, and Chris disappeared into Wang Tao's line of sight with a kick of the gas in the Escalade. The first thing Wang Tao said when he got into the car was, turn around and go load up the stuff in the Alto, we're going to have a big day. Tobias got excited when he heard it and said, yeah. Of course everyone else perked up, except for Robert and Wayne both of course. If it was a normal protection mission, Robert and Wayne could still put up a front, but in a real fight, these two were a drag, and if the fight was won by whoever was outnumbered, then Batla pushed straight across. Wang Tao thought for a moment that Robert had experience as an agent as well as an electrician, and was better suited for some logistical work. Wang Tao said to Robert, who was driving, Robert, Wayne, you two go straight back to Chris's villa in a while, the nature of the mission is changed, and I need the two of you to act as our receivers, contacting the hospitals in advance, as well as calling for help in a timely manner. Aha! Robert and Wayne both responded. The convoy loaded both the C4 and the bazooka back into the car again and headed back outside the villa where Sarah's family was. The two of them, Robert and Wayne, took a cab and left, but of course Wang Tao and the others weren't idle, and all the newly purchased ammunition had to be unboxed. Wang Tao still had to learn the usage of broadsword directional mines, after all, he had only seen just a few demonstrations during militia training. Just when Jason was there with a broadsword directed at Lei to teach Wang Tao how to use it, Sarah's bodyguard Captain Federico came out from the villa, wanting to talk to Wang Tao about tomorrow's trip, who knew that he would see this scene. Bodyguard Captain Federico read a whole person is dumbfounded, you are here to protect? Or to attack? Hey, Captain Federico, what's up with you? Wang Tao studied the broadsword mines while Federico greeted him. Federico replied, I'd like to go over tomorrow's travel plans with you, here's our route and how long we'll be staying, see if there's anything wrong with it? Wang Tao put down the directional mines in his hand and took over the plan from Federico and looked at it carefully. The plan was perfect, it looked like it was carefully prepared, even the high points that needed attention at each street intersection were marked out. However, Wang Tao is not optimistic about this plan, so well thought out what it means, either it started to set up early, or the number of people involved is large. Not afraid of God like enemies, only afraid of pig like teammates, Wang Tao has seen phrase hand inverting black and white. CIA can be called the world's largest and huge intelligence organization. Wang Tao does not doubt for a moment that this plan has not yet reached their hands, CIA has already finished studying the matter. So this plan is a lightning, anything written on it cannot be done, and Wang Tao suddenly thought of something, he can guess that the CIA has already acquired this plan, that CIA intelligence researchers is not also able to guess that he has already guessed that this plan has. Federico put his heart down when he saw that Wang Tao took it so seriously. Okay, I'm always available. Once Frederick had left, Wang Tao continued to learn how to use directional lightning. After practicing a few times, Wang Tao went to call Fry, the CIA's #1 mole. Fry opened his mouth and asked, Hey, Wang Tao, this is also not like your style, has not yet made a big commotion, I'm waiting to see the fun. Wang Tao listened to the corner of his mouth straight twitching, what happened to my style? Which time is not passively involved in it? Wang Tao said, serious business, can you find? Wang Tao wasn't in a hurry to find Federico, and it was estimated that in another half an hour, someone should come to his door. Indeed, the sun hadn't even set yet when Chris's dark unit arrived, also cleanly outfitted in NATO gear, but wearing that uniform of Babylon. Chris's dark unit totaled 13 men. Give Wang Tao look have a kind of Chris to bring the feeling of bad, and Jason mixed for a long time. Wang Tao also know a little knowledge of the United States of America Marine Corps. This is the standard Marine Corps in infantry class. The captain of Chris's dark force came over. Hello, who is Northeast Tiger? Mr. Chris sent us. Wang Tao said, I am. The leader of the dark force introduced himself. Hello Northeast Tiger, I'm Lawnmower, the leader of the Reaper mercenaries. Wang Tao also introduced himself. I'm Northeast Tiger, the leader of the Polaris Mercenary Corps, and I'm happy to work with you. The Lawnmower said in a somewhat unpleasant tone. Mr. Chris said for our mercenary group to be at your disposal. Wang Tao shook his head without even thinking about it. Chris didn't say anything to me about arranging for you guys. Chief Lawnmower will just do our own thing and cooperate with each other in combat. The Lawnmower's attitude immediately eased up after hearing Wang Tao's words. Anyone else would not be happy to be commanded by a stranger, especially in combat. The Lawnmower smiled. Then I hope we work well together. Happy cooperation. Wang Tao shook the Lawnmower's hand, then exchanged calm channels and fetched the Baghdad uniform Chris had prepared for him. Chapter 0079 Vodka Mercenaries. It wasn't long before 5 pickup trucks drove up, and this time there were a lot of them. Counting the people sitting in the back of the Cappy, there must be nearly 40 people. Bulletproof vests, bulletproof helmets look to be the cheapest kind, even a gun in the hand. Looks like there is not much way to bring in the green zone. The leader was a bearded man, a typical Slavic man, speaking a mouthful of Russian English. He greeted towards Wang Tao. Hello, I'm the leader of the Vodka Mercenaries. My name is Jaeger, nice to meet you. This Vodka Mercenary Regiment's leader Yi Gol gave Wang Tao all dry froze. This directly reported the big name? Or fake name ah? Wang Tao greeted, hello, I am the leader of the Polaris Mercenary Corps, Northeast Tiger. Jaeger said with an ingratiating look on his face, Polaris is such a good name, much better than my haphazardly thought-up vodka. Being patted on the back like this by Jaeger, a stranger, Wang Tao was a bit uncomfortable. Wang Tao said modestly, it's not that good anymore. Jaeger hemmed and hawed and continued to curry favor. The name Northeast Tiger sounds domineering, unlike me who can't even come up with a name. E.T. Gower so say words. Wang Tao came to force AO. Indeed, I this name up really domineering, then the polar bear is not much better. Jaeger, who was bent on kissing ass, estimated that now when Wang Tao said that the moon in the sky was square, he would probably have to nod his head in succession. Jaeger hurriedly said, yes, the name polar bear sounds silly and naive. How can it sound as good as Northeast Tiger? Anton listened with a black line on his face. This Jaeger is really disgracing the Slavs. Wang Tao enjoyed Jaeger's 10 minutes of ass-kissing and learned that most of the regiment members of the Vodka Mercenary Corps were retired from the Tsarist Russian Naval Infantry, with the majority of the 810th Naval Infantry Brigade's soldiers. Vodka Mercenary Group in Baghdad also mixed for about half a year, has been to take some scattered work on this mission or spent $5,000 to trust relations to receive it. By the time Jaeger was gone, Anton and the others had finished their discussion, and every possible ambush place was well prepared with counter-ambush plans. Wang Tao went through the labeled places and also memorized the key high points. After it got completely dark, someone called Wang Tao to come inside the villa for a meeting. Wang Tao called Anton up, and the two entered the villa together. Sarah's bodyguard was still quite competent, and also checked if Wang Tao and Anton were carrying any weapons. Wang Tao for this point there is no exclusion, but do not hold those unprofessional things, their side, and make plans, but also to buy arms, ready to a slip of 13 strokes, the result of the employer died. Wang Tao sort of understand why the CIA is not willing to put a long line, not to mention what it costs, just to say that this hanging heart, the general public cannot afford. The conference room villa was on the left-hand side. As soon as they entered the house, Wang Tao and Anton walked into the conference room and found that the Reaper Mercenary Corps and the Vodka Mercenary Corps had already arrived. People still come quite a lot, not like Wang Tao and Anton so casual. Anyway, the protagonist is not their own. Wang Tao just casually find a position, and Anton two people sat down. The one who presided over the big game was of course the bodyguard Captain Federico. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Federico first introduced the intelligence. Federico's intel didn't have the CIA in it, just that this time the enemy was in active retaliation by Al-Qaeda, and then considered the options for the route. Jaeger, who had just been coy with Wang Tao, showed a strong side, and was argumentative about the choice of the line, and the Dark Force Lawnmower was no slouch, slapping the table and arguing with Jaeger. Of the two mercenary corps, the Vodka Mercenary Corps felt a little better about choosing the original route, while the Reaper Mercenary Corps wanted to take a new route. And Sarah's bodyguard Captain Federico had to interrupt when he saw the two mercenary group leaders arguing. Federico directly named Wang Tao and asked, I wonder which path the head of the Polaris Mercenary Corps is leaning towards? The gazes of the conference room were all focused on Wang Tao, which instantly caused Wang Tao's eyebrows to furrow, and Wang Tao's favorability towards Federico directly turned into a negative number. Wang Tao said nonchalantly, there is no inclination, we are just an 8-man mercenary group, small as it can be. Since Captain Federico has asked me to speak, I will say what I can do on the battlefield. Support, give you the necessary support in terms of firepower, as well as provide suppression. The rest of the other things we, the Polaris Mercenary Corps, will not be involved, but one thing I can guarantee is that we won't be the first to run away if you don't retreat. Wang Tao's words came out, the conference room fell into silence. Chris directly gave the order to the overmower, so that the mower completely obeyed Wang Tao's orders. When he was outside the villa just now, Wang Tao stated that he didn't want to command the Reaper Mercenary Corps, and that giving the Reaper Mercenary Corps the right to fight on their own was the best possible outcome, so the Reapers wouldn't object to anything Wang Tao said. And Jaeger had already offended the Reaper Mercenary Corps, so it was simply impossible to offend Polaris again, so he didn't raise his voice in opposition. Federico was embarrassed and said with a dry laugh or two, I'll make my decision then, or follow the original route in the plan. The corner of Wang Tao's mouth hooked up a trace of smile. This Federico has long been ready to make a decision, do not want to offend himself to let him take the lead, think really good Jaeger agreed, I'm fine with that. I reserve my opinion. The lawnmower didn't object. Wang Tao also nodded directly, I have no problem with that either. Federico said straight away, that's confirmed then, follow the original route tomorrow and leave from here at 10 o'clock sharp, meeting adjourned. Wang Tao didn't get up and leave, but instead spoke out and called out to the lawnmower, Reaper Mercenary Regiment leader, you stay for a moment. The lawnmower's heart thumped, it was hard to believe that Wang Tao had changed his mind. Soon everyone in the conference room was gone, leaving lawnmower, Wang Tao, and Anton as the only 3 people left. Close the door. Wang Tao instructed Anton. Anton got up and slammed the door to his room. Wang Tao spoke directly, our mercenary corps has too few people, the armored vehicles are a bit too much to operate, I'm going to give you the M1117's infantry fighting vehicle to use. After listening to Wang Tao's words, the lawnmower's hanging heart was finally put down, but the lawnmower was a little puzzled as to why Wang Tao had to transfer M1117 to them. Although puzzled by Wang Tao's behavior, but there is a cheap not to take advantage of this reasoning is common everywhere, the lawnmower directly agreed to, okay, that rent how to calculate? Wang Tao waved his hand very generously, I'll go and say it, don't need you to manage it, but you'll have to buy your own Browning machine gun bullets up there, and the high explosive grenades I bought are left for you. The lawnmower hastily thanked, thank you. You're welcome, we're all on our own. After exchanging pleasantries with the lawnmower for a while longer, Wang Tao got up and Anton both went out of the conference room, heading back towards the room dedicated to Polaris rest. When no one was on the road, Anton curiously asked Wang Tao, why did you give the M1117 to the Reaper Mercenary Corps to use? Wang Tao didn't answer Anton's question, but asked in return, what's our reason for renting this M1117? Anton replied, it's to show how strong our mercenary group is. Wang Tao also admired Anton for being able to talk about pretending in such a refreshing manner. Wang Tao continued, didn't you tell me, don't be a standout on the battlefield, it's a hell of a thing for a pretender not to get ed, and I'll ask again tomorrow if M1117 is in our hands, who's going to be opening the road tomorrow? Anton is not a stupid person. Wang Tao said this and figured it out, and now this M1117 has become a chicken rib, which is tasteless, and it is a pity to abandon it. Indeed, it is right to give it out, head you are 2 eyes. Just as Anton was praising Wang Tao came quietly, you have to pay for M1117 when it breaks. Anton. I knew it. Thanks to Anton, he thought that Wang Tao was transporting a tent, who knew that it was still ANG stingy. Wang Tao said, a $700 RPG hit on the M1117, we on the mercenary group went bankrupt, and tomorrow you have to pay attention, that JLTV don't go forward, can shrink backward, that get bombed also have to go bankrupt. Anton felt a twinge of worry for Chris, don't one fight go straight to bankruptcy like Jason. Anton gulped a bit and said, I know, I'll pull back if we fight tomorrow, head you have to be careful to cover us, don't let the enemy have a chance to fire RPGs. Wang Tao also knew the seriousness of the matter and nodded seriously, got it. After saying that, Wang Tao took out his satellite phone and called Chris. Chris said in a hoarse voice, what is it? Wang Tao said, my mercenary group has too few people to operate the armored car, so I transferred that M1117 I rented to the lawnmower to use. Chris cleared his throat, thanks, I'll transfer the rent to you right away. Okay, nothing else. Seeing that the rent also came back, Wang Tao was as happy as if he had picked up money for nothing, and when he returned to the room, he instructed Anton to go and bring people and transfer the hot potato of M1117 to the Reaper. Tossed a day of Wang Tao sees the time to rest, tomorrow and have to be busy, I do not know this time still need to run The night passed, Wang Tao got up and drank a glass of ice American style, don't ask why, ask his self-discipline. Wang Tao picked up the can of beef that they themselves were carrying, opened it with the Leatherman shooter tool tongs that he had with him, and began to eat it. As for why not go to the villa to eat, Wang Tao simply do not believe that the bodyguard captain really eat the death of that Haorong. Wang Tao, who simply dealt with a bite, went out the door to prepare to move his body and warm up to cope with the next big battle. As a result, as soon as he went out the door, he saw Jaeger, the leader of the vodka mercenary corps, pacing outside, and it looked like there was something to find him. When Jaeger saw Wang Tao coming out of the house, his face suddenly looked happy. Then he walked over. Good morning, brother Tiger. The corner of Wang Tao's mouth under the tactical mask twitched straight. This Yigol was so many years older than him, how did this Tiger brother call out Good morning to you too. Jaeger and Wang Tao had talked for another half day, and Wang Tao didn't know what Jaeger really wanted to do. As little by little time passed and more people got up, Jaeger finally sank. Tiger, I see you guys have heavy machine guns. During the battle, if you still have any left, can you fire support us a bit? We only have 2 RPKs, our fire suppression ability is too poor. Wang Tao finally realized that Yi Gear had put his posture so low, so this was the reason. Of course Wang Tao would not refuse. Yes, we will give you fire support without affecting our combat. Jaeger was humbly thankful. That's too, thank you. Chapter 0080 Tiger's Head, Snake's Tail Attack. Around 8:30 Federico's men called out for another meeting in the conference room, and sure enough the M1117 that had been turned over to the Reaper mercenary group was in charge of driving at the front of the line, with the 2nd and 3rd Reapers bulletproof Hummers, and then the 5 pickup trucks of the vodka mercenary group. In the center were 5 bulletproof versions of the Land Cruiser, and finally the Polaris mercenaries were in charge of padding the rear. Anyway, Federico arranged it how it was, and if they did meet something, with their firepower they couldn't stop even the US Army if they wanted to leave. The 3 people who were originally on top of M1117, Anton, Judja, and Jason, also switched to Wang Tao's bulletproof Hummer, while Vicky went to the JLTV. After making the arrangements, Federico distributed the convoy's walkie-talkies to each of the chiefs, and then let each go back to his preparations. There was actually nothing to prepare for. Wang Tao and the others had always been ready to fight. At the scheduled time, Sarah's family came out of the villa, and since it was a 15-car convoy that couldn't stop at the entrance of the villa, Wang Tao simply let Anton and Sergei drive the 2 armored cars out. Soon the lead M1117 pulled out, and the convoy traveled in force towards the Green Zone checkpoint. When we arrived at the checkpoint it was a straight release, and just after we left the checkpoint, the convoy's intercom went off. Federico informed, the vodka mercenaries need to pick up their weapons and will need to wait 5 minutes. Roger that, X2. With all the commotion of the convoy, it would be hard for Al-Qaeda not to know that the convoy is out of the green zone, so it's almost always an open card being played now. Wang Tao saw a color of AKS-74 in the vodka mercenary corps, which is really grounded but the most attractive to Wang Tao's eyes is also the SVD Dragunov sniper rifle. American snipers considered the Dragunov to be a precision rifle, but the Tsarist Russians didn't care what the Americans thought. They thought that sniper rifles should provide infantry with precision fire support at long range, and the Dragunov was a sniper rifle. Anton pointed to the man with the Dragunov sniper rifle and said to Wang Tao, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, "You fellow traveler." Wang Tao laughed a little and said, "It's the first time I've seen my peers, not to mention that this vodka mercenary corps has quite a lot of talent." Jason, who was sitting in the back seat, stuck his head out of the back seat and looked at the sniper from the vodka mercenaries, then said, "Head, how about a dig?" Anton, who was driving there, also looked like he was ready to go, and it was clear that he was thinking the same thing as Jason. Wang Tao sort of realized that Anton, Jason, and Sergei, these 3 old men don't have any face at all. When the battle is over today, Anton, you find a chance to talk to this sniper. Aha! Once the vodka mercenaries had finished picking up their weapons, the convoy was on its way again, and the further away from the green zone they got the more tense the atmosphere became. The civilians of Baghdad were more experienced than those of Sulistan, and all disappeared without a trace before the convoy even arrived. To get from the green zone to the radiate zone west of the Gree River, one needs to pass through the car zone, which was the focus of the attack. The lawnmower that was driving ahead of us informed on the convoy channel, "All be on alert, we're entering the Cock area." Roger that, X2. Wang Tao discovered a feature that was different from the domestic one, that is, every district, and even every street in foreign countries were clearly separated, and could even have two completely different architectural styles. Before entering the Cal district, the streets were still intact, with the occasional sight of one or two that showed signs of battle, and they were all from long ago. But once you enter the Cal district, the buildings on both sides of the street start to fall into disrepair, and it's really not that far from the war zone in Sulistan. Tobias, the machine gunner on the JLTV in the front of the Hummer, also got out of the vehicle and, protected by 6 ballistic paneled machine gun shields, sighted up the side of the street for positions that might pose a threat to the convoy. Since the Humvee's field of vision wasn't very good, Wang Tao simply picked up the route plan and looked at the high points that Anton and the others had marked with a pencil, or else it was said that alley battles were a nightmare for armored units. Unless one is protected by 6 bulletproof plate machine gun shields like Tobias, there is no field of vision in the car to observe the buildings on either side of. Wang Tao stuck his head next to the car glass and searched up for the high point marked in the route plan, which had a 4-story building. At that moment the Browning heavy machine gun on the open M1117 suddenly opened fire. Bang! The heavy machine gun roar broke the silence, and just when Wang Tao thought that war had started, the leader of the Reaper mercenary group, Lawnmower, who was in charge of opening the road, informed in the convoy channel, 2 people have been killed, confirming that it is safe to pass. Roger that, X2. Just like this, he easily passed through the most dangerous area, and at this moment, instead of celebrating, Wang Tao began to frown. Wang Tao reminded in a very serious voice in the Polaris communication channel, "Don't let your guard down, this situation is not right now, get ready for battle." Although they didn't know why Wang Tao said that, Polaris people were obedient and all went into a state of first-level alert now. It was calm for what could have been another 5 minutes, walking 2 blocks, and as they were about to leave the Cal district and enter the last street of the Radiator district, the fighting started without warning. The open M1117 fired a high explosive grenade directly toward a 2-story building next to the street. Boom! A large crater was blown out of the 2nd story of the street, while 4 RPG shooters suddenly flashed out from both sides of the street, and the crew on the M1117 was the first to notice. Since the Browning heavy machine gun aimed high, the other M240 medium machine gun opened fire, and the M1117 was equipped with a weapon station system that allowed the crew to control the machine gun fire from inside the vehicle. Bang! The M240 opened fire, killing the 2 RPG shooters on the right in a flash. And obviously Al-Qaeda is very good at dealing with armored vehicles like the US Army, and if they don't strike, they strike with 4 RPG shooters coming out together, and a fast-reacting machine gunner can't possibly take out 4 death-defying enemies in an instant. Whoosh, X2. It's hard for an RPG to miss at 50 meters. Boom, X2. The M1117 was hit right in the front, and the ceramic composite armor of the M1117 was not enough to withstand the armor-piercing ability of the RPG-7. I don't know if the Reaper mercenary group was lucky or the RPG shooter was unlucky, but the 2 RPG rounds hit the slant of the M1117, creating a ricochet metal jet that didn't penetrate the M1117. The crew on the M1117 picked up the slack, and the machine gunner operating the M240 medium machine gun quickly killed the 2 RPG shooters. Just when the crew on M1117 thought that Al-Qaeda had run out of killer weapons, a loud explosion suddenly went off. Boom! There was a huge explosion on the ground in front of and behind M1117, and a powerful shockwave lifted up M1117. The M1117 used a V-shaped body structure, which dispersed the shockwave from the explosion to the sides of the vehicle, and reinforced bottom armor that allowed the crew to survive. However, the M1117 suspension system, as well as the power system, have been damaged by the explosion, without the ability to act, and at this time another RPG to make up. It is estimated that the M1117 will be completely scrapped. The 2 Humvees located on the backside of M1117, the combatants of the Reaper Mercenary Corps quickly got out of their vehicles and began to protect M1117. The Vodka mercenaries on the back flank also got out of their pickup trucks, ready to take advantage of the favorable terrain. Due to the vision problem, the Polaris Mercenary Corps, which was located at the end of the caravan, was completely unaware of what was happening in front of them. Everything happened so suddenly, and the battle lasted less than 3 minutes. Wang Tao picked up the walkie-talkie to yell, "Briefing." The mower was busy fighting, so Jaeger began to brief up on what he saw. When Wang Tao heard that M1117 had been blown up, he had a pang of happiness that he had transferred M1117 to the Reaper Mercenary Corps, or else he would be the one who got blown up now. Tyrannosaurus cover. Dumbo, you stay. Anvil, Snowhawk, you 2 escort me to the high point. After Wang Tao finished speaking, he opened the car door and got out of the car, and the 2 people who heard the order, Jason and Ajia, also followed. Jason and Ajia, who were raiders, approached quickly towards the nearest tall building under the cover of Tobias. Suddenly there were explosions as well as gunfire from about 150 meters to the north, and it looked like there was a firefight going on as well, and it wasn't clear who was fighting who. Wang Tao didn't have the heart to care about other people's business. Carrying a tactical backpack and holding an MK-14, he followed behind Jason and Ajia, and rapidly approached towards the nearest four-story building. Jason and Ajia weren't going very fast, and had been cutting corners to aim at any enemies that might show up, who knew that the ride would actually be very peaceful. And the enemy that should have taken advantage of the convoy's lack of reaction to attack after the explosion didn't show up, and the street where the convoy was now, instead, became silent, as if there hadn't been a battle. After running through roughly 20 meters of street, Jason, who was in charge of clearing the way in front of him, went straight into the building at high point, followed by Ajia. Wang Tao hunkered down next to a trash can and waited to be briefed by raiders Jason and Ajia. First floor secure. Wang Tao heard this only after entering the building. This building should be a what the company used to office building. Wang Tao briefly scanned the circle, then along the stairs up to the first floor of the jogging platform. Second floor clear. Hearing Jason's briefing, Wang Tao went up another floor, and Jason and the Ajia commandos cleared the floor unusually smoothly, as if there were no enemies. It turns out that there is really no enemy. It is hard to believe that this Al-Qaeda organization is also a rabble. Wang Tao was a bit confused about the current situation. This attack was a snake's tail, simply puzzling. Just as Wang Tao was about to go up to the fourth floor, at that moment, his satellite phone suddenly rang, and the ringing gave Wang Tao a fright. Chapter 0081 A Flash of Light. Wang Tao picked up the phone and heard a woman's voice ring out over the phone. Northeast Tiger, save me. Wang Tao heard Sarah's voice. The whole person was confused and asked in confusion, Sarah? Saving you? The convoy is fine too. Sarah said with a sobbing voice, we didn't take the same route as you did, it was a different route, word somehow got out and we were attacked. Wang Tao. Which little cutie is this? Come up with a way to cross the border secretly. You have to cross secretly. No wonder this side of the enemy attacked Tigerhead Snaketail it, people know in advance. Wang Tao asked, who gave you this stupid idea? Sarah replied, my bodyguard Captain Federico, the Northeastern Tiger saved me and my father and I'll pay you whatever you want. Bad people rack their brains, not as good as a stupid person's bright idea. Wang Tao is considered to completely understand this sentence. Put the strength of such a strong protection team does not stay, have to make a scheme to go on their own. Wang Tao's refusal has dissipated when Sarah gave lots and lots of money. What is the most important thing to come out to mix? What is the most important thing to do? Wang Tao Elementary School but won the title of the 3 good students. This rich friends have difficulties since should help. Wait for me. Wang Tao hung up the phone after saying that, and then called Chris. Almost as soon as the bell rang, Chris picked up the phone. What's going on? Getting into some kind of trouble? Wang Tao admired this sharp intuition of Chris, and estimated that he would catch up with himself after practicing for another 100 years. Wang Tao said helplessly, Sarah's family is trapped. Her family's bodyguard captain had a brain fart and made a whole scheme to go in the dark, letting our 3 mercenary corps take charge of attracting attention by going on the original planned route, while they disguised themselves as ordinary citizens and secretly took a new route. Fark. Bastard. Even if it's not the CIA on the other side, there are only a dozen checkpoints in the green zone, so it's not easy to find out whereabouts. Is your head full of? Chris, who had sent out his own dark forces, had made a bloody effort to do so. Now he's ready to kill, and all the arrangements have gone down the drain because of one stupid guy. As a Pentagon agent, Chris knows that he cannot afford to lose. Once the Sarah family is finished, then he also lost value. As an American Chris, then anyone knows the consequences of losing value, so now all the hope is in the hands of Wang Tao. Chris said pleadingly, Northeast Tiger, please do one thing, find a way to save Sarah, count me as owing you a favor. Another favor, Ruben's side still owed not yet returned, this Chris again, but for the sake of Chris is willing to give himself a guarantee to rent an armored car, it is better to help, after all, there is still the face of that little rich girl Sarah. Okay, but this JLTV and Hummer. Use it all you want, it's on me if it blows up. Wang Tao wanted to tell Chris that his M1117 had blown up and the 1.5 million knives were gone, but considering that Chris was already in a bad enough situation, Wang Tao felt that he shouldn't give Chris a hard time. Alright, you contact Vodka and Reaper. Wang Tao hung up after saying that. Wang Tao, who put on the headphones again, just remembered one thing, this building is not climbing in vain. Wang Tao said in the communication channel, Ironfelt, Snow Eagle, the mission is changed, we need to go rescue someone, we need to go downstairs and back to the car. Jason? Yeah. Tired of running to the roof and you tell me it was for nothing? If Wang Tao wasn't the headmaster and debtor, the two men had to show Wang Tao what it meant to have a big sandbag fist. Wang Tao went downstairs while talking about what happened on the communication channel. The comm channel was very quiet. Everyone was shocked by Sarah's bodyguard captain. How can people be so stupid? The crowd is already powerless to spit. Anton took out the route plan and looked up the alternative route. Anton is sure that the bodyguard captain 100% did not change the plan, just change a normal car. Coupled with the sound of the firefight that had just been generated 150 meters away, Anton had identified the location of the firefight. Now the question was how to cross two streets. The Reaper Mercenary Corps and the Vodka Mercenary Corps had also received the news and were discussing their course of action over the convoy intercom. Wang Tao gasped and returned to the Hummer, picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "We are responsible for opening the road, just follow us." It's not like the enemy is a little cutie. How could they not be ambushed on the way to support? The incoming road that they could safely pass through just now may not be safe now, so the best way is to make your own way. Wang Tao said directly, "Iron Hammer, it's your turn to appear." "Roger." Sergei replied with a voice that was quite excited. Wang Tao knew that C4 did not buy in vain. This is not put to use. This C4 is a good thing, can be used as cooking fuel, but also can be used as a Play-Doh decompression, belonging to as a multifunctional player. And with the closest being an abandoned school fence that could be passed quickly once it was opened up, Wang Tao found himself screwing with the school. Anton backed the Hummer up 50 meters to give the JLTV the open road. Sergei and Vicky swapped driving seats, and then took off in the JLTV towards the fence. Turning into the alley at the fence, Sergei got out of the car with the assembled C4 and ran towards the fence that was in the way. Since the wall looked thicker, Sergei simply doubled the amount of C4, and since the JLTV was sturdy and impact resistant anyway, more wouldn't be a problem. But Sergei had apparently forgotten that C4 could be 10% more powerful than PDD-5A plastic explosives. Setting up the countdown, Sergei rushed back onto the JLTV, and Vicky, who was driving, was also a Slav, and took one look at Sergei and knew something was wrong. So Vicky, who was driving, rushed into reverse gear and backed off about 5 meters. Boom! With a loud bang, the fence disappeared into thin air and JLTV felt the tremors. Wang Tao, who heard the loud commotion from inside the Hummer, yelled, "Hammer! How much C4 did you load?" Seeing that Wang Tao was angry, Sergei shrunk his neck and didn't even dare to say anything. The walls of the two buildings next to the fence were blown out of the cracks by the C4, so it is obvious how powerful it is. Vicky drove the JLTV through the gap with a kick of the gas, followed closely by Anton in the Hummer. The entire back of the group turned into the front. Next up were the land cruisers of the 5 units, and Jaeger's face twitched up as the vodka mercenaries reached the gaping hole where the C4 had blown up. That northeastern tiger looks like a face of peace. Out is so violent, the most lechy gore most heartache is, blow down a wall with so many explosives, pure waste. The Reaper Mercenary Corps gave up the M1117, which had been paralyzed, and all of them got on the bulletproof Humpy, and the lawnmower was palpitating when he saw the cracks in the wall, so you really can't judge a person by his appearance, and this northeastern tiger seems to be quite good at talking, and his strikes are just so violent. With the C4 open road, all the way can be said to be unimpeded. Meet what to blow up. Sergei finally simply stick how many C4 to see their mood. Anyway, they wear Babylonian uniforms. There are residents to complain is to complain well. Wang Tao didn't bother to scold Sergei. Due to the unusual path taken, Al-Qaeda didn't even anticipate that someone could take C4 and blow up a road, and of course there wasn't any ambush. Soon the street where the firefight had taken place was reached, and when JLTV came out of an alleyway, the enemies in the street who had been conducting the suppression were confused. Tobias, in the spirit of killing you while you're sick, operated a Browning heavy machine gun and started firing at point-blank range. The machine gun pulls the trigger and doesn't let go all the way across the battlefield. That's not so scary, it's the machine gunner who is suppressing, and when the machine gun starts to fire point-blank, that means it's starting to kill people. If a large caliber heavy machine gun hits a limb, there is still a life left, but if it hits a major location, it will become a real fragment, the kind that cannot even be put together. Anton took advantage of the fact that Tobias had suppressed the enemy on the street, and then as soon as he wheeled over JLTV toward the first floor of the nearest high point, a 5-story building in desert yellow on a blue background. Based on the direction of the enemy's shooting, Wang Tao determined that Sarah's family was trapped in a single 2-story building roughly 100 meters away from them, and the enemy was obviously more greedy, ready to capture Sarah's family alive in exchange for greater benefits, or else they would have already attacked in. Of course this was a hopeful situation. If the enemy once reacted to the fact that the reinforcements had arrived, then surely they would give up capturing alive and kill instead. Wang Tao needed to take advantage of this short window of time to take the high ground and provide strong support to Jason and Ajia had just entered a room when the enemy, who had sandbagged the stairway landing, began their fire suppression. The gunfire just didn't stop, the two enemies at the stairway alternating shots, not giving Jason and Ajia a chance to show their heads. Jason said hastily, "Big dumb bear, we need backup. The enemy is at the stairway and is suppressing us from poking our heads out." Anton took the short-barreled M4 that rested on the machine gun platform and got out of the car and stuck to the perimeter of the blue building, listening to the gunfire to determine where the enemy was. After determining the enemy's position, Anton pulled out an offensive grenade and threw it through the window. Boom! The grenade exploded, the gunfire stopped abruptly, and Jason and Ajia came straight out of the room, aiming for the stairway, waiting for the enemy to show his head. Knock knock knock. The sound of the enemy's footsteps coming up the stairs was amplified in the pickup headphones, and Jason and Ajia could hear them very clearly. Jason briefed Anton, "Fark, the enemy is on the second floor." "Roger that." Knowing that the enemy was not a good person, Anton didn't directly enter through the window, but circled around from where Jason and Ajia had entered, and entered the blue building. Wang Tao hurriedly switched to the driver's seat of the Hummer, thinking to back the Hummer into the alley, or else it would be easy for the RPG to give it a shot. Wang Tao, who was sitting in the driver's seat, touched the steering wheel and suddenly realized a problem. Chapter 0082 Pure Foolishness. Wang Tao just drove a four-wheeler in the rural dirt road. This automatic transmission without a clutch Hummer himself will not drive. And they do not seem to have a driver's license. Driving without a license will not be arrested. Suddenly Wang Tao remembered that he has another right. Wang Tao does not have a driver's license. Off my Jerry DeLorme what things Jerry but has a driver's license, but also with a driver's license to run a. So Wang Tao confidently asked over the communication channel, "What gear is the Hummer's reverse gear?" It was as if the comm channels were blocked by the full band, none of them picked up, even the sound of heavy machine guns firing at point-blank range paused for a moment. Anton said stiffly, "Our file." Wang Tao stepped on the brakes and hung into the R gear, and then habitually head twisted over to look back. That four wheels is completely open-air convertible. This Hummer is sealed behind cannot be seen. This how to reverse it. Regardless of Wang Tao hit a direction, a foot of throttle successfully hit the wall. To sit in the JLTV driver's seat Vicky, look at the corner of the mouth straight twitching, co-pilot Sergei at this time even more afraid to speak, for fear that Wang Tao want to think up his use of the C4 casually bombed things. Crashed into the wall of Wang Tao also heartache, cannot scrape off the paint and then thought of this Hummer is not their own, off the paint with their own what relationship So Wang Tao was bold, instead of backing up the car backed up smoothly, the Hummer successfully disappeared into the main firefighting streets, as well as giving way to Tobias's shooting boundaries. The first floor had been cleared, and Wang Tao entered the first floor of the blue building with his gun. Jason was true to his word when he said he could be the pointman, and hit the head and headed for the second floor, just a little hesitant to throw the grenade. After all, the shadow of that room full of gas canisters still loomed over Jason's mind. As for why there are no flash shock bombs, it's certainly a case of forgetting to buy them and definitely not because they're expensive. Jason threw an offensive grenade to the second floor stairway where the second floor jogging platform was. Boom! The moment the shockwave of the grenade passed, Jason rushed up, and when he realized that no one was guarding the second floor stairway, Jason knew it was bad. Bang, X2. The two enemies hiding behind the clutter of the second floor corridor, after dodging the shockwave of the grenade explosion, got up and shot towards Jason in the first instant, and at a glance, they were also veterans. Jason's reaction speed that is also quite fast, the M4 in his hand and the opposite side is almost the same time to fire. I don't know if the organization really doesn't have access or if it's just a convenient way to move around, but neither of these two men are wearing body armor or bulletproof helmets. Both sides fired as well as centerfold at the same time, and Jason felt as if a sledgehammer had hit him in the chest, and a warmth was felt in his left arm. In less than 5 seconds it was a matter of life and death. The two enemies without body armor were instantly killed and the gunfire stopped instantly. Anton, who had come up right behind him, didn't care about Jason, who had fallen to the ground, and made a recharge, then took aim at a possible enemy location, while Ajia quickly walked over to Jason's side and checked him over. The gun used by the enemy was an AKM, and although the bullets were more powerful, they used normal bullets that didn't penetrate armor very well, so they didn't penetrate Jason's level 3 body armor. And focusing on that wound on Jason's left arm, Ajia took out the medical emergency scissors he kept in his medical bag and cut the fabric of Jason's wound. Seeing that the bullet didn't hit the arm directly, it grazed it and said directly to Jason, "Iron felt, stray bullet grazed, I'll bandage it up for you." Good. After briefly bandaging Jason, Ajia turned toward Anton and said, "The big dumb bear is done." Anton inquired, "Can the iron felt continue to move?" Jason moved his arm. It was just a little sore, it didn't interfere with the activity, and he replied, yes. I'll be the pointman instead. After Anton said that, he started to hit the head to clean up the second floor. The enemy located on the third floor also heard the firefight downstairs, and just as Anton entered and cleared the second room, the pickup headphones clearly heard footsteps slowly making their way downstairs. The enemies encountered this time were not at all on the same level as those encountered at Sulluston, where the enemies encountered at Sulluston were passive and waiting to be stationed, whereas the enemies encountered here were all in motion. Anton gestured to both Ajia and Jason that someone was coming down the stairs, and once the two indicated that they knew, Anton moved out of the room with slow quiet steps as well. The gap between the equipment is revealed at this moment. If there is no noise reduction of the pickup headset, the battlefield is filled with all kinds of noises. Run Anton how sensitive ears cannot hear the footsteps of the enemy upstairs downstairs. The enemy on the other side is covering their ears, thinking that they cannot hear others cannot hear it, and came down from the upper floors ready to take Anton by surprise them. With intent, hearing the sound of his foe stepping on the ground, Anton in the corner kept his arm close to his body before sidestepping with a long point-blank shot. Bang! Half a pike of bullets were shot out in 1.5 seconds in M4 full auto mode, and the three enemies who had touched down from the upper floors went limp in an instant and fell to the ground. Bang! Anton, who had finished reloading his gun, informed, the second floor has been cleared, and the third floor is presumably clear of enemies. The two men, Ajia and Jason, heard the fight was over, and instead of remaining silent where they were, they quickly ran from the room. You can't rush when it's time to go slow, and you can't hesitate when it's time to go fast, and with the enemy having been killed by 3 people, there would definitely be a gap in the defense, so the 3 of them, Anton, Ajia, and Jason, charged straight up towards the third floor. Anton scanned the third floor and realized no one was there, so he shouted, Ironfelt stays behind, Snow Eagle follows me. Copy that. Jason set up his gun at the stairway to take charge of watching the room entrances on the third floor. Anton and Ajia charged straight up towards the fourth floor without any hesitation at all, and it was as if there were no enemies on the fourth floor, but Anton soon realized the end. The doors to the rooms on the fourth floor were all open, while the only door was closed. Anton gestured toward Ajia, and the two touched the door of the room whose door was closed. Ajia switched to a shotgun that specialized in breaking down doors, and shot the lock where it had been before kicking it in. The moment the door opened, Anton threw in the offensive grenades he had prepared. Boom! After the grenade exploded, Anton entered the room and saw an enemy in the corner who had already been blown over the head by the offensive grenade, the heaving chest indicating that the man was still alive. Kind Anton lifted the gun and gave the enemy a good time. Ajia followed in and found a Dragunov sniper rifle beside the enemy. It looks like there is only this one sniper on this fourth floor. Fourth floor cleared. Anton informed and returned to the third floor with Ajia, ready to carefully clean every room on the third floor. And on the first floor of the Wang Tao at this time is not idle, first checked each window opening and doorway, did not find an enemy and did not arrange mines. The enemy does not set up, Wang Tao can have to set up, his close combat ability is the level of ordinary soldiers, really if people give close to the body that is no different from the sheep to be slaughtered. Wang Tao with bullets is not too much, so the backpacker let him loaded with directional mines. Also do not know is Wang Tao himself afraid of death, or afraid of the enemy does not die. A total of 4 windows on the first floor of the mouth is not sealed, are letting Wang Tao arrange directional mines. If an enemy comes in through the window, he will definitely have to die through and through, and it's useless to wear any kind of bulletproof vest. Wang Tao put the remaining 2 directional mines at the corner of the stairs again, and was responsible for helping Anton set it up after they came down. Then Wang Tao took the detonating cord and smoothed it upstairs, until it reached the third floor. The 3 men from the assault team had made sure to clear the building of all enemies. Wang Tao said to the 3 of the assault team, I've finished arranging directional mines in the downstairs windows, you guys can just return from the same way. I've placed directional mines in the stairways on the first and second floors, so you guys can help me set them up when you go down. Anton nodded to show he knew, and then suddenly thought of something to instruct, head, okay, and by the way, don't go up to the roof. Wang Tao was a bit incomprehensible, but since Anton said it, it meant that the roof of the building was really off limits. Got it. After seeing that Wang Tao was sure that he knew, the 3 of them quickly ran downstairs. Directional mines come with a row of locks on the bag, is specifically designed to make it easy for combatants to distinguish between each detonator is to control which directional mines. Wang Tao detonators in accordance with the order of arranging directional mines, arranged on the locks. After getting the directional mines out of the way, Wang Tao took out his Mk14 and searched for the best shooting position on the 4th floor. And the best shooting position on the 4th floor is the room where the dead sniper is. Wang Tao went in and saw the dead sniper in the corner. Giving Wang Tao more than a frown to look at, the sniper with no one to protect him, once he lets the raider get close, he is no different from a chicken. Wang Tao made up his mind to wait for the end of this mission. He had to train his ability to fight in close combat, otherwise he might be the same as this sniper one day. The sniper had already set everything up, the table that was convenient to put the gun rack as well as the chair. Wang Tao just needed to shoot. 100 meters away, in the quadruple lens magnification Wang Tao see clearly, so close to the distance. Wang Tao with her sniper bullets, coupled with the city's wind speed is not big, aiming to hit directly on the line. Bang! Wang Tao's shooting speed was extremely fast, specifically picking out the enemies that were close to the small two-story building where Sarah was shooting. 10 bullets killed 10 enemies, and in an instant the pressure on the second floor was reduced. And when Wang Tao wanted to continue shooting again, he suddenly realized that no enemy was showing his head. Wang Tao's shooting speed are much faster. At this time Anton, Jason, Ajia has not yet reached the first floor. The enemy judged the shooting position where Wang Tao is, and then they all hid. This combat sense of smell and Suliston's enemies are not at a level at all. That's when Federico's voice rang out over the convoy's intercom. We have 3 wounded and 9 killed in action, leaving us with 4 combat-ready personnel. Wang Tao did not even want to take care of Federico, this little cutie. He also previously thought Federico was a mole, but never thought it was pure stupidity. And with so many bodyguards dead, this lackadaisical contraption actually survived. What a fool's errand. Chapter 0083 Running Away? The voice of Jaeger of the vodka mercenaries then came over the intercom. Northeast Tiger, I'm here, what do we need to do? We're here too. The mower's voice also sounded over the intercom. The small, 2-story building that had trapped Sarah had been cleared on the outside, and by the time Anton, Ajia, and Jason returned to the Humvee, along with the firepower on the JLTV, it would be completely manageable. And now the biggest danger was the enemy's reinforcements. Wang Tao was sure that the enemy had put a large force on the way to block the rescue, and they had avoided the difficulty because they had opened a shortcut with C4. But the enemy still existed, and the combat strength could not be estimated to be lower, so Wang Tao decided to let the Vodka Mercenary Corps and the Reaper Mercenary Corps be responsible for blocking the enemy's large forces. Wang Tao said, "We are responsible for rescuing people, and you are responsible for blocking the enemies coming from the south." Copy that, X2. Once Anton, Jason, and Ajia were back on the Humvee, they said over the Polaris comm channel, "Spitfire, we're back on the vehicle and need you to clear the way." Big Dumb Bear, holler. Vicky was usually not very talkative, looked quite stuffy, but when it came to fighting, he followed the fire like a maniac. Vicky scurried off with a kick of the gas on the JLTV and Tobias nearly fell over without standing still. Fark. Spitfire, you steady yourself. As if he hadn't heard, Vicky wailed and charged toward that second story, and in Anton's view, a yellow color was seen swishing past in front of him. Anton also hurriedly stepped on the gas pedal deeply, hit a handful of direction, and heard the Hummer issued a zip and the wall friction sound. Good guy turned out to be Wang Tao as the car but on the wall. The JLTV and Hummer rushed towards the small second-story building one after the other, with Wang Tao staring intently at every window that could potentially fire an RPG. Al-Qaeda is really quite different from San Mother. As soon as the attack starts, it's 3 RPG shooters coming out together. Bang! The moment Wang Tao saw the silhouette flash by, his muscle memory pulled the trigger. After hitting the first shot, quickly panned and then hit the second shot. Bang! And the last shot Wang Tao felt like he didn't even aim, it was thrown out. Bang! None of the 3 RPG shooters shot out RPGs, and Wang Tao felt a sense of weakness with these 3 shots. Tobias, who was on the roof of the JLTV, saw the scene clearly and roared with excitement. Head, that was awesome. I love you. Off, to love 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 Big Dumb Bear go. As a Polaris precision shooter, at this time, Wang Tao is the guardian god. Without the threat of the rocket launcher, the JLTV and bulletproof Humvee are the same as a turtle shell, and the rifle hit on the car body is not painful at all. The enemy was on the attacking side, and it wasn't like they were going to lay mines on the road, so the JLTV and the bulletproof Humvee drove right up to the entrance of the second story. The houses on the left and right sides of the street were occupied by the enemy, and Wang Tao's field of fire from the 4th floor window could only suppress the enemy on the left side of the street, while Tobias's heavy machine gun could only suppress the enemy on the right side of the Mila building. At this point the assault team getting off was almost certain death, but of course there was a solution, and that was to get the fireman Vicky out of the way. Vicky, who was in the driver's seat of the JLTV, said, "Pitcher, hand me one of those RPGs with the thermobaric rounds." Ike hurriedly handed the already assembled RPG to Vicky, who took it and yelled, "Heads, cover me." Every time Wang Tao heard this sound, he knew that his crew was up to something. Vicky, but quite believe in Wang Tao, said the words directly opened the door to get out of the car, simply did not even look at the street on the left side of the window opening, without hesitation on the side of the body, the back of the assured to Wang Tao to protect. Wang Tao saw this scene and felt that Anton had sunk, and this pressure suddenly increased a lot. Vicky dialed back the safety on the RPG-20's XS launcher and took aim through the scope at one of the 3-story buildings that posed the greatest threat to them. Whoosh! Boom! It was a bit of a luxury to hit this small, short building with a thermobaric bomb, and the not-so-thick walls were crumbling apart. Vicky growled, "Pitcher, one more thermobaric round." Since the other one's RPG-26 launcher was preloaded with anti-tank rounds, Ike and Sergei, both of them, rushed to change the warheads on the other RPG, and quickly changed them and handed them to Vicky. Vicky took the barrel loaded with thermobaric rounds and then struck out toward the second building. Whoosh! Boom! This time the battle was even bigger, the not-so-sturdy house shattered right into pieces. Ike and Sergei had already loaded the next one's bazooka, and Vicky tossed the finished one toward the car, picked up the third round and headed for the rear of the car. It's risky enough to fire twice in one place, it's a hell of a lot easier to do it again without that Vicky getting hit. When he got to the rear of the Vicky, it was a straight-up kneeling shot, but of course there were enemies who had predicted that the Vicky could come to the rear of the car, and pre-sighted at the upper rear of the car. Who knew that Vicky had actually changed her stance and missed Vicky in the first place, allowing Vicky to fire a third round of warm pressure. Whoosh! Boom! The houses on the right side of the road were kind of a disaster. 3 buildings were reduced to rubble directly under the thermobaric bomb. The Browning heavy machine guns on the roof of the JLTV were all armor-piercing rounds, which the walls of a typical building couldn't withstand, and none of Tobias' shots were at the window openings, but rather at the lower edges of the windows, and the window openings that the heavy machine guns swept through were no longer moving, just leaving rows of bullet holes. And the enemies on the left side of the street, as if the Polaris mercenaries were attacking not their companions yet, were not showing their heads at all. This made Wang Tao feel very abnormal, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Why do you guys think the enemy on the left side doesn't even show his head? I feel something is very wrong." Wang Tao's premonition others do not know. Anton, Vicky, Ike, Tobias 4 old men, but no, if not Wang Tao's premonition, they would have died in the bunker on the outskirts of Bab, and what Polaris mercenary group? Anton switched places for a moment. If he was the enemy, he must have known that there was such an accurate shooter like Wang Tao present and knew the exact location, otherwise the enemy on the left side of the block couldn't have allowed them to be indifferent to such a wanton attack. The best way to tackle a sniper or precision shooter is with artillery. Anton yelled anxiously, "Spitfire, you're all out of thermobaric bombs too, hurry back to the car and don't come down, Northeast Tiger. We don't need you to cover us, go downstairs and hide on the second floor." Wang Tao didn't know the reason why Anton had asked him to go downstairs, but Anton certainly wouldn't harm him. Got it. Wang Tao carried the MK-14 and even confiscated the bracket, twisted his head and ran towards the downstairs. By the way, the directional mine initiator is also with him. Because of running too fast, to the second floor it did not break, also fell. Just when Wang Tao just climbed up from the ground, he heard the sound of the explosion. Boom! Wang Tao felt that the whole building was shaking, and the things on the roof of the shed were falling down sparingly. This explosion sound has not stopped. Wang Tao all feel that their chest someone with a heavy hammer one by one knock. It is really difficult. Anton's voice rang out of the headset. "Fark, it's a 107 rocket launcher. Chief, you're giving the enemy a rush. What the hell is a 107 rocket launcher?" Why does Wang Tao feel so familiar? But it's not familiar, his own home production of foreign trade products, guerrilla warfare, one of the 3 sacred weapons. 107 rocket artillery advantages are easy to transfer, simple operation, fierce fire, good adaptability, is able to be called a nightmare by the US military existence. A flurry of fire is 12 tubes. Wang Tao was hit with 24 rounds, which the enemy had obviously prepared for the convoy, and now all of them were blown up to the top of Wang Tao's head. Wang Tao finally realized why Anton said before that dealing with snipers is not snipers and you against the gun, but with shelling, this is really being shelled. And at this moment, seeing this scene, Jaeger of the Vodka Mercenary Corps and the Lawnmower of the Reaper Mercenary Corps, both of them were terrified afterward. This thing must have been prepared just to deal with them. Anton asked again anxiously, "Head, are you okay?" Wang Tao replied, "It's fine, just that my legs are a bit soft." Sergei, who can't comfort people, soothed, "Head, you're good as long as you don't pee in fear." Hee. Wang Tao took out a small notebook in his head and drew a vertical line for Sergei. This guy is afraid of living screwed up. Wang Tao did not know if there was a second round, and now he did not dare to go upstairs, and found a position in the window on the second floor. The enemy on the left side of the street, at this point, began to return fire on the convoy, but it was clear that they were all light weapons, and the most explosives they had were grenades, which posed absolutely no threat to the armored vehicles. Tobias operated a heavy machine gun and went from window to window taking names, quickly silencing any enemies near Sarah who were afraid to show their heads. At this time the enemy force also arrived. It looks like the San Mother organization is paying a lot of money. This time the enemy fire is very fierce, the head of the 3 pickup trucks or the old and strong Deshka heavy machine gun. The moment they saw the heavy machine guns, the Reaper mercenaries ran away at the sound of the lawnmower's retreat. They took off running, without even the slightest resistance. To the side of the vodka mercenary group of Jaeger all looked silly. This said to run and ran? No hesitation at all? Seeing this scene, Vice Leader Buer spoke out and asked, "This Reaper mercenary corps has run away, head, should we run as well?" Jaeger hesitated for a moment, then refused. "No running. If we run, we'll be selling out to the Polaris mercenary corps who undertook the main attack mission. If the Northeast Tiger had let us on just now, at least half of our mercenary corps would have died." Vice Commander Buer nodded that he knew, then shouted, "Got it, prepare for battle." Vodka mercenary corps communication basically rely on yelling. Walkie-talkies cannot even do manpower, visible to what extent it's poor. Chapter 0084 Jaeger with good eyes. Jaeger set his sights on the bulletproof Humvee left behind by the Reaper mercenary group that had burrowed into the street room, as the pickup truck driven by the Vodka mercenary group was too thin to serve as effective cover. Jaeger roared, "Lava! 0. You two take the Humvee up and across the middle of the street for cover. Roman, Arkady, you two find a shot." "Roger that." The 2 men, Roman and Arkady, were the firebrands of the Vodka mercenaries, and those 4 RPG-7s in their hands were all the Vodka mercenaries had. The Humvees driven by the Reaper mercenary corps were lightly armored models that were only resistant to ordinary rifle rounds, and could not stop large-caliber heavy machine gun fire. The 3 men, Lava and 0 and a man Jaeger didn't name, rushed up in a Humvee with insufficient bulletproofing just moments after turning the car sideways. The Humvee was pierced by a heavy machine gun and all 3 men died in the driver's seat. The 3 men used their lives to create an improvised bunker for the Vodka mercenaries. "Ola!" Roman and Arkady shouted, firing 2 rounds of RPG against the bullets that rained down like rain. Whoosh! Boom, X2. The 2 enemy pickups responsible for opening the road were instantly knocked out, and of course Roman and Arkady were killed by enemy bullets. In just under 2 minutes, this section of the street became a straight-up bloody meat grinder. The enemy's only remaining DSHK heavy machine gun was not as cocky as it had been a moment ago, and the pickup truck stopped and began to conduct a cover-up infantry attack. Unlike the rest of the Middle East, Al-Qaeda in Baghdad is able to rank up there in terms of combat capability and experience, and the fight is just humongous. The attack was also like a tidal wave, as the only 2 RPK machine guns of the Vodka mercenaries opened fire and silenced the enemy. But unfortunately with little success, the enemy was scattered but quite cooperative, daring 1 man to come out and take charge of drawing fire, giving another a chance to trade shots. Bang! Bang! It was another 1-for-1 exchange, and once the machine gun was silenced the enemy began to charge. The street was so wide and the Humvee was in the middle of the road, leaving not too many firing points for the Vodka mercenaries. The blocking battle turned into a battle between the 2 sides to add oil, although as the defending side of the Vodka mercenary group has the advantage of cover, but there is no absolute firepower. RPK machine guns to provide fire support is extremely limited. "Boss, I'm here." Jaeger was overjoyed to hear the voice coming over the intercom and pressed the intercom to reply, "Ranger, shoot down that heavy machine gun." "Roger that." Ranger, the sniper of the Vodka mercenaries, pulled the trigger after answering, bang. Dragunov's sniper rifle fired bullets that instantly muted the heavy machine guns on the opposite side of the room, causing the pressure on the Vodka mercenaries to be greatly reduced. At the cost of 6 more men, the Vodka mercenaries fended off the first and most ferocious wave of the attack. All 5 of those bulletproof land cruisers were seated with Hakim, the bodyguard assigned to Sarah's family, seeing as how cute that size was. Federico doesn't trust Hakim either, just his own stupid brain. The bodyguards Hakim had arranged came over to support the Vodka mercenaries once they saw the defense line stabilizing. This bodyguard is not afraid of death, but knows that his combat power is poor. Go up is also to add to the chaos, cannot withstand the first wave of attack. The defense line collapsed dead will be more. The bodyguard asked, "Chief Jaeger, what do you need from us?" Jaeger pointed to the buildings to the left and right and said, "Occupy these 2 buildings and give us fire support." Understood. After saying that, the bodyguard led the men to occupy the 2 buildings that Jaeger had pointed out. The intensity of the enemy's attack was much lower, but the experienced Jaeger knew that this was the calm before the storm. and that the enemy was organizing the next attack. Jaeger picked up the walkie-talkie and asked, "Northeast Tiger, how much longer is it going to take on your end?" Wang Tao, who had heard Jaeger's words, hurriedly asked, "Big Dumb Bear, how much longer do you guys need?" 7 minutes at the slowest. Wang Tao picked up the intercom and replied, "We need 7 minutes." Looking at the growing number of enemies in the distance, and the movement of the pickup trucks, Jaeger replied with a bitter smile, "We're too poorly equipped to hold out." Wang Tao was confused. The Polaris Mercenary Corps had undertaken the most difficult main attack mission, and their 2 mercenary corps, plus a bodyguard team of nearly 20 people, actually said that they couldn't hold on? What kind of hellish joke is this? Wang Tao asked in a somewhat unpleasant tone, "Why can't you hold on?" As soon as Jaeger heard this, he knew that Wang Tao had misunderstood and hurriedly explained, "The Reaper Mercenary Corps ran away, and now the bodyguards and us are the only ones left to block the enemy." What? Wang Tao suspected that his ears had been blown out of his head by the rockets. The Reapers ran away? Chris's dark troops? Jaeger also knew that his status was not enough to make Wang Tao believe him, so he could only say stiffly, "Believe me, I swear that everything I say is true." Most of the Tsarist Russians were Orthodox, and swearing was quite a solemn matter. Wang Tao is actually not that he doesn't believe Jaeger's words, he is just too shocked. What is the Reaper Mercenary Corps that is? That's Chris's dark force, the squad that specializes in doing Chris's dirty work, and it's the probability of Chris's wife betraying Chris that's higher than the probability of the dark force betraying Chris. Wang Tao has seen what is called unreliable. Chris also swore and patted his chest with his own guarantee. What sends the mission to death let the dark forces top? This is not so it ran away. Wang Tao hurriedly replied, "I trust you, I'll go support you guys, wait for me." Aha! Jaeger gave a perfunctory sentence. The Polaris Mercenary Corps had a total of only 8 people, taking on the main attack mission and still splitting people to support them? Another unreliable guy. Wang Tao put the Mk-14 on his back, disconnected all the detonating cords of the directional mines in the building, and removed all the trip strings, and then came out into the street. Wang Tao quickly ran towards the direction where the vodka mercenaries and the enemy were exchanging fire, and the suitable high point for shooting was the location of a third-floor building located to Wang Tao's right. But listening to the gunshots ringing out from the building, it was already occupied inside, presumably by the vodka mercenaries. Wang Tao picked up the walkie-talkie to ask, "Jaeger, is the red third floor your people?" Jaeger replied, "It's a sniper from our mercenary group." Wang Tao said, "I'm going to go up, so tell him to avoid accidental injury." Okay. Jaeger picked up the team's walkie-talkie and said, "Ranger, the Northeast Tiger of the Polaris Mercenary Corps is going to come up the stairs, be careful not to get hurt by mistake." The ranger's voice on the other side of the intercom grumbled with some displeasure, "Got it, boss, can you not let him hold things up?" Jaeger cursed without a word, "I can't, shut up." Forced under Jaeger's authority, the ranger didn't dare return the favor and continued to search for his target. Wang Tao had been shouting since he entered the house, "I'm the Northeast Tiger, don't hurt me by mistake." The ranger who heard Wang Tao shouting was even more disdainful, thinking, "On this boldness is so small, don't call it a Northeast Tiger, call it a Persian cat." Wang Tao, even if he knew that the ranger disdained his own behavior, then he did as he was told. How suffocating it was to let his teammates get hurt by mistake. Wang Tao, who had been shouting, went up to the third floor and saw the sniper with the Dragunov sniper rifle outside the green zone checkpoint. The sniper of the Vodka Mercenary Corps also did not wear a tactical mask nor a bulletproof helmet, wearing a seersucker shirt outside a simple set of bulletproof undershirt, very casually sat by the window. "Hello, this is Northeast Tiger, what's the situation now?" Wang Tao asked the ranger what the situation was outside while walking towards the house next to the other window. The ranger replied, "I'm a ranger, the enemy is very cunning, the enemy I aimed at is like he knows I'm aiming at him, hiding behind cover just won't come out, whenever I move my aim, this enemy suddenly scurries out of cover for a quick movement." Wang Tao said casually, "Then you fight." Ranger. This is said to be a human language. "I can fight still spit what strength," afraid of being Wang Tao gas death of the ranger, decisively closed his mouth, waiting to see Wang Tao joke. Since there was no suitable position for support, Wang Tao simply started shooting straight away with the Mk-14 at his end. Bang! The ranger on the side wanted to curse, "Did you aim? Raise your hand and shoot? Brother, you are a precision shooter, not a rapid shooter." Wang Tao said he was fast and accurate. Continue to pull the trigger to shoot. If the enemy does not run, death is not necessarily so fast. As a hunter Wang Tao for objects in motion, there is an inexplicable obsession. The movement of Wang Tao Mk-14 silencer made the ranger on the side envious, if only he had a silencer. After Wang Tao quickly killed 5 people, there were no more enemies coming out of the bunker, and the enemies further away had no shooting angle because they were covered by buildings. The ranger on the sidelines looked on and realized something was wrong. How come there were 5 more enemy corpses on this street? The ranger instantly had the surreal feeling that the joke hadn't gotten through and that he had become the joke instead. Jaeger, who was in the front line of the battle, was the first to realize that the enemy had been suppressed, and then associating that particular movement of the silencer, Jaeger knew that it was Wang Tao who had arrived. Jaeger originally had no hope for Wang Tao's support in his mouth just now, who knew that Wang Tao was actually such a good shot that one person was enough to change the battlefield situation. Really, if it wasn't for the fact that Wang Tao was the leader of the Polaris Mercenary Corps, Jaeger would have had to spend a lot of money to scoop up Wang Tao for whatever he said. Don't ask why every mercenary group wants to poach snipers, precision shooters, when they see them, just ask it's all peasants who like to dig with their hoes. Jaeger asked deliberately as he picked up the walkie-talkie, knowing full well that the Ranger walkie-talkie must be outgoing. Ranger, did the Northeast Tiger make those shots? Simply awesome. It's too powerful. Worthy of being the man who can be the leader of the Polaris Mercenary Corps. The corners of Wang Tao's mouth under his tactical mask flew up to the sky, and in his heart, he thought, the head of this vodka mercenary corps, Jaeger, has a really good eye. Chapter 0085 Holding the Price. The ranger wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill in. Think of the time when he was also so fooled by the head of the vodka mercenary group into the vodka mercenary group. The words of the quip have not changed, just replace the ranger with the Northeastern Tiger. Wang Tao was just about to pick up the convoy's walkie-talkie to contact Jaeger, when his mind suddenly thought of the scene from the battle with Delta. His own walkie-talkie had automatically frequency hopped to the Delta's comm channel, and would the Reaper leader Mower, at that moment, be eavesdropping on their conversations as well as he was? But wherever there was a slight possibility, Wang Tao didn't want to take any chances, so he said to Ranger on the side, Ranger, I'll use your walkie-talkie. Here. Ranger had nothing to do at this point, so he simply handed Wang Tao the walkie-talkie. Wang Tao took the walkie-talkie and contacted Jaeger. Chief Jaeger, the convoy's channel isn't working, so throw away the walkie-talkie the convoy was issued. Jaeger asked, rather distressed, why did you throw it away? Wang Tao now pressed on, not believing in anything other than what he had personally purchased. Wang Tao didn't explain, throw it away if you're told to, and when the battle is over, I'll give you a set of NATO communication equipment. Yes. Jaeger looked at the fleet-issued walkie-talkies as if they were hot potatoes and gave them away without hesitation. Walkie-talkie, huh? Wang Tao similarly skimmed his walkie-talkie down the window and said again on the Polaris comm channel. Get rid of the convoy's walkie-talkies, there's a problem with the Reaper mercenary group. After you rescue Sarah's family, get rid of all of their communication items, focus on the bodyguard captain. Anton replied, understood. Wang Tao finally felt the feeling that there was a mole in the team. Since this Reaper mercenary group could do this running thing, they could turn around and attack them. In that case, the defense line formed by the Vodka Mercenary Corps and the bodyguards was a joke, and Wang Tao had to make a plan to deal with it according to the fact that the Reaper Mercenary Corps had already mutinied. Wang Tao took the walkie-talkie and said, Jaeger, in the building that was bombarded by rockets just now, I laid out 6 broadsword directional mines, and the tripwire has already been removed. Is there anyone in your mercenary group who knows how to remove them? Dismantle that directional mine, string it together and arrange it on the road. Replace you guys with directional mines. Yi Gol hurriedly said, will. Everyone will. I'll arrange for someone to go. Northeast Tiger, I'm curious to ask, what in the world did you do, letting people this bombing? Wang Tao replied rather glumly, I just killed 3 RPG firefighters who were ready to fire RPGs, plus 6 enemies, and I got such a bombing. I'm wrong. Jaeger. What are you talking about? Killing 3 firefighters plus 6 enemies would have blown you up for anyone. A ranger off to the side interrupted the two men's banter. Northeast Tiger, you're about to get blown up again. Wang Tao? What's that supposed to mean? Talking as if the enemy can just bomb me and not you. The ranger continued, 11 o'clock, 750 meters on top of the dirt-colored building, the enemy is moving 107 rocket shells upstairs. Wang Tao hurriedly used the quadruple lens on the Mk-14 to look toward the 10 o'clock direction, and sure enough, the enemy was busy on the roof of the building, and he was still looking through the binoculars. Wang Tao just wanted to prepare to shoot, then remembered that the shooting distance of this Mk-14 is relatively short, the same as someone, even if there are sniper bullets, cannot increase the range of how much, simply cannot hit the enemy. Wang Tao could only watch his enemy in front of him, but there was nothing he could do about it. He could only say in impotent rage, Fark, my gun doesn't shoot far enough. Ranger with a Dragunov sniper rifle in hand, the corner of his mouth grinned to the sky at this time. Wang Tao cannot hit does not mean that he cannot hit. The effective range of the Dragunov sniper rifle is 600 to 800 meters, and with the PSO scope, it can maintain good accuracy above 800 meters, and even the Tsarist Russian soldiers believe that the Dragunov sniper rifle could hit more than 1,000 meters. And the Ranger knows that after today, Wang Tao 100% have to change the gun. There will be no more chance to show the saint in front of Wang Tao in person. Ranger had a cloudy tone and lightly pretended, "My sniper rifle has enough shooting distance, Northeast Tiger, please be my spotter." Really letting the Ranger get loaded, Wang Tao's face was extremely ugly as he took out the rangefinder from his bag and silently acted as a spotter for the Ranger. Wang Tao first measured the distance with a rangefinder, then used binoculars to look for a reference that could calibrate the wind speed, and soon found the bandana hanging on the balcony. Wang Tao briefed the Ranger up, 735 meters at 11 o'clock, light wind, left to right, wind speed about 1.5 meters per second. 735 meters, wind speed 1.5 miles per hour, correction. The Ranger muttered in a small voice as he corrected up the information according to Wang Tao's briefing, and after about 3 seconds or so, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Wang Tao observed the point of impact and began to brief. No hits, point of impact is low and to the left, estimated to be 20 centimeters low and 15 centimeters to the left, wind speed unchanged. The enemy also knew that there were snipers watching them, so they accelerated the regulation of their 107 RPGs, and the enemy's psychology was so high that the two groups began to fight for time. The Ranger started correcting up again, this time much faster than last time, and the enemy was still in place and not moving, so he just pulled the trigger. Bang! Hit! Wang Tao saw from the binoculars that a blood flower burst out behind the enemy, being directly hit by the armor-piercing bullet of the Dragunov sniper rifle, unless the enemy was wearing a heavy bulletproof vest, or else it could not be blocked at all. Obviously the enemy did not have a heavy bulletproof vest, and was too dead to die. The other two enemies on the roof of the dirt-colored building continued to operate the 107 rocket launcher as if the dead men weren't their companions, not even changing positions. This time there was no need for Wang Tao to even inform him. The Ranger himself fired. Bang! Hit! Bang! Hit! After the first hit, it actually becomes less difficult to snipe, just follow the trimmed hit, plus the enemy isn't moving, so the Ranger hits easily. After the fight Wang Tao also felt uneasy, then said to the Ranger, "Go, change positions." Feeling that he had taken care of the bazooka and that all was secure, the Ranger said, "That's not necessary, is it?" Since the walkie-talkie was always on, Ranger's words were heard by Jaeger, and Jaeger roared, "Ranger, you asshole, don't make me go over there and beat you up right now, and honestly listen to Northeast Tiger." Jaeger talking is really good. The Ranger instantly stopped squeaking, silently put away the Dragunov sniper rifle, a good behavior, apparently really beaten by Jaeger. Wang Tao also put away the MK-14, and the two of them started to shift their positions one after the other. And instead of choosing to lean towards the vodka mercenaries, Wang Tao led the Ranger back towards the bombed blue building. Wang Tao felt that the biggest threat to them was not the enemy, but the Reaper mercenary corps that was nowhere to be found. Wang Tao judged that the Reaper mercenary corps was now in a wait-and-see state, and it must be that the CIA had already figured out Chris's bottom line and bought the Reaper mercenary corps in advance. And the Reaper mercenary corps may be holding out for Chris out of fear, or holding out for a price, waiting for the war to be stalemated between the two sides, and the CIA to offer a price they're happy with. Now that the battle had been fought like this, Wang Tao didn't even trust Chris anymore, and directly called Ruben on the way to the blue building. When Ruben picked up the phone, Wang Tao gave a concise account of the current situation, focusing especially on the defection of Chris' dark forces. "Got it. I'll take care of it, just hold the Sarahs in your hands and call me when you're out of danger. This satellite phone of yours doesn't have high enough density to contact Chris." "Understood." Ruben hung up after he finished speaking, and Wang Tao picked up the satellite phone and called the customer service number left for him by the old man who cut his hair. The moment he connected, Wang Tao said, "Change this phone number package to the highest one, I will arrange for someone to transfer money to you in an hour." "Okay." Wang Tao hung up the phone and entered the blue building, which already had people from the Vodka Mercenary Corps dismantling broadsword mines. The Ranger who entered first said hello to each, and then the two of them ran down the stairs and headed upstairs. The third floor, which had been intact just a moment ago, could now see the sky. The ceiling was full of cracks, and it was lucky that the stairs hadn't been smashed and collapsed. It had now become a dangerous house. The fourth floor is even more needless to say. The roof of the building is no longer there. The furniture and other things have turned into debris. Wang Tao is very skeptical to step on it and fall off. The Ranger obviously didn't care though, and headed straight for the best shooting spot. Wang Tao stiffly followed, and the two had just gotten down on the ground and set up their guns when they saw the red third floor they were on before blow up. 6 rockets turned the third floor into the second floor. The ranger felt a coldness in his body after reading this, how much he was hated, taking rockets and blasting them like this. What's the point? Hit a shot for a place, this reasoning Wang Tao still understands. With the current hate value of Wang Tao, as long as the enemy is identified, it must be a rocket waiting. Wang Tao noticed one thing, that is, the last round of rockets but hit more than 20 rounds, while this time there were only 6 rounds. Wang Tao did not think that with his own hate value would make the enemy heartbroken rockets. Then there was only one answer, it was that the enemy didn't have enough rockets, and the ones that were saved must have been prepared to be used to take out the vodka mercenary group's use of Humvees to build up an improvised defense line. Wang Tao picked up the walkie-talkie and came and said, "Chief Jaeger, you guys take your men and withdraw, the enemy is going to shoot rockets towards your place. The 2 of us, Ranger and I, will be in charge of taking over your blocking duties." Even if there was a 1% chance, Jaeger didn't want to gamble with his mercenary group. Roger that. After Jaeger finished speaking, he started yelling, "Prepare to retreat, bullet shell. Take the men and blow up the Humvee, we can't let the enemy drive away easily." Okay. Jaeger went back to call the bodyguards sent by Hakim in the buildings on both sides of the street to retreat with him. Chapter 0086 What's wrong with second-hand stuff? Vodka mercenary core combat quality is really nothing to say. Wang Tao in the upstairs watching the retreat is orderly in chaos, responsible for breaking the back of the raiders are also very responsible, until both sides of the street after all the bodyguards are out of the bodyguards, after the bulletproof land cruiser, which began to evacuate. Wang Tao roughly looked at it, there were still 40 people in the vodka mercenary corps before they set off, and now counting the 3 people who were dismantling the broadsword mines inside the building and the ranger on the side, there were already less than 30 people, so it was obvious how much they had lost. The bodyguards that Hakim assigned to the bodyguards have suffered more casualties, 18 people died 10, this experience has taught Wang Tao one thing, that is, what seems to be reliable is not necessarily reliable, and what is not reliable is likely to be even more unreliable. When the vodka mercenaries drove their pickup trucks and land cruisers to Wang Tao's floor below them, 6 rockets smashed into the improvised defense line, and the bulletproof Hummers responsible for blocking the road were all overturned by the powerful shockwaves of the rockets. And at that moment 2 more pickup trucks drove by in the distance, this time looking much more high-end than the 3 that were there before. The front windshield are welded to the steel plate, leaving a small slit of about 5 centimeters to see the road, and really not afraid of crashing into people, but I guess there is no short-circuited head will be blocking the front of this car. As the ranger looked at the pickup trucks rapidly approaching the improvised defense line, he became concerned and said, "Northeast Tiger, these 2 modified trucks should be able to knock the overturned Hummer out of the way, right?" Wang Tao replied without the slightest worry, "It's definitely possible." The ranger said anxiously, "What should we do then? The directional mines haven't been set up yet." Wang Tao said, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Ranger with a question mark on his face? Brother, are you kidding? Even if your Mk14 is equipped with armor-piercing rounds, it can't penetrate 5 cm thick homogeneous steel. Even his Dragunov sniper rifle with 7N14 armor-piercing rounds can't do anything to the modified pickup truck. Seeing Wang Tao's confident appearance, the ranger couldn't say anything. Anyway, he made up his mind, if Wang Tao couldn't deal with this modified pickup truck, then he would persuade the leader to throw down the Polaris mercenary corps and run away. Wang Tao held his breath with a 4x mirror pre-sighting the location of the overturned Hummer. Wang Tao waiting for the pickup truck to slow down the timing, 100 meters away from the moving target, hit into the gap of 5 centimeters on Wang Tao is not too difficult too much. In fact, right now Wang Tao had the certainty of killing the driver of the pickup truck, but Wang Tao was really scared of being blown up. Now killed the driver, and have to be focused, the opposite even if there is no rocket there are still heavy machine guns so it is better to put closer before hitting good, to buy time for the people who set up directional mines. The modified pickup truck hit the Hummer, and because the Hummer was flipped over and landed on its side, it lost the friction between the rubber of the tires and the ground, and was easily pushed off by the modified pickup truck. When the modified pickup truck drilled out from the gap between the 2 Humvees, Wang Tao shot decisively, pre-sight plus slow speed, what a hit not even hard. Bang! The driver was directly killed by Wang Tao, but the modified pickup truck didn't stop directly, skidding about 10 meters, and then it didn't move at all. Bang! The driver of the modified pickup truck following behind was not spared and was also killed by Wang Tao. The ranger had a surreal feeling when he saw this scene. Big brother, you're conserving your bullets too much, aren't you? One shot to solve one? The pickup truck, Due to the death of the driver couldn't maneuver, slightly crossed over a little bit to expose the tires. Wang Tao took advantage of the enemy didn't react, so he hurriedly made up 4 shots, and blew out the tires of both pickup trucks. Go! After hitting the tires, Wang Tao picked up the MK-14 and ran downstairs. The ranger at this time was also by Wang Tao to the whole service. When he heard Wang Tao shouting away, the ranger did not hesitate at all. Once the 2 men ran to the 3rd floor, they heard the sound of the Deshka heavy machine gun firing, and both saw the dust kicked up by the heavy machine gun bullets punching through the walls through the ceiling of the 3rd floor that had been collapsed by the rockets. The ranger looked like a little fanboy and boasted as he walked away, "Tiger, you're too good." If this were at home, Wang Tao would definitely have to be modest, but this is abroad, and you can't be modest with foreigners. Wang Tao nodded rather approvingly, "I am indeed very good." The ranger had kind of seen what was called absolute suppression, and it had started fast, so it was no wonder that he was the head of a mercenary group. This machine gun of Wang Tao's had bought the vodka mercenaries at least 3 minutes of time. Wang Tao was fighting lively on this side. The Polaris mercenary corps side was also not idle. After clearing the enemies on both sides of the street, Anton, Edgia, and Jason rushed into the 2nd floor where Sarah was. At this point in the building there were only 3 of Sarah's family left, plus Federico, who had been shot in the arm, and 3 wounded bodyguards, making a total of 7 people. Federico was a billion points stupider, but not stupid enough to hire enough bodyguards with him, or else Sarah's family would have been captured long ago. Once Anton confirmed that there were no enemies in the house, he shouted towards Sarah, "We're from Polaris, Sarah's coming with us." Sarah's family followed Anton and the others out of the yard and into the closed cargo box in the back of the JLTV. Anton then got on the Polaris comm channel and said, "Chief, the mission objective has been rescued. Should we rendezvous with you or continue onward with the attack?" Hearing this, Wang Tao stopped his steps and took out the map that he had been keeping in his pocket, then carefully searched for a place to break out. As things stood, it would be good to get out of there. Forget about visiting guests. Sarah and her party had left the car and retreated to this location, indicating that the way forward was not possible. Returning by the same route was not possible either. The M1117 had been blown up on the road, blocking the way to the radiator zone, and the enemy had certainly placed mines in the direction of the return to the green zone. So in the end, he still had to make his own way, and Wang Tao, who had figured it out, said, "You guys wait in place, I'll find you guys to rendezvous, and then prepare to break out to the west." Wang Tao picked up the walkie-talkie of the vodka mercenaries again and said, "Grab the directional mines and set them to detonate in 5 minutes, we're ready to break out." Jaeger said, "Roger that." Wang Tao silently turned off the microphone of the walkie-talkie in his hand, then said to Ranger, "I'll use the walkie-talkie. Ranger, you're coming with me." The Ranger nodded innocently and said, "Okay." The corner of Wang Tao's mouth grinned an arc before he took the Ranger and flipped out of the 1st floor window, purposely avoiding Jaeger's line of sight. The Ranger thought that Wang Tao knew the shortcut, so he didn't suspect anything and ran after Wang Tao towards the location where the Polaris mercenaries were. The distance of 50 meters took only a minute for the two, and when they arrived at JLTV, Wang Tao let Ranger get on the bus first. Then he called Anton down and instructed, "Big Dumb Bear, go roll all of the Sarah family's bodyguards off of JLTV and tell them to go in the Land Cruiser in the back, and by the way, get rid of all of the Sarah family's communication devices, and if they don't cooperate, let Snowhawk beat them up." "Anton? It's not my turn to do something good, but I'm the first to be chosen for something that offends?" Anton had the feeling that Ike had sunk his teeth into a dog. "Ike?" With that, Anton took a Gia and opened the closed cargo box of the JLTV before Anton spoke up, "Everyone out of the car except for Sarah's family." Federico refused, "My duties do not allow me to take half a step away from my employer." Anton was too lazy to talk to the little cutie. "Nonsense," directly ordered, Snow Eagle beat him up. Adja yanks Federico out of the cargo box as soon as he can and gives Federico a kick plus 2 brain scoops straight to the head. Don't ask Adja shelves where to learn the brain scoop, ask as with Wang Tao learned, as for the North Star and the most brain scoop is who, that is bound to be the aggravated Bag Ike. Several other bodyguards saw their boss Federico was beaten, what professional conductor forgotten in the back of the head, scrambling to jump to the bottom, fearing that if they are a little slower, they will be beaten. Anton added very nonchalantly, "Sarah, hand over all of your family's communication equipment." Sarah didn't trust anyone but Wang Tao alone now, and since Anton was a member of the Polaris Mercenary Corps, it would be good to behave. Sarah immediately handed over her cell phone. As for Sarah's father is also a character who has seen the world, professional things are left to professionals, so he also handed over both cell phones. Sarah's mother, on the other hand, resisted, and scrambling for time Anton urged in an unpleasant tone, "Hurry up." Sarah, seeing her mom still dilly-dallying, went straight to her hands and started pulling out her cell phone, and when she did, she threw it at Anton. Anton took the phone and then closed the closed cargo box, then took the phone and went back to the Humvee, and after placing one of the Sarah's cell phones in a special shielded box, Anton informed, "Chief, it's done." Sitting in the JLTV, Wang Tao waved his hand to signal Vicky to drive. The direction Wang Tao chose to break out was the west. Wang Tao just couldn't believe the enemy across the street had the ability to blockade 3 blocks. The Vodka Mercenary Corps, which was responsible for padding the rear, also set up directional mines on the streets before quickly converging towards the Polaris Mercenary Corps' convoy. 6 broadswords strung across a street was terrifying to think about, and the Reaper mercenary group that had disappeared from the battlefield for a long time appeared at this time. And the lawnmower was aware that the Polaris Mercenary Corps had directional mines, so it used the excuse of looking for a vehicle to shrug off the hit. To say that the most destructive force for a team is the mole, this destructive force is not just that it is destructive to the team that is being defected, but that the mole will, for some reason, be destructive to the team that is defecting as well. Just like the Reaper mercenary group now, knowing that there must be directional mines laid out on the road, they don't tell their teammates and wait for them to die more so they can raise the price with the CIA. Since Al-Qaeda isn't a manufacturer of pickup trucks either, there's no place to make up that many pickup trucks, resulting in the carriers now becoming sedans, of all makes and sizes. Quickly, he passed the Hummer and then the pickup truck whose tires Wang Tao had blown out, and then the driver of the first vehicle in the fight noticed that there were directional mines placed on the ground. 1 foot on the brakes and he stopped there, grabbed his walkie-talkie and yelled in Arabic, "Directional mines in the road, back up! Back up!" But at this time from the Humvee drilled out of the vehicle, there have been as many as 12, want to back up which is so easy, and this group of people driving is still not very pay attention to the rear view mirror, many cars are not. The driver of the first car saw that something was wrong and didn't hesitate to open the door and run. The 5-minute countdown was up, and the initiator of the directional mine detonated the detonator through the electric current, and the detonator detonated the C4 of the directional mine. 6 directional mines detonated at the same time, boom. Countless steel balls shot towards the convoy. Those who were killed directly by the blast were in the minority, most of them were seriously injured, and the worst of them were those sitting in the front row, wherever the exposed skin was encrusted with steel balls. About 2 minutes after the explosion, the lawnmower's satellite phone rang. The lawnmower picked up the phone and heard an exasperated voice on the other side, "I'll agree to your terms, as long as the Camils are dead, the money will be there immediately." The mower smiled and said, "Okay, good to work with." The low male voice on the other side of the phone threatened, "You'd better not screw up or I'll screw you over first, you know what I'm capable of." "No." "Good to know." The lawnmower hung up confidently, then pulled his tactical tablet out of his pocket and checked up on the exact location of Sarah's family. It didn't matter that the signal on the tablet had actually disappeared, the lawnmower's smile froze. The lawnmower used the jack of all trades in the repair world, knocking the tactical tablet. After knocking it down and dumping it, after dumping it and rebooting it, after rebooting it and it still doesn't work well, it opens up and smashes it. The exasperated lawnmower snarled, "Fark. Is this tablet broken? Fire Axe, you didn't buy a new one when I told you to, you had to damn well buy a used one." Fire Axe aggrieved Baba said, "Sell me this tactical tablet." Gordon said secondhand does not affect the use of all through their platform professional appraisal. "You lackadaisical piece of, you believe whatever the seller says." Lawnmower yelled as he kicked the Fire Axe. Fire Axe heart is very aggrieved, their good intentions to save some money for the boss, but also scolded, and still Lawnmower himself swore that he could trust Gordon. The Polaris mercenaries had the same old strategy. Sergei opened up with C4, blowing up walls and building blocks around them along the way. The 20 kilograms of C4 decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye, and Wang Tao instructed, "Use the hammer sparingly." Sergei also knows that he played high before. If this C4 is really not enough, according to Wang Tao's character shall not hang himself up and smoke. Luckily, though, it finally broke through the last wall and reached the main road with a kilogram of C4 left. Wang Tao said, "Turn right." Vicky driving JLTV turned to the right. Due to the sake of bulletproof, JLTV's vision is not good, just turned to half of the time when Wang Tao heard, thud. The body shook a little, should be hit something. Vicky said over the comm channel, "Reverse." Anton, who was driving the Hummer behind him, left a safe distance, and after the JLTV backed up, Wang Tao, who was sitting on the passenger side, saw that it hit a sedan. The trunk of the sedan seems to have been broken. Actua LLY popped open. Wang Tao saw a familiar cylindrical canister after the corner of his mouth hooked up a hint of laughter.